Vikir van Baskerville, once a loyal hound of the infamous Baskerville family, knelt before the guillotine, betrayed and falsely accused of colluding with the demon clan. As the blade hovered above him, he vowed, if fate gave him another chance, he would never be a submissive hound again. To his shock, the guillotine's finality dissolved, and he awoke, not in the afterlife, but in the fragile body of an infant. Surrounded by the cries of newborns, Vikir realized he was in the Baskerville family nursery. His new life began under ominous circumstances. The cold-eyed patriarch Hugo Le Baskerville entered to inspect the infants. Dismissing the others as useless, Hugo's attention fixed on the silent Vikir, whose unyielding gaze betrayed no fear. Intrigued, Hugo ordered him sent to the Cradle of Swords, a deadly trial meant to forge Baskerville heirs. Vikir's hatred for Hugo burned hot. This was the man who had orchestrated his downfall in his past life. Memories of betrayal rushed back. He had been the Baskervilles' expendable pawn, loyal to the core, yet executed for knowing too much. But this time, Vikir would write a different story. Revenge could wait. Survival came first. The Cradle of Swords awaited, a brutal labyrinth of blades where children had to crawl to the Styx River, a mythical waterway said to fortify the body. The first to reach the river would reap its full benefits, while others were left with scraps. Vikir remembered how his siblings had sabotaged him in his past life, denying him the river's blessing. Not this time. Crawling through the razor-sharp maze, his infant body bleeding from countless cuts, Vikir pressed forward. Pain was an old friend, and he embraced it. Against all odds, he reached the river and plunged in. The Styx River's waters burned like molten fire, seeping into his wounds and bones. The agony was unbearable, yet Vikir endured. Compared to the torment of his past life, this was a whisper. Every second submerged strengthened his resolve and body. Outside, attendants panicked as they watched the infant endure far longer than any child before him. Hugo observed with his signature smirk, indifferent to their pleas for intervention. 7 minutes, reported John Barrymore, the family's butler. Hugo chuckled, his amusement tinged with grim expectation. He might not survive, Hugo called out, signaling it was time to surface. But Vikir ignored him. Each second in the river was a rare chance to grow stronger, and he refused to abandon it. The water began to flood his lungs, and his vision blurred. Even as his body screamed for air, his mind chanted a single mantra, endure. Just as darkness threatened to claim him, Hugo pulled Vikir from the Styx River. The patriarch's smug smile betrayed a mix of amusement and satisfaction. Greedy little thing, he mocked. You even try to drink the river. As Hugo examined him, something unusual caught his attention. Vikir already had teeth, an extraordinary trait for a newborn. Intrigued, Hugo turned to the head butler and asked the child's name. Upon hearing it, his smirk deepened. A very greedy son has been born, he mused, half amused, half impressed. Though weak and groggy, Vikir's mind remained razor-sharp. Silently, he vowed to grow stronger in secret and someday tear Hugo apart with his own hands. His hatred didn't stop with Hugo. It extended to the entire Baskerville family. They had tried to erase him once, but this time, he would make them disappear into history. As he lay in the nursery, the memories of his past life seared his thoughts. He was Hugo's illegitimate son, cursed with low status despite his extraordinary talents. By 20, he had proven himself a master of assassination, espionage, and conquest, earning renown despite the family's disdain. Yet to the Baskervilles, he had always been a tool, disposable and replaceable. At 30, when demonic gates unleashed hell upon the world, Vikir became a pillar of resistance, fighting for 5 grueling years. His efforts turned the tide, but instead of recognition, betrayal awaited him. Accused of treachery and silence for knowing too much, his life had ended on the guillotine. This time, however, Vikir vowed that no one, not Hugo, not the Baskervilles, would get the chance to betray him again. As he fully awoke, the power of the Styx River coursed through his veins, giving him a stronger starting point than in his previous life. Yet his thoughts were interrupted by the soft creak of the nursery door. A maid entered, startled to see him awake, muttering about Madam's unusual request to leave something on his bed. Curiosity piqued. Vikir waited until the maid left before inspecting the small box she had placed beside him. The lid creaked open, revealing 2 venomous mambas, their crimson eyes glinting in the dim light. Vikir's sharp mind pieced it together instantly. This gift was an assassination attempt, orchestrated by one of the few women in the Baskerville family addressed as Madam. The motive was obvious: eliminate competition. If Vikir died, the other infants in the nursery might also succumb to the Viper's fangs, removing all potential rivals. Hatred burned in his chest as the snakes lunged at him. With cold precision, Vikir caught the mid-strike, his tiny hands fueled by a lifetime's worth of rage and survival instinct. The venomous creatures writhed in his grip, but were no match for his iron will. By morning, the snakes lay lifeless beside him as Vakir peacefully dozed. The scene sent shockwaves through the Baskerville household. Chaos erupted as the nannies on duty faced brutal interrogations, their failure deemed an unforgivable crime. They were swiftly executed, but the Viper's origins remained a mystery to all, except Vakir. 8 years passed, and Vakir sat in a classroom, half listening as the teacher droned on about the hierarchy of swordsmanship. The students were captivated by the descriptions of the stages. Sword beginner, unable to imbue their blade with mana. Sword expert, capable of infusing a small amount of mana. Sword graduate, their blade shimmered with a liquid-like mana aura. Sword master, the pinnacle of mastery, able to form and shape solid mana freely. The class erupted in awe as the teacher mentioned that Sir Hugo, the family patriarch, was a sword master, the strongest in the Baskerville line. Vakir, however, paid no attention. His thoughts were consumed by his own goals, not Hugo's accolades. His coming-of-age ceremony was fast approaching, and each day brought him closer to the moment he would regain his full power. To him, the question wasn't if he could destroy Hugo, but when. The teacher glanced at Vakir, mistaking his quiet focus for disciplined dedication. Vakir's unmatched endurance in the Styx River and his remarkable physical development made him a standout. The teacher thought Hugo would be pleased. Vakir, however, cared little for Hugo's approval. He was busy calculating how many years he had left to exact his revenge. After class, trouble came in the form of 3 arrogant boys. Identical in every way, but their misplaced bravado, the triplets, Highborough, Middleborough, and Lowborough Le Baskerville, cornered him. Known as Hugo's Trident, they sneered and jeered, calling him Garbage Van and mocking the stories about his legendary feats as a baby. Styx River? Strangling snakes? What a joke, Highborough taunted. The others laughed, feeding off each other's malice. Vakir's sharp memory identified them instantly. These were the same triplets who had betrayed him in his past life, stabbing him in the back when he was on the run from false accusations. At 9 years old, their cruelty was unchecked, but Vakir knew they would grow into dangerous obstacles. He debated whether to deal with them now or bide his time. Highborough, the self-proclaimed leader, pulled out a knife. They say your body's immune to blades, he smirked. Let's test that. Middleborough grabbed Vakir from behind, clamping a hand over his mouth. 3 minutes, he said with a sneer. If he can endure that, I'll eat my hand. The triplets began their experiment, slashing at Vakir with increasing frustration. 1 minute passed, then 3, then 10. No matter how hard they tried, the knife didn't leave a scratch. Annoyed and out of ideas, the triplets let Vakir go. Guess the legend's true, Middleborough muttered. As he released Vakir, he froze, noticing blood on his hand and the absence of a finger. Vakir spat the severed digit onto the ground, his expression calm, almost bored. What are you doing? Middleborough shrieked, his face pale. Vakir's dark smile deepened. You said you'd eat your own hand, he reminded him coldly. Panic gripped the remaining 2 triplets. We need a priest, they yelled, scrambling to find a way to reattach the finger. Vakir wasn't interested. His icy gaze silenced their panic, and he spoke with quiet authority. Leave. The enraged triplet lunged at Vakir with a knife, hurling insults and emphasizing their age advantage. Vakir remained calm, letting the blade strike him, but it failed to pierce his skin. Seizing the moment, he grabbed the boy's wrist and twisted it with merciless precision. The triplet screamed in pain as Vakir, his voice cold and steady, reminded them that in the Baskerville family, power and talent always trumped age. An evil glint flashed in Vakir's eyes as he taunted them. Shall we continue your little game? Let's see who lasts. He wrenched the boy's arm further, eliciting louder cries. The remaining 2 triplets, frozen in fear, soon snapped into action. One charged at Vakir in a blind fury, only to meet a devastating punch that sent him sprawling across the floor. The third followed suit, lunging in desperation, but Vakir countered effortlessly with a kick to the face, leaving him crumpled beside his brothers. The room fell into an eerie silence, broken only by the groans of the defeated triplets. Vakir stood over them, his gaze icy and unforgiving. With chilling detachment, he told them that while their wounds could be treated, they would have to endure their pain for now. Then, with a mockingly generous tone, he offered them a way out. One of you can leave the room, Vakir said. Relief flickered across the triplets' battered faces, and they quickly asked which one of them would be spared. In response, Vakir picked up the knife and tossed it onto the ground between them. Decide for yourselves, he said, his voice dripping with cruel amusement. As he turned to leave, he added one last taunt. Don't take too long. At least one of you should live, right? The triplets stared at the knife, then at each other. The realization hit them like a thunderclap. Survival would come at a cost. Desperation overtook reason, and they began to fight, clawing and struggling to claim the blade. From outside the room, Vikir paused to listen, satisfaction curling his lips as the sounds of their infighting, grunts, shouts, and cries echoed through the hallway. The once united trident of Baskerville had been shattered, their bond irreparably fractured. Meanwhile, in the Patriarch's office, Hugo Le Baskerville received troubling news from his head butler, John Barrymore. "The Mords clan is stirring trouble at the Ruby Mines, my lord," John reported. "They've started staking claims to the territory." Hugo leaned back in his chair, unfazed. "Let them. We'll deal with it when they come knocking," he replied coolly. John nodded and shifted topics. "The juvenile evaluations at the Baskerville Fortress have concluded the written exams. Master Vikir scored the highest." He hesitated briefly before adding, "The practical exams are in 5 days. The Guardian Knights have already begun clearing the training grounds." Hugo nodded, his expression unreadable, but John's slight hesitation didn't escape him. "Is there something else?" Hugo asked, his voice low. John hesitated again before finally speaking. "There's been an incident involving the young masters." Hugo's gaze darkened. "How many died?" "None, my lord," John quickly clarified. "But there were injuries. Master Highborough's teeth were completely shattered. Master Middleborough suffered a broken jaw, and Master Lowborough lost his left index finger." Hugo's face remained impassive as John continued. "The physical wounds have been treated, but the psychological impact seems severe. The boys are deeply shaken." Hugo's brow furrowed in mild surprise as he remarked, "The Trident of Baskerville is known for their unshakable bond. They wouldn't have turned on each other without good reason." John Barrymore, standing attentively, responded with precision. "The cause was another young master, Vikir. Not only did he inflict their injuries, but he also achieved the highest score on the written exam." Intrigued and faintly concerned, Hugo ordered, "Summon him." Vikir entered Hugo's office with a calm smile, exuding quiet confidence. Hugo greeted him with a tone of authority, commenting, "You've grown considerably since we last met." Hugo wasted no time addressing the incident with the triplets, noting the gravity of their injuries, not the physical ones, which had been treated, but the deeper wounds inflicted on their bond as brothers. Hugo's gaze was steady as he asked, "Do you think your actions were wrong?" Vikir met his gaze without hesitation, replying with his own question. "What did I do wrong?" Hugo's eyes narrowed slightly, yet he allowed Vikir to continue. The boy elaborated, asserting that in the Baskerville family, strength was paramount. If strength decides all, how can the stronger party ever be in the wrongs? Hugo paused, his expression unreadable, before revealing, "The triplets have already forgiven you." The revelation caught Vikir off guard. "They forgave me?" he echoed, incredulous. An old memory surfaced in Vikir's mind, a scene from his previous life. A young woman, the last survivor of a family annihilated by the Baskervilles, had come to Hugo as a nun. Despite her suffering, she forgave him, citing her faith. Hugo's response, cold and cutting, now rang clearly in Vikir's ears. Forgiveness is merely an excuse for the weak, who lack the strength to seek revenge. Drawing from that memory, Vikir repeated Hugo's own words back to him. Forgiveness is nothing more than a way for the powerless to cope with their inability to retaliate. For a moment, silence filled the room. Then Hugo's stern expression softened into approval, his eyes faintly glowing with satisfaction. "You understand," he said simply. Turning to John Barrymore, Hugo issued an unexpected command. "Let him take whatever snacks he wants from the food storage, so long as he can carry them himself." Grateful but cautious, Vikir made a modest request, chocolates. As he turned to leave, Hugo's voice stopped him. "Perform well in the upcoming evaluation," the Patriarch said, his tone sharp yet almost fatherly, "particularly against the direct descendants of the Baskerville bloodline. Don't disappoint me, son." Vikir's lips curled into a faint smile, though his crimson eyes betrayed a simmering hatred. "Understood," he replied, and left with Barrymore. The head butler led Vikir to the storage room, proudly explaining the premium quality of their chocolates. "These are the finest in noble circles," Barrymore said. The Mords clan spared no effort in procuring them. Before he could continue, Vikir interrupted firmly. "I don't want anything processed." Barrymore, momentarily taken aback, sought clarification. "Cacao beans," Vikir specified. "The ones with the richest aroma." Though puzzled, the butler complied, arranging for a batch of cacao beans to be brought to Vikir. As he placed one in his mouth, a nearby chef offered an explanation. "Those are bloody beans," the chef said, impressed by Vikir's choice. "They're legendary for their potency. Just one bean can produce up to 100 liters of chocolate. Their aroma and yield are unparalleled." The head butler, Barrymore, watched in bemusement as Vikir chewed on the bitter cacao bean without hesitation. Assuming Vikir had an unusual love for chocolate, Barrymore thought the boy's unorthodox request might be a clever ploy to secure more in the future. When the chef offered to process the beans into chocolate and deliver it to his room, Vakir declined, insisting on taking the raw beans with him. The peculiar request left the staff scratching their heads. What none of them realized was that Vakir had no intention of eating chocolate. These cacao beans were tools for a far more devious plan, one that would unfold during the practical exam in 5 days. Unbeknownst to everyone, the seeds of chaos had been sown, and a catastrophic event loomed, destined to become a defining moment in the Baskerville clan's brutal history. The Baskerville family, infamous as the Berserker family, forged their reputation through relentless trials and ruthless discipline. From their first steps, Baskerville children were shaped by grueling evaluations designed to strip away weakness. Among the earliest trials was a grueling mountain climb, with rest granted only in carefully rationed breaks. At night, they were forced to sleep beside the corpse of a slain monster, a grisly exercise meant to steel their nerves and prepare them for hostile environments. This unrelenting training produced warriors feared and respected across the land. However, it was at the age of 8 that the true test began, the deadly evaluation, a rite of passage that would cement their place in the Baskerville hierarchy. On the outskirts of Baskerville territory loomed the life-engulfing forest, a treacherous mountain infested with monsters. This foreboding peak was the site of the deadly evaluation. The young hounds, children selected for the trial, gathered at its base, their expressions a mix of determination and fear. Standing before them was Shadow Dog Pavlov van Baskerville, an instructor renowned for his sharp instincts and formidable aura. He laid out the rules of the exam with cold precision. The task was deceptively simple: survive for 1 month on the mountain while hunting strong monsters. The scoring system, however, demanded both strategy and ruthlessness. Survive the month, 10 points. Avoid permanent injuries, 30 points. Defeat a monster, 70 points. Eliminate a contestant, 50 points. Fulfill all conditions, 90 points. But no one could achieve a perfect 100. Sir Hugo had decreed that perfection bred arrogance, and arrogance was the path to ruin. Additional points could be earned by stealing the badge issued to each participant. However, death carried an unforgiving penalty, 0 points. Pavlov issued a grim warning: do not stray beyond the designated area. While the marked zones were dangerous, they were partially subjugated with monitored monster populations. Beyond these areas lay the mountain's forbidden zones, where unknown horrors prowled. The shadow dogs, acting as examiners and covert supervisors, would observe the participants and minimize casualties where possible. Killing was not forbidden but carried penalties, and the instructors aimed to prevent unnecessary deaths. Yet in the Baskerville family, the line between survival and slaughter was perilously thin. As the young masters gathered at the base of the mountain, anticipation crackled in the air. Whispers rippled through the group, with many casting furtive glances at Vakir. His legendary endurance in the Styx River and the rumored incident with the triplets were hot topics of conversation. Vakir, as composed as ever, remained indifferent to their murmurs, his thoughts focused on the mountain before him. He had been to Le Rouge et Le Noir before and was no stranger to its dangers. Unlike the others, who saw only a brutal test, Vakir saw an opportunity. Nearby, the triplets stood together, their usual arrogance dampened. Beads of sweat glistened on their foreheads as they cast uneasy looks at Vakir. Their nerves betrayed them. It was clear the memory of their encounter with him still lingered. Shadow Dog Pavlov, standing tall and imposing, offered a brief wish for success before the sharp toll of the bell echoed across the mountain. The evaluation had begun. The group exploded into motion, scattering in every direction. Some pursued carefully planned strategies, racing toward areas they believed offered an advantage. Others played opportunists, trailing their peers to claim their badges, or their lives, when the moment presented itself. The triplets, however, were already arguing. Each insisted on their own plan, their voices growing louder as frustration took hold. Their bickering slowed them down, their movements clumsy and disorganized. Watching from a hidden perch, Pavlov's expression darkened. Though he hoped to keep casualties minimal, the disarray among the participants hinted at an inevitable bloodbath. One shadow dog, assigned to monitor Vakir, followed him closely, while the other candidates scrambled for safe zones or sought out weaker competitors to target. Vakir took an entirely different route. He strode confidently toward the restricted zone, a place forbidden even to many of the instructors. The shadow dog's curiosity was piqued. Who was this boy? Rumored to be a prodigy, Vakir had already distinguished himself through his feats. His boldness in venturing into the restricted zone intrigued the seasoned observer, who followed silently, eager to see how Vakir would fare in the uncharted wilderness. Vakir stopped at a massive tree, scanning his surroundings with calm precision. The soft ground beneath the tree seemed like the perfect place to set up camp. To the Shadow Dog's surprise, Vakir began preparing to rest. While the other candidates battled monsters or plotted to steal badges, Vakir busied himself with mundane tasks, gathering wood, digging small holes, and practicing with a wooden stick. When night fell, he slept peacefully under the tree, completely unbothered by the chaos erupting elsewhere on the mountain. The Shadow Dog grew impatient. Was this boy truly a genius, or just a fraud avoiding the real competition? His so-called strategy seemed like nothing more than camping and cooking. Frustrated by the lack of action, the Shadow Dog eventually decided to abandon his watch, muttering to himself as he left to observe more interesting candidates. As soon as the Shadow Dog was gone, a sly smile crept across Vakir's face. He had been waiting for this moment. Without the observer breathing down his neck, he could finally focus on his real plan. Tossing a handful of bloody beans into the fire, Vakir leaned back against the tree, reminiscing about the old days when camping like this was second nature. A quiet chuckle escaped him as he muttered to himself. Finally, that nosy dog is gone. The flames crackled, releasing the potent aroma of the beans into the air. Vakir's preparations were complete. The peaceful facade melted away, replaced by a glint of predatory intent in his crimson eyes. The real hunt starts now, he whispered, his voice barely audible over the flicker of the fire. A few days into the evaluation, Vakir ventured into the restricted zone, a treacherous area he knew all too well from his past life. His sharp eyes scanned the charred terrain, his senses alert. The acrid scent of burning hung in the air, a clear indicator he was getting close. Scorched roots and smoldering stool confirmed his suspicion. His target was near. Towering before him, wreathed in sulfuric heat, stood a hellhound, a 3-meter-tall monstrosity with flames spewing from its mouth and eyes. The beast radiated terror, its very presence capable of incinerating anything in its path. Known for its relentless brutality, the hellhound burned its victims until nothing but ash remained. With a risk rating of B+, it was a living disaster, a nightmare brought to life. For a brief moment, doubt flickered through Vakir's mind. In his past life, he had barely survived an encounter with one of these creatures at 18. Now, as an 8-year-old, facing it directly would be suicide. But Vakir hadn't come to fight the hellhound head-on. He had a plan. The hellhound lunged, flames flaring wildly as it snapped its massive jaws. Vakir sidestepped, narrowly avoiding its bite. He recalled the creature's first critical weakness. Hellhounds could only move in straight lines. Their immense size and speed made sudden changes in direction impossible. Seizing the opportunity, Vakir quickly poured water onto the ground, creating a shallow puddle. The hellhound skidded to a halt, hesitating as it calculated a detour. "Can't cross water, can you?" Vakir muttered with a smirk. Like most canine monsters, the hellhound was instinctively repelled by water, even in shallow amounts. This bought Vakir precious time to reposition himself. But the danger was far from over. The beast's bloodlust was unrelenting, and it lunged again, flames roaring. Vakir sprang into action, executing the final step of his plan. As the hellhound opened its massive jaws to roar, Vakir hurled a bloody bean directly into its throat. The beast staggered, its snarls turning to whimpers as its body trembled violently. It collapsed, immobilized and helpless. "Chocolate's toxic to canines," Vakir remarked, watching the hellhound writhe. The bloody bean, capable of producing 100 liters of chocolate from a single seed, acted as a concentrated poison, overwhelming the beast in moments. With the hellhound incapacitated, Vakir approached with deliberate calm. His crimson gaze locked on its weak point, a vulnerable spot near its kidney, where no ribs offered protection. He gripped his sword tightly, then plunged the blade into the hellhound's side with surgical precision. The beast's body convulsed before going still. A rush of energy, its karma, flowed into Vakir, fortifying his young body. His sword felt lighter, his movements sharper. Inch by inch, he could feel himself reclaiming the immense power he had once possessed before his regression, all while still in the body of an 8-year-old. Standing over the fallen hellhound, Vakir allowed himself a moment of satisfaction. He imagined the stunned expression on Hugo's face when he returned to the clan with the head of a B+ rank monster. With a flick of his blade, Vakir decapitated the hellhound and hoisted its massive head. The weight felt insignificant in his hands, a testament to his growing strength. As he gazed out over the charred forest, Vakir's smirk deepened. Victory was already in his grasp. He knew that this kill had all but guaranteed him first place in the practical exam. Vakir's triumph was short-lived. A low, menacing growl shattered the silence, and he turned to see a group of hellhounds emerging from the shadows. Their flaming eyes locked onto him, filled with vengeful fury. It was clear they had come for their fallen comrade. Despite the odds, Vakir remained calm. He gripped his sword tightly, mentally calculating his resources. He had enough bloody beings to exploit their weakness, and he knew their patterns and limitations. Victory wasn't impossible, but before the hellhounds could attack, something unexpected happened. The pack began to whimper, their flaming eyes darting nervously as they shrank back. This sudden display of fear immediately caught Vikir's attention. Hellhounds never back down, even when facing certain death. What could terrify them? Vikir murmured, his heart pounding as he turned to face the source of their fear. His eyes widened in shock. Towering above him was a Cerberus, the legendary three-headed guardian of the underworld. The beast was colossal, 7 meters tall and radiating an aura of unmatched menace. Its 3 heads snarled and snapped, each mouth spewing fiery embers. With a risk rating of A+, Cerberus was leagues beyond the hellhounds in strength and ferocity. Vikir's mind raced. What is a Cerberus doing here? The monstrous creature was supposed to reside on the 7th ridge of life engulfing forest, far beyond the exam's designated area. Then he noticed something critical. Cerberus was injured. The creature's massive body bore several deep wounds, and arrows jutted out from its flesh. Blood trickled down its dark fur, and its movements were slower than usual. It was clear someone or something had been hunting it, driving it to this lower ridge. Realizing the opportunity before him, Vikir quickly assessed his options. An injured Cerberus was still a massive threat, but it was far more vulnerable than usual. This was a once-in-a-lifetime chance. With steely resolve, Vikir charged forward, his body moving with precision honed from years of battle in his past life. His blade flashed in the dim light as he landed several strikes on the massive beast. Each blow was calculated, targeting weak points exposed by its injuries. The Cerberus roared in pain, its fiery breath scorching the ground as it lashed out in retaliation. Vikir dodged with agility, his movements sharper than ever thanks to the strength he had gained from the Styx River. An injured Cerberus. This is doable, Vikir thought, his determination burning as brightly as the flames around him. But his confidence was short-lived. In a moment of carelessness, the Cerberus struck with lightning speed. Its first swipe shattered Vikir's sword, the blade exploding into fragments that scattered across the forest floor. The second blow hit him with tremendous force, sending him flying through the air like a rag doll. Vikir's flight ended abruptly as his body slammed into a tree trunk with a sickening crack. The impact left him crumpled on the ground, motionless and battered. Blood spilled from his mouth, pooling beneath him as silence descended. For a moment, nothing moved. Then, Vikir's eyes fluttered open. Pain shot through his body, sharp and overwhelming. Panic flared as he noticed the unnatural angle of his left arm. His first thought was that the Cerberus had torn it clean off, but to his relief, it was still attached, though badly mangled. He grimaced, forcing himself to sit up. The Styx River's blessing saved me, he realized, though the protection came with limits. He wouldn't survive another direct hit. The Cerberus advanced, its 3 heads snarling in unison, fire and fury emanating from its massive frame. Vikir's instincts screamed at him. Brute force was no longer an option. Survival demanded a different strategy. Sometimes the wisest move was to retreat and live to fight another day. Swallowing his pride, Vikir turned and ran. His mind raced as he scanned the terrain for an escape. The beast's roars thundered behind him, its footsteps shaking the ground with each stride. Then he saw its salvation. A weathered iron fence loomed just a few yards ahead, marking the edge of the restricted zone. If he could cross it, he'd be closer to the safe haven he had prepared before the battle. Summoning every ounce of strength, Vikir sprinted toward the fence. The Cerberus lunged, its massive jaws snapping inches from his back. With a final burst of speed, he threw himself through the gate, crashing onto the other side. Relief surged through him, but there was no time to waste. The beast's pursuit was relentless, and Vikir had to move fast. He scanned the forest, his eyes locking onto the trap he had set days earlier, a deep pit camouflaged beneath thick foliage. As the Cerberus charged, Vikir led it straight to the concealed pit. Timing his move perfectly, he dived out of the way just as the beast lunged forward. Unable to stop its momentum, the Cerberus plummeted into the pit, impaling itself on the wooden spears hidden below. Vikir's lips curled into a grim smile. His meticulous preparation had paid off. The spears, coated with the essence of bloody beans, acted as a lethal poison to canine monsters. The Cerberus howled in pain, its growls turning to gurgles as foam oozed from its mouths. Yet, Vikir knew better than to relax. The legendary beast wasn't defeated yet. Despite its injuries, the Cerberus began to climb out of the pit, its enormous claws scraping against the sides. Vikir wasted no time. He grabbed a wooden spear, its tip smeared with venom from a bloody mamba snake, and hurled it with precision. The spear pierced the creature's side, eliciting another anguished roar, but the beast pressed on. Step by agonizing step, the Cerberus dragged itself forward. Vikir counted silently, his pulse pounding. 1, 2, 3. The beast advanced, each step slower and more labored than the last. 4, 5, 6. As the seventh step landed, the mighty Cerberus faltered. Its knees buckled, and with a final, earth-shaking groan, it collapsed lifeless at Vikir's feet. Vikir exhaled deeply, his body trembling from exhaustion and relief. The venom of the bloody mamba, true to its legend, had ensured the creature couldn't take more than 7 steps after being struck. He had hidden the spear long ago, a precaution for the most dire of circumstances. Today, it had saved his life. The immense energy of the defeated Cerberus surged into Vikir, strengthening his body further. His muscles felt lighter, his reflexes sharper. Power coursed through him, and he marveled at how close he was to reclaiming the strength of his former life. He turned to the massive corpse of the Cerberus, a testament to his victory. Its 3 heads alone would be proof enough of his feat, but there was a problem. The poisoned spears and venomous effects would be obvious upon examination. Rumors could spread, undermining his achievement. Vikir considered his options. Transporting the entire corpse was impossible alone, and while the heads were portable, he needed a witness to corroborate the kill. His thoughts drifted to the guardian knight who had seen him carving the wooden spears days earlier. Perhaps they could vouch for him. A new thought ignited in Vikir's mind. The Cerberus was no ordinary monster. It was a gatekeeper. That could only mean one thing. It had been guarding something, most likely a dungeon. Vikir's pulse quickened. Dungeons were lairs of powerful creatures, brimming with rare artifacts and untold riches. The chance to uncover hidden treasure was too tempting to ignore. Before venturing further, Vikir took a calculated precaution. Scooping up a handful of the Cerberus's foul-smelling feces, he smeared it on his body. The stench was revolting, but it served a purpose, masking his scent from smaller predators that might cross his path. Survival before dignity. Following the Cerberus's trail through the forest, Vikir's experienced eyes spotted the signs. A path of dried soil, rotting leaves, and disturbed roots. Recognition struck him like a lightning bolt. This dungeon, he muttered to himself. In his past life, this place would be discovered a decade from now. By then, it would have already been plundered, its treasures long gone. But now, it was untouched. The air around it practically hummed with mana, an unmistakable sign of its vitality. The dungeon's entrance loomed before him, shrouded in oppressive darkness. Vikir approached cautiously, his crimson eyes faintly glowing with anticipation. One wrong step could mean death. He stepped inside, the silence broken only by the soft echo of his footsteps. The further he descended, the more the dungeon revealed its wonders. Veins of ruby minerals streaked the walls, their faint glimmers lighting the way. Vikir deduced they were connected to the nearby Red All Mountain, famous for its precious gems. His excitement grew as he pressed deeper into the labyrinth. Then, a glimmer of light ahead caught his attention. Quickening his pace, he entered a massive, brightly lit chamber and stopped in awe. At the chamber center stood a colossal ruby mounted atop a stone pillar, its intense, otherworldly glow illuminating the room. This wasn't just any jewel. Vikir could tell at a glance that the gem was infused with mana, its brilliance far surpassing anything he had ever seen. For a moment, he simply marveled at the treasure before him. But his awe was short-lived. Nearby, a skeleton lay crumpled on the ground. As he approached, the signs of violence became apparent. Deep stab wounds marred the brittle bones, and dried blood stained the floor around it, a silent testament to the victim's gruesome fate. Vikir knelt beside the remains, his sharp mind piecing together clues. Lying next to the skeleton was a weathered letter, its edges worn with age. Curiosity piqued, he picked it up and began to read. The writer introduced himself as Cain, but notably avoided providing his full name. The handwriting struck a chord of recognition deep within Vikir. His crimson eyes narrowed. "This is Baskerville handwriting," he murmured, his suspicions growing. The letter detailed a harrowing tale. Cain and his brother, Abel, had stumbled upon this legendary chamber, a place spoken of in Baskerville lore for generations. Together, they had navigated countless trials and slain powerful monsters to reach this fabled location. But their journey ended here. The letter revealed they had been trapped by the dungeon's final trial, imprisoned in this chamber for 3 agonizing years. Vikir's thoughts churned as he absorbed the weight of Cain and Abel's grim tale. What treasure could possibly justify such suffering? His attention returned to the massive ruby at the chamber's center. Its mesmerizing glow seemed to call out to him, and Vikir knew instinctively it held the key to the dungeon's final challenge. Approaching cautiously, he read the riddle inscribed on the stone aloud. When entering, it's 1, but once inside, it's 2. When leaving, it's 1. The cryptic words hung heavily in the air, their meaning elusive. Vakir recalled Cain's letter, where the brothers had wrestled with this very puzzle. Cain and Abel, twins separated at birth, had believed the riddle required them to become one again. This interpretation led to tragedy. Cain, driven by desperation, had killed Abel in a futile attempt to solve the riddle. Yet even after his brother's death, the treasure remained inaccessible. Racked with guilt, Cain had abandoned the dungeon empty-handed, his letter warning future adventurers of its cruelty. He called it the Devil's Den, a place designed to prey on human greed, offering despair instead of salvation. Vakir reread the riddle, refusing to succumb to the same despair that had broken Cain. The answer wasn't about people, it couldn't be. His sharp gaze scanned the chamber, noting every detail. The ruby's light, the skeleton's silent testimony, and the phrasing of the riddle itself. 1, 2, 1. Suddenly it clicked. The answer wasn't about twins or sacrifice. It was about shadows. Vakir stepped toward the ruby, his thoughts crystallizing. In the dark passage leading to the chamber, he had cast no shadow. Upon entering the ruby's glow, he became two, himself and his shadow. And when the light disappeared, the shadow would vanish, leaving only one again. It was simple, too simple for Cain and Abel, blinded by their assumptions. Vakir gripped his weapon and struck the ruby with a precise blow. The gem shattered into fragments, its brilliant light extinguished in an instant. The chamber lit up with a final, blinding flash as the ruby crumbled. Then, as silence returned, the treasure the dungeon had guarded was revealed. Vakir's breath caught. At the center of the newly exposed chamber stood a sword embedded in a stone. Its sinister aura filled the air, heavy with malice and power. The blade exuded a dark, otherworldly energy that sent shivers down Vakir's spine. Approaching cautiously, he read the inscription etched into the stone. "Only those with Baskerville's blood may claim me." His eyes widened. This wasn't just any weapon. It was the fabled Beelzebub. The name stirred memories buried deep within him. As a child, he had seen illustrations of the gluttonous fly, Beelzebub, in an old picture book. The monstrous entity was said to devour all in its path, an insatiable glutton tied to ancient legends. The stories of Beelzebub were more than legends. They were warnings. Known as one of the seven calamities, Beelzebub was part of the devil's holy constellation, a force of destruction so immense that 7 great families, including the Baskervilles, had risen to combat them. Each family had faced a fragment of their power, sealing the remnants within their lands. The first patriarch of the Baskerville family had battled Beelzebub, sealing its essence within their territory. Many dismissed these tales as myths, but as Vakir stood before the ominous blade radiating Beelzebub's malevolence, he knew the truth. The sword's existence was undeniable proof that the legends were real. Vakir stared at the blade, its dark aura flickering faintly like the dying embers of a fire. This weapon was more than a tool of destruction. It was a symbol of his family's cursed legacy. Yet, it also represented unparalleled power. He thought of the blood-soaked history tied to its edge. Beelzebub's sword, once wielded by the demon clans, had left countless human lives in its wake. The weapon was both a prize and a threat, but one thing was clear. It could not fall into the wrong hands. "This sword is mine now," Vakir declared, reaching for the hilt. The moment his fingers closed around it, an intense surge of energy shot through his body, forcing a gasp from his lips. The blade reacted instantly, vanishing from sight only to reappear moments later, fused to his hand. Vakir held his breath as the sword materialized again, emerging directly from his palm as if it had always been part of him. Its faint, ominous aura pulsed in rhythm with his heartbeat. He stared at the weapon in awe. The sword wasn't just a relic. It was a fragment of the devil's holy constellation, imbued with potential that made his blood race. A grin spread across his face as he marveled at the power it could unlock. With such a weapon, his path to vengeance grew clearer. After thoroughly exploring the dungeon and finding nothing else of value, Vakir decided to leave. But as he approached the exit, a sudden wave of nausea overtook him. His vision blurred, his legs buckled, and he fell to his knees, clutching his stomach. At first, he thought it was his own hunger, but the sensation was strange, foreign. Then he understood. It wasn't his hunger. It was the sword's. Beelzebub's insatiable appetite was now linked to him, its hunger coursing through his veins. Stumbling out of the dungeon, Vakir felt the blade tugging at him, pulling in a specific direction. Unable to resist, he followed its guidance. It led him back to the Hellhound's corpse, still steaming from its earlier battle. Confused but compelled, Vakir extended the blade toward the body. His eyes widened as the sword came alive, voraciously absorbing the Hellhound's blood. The once dark blade pulsed with crimson light as it fed, its hunger satiated at last. As the feeding ended, the sword let out a strange, satisfied sound, like a child after a hearty meal. Vikir's own hunger faded, replaced by a gnawing frustration. The blade was unpredictable, its needs a burden he hadn't anticipated. Yet, its power was undeniable. Examining the weapon, Vikir noted its intricate design, slots embedded within the blade, faintly glowing. He recalled the stories about Beelzebub's inherent ability, gluttonous flies. The sword could absorb not only the blood of its victims but their skills, adding them to its arsenal. This ability made Beelzebub a weapon of limitless potential, but also one of chaos. Many of its past wielders had overindulged its appetite, allowing it to absorb so much that even their most fearsome opponents had been rendered powerless. I won't make the same mistake, Vikir muttered. He resolved to limit the sword's consumption to 3 abilities at a time, no more. Any more would risk making the blade unmanageable, and himself its victim. The barren trees and dried soil of the mountain took on a new meaning as Vikir reflected on the blade's gluttony. He suspected Beelzebub had been the cause of this desolation, its insatiable hunger draining life from everything around it. Inspecting the first slot, Vikir noted the newly absorbed skill, Hemorrhage Hellhound B+. This ability caused wounds inflicted by the blade to bleed uncontrollably, even from the smallest cuts, a devastating tool for attrition-based battles. His gaze shifted to the massive corpse of the Cerberus, and an idea sparked. Extending Beelzebub toward the body, Vikir allowed the blade to begin feeding. The sword's dark aura flared, and the Cerberus's blood was drawn into it. Before the weapon could devour the entire corpse, Vikir stopped it with a sharp word, tapping the hilt lightly, as if scolding a pet. Enough, he muttered. The blade responded with a shrill cry, like a reprimanded child. Beelzebub's 3 slots were now filled. 1. Incinerate Cerberus. A+. Inflict severe, flaming injuries that are resistant to healing. 2. Hemorrhage Hellhound. B+. Causes catastrophic blood loss from even minor wounds. 3. High-speed regeneration. F. A minor healing ability absorbed from a crushed sewer rat. Vikir smirked, noting the high-speed regeneration skill. While not as impressive as the others, it could still prove useful in emergencies. He glanced at the squashed rat beneath the Cerberus's corpse and felt a mix of amusement and practicality. Reflecting on Incinerate Cerberus, Vikir marveled at its raw, destructive power. Thermal injuries, he knew, inflicted far more agony than hemorrhage. With his preparations for the exam complete, Vikir chose to remain near the Cerberus's remains until the evaluation officially ended. When the young hounds returned to Baskerville Fortress, the elders began assessing their performances. Each participant was awarded a reward crafted from the remains of their hunted monsters, a sword, shield, or necklace symbolizing their success. But one hound stood out above the rest. In his office, Patriarch Hugo Van Baskerville leaned back in his chair, eyebrows raised in mild surprise. Turning to his head butler, John Barrymore, he asked, "Who caught what?" Barrymore responded dutifully. Master Vikir Van Baskerville, the 8-year-old hound, hunted a Cerberus, an A+ rank monster that wandered into the restricted area during the exam. Hugo's surprise deepened. Even the family's guardian knights avoided facing such creatures. Yet, Vikir had managed to slay one. Barrymore continued, explaining that the Cerberus had been previously wounded by the barbarian tribe before Vikir encountered it. The boy had then used poison on a wooden spear to secure his victory. However, the exact nature of the poison remained unknown, as Vikir's hunting journal offered no explanation. Hugo smirked, intrigued. And why hasn't he clarified this? Barrymore hesitated before answering. The boy claimed he was tired and retired to his dormitory. The patriarch chuckled, his eyes glinting with amusement. The little brat is already so sly. He understands that information is power, and power has its value. Barrymore nodded, though his astonishment lingered. It's remarkable that such talent comes from a hound named Van, rather than Lon. Hugo dismissed Barrymore's implication with a smirk. I do not judge hounds by their lineage. I raise them for their talent and their spite. Even mutts can rise to greatness. His tone left no room for doubt. In the Baskerville clan, skill and ambition outweighed noble birth. Barrymore hesitated, his mind drifting briefly to Hugo's second son, who was undergoing isolation training. He wondered if Hugo's indifference masked concern, but chose not to voice his thoughts. Instead, he bowed slightly and apologized for his earlier comment. Hugo waved it off. Enough of that. Bring me something to lift my spirits. Shall I summon Master Vikir? Barrymore offered immediately. Hugo nodded, and the butler departed. When Vikir entered the Patriarch's office, his composed, self-assured demeanor didn't escape Barrymore's notice. Hugo, ever direct, wasted no time questioning him about the Cerberus hunt. How did you manage it? Hugo asked. With calm precision, Vikir revealed his use of chocolate as a poison, exploiting its lethal effect on canine monsters. Hugo's eyes briefly widened in surprise, quickly piecing together the implications. The boy's earlier request for chocolate hadn't been a whim. It had been a carefully laid strategy. Barrymore, standing nearby, was equally astonished but kept his focus on the subtle tension between the two. The lack of formal greeting struck him as unusual. Was this how a father and son truly interacted? As the conversation continued, Hugo shifted gears. Why didn't you explain this to Barrymore earlier? Vakir's reply was curt but deliberate. The butler is not my master. Hugo raised an eyebrow, intrigued. Then who is your master? I belong to the clan, Vakir said without hesitation. The master of the clan is my master as well. Hugo smirked faintly, leaning back in his chair. Well said. He congratulated Vakir on his performance during the practical exam and declared that the Cerberus's corpse and all associated materials would belong solely to him. Hugo then announced an additional reward. As the highest scorer, Vakir was entitled to a special privilege, the opportunity to make a wish. Vakir's eyes gleamed at the prospect. Without hesitation, he requested access to the 10,000-book library, one of the largest and most prestigious repositories of knowledge in the Empire. Deep within the Baskerville clan's territory, the library housed forbidden techniques and secrets, accessible only to the Patriarch, the second-in-command, and their direct descendants. Hugo's eyebrows rose at the request. He reminded Vakir of the strict rules governing access, emphasizing that illegitimate children were barred from entry. Vakir, undeterred, replied coolly, if access is denied, I'll accept the decision. Inwardly, however, he was already devising plans to sneak in if necessary. To his astonishment, Hugo granted permission. You may enter, Hugo said, his tone calm but unreadable. Vakir was momentarily speechless, but quickly recovered. Hugo wasn't finished. Specifically, I want you to seek out the Baskerville 6 technique in the 6th restricted zone of the library. Barrymore's composure faltered. The 6th restricted zone was an area even the legitimate children of the family rarely ventured. No illegitimate child had ever been granted access this far, much less given a directive to retrieve such an advanced technique. The weight of the moment wasn't lost on Vakir. While he maintained his composure, his mind raced. Why is he giving me this opportunity? Even so, he reminded himself that the 6th technique, while formidable, was still far below Hugo's level of mastery. Before his regression, Hugo had achieved mastery over the Baskerville 7th technique, wielding the legendary power to bear 9 fangs. It was a feat that made him unparalleled within the clan, solidifying his place at its apex. But Vakir's ambitions extended far beyond the 6th or even the 7th technique. His sights were set on the ultimate prize, the textbook of swordsmanship, the foundational manual created by the first Baskerville Patriarch, who had subdued the 7 great disasters. It contained the teachings that had shaped the clan's unmatched legacy, and Vakir believed it held the key to his success. As Hugo offered a faint smile and wished him good luck, Vakir bowed, expressing his gratitude. Inside, however, he marveled at how Hugo had unknowingly handed him an opportunity of incalculable value. He doesn't realize what he's given me, Vakir thought. But it didn't matter. What mattered was what he would do with it. Arriving at the 10,000-book library for the first time, Vakir stood in awe. Towering shelves filled with ancient tomes stretched endlessly before him, each spine bearing a title that sparked his imagination. He read a few aloud, letting the evocative names linger in the quiet air. Severing incisors, grinding molars, piercing canines, snaggle tooth that embeds twice, wisdom teeth that lay down. These were the forbidden secrets of Baskerville swordsmanship he had long coveted but had been barred from learning in his past life. Yet he understood the logic behind the restrictions. The Baskerville clan had deliberately designed their techniques to cap the progress of their hounds at the 4th technique. It was a safeguard, a leash, ensuring no hound could turn their sharpened fangs against their master. Pressing onward, Vakir's steps were purposeful as he navigated the labyrinth of knowledge. Eventually, he arrived at a section guarded by heavy chains. Behind the iron bindings rested a massive tome, its lock glinting in the dim light. Vakir's crimson eyes narrowed. This is it, the Baskerville 6 technique. For a moment, he couldn't believe it. Hugo had truly granted him access to something he could only dream of in his past life. Unlocking the chains, Vakir smirked. He knew why Hugo had allowed him here, because the Patriarch likely believed number 8-year-old could possibly memorize the book's contents in a single day. But Hugo underestimated him. Before his regression, Vakir had already studied the theories behind the 1st through 4th techniques exhaustively. His obsession had even bred frustration. He had grown sick of those early stages, dissecting them endlessly in his quest to deduce the 5th technique. It was then he realized his past mistake. After drawing the 4th tooth, he hadn't stopped the flow of mana. That single oversight had kept the 5th technique out of his reach. The Baskerville swordsmanship followed a unique progression system. Each technique corresponded to a specific number of fangs. The 1st technique bore 1 fang, the 2nd 2, and so on. With each stage, a distinct red sword energy manifested. a visual representation of the user's mastery. The sixth technique, with its immense power, was a treasure Hugo likely thought Vikir could glimpse but never truly grasp. But Vikir's focus wasn't on the sixth technique itself. He wasn't here for what Hugo expected. His goal was far more audacious: to find a way to transcend his current limitations entirely. Leaving the swordsmanship section, Vikir caught the guards off guard. They stared at him in disbelief. "You're already finished reading?" one asked, incredulous. Another guard, clearly impressed, offered to retrieve more advanced texts from the deeper sections of the library. "You should check out the techniques stored in the restricted zones. That's where the real treasures are." But Vikir declined with a polite nod. "I've completed my task." The guards exchanged amazed glances as Vikir walked away. "Does he even realize how valuable those techniques are?" one whispered. "If it were me, I'd spend every second memorizing them," the other added. Vikir smirked to himself, letting them think what they wished. He knew exactly what he was doing. Amid the dusty shelves of miscellaneous books, Vikir searched for the real treasure he sought. His crimson eyes scanned row after row until they landed on an unassuming, tattered book tucked away in a neglected corner. Its title read, "Lurking Embedded Teeth." The book's worn cover and damaged pages made it appear worthless, a relic forgotten by time. Vikir held it in his hands, his expression calm, but inside his heart raced. He vividly recalled the time before his regression when he had served in the Hound squad. During a mission, his team had stumbled upon a torn page from a Baskerville swordsmanship textbook. The page bore the unmistakable handwriting of a Baskerville ancestor and contained cryptic hints about a forgotten technique. When the page was brought to Hugo, it sent the patriarch into an obsessive frenzy. Determined to find the original text, Hugo scoured the library for years before finally locating it, within the lurking embedded teeth. The book, hidden among useless texts, contained the writings of a Baskerville ancestor and revealed the existence of the legendary 10th Fong technique. Vikir remembered the carnage that followed. Hugo, captivated by the promise of the 10th Fong, declared war on anyone holding the missing pages. He dispatched Baskerville hounds to the 7 great families to recover the remaining 6 pages. The mission came at an unimaginable cost. Hounds died by the dozens, their bodies piling high, drenched in blood. When the pages were finally recovered, Hugo's only acknowledgement was a cold, dismissive phrase: "Good job." Bakir's hands clenched as the memory burned in his mind. The senseless waste of life enraged him. He vowed that history would not repeat itself. He would surpass Hugo, not by mimicking his methods, but by learning from his mistakes. Flipping through lurking embedded teeth, Vikir noted its disjointed techniques and incomplete passages. Without the missing pages, the book was little more than a fragmented puzzle. But Vikir had an advantage no one else did. Before his regression, he had memorized every detail of those lost pages. The reason he couldn't progress beyond the 4th technique in his previous life wasn't his lack of skill or mana. It was the absence of this original text. The missing pages were the key to understanding the techniques in their entirety. As Vikir closed lurking embedded teeth, he muttered to himself, "To most, this book would seem like meaningless, disjointed nonsense. But with the missing pages, the misleading information transforms into an absolute masterpiece." He marveled at the text's brilliance, understanding that its true genius emerged only when the blanks were filled. Before his regression, Vikir had reached the pinnacle of graduate aura and mastered the highest level of the 4th Fong technique. Now, armed with this knowledge, he was confident he could surpass it. This time, however, he vowed to avoid the mistakes of his past. Before he turned 15, he would reclaim all the power he had lost, and more. Engrossed in the book, Vikir lost track of time. By the time he finished, dawn had broken. The realization of how much he had achieved filled him with pride. He had memorized every word, every nuance of the text. Glancing around the library, he noticed the absence of the Guardian Knights. The silence emboldened him. Though his young body wasn't yet capable of drawing all 10 fangs, he was certain the elusive 5th Fong technique, which had eluded him in his past life, was finally within reach. Approaching a nearby statue, Vikir steeled himself, his mind focused and his heart resolute. He began executing the Baskerville sword techniques, unleashing every ounce of power he could summon. First Fong technique, a sharp, decisive strike, its precision cutting cleanly through the air. Second Fong technique, building momentum. Each movement grew more deliberate and deadly. Third Fong technique, forceful and unrelenting. His strikes hammered the statue's surface. Fourth Fong technique, a whirlwind of honed precision, each blow infused with years of dedication. As his sword collided with the statue, Vikir's memories surged. He recalled the brutal struggle to reach graduate aura in his past life, only to have his illegitimate status bar him from progressing further. The direct bloodline of the Baskervilles had ensured he never advanced beyond the 4th technique, crushing his potential with their hostility. But this time was different. With each strike, Vikir channeled his anger, frustration, and defiance into his blade. In his mind, the statue became a vivid image of Hugo's face, taunting him. With a ferocious swing, he unleashed his full force, slicing through the statue in a series of precise, calculated blows. As the dust settled, Vikir stepped back, his breath ragged and his body trembling. For a moment, he stood still, hands gripping his weapon tightly, anticipation coursing through him. Then it came, a hot surge of energy flowing from his heart to his neck. He knew instantly. A triumphant smile spread across his face. He had done it, overwhelmed with emotion. Vikir nearly felt tears welling in his eyes. His success was monumental, but it was the tangible proof that left him awestruck. His canine teeth had begun to grow. In the Baskerville clan, this development symbolized the hound's readiness to draw their fangs against their master. Such a transformation had never occurred at such a young age in the clan's history. His body trembled with excitement as his mana surged within him, evolving into something far greater. The solid state of his energy had transformed into a liquid form, denser and more versatile. This was graduate aura at its true peak, a level of mastery that had taken him 30 arduous years in his previous life. Now, at just 8 years old, he had reached the same milestone. Vikir gazed at the flowing aura surrounding him, its liquid form a testament to his newfound status. To reach graduate aura was to ascend leagues above sword experts, and the realization filled him with both awe and quiet confidence. Yet this was only the beginning. His gaze shifted back to lurking embedded teeth, the book that had unlocked this monumental progress. The text's seamless transitions between offense and defense represented a swordsmanship technique of limitless potential, one perfectly suited to someone with Vikir's boundless ambition. Carefully, he placed the book near the window and allowed himself a moment to reflect. Since his regression, his growth in strength and skill had been exponential. With his current abilities, Vikir was confident he could hold his own against a mid-class graduate aura swordsman and emerge victorious. Still, he knew better than to reveal the full extent of his power. Not yet. For now, he needed to keep Hugo's eyes on him, buying time to secure everything he needed for the future. A sly grin spread across Vikir's face as he pulled out a magnifying lens. Positioning it over the book, he allowed the sun's rays to converge, igniting the pages in a small, controlled fire. As the flames consumed lurking embedded teeth, he remarked to himself that destroying the book would make it nearly impossible for Hugo and the hounds to piece together the 10th Fong technique. For him, however, it was no loss. He had memorized every critical detail. The acrid smell of burning paper quickly drew the attention of the library guards, who burst into the room. Startled to find Vikir there, they demanded an explanation. Vikir's expression shifted instantly to one of sheepish contrition. Bowing his head, he apologized profusely, claiming the fire had started when he had carelessly left the magnifying glass too close to the book. He even offered to report the incident to the butlers himself. The guards exchanged uneasy glances. Fearful of punishment for neglecting their duties, one finally suggested that the blame lay with them for failing to monitor the library properly. "We're just lucky it happened in this section," one guard muttered, glancing at the ashes of what they deemed useless books. Seizing the moment, Vikir subtly steered the conversation. He mentioned their preoccupation with the Mords clan and the disturbances at the Ruby Mines, suggesting this might explain their absence. The guards nodded in agreement, grateful for the excuse and eager to bury the matter. They promised to keep the incident a secret if Vikir did the same. As he left the library, Vikir apologized again, thanking the guards for their understanding. Once he was out of sight, a mischievous grin spread across his face. The guards' voices echoed behind him, praising him as thoughtful and considerate, someone who deserved respect. Vikir relished their naivety, knowing he had orchestrated the situation perfectly. Later, in Hugo's office, the patriarch leaned back in his chair, his piercing gaze fixed on Vikir. "So," Hugo began, "did you learn anything enlightening from the libraries?" Vikir replied cryptically, "Something warm, sharp, soft, and viscous." Hugo and Barrymore exchanged startled glances. The implications of Vikir's words hit them simultaneously. He might have achieved aura. Aura was the hallmark of a swordsman's true awakening, signifying their official entry into the world of the blade. Even among the most talented Baskerville hounds, reaching this milestone before the age of 15 was unheard of. Hugo, visibly skeptical, reminded himself that Vikir was only 8 years old. Shaking his head, he demanded, "Prove it. Show me what you've learned." Vikir nodded without hesitation, his crimson eyes glinting with quiet determination. In the heart of a massive Colosseum-like structure, Vikir stood alone at the center, his sword steady in his grip. Surrounding him, rows of young hounds looked on, their faces filled with confusion and curiosity. Beside Hugo, the head butler leaned in, his voice low. How do you plan to test the boy's skills? Hugo's smirk was both calculated and unsettling. By releasing a monster, the butler's eyes widened in disbelief. A monster? For an 8-year-old? Hugo confirmed with a nod, his smirk deepening. Hungry and feisty too, the gates before Vikir creaked open, and a chained orc was led into the arena by a guard. The massive, green-skinned creature snarled, its bulging muscles rippling with barely contained rage. Razor-sharp tusks jutted from its mouth, and its beady eyes darted around the Colosseum, assessing its surroundings with animalistic intelligence. A collective gasp rippled through the audience of young hounds. "That's overkill," one whispered. "Do they really need a monster like that to test him?" murmured another. Some muttered their concerns aloud. If things spiraled out of control, would the Guardian Knights have to intervene? But while the crowd buzzed with doubt, Vikir stood calm and composed. His sharp eyes fixed on the orc, he showed no sign of fear. His body was still, his blade poised, as Hugo gave the signal. The orc's chains fell away with a deafening clatter. With a feral roar, the beast charged, its massive bulk hurtling forward with terrifying speed. Vikir remained motionless, timing his move with surgical precision. As the orc lunged, he swung his sword in a blinding arc. The strike was fluid and flawless, severing the creature's arm in a single motion. The orc stumbled back, roaring in pain and confusion. Before it could recover, Vikir closed the distance with terrifying speed. Another precise strike followed, this time severing the orc's leg. The monster collapsed, growling in agony, its body writhing helplessly on the arena floor. The Colosseum was frozen in stunned silence. How? How did he do that? One young hound muttered. Did he even use mana? Another asked, incredulous. From his vantage point, Vikir noted the orc's confusion. Its bleeding wounds failed to regenerate, a hallmark of its species. Vikir smirked. He knew why. It wasn't just the severed limbs. Hemorrhage Hellhound, the ability imbued in his blade, was preventing the orc's famed regeneration from activating. A C-class monster like the orc was powerless against the lingering effects of a B-class Hellhound's curse. From the sidelines, Hugo watched intently, his face unreadable. But Vikir recognized the look. His father wasn't just evaluating the fight. He was deciphering what Vikir had learned in the library. Vikir decided it was time to give him an answer. Hugo's eyes began to glow faintly, a sign of heightened interest. Beside him, the head butler gasped, his voice trembling. That's an aura blade. In the arena, Vikir's sword began to radiate a brilliant red light. The energy was sharp and visceral, a manifestation of his mastery over aura. The orc, still struggling, roared weakly. But it was too late. Vikir charged forward, his blade slicing cleanly through the air. With a single, devastating strike, he decapitated the orc. The monster's massive head tumbled to the ground, its body crumpling lifelessly as the red glow of Vikir's blade faded into the silence of the Colosseum. The Colosseum erupted in astonishment. The young hounds could barely process what they had just witnessed. Murmurs rippled through the crowd, growing louder as disbelief turned to admiration. Beside Hugo, the head butler turned, his voice trembling with excitement. It's the aura of a low-class sword expert. We've just witnessed the birth of a genius. There will never be another like him across all the families in the Empire. But despite the head butler's praise, Hugo's sharp gaze remained fixed on the pool of blood spreading beneath the orc's lifeless body. The creature's famed regeneration had been utterly nullified. He only won because the orc was weak, Hugo said flatly, though his tone carried an undercurrent of intrigue. Before Hugo could say more, Vikir's calm voice cut through the murmurs. Is there anything stronger than this orc? The Colosseum fell silent. An 8-year-old, asking for a stronger opponent after defeating an orc? Even the doubters in the audience were struck speechless. Vikir's reasons were clear. He wanted to demonstrate his progress, not just to Hugo but to the entire clan. A performance like this might earn him recognition. Perhaps they'd send him to a prestigious academy, or even dispatch him to a remote area, away from Hugo's direct control. Hugo leaned back in his seat, his curiosity piqued. A faint chuckle escaped him. It seems the orcs I brought from afar are not enough to satisfy my son's hunger. Turning to the head butler, he asked, do we have anything stronger? Something suitable from the creatures captured during the barbarian raid. The head butler hesitated, clearly uneasy. There is one left, my lord. Hugo's smirk widened. Bring it in. The massive gate creaked open again, its echoes amplifying the tension in the Colosseum. All eyes were glued to the entrance as the ground began to tremble with heavy footsteps. A collective gasp spread through the audience as a troll emerged, bound in heavy chains. Vikir stood calmly in the arena, his crimson eyes fixed on the towering creature before him. The troll, with its twice-human size, rippling muscles, and ferocious presence, was a creature designed to instill terror. Vikir turned toward Hugo, seeking silent approval. The patriarch gave a slight nod. The troll's chains clattered to the ground, and the beast roared, the sound reverberating through the Colosseum. It lunged forward, its massive fists swinging down in a punch that could crush a boulder. But Vikir was faster. With almost inhuman agility, he sidestepped the attack, the troll's fist smashing into the ground with a thunderous impact. Dust and debris flew into the air as the crowd gasped at the sheer force of the blow. Moving with calculated precision, Vikir slipped behind the troll, exploiting its momentary confusion. From the audience, a young hound shouted, "That's the perfect moment to attack. Why didn't he take it?" Hugo's calm, instructive voice cut through the murmurs. Trolls have extraordinary regenerative abilities. Only fatal attacks are worth it. Anything less is a waste of effort. A proper plan is essential to hunt a troll. The troll charged again, its massive frame lumbering forward with raw power but sluggish movements. Vikir moved with grace, effortlessly evading every swing, swipe, and stomp. Each step was calculated, each dodge precise. The audience watched in awe as the 8-year-old displayed remarkable poise. Yet their curiosity grew with every second. "Why isn't he fighting back?" someone muttered. "He's probably trying to tire it out," another speculated. "No," whispered a third. "He's waiting for the perfect moment to strike." Minutes of evasion stretched on, and even Vikir began to feel the tedium of the exchange. Enough, he thought. Time to act. Fully aware that he could end the fight swiftly with his full strength, Vikir deliberately chose a more calculated approach. His goal wasn't just victory, it was to make his progress seem plausible, not overwhelming. As the troll launched another heavy attack, Vikir seized the moment. With a single, precise swing, he sliced deep into the troll's arm, nearly severing it from its shoulder. Gasps rippled through the Colosseum as the audience believed the fight was over. But their astonishment turned to unease as they watched the troll's wound heal before their eyes. The severed tissue reconnected rapidly, and within moments, the arm was as good as new. Vikir frowned slightly. He had expected the troll's regeneration to kick in, but seeing it firsthand confirmed the challenge he faced. The hemorrhage skill of Beelzebub could nullify this, he thought, but he couldn't rely on such an obvious technique. It would reveal too much. From the sidelines, Hugo's sharp voice rang out. "Enough, Vikir. Stop before this gets out of hand." But Vikir's response was calm, resolute. "I'm almost done," he replied. "If I can't finish it with the next attack, I'll give up." The troll roared, its beady eyes blazing with rage as it prepared another charge. Vikir's mind raced, his plan falling perfectly into place. He knew exactly how much power he was willing to reveal. This will look like a breakthrough, he thought, smirking inwardly. A moment of growth under pressure. The move would impress Hugo and the audience while concealing the true extent of his strength. The crimson glow of Vikir's sword flared, its fiery aura blazing brighter than before. Gasps echoed through the Colosseum as the young hound's presence seemed to grow, commanding attention. The troll lunged with a guttural roar, its massive fist hurtling toward Vikir. Vikir met the attack head-on, his blade flashing in a clean, decisive arc. The audience held their breath as his strike cut through the troll's neck, severing its head in one fluid motion. The troll's body collapsed with a deafening thud, its massive head rolling across the arena floor. Silence engulfed the Colosseum. Every pair of eyes widened in shock, frozen in disbelief at what they had just witnessed. Even the normally stoic head butler gasped audibly, his composure breaking. "The second technique," he whispered, his voice barely audible. "He's achieved the second technique of the Baskerville clan at 8 years old." His gaze turned to Hugo. "That's unheard of. Most don't reach this level until they're at least 18. In the center of the arena, Vikir stood with an innocent smile, his sword lowered, as if blissfully unaware of the magnitude of his accomplishment. "I did it," he declared cheerfully, his tone almost childlike. The silence that followed was deafening. Hugo remained seated, his expression unreadable. Yet inside, he was reeling. What he had just witnessed defied everything he knew about swordsmanship and training. An 8-year-old performing the second technique? The implications were staggering. A week later, Vikir sat in the Baskerville dining hall, staring down at a bowl of unappetizing meat porridge. Around him, the air was heavy with tension. None of the other young hounds dared approach him. Their gazes flickered toward him briefly, before they quickly looked away. Vikir wasn't surprised. In the Baskerville family, power was everything. His recent display had placed him far beyond the reach of his peers, and they all knew it. As he ate, Vikir reflected on his progress with satisfaction. Even Hugo seemed unsettled by his performance. So far, he had revealed only what he wanted them to see: his mastery of the second technique and his rank as a medium-ranked sword expert. Yet the truth remained hidden. He was, in fact, a low-ranked sword graduate capable of weakly performing the fifth Fang technique. Vikir's thoughts turned to the ability he had gained from the troll. Super speed regeneration, C+. now occupying Beelzebub's third slot. The skill bolstered his strength to the level of an average graduate or a swordsman. Yet he noticed an unexpected side effect. His appetite had increased dramatically since acquiring the ability. Shoveling another spoonful of porridge into his mouth, he paused as he sensed a sudden presence behind him. The triplets had appeared, surprised and wary. Vikir turned to face them cautiously. He had no desire to deal with them again, so he returned his focus to his food, hoping they would leave. But instead of provoking him, the triplets quickly blurted out their reason for approaching. "You were so cool during your fights with the Cerberus and the Troll." The statement hit Vikir like a thunderbolt. He was so shocked that he spat out his porridge. The triplets, alarmed, asked if he was okay, but Vikir remained suspicious. Could this be a two-faced technique? Or maybe a deceitful policy? He wondered. For a brief moment, he even considered beating them up preemptively, just in case. But after a moment's thought, he decided to observe them further. Before Vikir could act, Barrymore appeared behind him, his presence commanding the room. "Master Vikir," the head butler said, his tone polite but firm. Vikir turned, startled. It wasn't often that the butler sought him out in the dining hall. "The Patriarch has summoned you to his office immediately," Barrymore informed him. Intrigued, Vikir quickly finished his meal and stood. The triplets shuffled aside, their sudden admiration for him still puzzling. With a nod to Barrymore, Vikir made his way to Hugo's chambers, his mind racing with curiosity about what awaited him. In the Baskerville Patriarch's office, Hugo sat in his chair, exuding his usual air of authority. Across from him stood Adolphe Morgs, the Morgs clan's proxy patriarch. The Morgs clan, a prestigious mage family, had a long, intense history with the Baskervilles, an iron-blooded sword clan. While their philosophies clashed, the Emperor's decree bound them to conduct annual joint training sessions for children between the ages of 8 and 15. "It's been a while," Hugo said curtly. Adolphe nodded politely. "Indeed. I trust this year's event will proceed smoothly." Hugo's tone was casual, almost dismissive. "The joint training has always been handled without issue." Adolphe raised an eyebrow. "Without issue? Last year, 2 children, one from each family, were seriously injured." Hugo waved off the remark with a faint smirk. "A scratch. Nothing more. It seems the Morg's children are dramatic." Adolphe's lips twitched in irritation. "The Morg's children are noble and dignified, unlike some." His words carried a subtle but unmistakable sting. Once, the Baskervilles and Morgs had enjoyed a strong alliance. The past emperor had even declared that magic and swords complemented each other, fostering cooperation between the two clans. But everything changed with the discovery of a ruby mine along their shared border. The bloodshed that followed shattered their relationship. Now, the joint training sessions continued solely because of imperial command. Adolphe had arrived on behalf of his brother to ensure this year's event proceeded without complications. Turning to Hugo, he remarked, "I've heard there's a supernova in the Baskerville family. A rare genius, born once in a century. A blessing to the Empire, no doubt." Though secretly pleased, Hugo downplayed the compliment. "It's nothing extraordinary," Adolphe smirked, detecting the subtle pride in Hugo's tone. "We, too, have a genius in our family," he said, gesturing toward the door. Mort's clan head Raspine's daughter, Camus. The door opened, revealing a red-haired girl with a fiery demeanor. She strode into the room with confidence, her sharp eyes immediately locking onto Hugo. Adolphe began a formal introduction, but Camus interrupted, pointing an accusatory finger at Hugo. "Are you the thief who stole our ruby mine? Give it back." The room fell into a tense silence. Hugo's face darkened, his calm demeanor giving way to a sharp glare directed at Adolphe. "Thief?" he asked coldly. "Is that what you're teaching your kin now?" Adolphe looked startled. "I never said such a thing." Camus, however, was unfazed. Fixing Adolphe with a determined glare, she declared, "You did. An hour and 42 minutes ago, right before we got off the carriage, you called him that annoying chin beard who stole the ruby mine." Hugo's glare deepened further as Adolphe stammered, his composure crumbling. "Camus, you must have misheard. I said no such thing." But Camus stood her ground, arms crossed. "You definitely said it." Hugo's patience was wearing thin. "It seems the Morgs clan struggles with teaching children proper etiquette," he remarked, his voice laced with irritation. Adolphe, scrambling to salvage the situation, tried to defuse the tension. "It's simply a misunderstanding, Patriarch Baskerville. Camus is young and spirited." Hugo's sharp gaze remained fixed on him. "There's no need to explain the Morgs clan's problems with education to me," he said icily. Camus, undeterred, persisted. Crossing her arms, she repeated her demand, her fiery tone cutting through the air. "Our research is impossible without those stolen rubies." Adolphe's voice turned warning. "Camus," but she ignored him, stepping closer to Hugo. Hugo's patience finally snapped. His voice was sharp, tinged with barely concealed anger. "It seems the Morgs don't teach manners at all." Adolf bristled at the comment, his composure cracking. And what do you plan to do? He retorted, his words biting. Threaten an 8-year-old girl? The insult struck a nerve. Hugo's proud Baskerville dignity prevented him from stooping to such behavior, leaving him momentarily speechless. Before the tension could escalate further, a calm but cutting voice sliced through the heated exchange. It seems the morgues don't teach their children not to envy what belongs to others. All eyes turned toward the speaker, Vakir. He stood in the doorway alongside the head butler, his composed demeanor stark against the tension in the room. The butler formally announced his arrival as Hugo turned to see his son, standing steady and unruffled. Adolf, startled by Vakir's sudden appearance, quickly connected the dots. This boy had to be the rumored Baskerville supernova. His thoughts were interrupted when he noticed something odd. Camus, who had been sitting beside him moments earlier, was no longer there. Camus had moved swiftly, now standing directly in front of Vakir. Her fiery demeanor was on full display as she demanded, "What did you just say?" Adolf called her name sharply, trying to stop her from causing a scene, but Camus ignored him entirely. Vakir, meanwhile, remained unruffled, studying her intently. As Vakir observed her, memories of Camus' future self surfaced in his mind. In time, she would rise as the Morgues clan's legendary iron-blooded empress, a figure revered and feared across the empire. Renowned as a genius of geniuses, Camus would create an era of unprecedented power for the Morgues clan. She was infamous for her ferocity, having eradicated the monsters and barbarians from life engulfing forest to form the infamous border of blood and ashes. Her political acumen would even allow her to manipulate the imperial family, earning her the title Fire Goddess of Authority. But for now, Camus was just a child. A fiery, talented child, yes, but still far from the towering legend she would one day become. His musings were interrupted by Camus snapping. "Why does the ruby mine belong to you?" Remaining calm, Vakir countered, "Because it does. Your tantrum won't change that. Don't you think your behavior is childish?" Camus bristled at the remark, her irritation palpable. Without a word, she began casting a spell. Vakir instinctively prepared for an attack, but to his surprise, Camus conjured an intricate ice sculpture instead. She pointed at the sculpture, her tone defiant as she began explaining. "This is the joint security area," she said, using the sculpture as a visual aid. She pointed to a small cave carved into the icy representation. The mine entrance lies within Morgue's territory, but the vein itself runs beneath Baskerville land. This prevents you from claiming it entirely, but it also makes it impossible for us to mine freely without crossing into Baskerville territory. Her finger traced the icy veins with precision, her voice steady but laced with frustration. "We've offered, repeatedly, to pay rent for the use of the land, but your family rejects every proposal. You treat us like trespassers, interfering with our work." She turned to Vakir, her fiery eyes locking with his. "The ruby vein belongs to the Morgues clan," Camus declared firmly, "but your people keep claiming it's yours." Adolf nodded approvingly at Camus' explanation, his pride evident. Meanwhile, Hugo's expression darkened, annoyance brewing beneath his stoic exterior. Vakir, still calm and composed, interjected, "Rubies are common magic ingredients. The Baskervilles don't need them." Camus turned to him, her frustration evident. "Then why not rent your land if you don't need the rubies?" Vakir met her fiery gaze, his tone even. "The Baskervilles are fiercely protective of their land. We're uninterested in letting others profit from it. Entering Baskerville territory will bring losses, not gains, for your clan." Camus refused to accept his reasoning. With a determined glare, she placed her hand over the portion of her ice sculpture representing Baskerville land. "Then whose arm is this?" she asked defiantly. Vakir moved swiftly, catching her wrist in his grip. His confident smile returned. "It's my arm," he said coolly, "because it's in my land." Camus' face flushed crimson, caught off guard by his unexpected reply. She stammered, "W, what are you talking about? How could I belong to you?" Clearly amused, Vakir tilted his head, his grin turning mischievous. "Who said you're mine?" he teased, his tone ambiguous. Before Camus could respond, Vakir reached behind him and produced a knife. The sudden motion startled everyone in the room. Camus, Adolphe, and even the head butler. Vakir's grin darkened, and his voice dropped. "What I'm saying," he said ominously, "is that your arm is mine." Camus froze, her fiery confidence shaken. "What?" she stammered, her voice trembling. Hugo, observing from his seat, broke into a cold sweat. The room grew thick with tension, the only sound Camus' faint, nervous hiccup. As Vakir moved the knife closer to her hand, Camus screamed, "Uncle, help!" Adolphe appeared behind Vakir in an instant, his expression fierce. "Step away from my niece," he commanded, his voice full of protective fury. Camus seized the distraction to wrench her arm free, retreating quickly to Adolphe's side. Shaken but defiant, She clung to her uncle's arm, glaring at Vikir. Adolphe turned his anger toward Hugo, his voice rising. What is going on here? Hugo, still sweating, turned his stern gaze to Vikir. You've gone too far with your joke, he said in a reprimanding tone. Vikir chuckled, raising the knife to reveal its harmless edge. It's just a toy, he explained, a Baskerville children's knife, given to us to practice with from a young age. The room fell silent for a moment. Adolphe's outrage returned with full force. A dangerous toy like that for children? This is unacceptable. Vikir bowed his head, his tone contrite. I apologize if I frightened Camus, he said. That wasn't my intention. Camus, however, was far from convinced, her fiery glare fixed on Vikir. Adolphe's frustration simmered. This boy fails to take anything seriously, he snapped. Hugo stepped in, his tone light but firm. Adults shouldn't meddle in the affairs of children, he said. Let's focus on the ruby mines and move on to the friendly duels. Adolphe hesitated, but seeing Hugo's resolve, he relented with a sharp nod. Camus, still upset and wiping away tears, turned to Vikir, her voice trembling with indignation. I won't forget this. Vikir met her glare with a faint, unreadable smile. Good, he said simply. Camus' fist clenched, her frustration bubbling over. But before she could respond, Adolphe guided her away. Vikir remained in place, his calm demeanor unwavering, his crimson eyes gleaming faintly in the dim light of the office. The day of the friendly duels had arrived. Children from both the Baskerville and Mords clans, aged 8 to 15, gathered in the grand arena to showcase their skills. The younger participants displayed theoretical techniques and mana sensitivity, while the older children engaged in live combat. Yet, this year, all eyes were on one match. Camus Mords versus Vikir Van Baskerville. Camus stood confidently in the arena, her fiery red hair catching the sunlight. She turned to Vikir, her expression sharp and determined. Get ready, she said firmly. I won't hold back. Without hesitation, Camus began casting a spell. Her intricate hand movements and the shimmering glow of mana captivated the audience. Spectators murmured in awe as her magical energy grew more intense. A voice in the crowd broke through the noise. Is she casting quadra spells? The exclamations turned to gasps of astonishment. Quadra spell casting, the ability to cast 4 spells simultaneously, was a feat that eluded even many adult mages. Seeing an 8-year-old achieve it left the audience awestruck. She really is the Mords clan's genius mage, one spectator remarked. Exactly what we'd expect from someone like her. Camus unleashed a flurry of attacks, casting 4 powerful spells simultaneously. Fire, ice, wind, and earth magic surged toward Vikir with precision and force. But Vikir dodged effortlessly. His movements were fluid, almost casual. Shaking his head slightly, he spoke with a faint tone of criticism. Instead of showing off with flashy spells, maybe focus on mastering just one. Camus sneered. Her pride stung. Why do you even care? You're just an idiot who doesn't understand magic. With a swift incantation, she conjured a sand wall, a thick barrier of swirling grains, to separate them. But Vikir, unimpressed, broke through it with a single kick. The wall crumbled like paper, scattering in the wind. Camus froze, stunned. Is this the strength of someone who's bathed in the river Styx? Her mind raced, recalling the tales of the infamous Baskerville trial. But before she could regroup, Vikir moved in with lightning speed. Realizing too late that the attack was unavoidable, Camus shut her eyes, bracing for the blow. But it never came. When she opened her eyes, she found herself propelled backward. Not by a strike, but by a flick to her forehead. The sheer power of the flick sent her tumbling across the arena floor. On the sidelines, Adolphe stared in disbelief. A flick? That was just a flick. Camus winced, holding her forehead, her fiery demeanor shaken. Why did you flick me? Are you going easy on me? Vikir smiled faintly, tapping his own forehead. Maybe it's time to end this before things get out of hand. Camus' eyes watered with frustration, but she refused to yield. With a defiant shout, she cast another spell. This time, she conjured 2 sand walls, layered for extra protection. Try getting through this, she declared confidently. Vikir stood unbothered, considering walking around the walls entirely. But with a faint smirk, he decided to humor her. Drawing back his fist, he punched straight through both barriers. The sand wall shattered, leaving a clean hole in his wake. Camus froze, astonished, as Vikir stepped through the debris. As he approached her, Vikir mimicked a flicking motion with his hand. Whose arm crossed the wall? He asked, his tone calm and deliberate. Camus opened her mouth to respond, but before she could, Vikir answered for her with another flick to her forehead. The stronger one, he said simply. The force of the flick sent Camus sprawling to the ground again. Growling in frustration, she pushed herself up, her fiery glare fixed on Vikir. Still ready to fight, she snarled, I'm not done yet. Vikir sighed inwardly. Dealing with children is harder than I thought. I could end this in zero point 0.1 seconds if I wanted to, but that would just cause more problems. Dodging Camus' relentless spells with ease, Vikir's sharp gaze wandered to another part of the arena. Two contestants, a sword apprentice and a mage, were locked in a duel. The swordsman's precise, powerful strikes tore through the mage's spells. An idea sparked in Vikir's mind. It might be useful for this. Meanwhile, Camus' frustration boiled over. "Stop running away and fight me," she shouted, her voice trembling with anger. Vikir seized the opportunity, his tone calm but firm. "You might want to have a defensive spell ready." Camus blinked, momentarily confused by his sudden comment. Before she could process his warning, she noticed the mage behind Vikir preparing a large-scale attack. The intense glow of gathering mana filled the air. Adolf, observing from the sidelines, pieced together Vikir's plan. His voice rose in alarm. "Camus, watch out." The mage's spell erupted in a massive, fiery blast that engulfed the arena. Gasps and cries rippled through the audience as heat and blinding light consumed the battlefield. For a few tense moments, nothing was visible but flames and dust. In the chaos, Camus activated a defensive spell just in time, narrowly avoiding serious injury. But as the dust settled, she realized her clothes had been burned away by the flames. The crowd murmured in shock, their whispers growing louder. Camus froze. Tears welled up in her eyes as the horrifying reality sank in. She had been exposed in front of the entire audience. Her hands trembled as she tried to cover herself, humiliation washing over her. She heard her uncle Adolf calling her name, his voice filled with worry. How could this happen? She thought, her shame overwhelming. As the smoke began to clear, Vikir stepped forward. His calm figure emerged from the dissipating dust, unscathed and composed. The audience fell silent, their attention fixed on him. Vikir approached Camus, shrugging off his jacket as he reached her. To the crowd's surprise, he draped it over her shoulders. "You'll need this," he said simply, his voice steady. Camus stared at him in shock, her face flushed. "But you'll be exposed if you give me your only jacket." Vikir brushed off her concern with a faint smile, his tone light but resolute. "It doesn't matter." Camus, still reeling from the chaos, struggled to understand why her supposed rival would offer her kindness. Her confusion deepened when she noticed a thin line of blood trailing down Vikir's arm. "You're hurt," she said, pointing at the wound. Vikir glanced down, momentarily surprised. He hadn't expected his body, strengthened by the river Styx, to be scratched. Examining the cut more closely, he realized the swordsman's blade in the adjacent duel must have carried lingering aura. As the dust fully settled, the scene came into focus for the audience. Camus sat on the ground, wrapped in Vikir's jacket, her fiery demeanor momentarily subdued. Beside her stood Vikir, his shirtless figure revealing a small but noticeable wound on his arm. The crowd murmured in awe, their gazes drawn to Vikir's impressive physique. Despite his young age, his toned muscles and disciplined build stood as a testament to the brutal training of a Baskerville Hound. Among the spectators, admiration for Vikir was growing. But for Camus, the situation was more complicated. Her cheeks burned with a faint blush as her gaze kept drifting toward Vikir. "Why am I feeling like this?" She wondered, her earlier anger replaced by an unfamiliar sensation. Even as her uncle Adolf pulled her into a protective hug, her thoughts remained on Vikir. Later, Vikir walked alongside Hugo down a dimly lit hallway, breaking the silence. Hugo's voice was calm but probing. "How was the battle with the Mords girls?" Vikir answered thoughtfully. "It was interesting. I learned the purpose of the event once again." Hugo nodded slightly. "A battle with a mage is different from a duel between swordsmen. Why didn't you go for a decisive blow?" Vikir hesitated before admitting. "I wasn't sure how to handle a lady in battle." Hugo's expression hardened. "Letting your guard down will only lead to injury. Take this scratch as a lesson." The unexpected concern in Hugo's tone gave Vikir pause. This isn't the Hugo I remember, Vikir thought. The Hugo he knew had been strict, cold, and brutal, his emotions as unyielding as stone. Rumors whispered that Hugo's harshness stemmed from the loss of his first wife and eldest daughter, but such things had never been Vikir's concern. Yet now, hearing a faint trace of worry in Hugo's voice, Vikir felt a rare moment of unease. Seeking to shift the subject, Hugo asked, "What do you think we should do with the ruby mines?" Without hesitation, Vikir replied, "We should give control of the mines to the Morgs." Hugo's eyebrows shot up in surprise. "And your reasoning?" "The Baskerville's primary focus is territorial expansion," Vikir explained. "The monsters and barbarians around the mines will be obstacles if we try to claim the region directly. By allowing the Morgs control of the mines, we can use them to minimize our losses. Their presence will draw the threats into that area, allowing us to handle everything at once." Hugo listened carefully, his sharp mind processing Vikir's words. Slowly, a smile spread across his face. Interesting, he said. Once the Mords assign a large number of people to the mines, we'll push the monsters and barbarians into that region. The ruby veins will be soaked in their blood, and the Mords will think twice before stepping onto our land again. Placing a hand on Vikir's head, Hugo said, "Your idea aligns with about 90% of what I had in mind." Impressive. Vikir accepted the praise silently, his expression composed. Inside, he mused on the irony. This plan was originally Hugo's idea. Vikir had carried it out on his orders in his previous life. Now, seeing it unfold from this perspective brought an odd sense of satisfaction. To conclude, Vikir added, "We should keep a close eye on the Mord's movements." Hugo dismissed the concern with a wave of his hand. "There's no need. I've already increased the number of hounds scouting the area." Vikir nodded, choosing to keep his thoughts to himself. As they continued walking, a familiar voice rang out behind them, stopping them in their tracks. "Hugo, I have something to discuss before I leave." Turning toward the source, they saw Adolf approaching, his expression serious. Hugo nodded, gesturing toward a nearby room. "Let's talk." Once seated, Hugo leaned back in his chair. "What is it you want to discuss?" Adolf wasted no time. "I think it's time to resolve the issues surrounding the ruby mines peacefully," he began. Hugo raised an eyebrow. "Peacefully?" Adolf continued. "We could implement usage fees, but I have another suggestion, an engagement between the Morgs and Baskerville children." As the two patriarchs discussed the potential union, Camus sat nearby. Her gaze occasionally drifted toward Vikir, her cheeks faintly flushed. Hugo noticed this, leaning forward with subtle interest. "Which children do you have in mind?" he asked. Adolf smiled confidently. "The eldest son of the Baskerville clan and the eldest daughter of the Morgs, my niece Camus. She's exceptional, beautiful, intelligent, talented. She lacks nothing and would make an ideal match." Hugo raised an eyebrow. "My eldest son is 25. That's a 17-year age gap." Adolf waved the concern away. "What's a mere 17 years? In the grand scheme of things, it's nothing." Before Hugo could respond, Camus interjected firmly. "I will not marry anyone weaker than my mother. And I don't want a significant age gap in my partner." Adolf's face twisted in frustration as he turned to his niece. "Camus, if you insist on marrying someone stronger than your mother, you'll be alone for the rest of your life. That's not a realistic demand." Hugo, clearly displeased, added dryly, "Engagements aren't a buffet where you can pick and choose. Consider the bigger picture." But Camus, confident and unwavering, crossed her arms. "I have no intention of playing around." Suddenly, Camus' face flushed a deep red, and she looked away, drawing the attention of both Hugo and Adolf. Adolf followed her gaze, his eyes narrowing as realization dawned. She was looking at Vikir. Adolf's mind reeled. "No, this can't be happening. Not him." Leaning toward her, Adolf hissed in a harsh whisper, "Don't even think about it. Vikir is of the Van surname, not from the Lil lineage. He's a small fish in a big pond. This is absurd." Hugo, sensing the rising tension, sighed and decided to intervene. "The most important thing in an engagement," he said, "is the opinion of those involved. Let's hear what Vikir has to say." All eyes turned to Vikir. Camus looked at him expectantly, her blush deepening as the room fell silent. Meeting her gaze, Vikir's calm voice broke through the tension. "I accept." The room erupted into chaos. Adolf's face turned beet red. He opened his mouth to object, but before he could say a word, Vikir added, "To do as I'm told." Adolf's outrage doubled, his voice rising. "What kind of attitude is that toward the Morgs clan's daughter?" Camus, on the other hand, was completely flustered. Her face turned crimson as she tried to decipher Vikir's cryptic response. Is he shy? Does this mean he's secretly okay with the engagement? Her mind raced with possibilities, each more baffling than the last. Hugo, clearly amused by the situation, interjected with a composed tone. "In the Baskerville household, names and titles hold little meaning. Greatness comes from ability, not bloodline. Even those of Van descent can rise to prominence." Adolf's expression remained skeptical, his eyes narrowing as he turned to scrutinize Vikir. The young Baskerville stood tall, calm and unyielding under Adolf's piercing gaze. Internally, however, Vikir was assessing Adolf just as carefully. As a six-circle mage and one of the Mords clan's strongest supporters, Adolf was undeniably formidable. Breaking the silence, Adolf said coldly, "I don't think it's wise to rush this. We can't have just anyone become Camus' husband." Vikir reflected on the peculiar customs of the clans, where engagements often felt more like polite suggestions than binding agreements. Still, he couldn't help but wonder if Adolf, with his lofty standards, was dissatisfied even with the renowned genius of the Baskerville clan. Adolf's skepticism grew as he stepped closer, placing a firm hand on Vikir's shoulder. He applied pressure, clearly testing the boy. But to Adolf's surprise, Vikir didn't budge. His sturdy frame defied expectations, as though the weight of a six-circle mage was nothing to him. Intrigued, Adolf asked sharply, "Why aren't you responding? Are you even paying attention?" Vikir's blunt reply was like a thunderclap in the room. "I stopped listening after you said it was unwise to say certain things to me." Camus gasped audibly, her eyes wide. Her uncle, one of the most powerful mages in the clan, had been dismissed by a child. Meanwhile, Hugo struggled to stifle his laughter, turning away to hide the smirk threatening to break across his face. Adolf, instead of anger, erupted in a dark, booming laugh. Turning to Hugo, he declared, "I think I need to have a more in-depth conversation with this boy." Hugo raised an eyebrow, suspicious. "What are you planning, Adolf? You're not going to scold an 8-year-old, are you?" Adolf laughed again, the sound echoing ominously. "Not as a deputy patriarch of the Mord's clan. I'm speaking as her uncle. After all, Vikir might one day marry my niece." Camus' face turned crimson. "Uncle, stop it," she pleaded, but Adolf ignored her protests. "These moments are inevitable, Camus," he said, waving her off. Hugo, sensing where this was heading, gave Adolf a skeptical look. "You're serious about this, aren't you?" Adolf nodded, his expression grimly amused. "Completely." Hugo sighed, hesitant but ultimately relenting. "Fine," he said, "but don't take it too far. The last thing we need is a political incident over a conversation." Camus groaned in frustration. "This isn't a conversation," she muttered, crossing her arms. It quickly became clear to everyone in the room. This wasn't going to be a talk. It was a duel. After some time, Vikir and Adolf stood face to face in the center of the arena, tension crackling in the air. Hugo and Camus watched from the sidelines, each with their own thoughts. Adolf smirked and declared, "Show me everything you've got, boy. Don't hold back." Vikir's confidence barely wavered. "If I actually go all out, you might end up face first on the floor," he mused, suppressing a grin. To kick things off, Adolf performed an intricate spell, seamlessly combining fire, earth, and water magic to create a clay pot. He filled it with water and balanced it on his head with a flourish. "Your challenge," he announced, "is to make even a single drop spill. If you succeed, you win." Vikir raised an eyebrow. "A pot-on-head challenge? This guy's either crazy confident or crazy." Camus leaned toward Hugo. "This is classic Adolf," she explained. "His control is basically unmatched." Vikir analyzed the setup. Charging straight at Adolf might not work, but it'd give him valuable intel. Without hesitation, he lunged forward, sword in hand, aiming directly for his opponent. "Vikir, no!" Camus cried, horrified by his reckless approach. Adolf didn't flinch. He raised a hand, casting a shimmering barrier that effortlessly absorbed Vikir's strike. "Rookie mistake," Adolf said smugly, glancing at Camus. "Why are you helping him? Shield magic makes swordsmen like him obsolete." Vikir clicked his tongue, frustrated but unfazed. Adolf, clearly enjoying himself, launched a series of flashy spells. Fireballs, wind blades, and earth spikes flew toward Vikir, but he dodged them all with cat-like agility. From the sidelines, Camus seethed. "He never used this much magic against me," she shouted. Adolf turned to her, feigning betrayal. "Et2, Camus? My own niece, rooting for the enemy." He returned his gaze to Vikir, playful menace gleaming in his eyes. "You'll pay for that." Hugo stayed quiet, watching intently. Vikir's movements were sharp, his strikes precise. "Let's see how far he can push Adolf," Hugo murmured to himself. Vikir observed Adolf's techniques closely, replaying memories from his past life and adapting them to his current form. Adolf bragged, "No sword can break my shield." But cracks began to form as Vikir struck the same spot over and over, his attacks like a perfectly tuned machine. Adolf's smug grin faltered. Persistent little, before he could finish, Vikir's sword shattered. Adolf immediately regained his composure. "Amateur mistake," he taunted. "You ignored your weapon's durability." But the air shifted. Hugo and Camus exchanged knowing glances as Adolf continued his mockery, oblivious to the danger. Water poured down Adolf's face, soaking him completely. He froze. "What the?" He glared at the shattered pot above him. "How did a shard pierce my shield and the pot?" Vikir, calm and composed, simply shrugged. "Maybe it was too full." Camus stood frozen, cheeks flushed as the weight of the moment hit her. Vikir had defeated her invincible Uncle Adolf. Her thoughts spiraled. "He's amazing. Is this fate?" Images of wedding bells and matching outfits flashed through her mind. Meanwhile, Hugo stood in silent contemplation, his gaze fixed on Vikir. This wasn't just talent or luck. It was raw potential. Am I raising a hound far more powerful than I imagined? 7 grueling years passed. The young hounds, now honed by relentless training, faced their ultimate test, a monstrous horn bear. The beast charged, its roar shaking the ground. In perfect unison, the hounds launched their attack, swords slicing with precision. From the sidelines, their instructor, Staffordshire Baskerville, watched with a calculating eye. "Stop wasting your energy on its vital points," he barked. "Go for the hind legs, slow it down first." The triplets responded instantly, their crimson auras flaring as they executed synchronized strikes. The beast staggered, its movements slowing. Staffordshire nodded in approval. "Good. That's how Baskervilles fight. As a pack." With the monster weakened, the remaining hounds moved in for the kill, finishing it with a coordinated assault. Staffordshire clapped his hands. "Congratulations. You're now lower-rank sword experts and have mastered the first Baskerville technique." But his tone turned grim. This was a controlled environment. Out there in the life-engulfing forest, the oxbears won't be caged or predictable. One mistake, and you're dead. Your bloodline strength is your lifeline. Don't waste it. His words hung heavy in the air as the young hounds absorbed the harsh truth. Their 7-year training had officially ended, but their journey was only beginning. The newly minted hounds buzzed with excitement, discussing their futures. 2 of them debated their preferences for the Baskerville clan's 7 night orders. "I'm all about the Wolf-Hound order," the first said, puffing his chest. "Guarding the Patriarch? That's peak prestige. Wolfhound's cool," the second replied, "but I'm eyeing the Doberman, Pitbull, and Rottweiler orders. Assassination and all-out warfare? Now that's my vibe." Their banter shifted to a figure sitting atop the massive carcass of a slain oxbear, Vikir. "Who's that?" the second asked, intrigued. The first gestured toward Vikir. "That's the Vikir. Took down an oxbear twice the size of ours." He leaned closer, voice filled with awe. "He's already a high-level sword expert and mastered the third Baskerville technique. He's on par with the Shadow Hounds." Sitting on the slain beast, Vikir stared into the distance, lost in thought. His progress had been substantial. He'd reached the 5th Baskerville technique and graduated as an intermediate-rank swordsman. But to him, it felt agonizingly slow. 7 years, and still, I'm far from where I need to be. His brooding was interrupted by the arrival of Barrymore, the head butler. "Master Vikir," Barrymore said with a bow, "the Patriarch requests your presence. Your assignment has been decided." Vikir rose, his expression unreadable. "All right," he replied, sheathing his sword. The time for training was over. A new chapter awaited. Vikir stepped into the Patriarch's office, greeted by Hugo's signature grunt. His sharp eyes immediately caught a small cut on Hugo's nose. "Rough fight?" Vikir asked, curious. Hugo smirked. "Barbarians in a life-engulfing forest. Outmatched by an archer," he admitted, before adding with a satisfied grin. "But I left her a matching souvenir." After a brief silence, Hugo congratulated Vikir on his graduation, but his tone carried an edge. "Things will only get tougher from here," he warned. Vikir's mind wandered. This had to be about his new assignment. Memories of his previous life surfaced. Back then, as a junior knight of the Pitbull Order, he'd endured 21 brutal months in a life-engulfing forest. Just another expendable soldier in the Baskerville clan's ruthless system. At 15, Baskerville children were divided into 2 paths, elites or expendables. The expendables, like Vikir before his regression, were sent to the front lines, survival being their only measure of worth. Meanwhile, the elites received political and administrative training, protected by the expendables who lived long enough to serve them. Vikir knew the 5th Baskerville sword technique was designed to close the gap between the elite's polished training and the expendables' hard-earned battlefield experience. Before his regression, he'd never progressed beyond the 4th technique. Worse, as an illegitimate child, he'd never been considered for the elite path. Hugo's voice cut through his thoughts. "I want you to try the lower house of Parliament." Vikir blinked. "What?" "The lower house manages the clan's regional administration. Law enforcement, infrastructure, economic oversight, its politics and pragmatism combined. Far from the battlefield." The idea shocked Vikir. Hugo, the patriarch of the Baskerville clan, was offering an illegitimate son an elite position? It felt like a cruel joke. As if reading his thoughts, Hugo leaned back. "Your achievements by 10 surpassed our so-called geniuses. You've earned this." Vikir listened as Hugo explained his role. Deputy Consul of Underdog City, a city notorious for its challenges. Both the consul and deputy consul positions were vacant, leaving Vikir with a clean slate. "Do you want it?" Hugo asked. After a moment's consideration, Vikir nodded. "I'll take it." Before the conversation could end, Vikir shifted topics. About the Mord's clan and the Ruby Mines, Hugo's lips twitched, clearly aware. "Outmaneuvered Adolphe Morgs, didn't you?" Vikir nodded and made a bold request. To borrow his reward from the incident. The head butler froze, his shock evident. But Hugo didn't flinch. Stamping a document, he handed it over. "Don't make me regret this." "I won't," Vikir said firmly, though his stomach churned at the sound of Hugo's final words. "Good luck, son." The word hit like a thunderclap. Before his regression, Hugo would never have called him son. As Vakir and the head butler walked down the hallway, the butler's grave tone broke the silence. Master Hugo holds you in high regard. Assigning a consulship before a battle posting, unprecedented. It's part of the disciplines of kingship. His words implied that Hugo was grooming Vakir for far greater responsibilities. Vakir, however, wasn't one to bask in praise. He knew this appointment wasn't a reward but a challenge. This was a chance to sharpen his skills in a less dangerous environment. Even so, memories of his past life refused to let him relax. The cold sensation of the guillotine's blade haunted him. That vivid memory fueled his resolve. Someday, Hugo La Baskerville would feel the same icy despair. Meanwhile, in Underdog City, a bustling villa buzzed with activity. A bald man barked orders at two workers. The villa must be spotless by tomorrow. The new deputy consul arrives then. One worker, wiping sweat from his brow, muttered, "I hope he knows business." His companion snorted. Business? The guy's only 15. Their speculation was interrupted by a boy approaching the villa. Mistaking him for a servant's child, one worker placed a hand on his shoulder. "Hey kid, whose son are you?" The boy's glare was icy. "Remove your hand." The workers exchanged glances, taken aback, as the boy produced a document. "I'm Vakir van Baskerville," he announced coolly. "Your new deputy consul." The men stood dumbfounded, their eyes darting between Vakir and the papers. One finally stammered, "But you're early." Ignoring their confusion, Vakir strode inside, issuing his first order. "Prepare food and drinks. We're hosting a party tonight." By nightfall, the villa was a whirlwind of celebration. Nobles mingled, tables groaned under feasts, and laughter echoed through the halls. Yet not everyone was in a festive mood. Chihuahua Baskerville, the general secretary of Underdog City, was pacing in his office. From his window, he could see the lavish party raging below. His fist clenched. "Unbelievable," he muttered. The city was already reeling from corrupt officials, and every deputy consul before Vakir had been sacked for bribe-taking. Now, the new appointee, just a kid, was throwing a party on his first day? Chihuahua's indignation turned to alarm as he suddenly felt a presence behind him. "Are you the general secretary?" Chihuahua whirled around, nearly tripping over himself. Standing in the shadows, calm and composed, was Vakir. Yes. Yes, that's me." Chihuahua stammered, trying to regain his composure. Vakir stepped into the light, his piercing gaze unsettling. "Vakir van Baskerville, your new deputy consul." Chihuahua swallowed nervously, but managed to introduce himself. Vakir repeated his name thoughtfully, his sharp eyes narrowing slightly. "No middle name?" Vakir mused aloud, his tone light yet pointed. Chihuahua braced for ridicule. In Baskerville hierarchy, a missing middle name marked one as an outsider, an employee, not family. He had endured years of discrimination because of it. When Vakir placed a hand on his shoulder and said, "Nice," he flinched internally, expecting sarcasm. Instead, Vakir's tone was calm. "I reviewed your background on the way here. Born and raised in Underdog City, right? You've done well. I won't interfere with how you manage things." Chihuahua blinked, his confusion palpable. "Okay," he muttered, unsure if this was a genuine compliment or some strange new form of harassment. Vakir's tone shifted, growing more serious. "Your management of the personal law system is commendable, but the judicial system here is another matter. The problem isn't just illegal businesses. It's that the underground economy has more power than the law." Chihuahua hesitated before replying. "So, shut down the illegal businesses? That won't be enough," Vakir countered. "The heads of these operations need to be removed. And to do that, we need a new law." "A new law?" Chihuahua repeated, startled. Vakir nodded. "Within a week, the underground economy will be in shambles. But I need a cause, something to justify creating and enforcing this law." Chihuahua furrowed his brow. "Why do you need a cause? Isn't it enough to act against illegal businesses?" Vakir smirked, his gaze sharp. "I'm a 15-year-old deputy consul. Without a strong performance, I'm just a kid with a fancy title. This isn't about acting. It's about proving I can win." His expression twisted into a mischievous grin as he added, "To put it simply, I'll lay out poop for the flies." Chihuahua stood there dumbfounded. What in the world was this kid planning? The next day, Vakir arrived at Dort Smile Street, Underdog City's bustling downtown hub. Crowds had already gathered, their curiosity piqued by the rumors of their new deputy consul's first public action. Standing on a makeshift stage, Vakir held a large stake in his hand, his calm demeanor commanding attention. Chihuahua and the other officials stood nearby, exchanging puzzled glances. Since dawn, Vakir had been on that stage, silently biding his time. Finally, he stepped forward and introduced himself. "I am Vakir van Baskerville, your new deputy consul." The crowd buzzed with surprise, their whispers swelling like a tide. Many found it hard to believe that someone so young could hold such a high position. While a few onlookers murmured that Vakir was cute, Most questioned what someone his age could possibly achieve. Undeterred, Vikir raised his voice, addressing the crowd with confidence. He reminded them of the Baskerville family's long-standing laws, unwavering and as strict as ever, regardless of who held office. But skepticism was thick in the air. Doubts about his age, ability, and resolve rippled through the crowd. Some muttered bitterly about the corruption of past officials, assuming Vikir would inevitably fall into the same trap. Standing beside him, Chihuahua clenched his fists. Unable to stay silent, he snapped at the crowd, demanding respect for the new deputy consul. His sharp tone momentarily hushed the murmurs, though many still whispered that Chihuahua seemed better suited for the role than the boy standing on the stage. Then, Vikir acted. With a display of raw strength, he hoisted the large stake high above his head. In one powerful motion, he drove it into the ground with such force that the earth seemed to tremble. Gasps spread through the audience, their skepticism giving way to astonishment. Before the awe could fade, Vikir made his move. Standing tall, he declared the introduction of a new decree, the Vikir Special Law. The first provision, he announced, his voice carrying over the crowd, is simple. Anyone who pulls this stake from the ground will be rewarded with 100 million gold, personally paid by me. The crowd erupted in disbelief. 100 million? They shouted, their voices blending into a chaotic cacophony of awe and doubt. Could it really be that simple? Could pulling out a stake make someone unimaginably rich? Yet, despite the excitement, no one stepped forward. Vikir's sharp eyes scanned the hesitant faces, his gaze daring someone to take the challenge. What's wrong? He taunted. Does no one have the guts to try? When the silence persisted, he smirked and raised the stakes, literally. Paragraph 1, Article 2, he declared. The prize is now 1 billion gold to the person who pulls out this stake. Gasps of shock rippled through the crowd. 1 billion gold was beyond anyone's wildest imagination, a life-changing fortune. The murmurs turned feverish as the audience grappled with the sheer magnitude of the reward. Amid the tension, a loud, mocking laugh cut through the noise. An overweight man lumbered forward, his face twisted in disdain. What is this nonsense? Do you take us for fools? He barked. No one's going to fall for such a ridiculous stunt. But someone in the crowd, quieter yet no less intrigued, muttered, 1 billion isn't exactly pocket change. The mood shifted. Whispers of curiosity and hesitation rippled through the audience. Behind Vikir, Chihuahua was more perplexed than ever. Why weren't they the ones embarrassed by this spectacle? Why was the crowd the one feeling the pressure? Unfazed by the noise, Vikir remained calm, his presence commanding. He stepped forward, his voice cutting through the whispers. So, he asked, his tone sharp and direct, is there no one brave enough to accept the challenge? The crowd fell silent once again, the weight of his words hanging heavy in the air. When no one stepped forward, Vikir raised the stakes once more. His calm voice carried over the hushed crowd. The reward is now 10 billion gold. The crowd collectively froze, their disbelief palpable. Whispers rippled through the gathering. This has to be a joke, someone murmured. Don't be stupid, another cautioned. Look at his sword. If you seem too greedy, he might cut you down. Despite the unimaginable prize, fear and hesitation kept everyone rooted in place. Beside Vikir, Chihuahua leaned in, whispering anxiously. Deputy Consul, there isn't enough money in the city to back that promise. Before Vikir could reply, a small hand shot up from the crowd. I'll try, said a timid voice. Gasps echoed through the audience. All eyes turned to the source, a frail young girl clutching a basket of flowers. Judy? The flower girl, an old man muttered, stepping forward as if to stop her. Child, don't. But Judy shook her head, determination flickering in her eyes. My mother is sick. I have no choice. The crowd whispered in astonishment as she approached the stage, her movements hesitant yet resolute. Standing before the massive stake, Judy glanced nervously at Vikir, who towered over her with an unreadable expression. Vikir spoke a single word, pull. His voice was calm, devoid of any hint of mockery or encouragement. Judy couldn't tell if he was serious or testing her. With trembling hands, she wrapped her fingers around the stake. Taking a deep breath, she pulled with all her strength. To everyone's shock, the stake slid out effortlessly, as though it had been planted in sand. A stunned silence fell over the crowd. Mouths hung open, eyes wide in disbelief. How could a frail little girl succeed where no one else dared to try? Judy stared at the stake in her hands, unsure of what to do next. She glanced nervously at Vikir, her heart racing when she saw him reach for his sword. Tears welled up in her eyes as she thought of her sick mother and the consequences of her boldness. But instead of cold steel, something warm and heavy landed in her hands. Startled, she opened her eyes to see Vikir kneeling before her, holding out a small bag. For now, here's 100 million gold, he said calmly. Judy froze, clutching the bag tightly as the weight of his words sank in. Was this real? Bakir rose to his feet, his tone businesslike. Where's your home? He asked. 10 billion gold is too heavy to carry. I'll have it delivered with a guard to protect it. Placing a hand gently on Judy's head, Bakir spoke with quiet authority. This is the law. It must always be obeyed. The crowd erupted into a cacophony of murmurs and gasps. Bakir had done the unthinkable. He had kept his outlandish promise. Even Chihuahua, standing on the stage, was left slack-jawed, unable to process what he had just witnessed. This bold performance was a turning point. The Bakir special law swept through the city, becoming the talk of Underdog. It overshadowed even the Baskerville clan's long-standing governance law. For the first time, people saw the young deputy consul as more than just a figurehead. He was someone who kept his word, no matter how audacious it seemed. Citizens were deeply moved by the simple fairness of the law, rewards for those who upheld it and consequences for those who broke it. Word of Bakir's commitment spread like wildfire. Unlike his corrupt predecessors, Bakir wasn't about greed or empty promises. He was earning the city's respect. In a matter of weeks, the atmosphere in Underdog City began to shift. Crime rates plummeted, and for the first time in years, the streets felt safer. The people began to take pride in their leadership. In the deputy consul's office, Chihuahua was scribbling on a board when Bakir approached, noting that the text was written in the Eastern language. Impressive handwriting, Bakir remarked casually, sparking a conversation. Still reeling from the earlier spectacle, Chihuahua confessed, Deputy Consul, I've lived in this city for 2 decades, and I've never seen anything like today. It was inspiring. Bakir offered a faint smile. Fear and wrath can only go so far. Trust in the law is what matters. Today wasn't about theatrics. It was about trust. Chihuahua, visibly moved, stepped forward and bowed deeply. You have my loyalty, sir. From this day forward, I will serve you for the rest of my life. Relax, Chihuahua. You're going to overheat, Bakir teased, but his thoughts were already drifting. Reflecting on his success, Bakir couldn't help but think of a future that once was. He remembered Camus Morgs, whose iron-fisted rule had once brought crime rates to an impressive 1%. But her methods relied on fear, alienating the people she ruled. Bakir was determined to forge a better path, one that earned loyalty, not resentment. Turning to the map spread out on his desk, Bakir marked several locations. These were potential hideouts and operational bases for illegal groups. The real challenges are just beginning, he murmured. The 10 billion gold reward had already been spent. Now it was time to recover those funds. Pointing to the marked areas, he laid out his plan to monitor these locations and confiscate the dirty money fueling the city's criminal networks. Chihuahua leaned over the map, intrigued. How do you know these are their bases? With a smirk, Bakir tapped his nose. I can smell them. The truth, of course, was far less mystical. Bakir's memories from before his regression had provided him with precise knowledge of these operations. While Chihuahua marveled at his investigative prowess, Bakir kept his advantage to himself, confident that his next steps would tighten his grip on the city's underground economy. Their conversation was interrupted by a staff member bursting into the room. Deputy Consul, he announced, the Village Hall's Youth Autonomy Association has requested a meeting. Chihuahua didn't seem surprised. It's about time, he muttered. Bakir, however, scowled. Arrogant bastards, he said bluntly. What do they want? Chihuahua explained. The Youth Autonomy Association is made up of second and third generation members from Baskerville's 7 founding families. Despite the grand name, it's just a rowdy social club for entitled brats. He shrugged. They probably have opinions about the Bakir special law. Bakir's grin was sharp, his tone cutting. The dung flies have started to smell the bait. Both Chihuahua and the staff member blinked, momentarily speechless. Bakir's cold smirk deepened. Let's deal with the pests gnawing at the city's foundations. Meanwhile, deep within the burning suspension, a high-end club in Underdog City's most luxurious hotel, a raucous party was underway. In the VVIP lounge, rented for a staggering 10 million gold for just 6 hours, the 7 key members of the Youth Autonomy Association reveled in extravagance. These second and third generation heirs of Baskerville's most influential families were steeped in privilege. The room buzzed with laughter as they built a pyramid of glasses, pouring expensive wine over it and letting the liquid cascade dramatically across the table. The blonde ringleader of the group smirked as he turned to the waiters. Drink it, he ordered, gesturing to the wine pooling on the table. Without hesitation, the waiters complied, lapping up the spilled wine like obedient dogs. Thank you, sir, for the privilege, one muttered, wiping his mouth. Reclining on a plush sofa, the blonde man chuckled. No matter how recklessly I spend, my money always comes back to me, he bragged. One of his companions nodded, raising a glass. Thanks to the Baskervilles, of course. All that territorial expansion gives us an endless supply of barbarians to kidnap and sell as slaves. Another laughed. The Baskervilles' ambitions are a blessing. They're like our personal hunting dogs, always there to protect us. Protect us, the blonde man scoffed. They're just sword-wielding idiots we can manipulate. Leaning forward, he added with a grin, remember when we orchestrated that conflict between the Mesamadrano and Baskerville clans? The Baskervilles wiped them out without even realizing they'd been played. The group burst into laughter, toasting their cleverness. As the laughter died down, one of them brought up the new deputy consul. What about this Vikir van Baskerville? The blonde man sneered. Oh, never heard of him. The group shook their heads, equally unimpressed. Well, the blonde man said, his grin widening. How about we teach the boy a lesson? We'll invite him to a lavish party, ply him with expensive drinks and women, and then stick him with the bill. The group roared with laughter at the thought. Think about it, the blonde continued. The kid wouldn't dare report us. A 15-year-old deputy consul? He'd ruin himself trying to pay. As they finalized their plan, the waiter entered with a group of women in tow, their arrival announced with a flourish. The group's attention shifted immediately, their laughter giving way to eager anticipation for the night's indulgences. As the party raged on, one of the companions noticed an unfamiliar young man standing among the women. His brow furrowed. Who's that kid? He demanded. The waiter stammered nervously. He entered with so much confidence that no one stopped him. The young man stepped forward, and the room fell silent as recognition began to dawn. It was none other than Vikir himself. The blonde man, smirking to hide his unease, gestured for a waiter to handle the situation. The waiter grabbed Vikir by the hair, yanking him forward. Who do you think you are, barging in here? He snarled. Vikir's cold, glowing eyes froze the room. A tension so thick it felt like suffocating blanketed the space. Without a word, Vikir twisted the waiter's arm at an unnatural angle, eliciting a howl of pain that sent shivers through the group. The companions froze, staring in disbelief as Vikir calmly stepped forward. One of them, his voice shaking, stammered, Deputy Consul Vikir? Why are you here? Vikir's reply was short and cutting. You invited me. The blonde man forced a laugh, his tone overly jovial. Well, isn't this incredible? The deputy consul has graced our humble party. What an honor. Vikir didn't respond. He sat silently, his sharp gaze scanning the room as the blonde man leaned in to whisper to a companion. Their hushed tones weren't subtle enough to escape Vikir's trained ears. Let's move ahead with the plan, the blonde man murmured. Keep him here, and when it's over, stick him with the bill. The companion smirked. Let's see if he even tries to fight it. Vikir's patience snapped, slamming his hand down on the table. The entire surface exploded with a deafening crack, sending glass, drinks, and the champagne tower crashing to the floor. The room descended into chaos as the stunned partygoers struggled to process what had just happened. The blonde man's eyes widened in shock. He stared at the shattered remnants of the table, his mind racing. Did he use mana for that? The realization hit him like a blow. Vikir wasn't just a child. He was a trained Baskerville, one of the most dangerous warriors in the territory. One companion, trembling, whispered angrily, We underestimated him. The blonde man snapped back, Do something. But the companion shook his head, visibly terrified. We don't stand a chance. Vikir leaned forward, his hand landing heavily on the shoulder of one of the companions. The man froze under his icy gaze, panic flooding his features. Well, we'll pay for the drinks ourselves, the man blurted out desperately. Vikir's expression darkened. Were you planning to make me pay for everything? His voice was cold, each word a dagger of accusation. The companion's face shifted from panic to regret, realizing the depth of their mistake. Another companion nervously laughed, trying to diffuse the tension. Who would even dare think of doing something so ridiculous? The blonde man forced an awkward laugh, jumping in. It's all a misunderstanding. We were just testing you, to see if you're strong enough to resist the city's corruption. Exactly, another chimed in hastily. And it looks like you've passed. You're just the kind of leader underdog city needs. Vikir's piercing gaze silenced their excuses. Without warning, he lunged at the man sitting closest to him. In one swift motion, his palm struck the man's stomach with a claw-like grip, driving him backward with devastating force. The man gasped in pain as Vikir leaned in, his voice low but firm. An owner can test their dog, he said coldly, but a dog should never test its owner. Ever. The room plunged into an uneasy silence as Vikir's icy gaze swept across the group. His voice was calm, but razor-sharp. Have you grown so complacent with your wealth and power that my actions don't move you? His eyes narrowed. You have no idea what real fear looks like. Without hesitation, he threw the man beneath his grip to the ground and stomped on his face. The sickening crunch reverberated through the room. Vikir straightened and looked back at the others. Do you even know why I'm doing this? If not, perhaps you all need the same lesson. The blonde man's face turned deathly pale. Stammering, he insisted, We understand perfectly. There's no need for more. Vikir's expression darkened. If you really understood, you'd already know what's coming next. He delivered a sharp kick to the downed man, eliciting a groan of pain. Tension boiled over. The blond man spat. "You bastard." Another sneered, his voice dripping with scorn. "Do you really think you can get away with this?" In an instant, Vikir closed the distance between them, standing mere inches from the second man. His voice was cold and unyielding. "You're guilty of abduction, kidnapping, illegal slave trafficking, and insulting Baskerville authority." The room froze. The companions' faces contorted in shock. How could Vikir possibly know the details of their crimes? Before they could react, Vikir's fist collided with the second man's face, sending him sprawling to the ground. "Animals don't learn until they're taught," Vikir said, his tone dripping with disdain. His lips curled into a sinister grin. "And now, I'll teach you disobedient creatures what happens when you defy the law." In the dim confines of a prison cell, two figures stood in stark contrast. Vikir, calm and composed, regarded the scene with indifference, while General Secretary Chihuahua looked visibly shaken. Before them, the blond man, his face swollen and bloodied, screamed profanities. His voice echoed harshly off the stone walls. "You think this ends here?" The blond man snarled, venom in his tone. "The moment I'm out of here, I'll have both of your heads on spikes. My father will never forgive this." Chihuahua, unnerved by the outburst, turned to Vikir. "Deputy Consul," he began cautiously, "did you really have to go this far?" Vikir glanced at him, his faint smirk betraying no remorse. "Do you think I overdid it?" Chihuahua's response was emphatic. "Yes. Look at him. He's barely human anymore. You've turned him into a meat bag." Vikir's smile didn't waver. He strode toward the cell, his voice calm but laced with menace. This is nothing. I haven't even started." Chihuahua's unease deepened. "What are you planning?" he asked, his tone wary. Vikir's response was chilling. "I'm going to purge all the corrupt civil servants who've twisted the Baskerville system into something monstrous." He gestured toward the prisoners behind the bars. "Look at them, arrogant, smug. They've trampled the clan's authority for far too long. This is what happens when education is neglected." The blond man and his companions, finally grasping the severity of their situation, dropped their bravado. Desperation etched their faces as they begged for mercy, offering Vikir anything he wanted in exchange for their lives. Chihuahua, ever the pragmatist, voiced his concern. "You do realize their families won't sit quietly, right? They may be cowards, but they're bold enough to retaliate if pushed too far. This could spiral out of control." Vikir's confident smile didn't waver as he reassured Chihuahua. "These men are deeply tied to the criminal underworld of Underdog City," he explained. "Their families are just as complicit. None of them would dare raise a complaint. They'd be incriminating themselves." Chihuahua wasn't convinced. "But what about evidence? Without proof, this could blow up in our faces." Vikir's reply was calm and cryptic. "I have ways of finding evidence. And if none exists," he let his words linger before finishing, "I'll create it." Despite his composed demeanor, Vikir's mind was racing with calculations. He wasn't concerned about backlash. The world was shifting, and soon he'd either be sent to battle or depart for the academy. Either way, time was on his side. Standing before the prisoners, Vikir's voice turned icy, each word deliberate and cutting. Human trafficking, kidnapping, bribery, blackmail, assault through intermediaries, murder. The crimes fell from his lips like hammer blows in the stifling silence of the cell. The blond man's desperation mounted. "Where's your proof?" he demanded, his voice cracking. Vikir smirked. "If I presented evidence, would you accept your punishment?" The blond man averted his gaze, the weight of his guilt unmistakable. His defiance crumbled into a silent plea, his expression screaming, "I'll never shame my family, even if I die here." The tense atmosphere broke with the sudden arrival of a bald man carrying a heavy bag. He greeted Vikir with casual ease, as though the grim scene before him was an everyday affair. "Your custom order is ready," he said, placing the bag at Vikir's feet. Vikir nodded in thanks and opened the bag, revealing an array of ominous tools. The bald man watched, a mix of dread and fascination on his face. Finally, he couldn't hold back. "I've been in this business for 30 years, but I've never seen tools like those. Where did you come up with such terrifying devices?" Without looking up, Vikir replied nonchalantly, "I didn't invent them. They were common where I came from." The bald man froze, visibly unsettled. "Where you came from? What hellhole is that?" Vikir chuckled. "Something like that." Then, almost casually, he added, "Want me to teach you how to use them?" The bald man quickly shook his head, his face pale. "No thanks. If I watch what you're about to do, I'd lose everything I've eaten this week." Vikir smirked, but didn't respond. He turned his focus back to the tools, methodically arranging them as his mind drifted to darker times, the era of destruction. Memories of breaking Demon Clan prisoners resurfaced, the era when interrogation techniques reached horrifying heights in sophistication and cruelty. Opening his coat, Vakir revealed a series of tools strapped to his body. The blond man's defiance shattered. His bravado dissolved into a high-pitched squeal as sheer terror gripped him. Vakir's expression was cold and unreadable. "What happened to your confidence?" he asked mockingly. "Where's all that tough talk about never confessing?" Buttoning the cuffs of his sleeves with deliberate calm, Vakir added, "Don't say anything just yet. Let's savor this moment. It's nostalgic." The blond man couldn't hold back anymore. Tears streamed down his face, his body trembling uncontrollably as fear consumed him. Rumors of the arrests of the 7 wicked gangs spread like wildfire through Underdog City. In every corner of the city, taverns, markets, and alleys, the topic dominated conversations. At a dimly lit tavern, a group of patrons argued over the shocking news. "Good riddance," one man spat. "Those gangs treated ordinary folks like pests." Another, more skeptical voice chimed in, "Don't get your hopes up. The new deputy consul might make some noise, but he'll release them soon enough. They're too tied to the native families. But the charges are serious this time," a third patron countered. "They might actually be executed." The room fell into uneasy murmurs as patrons debated whether the children of the native families could truly face such dire consequences. One man leaned in, his voice low but resolute. "Don't underestimate Vakir. This is the same man who burned 10 billion gold just to make a point. If anyone will follow through, it's him." Others scoffed, dismissing the arrests as a political ploy. "It's all for show," a patron said, waving a hand. "The native families will apologize, and the gang members will walk free. It's how things have always been." At first, it seemed those predictions might hold true. The Mablink, Pyre, Luib, Chanel, Daragamu, Hermes, and Prada clans, families tied to the 7 wicked gangs, issued formal apologies to Deputy Consul Vakir. But the apologies fell on deaf ears. In the heart of the city's central square, 7 severed heads hung grotesquely from iron spikes. Salt preserved their twisted expressions of agony, a chilling reminder of the suffering they endured before death. Above the heads, a public notice detailed their crimes and punishments under the Baskerville Family Autonomy Constitution, a set of laws infamous for its strict and unforgiving penalties. Clause 1. Banning illegal brothels. Punishment: tattooing the word sex across the criminal's face. Clause 2. Banning illegal gambling. Punishment: wrist amputation, repeated 72 times, 1 for each offense. Clause 3. Banning illegal private loans. Punishment: eye removal. This penalty was suspended after pleas from victims. Clause 4. Banning illegal lobbying. Punishment: exile. Since the criminals were already dead, their headless bodies were discarded outside the city walls. The crowd stood frozen, staring in silent horror at the grisly display. The severed heads of the 7 wicked gangs and the brutal enforcement of the laws left the city in shock. In his office, Vakir addressed Chihuahua, who was visibly shaken. "There's no need to look so surprised," Vakir said, his tone cold. "These laws have always existed. The only difference is that this is the first time the so-called native families are facing the consequences." Chihuahua swallowed hard, struggling to process what had just unfolded. "Do you really think this will work?" Vakir turned his gaze to the window, watching the flickering torches of the central square below. "This is only the beginning," he said. "This enforcement will spark a chain reaction. Underdog City is on the brink of a violent shift." His voice grew darker. "When the destruction begins, this city will become a bloodbath." Turning back to Chihuahua, Vakir's tone sharpened. "Brace yourself. You're joining me for the next step of the plan." Chihuahua blinked, clearly rattled. "Me? Why do I have to?" "You're part of this now," Vakir interrupted, his voice leaving no room for argument. Chihuahua let out a resigned sigh, his face pale as the weight of what lay ahead settled over him. The scene shifted to a dimly lit tent buzzing with anticipation. Chihuahua, now donning a sinister mask that only made him more jittery, stood among a crowd of similarly veiled figures. Turning slightly, he whispered nervously to a figure caged behind him. Vakir, exuding his usual unbothered confidence. "Are you sure this plan isn't insane?" Chihuahua asked, his voice barely audible. Vakir's crimson eyes locked onto him. "Have I ever let you down?" Chihuahua's silence spoke volumes. He adjusted his mask, feigning composure as more masked individuals filed into the area. This was no ordinary gathering. It was the infamous underground slave auction in Underdog City, a lawless pit nestled at the edge of Baskerville territory. Under the cover of night, a sprawling tent had risen from the barren wasteland, its garish lights luring in luxurious carriages like moths to a flame. Inside, a grim marketplace awaited, where lives were bartered like commodities. Kidnapped barbarians, disgraced nobles, and commoners alike. The Baskerville family, oblivious to this atrocity on their outskirts, remained conspicuously absent. At the entrance, The auctioneer greeted arrivals with exaggerated cheer. His tone shifted slightly upon noticing Chihuahua's group, recognizing the telltale insignias of the Mablin clan, one of the auction's most esteemed customers. "You're here as sellers this time," the auctioneer remarked, glancing at their credentials. "I trust you've brought something to impress. Last time, the clan wasn't exactly thrilled with our offerings." Chihuahua's lips curled into a nervous smirk beneath his mask. "No complaints here. Quality is never a problem." The auctioneer's gaze fell on Vakir, trapped in a cage among the other merchandise. His striking black hair and piercing crimson eyes drew the man's attention like a shark to blood. "Now that's a rare gem," he murmured, his greedy eyes glinting. "I'll make sure he fetches a premium." Feigning agreement, Chihuahua nodded and let the auctioneer handle the rest. The man bowed theatrically before disappearing, leaving Chihuahua to stew in the chaos of the tent. Inside, the atmosphere was electric. The crowd of criminals and elites buzzed with anticipation, swapping whispers about the night's offerings. From exotic slaves to tragic nobles, everyone had their preferences, though all shared the same ravenous hunger for novelty. The auctioneer took the stage, his flamboyant energy rivaling that of a carnival barker. "Ladies and gentlemen," he boomed, "our first item, a beast straight from the nightmares of hell itself." With a dramatic flourish, he unveiled an A-rank monster, the Mercy Lego. The crowd gasped as the towering creature, part cow, part devil, growled menacingly. Its 19 hearts made it nearly impossible to kill, a fact the auctioneer didn't fail to exploit. "Every part of this beast is valuable," he announced, listing its leather, meat, bones, and even intestines. "The bidding starts at 100 million gold." Excitement rippled through the audience as the bids climbed. 140 million, 200 million, 250 million. "Sold for 250 million gold," the auctioneer bellowed, slamming his gavel with a theatrical bang. The crowd erupted into applause, eager for the next spectacle. As the auction continued, a variety of bizarre and horrifying products paraded across the stage, each commanding the audience's morbid fascination. However, the crowd's murmurs hushed when a worker approached the auctioneer, whispering in his ear. A wicked grin spread across his face. "Ladies and gentlemen," he announced, his voice laced with excitement, "we have a special addition to tonight's lineup. From the savage tribes of the life-engulfing forests, a warrior of unparalleled ferocity." The girl was dragged onto the stage, her fierce glare defiant even as the chains bit into her wrists. The auctioneer wasted no time hyping her up as a wild beast begging to be tamed, urging the crowd to prove their dominance. "Bidding starts at 5 million gold," he declared, his voice booming. Silence. "All right, 3 million," he tried, his enthusiasm wavering. The crowd exchanged uninterested glances. "Fine, 1 million gold. She's a steal," he shouted, desperation creeping into his voice. Still nothing. Murmurs of boredom rippled through the tent. Frustrated, the auctioneer waved the guards over. "Take her away. Let's get to something worth their time." The guard stepped in, but the girl wasn't about to go quietly. She thrashed violently, almost breaking free, until one guard struck her in the stomach. She crumpled to the floor, unconscious, and was unceremoniously dragged backstage. The auctioneer cleared his throat, forcing a smile as he tried to salvage the moment. "Apologies for that little incident, but fear not. I present to you the crown jewel of tonight's auction." The crowd stirred as the spotlight swung to Vakir, seated calmly in his cage. He radiated a quiet, commanding presence that silenced even the most restless attendees. "Behold," the auctioneer proclaimed, "a pureblood with striking black hair and crimson eyes, beauty, strength, and obedience in one perfect package." Before the bidding officially began, a woman in the crowd, smitten by Vakir's striking appearance, raised her hand. 600 million gold. The auctioneer blinked, momentarily caught off guard. "We haven't even announced the starting price." 800 million. Another bidder cut in, a gruff man with an imposing presence. The woman whirled on him, her tone sharp. "Why would you need him?" The man smirked. "I'll make him a gladiator. He'll be worth twice the price by the time I'm done." The two traded barbs as the bids climbed rapidly. 900 million, 1 billion. The tent buzzed with energy until a new contender, masked and silent, raised their plate. Number 99. 6 billion gold. The masked bidder said coolly, silencing the room in an instant. Gasps rippled through the crowd. Someone whispered, "That's Baron Gambino. He's swimming in money after taking over the underground funds from the granary." While the audience admired the Baron's bold move, his attendant leaned in, her tone cautious. "That's a dangerous sum for a slave. You'll only profit if he stays unscathed." The Baron shot her a withering glare. "I saved you from the streets, and this is how you repay me? Keep your mouth shut." The auctioneer slammed his gavel. "Sold. To customer 99 for 6 billion gold." Guards hauled Vakir from the cage, presenting him to Baron Gambino. Up close, Vikir's presence was even more intimidating, his crimson eyes practically daring the Baron to test him. "You're mine now," Gambino said, a twisted grin spreading across his face. "But don't worry, I'm not a bad guy." Vikir's stoic expression didn't falter, though the Baron's lecherous tone was enough to make the air in the room feel heavy. "Relax," Gambino purred. "I'll find all sorts of ways to enjoy you." If looks could kill, Vikir's glare would have struck him down on the spot. Vikir raised his bound hands toward the Baron, a subtle smirk playing on his lips. The Baron blinked, misinterpreting the gesture. "Oh, do you want me to unlock those for you?" Before the Baron could finish his sentence, Vikir's wrists tensed, and the cuffs snapped apart with a metallic crack that echoed through the room. "What?" The Baron sputtered, eyes wide. Vikir wasted no time. He delivered a thunderous kick to the Baron's chest, sending him sprawling across the floor like a discarded rag doll. Gambino's attendant, Cindy, froze in shock as the Baron writhed on the ground, gasping for air. Striding over, Vikir grabbed the Baron by the back of his collar, lifting him like a sack of grain. "Let's play a game," Vikir said, his voice calm, yet icy. "It's called Spear and Shield. I'm the spear. You're the shield. Let's see how long you last." With that, he slammed the Baron into the floor with bone-crunching force. Gambino screamed, flailing and calling out, "Cindy, do something." But before Cindy could react, the Baron had already gone limp. Vikir released him, standing over his unconscious form. "Game over," Vikir announced, his tone devoid of emotion. The shield failed. The room erupted into murmurs as Vikir reached up and removed his mask. Gasps rippled through the crowd as his identity was revealed. "Vikir van Baskerville," someone exclaimed in disbelief. Cindy stumbled back, her face pale. "A Baskerville here?" Vikir ignored her and crouched near the Baron's crumpled body, inspecting him with cold detachment. "Is he dead?" he asked flatly, as if the answer barely mattered. The crowd broke into whispers. "If he's here, then who's the new deputy consul of Underdog City? Why would a Baskerville hound come to this auction?" Amid the chaos, Chihuahua stood in the shadows, his heart pounding. He stared at Vikir, trying to make sense of what he had just witnessed. This isn't just an incident anymore, he thought, his mind racing. It's a catastrophe. Vikir straightened, surveying the tent with a chilling smile. "A circus," he muttered, his crimson eyes gleaming with menace. "That's what this place is. But don't expect the clowns to survive the show." Tension gripped the room. Vikir stood unarmed at the center, surrounded by a sea of guards. The crowd held its collective breath, unsure if they were about to witness a miracle or a massacre. The auctioneer, his face twisted with fury, shattered the silence. "Kill him," he roared, spittle flying. "I don't care if he's a Baskerville. Take him down." The guards charged, weapons glinting in the harsh light. Vikir's hand flickered. In an instant, Beelzebub, his blade, appeared, shimmering with a deadly red glow. Before the first guard could blink, Vikir moved, a blur of precision and brutality. The first wave of attackers fell in moments, their weapons clattering uselessly to the floor as crimson streaks stained the ground. The crowd recoiled in horror. A guard wielding a massive chain, an iron ball swung it with all his might, the heavy weapon whistling through the air. Vikir sidestepped smoothly and, in one clean motion, severed both the chain and its wielder in a single stroke. The auctioneer's confidence crumbled. His lips trembled as realization dawned. This wasn't just any warrior. It was a graduate, one of the elite Baskerville hounds. "We don't stand a chance," the auctioneer thought, dread washing over him like a tide. From the shadows, Chihuahua muttered under his breath, his eyes wide as he watched Vikir carve through the guards like a force of nature. "I knew he was strong, but this is insane," he whispered, his awe laced with disbelief. Then, chaos shifted gears. A chilling laugh echoed through the room, halting the remaining murmurs. Vikir turned sharply to see the auctioneer holding Chihuahua hostage, a knife pressed tightly against his throat. "Drop your weapon and surrender," the auctioneer barked, his voice trembling with desperation, but full of venom. "Or I'll cut his throat right here and now." All eyes turned to Vikir, waiting for his next move. Vikir stood motionless, his gaze fixed on the auctioneer. His calm demeanor only served to agitate his opponent, who pressed the blade closer, drawing a thin line of blood on Chihuahua's neck. "Deputy Consul," Chihuahua spoke, his voice steady despite the danger. "Don't worry about me. Just do what you need to do." The auctioneer snarled, silencing Chihuahua with a rough shake. But his words had already struck their mark. Vikir's lips curled into an amused smile. "You got guts, Chihuahua," he said lightly. The tension thickened as Vikir reached down, producing a simple flute strapped to his leg. The auctioneer's confidence faltered for a moment, his brow furrowing. "What's that? Some kind of trick?" Ignoring the taunt, Vikir brought the flute to his lips. The high-pitched note that followed sliced through the air like a razor, its intensity rattling the very walls of the auction hall. The crowd clutched their ears, howling in agony as the sound reverberated, unrelenting and merciless. When the noise finally ceased, the room fell into an uneasy silence. The crowd exchanged confused, fearful glances. The auctioneer, sweating but outwardly unaffected, forced a grin. That's it? A cheap scare tactic. He chuckled nervously. Even a graduate can't. His words stopped abruptly. A thin blade pierced his throat from behind, slicing through flesh and bone with terrifying precision. Blood sprayed in an arc as his head rolled to the ground, his lifeless eyes still wide with shock. Behind him stood a hooded figure, their crimson-streaked blade gleaming under the dim lights. Chihuahua froze, unable to process what he had just witnessed. A guard, attempting to regain control, charged at the hooded figure. But the intruder barely moved, flicking their sword with casual ease. The guard's body shredded mid-stride, collapsing in a lifeless heap. As panic spread, more hooded figures emerged from the shadows, dozens of them. They moved with an eerie, synchronized grace, their auras radiating power and malice. Their eyes, cold and unfeeling, swept across the terrified room, freezing everyone in place. "Who are they?" a trembling guard whispered, his voice barely audible. Cindy Wendy, still clinging to the edges of composure, gasped as her eyes locked onto the distinctive insignia on their chests, a pair of razor-sharp teeth. Her face turned pale as she whispered, "The Pitbull Order, the Baskerville clan's elite, the Annihilation experts." A wave of dread swept through the crowd as the reality sunk in. Everyone in the room knew the legend of the Pitbull Order, an unstoppable force of graduates trained to kill without hesitation, their loyalty only to the Baskerville clan. Cindy froze as one of the Pitbull Knights materialized behind her, his blade poised to strike. Her heart thundered in her chest, panic seizing her thoughts. "I can't die here, not like this." But just as the knight's sword began to fall, Vikir's voice cut through the chaos. "Leave her alive." The knight halted instantly, lowering his weapon and kneeling in deference to Vikir. Cindy gasped, her chest heaving as relief washed over her. Vikir's gaze swept coldly across the room. "Rip the rest of them to shreds," he ordered, his tone sharp and unyielding. "But spare those lying still. If anyone flinches, kill them without hesitation." The knight nodded and vanished into the shadows like a specter. The hall erupted into a cacophony of screams as the Pitbull Knights carried out their master's commands with ruthless precision. Blades flashed, flesh tore, and pleas for mercy were silenced in an instant. Amid the slaughter, one trembling man lay prone, desperately willing himself to stay motionless. "Don't move. Don't breathe. Just stay down and maybe, just maybe I'll survive this." A knight loomed over him, an imposing figure radiating lethal intent. "I'll wear the cuffs. I'll do whatever you want," the man sobbed, clutching at the last strands of his life. The knight's voice was cold and devoid of empathy. "We don't carry cuffs." The man stammered, confusion breaking through his terror. "Then, what will you do to me?" The answer came without hesitation. The knight's blade flashed, severing the man's legs in a swift, brutal motion. The man's screams echoed through the hall as the knight moved on, uninterested in his suffering. "Those sentenced to execution don't need legs," he muttered flatly. Meanwhile, a figure puffing on a cigar stepped up beside Vikir. It was Boston Terrier Le Baskerville, the formidable commander of the Pitbull Knights. He took a long drag, his sharp gaze appraising the young warrior. "So, what do you think of the Pitbull Knights?" Boston Terrier asked, his tone casual but laced with pride. Vikir gave a curt nod. "They're effective." Boston Terrier smirked. "If you need anything else, just say the word." As he studied Vikir, his thoughts churned. No wonder Brother Hugo is so invested in this kid. At 15, he's already this sharp, fierce and ruthless, a natural fit for us. Placing a hand on Vikir's head, Boston Terrier grinned. "Come join us. I'll raise you into a proper knight." Vikir hesitated briefly before responding, his tone polite but firm. "I'll think about it." Turning, he added, "I have urgent matters to attend to." Boston Terrier watched him leave, a faint frown tugging at his lips. "He's ignoring me," he thought, but instead of irritation, he felt a growing sense of intrigue. "That just makes me want him even more." Vikir slipped into the shadowy storeroom, his eyes narrowing as they adjusted to the dim light. "It's here somewhere," he muttered, prowling between crates and barrels with the precision of a predator. In the corner, a hulking safe caught his eye. For a fleeting second, he considered if it held the nobles' contributions. The thought of dragging it to City Hall for some bureaucratic taxation ritual briefly crossed his mind. "Yeah, no," he dismissed, smirking to himself. "I'm not here to play accountant." His attention shifted to a cage covered with a tattered cloth. As he stepped closer, a faint whimper reached his ears. His smirk vanished, replaced by a grim determination. Yanking the cloth away, he revealed a bruised and battered girl huddled inside. She flinched at the sudden exposure, her tear-streaked face a picture of fear and pain. Vikir let out a frustrated sigh, reaching into his pack. "You're lucky I have this," he muttered, pulling out a shimmering potion, a relic from the Pitbull Knights, known for its legendary healing properties. Carefully tilting the vial, he let a few drops trickle into her mouth. The transformation was almost instant. Wounds knitting together, bruises fading like ink washed away. Her eyelids fluttered open, but the sight of Vikir made her retreat further into the cage, trembling. Vikir frowned. "What's with the fear? Do I look like the bad guy here?" The girl remained silent, staring as if weighing her odds of survival. Vikir stood, unlocking the cage with a practiced twist. "Go," he commanded, his tone firm but not unkind. When she didn't move, he switched to halting barbarian. "Run. Away." Her eyes widened slightly, the recognition of her native tongue flickering in her expression. Yet she hesitated, mumbling something in barbarian that sounded soft, almost pleading. Vikir crossed his arms. "Look, I'm not fluent, but this isn't a language test. The exit's that way." He pointed emphatically. Finally, the girl rose, still limping but steadier with each step. At the doorway, she paused and turned back to him, her voice trembling as she spoke again in barbarian. Vikir couldn't make out the words, but the gratitude in her tone was unmistakable. Once she disappeared into the night, Vikir exhaled and pulled another cloth aside. Beneath it lay his real target, the carcass of Mercy Lego, an A-rank monster. Still fresh, he noted, crouching down to inspect the massive beast's remains. A red aura began to shimmer from his hand, and moments later, Beelzebub materialized, a faint grin stretching across its sinister form. "It's been a while, hasn't it?" Vikir said casually, as though addressing an old friend. "An A-rank snack. Try not to take all day. The Pitbull Knights will be here soon, and they don't like to share." Beelzebub let out a guttural, pleased sound, its hunger palpable. The aura around it flared as it descended upon the corpse, feasting with voracious glee. Vikir stood watch, arms crossed, his mind already calculating his next move. As dawn broke, the name Deputy Consul Vikir became the city's most chilling buzzword. Stories of his brutal crackdown on the criminal underworld spread like wildfire. Nobles and other elites involved in the illegal slave trade were now prisoners in Underdog City's notorious jail, minus a few limbs. The infamous Burning Suspension Club, once the crown jewel of the city's vice, had been reduced to smoldering ruins. Its VIP patrons hadn't fared any better. Their heads now adorned stakes in the main square, a grim display of justice that sent shockwaves through the city. The 7 original clans, whose heirs had been among the casualties, were quick to react. Their indignant letters of protest flooded Vikir's office. But his response was as cold and final as the guillotine. The death penalty is the only justice for violating the imperial family's ultimate decree. Vikir's assault wasn't just physical, it was financial. Bank drafts, incriminating ledgers, and records seized from Burning Suspension were handed over to the Baskerville clan. These documents detailed everything from bribes to secret transactions, implicating powerful players. With evidence mounting and reports heading to the imperial family, even the proudest clans found their protests turning to silence. In a desperate move, the patriarchs of the 7 original clans personally arrived at Vikir's office to beg for mercy. Their pleas were met with the same icy resolve. "The black ledgers don't lie," Vikir said, unflinching. "Your family assets will be confiscated. For the crime of treason, 3 generations of your bloodlines are sentenced to eradication. That's final." The city itself felt the shockwave of Vikir's iron rule. Execution grounds flowed red as the corrupt elite were purged. Freed from criminal strangleholds, public offices and contractors began hiring again, slashing unemployment. The destruction of the underground auction house funneled newfound tax revenue into public welfare. Businesses flourished, and even the stock market felt the effects as optimism surged. Underdog City transformed almost overnight, its people celebrating a newfound hope. Meanwhile, Vikir's popularity skyrocketed, and the once embattled deputy consul became a beacon of progress. One morning, Chihuahua entered Vikir's administrative office, carrying a steaming mug. "Coffee delivery," he announced with a grin. Vikir looked up, raising an eyebrow. "You're the office manager, not my errand boy." Chihuahua waved off the remark. "Call it gratitude. You saved me at the auction, remember? That clown's knife was way too close for comfort." A rare smirk tugged at Vikir's lips. "Coffee? That's a bit cheap for a life debt." Chihuahua laughed. "Hey, it's not just any coffee. 2 spoons of sugar, extra creamer, and barely any water. Top shelf stuff." Their banter filled the room with an unusual warmth before Chihuahua shifted gears. "How's the transcribing going? Still practicing your writing?" Wordlessly, Vikir handed him a sheet of paper. Chihuahua scanned it, his eyes widening. Wow, you've only just started learning, and this is incredible. Your handwriting is nearly perfect. Vikir shrugged, downplaying the compliment. Still a long way to go. Besides, you're the one running this office like clockwork. Chihuahua chuckled, but couldn't help feeling awed. Beneath Vikir's stern demeanor lay a man capable of reshaping the city's foundations. He didn't just enforce laws. He understood their purpose, their weight. Watching Vikir at work, Chihuahua silently hoped he'd stay in Underdog City. With Vikir at the helm, it felt like the city was finally on the verge of something extraordinary. Under the pale glow of the moonlight slipping through iron bars, Vikir stood in the shadows of a prison cell. Opposite him, Cindy Wendy, Baron Gambino's former attendant, sat bound and blindfolded, her defiant posture stark against the cold walls. Breaking the silence, Vikir spoke, his tone apologetic yet distant. I should have come sooner, but duty kept me. Cindy Wendy, isn't it? She ignored the question, her voice cutting through the air like ice. Why did you spare me? Vikir stepped forward, removing the blindfold with deliberate calm. Their eyes met, his crimson gaze steady. Because I need answers. Her lips twisted into a bitter sneer. So that's it? You only kept me alive to interrogate me. Ignoring the jab, Vikir began pacing slowly, his words precise. Baron Gambino's meteoric rise wasn't natural. A nobody doesn't climb the ladder that fast without help. That help was you. Your talent for generating wealth made him untouchable. If you'd chosen a different path, you could have been a respected merchant, maybe even a banker. He stopped in front of her, dragging a chair noisily across the floor. Sitting down, he locked eyes with her. Let's keep this simple. Answer my questions honestly, and you'll walk free. Refuse, and his voice trailed off ominously, leaving the alternative to her imagination. Cindy's eyes narrowed as she bit her lip, wrestling with her anger before spitting out a reply. Fine, I'll answer. Vikir leaned back, his first question direct and unsettling in its simplicity. How would you rate my performance as a law enforcer? Her laugh was sharp and mocking, a shining beacon of justice in Underdog City. She quipped, sarcasm oozing from every word. Unmoved, Vikir leaned forward. Mockery's a dangerous game, Cindy. Play along, or the deal's off. With an exasperated sigh, she dropped the act. Fine, you're doing well. Happy. Vikir's demeanor shifted instantly, his grin sudden and wolfish. Rising, he closed the distance between them, gripping her chin. His voice dropped to a chilling tone. Why do you think I'm doing well? Cindy stiffened, sweat beading on her brow as his crimson eyes bored into her. Releasing her, Vikir returned to his chair, gesturing for her to speak. Grinding her teeth, Cindy finally relented. Because you enforce order with fear. People listen, but not because they respect you. They're terrified. You crush criminals and boost your authority, but you're planting seeds of hatred at the same time. That hatred will grow, and one day, it'll burn everything you've built. She paused, her gaze hardening. And the Baskerville clan? They won't tolerate your rise. They don't like threats to the throne, and you're becoming one. Vikir's face remained unreadable, absorbing her words like a stone soaking in rain. After a moment, he asked, What's your solution then? How would you navigate this? Cindy locked eyes with Vikir, her voice calm but firm. If you want to survive, return all your authority and accomplishments here to the Baskerville clan and its leader. Keeping the spotlight on yourself will only make you a target. She paused, then added, Find a place where your power won't draw attention. Somewhere like the life-engulfing forest or the Imperial Academy. Among your peers, you can blend in, hide your strength, and slip out of the Baskerville clan's crosshairs. Cindy's tone softened slightly. If you do this, the clan leader will eventually bear the consequences in your place. Vikir said nothing at first, his gaze distant. The silence grew heavy, and Cindy's breath hitched as an overwhelming wave of bloodlust radiated from him. The air turned suffocating, the weight of his unspoken menace pressing down like a predator, sizing up its prey. When he finally spoke, his voice was calm, but laced with steel. I understand your suggestion, he said. It's like asking a loyal hunting dog to turn its fangs on its own master. His crimson eyes locked onto hers, the mix of bloodlust and cold calculation behind them unyielding. Yet Cindy, despite the shiver crawling up her spine, held his gaze with an unsettling calm. It's the only way to escape the Baskerville clan's hatred, she said evenly. A faint smile tugged at Vikir's lips. Not bad, he remarked. Your thoughts align suspiciously well with my own. To Cindy's surprise, Vikir stepped forward and unlocked her handcuffs, the metal clattering to the floor. She stared at him in disbelief. You're really letting me go? Vikir nodded, his expression unwavering. I keep my promises. Cindy hesitated as she walked past him, glancing back. I hope you never come to regret this. Before she could leave, his voice stopped her cold. Do you know the Messama Denaro clan? Cindy turned, her expression puzzled. Bakir's tone was measured, deliberate. Among the founding families of Underdog City, everyone knows the 7 original clans. But there was an 8th, a prosperous merchant family, the Messamidinaro clan. They were as wealthy and influential as any of the 7. His voice darkened as he continued. Their rise ended in a single night. During a grand birthday celebration, the clan's youngest son showed off his newly learned sword technique. It stunned the onlookers because it was the secret Baskerville sword art, knowledge that only bloodline members of the Baskerville family are allowed to possess. Cindy's body tensed as she listened. Bakir's words carried the weight of history and bloodshed. The Baskerville clan leader deemed it a betrayal of the highest order. Their response was swift and merciless. The hunting dogs were unleashed, and the Messamidinaro clan was erased from existence. Cindy's unease grew, but she managed a forced smile. And what does this have to do with me? Bakir's eyes sharpened, his tone cutting. There's more to the story. That technique wasn't leaked by accident. It was stolen by the young masters of the 7 clans and taught to the boy as a cruel joke. The Messamidinaro clan was nothing more than a scapegoat, a victim of their malice. Cindy's forced smile faded entirely as Bakir stepped closer, his voice heavy with grim resolve. There was one survivor, a 1-year-old girl pulled from the ruins of her family's massacre. Beautiful, even as an infant, but beauty brought her no mercy. She endured unimaginable torment at the hands of those who took her. Cindy's fists clenched as anger flashed across her face. I don't want to hear any more of this, she snapped, turning away and striding toward the exit. But Bakir's voice cut through the silence, stopping her in her tracks. The story doesn't end there, he said, his tone measured but unrelenting. A new deputy consul uncovered the truth and brought justice. The 7 young masters who orchestrated the fall of the Messamidinaro clan were captured, interrogated, and forced to confess. His expression darkened, the weight of his words pressing into the room. Before they died, they showed remorse. Their final words were, "We're sorry for committing such a heinous crime." Cindy froze, tears streaming down her face as she turned to face him. Her voice trembled as she asked, "Who are they apologizing to?" Bakir met her gaze with calm resolve. "They were apologizing to the sole survivor of the Messamidinaro clan," he said. "To the girl who took the name Cindy Wendy." Cindy staggered, her tears falling faster. "How am I supposed to believe that?" she demanded, her voice raw with pain. "You tortured them. How can I trust that their apologies were genuine?" Without hesitation, Bakir grabbed a nearby torch. "There's only one way for you to believe me," he said evenly. "See it for yourself." He led Cindy through the dim halls to a desolate prison cell. Stopping before the door, he gestured toward the ground. "Look." Cindy's eyes widened as she took in the horrific sight. On the cold stone floor, written in dried blood, were the prisoner's final, desperate words. "We brought devastation upon the Messamidinaro clan. Forgive us for our crimes." The pitiful plea was raw and haunting, a message scrawled in their final moments of terror. Cindy's knees buckled as the weight of it all hit her. Overcome, she clutched her stomach and retched, tears streaming down her cheeks as she trembled. Bakir stood behind her, his voice steady but laced with an edge of cold purpose. "Even though they suffered and died, the vengeance of the Messamidinaro clan isn't finished. There's still one more clan that must pay for what they've done." He knelt slightly to meet her gaze, his crimson eyes burning with intensity. "Hate the Baskervilles. You have every right to despise us. As a survivor of the Messamidinaro clan." Cindy wiped her mouth with the back of her hand, her tears refusing to stop. "Why are you doing this?" she asked, her voice hoarse. "Why are you helping me? You're a Baskerville yourself." Bakir's lips curled into a faint smirk. "You're asking the wrong question." Cindy pushed herself to her feet, brushing off the dust as she steadied her shaking frame. Without another word, she began to walk away, but at the door, she paused and turned back to him. Her expression was calm now, her voice steady. "I understand," she said quietly. "Bakir van Baskerville, I owe you a debt." Her tone grew firm, conviction lining every word. "No matter where life takes you, you'll never have to worry about money again. That's my promise." With that, she disappeared into the shadows of the hallway. Bakir stood in silence, watching her go until her footsteps faded into the distance. Then, almost to himself, he muttered with a faint smirk, "I'll hold you to that promise." The next morning, Chihuahua burst into Bakir's quarters, full of energy. "Deputy Consul, it's time to..." He started but froze mid-sentence. The scene before him was something out of a nightmare. Blood-soaked sheets and lifeless bodies scattered across the room. Bakir stirred, stretching lazily before rubbing his eyes. "Good morning," he greeted casually, as though nothing were amiss. Chihuahua's jaw nearly hit the floor. "Good morning. What about?" "All the corpses," he shouted, pointing wildly. Bakir glanced around at the carnage, his expression nonchalant. "Oh, those? Looks like I killed them in my sleep, he replied with a shrug. Chihuahua stared, utterly horrified. Are you serious? Vikir chuckled lightly. Relax, I'm kidding. As they made their way down the hallway, Chihuahua shot him a wary look. Deputy Consul, I have to ask, what was your childhood like? Vikir smirked, amusement dancing in his crimson eyes. Didn't find my joke funny? That's not what I meant, Chihuahua muttered, exasperated. Vikir's tone turned thoughtful, almost distracted. Lately, I've had some inconveniences. Poison arrows, acid snipers, arson attacks, 2 near misses with runaway carts, the usual. Think I've caught someone's attention? Chihuahua stared at him in disbelief. You're insane. Ignoring the comment, Vikir's mind drifted to Beelzebub, the weapon fused to his arm. His latest skill, Hellish Buffalo's Tough Life, obtained from the illegal auction, had proven incredibly effective despite its risks. With Beelzebub's slots now filled by Burn Injury Cerberus, Hemorrhage Hellhound, and Tough Life Hellish Buffalo, Vikir's body was enhanced beyond recognition. Combined with the River Styx's modifications, his skin had become so resilient that even elite assassins had failed to harm him. But while the power was satisfying, the relentless attempts on his life were becoming more than just an irritation. I need to figure out who's behind these attacks and deal with them, Vikir muttered, his tone sharp. Chihuahua, still processing Vikir's casual recount of near-death experiences, nodded nervously. That sounds like a good idea. As they approached the courtyard, both noticed a carriage waiting nearby. The flag it bore was unmistakable, the Baskerville crest. They've sent someone from the main family, Vikir said, his tone growing serious. The carriage door opened, and a figure stepped out. Chihuahua immediately began sweating bullets, his posture stiff as he whispered to himself. No way. It's really him. Vikir, by contrast, remained calm, his crimson gaze steady. The figure descending from the carriage was none other than John Barrymore, the legendary head butler of the Baskerville household. John greeted Vikir with a warm smile. It's been quite a while, hasn't it? Vikir inclined his head politely. You look well, head butler, he replied. The butler chuckled as he approached. Do I? I've always believed you'd do well since leaving the main residence. Just luck, Vikir replied modestly, his expression betraying little. Nearby, Chihuahua was awestruck. John Barrymore wasn't just a servant. He was the servant, a man who had faithfully served the fearsome Baskerville family for 4 generations. Meeting him was like standing in the presence of a myth. Breaking the moment, Vikir addressed John directly. What brings you here, head butler? John's ever-present smile didn't falter as he delivered his message. The patriarch has been following your progress and is pleased. He's ordered you to return to the main residence. Vikir blinked, momentarily thrown. Hugo is pleased, he thought, struggling to picture such a concept. In his mind, he imagined his stern Uncle Hugo smiling, an image so absurd he almost laughed out loud. At the Baskerville estate, Hugo Le Baskerville, the clan patriarch, sat at his desk, his piercing gaze fixed on a newspaper article with a peculiar headline. The most beloved figure among underdog citizens, Vikir. The piece listed several awards Vikir had earned. Most trusted by merchants, most loved by farmers, most respected by children and scholars, most targeted by assassins. Hugo's sharp eyes scanned the page before looking up at Vikir, standing silently before him. The Baskervilles have always been known for their weapons, not their wits, Hugo remarked bluntly. But with your actions, perhaps we can change that reputation. He nodded, a faint trace of approval in his expression. You've done well, Vikir. Vikir bowed deeply, placing a hand over his chest. I only did what was expected of me. Yet inwardly, he couldn't help but wonder if Hugo's rare praise masked another layer of intent. Was that faint smirk truly pride, or something far colder? Hugo leaned back in his chair, his tone commanding. Reward and punishment must always suit the occasion. You've earned your reward. You will be attending the Colosio Academy this year. Vikir nodded, unsurprised. He had anticipated this move. The Colosio Academy was the Empire's premier institution for the elite, accepting only the children of aristocracy and royalty. Its strict dormitory rules and unparalleled security made it the perfect training ground for the future rulers of the Empire, and an ideal way for Vikir to grow stronger while keeping a safe distance from Hugo's scrutiny. Hugo continued, mentioning his intent to send companions with Vikir, but admitted he hadn't decided who. Do you have any siblings you prefer to take with you? He asked. Vikir answered smoothly, Highborough, Middleborough, and Lowborough. We're closest. Internally, he thought of them less as companions and more as reliable punching bags. Hugo nodded, seemingly satisfied. Done. He then asked Vikir if he recalled a plan they had discussed when he was just 8 years old. Vikir's mind immediately went to their joint training with the Morgs. You're referring to the plan to lend the ruby mines to the Morgs and use them to wipe out the barbarians? A smirk spread across Hugo's face. Exactly. And it worked. Intrigued, Vikir pressed for details. Hugo explained that the Morgs, seeking Baskerville support for a joint raid, had approached them with humility. The alliance was already yielding promising results. Switching topics, Hugo added one final task before Vakir's departure. Inspect the territory. Ensure the laws you implemented are being upheld. It will be educational. Vakir bowed once more. I'll follow your orders, Patriarch. The next day, Vakir and Chihuahua stood at the city gates. Tears streamed down Chihuahua's face as he waved frantically. Deputy Consul, I'll do my best to manage everything while you're gone. Vakir turned slightly, glancing back at the emotional Chihuahua. Though he said nothing, he silently noted that this parting was likely permanent. As Vakir and his small group traveled farther from the city, the quiet was broken by his voice, sharp and commanding. Come out, now. In an instant, dozens of figures dressed in black emerged from the surrounding trees and rocks, encircling the group. One of them stepped closer to Vakir, removing his head covering to reveal his face. The man stepped forward, removing his hood to reveal a sharp face and an air of confidence. Staffordshire Baskerville, he introduced himself. Knight of the Pitbull Order. Vakir nodded in acknowledgement. Thank you for waiting. I wanted the departure to proceed in an orderly fashion. Staffordshire waved off the apology. No trouble at all. Our mission is to safely escort you to the Morgs family's juvenile fortress. Vakir's expression remained calm as he asked, Any word from my uncle, Boston Terriers? Staffordshire chuckled. He's doing well, but he's been relentless about trying to recruit you into the Pitbull Order ever since the slave auction incident. A faint smirk tugged at Vakir's lips. Internally, he couldn't help but feel uneasy about his uncle's obsession. It bordered on fanatical. The group eventually reached a hilly region where farmers worked the land with quiet diligence. Vakir gestured toward the fields. Is this the territory we lent to the Morgs? Staffordshire nodded. That's right. Everything seems peaceful here. No signs of trouble. Vakir's eyes swept across the farmland, his sharp gaze taking in every detail. Though the stated purpose of their mission was a routine inspection, Vakir knew the real goal, to eliminate the barbarians. As they moved on, Staffordshire provided more information. The Morgs family has assembled quite the force. 3 delegates, 30 members of the lower house parliament, and around 100 unaffiliated mages. Vakir noted the Morgs' efforts, contrasting it with the Baskervilles' modest contribution. Just himself, a dozen knights, and the elite forces stationed on standby beyond the mountains. Hugo's parting words echoed in his mind. Observe the barbarians' way of life. It'll serve you well. The fortress came into view, looming in the distance. Its surroundings were grim. Dead trees littered the landscape, their branches adorned with skeletons swaying in the breeze. Vakir observed the macabre scene. A mage's handiwork, he remarked. Clearly a message from the Morgs to the barbarians. Staffordshire shuddered. It's unsettling to say the least. But Vakir's thoughts drifted to Camus Morgs. How much had she changed since their last encounter? As they neared the gates, 3 figures appeared on top of the walls. A stern voice called out, State your business. Vakir and Staffordshire looked up, surprised. Standing above them were 3 identical girls, their expressions equally defiant. One stepped forward confidently. No one passes without our permission. The other 2 immediately echoed her words in perfect unison. Vakir sighed inwardly. The 3 flowers. The infamous Morgs triplets, High Sis, Middle Sis, and Low Sis, were well known for their chaos and unpredictable behavior. People often joked that their combined insanity could rival the gods themselves. Steeling himself, Vakir stepped forward. I am Vakir of the Baskerville Envoy team, here to inspect the territory and strengthen relations. Open the gates. High Sis crossed her arms, unimpressed. I need to report to the person in charge first, she said smugly. You'll get your response tomorrow. Irritation flickered across Vakir's face. You're denying me entry into my own land? High Sis smirked, and the other 2 followed suit. Tenant protection law, she retorted, her tone dripping with mockery. Don't look down on us just because we're renters. That law, it's from your family after all. Vakir's temple throbbed with annoyance as the mocking tone of High Sis grated against his nerves. A familiar red aura flickered faintly around his hand, a reflection of his growing irritation. He exhaled slowly, reining in his anger before it boiled over. Keeping his voice calm, but icy, Vakir replied, I've amended the law. It now allows me to evict tenants I dislike. His words were sharp enough to cut through the tension. Open the gates. Now. A wave of killing intent radiated from Vakir, slamming into the triplets like a physical force. The sudden surge of bloodlust made them hesitate, a flicker of fear flashing across their faces. High Sis, recovering quickly, glared at Vakir and sneered. We've heard about the psycho kid running Underdog City, but we've dealt with enough lunatics to know how to handle you. With a swift motion, she cast a spell, aiming it near Vakir. The explosion shook the ground, sending his horse rearing in fright. From above, Lo-Sis shouted, "Don't even think about stepping on a Morg's territory without permission." Her insults sharpened. "Stupid swordsman. You think you can handle us? I'd love to see the so-called rising star of the Baskervilles try." Beside Vakir, Staffordshire's expression darkened as he instinctively drew his sword. "This won't end with words," he muttered grimly. Vakir signaled his readiness, a cold resolve settling over him. But before they could act, voices erupted from their group. "These girls don't even know their place." One member spat angrily. Another chimed in, his voice dripping with disdain. "Their words are absurd." The familiarity of the voices caught Vakir's attention. He glanced toward the hooded figures in his group, his thoughts turning. "I've heard those voices before." The Morg's triplets exchanged amused glances, their confidence unshaken. High Sis scoffed. "Mere underlings." Middle Sis smirked. "You think you outrank us?" Low Sis sneered. "You don't even know your place." But the three hooded members of Vakir's group stepped forward, their movements deliberate. "Not us," they declared firmly. In unison, they removed their hoods, revealing their identities. Vakir's eyes narrowed. Of course, it was the Baskerville triplets, High Burrow, Middle Burrow, and Low Burrow. Standing tall and radiating confidence, the triplets pointed toward Vakir and declared in unison, "He is the symbol of Baskerville." Turning to Vakir with matching grins, they added, "Leave this to us." Vakir's expression twisted into one of exasperation. "Great," he muttered, pinching the bridge of his nose. "My annoyance has just doubled." Despite his irritation, the scene unfolded with the over-the-top theatrics only the Baskerville triplets could provide. Vakir, though thoroughly vexed, knew their motives well enough. High Burrow glanced back at Vakir, his tone brimming with gratitude. "Thanks for recommending us to the Academy. Don't worry, we've got this handled." Vakir's thoughts raced as he pieced together their intent. So, this is about the Academy? Typical. To him, they were glorified sandbags, clumsy, brainless, but undeniably loyal. With the right training, they could at least be molded into effective soldiers. A faint smirk crossed Vakir's lips as he decided to humor them. "Fine, I'll leave this to you, older brothers." The Baskerville triplets practically glowed with pride at Vakir's begrudging acknowledgement. They stood straighter, their confidence soaring. Meanwhile, Morg's three flowers looked on with disdain. High Sis sneered, her voice dripping with contempt. Pathetic, clinging to each other like scared little children. The Baskerville triplets, unfazed by the insult, responded in perfect unison by flipping them off. "No, you're the fools," they retorted, their defiance as synchronized as their gestures. High Sis's face twisted with anger, joined by Middle Sis and Low Sis, who bristled at the audacity. "They need to be taught a lesson," High Sis growled, her tone promising retribution. As the tension thickened, Vakir's thoughts wandered to memories of the Morg's triplets before his regression. He remembered them as formidable mages, each with a distinct affinity: water, earth, and nature. Individually strong, their combined magic was devastating, amplifying their spells to an extraordinary level. It was this seamless synergy that earned them the title Morg's Three Flowers. Proving their reputation, the Morg's triplets summoned their power, combining magic to create a colossal barrier of intertwining vines and earth. The massive wall loomed over their opponents, its dense structure exuding raw magical energy. High Sis perched atop the barrier, laughing triumphantly. "Let's see you get past this," she jeered, her sisters joining in to mock the Baskervilles. Undeterred, High Burrow drew his sword with a confident smirk. "This," he said coolly, nodding toward the vine wall. "It's nothing." Without hesitation, he executed the Baskerville first technique. His blade cut through the air with precision, slicing the vine barrier apart in one devastating strike. The once imposing wall crumbled into ruin, its shattered remains scattering across the field. From a distance, Staffordshire's eyes widened in admiration. "A flawless execution of the first technique," he murmured, impressed. But High Burrow's victory was short-lived. Before he could fully recover, a vine whip lashed out with blinding speed. He managed to block the strike with his sword, but the force sent him staggering backward. High Burrow, Middle Burrow, and Low Burrow shouted in alarm, rushing forward to assist as their brother struggled to regain his footing. Perched atop the wreckage of her barrier, Low Sis smirked down at the Baskervilles. "Your pathetic swords will never reach us," she taunted, her voice brimming with confidence. The Baskerville triplets' expressions darkened, their anger flaring like hunting hounds scenting blood. The air between the two groups grew heavy with unspoken tension, the promise of further violence thick in the atmosphere. Staffordshire turned to Vakir, observing his calm demeanor amidst the chaos. "Enjoying the show?" he asked, a trace of amusement in his tone. Vakir raised an eyebrow, unimpressed. "What exactly do you mean by show?" Staffordshire gestured toward the clash. The age-old debate. Magic versus swordsmanship. Magic channels mana from the surroundings to amplify elemental power, while swordsmanship focuses a warrior's own energy for pure, explosive strength. Watching the two collide, it's fascinating, don't you think? Vakir sighed, his crimson eyes narrowing in exasperation. If you put it like that, I'm part of this debate too. Staffordshire smirked knowingly. True, but let's face it, you've already left everyone else in the dust. Vakir, however, was far from entertained. His expression hardened with frustration as he glanced at the ongoing clash. They're all wasting my time. If only they'd wipe each other out and save me the trouble. I've got more important things to deal with than refereeing a squabble between overgrown children. His thoughts drifted to his mounting responsibilities. Between managing the chaos of Underdog City and finding a capable supervisor, his patience for pointless bickering had long since worn thin. A fiery explosion erupted across the battlefield, silencing the chaos in an instant. A commanding voice, filled with anger, cut through the smoke and flames. What are you fools doing in front of my territory? High Burrow, momentarily distracted, tried to seize the advantage against High Sis, but the battle's tide shifted dramatically as a massive wall of fire surged forth. The blast shook the ground, leaving everyone momentarily stunned. Staffordshire tensed at the overwhelming display of magic, while Vakir stood unfazed, a faint smirk on his lips. If we're lucky, that might have incinerated them all, he muttered dryly. To his annoyance, the Baskerville triplets emerged from the smoke, coughing and stumbling, singed but alive. Vakir clicked his tongue in irritation, glaring at them. High Burrow wiped soot from his face, still in shock. What the hell was that? Middle Burrow, equally rattled, spun toward the source of the attack. Who's behind this smoke wall? He shouted. As the haze began to dissipate, the morgue's triplets came into view. High Sis and Middle Sis, usually so smug, were visibly shaken, their confidence cracked. If I dodged a second later, I'd be dead, High Sis muttered, trembling. Low Sis clung to her sisters, her voice shaking. What kind of monster uses fire magic like that? From atop the fortress gate, a figure stepped forward, flames still flickering in her hands. Her presence exuded authority, silencing the battlefield. Camus Morks. Her voice sliced through the tension. I can't forgive anyone who causes trouble in the territory I manage. She leapt down gracefully, landing in front of the morgue's triplets. Her cold gaze pierced through them, and High Sis scrambled to explain. We were trying to stop the invaders, she stammered. Low Sis pointed accusingly. It was their fault. They started it. Camus didn't flinch, fixing them with a withering glare. First of all, address me properly. I'm the vice head of this fortress, not someone you can call Camus so casually. Her sharp tone sent Middle Sis into a panic. Hastily, she corrected herself and addressed Camus with the proper honorific. Camus' gaze shifted to the skeletons swaying ominously in the trees. If you don't want to end up like them, she said icily, I suggest you think more carefully next time. Middle Sis squeaked in fear, bowing repeatedly as she apologized on behalf of her sisters. Camus turned her attention to Vakir, her eyes narrowing before recognition dawned. Her expression softened slightly as she approached him, a faint smile tugging at her lips. It's been a long time, she said softly, her voice carrying a touch of warmth. 7 years, hasn't it? Vakir nodded, his expression relaxed. It has, he replied. As Camus studied him, Vakir's gaze briefly lingered on her. She looked more mature now, and he found himself noting her increased allure. He recalled how, in his previous life, Camus had captured the attention of countless men in high society. Rumors and scandals swirled around her, some involving even married men. But in this timeline, there were no whispers of such stories. Dismissing the thought, Vakir returned to the matter at hand. Open the gates, he said bluntly, his tone firm. Words won't work on the triplets. Camus blinked at Vakir's bluntness, her expression darkening. That's all you have to say to me after all this time, she snapped, her voice edged with frustration. Vakir tilted his head slightly, his crimson eyes studying her with a mix of curiosity and detachment. What else should I say? He replied, his tone calm and neutral. Camus' frustration boiled over. Staffordshire, observing from a safe distance, raised an eyebrow, wondering if this verbal sparring might escalate into a clash between the two stars of their respective clans. Pointing a trembling finger at Vakir, Camus glared at him, her eyes shimmering with unshed tears. 0 points. You get 0 points, she declared, her voice quivering with a mix of anger and embarrassment. Your attitude toward your future wife is appalling. The words hung in the air like a lightning strike. The entire group, Morg's 3 flowers, Baskerville's triplets, Staffordshire, and even Vakir, froze in stunned silence. Camus, realizing what she had just said, turned away sharply, her face reddening. She muttered a flustered humph while refusing to meet anyone's gaze. The collective thought running through everyone's mind was the same. Whose wife? Later, as the group rode toward the fortress, Vikir and Camus found themselves riding side by side. Their earlier tension softened into casual conversation. The Baskerville clan doesn't seem to know much about the barbarians, Camus remarked, her tone light but probing. Vikir raised an eyebrow. We know more than you think, he countered confidently. We've fought them countless times, probably more than the Morg's family ever has. Camus glanced at him sideways, her smirk returning. If that's true, why send those idiots? She asked, gesturing toward the Baskerville triplets in the distance, who were currently bickering over whose sword was shinier. Vikir shrugged. The arrangement was already made with the Morg's family, he replied. The main force is stationed on the other side of the mountain range. You know that. Camus leaned slightly closer, her voice teasing. You may think you know, but I wonder if you're as informed about the barbarians as you claim. Vikir met her gaze evenly. As the leader of this delegation, it's my duty to know everything. Of course I'm well informed. Camus' expression softened into a faint smile. For someone the clan may have wanted to discard, you seem surprisingly trusted now. The conversation shifted naturally. Which of the barbaric tribes do you find the most troublesome? Camus asked, her curiosity evident. Vikir considered for a moment before answering. The Balak warrior tribe and the Rococo sorcerer tribe, he said. The Balak are unmatched archers. Their skill surpasses even the Empire's best. And no, that's not common knowledge. Camus nodded, impressed. 8 points, she said, evaluating him in her own whimsical way. 8 points? Out of what? Vikir asked, frowning slightly. Camus grinned playfully. Out of 100, of course. You answered well, so you earned points. Vikir gave her a skeptical look, but let it go. Camus continued her peculiar scoring. I don't like overly intelligent men, she declared. They're boring. A little foolishness makes them more interesting. She shifted her gaze to his horse. Your choice of horse? Awful. That massive beast doesn't suit someone of your shorter stature. Her teasing tone carried a playful jab as she deducted 6 points. Then, she critiqued his attire. Your clothes? Bland and uninspired. 4 points for effort. Noticing that Vikir was entirely ignoring her commentary, she smirked. 1 point for your so-called manners. Finally, her eyes softened as she studied his face. Your face? 99 points, she said, her tone quieter and more sincere. But you lose 1 for that lack of expression control. Vikir let out a heavy sigh, his patience wearing thin. Enough with these pointless evaluations, he said, his tone firm. Camus' eyes narrowed, her tone sharp as she shot back. Pointless? I'm just being stern with my future husband. Vikir froze, confusion flashing across his face. Future husband? What are you even talking about? Camus folded her arms, huffing indignantly. You passed the test, remember? My uncle's test. That duel was to determine if you were worthy to be my husband. Vikir's eyes narrowed as realization set in. She was talking about the duel he had fought 7 years ago against her uncle, a test of his abilities as her potential partner. Camus, her frustration mounting, continued venting. I never agreed to this. That duel ruined my path to marriage. But she sighed heavily, her anger fading into reluctant resignation. A promise is a promise, so I have to follow through. Not that I'm happy about it. Vikir watched her silently, acknowledging her skill as a fire mage, among the best he had ever seen. Finally, he interrupted her rant with a blunt declaration. I've forgotten all about that day. As far as I'm concerned, it never happened. Camus' face turned bright red. Without hesitation, she grabbed her jacket and threw it at him. You idiot, she shouted. You can't just pretend something like that didn't happen. Besides, I'm a genius. I never forget anything I see. Vikir caught the jacket and stared at it, recognizing it instantly. It was the same one he had given her after their duel, 7 years ago, when her clothes had been burned. Camus, still blushing furiously, turned away with a huff. Don't read too much into it, she muttered, and stop saying such nonsense. Vikir examined the jacket more closely, smirking faintly. She returned it unwashed. As they reached the outskirts of the fortress, Camus pointed toward a distant wall. The barbarians ambushed the ruby mine, she explained. They've been pillaging crops and capturing indigenous slaves to sell elsewhere. She gestured toward the massive wall, a towering structure of earth and iron. We had our mages construct that in just 1 month. Vikir studied the wall, his eyes narrowing in appraisal. Impressive. It would have taken several hundred workers over a year to build something like that. Camus nodded, pride evident in her expression. Naturally, but Vikir's gaze lingered on the wall's flaws. Several large holes gaped in the structure, their edges jagged and burned. His expression darkened. Those were they caused by Balak arrows? Camus' expression turned grim. Yes, their arrows are imbued with a strong aura. We've suffered heavy casualties, especially during night guard duty. Those arrows can pierce walls 2 to 3 meters thick. She hesitated before adding, even my uncle wasn't spared. One of their arrows broke through his magic shield and struck his chest. He survived, but his pride didn't. Vikir's brow furrowed as he recalled a similar incident with Hugo, the Baskerville patriarch. A Balic arrow had grazed Hugo's nose bridge, leaving him seething with fury. Do you know who's behind these attacks? Vikir asked, his voice serious. Camus hesitated, her tone uncertain. It's hard to say. Their faces are painted black, so identifying them is nearly impossible. But I think it's a woman. Their conversation was cut short as a mage hurried toward them, addressing Camus with urgency. Vicehead, we've captured a reconnaissance member of the barbarians. Please come quickly. Vikir and Camus exchanged a glance. Curiosity and concern mirrored in their expressions. Following the mage to a large tent, they found a disheveled barbarian restrained and surrounded by guards. Vikir's sharp gaze swept over the captive. After a brief moment, he spoke with certainty. This one's from the Rococo sorcerer tribe. Camus turned to the mage, her expression firm. Have you been able to extract any information from him? The mage shook his head, frustration evident. He's uncooperative. His sorcery makes him resistant to psychic magic. We haven't been able to read his mind. Camus' eyes hardened as she directed her attention to the captive. Tell me about the ambush on the Mords clan's fortress. How many people did you take? The barbarian remained silent, his expression unreadable. Camus' voice sharpened with anger. Among those taken was Rose, a daughter of the Mords. She's my sixth cousin. Tell me, what have you done with her? A twisted grin spread across the barbarian's face, and he muttered something in his native tongue. Camus frowned, turning to the mage. What did he say? Is there anyone here who can translate? The mage shook his head again. We don't have anyone available who understands his language. Vikir's calm voice broke the tension. I know a little Rococo. Camus raised an eyebrow, surprised. Is there anything you don't know? I'm not fluent, Vikir replied, his tone measured. But I understand the basics. Camus nodded, her voice steady but strained. Then ask him. Ask him where my cousin is. She's 12 years old, with red hair, red eyes, and white skin. Vikir stepped forward, his voice firm, as he questioned the barbarian in his native tongue. The barbarian's grin widened, and he replied curtly, his tone dripping with mockery. Vikir's expression turned grim. He closed his eyes for a moment before looking at Camus. Your cousin is dead, he said quietly. Camus' face contorted with fury and grief, her hands balling into fists. She straightened, her voice cold and resolute. With the senator of the audience hall recovering and the senator of the temple away, the decision falls to me. She took a deep breath and declared, I, Camus Morgs, a member of the Middle House and the vice head of this fortress, issue the verdict. Immediate execution. Without hesitation, a sharp spike shot through the barbarian's body, followed by a torrent of flames that consumed him entirely. As the fire raged, the barbarian cried out in his language, his voice weak and filled with venom. Camus' voice was icy as she dismissed his final words. After this war, your language will only be spoken in hell. The barbarian's screams faded into silence as the flames reduced him to ashes. Nearby, another restrained barbarian watched in silent terror, his wide eyes reflecting the flames. Camus, her rage still smoldering, turned abruptly to Vikir. Follow me, she ordered, her tone leaving no room for argument. As Vikir exited the tent, he spotted Camus some distance away. Her shoulders trembled, and muffled sobs escaped her as she cried openly. Despite her formidable exterior, Vikir was reminded that she was still just a 15-year-old girl. He approached her slowly, his voice soft. Were you close with your cousin? Camus nodded, her tears falling freely. Very close. She was so pure, nothing like the rest of us. Unlike the cold-hearted Morgs, she didn't belong in a place like this. Vikir hesitated before offering comfort. I believe she left this world peacefully. Camus turned to him, her tear-streaked face clouded with doubt. Don't lie to me, she said, her voice trembling. I'm not stupid. I'm a genius. I understood a little of what he said. Her voice cracked as she pressed him. Tell me the truth. What did he really say? Vikir froze, unsure of how to respond. He had hoped she hadn't caught the barbarian's chilling words. We ate her. Camus' knees buckled, and she fell to the ground, her cries raw and full of anguish. I couldn't protect her, she whispered, guilt consuming her. I'm so sorry, Rose. Vikir stood silently, his expression unreadable as he watched her grief unfold. For a moment, he extended a hand toward her, but then he hesitated, pulling it back. Camus' heart-wrenching cries echoed through the air, and Vikir remained lost in thought, contemplating the weight of the moment. After a while, Camus managed to steady herself. Wiping her face, she stood and took a deep breath, her composure returning. This isn't a bad thing. she said, her voice steady despite the lingering tremor. If anyone had given me half-hearted sympathy, I'd have killed them on the spot. She turned to Vikir, her tear-streaked face now filled with resolve. This isn't the time to mourn. I need to focus. I need to prepare for revenge. Vikir studied her steely determination, a faint glimmer of admiration surfacing in his mind. Heroines really are built differently, he thought. He extended his hand toward her, nodding silently in agreement. Before Camus could take his hand, a loud, bell-like sound rang across the fortress, shattering the moment. Vikir frowned. What's that? Camus stood up abruptly, her expression serious. It's the signal for a barbarian attack. Vikir smirked faintly. Seems your time for revenge has come sooner than expected. Outside the fortress, a group of barbarian girls astride massive white wolves prepared for battle. Each was armed with a bow, their leader standing at the front. The leader, her face painted black, nocked an arrow. Drawing it back, she aimed toward the guards on the fortress walls and released. The arrow struck its mark with deadly precision, detonating in a fiery explosion that sent guards scattering in disarray. She raised her voice, commanding her companions. Attack! The barbarian girls launched into battle, their wolves charging with terrifying speed. The massive beasts tore into soldiers with relentless ferocity, while the barbarians themselves struck with brutal efficiency. Ropes flew through the air, lassoing soldiers by the neck and dragging them down with startling precision. The fortress descended into chaos. Vikir arrived at the scene, his sharp eyes scanning the battlefield. The gruesome sight before him, a storm of blood, smoke, and bodies, was something he had seen countless times before. Did I get here too quickly? He wondered, assessing the chaotic scene. His focus sharpened as he prepared to enter the fray. Suddenly, a rope shot toward Vikir, wrapping tightly around his neck before he could react. His crimson eyes narrowed as he turned his gaze forward, spotting two barbarian girls expertly holding the ends of the rope. In their native tongue, one of them grinned and said, "We've caught a good one. This hunt for husbands is going well." Vikir immediately understood their intention. The barbarians were capturing men to breed stronger offspring for their tribe. Without missing a beat, Vikir grabbed the rope with one hand and yanked it forcefully, sending the two girls flying through the air. "Sorry," he said dryly, "but I'm not available. I might already be engaged." The barbarian girls crashed to the ground with a heavy thud, eliciting shocked gasps from the male barbarians nearby. "What? Who is this guy?" one of them muttered in disbelief. The others quickly readied their arrows, uncertainty flickering in their eyes as they debated whether Vikir was friend or foe. Despite the tension, Vikir remained calm. Hugo's warning rang in his mind. Avoid engaging in battle before meeting up with the main force. Vikir hesitated briefly, considering whether to hold back, but his decision came swiftly. Drawing his sword, he strode forward confidently, unbothered by the arrows flying toward him. With precision and agility, he cut through the barrage with ease, each strike precise and deadly. His movements were fluid, almost mesmerizing, as he deflected every projectile aimed at him. The barbarians' shock turned to panic. "How is that possible?" they whispered among themselves. Their awe, however, was short-lived. A wave of fire suddenly erupted across the battlefield, engulfing the barbarians in searing heat. Cries of pain echoed as flames consumed their surroundings. Camus stepped forward, flames crackling in her hands, her expression fierce and unyielding. "These barbarians will burn," she declared, her voice dripping with fury. Vikir turned to her in astonishment, realizing she had transformed the battlefield into an inferno. Camus glanced at him, her sharp eyes narrowing. "Are you using liquid aura?" she asked, a rare note of acknowledgement in her tone. Her words carried weight. "You're the only man I could ever recognize." Vikir responded calmly. "I received orders from the Patriarch to avoid battle until regrouping with the main force." Camus scoffed, undeterred by his explanation. As she began casting more spells, her voice rang with defiance. "An order from the Baskerville Patriarch? Do you think that will stop me?" The intensity of her flames increased as she stepped forward. "A Baskerville should refrain from intervening," she said coldly. "I'll handle this myself. Every last barbarian here will burn." Camus unleashed a series of devastating fire spells, setting the battlefield ablaze. The sheer heat distorted the air as flames roared across the terrain, consuming everything in their path. Vikir watched in astonishment, quickly recognizing her technique. Burned, a powerful fire spell. His sharp gaze caught the details of her casting. She was using a quadra-casting method, layering 4 simultaneous fire spells to amplify their destruction exponentially. Driven by her rage and thirst for vengeance, Camus poured her all into the attack, leaving a scorched wasteland in her wake. Suddenly, from the shadows, a barbarian perched on a wolf's back raised a blowgun and fired. The poison needle struck Camus in the neck before she could react. Her body stiffened, and she winced as the poison coursed through her veins. Her legs buckled, and she collapsed to the ground, her movements sluggish and uncoordinated. Through blurred vision, she spotted her attacker, the barbarian grinning smugly as he reloaded his blowgun. Vikir observed the scene, clicking his tongue in annoyance. She's more trouble than I thought. A rope shot toward Camus, aiming to ensnare her, but Vikir's hand snapped out, catching him midair with ease. Camus, despite the poison weakening her, managed a faint smile. Nice catch, she murmured. Vikir glanced down at her, his voice blunt. We should retreat. Camus' eyes flashed with defiance. What about the farmlands? The captives? It's wiser to wait for the Baskerville main force. Vikir replied firmly, his tone leaving little room for argument. But Camus shook her head, her resolve unshaken. I won't retreat. I can't. Not after what the barbarians did to my cousin. Vikir sighed, frustration flickering across his face. You need to make a rational decision. Before he could say more, his instincts flared. Spinning on his heel, he ducked just as an arrow whizzed past his head, narrowly missing him. His sharp gaze locked onto the attacker, a barbarian girl with piercing, focused eyes, her bow poised for another shot. Could this be the destructive power Camus mentioned? Vikir wondered, noting the precision of her attack. Lost in thought, Vikir was caught off guard when another barbarian lunged forward, grabbing Camus and retreating swiftly into the chaos. Vikir! Camus cried out, her voice filled with desperation as she was pulled away. Vikir's expression darkened, frustration boiling beneath his calm exterior. Memories surged of a younger Camus Morgs, once held captive by barbarians. He recalled her fierce return, wiping out an entire group of captors and earning the title of queen. Snapping back to the present, Vikir knew he couldn't let history repeat itself. The barbarian girl he had spotted earlier lunged at him with startling agility, breaking his train of thought. Her movements were swift, deliberate, and precise. Vikir evaded her strike, his focus sharpening. To his surprise, she wielded her bow as a melee weapon, swinging it with deadly force. She followed up with a chi-infused kick, catching Vikir off guard and sending him sliding backward across the dirt. Regaining his footing, Vikir quickly assessed the situation. Her technique was far more refined than the other barbarians he'd encountered. She wasn't just another warrior. She was elite. Do I need to go all out? He wondered. Before he could act, the barbarian girl surprised him further. Attempting to speak his language, she said haltingly, We meet again. Vikir's eyes narrowed as recognition dawned. She was the same girl he had freed at the slave auction. Though he had once shown her mercy, he couldn't help but inwardly label her a troublemaker. The girl met his gaze with a sly smirk, as if enjoying the unexpected reunion. Memories of that fateful auction flickered through Vikir's mind, of shattering her chains and granting her freedom. Now, faced with her again, he hesitated. Breaking the tense silence, he asked coldly, Is this how you repay kindness? With revenge. The girl chuckled, her smirk widening. Not revenge for you, she said, her tone steady despite her broken grasp of the language. For them, the Morgs, they captured me, enslaved me. I repay them now. Her words were clear. Their paths had crossed by chance, not intent. Mounting her wolf with effortless confidence, she glanced down at him. Your girl, Camus. She's next leader of Moore's clan. She pointed into the distance where the chaos of battle raged. If you want her back, follow. With that, she urged her wolf forward, disappearing into the fray with an air of challenge. Vikir stood still, weighing his options. His crimson eyes burned with resolve as he debated whether to unleash the full extent of his strength. The tense moment was shattered by the arrival of Adolphe Morgs, Camus' uncle, whose imposing presence instantly heightened the tension. Without wasting a second, Adolphe began casting a spell, his voice laced with disdain as he demanded the barbarians return his niece. The ground beneath him fractured, jagged shards of earth flying through the air toward the retreating barbarians. But they were prepared. With uncanny agility, they maneuvered their wolves over the unstable terrain, leaping effortlessly between shattered rocks and evading the spell's destructive force. Adolphe could only watch their retreat, frustration etched on his face. His curses echoed across the battlefield, a vent for his mounting anger. The ambush had unraveled mere minutes after the warning bell, a testament to his forces' inexperience and lack of preparation. As he seethed, a mage approached, bearing troubling news. The barbarians have fled into the restricted area of life-engulfing forest, the mage reported grimly. At the mention of the forest, Adolphe's rage shifted to grim concern. Life-engulfing forest, deep within the mountains, was infamous for its deadly ecosystem. It was a perilous region no sane person would enter at night, a place where survival was nearly impossible. Even with his niece's life at stake, Adolphe hesitated. The risks were staggering, and the thought of losing more lives weighed heavily on him. Before he could voice his uncertainty, Vikir's calm voice broke through. We can still pursue them, he stated simply, his tone steady and confident. Adolf turned to Vikir, incredulous. Are you serious? You know as well as I do that forest is a death trap after dark. Unfazed, Vikir nodded. I've navigated terrain like this since childhood. Life engulfing forest isn't as impossible as it seems. Not for someone trained. Memories of his past life flooded Vikir's mind. He recalled years spent honing his survival and reconnaissance skills in dense, hostile environments. These forests, no matter how treacherous, were his element. Adolf's gaze sharpened. Grabbing Vikir by the shoulders, he demanded, Are you truly serious about this? Do you know what you're risking? Nearby, the Mord's clan mage voiced his doubts. Sir, entering that forest at night, it's suicide. Adolf silenced him with a sharp glare. His resolve crystallized as he turned back to his forces. Anyone unwilling to join the pursuit may stand down now, he declared. There will be no judgment for those who choose safety over valor. As murmurs rippled through the group, Adolf fixed his gaze on Vikir. Reluctance flickered in his expression, but so did a grudging respect. He had known from the start that this young man was no ordinary warrior. With no other options, he had to entrust his niece's rescue to Vikir. Vikir, Adolf said, his tone heavy with resignation. I'm entrusting you with this mission. Bring my niece back. Life engulfing forest was a place that lived up to its ominous name. Nestled within Baskerville territory, it was a realm of horrors where survival was a fleeting hope. Bone-sucking mosquitoes, poisonous thorn-covered vines, silent spiders that hunted soundlessly, and countless other lethal creatures made it a graveyard for the unprepared. Few who entered lasted more than an hour. Despite its dangers, the Morgs and Baskerville troops pressed forward, closely following Vikir as he navigated the treacherous terrain with practiced ease. He moved like a shadow, leaping over obstacles and cutting through hazards with swift precision. Adolf, watching in awe, couldn't contain his curiosity any longer. Are all Baskerville boys like this? He asked, his voice tinged with disbelief. Staffordshire Baskerville chuckled, shaking his head. No, not all of them. But young Master Vikir? He's different. Their conversation was cut short when two enormous, venomous bees emerged, buzzing aggressively as they blocked the group's path. Before anyone could react, Vikir dispatched them in a single fluid motion, his blade slicing through the air with effortless grace. The bees fell, lifeless, before they could even pose a threat. The onlookers froze, stunned by the display. He's so cool, the Baskerville triplets whispered in unison, their admiration practically glowing. Suddenly, Vikir stopped behind a large tree and raised a hand, motioning for the group to halt. He pointed ahead, where faint flickers of light pierced through the dense canopy. They're close, Vikir said, his voice low. The barbarians haven't gone far. He added a warning, his tone grave. Balak hunters scatter dry leaves around their camps to detect pursuers. From here on, every step needs to be taken with extreme caution. Before the group could react, Adolf stepped forward, casting a spell. Silence. He intoned, the magic targeting Vikir. Vikir shot him a questioning look, but Adolf quickly explained. This spell ensures you make no sound as you move. Adolf smiled, a hint of his confidence restored. I'll take it from here. Thank you for your help, nephew-in-law. Vikir's brow furrowed. Nephew-in-law? He thought, puzzled. What is he talking about? Not far ahead, the barbarians had set up camp in a clearing. A fire crackled at its center, casting flickering shadows on the surrounding trees. Camus was tied tightly to a tree, her wrists and ankles bound with thick ropes. Her fiery spirit, however, remained unbroken. You're all going to burn to ash the moment I get out of here, she shouted, her voice filled with fury. I'll make you regret capturing me with my special fireball. Her captors paid her no mind, likely unable to understand her language. Nearby, two barbarian girls chatted casually. One spoke of her interest in the man they had encountered earlier, while the other lamented her lack of success in husband hunting. Camus gritted her teeth, her frustration mounting. They're not even listening to me, she thought bitterly. She caught snippets of their conversation and pieced it together. Husband hunting? Wife hunting? Realization dawned. Is that why they've been ambushing us this whole time? Her thoughts were interrupted as the male barbarian who had captured her approached. Smirking, he addressed Camus in his native tongue. An excellent catch like you. Every male in our tribe will want you. Camus glared at him, her fiery spirit undiminished. You perverted bastard, she shouted. If that's your plan, just kill me now. The barbarian scratched his ear lazily, feigning confusion. I don't understand what you're saying, he said with a mocking grin. Then, with unsettling cruelty, he grabbed her chin, forcing her to meet his gaze. But I can tell you're talking back just by looking into your eyes, he sneered. Camus struggled, her anger boiling over as she spat. Touch me again, and I'll burn you alive. Ignoring her, the barbarian raised an arrowhead in his hand. Slowly, deliberately, he licked its tip, his intentions clear. This arrogant slave needs to be disciplined, he said menacingly, his voice dripping with malice. Before things could escalate further, another barbarian strode into the clearing, a figure Vakir immediately recognized. It was the barbarian girl he had freed during the slave auction. "Stay away from my slave," she commanded sharply, her piercing gaze fixed on the male barbarian, Ahan. Ahan hesitated, his bravado faltering. "Commander Ian," he stammered. Then, regaining a shred of pride, he added, "But I was the one who captured her." Commander Ian shot him a cold glare. "Lower your voice," she ordered, her tone sharp enough to make him flinch. Defensive, Ahan tried to justify himself. "I shot the paralyzing arrow. I set the trap." Ian cut him off without missing a beat. "If I hadn't stepped in, you'd be a corpse. That boy with the sword would have taken your head in seconds." Ahan froze, her words sinking in. After a moment, he muttered weakly, "So, this woman, she's your prize now?" "That's right," Ian replied, her voice brooking no argument. Camus, still bound to the tree, watched the exchange with growing curiosity. An internal power struggle? She thought. While her grasp of the barbarian language was limited, she caught enough to piece things together. The girl's name was Ian, and she was clearly their commander, a position of authority that even the brash Ahan seemed to fear. Ahan, still nursing his wounded pride, jabbed a finger toward Ian. "You may be a commander, but you're still just a woman." The clearing fell silent. Ian's eyes burned with fury as a powerful blue aura erupted around her, the air growing tense with her presence. Fixing Ahan with an icy glare, she retorted, "And what difference does that make? If you got a problem with me, come forward. I'll leave you in a bloody heap." Ahan's bravado evaporated as his body broke out in a cold sweat. Raising his hands in surrender, he stammered, "I'm not angry. Do as you please." He turned and retreated hastily, thoroughly cowed. Camus watched the scene, taking note of the respect or fear that Ian commanded. "She's definitely in charge here." Commander Ian turned her attention to Camus, her gaze appraising. "Good eyes, strong physique, as expected from the future leader of the Mord's bloodline," she said, almost to herself. But her tone darkened as she delivered a sudden, sharp kick to Camus' side. Camus winced, anger flashing in her eyes as Ian continued bitterly. "You Mord's bastards sold me into slavery. If not for a stroke of kindness, I'd still be rotting in chains. But you won't be so lucky." Leaning closer, Ian's voice dropped to a menacing whisper. "I'll tame you. You'll feel it in your very bones and soul. Menial tasks, like licking the space between my toes, will become your new routine." Camus' fiery spirit flared as she gritted her teeth. "You think I'll break that easily? Dream on." Before Ian could respond, a piercing scream shattered the tension. A barbarian behind her burst into flames, his agonized cries echoing through the clearing. "What is this? An explosion?" Ian snapped, spinning around to assess the situation. The burning barbarian collapsed as the fire spread, and the remaining warriors scrambled to arm themselves. "It's an ambush," one of them shouted, panic creeping into their voices. From the roaring inferno, a lone figure emerged. The firelight framed him like an avenging specter, his silhouette cutting an imposing figure against the chaos. "Barbarians," the figure called out, his voice sharp and resolute. "You'll pay for what you've done." Camus' face lit up with relief and joy as she recognized the voice. "Uncle Adolphe," she exclaimed, her hope renewed. Amidst the burning wreckage, Adolphe Morgue stood with flames dancing in his hands, his presence commanding and unyielding. His booming voice cut through the battlefield. "Release my niece immediately, or face annihilation." The barbarians froze, startled by the overwhelming force of the Baskerville and Morge troops who were now hunting them down with ruthless efficiency. Perched on a tree branch above the chaos, Vakir surveyed the scene. His sharp eyes scanned the battlefield, narrowing in thought. Something felt off. The Balak hunters, renowned for their precision and tactical ambushes, were now scattered and in complete disarray. Below, barbarian girls astride their wolves voiced their frustration, barking orders to one another as they struggled to regroup against the relentless onslaught of the Morgues and Baskerville forces. Adolphe's voice thundered once more as he spotted several barbarians attempting to flee. "No one escapes. Eliminate every last one of them." Camus, still tied to a tree, watched the pandemonium unfold with a smug grin. They deserve this, she thought, satisfaction gleaming in her eyes. But her moment of amusement was cut short. A rustling sound behind her caught her attention, and she turned her head sharply, her eyes widening in surprise. "Vakir," she exclaimed, her voice far too loud for the circumstances. Emerging from the shadows behind her, Vakir placed a finger to his lips, signaling for silence. Her loud reaction prompted a sigh of exasperation. With a swift motion, Vakir cut the ropes binding her to the tree and helped her to her feet. "You came to save me." Camus beamed, her happiness radiant. Vakir, slightly irritated, replied curtly, "Do you not understand the meaning of silence?" Before they could retreat further, Commander Ian stepped out from the shadows, blocking their path. Her sharp eyes gleamed with anticipation as she regarded Vakir. "I expected you to come," Ian said, her voice calm yet brimming with authority. She studied him intently, her words carrying a weight that demanded attention. "Your speed, your composure, your determination to save her. Impressive. I won't ask about your past, but you've passed." Vakir frowned at her cryptic remark. "Past what?" Ian offered no explanation, her attention shifting to Camus. The two locked eyes, their gazes sharp and unyielding. Though no words were exchanged, the intensity of their silent battle spoke volumes. Vakir's grip on Camus tightened, a subtle signal that he was ready for action. "Concealing my abilities may no longer be an option," he thought grimly. As he studied Ian more closely, a flicker of recognition stirred in his memory. Could she be related to the one who scarred Hugo's nose? The infamous Balak archer, Night Fox, came to mind. But after observing Ian's movements, Vakir dismissed the thought. No, she's too young and inexperienced. Perhaps she shares the same bloodline. Suddenly, a dart flew through the air, aimed directly at Vakir. Without hesitation, he raised his hand, effortlessly intercepting the projectile. It shattered upon impact, harmlessly falling to the ground. Emerging from the chaos, the barbarian who had kidnapped Camus stepped forward, his eyes wide with disbelief. He had underestimated Vakir, failing to predict his uncanny reflexes. Vakir wasted no time. Sweeping Camus into his arms, he said firmly, "Things have gotten troublesome. I'll take you to your uncle." Camus' face turned bright red as she stammered. "Eh, right." Her embarrassment deepened as she noted his unusually formal tone. Is it the poison making her act like this? She wondered. Vakir moved swiftly through the dense forest, carrying Camus effortlessly toward Adolphe's position. Behind them, Commander Ian watched with a conflicted expression. A mix of disappointment and determination etched across her face. "Will you come to me willingly one day?" she murmured to herself, her voice barely audible over the rustling leaves. As they pressed forward, Vakir glanced down at Camus. "Are you sure the poison isn't too severe?" he asked, his voice calm but concerned. Camus hesitated, unsure of her condition. "I think maybe it is," she replied uncertainly, her tone betraying her unease. Their exchange was cut short as two barbarians emerged from the shadows, firing arrows in quick succession. Vakir deflected both projectiles with precision, his movements swift and efficient. From a distance, Ian silently raised her bow, her expression cold and resolute. Her sharp eyes locked onto Camus as she knocked an arrow imbued with a bluish aura. "Should I eliminate the girl from Morgues?" she mused aloud, her voice devoid of emotion. Without hesitation, she released the arrow, its path streaking through the air with deadly accuracy. Vakir's glowing red eyes tracked the arrow as it sped toward them, its trajectory unerringly aimed at Camus. Reacting instinctively, he twisted his body to shield her. Camus, sensing his sudden movement, turned her head just in time to see the arrow close in, only 2 inches from her eye. But the arrow never struck. A shimmering ice wall materialized between them, stopping the projectile in its tracks. "Are you hurt, my dear niece?" Adolphe's voice rang out, laden with worry. He approached quickly, flame still flickering faintly in his hands, the ice spell dissipating as he stepped forward. "Uncle!" Camus cried, relief washing over her. Adolphe wasted no time, reaching out to cast cure poison. "It's a severe numbing poison," he explained. "I've slowed its effects, but we'll need to visit Divine Quo Vadis for complete treatment once we return." But before the spell could fully take effect, Camus pushed his hands away. "Let go for a moment," she demanded, surprising Adolphe. He stepped back, confused, only to watch in shock as Camus ran toward Vakir, throwing her arms around him in a tight embrace. "Thank you for saving me again," she said, her voice earnest and filled with gratitude. Adolphe stood frozen, his eyes wide in disbelief. Tears welled up as he shouted, "Camus, I did my best too." Camus turned to him, her expression indignant. "And yet, you show up now?" she snapped. "I'm telling Mother about this." Before Adolphe could muster a response, a rope shot through the air, wrapping tightly around Vakir's neck. Commander Ian stepped forward, holding the rope firmly. "Come with me willingly," she demanded, pulling with all her strength. "It'll be easier for both of us." "I don't have much time." Despite her efforts, Vakir remained unyielding, his feet firmly planted. Ian's frustration grew as she struggled to comprehend how he could resist so effortlessly. Camus gasped, her recognition immediate. "It's you again," she exclaimed, her disbelief evident. Vakir remained calm, his focus unwavering. Gripping the rope with one hand, he broke it effortlessly, snapping it like a twig. Ian flinched at his strength, but held her ground. Her words, however, lingered in Vikir's mind. No, Tom, what does she mean by that? He wondered, sensing a deeper urgency behind her actions. A sudden, overwhelming wave of killing intent swept through the forest, suffocating the air. Birds burst from the treetops in panicked flight, their cries fading as an oppressive sense of dread settled over the area. Ayan's face turned deathly pale as her eyes darted upward, horror etched across her features. Her trembling voice cut through the eerie silence. "It's noticed us," she whispered, each word quivering with fear. Vikir frowned, confused, until a sharp, buzzing sensation radiated from his hand. He glanced down to see the red lines etched into his skin glowing ominously. Beelzebub, the hidden blade coursing through his arteries, was issuing an intense and unmistakable warning. "She's coming," Ayan murmured, her voice barely audible, yet heavy with dread. Vikir's expression hardened. "She? Who's she?" he asked, his instincts sharpening. Ayan's cold sweat betrayed her terror as she uttered a single name, her voice barely a whisper. "Madam Eight Legs." From the heart of the forest, a towering pillar-like structure emerged, its form cloaked in darkness and pulsating with an eerie purple aura. The barbarians froze in place, their expressions twisted with fear. "It's the madam! The madam is here!" they screamed, their voices trembling. Camus, still recovering from the earlier events, squinted at the strange structure. "Is that just a pillar?" she asked, her tone uncertain. Vikir's sharp gaze remained fixed on the ominous form. His voice was low and firm. "No, not a pillar." Before their eyes, the pillar began to split apart. 8 long, spindly appendages unfolded with unnatural grace, descending like enormous tree branches. The massive legs anchored themselves into the ground, creating an unholy silhouette that towered over the forest. Adolf, his usual composure shattered, muttered in disbelief. How could something so monstrous have been hidden here all this time? Bakir's face turned grim as the pieces clicked into place. This was Madame Eight Legs, a name that carried weight and terror. A creature ranked as an S-tier threat, capable of leveling entire cities in mere hours. The spider stood on its 8 grotesque legs, its massive frame casting a shadow over the trembling group. It let out a piercing scream, an ear-splitting wail that sent shivers down every spine and rooted the onlookers in place. Camus opened her mouth to speak, but Vikir was faster. Placing a hand firmly over her mouth, he leaned in and whispered urgently, "Stay quiet. Madame Eight Legs has poor sight, but heightened touch and hearing." Vikir's mind raced as fragments of an old native legend surfaced. He had once dismissed it as a terrifying campfire story, a tale of the Madame of Eight Legs, a monstrous entity that haunted the depths of forbidden forests. But now, standing face to face with the legend, it felt all too real. He recalled the Empire's monster dictionary, its several revisions still failing to fully account for this nightmare. Madame Eight Legs, a name that struck fear into even the bravest warriors. The creature screamed again, louder this time, before spewing a stream of greenish liquid from its gaping maw. The acidic substance rained down in a deadly cascade, hissing and crackling as it melted through trees and rocks alike. Vikir moved swiftly, dodging the falling poison with calculated precision. Beside him, Adolf reacted just as quickly, flames flickering at his fingertips. He conjured a shimmering barrier that shielded himself and Camus from the deadly rain. The forest floor sizzled as the acid ate away at everything it touched. Not far away, a Hun screamed in terror as drops of the green poison landed on his hair. Panicking, he grabbed a knife and hacked off the affected strands, collapsing to his knees as he panted in fear. Ayn shot him a cold glare, her voice sharp and cutting. "Stop screaming in front of Madame Eight Legs." Her eyes flicked briefly toward the monstrous spider, her tone growing darker. "If you weren't the shaman's grandchild, I'd kill you myself." Turning back to the other barbarians, Ayn barked her orders with steely resolve. "Retreat, all of you." On the other side of the chaos, Adolf, cradling Camus in his arms, echoed the sentiment in a quieter tone. "Make a run for it," he instructed, his voice brooking no argument. The oppressive presence of Madame Eight Legs seemed to pulse through the forest, suffocating any thoughts of resistance. There was no choice but to flee. Madame Eight Legs emitted strange, mocking noises, as if reveling in the chaos. As the various groups scattered, the Balik barbarians splintered into smaller clusters, while the Baskerville and Morg's forces retreated in a more organized formation. The creature's twitching appendages seemed to consider its options before abruptly charging after the Baskerville and Morg's forces. Adolf scowled in frustration, muttering under his breath. "Why is it chasing us?" One of the Morg's mages, brimming with misplaced confidence, stepped forward. "Leave it to me," he declared boldly. "Fire attacks are a bug's greatest weakness." The mage began chanting, summoning a massive fire spell. Flames erupted in a brilliant explosion, engulfing Madame Eight Legs in a sea of fire. For a fleeting moment, the mage turned to Adolf with a triumphant grin, ready to boast of his success. But his victory was short-lived. Without warning, one of Madame's massive legs shot through the air, impaling the mage beside him. Blood splattered across the confident mage's face as his expression froze in sheer terror. The fire spell hadn't even scratched the monstrous creature. Madame Eight Legs let out another deafening screech, her massive legs slicing through the terrain as she pressed forward. Adolf, Camus, and Vakir continued their retreat, the forest a nightmare of crashing trees and searing acid. Camus, her voice trembling, stammered, "How is something like that even real?" Meanwhile, Vakir's sharp mind raced. He stopped suddenly, his eyes narrowing as a realization struck him. Without warning, he turned to face Madame Eight Legs, his unexpected movement causing the group to halt in alarm. "Vakir, what are you doing?" Staffordshire shouted, his voice filled with panic. Vakir's tone was firm and unyielding. "If no one acts, we'll all be annihilated." His eyes locked on the monstrous spider. "Someone has to tie down her legs to buy time." Staffordshire immediately volunteered, but Vakir cut him off with a blunt question. "Do you really think you have what it takes to restrain those legs?" Turning to Adolf, Vakir's voice carried urgency. "We can't let Madame Eight Legs follow us back to the territory. If she does, everyone there is as good as dead. I'm the best person for this job." He tightened his grip on his sword, his crimson eyes burning with resolve. Facing Adolf, he added, "There's no time left. Make the call." Camus' voice cracked as she called out to Vakir. "You can't do this." Ignoring her plea, Vakir urged the group to flee. "Run," he said firmly. "Leave this to me." Adolf hesitated, clearly torn. Finally, his expression hardened. "We run," he ordered, signaling the retreat. Camus struggled against him, tears streaming down her face. "Vakir, you promised. You have to come back." Adolf held her back, his voice resolute. He made his choice. Don't waste his sacrifice. As the group retreated, Vakir remained rooted in place, the weight of his decision pressing heavily on his shoulders. His grip on his sword tightened, but he paused, letting out a slow, resigned sigh. He didn't have a personal stake in the survival of Baskerville territory, nor did he believe the Allied forces were capable of stopping Madame Eight Legs' growing power. Yet, amidst the chaos, he saw an opportunity. "If I can feign my death here," Vakir thought, "I'll finally slip out from under Hugo's watchful eye." This deception could buy him the time he needed, time to master the elusive 10th technique. The unrefined skill lingered in his mind like an itch he couldn't scratch, a secret weapon waiting to be perfected. With mastery of the 10th technique, Vakir could refine his control over his power, burying it so deeply that even Hugo would fail to sense it. Then, when the moment was right, he would return to the clan, not as a hound, but as something far more dangerous. A crimson aura radiated from Vakir's hand as Beelzebub emerged, the weapon's menacing energy reflecting his steely resolve. He knew this battle might truly be his last. If he failed to wield every ounce of strength, skill, and cunning at his disposal, Madame Eight Legs would crush him. His crimson eyes burned with intensity as he committed to unleashing everything. The vast mana reserves gifted by the River Styx, the ethereal energy reserved for the highest-ranking Baskerville techniques, and the raw, unrelenting power of Beelzebub. The demonic sword pulsed in his grip, its blade cloaked in a violent red aura. With calculated precision, Vakir dashed toward Madame Eight Legs, his movements swift and deliberate. The monstrous spider loomed above him, her massive form radiating malice. Vakir leaped high into the air, the red glow surrounding him intensifying with each passing second. For a brief moment, he hovered above the creature, locking eyes with Madame Eight Legs. She let out a piercing, otherworldly scream, her legs twitching in agitation. Channeling the Baskerville 5th technique, Vakir descended with blinding speed, his blade aimed at the creature's head. The air around him vibrated with the sheer force of his attack. Madame Eight Legs struggled violently, but her limbs seemed inexplicably rooted to the ground. Vakir's attack slammed into her head with devastating force, driving it deep into the earth. From afar, a radiant red light burst into the sky, illuminating the entire forest like a second dawn. Adolf, clutching Camus tightly, and the Baskerville triplets fled the scene with tears streaming down their faces. The deafening explosion of energy rattled the trees, and Camus, watching the clash unfold, felt a surge of raw emotion. A single tear slipped down her cheek as she screamed, "Vakir!" In the aftermath, silence blanketed the forest. Only the ominous red glow remained, marking the site of the monumental battle. Vakir's vision blurred and shifted. He was no longer in the forest. Instead, he found himself kneeling before a guillotine. The cold steel blade loomed above him as his eyes locked on Hugo La Baskerville. Hugo stood motionless under the moonlight, his face expressionless. Slowly, he raised his hand, signaling the blade to fall. Bakir's cold gaze didn't waver as the blade descended. He watched as his own head rolled to the ground, his final sight the cold, indifferent gazes of the onlookers. Hugo turned and walked away, his back framed by the pale glow of the moon. In the end, Hugo did it, Bakir thought bitterly. But before the thought could take root, his eyes snapped open. Bakir awoke to the sight of an unfamiliar ceiling, his mind clouded with confusion. He lay on a thin mattress, his body wrapped in heavy bandages, and one eye completely covered. Scars crisscrossed his flesh, and a rope was wound tightly around his neck, its rough fibers biting into his skin. Where am I? He wondered, his thoughts sluggish as he tried to make sense of his surroundings. Fragments of the battle against Madame Eight Legs surged to the forefront of his mind. The blinding explosion that had stunned the monstrous creature lingered vividly, possibly the sole reason he was still breathing. Attempting to sit up, a jolt of searing pain shot through his body, forcing him to stop. Every muscle screamed in protest, his veins felt stretched to their limits, and his bones throbbed with fractures. There wasn't a part of him untouched by the brutal encounter. The memory of Madame's final, devastating attack made the rope around his neck feel like a trivial annoyance in comparison. Yet, ironically, it was that very trap, set during the chaos of battle, that had saved his life, anchoring him just out of reach of certain death. Bakir closed his eyes briefly, evaluating his situation. Despite his injuries, everything seemed to be going according to his plan. Adolphe and Camus had witnessed his supposed final stand, providing ample proof to confirm his death. Hugo's watchful gaze was finally off him. Dragging himself out of the room, Bakir surveyed his surroundings. Barbarians moved about the camp with purpose. Children practiced archery while slaves hurried under harsh commands. The chilling realization hit him. Gulac, the Balak camp. He was deep within the territory of the Baskerville clan's sworn enemies. His eyes scanned the area, noticing something unsettling. Among the slaves were captured soldiers bearing the insignias of both the Baskerville and Mord's clans. Why am I still alive? He wondered. In his condition, escape was impossible, yet his execution seemed equally overdue. Before he could dwell further, a familiar face appeared. A Hun, the barbarian who had kidnapped Camus, sauntered over with a smirk plastered on his face. You should be grateful, a Hun sneered, looking down at him. If you weren't the commander's pet dog, you'd already be boiling in a pot. Pet dog. The phrase echoed in Bakir's mind, igniting a deep, simmering rage. Memories of Hugo flashed before him, of chains, humiliation, and subjugation. A surge of killing intent radiated from Bakir, catching a Hun off guard. Startled but defensive, a Hun lashed out, his fist connecting with Bakir's already battered body and knocking him to the ground. Arrogant bastard, a Hun spat, his frustration evident. With a dismissive glare, he added, Follow the rope, dog. Your owner's waiting. Bakir lay still, his body racked with pain from the fall, his rage boiling beneath his calm exterior. He glared after a Hun's retreating figure, silently vowing to repay the humiliation tenfold once his strength returned. Dragging himself up, Bakir began following the rope tied around his neck. Its length stretched endlessly through the camp, each step testing his patience and fortitude. How far does this thing go? He muttered under his breath, his irritation growing with every tug. Finally, the rope grew taut, and Bakir found himself at its end. What lay before him stopped him in his tracks. Ayan, the barbarian girl from before, stood waist-deep in a small pond. She held the other end of the rope with casual ease, her expression relaxed. As she noticed him, a mischievous smile spread across her face. Lie down, she instructed, her voice carrying an air of playful authority. Bakir froze, his mind racing. He stared at her, bewildered and unsure how to respond to the bizarre command. Before Bakir could fully process her words, Ayan yanked the rope with surprising force, sending him stumbling forward. Whiz! An arrow streaked through the air, narrowly missing Bakir's head before embedding itself into a nearby tree trunk. Ayan's sharp glare turned toward a group of children holding bows in the distance. What did I tell you about practicing near the pond? Go somewhere else, she barked, her voice commanding enough to send the children scattering. As Bakir lay on the ground, recovering from the unexpected tumble, Ayan turned her attention back to him, a sly smirk playing on her lips. I never properly thanked you for the auction, she began, her tone light but calculated. Pointing at him, she continued, in Balak culture, kindness is repaid twofold and revenge tenfold. Since you saved me once, I've saved you twice. Bakir's brows furrowed in confusion. Twice, he asked, his tone skeptical. Ayan crossed her arms, clearly enjoying herself. After that explosion, who do you think dragged your sorry self out of the forest? If I hadn't gone back for you, you'd be spider food by now. So yes, twice. Her smug response only deepened Vikir's unease. He sat up slowly, the rope around his neck pulling uncomfortably. If you've repaid the debt, why keep me alive? He asked bluntly, gesturing toward the rope. Ayan's grin widened, her mischief on full display. Because you're valuable. I have no doubt your party will pay a hefty price for you. You're not some ordinary soldier, are you? Vikir froze at the implication, his mind racing. If the Baskerville clan got involved in hostage negotiations, his entire plan to feign his death and escape Hugo's control would unravel. He kept his expression neutral, suppressing the panic bubbling beneath the surface. Ayan leaned in slightly, her voice dropping to a playful whisper. Relax. I've got no intention of returning you to them just yet. She straightened, her tone turning mock serious. You're my slave now. Without warning, she drew a dagger and sliced through the rope binding his neck. For a moment, Vikir felt an internal surge of relief. Maybe my plan is still intact, he thought. But his optimism was short-lived. Ayan pointed the dagger at him, tilting her head mockingly. Let's settle this properly. You'll call me master, and I'll decide what to call you. Vikir remained silent, his face impassive. His lack of reaction only seemed to amuse Ayan further. I like those rebellious eyes, she remarked with a smirk. It'll make taming you all the more satisfying. Before Vikir could respond, Ayan sheathed her dagger and gestured for him to follow. We have a stop to make, she said casually. Where? Vikir asked, his voice low. She shot him a glance over her shoulder, her tone teasing. Don't tell me you don't know. In the Balak way, we always pay respects when stepping onto someone else's land. Her grin widened. We're going to meet the matriarch. The matriarch's tent loomed ahead, its entrance adorned with intricate carvings. Inside, a throne made from the skulls of predators dominated the room. Bears, jaguars, alligators, and other deadly creatures stared down at visitors, their heads mounted with precision. Each skull bore an arrow firmly lodged between its eyes, a testament to the matriarch's unparalleled skill. As they approached, Ayan glanced at Vikir and began explaining the Balak way of life. If you don't have a place to sleep, borrow a friend's hammock. If you're hungry, someone wealthier will share their food. That's how we survive. Her voice softened slightly, a touch of pride in her words. It's why we're strong. Everyone here is bound by the same rules, tight-knit, homely, and united. Vikir noted something intriguing about the Balak camp. Private assets seemed to hold little importance to them. Everything functioned on a communal system, a stark contrast to the rigid hierarchies he was used to. Ayan led the way to the grand tent without hesitation, her pace confident. Stopping outside, she gestured toward the imposing structure and declared, We've arrived. She entered first, her voice ringing out with authority. Mother, she called, addressing the figure seated on the throne inside. The single word sent a jolt through Vikir, startling him. His sharp mind immediately began piecing together the connection between Ayan and the matriarch. The implications were unsettling. The matriarch rose gracefully from her seat, her commanding aura filling the tent like a storm cloud. Her piercing gaze swept over Ayan before landing on Vikir. So this is the boy we've heard so much about, she said, her tone calm but laced with curiosity. Ayan blinked, taken aback. Mother, I haven't said anything about him, she retorted, her confusion plain. Vikir's eyes narrowed as he silently assessed the situation. The pieces began to fall into place. Ayan was the matriarch's daughter, which explained her high standing among the Balak. His gaze shifted to the matriarch, and recognition dawned. This wasn't just any Balak leader. This was the Night Fox, the infamous female Balak warrior who had left a scar on Hugo La Baskerville's nose. Memories of her prowess flooded back, particularly how her influence had made crossing Le Rogue in life engulfing forest nearly impossible during his previous life. Vikir analyzed the hypothetical scenarios from his past. If his previous self had faced her head-on, the odds of survival were non-existent. Assassination attempts? A flat 0%. The only viable option would have been escape, and even that offered a slim 20% chance. The matriarch turned her sharp gaze toward Vikir, her lips curving slightly. You look familiar, she remarked, her tone probing. Vikir's thoughts raced. Does she recognize my connection to Hugo? Before the situation could escalate, Ayan interjected with an airy laugh. Most imperial men look alike, mother, she said dismissively. The matriarch tilted her head, unconvinced but unwilling to press the matter. Her attention lingered on Vikir, and she addressed her daughter with a question that carried an undercurrent of disdain. What are your plans for this stray dog? Ayan straightened, her voice firm. With proper care, he could prove useful, she said confidently. He played a key role in the attack on Madame Eight Legs. The matriarch's expression turned cold, her tone biting. You should understand your place before acting so impulsively, Ayan. There are consequences for overreaching. Her gaze shifted back to Vakir, appraising him once more. It doesn't matter what state his body is in, as long as his seed remains intact, she said coolly. The room fell silent, tension crackling like a live wire. Ayan, clearly flustered, interrupted quickly. No, that's not why I brought him, she blurted, her usual confidence faltering. The matriarch raised a brow, amused by her daughter's sudden change in tone. Ayan cleared her throat and hastily clarified. I need a slave to assist me during hunts, she said, her voice a touch too loud, as if trying to convince herself as much as her mother. The matriarch let out a soft chuckle, stepping closer to gently pat Ayan on the head. The owner decides how to use their slave, she remarked. Ayan's cheeks tinged faintly pink as she cast a shy glance toward Vakir. Standing at the center of the tent, Vakir maintained a calm exterior, though his mind remained razor-sharp. His eyes briefly wandered to the tent structure, studying the beams and supports. Escape options, he noted inwardly, his focus momentarily drifting from the tent's exchange. As they left the matriarch's tent, Vakir broke the silence. His tone calm and curious, he asked, What's your name? Ayan stopped abruptly, her eyes wide with disbelief. Whirling around, she glared at him. How dare you ask such a question, slave? She snapped, her voice brimming with indignation. Vakir, unfazed by her outburst, explained evenly, I don't intend to call you master. I asked for your name, so I can address you properly. His straightforwardness caught Ayan off guard. A faint blush crept up her cheeks, and after a moment of flustered silence, she huffed. It's Ayan, she muttered reluctantly. Vakir, he replied with equal composure, introducing himself. Now, what's your first order? Ayan's face reddened further, and she stomped her foot. You're not supposed to call me by my name, she shouted, though a smirk soon curved her lips. She took a step closer and declared her command with mock seriousness. Build a house. That'll be your new home, slave. She couldn't hide the satisfaction in her voice. Let's see this imperial swordsman figure out something so far removed from his training, she thought smugly. To her surprise, Vakir smiled. Sounds enjoyable, he said simply. Hours passed, and Ayan stood staring at the results of Vakir's labor, her jaw practically hitting the ground. Before her stood a perfectly constructed tent, its structure seamless and sturdy. Her disbelief grew as she glanced at the crude tools she had provided him, tools that now seemed laughably unnecessary in his skilled hands. Vakir worked quietly nearby, adding finishing touches with calm efficiency. Ayan finally blurted, How did you do this? Vakir didn't look up, his tone even as he replied. During difficult times, relying solely on swordsmanship is a death sentence. To survive, you learn other skills. Ayan's gaze shifted to the expertly crafted drains surrounding the tent. They were flawless, designed to redirect water effectively. Even the drains are perfect, she muttered, more to herself than to him. Vakir, however, shifted the conversation. The matriarch's tent, he began, has a structural issue. Ayan blinked, taken aback. What are you talking about? Vakir explained. The central pillar isn't stable. During the rainy season, the ground beneath it will shift, leading to water leakage. Ayan narrowed her eyes. And you have a solution, I assume? Mix lime-rich dirt with gravel from the nearby hill to make bricks, Vakir said matter-of-factly. Reinforce the bricks with oil and fire them. They'll stabilize the structure. Ayan crossed her arms, trying to mask her growing admiration. Fine, she said curtly. Do it. Methodically, Vakir gathered materials, shaping bricks with precision and drying them over a fire. Ayan accompanied him to the matriarch's tent once the repairs were ready, explaining the plan to her mother. The matriarch watched with skepticism as the repairs were made. But when the work was completed, she examined the tent with astonishment. All these years, she muttered, her voice tinged with frustration. So many failed attempts, and it was the central pillar all along. Turning to Ayan, the matriarch's expression softened into a rare smile. You've chosen well, she said approvingly. This male is useful. Ayan's cheeks flushed as she tried to maintain her composure. He's my slave, she mumbled, though her tone lacked its usual edge. The matriarch addressed Vakir directly, her voice commanding. From now on, you're responsible for handling all such tedious matters in the barracks. By the water's edge, Vakir rinsed clothes methodically, his movements calm and deliberate. Ayan approached, her tone casual, as she struck up a conversation. Doesn't all this slaving away exhaust you? She asked, gesturing at the laundry. You could always consider becoming an official member of the tribe. You know, without missing a beat, Vakir replied, it's not so bad. Internally, though, he reflected on how this simpler life, mundane as it was, offered a reprieve from the chaos and treachery he had endured. Whether in the backstabbing politics of the Baskerville clan or the corrupt streets of Underdog City, peace had been a rarity. Ayan observed him for a moment, her gaze appraising. You're surprisingly disciplined, she remarked. Guess it's hard for someone like you to complain, huh? Bakir maintained his calm demeanor. It really isn't that bad. Ayan snorted in disbelief. No way. Tough, tedious work is never easy, no matter how you spin it. As they walked back toward the camp, Ayan nudged him lightly. You should stop with this complacent attitude, she said. Follow my lead. I'll help you figure out how to survive among the Balak people. Who knows? If you do well, maybe I'll even untie that rope around your neck. Bakir glanced at her curiously. What do you want me to do? Ayan smiled slyly, clearly pleased with his directness. Now we're getting somewhere. She paused for dramatic effect. I want you to go on a hunt and bring back some big prey. Intrigued, Bakir pressed her for details. Ayan explained. The warriors haven't brought in anything substantial recently. The kids are growing, and they need meat. If you manage to catch something impressive, it wouldn't be crazy for your title to change from slave to commoner. Playfully slapping him on the back, Ayan added with a grin. You should feel honored to serve as the slave of the Balak's esteemed hunting commander. Bakir winced slightly at the force of her slap, but remained composed. After a brief moment of consideration, he nodded. Fine, I'll do it. Ayan's face lit up with a smile, and for a fleeting moment, a faint blush colored her cheeks. What's with the look? Bakir asked, noticing her expression. Her demeanor shifted immediately. What look? She snapped, quickly turning away. You're imagining things. Unbeknownst to them, a pair of jealous eyes watched from the shadows. Ahan glared at Bakir, his teeth clenched and his fists trembling with rage. Seeing Ayan happily engaging with the outsider stoked a fire of envy and resentment within him. Disgusting bastard, Ahan muttered under his breath, his eyes fixed on Bakir. At the tribe's central gathering, the Balak shaman, a human, began a traditional hazing ceremony. Standing before a pot of glowing charcoal, he withdrew his hand slowly, his face solemn. Gesturing for the hunters to line up, a human's voice carried across the clearing. Step forward to receive the blessing, he intoned, his words heavy with authority. Without it, your hunt will fail. Refuse, and you invite misfortune upon yourself and your kin. One by one, the hunters approached, bowing their heads as the shaman smeared the charcoal across their faces in intricate patterns. Ayan, standing beside Bakir, leaned closer to explain. The markings conceal the hunters from the god of death, she whispered. It's a gesture of guilt, our way of asking forgiveness for taking the lives of our prey. Bakir observed the ritual in silence, noting the presence of a shaman even among the fiercely independent Balak warriors. Nearby, a barbarian girl whispered skeptically to her companion. The shaman's always nagging, she muttered. The boy shrugged, replying, let it go. A human has to make himself seem important somehow. The girl frowned. His blessings don't work anyway, she added. The only time the tribe even bothers with him is for rare hunts or big ceremonies. Bakir absorbed their words quietly. Even in this remote tribe, hierarchies, doubts, and cynicism were no strangers. Just another version of what he had seen across the empire. Later, Ayan approached Bakir, her face adorned with charcoal markings that were noticeably uneven. Bakir raised an eyebrow, fighting the urge to laugh. You look ridiculous, he said flatly, though a hint of amusement crept into his voice. Ayan flushed, furiously wiping her face. I don't get along with the shaman, okay? She snapped, flustered by his teasing. In her embarrassment, she shoved the collar into his hands. Bakir held it up with a deadpan expression. Is this a dog collar? Ignoring his tone, Ayan fastened a similar collar around her own neck. These protect our necks from being bitten during hunts, she explained matter-of-factly. Bakir eyed the collar, muttering, I've fought enough monsters to know they rarely aim for the neck. But as he watched her effortlessly adjust to the collar, he realized it was just another part of adapting to life among the Balak. Ayan and Bakir rode together on a wolf, the large beast moving swiftly through the forest. Ayan glanced back over her shoulder. Hold on to my waist if you don't want to fall off, she instructed. Bakir, stubborn as ever, refused to follow her advice. Moments later, a sharp bump sent him tumbling to the ground. Ayan pulled the wolf to a stop, watching him dust himself off with a smirk. See what happens when you don't listen, she teased. Bakir grimaced, wondering if he had the strength to climb back on the wolf. Before he could decide, an unwelcome voice cut through the air. So this is what you've been up to. They both turned to see Ahan approaching, his expression smug and brimming with disdain. Ayan, you seem awfully free these days, Ahan sneered, his tone dripping with sarcasm. Neglecting your duties to play around, are you? Ayan dismounted and folded her arms. What do you want, Ahan? He stepped closer with dramatic flair. I'm here to tell you that I'll be catching the biggest prey this time. The next hunt? I'll lead the group as captain. My success will bring honor to my family. Ayan raised an eyebrow, unimpressed. You're staking your grandfather's honor on your limited knowledge of shamanism? Bold move. Ignoring her jab, Ahan suddenly lashed out with a kick aimed at Bakir's face. The attack was abrupt, startling Ayan. Ahan, she shouted angrily. What are you doing? Ahan smirked as Vikir sidestepped the blow, his movements subtle yet precise. This guy. Ahan gestured toward Vikir dismissively. He's a burn, injured and slow. How can you rely on him? But before Ahan could continue his tirade, Ayan's expression shifted. A sly smile curled her lips as she pointed at him. You might want to check your waistband before bragging any further. Confused, Ahan glanced down. His expression twisted into shock as he realized his quiver and arrows were missing. Still seated on the ground, Vikir wiped the blood from his lip and held up Ahan's quiver, a smug smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. You should hold onto your weapons as you would your lover, he remarked dryly. Ahan's expression twisted in rage as he realized he'd been outmaneuvered. Before he could fully process the humiliation, Ayan doubled over in laughter, clearly enjoying the spectacle. Seething, Ahan lunged at Vikir. Arrogant slave bastard, he roared, throwing a punch with all his strength. But before the blow could land, Ayan intervened. With a single, swift motion, she used her bow to block the attack. Her voice turned icy as she stared him down. Whose slave do you think you're punishing without permission? She demanded. Ahan, his face flushed with anger and embarrassment, shouted back. He insulted a Balak warrior. That demands punishment. Ayan's expression didn't waver. Pathetic, she muttered, her tone dripping with disdain. Desperate to salvage his pride, Ahan's voice took on a mocking edge. What's this, Ayan? Have you fallen for the slave? Ayan placed a hand on her head, sighing in exasperation. Her irritation was palpable. Vikir is my slave, she admitted coolly. If he's done something wrong, I'll punish him. But you? You have no right to lay a hand on him. The tension in the air was palpable as Ayan turned toward Vikir, who watched the exchange silently, his expression unreadable. Without warning, Ayan's fist shot out, connecting with Vikir's face. The impact sent him sprawling, blood spraying onto the green grass. Ahan stumbled back in shock, his jaw slack as he watched the scene unfold. Ayan turned to Ahan, fixing him with a cold stare. Are you satisfied now? She asked sharply. Ahan opened his mouth to speak, but Ayan cut him off. I get it, you're frustrated. You haven't managed to capture a maiden, and it's eating you up. But touch my slave again, her voice dropped, and I'll make sure you regret it. Ahan, cowed by her words and her sheer presence, nodded reluctantly. His bravado extinguished, he turned and retreated, muttering under his breath. Later, as Ayan and Vikir rode the wolf back toward the camp, Ayan kept sneaking glances at him. Her expression was conflicted, an uncharacteristic mix of guilt and concern. After several minutes of silence, she broke the ice. Does it hurt? She asked cautiously. Vikir didn't reply. She tried again. Are you angry? Still nothing. Frustrated by his silence, Ayan finally spoke up. Look, it was necessary, she began defensively. Ahan stubborn and petty. If I didn't deal with him like that, he'd keep looking for excuses to retaliate. When Vikir remained unresponsive, Ayan sighed heavily. Why aren't you saying anything? Finally, Vikir spoke, his voice calm, but tinged with a hint of dry humor. It hurts? Ayan froze. Then, with surprising agility, she twisted in midair, landing backward on the wolf to face him. Her hands cupped his face as her eyes filled with worry. Does it hurt a lot? Is it bad? Are you in danger? She asked anxiously, her words tumbling out in rapid succession. Vikir remained stoic. It hurts to talk, he replied plainly. But it's not the first time. Before he could finish, Ayan leaned forward, her lips suddenly meeting his. Time seemed to freeze as Ayan pulled away, her face flushed a deep crimson. She pressed her fingers to her lips, as if only now realizing what she had done. Turning forward hastily to avoid his gaze, she muttered, I knew I was right. You show promise. Even for an imperial bastard. Vikir blinked, wiping his face as he tried to process the moment. His mind wandered briefly. Do barbarians usually lick each other's injuries? He wondered. The thought of spreading infection crossed his mind, though it seemed a trivial concern compared to his confusion. Ayan glanced back, her tone suddenly more composed. So, is there anything you want from me? If it's within my ability, I'll make it happen, she offered. Vikir raised an eyebrow, intrigued. Anything? Her body tensed at his question, and she stiffened visibly. Trembling slightly, she nodded. A Balak warrior never goes back on their word. Vikir's expression turned serious as he considered her offer, leaving Ayan's mind to spiral. Her cheeks grew redder as she assumed he was plotting something inappropriate. Finally, Vikir broke the silence. Teach me how to shoot arrows, he said plainly. Ayan's hopeful expression fell flat, disappointment etched into her face. She quickly recovered, though, and nodded. Fine, she said curtly. As they continued onward, she added, we'll start your special training tomorrow. Vikir nodded in agreement, unaware of her lingering irritation. The next morning, Vikir took aim at a tree trunk, releasing an arrow under Ayan's watchful eye. The arrow missed its mark, landing far from the embedded target. Ayan sighed, her tone tinged with exasperation and amusement. No, no. Aim for the arrow already stuck in the trunk, she instructed. Vakir raised an eyebrow. Are you sure you're qualified to teach? Ayan smirked. You're the one who asked for lessons, she retorted. You'll learn properly, or you'll learn nothing at all. She reminded him of the importance of mastering the bow, especially since his injuries prevented him from wielding a sword effectively. If you want to capture prey and stop being a slave, you'll do this right, she emphasized. To correct his stance, Ayan pressed firmly against his back, adjusting his posture. Vakir winced, feeling the strain on his battered body. Suddenly, Bakira, Ayan's wolf, appeared behind them, startling her slightly. Without realizing it, Ayan applied more pressure to Vakir's back, eliciting a loud crack. Vakir crumpled to the ground, groaning in pain. Ayan, unfazed, turned to Bakira and asked, Did you find it? The wolf howled in response, and Ayan's lips curled into a confident smile. Good boy. Turning back to Vakir, she clapped her hands impatiently. Get up. We're moving now. They arrived at a serene stream where the river met the ocean, a tranquil location teeming with life. Ayan gestured at the unique surroundings. This place is special, she explained. It's where the ocean and river meet, so you'll find animals from both habitats. It's a prime hunting spot. She paused, sharing a story her grandmother used to tell. The salmon here fight their way up the waterfalls, dreaming they'll become something greater, massive, legendary beasts. Most fail, though. They fall onto sharp rocks and become food for the ox bears. Bakir's gaze shifted to the massive bear prowling nearby. Is that one of them? He asked, noting its impressive stature. It looks a lot tougher than the ox bears I've seen before. Ayan nodded, her tone reverent. That's no ordinary ox bear. It's a superior specimen, born from a powerful bloodline and a survivor of countless battles. It's the kind of prey only the best hunters can take down. When Vakir questioned if their task was to take down the colossal ox bear, Ayan shook her head with a smirk. We're not here for the dominant female, she explained. Our target is the smaller male trying to court her. As they watched from a distance, several male bears approached the towering female, each attempting to win her favor. One by one, she rebuffed them with brutal swipes, sending them fleeing into the forest. Intrigued by the display, Vakir asked what kind of mate the female was searching for. Ayan chuckled. Strength isn't the answer, she corrected. To Vakir's surprise, a much smaller male approached the female. This time, instead of rejecting him, she greeted him with gentle nudges and playful gestures. Ayan explained that female ox bears often preferred weaker males because stronger ones could become dangerously aggressive during mating, sometimes even fatally injuring their partners. It's not about brute force, Ayan added. It's about survival and raising healthy cubs. Drawing a parallel, Ayan noted that the Balak tribe had a similar philosophy. They often sought partners with excellent genes, especially if those partners were weakened from injury or fatigue, as it indicated resilience. Bakir observed the pair of bears wandering off together. Ayan instructed him to wait. The female will completely drain his strength, she explained. Once he's exhausted, we'll strike. For days later, Vakir stood outside a cave, listening to the deep roars and moans of the ox bears echoing through the forest. He reflected on their strategy, leaving food for the bears to facilitate their courtship and encourage their mating ritual. Ayan approached, holding a small fruit in her hand. This fruit boosts strength temporarily, she explained, but it shortens lifespan. The clever female will avoid it. The male? He'll eat it without a second thought to keep up with her. The strategy clicked in Vakir's mind. The male's desperate attempt to impress his mate would leave him depleted, making him the perfect target. Ayan handed Vakir a bowl of soup, urging him to eat and regain his strength. As he sipped, he couldn't help but comment on the bear's remarkable stamina during their mating ritual. Ayan smirked, leaning closer. That's just typical for Balak males, she teased. Imperials like you wouldn't know anything about it. Too reserved. Vakir raised an eyebrow, unimpressed by her jab. Before he could respond, Ayan leaned in playfully. What about you? Can you match their vigor? His unamused expression deepened, but their exchange was interrupted by a deafening roar from the cave. Ayan immediately straightened, her teasing demeanor gone. It's time, she said sharply. From their vantage point in a nearby tree, Vakir and Ayan watched as the female bear let out another earth-shaking roar, signaling the end of their mating ritual. The exhausted male stumbled out of the cave, his legs shaky, his strength utterly spent. The female emerged moments later, her demeanor entirely different. She charged at the male, swiping at him with ferocious intensity. Vakir watched the aggressive display with fascination. Why does she chase him off after mating? He asked. Ayan explained, her tone matter-of-fact. Once the ritual is over, she becomes territorial. She'll drive him away to protect her space and ensure he never comes back. From now on, she's a predator, not a partner. Vakir couldn't help but smirk as he watched the exhausted male bear stumble forward, desperate for rest after 4 relentless days. He looks ready to collapse, Vakir observed, his tone laced with amusement. I nodded in agreement. He's completely drained. All he wants now is a safe, secluded spot to recover. That's where we'll strike. The two tracked the bear deeper into an unforgiving, icy terrain. The cold air stung Vakir's skin, the frost cutting deeper than he anticipated. He noted the bear's resilience and commented on its remarkable endurance. Ox bears aren't just brutes, Ein explained. They're smart. They know how to survive. This one came here deliberately to avoid blood-sucking insects. It's calculated, choosing its recovery spot wisely. As the chill seeped further into Vakir's body, his movements became stiffer. Though he tried to hide his discomfort, Ein noticed immediately. She paused and offered a solution. We need to share body warmth, she said, matter-of-factly. If your muscles stiffen, you'll slow us down. Vakir hesitated, reluctant to agree, but the biting cold left him little choice. With a resigned sigh, he relented and hugged Ein from behind. Caught off guard, Ein's face turned crimson. She stammered, quickly rationalizing the situation. This is just a practical decision. I have to keep you healthy. As your master, it's my responsibility. Vakir remained quiet, unsure whether to tease her or let it slide. Their awkward moment was interrupted when Bakira, Ein's wolf, stopped abruptly, his growl low and menacing. The pair froze, their focus sharpening. The tracks, Ein whispered, her tone tense. They've disappeared. Before she could finish her thought, a thunderous growl shattered the silence. The ox bear, having set a trap of its own, lunged from a hidden spot with terrifying speed. Meanwhile, back at the Balak camp, a group of barbarians gathered around a massive boar, its size so impressive it overshadowed anything else brought back that day. A female barbarian, holding 3 modestly sized rabbits, stared at the boar in awe. I thought these would be enough, she said, glancing down at her catch. But compared to that, a male barbarian stepped forward, addressing a Hun with visible admiration. This is incredible, he said, gesturing toward the boar. You've outdone yourself, a Hun. Another chimed in, suggesting that a Hun should be made the tribe's new hunting commander. Even Ian can't handle every Hun alone, he added. The group's attention shifted briefly as someone mentioned Ian's current hunt. She brought a slave with her, a female barbarian noted, her tone skeptical. I doubt they'll catch anything worthwhile. A Hun, basking in the praise, dismissed Ian's efforts entirely. That so-called slave is nothing but dead weight, he scoffed. Mark my words, they'll come back empty-handed. I bet they won't even catch a rabbit. On the other side of the forest, the ferocious male ox bear launched a sudden attack, its massive paw swinging toward Ian with devastating force. Before the blow could land, Vakir reacted swiftly, pulling her out of harm's way just in time. The bear's crushing strike missed her by mere inches, the sheer force blowing strands of her hair into the air. Both Vakir and Ian tumbled off their wolf, landing hard on the frosty ground. Vakira, the wolf, growled fiercely, leaping into action to shield its companions. Vakir quickly turned to Ian. Are you okay? He asked, his tone calm but urgent. Ian nodded, still catching her breath. Thanks to you, she admitted reluctantly. Vakir's sharp eyes assessed the situation. It's almost like it set this up, he speculated, his voice low. Did the ox bear lure us here deliberately? Ian frowned, her pride bruised but unable to deny the truth. It's too smart for a monster, she muttered. Her gaze flicked toward the bear, now snarling at them from a distance. No wonder the female picked it. Realizing there was no avoiding a direct confrontation, Ian felt a pang of inner conflict. Being rescued by her own slave, a status she had so thoroughly emphasized, pricked at her pride. But she quickly steeled herself, standing tall. Stay behind me, she commanded, her voice firm. I'll handle this. You've done enough. With a defiant glare, Ian mounted Bakira and charged at the ox bear, her bow drawn and ready. Her first arrow whistled through the air, aimed directly at the beast. You think you can act like this in front of my slave? She shouted angrily. You're going to pay for this indecency. The ox bear, sensing the danger, retreated behind an icy boulder for cover. Ian pulled another arrow from her quiver, her tone sharp with confidence. There's nowhere you can hide from me, she declared. She loosed the arrow, which embedded itself harmlessly in the boulder. The ox bear growled in defiance, thinking itself safe. But the moment the bear let its guard down, a surge of blue energy erupted from the embedded arrow. The aura-infused blast pierced through the boulder, striking the bear in the stomach with pinpoint precision. The ox bear roared in agony as blood spewed from its wound, its massive frame staggering forward. Vakir, watching from the sidelines, was momentarily awestruck. Ian's archery was a masterful display of skill and precision. The way she infused aura into her arrows with such finesse left him impressed. In that moment, he thought that purely in terms of archery, Ian might even surpass Kamumorg's. The wounded ox bear emerged from behind the shattered boulder, its bloodshot eyes blazing with rage. It charged directly at Ian, undeterred by the injury. Ian's hand moved with practiced speed, another arrow nocked and ready. She fired at the bear's eye, but the beast's fury drove it onward, ignoring the projectile entirely. Undeterred, Ian prepared a final shot. Her voice rang out confidently. An arrow filled with sincerity can pierce even a castle wall, she declared, releasing the arrow with perfect form. But to her shock, the ox bear dodged with uncanny agility, evading the attack entirely. Ian's confidence wavered, her composure briefly shaken. Before she could recover, the ox bear lunged at Bakira. Its massive paw struck the wolf with brutal force, sending both Bakira and Ian flying. Ian tumbled across the ground, her body skidding to a stop as Bakir sprinted toward her, his expression grim. As Ian lay dazed, fragments of her mother's teachings surfaced in her mind. Her mother had once told her that beasts on the brink of death could sense the killing intent of a predator, often becoming most dangerous in their final moments. Ian now realized, too late, that she had gravely underestimated the ox bear. Confidence, bolstered by her righteous intentions, had blinded her to the peril. The ox bear, now a towering menace, advanced with drool dripping from its massive jaws. Its mouth open wide, ready to deliver a fatal bite. Paralyzed by fear, Ian closed her eyes and braced for the inevitable. Instead of the crushing jaws of death, however, a familiar voice cut through the chaos. "Are you done demonstrating a master's dignity?" Her eyes flew open, and she saw Vikir standing before her, positioned squarely between her and the ox bear. His calm yet commanding presence sent a shiver down her spine. With a deliberate step forward, Vikir spoke with quiet confidence. "It's my turn now." Thrusting his glowing red hand toward the beast, Vikir summoned Beelzebub, the demonic blade igniting in a blaze of fiery energy. Flames infused with the power of Cerberus roared forth, engulfing the ox bear's head in a hellish inferno. The beast reared back, letting out an agonized roar as the searing heat overwhelmed it. Ian, frozen in place, could only watch in awe. The sheer ferocity of Vikir's attack left her speechless, her heart racing at the raw display of power. The ox bear staggered, its charred form collapsing lifelessly to the ground. The battle was over. The flames subsided, revealing Vikir's frame. The intense heat had burned away the bandages covering his injuries, exposing his fully healed body, including his once-bandaged eye. Ian's cheeks flushed a deep crimson as she marveled at his strength, her gratitude and amazement impossible to hide. "You saved me again," she murmured softly, her voice barely audible over the crackling of the fire. But her joy quickly turned to concern as Vikir's expression twisted with pain. She rushed forward as he admitted, "I might have overdone it." His legs gave out, and he collapsed to the ground. "Vikir!" Ian cried, her earlier awe replaced by panic. She knelt by his side, frantically calling his name and trying to rouse him. The memory of his unwavering determination lingered in her mind as she desperately sought a way to help him. Later that night, the Balak tribe gathered around a roaring bonfire, celebrating the success of the hunt. The tantalizing aroma of roasted meat filled the air, and a massive pot of stew bubbled cheerfully over the flames. The villagers danced and sang, their jubilant cries echoing into the night. Off to the side, Ian and Vikir sat together, each wearing traditional Balak hats. Ian's voice carried a mix of pride and excitement as she explained the significance of their victory. "The ox bear wasn't just any prey," she said, her chest puffed with pride. "It was both strong and intelligent, a worthy opponent. Catching it has made us the stars of this pillaging ceremony." Vikir, stoic as ever, didn't seem particularly moved by the festivities. His indifferent expression earned him a sharp glare from Ian. "You could at least pretend to care," she huffed, crossing her arms. Her gaze shifted to the other side of the gathering, where a Hun sat glumly next to the small, sluggish boar he'd caught. The sight filled Ian with satisfaction, and a faint smirk tugged at her lips. "That boar," she said, tilting her chin toward it. "Compared to our ox bear, it's nothing. You'd think he would have caught something more impressive, given how much he brags." Despite her playful scolding, Bakir caught the unmistakable glimmer of pride in her eyes. For the first time that evening, a faint smile flickered across his lips. Ian turned to a Hun, her eyes practically begging for backup. "Say something, a Hun?" A Hun, clearly irritated, shoved a bowl toward Vikir, sneering. "Here, slave. Eat." Vikir glanced at the bowl's measly portion of meat and raised an eyebrow. "This is it? Why so little?" A Hun rolled his eyes. "Tradition. The more honor you earn, the less you eat. You should be grateful for your honor." Ian stepped in with a smirk. In our tribe, the greatest contributor to the hunt gets the smallest share. It's a symbol of respect and selflessness. Vakir's expression remained blank. Selflessness? Sounds like a bad trait. Meat's a lot tastier than some imaginary points on the honor board. Ian laughed, clearly entertained by a Hun's growing frustration. Vakir, however, stared at his hands, deep in thought. The 600-kilogram hammer from Beelzebub lingered in his mind. Could he actually increase his weight by 600 kilograms while holding his breath? It seemed absurd. Then again, so did most of his life lately. Taking a casual sip of his soup, Vakir reflected on his recovery. Beelzebub's absorption of the ox bear hadn't just granted him new powers. It had patched him up like magic glue. Noticing Vakir's nearly empty bowl, Ian grabbed another, heaping with meat, and thrust it toward him. Here, eat. Vakir shook his head. I already had my share. A bit of meat, some blood, intestines, standard barbarian meal. I'm good. Ian pushed the bowl closer. You should eat more. Every part of the animal has a purpose. Weak eyes? Eat the eyes. Bad heart? Eat the heart. Weak limbs? The legs. That's how we grow stronger. Vakir squinted at the bowl, particularly at the coiled piece of meat bobbing in the broth. So, you're saying my insides need work? His tone dripped with sarcasm. Before Ian could answer, 3 barbarian girls approached, their presence as subtle as a thunderstorm. Commander, the first one huffed, glaring at Ian. Why are you bothering with him? The second chimed in. It's so obvious what you're doing. And the third? Why waste food on a slave? Vakir ignored the peanut gallery and took a bite. The meat was tougher than he expected, but he chewed through it. Ian's eyes lit up with excitement. Good. Now you'll be ready to fulfill your duty. Vakir stopped mid-bite. Duty? What now? I already played my part in the hunt. At dawn, Vakir found himself near a massive tree trunk, its top sliced clean off. He noticed faint scorch marks at the edges and recalled something Ian had mentioned last night. While standing at this very spot, he'd seen slabs of prime meat laid on the trunk. He questioned Ian about wasting such quality food, especially during a shortage. It's an offering, she had explained, her tone reverent. To Madame Eight Legs. It's how we asked for permission to live here. Ah yes, the village's 8-legged landlord. Vakir had taken a moment to digest this, realizing how deeply the Balak people respected and feared the creature. Now, staring at the offering site in the cool morning light, Vakir muttered, what an annoying monster. As Vakir approached his hut, a peculiar scene stopped him in his tracks. A line of barbarian girls, chattering like eager festival-goers. He blinked, trying to piece together the reason for the commotion. Was there a special event he hadn't been told about? One girl proudly announced she'd been in line since dawn. Another gloated about snagging a spot near the front. A third bragged about staying up all night to ensure a place. Amid the chatter, a few speculated about the previous day's hunt. Maybe a village woman will be chosen as Vakir's wife, one suggested starry-eyed. After all, he did take down an ox bear. Before Vakir could back away unnoticed, Ian appeared, a freshly hunted deer slung over her shoulder. Spotting the crowd, her expression soured. What's this nonsense? She barked. Go home. He's already spoken for. The girls gasped and immediately began protesting. You can't claim him just because you fed him stew, one argued. Yeah, that's unfair, another chimed in. You should have shared with us. Ian narrowed her eyes. If you're so hungry, why don't you catch something yourself? Set some traps. Prove you're worthy. The girls groaned in defeat, explaining they had tried and failed. We even went as far as the Empire's border, one muttered wistfully. But there's no one like him out there. Then keep going. Ian snapped, her tone sharp. Try hell while you're at it. Her glare was enough to send the girls scattering, their excitement evaporating like morning mist. As they disappeared, Ian muttered under her breath, annoyed yet wary. Those sneaky girls might try something while Vakir's still recovering. Her irritation turned into a self-assured smirk. After all, she had fed him the ox bear stew that made her claim indisputable. A sudden shift in the air made her glance sideways. There, not 10 feet away, stood Vakir, arms crossed, watching the entire scene unfold. Ian froze. Oh, I didn't realize you were standing there, she stammered, visibly flustered. Vakir's face twisted slightly as realization dawned. So that's what I ate yesterday. Sensing his discomfort, Ian scrambled to change the subject. Anyway, my mother held a meeting with the elders last night. You'll be called before her soon as the honorable hunter. When the time comes, make sure to ask for what I'll suggest. It's important. Later, in the matriarch's tent, the atmosphere was charged with quiet reverence. On one side, the elders sat stoically. Opposite them, the younger prodigies gathered in silent awe. Vakir knelt, bowing his head respectfully. The matriarch, the famed night fox of Aquila, greeted him with a warm yet commanding nod. You've brought great honor to our village by hunting the ox bear, she said. Because of you, we feasted well. Vakir replied humbly, I only did my duty. The matriarch smiled, her gaze sharp yet kind. You've healed quickly. Proof of both your resilience and the tribe's care, she noted. As Vakir observed her, he felt a flicker of respect. Despite her reputation as a fearsome archer who had once terrorized even the Empire, she carried herself with an almost maternal warmth. He couldn't help but compare her to Hugo, both commanding figures, but her demeanor was far more approachable. The matriarch rose gracefully, her voice commanding as she addressed the gathering. Vakir's deeds have proven his worth. From this day forward, he is no longer a slave, but a member of the Balak family. The room buzzed with a mix of murmurs and hushed whispers. While many nodded in agreement, a few elders, notably a human, the tribe's shaman and Ayan's grandfather, exchanged skeptical glances. A human cleared his throat loudly, his disapproval evident. The matriarch ignored the undercurrent of dissent, her tone steady. As a member of our family, you have earned a reward. Speak your desire. She paused, her lips curling into a teasing smile. Perhaps a maiden to share your life? I would gladly bless such a union. Or, if that's not your interest, perhaps a loyal servant instead? Ayan, standing nearby, subtly gestured to Vakir with discreet hand signs. Her message was clear. Stick to the plan. Vakir locked eyes with her briefly, before closing his own in thought. When he reopened them, his voice was calm, yet firm as he spoke. I request to bathe in a hero's spring. A heavy silence blanketed the room. The weight of his words hung in the air like a thundercloud. The matriarch's playful demeanor vanished, replaced by a sharp, calculating expression. Her gaze bore into Vakir. Do you understand what you're asking? She asked, her voice cold. Before Vakir could reply, a human stood abruptly, his voice booming with anger. Such arrogance! Do you truly believe yourself worthy of the hero's spring? He turned to the matriarch, his tone seething. This place is sacred, reserved for the strongest warriors of the Balak. His request is nothing but an insult. The room erupted in murmurs as other elders chimed in. One elder slammed his fist on the ground. The hero's spring is not for outsiders. This is a privilege for our finest warriors, not some commoner. But Ayan stepped forward, her voice cutting through the commotion. Enough, she declared. Vakir has proven himself more than worthy. None of you can deny his strength. He captured the ox bear during the pillaging ceremony, a feat even our most seasoned warriors have failed to achieve. The room quieted as her words resonated. The matriarch's piercing gaze shifted to Vakir. Do you truly understand the significance of the hero's spring? Without hesitation, Vakir nodded. I do. It is no ordinary shrine. Its waters can heal wounds, internal and external alike. Only the mightiest warriors are granted access to its power. The matriarch listened, her expression unreadable. Around her, the elders resumed their debate. The hero's spring must remain exclusive, one elder argued fiercely. To allow an outsider to touch its waters is to insult generations of our warriors. Another elder, however, countered, stroking his beard thoughtfully. This could be a chance to inspire him further. If he holds such potential, granting him this honor might benefit the tribe. The arguments volleyed back and forth. Some elders feared tarnishing the spring's legacy, while others acknowledged Vakir's feats and the value of rewarding his contributions. The matriarch's expression tightened, her frustration flickering. She wanted to honor Vakir's bold request, but could feel the weight of tradition and a human's staunch opposition pressing down on her. Just then, a sudden bell rang out, cutting through the tense atmosphere like a blade. Vakir's eyes narrowed as his gaze darted toward the sound. What's the meaning of that bell? An attack? Ayan shook her head. No, that signals a guest's arrival. Not a threat. The matriarch seized the opportunity to end the heated debate. This meeting is adjourned. Return to your duties, she commanded, rising gracefully and exiting the tent. As the elders filed out, a human lingered, his expression dark and brooding. His disapproval was palpable, the faint click of his tongue like thunder in the quiet. Watching the matriarch leave, his unease simmered beneath the surface, a storm waiting to break. Vakir's attention shifted to the growing commotion outside. Is that the guest you were talking about? He asked Ayan, gesturing toward the group setting up nearby. She nodded. Merchants from beyond the forest. They visit a few times a year, bringing goods we can't make ourselves. The tribe always looks forward to their arrival. Vakir's sharp gaze fixed on a symbol emblazoned on one of the merchant banners. Recognition flashed in his eyes. The bourgeois family, he muttered, his voice low. Ayan glanced at him. You know them? More than I'd like, he replied, his mind racing. The bourgeois family was one of the 7 most powerful merchant clans in the empire. Their presence in such a remote region was unusual, almost suspicious. The only way to reach Balak territory was through lands controlled by the Baskerville or Morge families. neither of whom would allow safe passage to outsiders. Vakir's thoughts turned dark. How did they get here? Smuggling routes? Backdoor deals? The merchants wasted no time setting up their vibrant stalls. Their leader, a round, jovial man with an air of authority, addressing the tribe in fluent Baloch. Welcome, friends. For the next 5 days, the market is open. Barter your finest goods and discover treasures from beyond the forest. Excited murmurs spread among the villagers, who surged forward to browse the offerings. The merchants displayed their wares with practiced flair. One held up a gleaming glass orb, claiming it could bring sweet dreams when placed near a bed. Another showcased perfumes, cosmetics, and sacks of grain. Vakir observed the frenzy with a critical eye. The goods on display were mundane by imperial standards, but the merchants bartered them for rare forest treasures of far greater value. The imbalance was glaring, and Vakir's jaw tightened. The bourgeois are bleeding them dry. A commotion nearby drew his attention. Ian's voice rang out, laced with frustration. A diamond for corn? Are you serious? For a brief moment, Vakir felt a flicker of relief. At least someone here recognized the absurdity of the trades. But then, to his horror, Ian's expression shifted. She grinned triumphantly, handing over a diamond for 2 ears of corn. Clutching her prize like a trophy, she beamed with pride, clearly convinced she had struck an incredible deal. Vakir pinched the bridge of his nose, exhaling sharply. Hopeless, he muttered, watching her celebrate her victory. Elsewhere in the market, 3 Baloch warriors were locked in intense negotiations with the merchant leader. I'll trade this pearl clam for 2 radishes, one of them demanded, his tone suggesting he genuinely believed it was a steal. Another inspected a cabbage with a critical eye, scrutinizing its quality before eventually bartering a prized deer antler for it. Their persistence wore down the merchant leader, who, with exaggerated reluctance, tossed in extra items to seal the deals. The warriors left with wide grins, proudly celebrating their victories. The merchant leader, meanwhile, smirked as he watched them walk away, amused by how easily they'd given up treasures worth far more than the goods they'd received. In a quieter corner of the market, a young Baloch girl timidly approached the merchant leader. Her wide eyes sparkled with hope as she pointed at one of the glowing glass orbs on display. "Excuse me, sir," she said softly. "May I trade for that orb?" The merchant leader crouched down, his smile dripping with condescension. "Well now, little one, what do you have to offer?" Beaming with pride, she reached in her pouch and pulled out a small, wriggling sun larva. It's very rare, and it's nutritious too." The merchant leader's face twisted with disgust. "Ugh, disgusting," he barked, slapping the larva from her hand. The tiny creature hit the ground with a wet thud, and the girl froze, her face crumpling as tears welled up in her eyes. Sneering, the merchant leader turned to leave, muttering under his breath, "For a primitive barbarian, she's quite pretty. She'd fetch a decent price as a slave." The girl knelt, clutching the rejected larva in trembling hands, tears streaming silently down her cheeks. Suddenly, a shadow loomed over her, and a gentle hand rested on her head. She looked up to see Vakir standing beside her. His expression was calm, but the fire in his eyes burned with quiet fury. "This trade is invalid," Vakir declared, his voice steady but sharp enough to cut through the market's noise. The merchant leader stopped mid-stride and turned back, his feigned confidence masking unease. "And what do you know about valid trades?" he asked mockingly. "Surely a savage like you wouldn't understand the intricacies of imperial customs." "Perhaps there's been a misunderstanding." Vakir's gaze locked onto the merchant with chilling precision. "A misunderstanding?" he asked, his tone colder than ice. "Do you mean your intention to sell a Baloch child as a slave?" The merchant leader flinched but quickly recovered, waving his hand dismissively. Now, no need to be dramatic. These trades are sanctioned by the Baloch shaman, a servant of the forest god, no less. It's not your place, boy, to question their sacred authority." Vakir ignored the merchant's bluster, taking a deliberate step forward. His voice, though calm, carried an undeniable weight. "I demand the cancellation of every trade conducted today. They are blatantly unfair." The merchant leader furrowed his brow in feigned confusion, his voice dripping with mockery. "Unfair, you say? And who made you the arbiter of fairness?" Vakir's expression remained cold, his tone sharper than steel. "Fairness is determined by market value, something your trades blatantly disregard." He stepped forward, his presence commanding, as he began dismantling the merchant's schemes piece by piece. "Take that corn you bartered. Each ear is worth 100 gold at most. Yet a diamond, worth 2 million gold, was given in exchange. And the ox-bear horn? Properly crafted into billiard balls, it would fetch no less than 1 million gold. It's comparable in value to goblin bud mushrooms, banned for export due to their high medicinal demand in the empire." The crowd murmured in disbelief as the merchant leader's confident grin began to crack. Vakir's precise breakdown of values left the merchants visibly shaken. their earlier smugness now replaced with unease. Reaching for one of the merchant's prized items, a glass orb, Vikir held it aloft for all to see. "And this," he began, his voice heavy with contempt, "is your so-called treasure for sweet dreams." The merchant leader forced a tight smile. "Ah yes, one of our finest wares. A marvel for peaceful sleep, perfect for weary minds." Vikir rolled the orb between his fingers, his eyes narrowing. "This orb is coated with microscopic holes that release a drug. It's banned in the Empire for its devastating effects. While it may induce dreams at first, prolonged exposure destroys the mind, leaving its users broken." Without warning, he crushed the orb in his hand. The crowd gasped as shards fell to the ground, releasing a fine, powdery mist into the air. "This isn't a treasure," Vikir continued, his voice hard as iron. "It's poison, and you've been spreading it under the guise of trade." The merchant leader stumbled backward, his pale face glistening with sweat. Nearby, one of his associates leaned in, whispering frantically, "Who is this boy? How does he know so much?" The leader swallowed hard, his voice barely audible. "Someone who knows far too much." Ayan's voice cut through the tense silence like a whip. "What did you mean by poison bodies and harm?" she demanded, her fury palpable. Vikir gave her a single nod, confirming her worst suspicions. Ayan's expression darkened further, and her rage turned toward the merchant leader. "How dare you poison our people?" she roared, her voice trembling with indignation. "You've been deceiving the Balak without fear or consequence, haven't you?" The merchant leader raised his hands, stammering as he searched for a defense. But before he could speak, a sharp whistle pierced the air. Ayan's arrow struck true, embedding itself in his shoulder. The leader screamed in pain, clutching the wound as blood seeped through his fingers. His face contorted in agony as he staggered back, tears springing to his eyes. "You cowards preyed on us with your lies and poisons." Ayan snarled, her bow drawn and ready for another shot. The merchant leader glared at her, his voice weak but venomous. "You'll regret this," he spat, his words barely audible over his labored breathing. His companions wasted no time. Scrambling to their feet, they shouted frantic orders to pack their goods. The merchants hastily mounted their horses, clutching whatever they could as they fled into the night, leaving behind shattered wares and stunned villagers. Vikir watched the merchants flee into the shadows of the forest. He turned to Ayan, his expression calm but questioning. "You're letting them escape?" he asked. "You know they'll regroup to recover their losses. Why not end it now?" Ayan lowered her bow, a cold glint in her eyes. "Sometimes you don't kill the beast outright," she said sharply. "You wound it, let it run, and it'll lead you back to the pack. Then you take them all down in one strike." Vikir considered her strategy, his gaze shifting back to the fading silhouettes. The merchant leader, still clutching his bleeding shoulder, cursed and spat promises of revenge as he stumbled deeper into the forest with his group. The merchants eventually reached a hidden mercenary camp nestled in the woods. The firelight cast flickering shadows over the assembled fighters, their sharp weapons glinting ominously. The merchant leader, now seething with a mix of pain and humiliation, wasted no time ranting. "Those savages," he roared. "They humiliated us. They stole everything." The mercenary leader leaned lazily against a tree, his piercing eyes shining in the light of the campfire. Lighting a cigarette, he smirked. "Sounds like words won't get you far with that lot," he drawled, exhaling a cloud of smoke. "You hired us to handle your dirty work, didn't you? So we'll handle it. Either we wipe them out or drag them back in chains. It's your call." The merchant leader hesitated, his earlier bravado now tempered by the reality of the Balak's strength. "You don't understand," he said, his voice wavering. "The Balaks aren't ordinary. You'll need everything you've got to defeat them." The mercenary leader chuckled, flicking ash from his cigarette. "If you're that scared, why'd you bother hiring us in the first place? You're paying for results, so let us do our job. And remember," he added, his tone darkening, "our deal still stands. We get a cut of your profits. If things go south, we'll help ourselves to the spoils." Reluctantly, the merchant leader nodded. "Fine. Just make them pay for what they did." The mercenaries began preparing for their ambush, whispering strategies under the cover of night. One passed a matchstick to his companion, who lit a cigarette, then handed it to a third man eager to do the same. "Hold up," the second man warned. "Only two to a match. You know the superstition. Third man gets bad luck." The third mercenary scoffed, lighting his cigarette anyway. "Superstitions for fools," he muttered. The words barely left his lips when an arrow whistled through the air, striking him clean through the forehead. He dropped like a stone, cigarette still smoldering between his fingers. "What the second man began, but his words were cut short as a second arrow slammed into his skull. The camp erupted in chaos, but the mercenary leader remained oblivious. He continued regaling the merchant leader with stories of past exploits, boasting about how many Baloks he had captured and sold into slavery. The merchant leader's horrified expression brought his tale to an abrupt halt. He turned just in time to see an arrow embed itself squarely into his forehead. The mercenary leader collapsed without a sound, his life ending mid-sentence. Panic spread through the camp like wildfire. The merchant leader, shaking with fear, screamed at the remaining mercenaries. "Put out the fires! Extinguish your cigarettes! They can see us!" From a hidden vantage point, Ayn lowered her bow, her expression fierce and unrelenting. "Aim for their heads," she ordered her warriors, her voice calm, yet deadly. The Balak archers obeyed with chilling precision, each shot delivering swift and silent retribution. Vakir surveyed the chaos, his expression betraying a rare flicker of surprise. Turning to Ayn, he asked, "How are your warriors hitting their marks so perfectly in this light?" Ayn smirked. Balak eyes are sharp, even in the dark. The glow of their cigarettes and firelight makes them easy targets. Before Vakir could respond, a Hun appeared, dragging barrels behind him. His usual smirk was firmly in place. "Still playing the obedient slave, I see," he taunted. Vakir corrected him, with a cool tone. "I'm no longer a slave. I'm a commoner now." A Hun shrugged dismissively. "Doesn't change much, does it? Commoner, slave, it's all the same to me." Amidst the flaming chaos, one mercenary stood his ground, raising his shield to deflect incoming arrows. "Mages, form up! Shields, cover the front! Prepare for a counterattack," he barked, his voice cutting through the panic. But before they could regroup, a strange sight drew their attention. Two arrows embedded in nearby trees held a barrel aloft, suspended by thick ropes. More barrels began to appear, dangling from the trees, all tied by expertly aimed arrows. "What kind of trickery is this?" a mercenary shouted, his voice edged with panic. One soldier sniffed the air and muttered, "It's alcohol." His realization was cut short as a volley of flaming arrows rained down. The suspended barrels exploded in a fiery inferno, engulfing the camp in a massive blaze. The fire spread rapidly, consuming everything in its path. The screams of burning mercenaries filled the night air, mingling with the crackle of flames. Hidden behind a tree, the merchant leader's face twisted in horror. "They're using oil barrels as weapons," he muttered, his voice trembling. "Launching them with arrows? How?" A rustling noise behind him made him freeze. Turning slowly, he saw a shadowy figure emerging from the darkness. His heart raced as he recognized the crimson glow of Balak eyes. "Wait, don't kill me," he pleaded desperately. Fumbling, the merchant leader pulled a document from his bag, the official seal gleaming faintly in the firelight. "This is an exploration permit," he stammered, "stamped by the deputy consul of Underdog City. If you kill me, the Baskerville family will have their revenge." Vakir stepped into the light, his red eyes gleaming coldly. "This deputy consul," he said softly, "was his name Vakir by chance?" The merchant leader nodded eagerly, sensing a lifeline. "Yes, Vakir, the infamous Vakir." A faint smirk tugged at Vakir's lips. "Strange," he replied icily. "I don't recall granting any such permit." The merchant leader's face paled as recognition dawned. "You're—" His words were cut short by Vakir's arrow, which struck him cleanly in the chest, silencing him forever. "Those who forged the Baskerville seal," Vakir stated, his voice steady and unforgiving, "are executed without exception." Moments later, Ayn arrived astride her wolf, urgency in her voice. "We need to move, slave. Hurry." Vakir's brow twitched as he corrected her, his tone firm. "Not a slave. Remember that." The surviving mercenaries, emboldened by the sudden cessation of Balak arrows, regrouped. "They're retreating," one shouted. "Pursue them. Make them pay." Before they could advance, the forest seemed to shift. A monstrous presence descended upon their position, a suffocating aura that struck terror into even the bravest. Screams of fear echoed through the night, as the mercenaries faced something far worse than the Balak warriors. Standing beside Vakir, Ayn watched the distant carnage. "The fire tactic was clever," she remarked, her tone tinged with admiration. "You're becoming a real Balak warrior." Vakir smirked faintly. "I could say the same whenever I see you." Their attention shifted to the looming shadow of Madame Eight Legs, her monstrous aura palpable even from afar. Vakir's expression hardened, his voice carrying a note of resignation. "This night just keeps getting better." Back in the village, the matriarch addressed the gathered Balak warriors with a warm smile. Placing a hand on Vakir's shoulder, she declared, "For your many achievements, resolving our food shortage, minimizing casualties with clever tactics, uncovering the truth behind the warriors' ailments, and exposing the merchant's deceit, I grant you permission to enter the hero's spring." The crowd murmured in approval as she added, "Tonight's full moon marks a sacred time. Ayn, guide Vakir to the spring." Ayn stood with a cheerful, "Yes, mother," and led Vakir toward the sacred site. As they walked, she looped her arm around his casually, her tone light but pointed. Did you notice a human stayed quiet back there? He was quick to blame curses for the warrior's sickness, but your discoveries? Let's just say they didn't help his reputation. Vakir's gaze drifted toward the shaman, recalling the merchant leader's words about a human being a supposed proxy of the forest god. He couldn't help but wonder how much truth there was in those claims, or how much the shaman might be hiding. That night, Vakir submerged himself in the hero's spring, letting its warmth seep into his battered body. He closed his eyes as relief washed over him. The spring's magical properties soothed his muscles, mended his bones, and purified his mana. It was leagues beyond the river Styx back in Baskerville, free of its limiting conditions. He was so absorbed in the spring's restorative effects that he almost missed Ian slipping into the water beside him. Opening one eye, he raised a brow. The matriarch said I should bathe alone. If you're here, the spring's effect might diminish. Ian waved off his concerns with a grin. Details. True Balacs don't bother with minor rules. Rolling his eyes, Vakir let it slide. His interest peaked when Ian mentioned Sir Adonai, the legendary figure credited with discovering the spring. Adonai? What's his story? Ian's tone shifted to reverence as she explained. He's the only warrior in Balac history who dared to face Madame Eightlegs head-on. The most powerful man in our legends. You should show him respect. Vakir nodded, acknowledging her words. If he stood up to that monster, he deserves honor. Ian frowned, catching the faint trace of skepticism in his tone. I'm being serious. You're impossible to talk to sometimes. She huffed and turned away, muttering about how frustrating outsiders could be. Her irritation softened as she thought back to her mother's earlier words. The matriarch had spoken of Vakir's transformation, from a slave to a respected commoner with a growing reputation. With the hero's spring aiding his recovery, her mother had said, he might become the man he's destined to be. He wouldn't make a bad husband. Ian's face flushed as she stole a glance at Vakir, her resolve strengthening. Today, I'm going to make him mine, she thought with determination. Breaking the silence, Ian shifted the conversation, trying to mask her embarrassment. You know, I was aware of those merchants' shady profits, she said confidently. If you hadn't stepped in, I would have handled it myself. Vakir smirked knowingly, which only flustered her further. Her cheeks burned as she blurted, I really do know the price difference between diamonds and corn in the Empire. Curious to test her claim, Vakir asked Ian to explain the actual exchange rate of diamonds to corn in the Empire. 20 corns per diamond, she declared confidently, only to falter at Vakir's silent stare. Quickly revising, she added, fine, 30 corns. Final answer. Vakir raised a brow before calmly revealing the truth, the staggering amount of corn 1 diamond could fetch. Ian's jaw dropped. That's insane, she exclaimed, quickly clapping a hand over her mouth. Trying to save face, she mumbled, well, the Empire's logic is just weird. What could they possibly need all those shiny rocks for anyway? Unmoved by her evasions, Vakir shifted the focus. None of that matters. What does matter is this. Choose how you address me. My name or slave. I don't like ambiguity. Ian blinked at his seriousness, her demeanor softening. Standing, she moved closer to him, her piercing gaze locking onto his. You don't like ambiguity, huh? She said softly. Gently, she took hold of his chin, tilting his face to meet hers. Her playful smirk turned intent as she leaned in closer. Then I won't call you slave, and I won't call you Vakir, either. Her voice dropped to a whisper, teasingly. What I want to call you is... Suddenly, their moment was shattered by the splash of children joyfully diving into the spring. Commander, they shouted as they ran toward Ian, completely ignoring the tension in the air. Vakir's brother. Vakir. Ian spun around, startled. How did you even get here? She demanded, her exasperation drowned out by their laughter and splashing. Vakir glanced at the commotion, only half listening. Her unfinished words lingered in his mind. If it's not my name or slave, then what does she want to call me? Ian's temper flared as the kids splashed around. You rascals. If you keep playing here, the spring's effects will be ruined. But Vakir smirked, his tone laced with amusement. Didn't someone say a true Balac doesn't bother with minor rules? The children immediately took his side, chiming in with playful glee. Yes, stingy Ian? One of the older children stepped forward, his serious tone contrasting with the chaos. It was the matriarch's command, he explained. She said the sick children should use the spring. It'll help heal the damage caused by the merchant's drugs. Ian froze, her expression shifting to one of realization. Mother planned this, she muttered, her tone exasperated. Of course she did. Nearby, a small girl shyly approached Vakir, her brother by her side. Thank you for helping my sister, the boy said, his voice filled with gratitude. The girl nodded, adding a soft, thank you. Ahan, who had been observing the scene in silence, stepped forward hesitantly. His face was tight with frustration, but his voice was sincere. I misunderstood you, Vakir. I'm sorry. Vakir's response was simple and unimpressed. Yeah, Ayan threw her hands up in disbelief. We're apologizing here. Is all you have to say? Unfazed, Vakir shrugged. Ahan's got too much anger in him. Better he learns to manage that first. Ayan's warm smile lingered as she glanced at Vakir, a light blush spreading across her face. We still have so much time together, she thought, feeling a quiet contentment. With a cheerful grin, she called out, Congratulations on officially becoming one of us, Vakir. After some time, a loud thud broke the peace as a solid punch sent Hun sprawling to the ground. He groaned, clutching his face, blood trickling from his nose. Standing over him was none other than Vakir Van Baskerville, now a striking 17-year-old. You're more of a crybaby than I thought, Vakir said with faint amusement. Hun gritted his teeth, wiping the blood from his nose as he scrambled to his feet. Don't walk away. Let's go another round. But Vakir had already turned, his calm demeanor unshaken. That's enough for today, he said casually, his back to Hun. Running away again? Hun shouted, his frustration palpable. Vakir didn't stop walking. I'm just going for a stroll. The moment Vakir left, Hun's friends rushed to help him up. Man, he's a beast, one muttered, shaking his head. He's gotten stronger since he recovered. Another chimed in, stronger? I heard his marksmanship's on par with Commander Ayan now. The third scoffed. On par? Don't make me laugh. I could probably give him a bloody nose with one punch. Hun surprised them by revealing the truth. You don't get it. His punch didn't even hit me. His friends blinked in confusion. What are you talking about? Hun clenched his fists, still feeling the phantom impact. It stopped right in front of my face. The wind pressure from his punch made my nose bleed. Elsewhere, Vakir stood in front of a wall riddled with massive holes. Sweat dripped from his brow as he exhaled, his chest heaving from exertion. Finally, he muttered, the sixth technique perfected. His gaze sharpened as he assessed the destruction before him. At just 17, Vakir had mastered the six-fong technique, a feat even seasoned Baskerville swordsmen rarely achieved. Pride flickered in his eyes, but he remained grounded. The path to the pinnacle, the 10th technique, still stretched far ahead. Beyond his swordsmanship, Vakir had cultivated 6 mana circles, raising himself to the rank of a high-tier graduate. He reflected briefly on the tools and techniques that had brought him here. The river Styx's power coursing through him, the demonic sword Beelzebub in his arsenal, and the lethal skills he'd honed during his time with the Balax. With these combined strengths, Vakir knew he could now stand toe-to-toe with even the most elite graduates of the Baskerville lineage. 2 years had passed since he entered the deep forest. As he stared into the horizon, a question lingered in his mind. When my preparations are complete, will it finally be time to leave the Balax? Later, Vakir and Ayan moved through the dense forest together. Vakir crouched down, examining faint impressions in the dirt with a sharp eye. These tracks, he said, his voice steady, are from a deep forest snake Masasu. An old, massive one. Ayan nodded, her expression momentarily serious. If we catch it, Vakir continued, it'll feed the village for 4 days. As he stood and turned to her, he noticed something was off. Ayan's gaze was distant, her face clouded with thought. You seem distracted, Vakir remarked, narrowing his eyes. Something on your mind other than the hunt? Caught off guard by Vakir's question, Ayan's face flushed crimson, and she stumbled over her words. Of course not, she blurted, though her tone was anything but convincing. Desperate to change the subject, she quickly pulled a knife from her belt. Anyway, she said hastily, another hunting group wanted me to ask you about something. Vakir's brow arched, suspicion flickering in his eyes. It was clear she was dodging the conversation. Ayan held up the blade for him to inspect. They found this on an imperialist who trespassed into the forest, she explained. Do you recognize the emblem? Vakir leaned closer, his sharp gaze scanning the intricate design on the blade's hilt. His expression darkened as he nodded. I do. That emblem belongs to the Leviathan clan, one of the 7 imperial clans, alongside Baskerville. Ayan's face fell as she processed the information. We thought it might have belonged to someone from the mercenary group we took down 2 years ago, she admitted. But it looks like this is something bigger. Her tone grew heavier as she continued. There's something off about all of this. We've been finding traces of a red liquid at random locations around the headquarters. Glass bottles, shattered and discarded, always left behind by intruders who disappear before we can catch them. Vakir's eyes narrowed. What kind of red liquid? Ayan sighed. We're not sure, but it's deliberate. The hunting group did manage to capture someone once, but she hesitated, her frustration evident. They swallowed poison before we could question them. This dagger is all they left behind. She paused, studying Vakir intently. Her demeanor shifted, her voice lowering. Vakir, she asked softly, do you want to go back to your hometown? The question stopped him cold. He turned to meet her gaze, his brows furrowed. Why are you asking me this now? He asked, his tone steady but edged with caution. Ayan's frustration broke through as she stepped closer, her voice rising slightly. I don't like secrets or lies, Vikir. Just tell me the truth. Before he could respond, her next words struck like a bolt of lightning. Another imperialist entered the deep forest recently, she said, her tone grave. I believe they're here for you. Vikir froze, his sharp composure faltering for a fraction of a second. Ayan didn't miss the flicker of shock in his expression. She leaned in closer, her voice barely above a whisper. There's one more thing, she added. It's a red-haired girl. Her words hung in the air, thick with tension. Ayan reflected on the past 2 years, replaying the confrontation with Madame and the search party's venture into the deep forest. She suspected they were hunting for Vikir. The question burning in her heart could no longer be suppressed. Would Vikir leave with this girl? The thought tied her stomach in knots. What if he was furious she had kept this from him? Worse, what if he left? Could tribal laws stop him? Or would her protests be useless? Vikir, ever composed, answered firmly. He wasn't going back. Ayan, though still skeptical, pushed him. Did he mean it? His resolute confirmation brought her relief. Her radiant smile lit up her face as she hugged her wolf companion, joyfully declaring that Vikir was staying. Vikir, however, turned his thoughts inward. He was certain the Empire still believed him dead, a deception he intended to maintain until he could mask his strength from Hugo. The mention of the girl stirred his curiosity. Was it Camus Morgue? Did she remember he had saved her? Or was this purely a political maneuver? Watching the Baskerville clan aid the Morgue's search efforts hinted at their unshaken alliance. He wondered if his death had further cemented that bond. Regardless, it reinforced his resolve to one day venture beyond the forest and uncover the truths awaiting him. Later, as Vikir and Ayan stood by the river, their peace shattered when a massive lungfish erupted from the water, flopping violently onto the shore before falling still. Ayan identified it and remarked that its leap likely heralded the rainy season. Judging by the fish's size, she predicted this year's rains could be unusually long. Vikir's sharp eyes caught an anomaly, an arrow embedded in the fish. Cutting it open, they were shocked to find a human skeleton clutching the arrow inside. Ayan, after a closer look, deduced it might belong to someone from the Loco tribe. Signs of resistance hinted at a struggle, even in the fish's belly. This confused her. Lungfish typically scavenged only the dead. Vikir speculated the person was so weakened the fish mistook them for a corpse. Ayan questioned what could drive someone so frail to risk such dangers, and Vikir suggested desperation. Perhaps the Loco tribe faced grave circumstances. This, he said, demanded deeper investigation. Their trek into the forest uncovered a chilling sight, a clearing strewn with corpses. Ayan gasped, horrified. Are all the Loco warriors dead? She whispered, her voice trembling. Struggling to process the carnage, she watched as Vikir crouched to inspect the remains. His keen observation revealed grim signs: vomiting, diarrhea, and red spots on the bodies. The horrifying possibility struck him. This could be a deadly disease. The implications were staggering, and both Vikir and Ayan felt the oppressive weight of a tragedy unfolding within the forest depths. As Ayan and Vikir neared the Loco village, an unsettling silence loomed over them. It was well past mealtime, yet no smoke curled from cooking fires. The eerie stillness gnawed at their nerves as they pushed deeper in. Overgrown weeds choked the paths, and there wasn't a single sign of life. Ayan hesitated. Maybe they relocated, she suggested, though her voice lacked conviction. But before Vikir could respond, she yanked back the curtain of a tent and immediately recoiled. A swarm of flies buzzed out, revealing a lifeless, rotting corpse inside. Vikir, she shouted, alarmed. Vikir, already searching, had found another body nearby. His mind churned with grim recognition. Before his regression, a deadly plague, the Red Death, had ravaged these lands. Victims suffered red blotches, violent vomiting, and agonizing pain before succumbing to a slow, excruciating demise. The disease had spread so viciously it even reached the Empire, leaving devastation in its wake. Ayan's face paled. We need to leave. This village is cursed. Vikir, unfazed, corrected her. It's not a curse. It's an infectious disease. That's even worse, she snapped. He reassured her that it wasn't highly contagious, though she didn't look convinced. Hesitantly, she asked, Are you sure it's not a curse? If you're scared, leave. He replied, his tone indifferent. Ayan's expression darkened. What if you die? Vikir shrugged. Then I die. She gaped at him. How can you say that so casually? Vikir ignored her outrage, analyzing the scene instead. Not all the Loco people were dead. The village looked abandoned rather than exterminated. It seemed the survivors had fled, leaving behind the sick and dying. He decided to check the barracks for supplies. Find a safer spot and wait, he advised. Fuming at his cold attitude, Ayan turned to leave, only to freeze mid-step. Her eyes widened in horror, her face drained of color. Then she screamed. Vikir spun around, alarmed, and saw her on the ground, shaking violently. Ayan. She pointed ahead, her voice breaking. TT the curse. Run, Vikir. Now. A small figure stood in the distance. Ayan, paralyzed with fear, begged him to flee. If you run, I'll follow. I swear. Just don't go near it. But as she tried to stand, she cried out again, clutching her leg in pain. A cramp. Vikir ignored her panic and approached the figure. It was a little girl, no older than 5. She wasn't loco, that much was clear. She stood near a small pile of stones, a wilted flower resting atop them, a grave. She had been mourning someone. Kneeling, Vikir met her eyes. Who are you? The child hesitated before responding with 3 chilling words. Loco slave. Kitchen maid? Ayan gasped audibly, but Vikir remained calm, studying her. She had been a servant, enslaved by the Loco tribe. What's your name, he asked. The girl hesitated again, before softly replying. Pomerian. Vikir's eyes narrowed. The name sounded imperial. Was she a kidnapped noble? Then she completed her introduction, words that sent a shock through his entire body. Pomerian Le Baskerville. Vikir froze. Within the Baskerville clan, middle names carried immense weight. The extended family bore Van, but Lum was exclusive to those of direct lineage, reserved for male heirs. In the rare case of female descendants, they too carried the name Le. That meant Pomerian was a direct descendant of Hugo Baskerville. Ayan's voice cut through his spiraling thoughts. She pointed at the pendant hanging from Pomerian's neck, its etching unmistakable, the Baskerville crest. Vikir seized the pendant, startling the girl, who clutched it protectively. Ignoring her reaction, he flipped it open. His blood boiled. Inside was a portrait of Hugo. A storm of emotions surged through him. Rage, confusion, disbelief. His grip on the pendant tightened as he turned to the trembling child. Where did you get this? His voice was sharp, demanding. Pomerian flinched, holding the pendant closer to her chest. Ayan quickly intervened. You're scaring her, she said, stepping between them. Try smiling. Vikir exhaled sharply. He was losing control. After a deep breath, he forced a smile. The result was so unnatural that Ayan actually looked impressed. Kneeling, he spoke again, this time softer. Who are they? He asked, pointing to the images inside the pendant. Pomerian hesitated before responding. My mother, grandmother, and grandfather. Vikir's mind raced. He recalled something Butler Barrymore, the longtime Baskerville butler, had once said about Hugo's past. Before becoming the cold, ruthless tyrant of the Baskerville clan, Hugo had been a devoted husband to his first wife, Roxana, and a loving father to their only daughter, Penelope. But tragedy struck when barbarians kidnapped Penelope. Desperate, Hugo moved the entire Baskerville clan to the remote Lenore Mountains, near barbarian lands, and sent out countless hounds in search of her. Yet no trace of Penelope was ever found. Her loss shattered him. The once devoted father became the infamous executioner of the empire, a man who hated barbarians with an unquenchable fury. At the time, Vikir had dismissed the story as a tragic legend. But now, the truth stood before him. Pomerian was Penelope's daughter, which meant she was Hugo Baskerville's granddaughter. The irony was almost poetic. Hugo, the man who despised barbarians more than anything, had a half-barbarian granddaughter. Vikir smirked. He could only imagine Hugo's face when he learned the truth. But that was a problem for later. For now, he ruffled Pomerian's hair. You've been through a lot, haven't you? He said gently. The girl studied him, uncertain. Then, with quiet fascination, she whispered, Your hair and eyes, they look like my mother's. Vikir chuckled. All Baskerville hounds tend to look alike. He smirked and added, Guess that makes me your uncle. Pomerian's eyes widened. Uncle, a memory flickered in her mind. Mother told me, if I ever saw someone with red eyes, I should follow them. Vikir arched a brow. Oh, and what do you think? Pomerian hesitated. Then, with sudden determination, she clung to him. I'll go with you. And just like that, 2 stragglers of the iron-blooded sword clan crossed paths, bound by fate. The next morning, Pomerian peeked out from the tent, rubbing her sleepy eyes. Spotting Vikir preparing to leave, she immediately trotted over. Where are you going? Vikir slung his weapon over his back. A meeting. The clan's matriarch called for it. Without hesitation, Pomerian ran up to him, arms outstretched. I'm coming too. Before he could refuse, she climbed into his arms, clinging to him like a stubborn little monkey. Vikir sighed, realizing there was no point in arguing. She wasn't afraid of much, except being left behind. As he carried her on his back, his thoughts drifted to the road ahead. The Balak village wasn't a place for a child. She needed safety, civilization, a home far from Hugo's grasp. This wasn't just his fight anymore. He had someone to protect. His resolve hardened. He needed help. First, he'd see the matriarch. Then, he'd find Chihuahua and make arrangements to leave the forest for good. Inside the matriarch's tent, the atmosphere was tense. The matriarch's weary eyes scanned the gathered elders and shamans as she addressed the growing crisis. The disease is spreading, she said gravely. If the rainy season begins while it persists, the consequences will be catastrophic. The shaman scoffed. This is no disease. It's a curse. He declared that the spirits of their ancestors were furious, and the only solution was a grand ritual to appease them. Ian immediately objected. This isn't a curse. If we don't act fast, more will die. We need to move the village. The elders pushed back. Their ancestors' ashes were buried here. The land was sacred. Leaving was unthinkable. Ian's group refused to back down. The children are dying, one of them argued. What's the point of honoring the dead if we let the living perish? The shaman supporters held firm. The ancestors are punishing us. If we abandon them, we'll be cursed forever. Meanwhile, Ian's group speculated about the true cause. Tainted mushrooms, parasites, or a contagious infection. Voices rose in frustration. The debate became a battlefield of faith versus logic. Eventually, all eyes turned to the matriarch. The room fell silent, awaiting her verdict. She hesitated. This wasn't just about survival. It was about their identity. Did I in the back? Vakir observed quietly, piecing together the truth. He had seen this before, the Red Death. It was as ruthless as the Black Death that had once devastated the Empire. Two figures had once played key roles in stopping its spread. Camus Morgue, who created a massive firewall to contain the infection. Dolores, the saintess of Quo Vadis, who purified the afflicted with divine power. But their aid had only extended to the Empire. The barbarians in the Lenore Mountains had been left to rot. Most perished, and the Baskerville clan had benefited greatly from their extinction. With fewer barbarians, low-tier monsters overran the region, wreaking havoc on civilians. The Empire funneled more resources into Baskerville hands to manage the threat, allowing Hugo to consolidate his power. Vakir clenched his fists. This wouldn't become another stepping stone for Hugo's rise. Suddenly, he raised his hand. The matriarch's gaze snapped to him. The entire tent fell silent. Then, with quiet confidence, Vakir made his declaration. I know how to stop the Red Death. Vakir's method was put to the test. A goblin, bound and suspended upside down, was submerged in water drawn from an infected source. Seconds passed. When they pulled it out, horror rippled through the crowd. Red spots bloomed across its skin, the telltale mark of the Red Death. Without hesitation, the barbarians threw the writhing creature into a fire. Better to burn it than risk the disease spreading. Ian turned to Vakir, her expression shifting between shock and realization. Every goblin exposed to the contaminated water had shown symptoms. So it really spreads through water. She muttered. Vakir nodded. Boiling the water will neutralize it. That's our best defense. To verify his claim, they escalated the experiment. Ian suggested testing boiled water safety, so they dropped the goblin directly into the boiling pot. It died instantly. Ian winced. Well, that didn't work. Vakir, unfazed, replied, let's try cooled, boiled water instead. After adjusting the test, 2 goblins were submerged in cooled, previously boiled water. This time, no red spots appeared. The gathered barbarians murmured in awe. Boiled water was safe. The matriarch, watching the results unfold, finally spoke. You've given us hope, Vakir. Despite their breakthrough, Vakir remained cautious. The Red Death doesn't just spread through water. It can be transmitted through breathing, eye contact, and exposure to mucous membranes. Stay vigilant, especially during the early morning fog. Ian smirked, casting a smug glance at the shaman. Funny, I remember someone insisting it was a curse. The shaman scowled but quickly fired back. And how do you plan to avoid rain? The river will flood. The humidity will rise. You can't fight water forever. Vakir didn't argue. The shaman was right. The rainy season would spread the infection faster than ever. The Lenore River would overflow, drowning the forest in contaminated water. So he made a bold decision. We need to relocate. The elders stiffened in outrage. You already know the answer to that. One snapped. We cannot abandon the graves of our ancestors. Vakir remained unfazed. Then we won't abandon them. We'll adapt. As the rainy season arrived, the Lenore River swelled, turning the deep forest into a treacherous swamp. Normally, the Balak village would have been washed away. But this time was different. Under Vakir's direction, the barbarians worked tirelessly, constructing elevated platforms, rope bridges, and reinforced barriers. 2 warriors pulled massive support beams into place, securing them high in the towering trees. Others wove thick rope walkways to link their new homes above the floodwaters. When the work was done, the village no longer stood on the ground. It thrived above it. As the storm raged and rivers overflowed, the Balak remained untouched. A barbarian, staring down at the flooded forest below, whistled in admiration. Even with these rains, we haven't lost a single home. Another, beaming, clapped Vakir on the back. We owe this to you. Vakir didn't respond, just gazed up at the towering trees. If the Balak territory hadn't been so naturally blessed, none of this would have worked. Pomerian, crawling out of the hut, rubbed her sleepy eyes. I want to stay with you, she murmured, clinging to Vakir's leg. Before he could respond, urgent shouts cut through the air. Two barbarians were waving frantically from a nearby platform. Something fell off. Vakir's instincts screamed, danger. A massive catfish erupted from the murky waters, its gaping maw aimed at the unsuspecting warriors. Their fearful screams rang out as they scrambled to react. Too late. Just as the catfish lunged, an arrow whizzed through the air, striking it cleanly in the side. The impact sent the beast flailing back into the water. The sharpshooter? Ayan. Lowering her bow, she glared at the catfish. You ugly bastard. Try that again, and I'll turn you in a stew. Vakir exhaled, momentarily impressed. Fast, precise, sufficient. Ayan had saved them in seconds. He turned to her. That thing, is it the infamous Mishisu? Ayan shook her head. No, this one's Ka. It's ruled these waters for decades. Before she could say more, Ka slammed into a platform. The impact sent two barbarians tumbling toward the water. Vakir moved instantly. His hand glowed red as he summoned Beelzebub. His blade blurred as he unleashed the sixth Baskerville technique, 6 lurking ambushes. A flurry of precise, deadly slashes struck Ka, forcing it back. The beast screeched in agony before retreating into the depths. The fallen barbarians caught onto a nearby tree trunk and managed to climb back up, shaken but safe. The gathered warriors, still processing what had happened, suddenly erupted into cheers. Vakir, the hero of Balak village. You save us again. As chants of praise filled the air, Vakir noticed a bitter glare from the crowd. The shaman, watching from a distance, clicked his tongue in irritation. Meanwhile, Ayan smirked, giving Vakir a thumbs up. You pass, she teased, though her eyes hinted at mischief. That evening, the atmosphere inside Vakir's hut was surprisingly warm. Pomerian sat at the table, happily eating the meal Vakir had prepared. Beside her, Ayan also dug in, her face blissful as she chewed. Pomerian beamed. This is delicious. Ayan, mouth still full, nodded in agreement. You're a surprisingly good cook. Vakir arched a brow. I don't remember inviting you. Ayan, flashing a mischievous grin, pointed to her empty plate. The smell led me here. Can't just ignore fate. Vakir sighed. I didn't make enough for you. Ayan shrugged. What belongs to the slave belongs to the master. Vakir scowled. I'm not a slave. She waved him off, clearly enjoying herself. Pomerian, watching their playful exchange, suddenly tilted her head. You two act like a married couple. Ayan choked on her food. Face burning red, she grabbed Pomerian into a tight hug. You're so adorable. Let's keep you forever. Pomerian giggled, hugging her back. Vakir, watching them, exhaled. When did those two get so close? Suddenly, the warm mood shattered. A chill swept through the hut, and Vakir's sharp instincts flared. Turning toward the entrance, he saw a shadowy figure standing in the rain. Soaked to the bone, trembling, and eyes filled with desperation. Ayan's expression darkened. Ahan, the young warrior stepped forward, his voice shaking. Vakir, I need your help. His tears mixed with the rain. Please save my little sister. The rain pounded against the tent, the dim light inside barely piercing the gloom. On a makeshift bed, a frail young girl lay still, her breathing ragged. Red bruises mottled her small body, a cruel sign of her worsening condition. Vakir, Ayan, and Ahan stood around her, the weight of the moment pressing down on them. Breaking the silence, Vakir's voice was calm but firm. When did this start? Ahan swallowed hard. Yesterday. She went into the swamp to gather wood for the village. Ayan added softly. Ahul is always trying to help. She's kind, too kind. She turned to Vakir, eyes pleading. Is there a way to save her? Before he could answer, a shadow entered the tent. A sharp grunt, a heavy presence. A human, the shaman and Ahan's grandfather. His piercing gaze swept over them before settling on Ahul. His face twisted with disapproval. Foolish girl, he muttered, voice dripping with contempt. I warned you not to go near that swamp. His frustration exploded. He turned on Ahan and slapped him across the face. The crack echoed in the tent. Useless boy, he spat. You and your imperial spy bastard friend have disgraced this tribe. His glare bore into Vakir. Ayan bristled at the insult, but Ahan didn't fight back. Tears slid down his face, silent and unchallenged. The shaman's voice boomed, declaring Ahul's condition a divine curse, punishment for neglecting ancestral rites. Only an offering will cleanse this taint, he warned. The matriarch will understand. With that, he stormed out. The silence that followed was thick with tension. Ayan clenched her fists. That old bastard, she hissed. How can he? But Vikir's calm voice cut through the storm. If you want to save her, I have a plan. The battle against disease begins. Vikir turned to Ahun. You want to help? Ahun snapped out of his daze. Yes. Then listen carefully. Vikir's tone was steady, decisive. Sanitize everything a Huel has touched. Use boiling water. Burn charcoal in the bonfire to repel insects and bats. Keep her isolated, warm, and dry. This gives her the best chance to fight the disease. He locked eyes with Ahun. Can you handle it? Ahun wiped his tears away. I'll do it. Without hesitation, he rushed out to begin preparations. Ayan stepped closer, worry clear in her voice. You really think you can save her? Vikir didn't hesitate. I can, but I need your help. She straightened. What do you need? Vikir's answer shocked her. I have to leave the forest. I need medicine. Ayan stiffened. You know that's impossible. Though Vikir had earned a place in Balak, leaving the territory was strictly forbidden. The matriarch, Ayan's mother, would never allow it. Vikir nodded. I know. That's why I won't ask her. Ayan's breath hitched. If you and the others keep this secret, I can leave and return before anyone realizes. His red eyes met hers. Will you let me go? Ayan froze. Caught off guard. She struggled for words, but none came. The rain poured harder, flooding the forest, washing over everything in its path. Vikir pressed forward, leaping across floating planks in the rising water. Then he stopped. He glanced back. Ayan was following him. His voice cut through the storm. Why are you following me? You agreed to let me go. Ayan's expression remained firm. Then let's go together. Vikir's brow furrowed. You'll slow me down? She didn't budge. At least tell me where you're going. No. Her frustration flared. Then why are you taking Pomerian? Vikir fell silent. Ayan hesitated, then spoke the truth she had buried. I've noticed things about you, Vikir. Your sword that comes from your arm. Your knowledge of the Red Death. But I never asked. She clenched her fists. I was afraid. Her voice trembled. I was afraid that if I pushed for answers, you'd disappear. She looked away. Finally, she whispered, You'll come back, right? Eyes shut. She braced herself for an answer she didn't want to hear. A moment passed. Then his calm voice reached her. I will come back. She opened her eyes. He was gone. Rain blurred her vision as she muttered softly. You'd better keep your promise. The deputy consul's office was a disaster zone of paperwork. General Secretary Chihuahua sat at his desk, drowning in documents. No matter how much he worked, the pile never shrank. He sighed, rubbing his temples. Back when the deputy consul was alive, things were just as exhausting, but at least they felt meaningful. Nostalgia settled over him. His late superior's memory weighed heavily on his heart. I miss him. Then, a face appeared outside the window. Upside down. Deadpan. Did you call for me? Chihuahua's soul nearly left his body. He stumbled back, eyes wide, sweat forming on his forehead. His mind refused to process what he was seeing. Vikir gracefully flipped down, landing at the window. A faint smirk played on his lips. How have you been, General Secretary Chihuahua? He asked, sipping tea as if nothing was amiss. Chihuahua's brain short-circuited. Vikir, the man he thought was dead, was sitting across from him, completely unfazed. His mind flooded with questions. Had Vikir fought some monstrous entity in the deep forest? Had he been gravely injured? Had he been living among barbarians? Yet, as Vikir calmly sipped his tea, completely at ease, Chihuahua's confusion only deepened. Finally, Chihuahua found his voice. You're really alive? His voice wavered between disbelief and relief. You're not some ghost haunting me, right? Vikir chuckled. You've been frozen in shock for a while now. Chihuahua swallowed hard. You little... His voice cracked before he could finish. Tears welled up in his eyes. He didn't care how or why Vikir was alive. Damn it, he muttered, wiping his face. You have no idea how relieved I am. But as his eyes landed on Pomerian, his relief turned into something else. His brows furrowed. Wait a minute. He leaned in, squinting at the child. Red eyes, dark hair, uncanny resemblance. His face paled. Vikir, is this your daughter? Clearing the misunderstanding. Vikir sighed, already expecting this. She's not my daughter, he said bluntly. We just share the same bloodline. Chihuahua exhaled in relief. Oh, thank God. I thought you'd. He stopped, realizing there was still a lot of new information to process. Still, with his emotions finally settling, he wiped his face and shifted into business mode. Vikir's expression grew serious. I need you to take care of Pomerian while I'm gone. Chihuahua's eyes widened. She's a Baskerville. I need her to receive a proper education, Vikir continued. Chihuahua straightened, taking the request seriously. It's been a while since you've given me a direct order, he mused. Don't worry, I'll handle it. However, Vikir had another concern. Can you handle the city alone? Chihuahua sighed. I won't lie. It's been hell. Vic here nodded. Then get help. Try Cindy Wendy, Mrs. Sam, or Mag Juno. Chihuahua flinched at the first name. Cindy Wendy? He grimaced. That criminal you let go 2 years ago? I don't even know where to find her. Vic here smirked. You will. He reminded Chihuahua about the flower girl, Judy. I gave her 10 billion before disappearing. She had no other support, so she's likely still in the city. If Cindy Wendy stayed with her, you'll find her there. Chihuahua rubbed his temples. You're telling me to track down a crime lord through a random flower girl? If Cindy refuses to help, Vakir added, tell her I'm alive. Chihuahua's brow arched. You think that'll work? Vakir leaned back. She owes me a favor. She won't refuse. A grin spread across Chihuahua's face. I like this plan. A promise left unfulfilled. As the conversation wrapped up, Chihuahua hesitated. When will you be back? Vakir gave a faint smile. When my mission is done. He turned to the rainy city skyline, deep in thought. There was still a promise he needed to keep. And if his hunch was correct, the cure for the Red Death could be found with just a single drop of holy water from a certain clan. Pomerian stirred awake, blinking groggily. Then, spotting Chihuahua's beard, she reached out and tugged. Ow! Ow! Hey! Chihuahua yelped, flailing in surprise. Pomerian giggled, unfazed. Vakir, standing near the window, barely glanced back. His mind was already elsewhere. His next destination was set, the holy city of Quo Vadis. At the gates of St. Mecca, 2 guards stood watch, their spears crossed in vigilance. From the distance, a carriage rumbled forward. The driver, Sir Joseph, was a familiar face, the manager of the first-floor oil shop. State your cargo, 1 guard ordered. Joseph sighed dramatically, waving a document. Oil, as usual. The guards weren't convinced. One stepped forward. We need to inspect the barrels. Joseph's jaw clenched. You see me every week. Do we really need to? Orders from higher up. A bead of sweat slid down Joseph's temple. As the guards moved to open a barrel, he silently prayed. Please, not that one. Fate was cruel. The guard picked the worst possible barrel. Joseph held his breath as the lid creaked open. Oil. Nothing but thick black oil. The guard, satisfied, closed the barrel. You're clear. Joseph exhaled, barely suppressing his relief. Welcome to St. Mecca. Move along. As the carriage rolled into the city, Joseph made his way to a secluded alley. Glancing over his shoulder, he checked the barrels once more. Then, in a low whisper, he murmured, It's safe. A shadow emerges. A metallic clink rang through the silence. Joseph's heart nearly stopped. The same barrel the guards had inspected suddenly lurched. The dented lid clattered to the ground. And from inside, a figure slowly emerged. Drenched in oil, face hidden beneath a crow mask. Completely silent. Joseph swallowed hard. His voice shook. See, can I leave now? He stammered. I did what you asked. The crow-masked figure tilted its head. Then, in a voice that sent chills down Joseph's spine, Wait. Joseph froze. The figure handed him a bag. Inside were 3 tokens, ox, bear, and canine. Joseph's relief was immediate. Thank you, he stuttered. But the mysterious figure was already gone, disappearing into the alley shadows. Joseph stood there, still gripping the bag. Then, a thought crept into his mind. This man had stayed submerged in oil for 2 hours. His expression twisted into unease. Was that guy even human? Under the dim glow of the crescent moon, the masked crowman stood atop a towering spire, observing the city teeming with life below. Pulling off the mask, he revealed himself as none other than Vakir. The memory of his unorthodox infiltration lingered, immersing himself in oil for hours to mask his scent. It had been a trial, reminding him of the river Styx, though far less grim. Despite the discomfort, his plan was successful. He was now within the heart of the Quo Vadis clan stronghold. St. Mecca, the sanctum of the Quo Vadis clan, housed 160,000 devout souls. Bound by stringent religious laws, its citizens renounced material desires and maintained an eerie discipline. Even if gold littered the streets, they would pass by without a glance. This facade of harmony, rooted in rigid control, struck Vakir as oppressive. The solemn toll of a bell shattered his musings. High above, the bell tower stood as a silent sentinel. At its signal, the bustling city froze. Citizens halted mid-stride, bowed their heads, and shut their eyes in unison, uttering prayers as the air grew heavy with reverence. Their white garments seemed to glow in the evening light, a sea of purity that hid any individual expression. Weaving through the immobile crowd, Vakir felt like a shadow slipping between statues, his mind preoccupied with the suffocating devotion that gripped this city. As darkness fell, he approached a secluded well. From his jacket, he produced a small glass vial, its contents ominously swirling under the moonlight. Tipping it into the well, he released the bacteria responsible for the Red Death. It was a calculated gamble, In a city as devout and disciplined as St. Mecca, the outbreak would force authorities into swift containment, avoiding a catastrophic death toll. The Red Death's chaos, however, would sow the seeds of distrust and division. The sound of soft footsteps jolted him from his task. 3 children stood a short distance away, their wide eyes fixed on him. Whispering among themselves, they debated whether to approach or run. Vikir's sharp gaze pinned them in place, and a cold fear crept over them. "Stay away from the well," he commanded, his voice low and foreboding. "It's cursed. Anyone who drinks from it will be claimed by death." The children's faces turned pale, and with a shared scream, they bolted into the night, convinced they'd encountered a ghostly specter. Satisfied they wouldn't return, Vikir added a theatrical touch. He hurled a dagger near the well, murmuring that it bore the marks of the Leviathan clan, known for their mastery of poisons and treachery. As the blade lodged into the ground, Vikir's mind raced. The Leviathan clan's presence in the spread of the Red Death was plausible. Their enmity with the Quo Vadis clan made them prime suspects, and the resulting blame could ignite tensions into a full-blown war. A slow grin crept across his face. The board was set, and the first pieces were moving. With his groundwork laid, Vikir turned his attention to his next objective. The hour was near for the city's sacred ritual involving holy water. His destination? A meeting with Saintess Dolores herself. Under the pale moonlight, a grand mansion shimmered like a beacon, drawing hopeful souls to its gates. A restless crowd gathered, their voices a chorus of desperation and reverence. Rumors swirled. Within these walls resided the Saintess, a healer of miracles. The sick, the wounded, and the desperate all yearned for her divine touch. Suddenly, a calm yet commanding voice echoed from within. "Why have you come at this hour?" The crowd hushed instantly, recognizing the voice of the Saintess. A ripple of excitement spread as nobles and merchants pushed forward, each eager to flaunt their wealth and influence, hoping to secure an audience. A young noble from the Dortsmile region, heir to the Jonathan clan, boasted of his family's military prowess and ties to the Alphonse clan. Another man, an overseer of the Ibsen Guild, flaunted his control over lucrative trade routes, proudly name-dropping Count Boston Le Baskerville. But the grandest offer came from an aging noble who, in desperation, promised a granary, a beachfront villa, and even an exclusive fleet of carriages, all in exchange for her blessings. But the Saintess remained unmoved. Her voice, unwavering, dismissed them. "Wealth and status do not grant you the right to disturb me." Disheartened but obedient, the crowd gradually dispersed into the night. Yet one figure remained. Vikir. The glow of his crow mask shimmered under the moonlight as he stood in quiet contemplation. Memories resurfaced, visions of the Saintess in his past life. On a battlefield soaked in blood, she had walked among the wounded, her pristine white robes stained crimson, yet her divine light never wavered. Unlike the nobles who sought her favor now, she had always despised wealth and power, standing apart from the corruption that plagued the elite. Then, her voice broke through his thoughts once more. "You, who are you?" Vikir knelt, his voice steady yet reverent. "I am but a lost lamb seeking guidance." A pause. Then, with a slow creak, the door opened, and golden light poured out, illuminating the darkness. "Enter," she commanded. Stepping inside, Vikir was met with a breathtaking sight. The grand hall glowed with a warm, celestial radiance. At its center, an ornate fountain stood, adorned with an angelic statue, its water shimmering like liquid gold. The Saintess's voice resonated from the fountain itself. "Tell me, lost one, how did you lose your way?" For a brief moment, Vikir considered the possibility that the Saintess would refuse to meet him in person. Given his masked appearance, it wasn't an unreasonable assumption. Still, he remained composed and carefully placed a leather pouch on the fountain's edge. "The slums are plagued by an epidemic," he stated plainly. "This water, it's tainted with a dark energy." He stepped back, waiting. If the Saintess truly possessed divine power, she would sense the malevolence within. But the chamber remained eerily silent. Then her voice cut through the air like a blade. "You lie." The accusation barely settled before the chamber filled with the sound of approaching footsteps. Knights emerged from the upper level, positioning themselves like sentinels above him. The atmosphere turned heavy, their leader stepping forward with an air of cold authority. "Your words are far too bold for someone claiming to be a lost lamb," he remarked, his gaze sharp. "Who are you really?" Vikir remained silent, but recognition flickered in his eyes. Pietro Quo Vadis, an old comrade from his past life. Known for his unshakable sense of justice and ruthlessness in pursuit of it, Pietro had mastered interrogation techniques so brutal that demons might have taken notes. Vikir himself had learned a thing or two from him, enough to break the infamous 7 young masters of Underdog City. Finally, Vikir spoke. I didn't expect to see you here. Pietro's eyes narrowed, but he showed no sign of familiarity. Instead, he acknowledged the epidemic report with skepticism. And yet, here you stand, masked like a thief in the night, he countered. Remove it. Show your face. That is the proper way to meet the saintess. Vakir ignored the demand and turned toward the exit. My task is done, he said, moving to leave. A blur. Something sliced past him, grazing his mask before embedding into the ground. Vakir halted, his eyes flicking to Pietro, who now held an open book in his hand. His voice was calm, but firm. I can't let someone so suspicious walk away. Vakir's mind raced. The attack, it wasn't just paper. Pietro had infused the scripture itself with divine energy, turning sacred verses into weapons. The ingenuity of it intrigued him. Holy pages as projectiles? Now that's creative. Before he could dwell on it further, Pietro moved. In one fluid motion, he leapt from the upper floor, landing directly in Vakir's path. These pouches of tainted water, Pietro said, eyes locked onto him. You could be the one spreading the disease. Vakir let out a low chuckle. If that were true, why would I report it? Pietro remained unfazed. A smokescreen, a way to lure the sanus out. Vakir kept his face unreadable, but inwardly, he had to admit, Pietro wasn't wrong. Without warning, another flurry of scripture-infused pages shot toward him. Vakir moved instantly, twisting through the assault with precise, calculated steps. Pages cut through the air, glowing with divine radiance, yet not a single one touched him. He landed lightly on the opposite side of the chamber, his eyes assessing Pietro. Fast, tactical, as sharp as ever. He considered activating his aura to shift the battle in his favor. But the moment he did, the truth would be undeniable. He was a Baskerville. And that wasn't a secret he was willing to reveal. Not yet. Vakir saw an opening and took it. Launching off the wall, he propelled himself forward, his foot swinging in a powerful kick aimed straight at Pietro. The knight barely had time to raise his arm guard, reinforced with his holy book as a shield. The impact sent a shockwave through the floor, cracking the stone beneath him. Pietro staggered, his eyes widening in disbelief. That strength! How does he have such monstrous power in such a small frame? But Vakir wasn't done. Using the rebound, he pushed off Pietro's guard and flipped backward, landing gracefully. He smirked. 600 kilogram stability. A technique he had developed 2 years ago after taking down the legendary Oxbear. This was its first real test in battle, and judging by the cracked floor and Pietro's shaken stance, it worked beautifully. Not giving Pietro a chance to recover, Vakir shot forward, unleashing a relentless barrage of punches. Pietro blocked with his book, deflecting the blows, but the sheer speed and force behind them made it impossible to counter. Pietro clenched his jaw. This lost lamb isn't weak at all. Then, Vakir raised a hand, and with a flick of his wrist, Cerberus flame ignited. A surge of fire erupted toward Pietro, consuming his book in an instant. Flames licked at his hands, searing his skin. With a pained grunt, Pietro flung the burning tome aside and plunged his hands into the fountain, desperately trying to cool the blistering heat. Vakir remained composed. Do you want to keep going? Pietro, despite his obvious pain, wasn't ready to back down. Gritting his teeth, he lunged forward. You use sorcery. You stand against the divine. Vakir sighed. Then, without hesitation, he kicked the burning book straight at Pietro's face. The knight recoiled, momentarily blinded. That was the opening. Vakir moved like a shadow, closing the distance instantly. His fist slammed into Pietro's chest with devastating force. A sickening crack echoed through the room as Pietro's armor shattered. The sheer impact sent him hurtling backward, crashing into the grand fountain. The angelic statue collapsed in a spray of water and stone before Pietro slammed into the far wall, blood spilling from his mouth. Silence. The knights above stared in frozen disbelief. One whispered, "Is this a dream?" Another stammered, "Pietro lost?" The fallen knight lay crumpled amidst the rubble, his breath ragged. Slowly, his comrades moved, forming a defensive formation with shields raised and swords drawn, ready to face Vakir. Vakir exhaled, adjusting his stance. "If you want to continue, A voice cut through the tension like a blade. "Enough!" The air in the room shifted. The knights immediately stepped aside, bowing as she entered. Vakir turned his gaze to her. Saint Dolores. She took in the scene, the shattered fountain, the wounded Pietro, the knights bristling with tension. Then, her sharp eyes settled on Vakir. "So," she mused, her voice laced with amusement. "You're the lost young lamb?" Vakir met her gaze. "That's what I said." A small smile played on her lips. "You look more like a puppy than a lamb. A small, stubborn puppy, covered in bruises." One knight flared with anger. "He's no puppy. He's a bloodthirsty wolf." The Sanus waved off the remark with a chuckle. Be a dear and fetch some tea. What? Tea. The knight hesitated, but ultimately obeyed, clearly confused. Meanwhile, Dolores turned and began walking away. She glanced back at Vikir, her expression unreadable. Come, she said. We need to talk. Vikir sat across from the Saintess at an ornately set tea table, his posture relaxed, but his senses alert. Behind her, Pietro stood like a sentinel, his sharp gaze locked onto Vikir, ever watchful. Vikir studied Saintess Dolores Quo Vadis. Despite appearing no older than 16, her name carried immense weight. During the war against demons, she had worked tirelessly on the front lines, healing the wounded when all seemed lost. To soldiers and marshals alike, she was a beacon of hope, a symbol of compassion in an age of despair. Even Vikir, hardened by battle, had once regarded her with a degree of reverence. Then, unexpectedly, she sighed. I've been really stressed lately. Vikir blinked. That was not what he expected. The Saintess continued, seemingly unfazed by his silence. I just got back from the Imperial Academy of Colosso. I'm on break, but family matters have kept me busy. Vikir narrowed his eyes. What was she playing at? Why shift the conversation to something so mundane? She turned her gaze to the window, watching the moonlit city below. Nobles and merchants are relentless. They demand my presence at all hours, but most of their problems are self-inflicted. She swirled her tea absent-mindedly. Narcotics, personal misadventures, things they call urgent, but are really just the consequences of their own indulgence. Very few of them are actually suffering from serious illnesses. Taking a slow sip of her tea, she exhaled softly. People rarely care about justice, righteousness, or equality. They only focus on their immediate needs. Her words hung in the air, an unspoken challenge for Vikir to reflect on them. Vikir, ever composed, responded evenly. Theology is essentially the process of understanding humans, so such things are inevitable. The Saintess's eyes flickered with intrigue. Asmo's Old Testament, chapter 6, verse 9. For the first time, genuine surprise flashed across her face. I never thought I'd meet someone who still remembers that passage. Vikir said nothing, merely taking a sip of his own tea. This woman was sharper than most gave her credit for. Still, there were more pressing matters. He placed a pouch of contaminated water on the table. There's an epidemic in the slums of St. Mecca, he stated. It's spreading fast. The Saintess's demeanor shifted instantly, her light-hearted tone vanishing. Are you certain? Vikir nodded. See for yourself. She studied the pouch carefully, but did not immediately take it. Her gaze flickered back to him. Did you have anything to do with this? Vikir met her eyes, unshaken. If I did, why would I be telling you? Pietro, ever the skeptic, tensed. Silence settled over the room as the Saintess continued scrutinizing him. Vikir could almost hear her calculating the risks, the possibilities. Then, slowly he raised his hand. Pietro moved instantly. In a blur, he stepped between them, reaching for his weapon. Saintess stepped back, but there was no attack. Instead, a radiant golden glow enveloped Vikir's hand. I dislike harming innocent people, he said simply. Especially in my hometown. Pietro froze. The Saintess stared, her previous composure breaking in a genuine astonishment. The power radiating from Vikir, it was unmistakable. Are you? She hesitated, her voice tinged with disbelief. A believer of Lewin? Vikir remained unfazed. He met the Saintess's gaze and spoke with calm precision. Now, will you hear me out? With no objections, he began recounting his findings. He detailed how he had witnessed suspicious individuals pouring liquid from glass bottles into the slum's water supply. These figures, he asserted, were the real culprits behind the epidemic. The Saintess's eyes darkened. And their motive? Wordlessly, Vikir unfolded a map, laying it on the table. He pointed to two key locations, his tone measured as he explained his deductions. The Leviathan clan, the bourgeois family, two factions with everything to gain from a crisis. The Leviathan clan thrives on poison, Vikir began. They would see this epidemic as an experiment, an opportunity to collect samples and refine their methods. If the Quo Vadis clan collapses, their influence will spread unchecked. The Saintess's lips pressed into a thin line. She knew of the Leviathan clan's long-standing enmity with her own. But Vikir wasn't finished. He tapped another point on the map. The bourgeois family. They don't need poison. They profit from disaster. His voice was sharp, cutting through the tension. When an epidemic sweeps through, the poor die first. Landowners go bankrupt. Factories shut down. Stores close. That's when the bourgeois family steps in, buying up land, seizing assets, expanding their empire. The Saintess and Pietro exchanged stunned glances. It all made too much sense. Vikir leaned back. The Leviathan clan sets the fire. The bourgeois family waits for the ashes to settle. And to mask their scheme, They blamed the native tribes of the deep forest. Silence. Pietro looked like he'd just swallowed glass. The saintess, normally composed, found herself genuinely shaken. Vikir had pieced together an insidious conspiracy with alarming clarity. Finally, she exhaled. Just who on earth are you? Vikir smirked. Call me Night Bloodhound. Pietro scoffed. Blasphemous. His gaze flicked to Vikir's dark attire, his torn cloak, the faint traces of blood still staining his boots. That name suits you far too well. The saintess, however, remained thoughtful. Even if your name is ominous, your words hold weight. She stood. Pietro, we're going to the slums? Pietro straightened. Understood. They would investigate the epidemic firsthand and report their findings to the Kovadi's leadership. Vikir observed the saintess in silence. She acted swiftly and decisively, a rare trait among nobles. Meeting her had been fortunate. With her involved, the truth wouldn't stay buried for long. As she prepared to leave, the saintess glanced back at him. There was something about him that unsettled her. His small frame, battered from battle, seemed at odds with the sheer power he had displayed. His presence carried a storm of emotions: blood, oil, steel, violence, and fury. Yet beneath it all, there was sadness. A sadness so deep, so ancient, that she found herself wondering, who was this man before he became the Night Bloodhound? When they arrived at a small church deep in the slums, the air was thick with desperation. The moment the saintess stepped inside, the sisters rushed to her, their faces streaked with tears. Saintess, please, save them. The sight that met her eyes was devastating. Rows of infected lay writhing in agony, their bodies marked by the telltale signs of the disease. Their groans of suffering filled the sacred space, mixing with the scent of damp straw and fevered sweat. The saintess's hands trembled. Night Bloodhound was right. The epidemic was real, and it was spreading. Vikir stood beside her, his expression unreadable. Guilt gnawed at him. He had set this chain of events in motion, knowing innocent people would suffer. It was a calculated risk, but it didn't make it any easier to watch. Still, one thing brought him relief. There were no children among the afflicted. His earlier deception, the cursed well, had worked. The children had stayed away. At least some lives had been spared. But this was no longer his battle. Now, it was her turn. The saintess stepped forward, her presence radiating warmth and sorrow. My people, she whispered, her voice heavy with emotion. God's love is boundless. His light will heal you. She knelt, clasping her hands together, and began to pray. Her voice wavered, raw with emotion, calling upon the divine. Her life, her fire, her soul. She pleaded for the suffering to end. A single tear slipped from her cheek, striking the cold stone floor. And then, light, a golden radiance erupted from the tear, spreading like wildfire. It poured through the room, seeping through every crack, flooding the church with an ethereal glow. The windows shimmered. The wooden pews hummed with divine energy. Then, the miracle unfolded. An elderly man, once gasping for breath, suddenly stilled. His ragged breathing steadied. The red lesions on his skin faded, disappearing like a bad dream. Around the room, the same transformation took place. Fevered bodies cooled. Pain-ridden groans turned to gasps of awe. The disease was lifting. The sisters wept with joy, falling to their knees. Their prayers of desperation became prayers of gratitude. Vikir watched in silence. Even after all he had seen, the wars, the bloodshed, the horrors, this was something different. The saintess truly was a miracle incarnate. And if her power could do this, it could change the fate of the deep forest. Late into the night, Saintess Dolores sat alone in her study, her face illuminated by the flickering candlelight. Before her, a map lay open, marked with precise notations. Her thoughts were razor-sharp. Her divine power had stabilized the afflicted, but it wasn't a cure. More cases would surface unless the true source of the epidemic was eradicated. Her gaze shifted to a glass tube filled with an infected patient's bodily fluids. A nightmare in liquid form. Short incubation. Slow, agonizing death. A disease designed not just to kill, but to prolong suffering. Her grip tightened. This wasn't natural. After careful deliberation, she reached a conclusion. Purifying the deepest well in the slums was the key. If she concentrated her divine power into a single, potent drop, it could neutralize the contamination at its source and put an end to the outbreak. A deep breath. A sense of renewed purpose washed over her. There were still people to save, but as she stood, a sudden pain lanced through her skull. She staggered, gripping the edge of her table. A headache, sharp, unrelenting. Was it anemia? Exhaustion? The strain of overusing her divine power? She clenched her teeth, pushing the pain aside. There was no time for weakness. Moments later, she emerged from her chambers, her expression unreadable. Waiting outside was a trio of noblemen. One of them, overly enthusiastic, lit up at her arrival. Saintess, what perfect timing. Dolores raised an eyebrow. Why were they here? Another noble, practically beaming with self-importance, stepped forward. We couldn't possibly allow someone as noble as yourself to venture into the filth of the slums alone, he declared. So we took the liberty of gathering some relief supplies. With a flourish of his hand, he gestured to 3 wagons stacked high with goods. Food, medicine, blankets, the works. The poor souls in the slums have truly hit the jackpot today, he chuckled, nudging his companion. Dolores studied them. Their smiles were too wide. Their voices dripped with self-satisfaction. This wasn't charity. It was theater. They weren't here for the sick. They were here for themselves. With a serene smile, Saintess Dolores walked past the noblemen, their exaggerated pledges of loyalty trailing behind her. It is a gentleman's duty to protect a lady, one declared dramatically. We swear to assist you in every way possible, another added, his eyes practically sparkling as if expecting praise. Her presence clearly captivated them, their hearts racing as if they were knights in a chivalric ballad rather than men about to enter a disease-ridden slum. Ever composed, Dolores offered them a gentle nod. I trust you will handle everything with great care, she said, her tone light yet distant. Their enthusiasm lasted all of 5 minutes. As they stepped deeper into the relief zone, the air grew thick with decay. The stench of sickness, filth, and human suffering assailed them like a physical blow. The first noble gagged, clutching his silk handkerchief over his nose. By the heavens, this stench. My limited edition shoes are going to be ruined. The second noble froze in place, eyes darting around in panic. Wait, what if we catch it? Shouldn't we be keeping a safe distance? The third, less subtle than the others, turned to a nearby priest. Clear this mess at once. And while you're at it, treat me first. Dolores watched them without surprise. Their discomfort was inevitable. Men who acted for image would always falter when faced with true suffering. True empathy wasn't about performance. It was about grace, kindness, and sacrifice, a lesson these men had yet to learn. Her thoughts were interrupted as she turned her gaze toward a nearby tent. A heavy, ominous aura lingered around it. Inside lay the most critical patients, those fighting not just the disease but despair itself. The suffering within that tent was unimaginable. Without hesitation, Dolores approached. Forgive me for not coming sooner. She pulled back the curtain and stepped inside. I am here now, she declared softly. Let me help. Inside the critical care tent, the moment she entered, she was met with urgency. A commanding voice rang out. More saline now. Dolores turned her head, expecting to see a priest or healer. But instead, her eyes landed on something shocking. A doctor, one who moved with efficiency, precision, and expertise. A priest nearby stared in disbelief. His mouth opened as if to speak, but no words came out, because he recognized something impossible. The doctor wasn't just any doctor. It was Night Bloodhound. Dolores's breath caught. Vikir. For hours, he had been working tirelessly to treat patients. But what truly stunned everyone was his method. Using a small clinical knife, he made a careful incision at the infection site. Then, with just 2 fingers, he pressed against the wound, channeling divine power directly into it. The infection vanished on the spot. The priest, watching this unfold, felt his worldview shatter. Unlike the usual surface-level blessings used by the clergy, Vikir's technique forced divine power directly into the source of the illness. A technique no priest had ever considered. Dolores stood frozen, watching in silent awe. Vikir, this man with the aura of steel, blood, and fire, was healing people. After curing the infection, he administered medicine, ensuring the patient's recovery. His movements were efficient, measured, and above all, purposeful. This wasn't just skill. This was a man determined to save lives. Vikir placed both hands on the patient's chest, channeling divine power into their body. He understood the mechanics behind divine power well. It was typically granted through prayers to a god. The stronger the faith, the greater the return. 1 unit of devotion equaled 1 miracle. 10 units equaled 10. But Vikir knew better. There existed a loophole, a method that allowed 10 miracles with just 1 unit, and 100 miracles with 10. His mind drifted back to the Great Fall, a time of war and chaos, when hordes of monsters flooded the battlefield, and the wounded piled higher than prayers could reach. The clerics, their power reserves rapidly depleting, faced a grim realization. They didn't have enough divine energy to save everyone. So, the rules were rewritten. A divine decree altered the system. Miracles first, consequences later. Instead of strict calculations, clerics could now draw divine power without an immediate limit. The catch: the excess power came with an invisible cost, and interest to be paid later. This phenomenon became known as advanced divine power, and it wasn't limited to clerics. Anyone, even non-believers, could harness it, provided they had purged enough evil. Vakir, with a soul steeped in karmic energy from his past, could tap into this power naturally within the sacred grounds of Saint Mecca. It was this ability that made his miracles so efficient, allowing him to perform feats others deemed impossible. Just then, a child's sobs broke through the silence. A young girl knelt beside her unconscious mother, shaking her weak form. "Mama, wake up, please." Vakir, having finished his previous treatment, approached her with calm assurance. "She'll wake up soon," he said softly. He reached into his pocket, pulling out a gold coin. Pressing it into the girl's small hand, he instructed her, "Use this for food, firewood, whatever she needs to recover." Before the girl could respond, a priest quickly intervened. "Wait, we cannot give material assistance," he objected, his tone firm. "Monetary demands never end. If you start now, you'll give away everything before you realize it." Vakir, still composed, tilted his head slightly. "If demands are endless, then what defines their limit?" The priest blinked. Vakir's voice was even as he continued. "What truly is limitless?" Silence. The priest had no answer. Meanwhile, the little girl's quiet sobs softened. She clutched the coin tightly, her small fingers wrapped around it as if it were the first bit of hope she had ever held. Vakir watched her, his eyes unreadable. Then he spoke again, this time more softly. "I could give away all the money in my pocket right now. That much is true." His gaze fell upon the sick mother, her frail form barely moving. Then he apologized. "I'm sorry," Saintess Dolores observes. Dolores, watching from a distance, felt something shift within her. Why? Why would someone as calculating as Vakir, as strong, as composed, apologize? She turned his earlier words over in her mind. Theology is the pursuit of understanding humans. Then it clicked. He wasn't apologizing for what he had done. He was apologizing for what he couldn't do. For all his knowledge, all his power, he still couldn't save everyone. And she understood that feeling better than anyone. Her heartbeat quickened. At 16, she had seen miracles, had performed them herself. But this man who fought like a beast, carried the scent of steel and blood, and yet held divine power in his hands. He wasn't just a mystery. He was a contradiction, and he unsettled her in a way she couldn't explain. After hours of tirelessly treating the sick, Vakir finally stepped outside, seeking a moment of respite. He sat down with a quiet sigh, momentarily lifting his mask just enough to take a sip of water. The night air was cool, the city still heavy with the remnants of suffering. But his break didn't last long. From the corner of his eye, he noticed Saintess Dolores approaching. Quickly, he lowered his mask and greeted her. "Are you all right?" She settled beside him, her usual composure tinged with something more contemplative. "I just wanted to talk." Vakir nodded without hesitation. For a moment, neither spoke. Then, Dolores offered a quiet thanks. "With your help, we saved them," she said, sincerity in her voice. "The epidemic, we managed to stop it." Vakir, ever modest, simply shook his head. "I only did what had to be done." Dolores smiled softly, as if she had expected that answer. Then, silence settled between them. She clutched the fabric of her robes tightly, the tension in her fingers betraying the storm of emotions within. Finally, she spoke her doubts aloud. "Someone as strong as you should have been born with divine power," she murmured. She glanced down, hesitating before continuing. "I was given a gift, but I don't feel worthy of it. My faith is weak, my body frail, my mind uncertain." Her voice wavered. "Why would a higher power choose someone like me, when there are others, far more deserving?" Vakir's response caught her off guard. He smiled, calm assured. "Because of that doubt," he said simply. She looked at him confused. "The world doesn't need unshakable perfection," he continued. "It needs a light that can shine even in the darkest places." Dolores's breath hitched. His words, so unexpected, so certain, struck something deep within her. Tears welled in her eyes, but she blinked them back. "Do you really think I can become that person?" she asked, her voice small and certain. Vakir's reply was steady, unwavering. "You already are." Later, the clergy of the Kovades family gathered in solemn prayer, their efforts culminating in a sacred miracle. Before them, 3 drops of divine essence crystallized into liquid purity. Each drop held the power to cleanse the entire slums of the epidemic. Sealed in small glass bottles, they were given a name, Pliny de la Verge, or, as they were commonly known, the Saintess's Tear. In the grand hall of the temple, Saintess Dolores knelt before a podium. Before her, the sacred box containing the 3 bottles sat in quiet reverence. As she began her prayer, a radiant divine light filled the space. Her voice, clear, strong, yet laced with emotion, carried through the chamber. She spoke not of power, nor of miracles. She spoke of a woman. a mother chosen to nurture the only son of a higher power, a woman who had spent sleepless nights in anguish, whose heartache surpassed the limits of endurance, whose sorrow was carried in silence. She declared this day as one of suffering, and she poured every ounce of that suffering into her prayer. As Saintess Dolores concluded her prayer, the divine light descended upon the podium, bathing the hall in its radiant glow. The air hummed with sacred energy, a testament to the power of her faith. Moments later, holy knights entered the chamber, their movements reverent as they approached the podium. At the center of their formation, a sealed box rested in their hands, containing the three saintesses' tears. The lead knight carefully secured the box, bowing deeply before Dolores. Saintess, your offering is a blessing upon this land. The tears shall be stored safely in the basement vault. Dolores nodded, entrusting them with this solemn duty. She watched in silence as they departed, their figures fading beyond the heavy doors. Finally alone, she allowed herself a brief moment of contemplation. What came next? Nearby, a priest knelt in prayer before a statue of the goddess, his focus unwavering. Dolores approached quietly. Father. The priest lifted his head. Cardinal Humbert Lon Quo Vadis, a towering figure within the Lune Church. His presence was both commanding and warm. His eyes softened as he looked at Dolores, greeting her with affection. My fairy, my daughter, he murmured, placing a firm but gentle hand on her shoulder. Come closer, child. She obeyed, bowing her head slightly. With a smile, the cardinal praised her efforts. The offering you have made this time is remarkable, fitting of your station. Dolores humbly accepted his praise, her tone measured. Your generosity knows no bounds, Father. The cardinal gestured for her to continue. Tell me, what have you learned of this plague? Dolores began outlining their plan. We will use the saintess's tear to purify the contaminated waters beneath St. Mecca. At this, the cardinal leaned forward, interest sharp. Have you identified the source? We have, Dolores confirmed. She explained. An unregistered well in the slums. Rumors had spread among the children, a spirit's curse. But upon investigation, they had found more than superstition. From beneath her robes, Dolores unwrapped a cloth bundle, revealing several objects placed before the cardinal. A dagger, a glass bottle, and an emblem. The cardinal's expression darkened. He picked up the emblem, his fingers tightening around it. Leviathan, bourgeois, two insignias etched into cold steel. The atmosphere shifted instantly. A surge of holy aura erupted from the cardinal, crackling with righteous fury. His voice boomed through the chamber. Blasphemy, a defilement of the sacred. These vermin dare insult divinity itself. His rage was uncontainable. With burning resolve, he declared holy war. The poison addicts and misers will answer for their sins. The cardinal's verdict. Dolores remained calm and composed, unfazed by the cardinal's outburst. Until his voice sharpened. The night hound. Dolores's breath hitched, her eyes flickering with surprise. He is a prime suspect, the cardinal continued, his tone commanding. Find him. Capture him. We will extract everything he knows. Dolores clenched her fists beneath her robes. Vakir, Night Bloodhound, was now a target. The cardinal's eyes widened in shock as Saintess Dolores abruptly raised her voice, her usual composure breaking for the first time. The Night Hound is innocent, she declared. The room fell into a stunned silence. She pressed on, her voice unwavering. He worked tirelessly to treat the sick. Without him, countless more would have died. A man who saves lives is not a man of evil. The cardinal's expression darkened. For a moment, he said nothing, studying her. Then he smiled. Not warmly, not kindly. It was the smile of a man who believed he understood something no one else did. I see what's truly happening. Dolores stiffened. His cryptic words unsettled her. Then he raised his hand toward the heavens. No matter your protests, the truth remains. His voice rang with divine authority. The Night Hound is to blame. Dolores clenched her fists. This was the first time she had ever openly opposed him. And to the cardinal, that defiance was proof enough. With a final gleam in his eye, he declared his verdict. I will personally interrogate the Night Hound, and I will uncover everything. Then, a wave of overwhelming pressure burst forth from Cardinal Humbert, rippling through the cathedral. A radiant beam of divine light shot skyward, piercing the night like a holy decree. The entire city of St. Mecca was bathed in its glow. Dolores gasped, staggering back. The intensity of his power was suffocating. The cardinal turned to her, his tone final. Your opposition is meaningless. Then came the words that made her blood run cold. The paladins have already been dispatched. At a modest inn where Vakir had been staying, a group of holy knights surrounded his room. Their movements were precise, calculated. Using a series of silent hand signals, they coordinated their approach. One knight exhaled sharply, then raised his foot. Bang! The door splintered open. Night Hound, you are accused of orchestrating the Red Death. Their declaration rang through the room, but there was no response. No shadow moved. No figure stirred. The knights exchanged looks. The room was empty. The Kier was gone. The stolen Sainus's tear. Back at the cathedral, a priest rushed in, breathless. The cardinal turned, unshaken. Speak. The priest hesitated, then delivered the news. One of the Sainus's tears is missing. Dolores felt a bead of sweat trickle down her temple. Had this been the real reason for the Night Hound's presence in St. Mecca? Had he been after the tear all along? Far above the city, atop a watchtower overlooking St. Mecca, a lone figure stood beneath the moonlight. Vikir, in his gloved hand, the missing Saintus's tears shimmered under the pale glow. A faint smirk crossed his lips. Tucking the bottle securely into his pouch, he murmured a quiet, amused thanks. A generous gift. Then he vanished into the shadows. Ian stood perched on the edge of a jagged cliff, her bow drawn tight as she faced off against a monstrous Cerberus. The beast, its hide already bristling with embedded arrows, snarled menacingly. Each of its 3 heads locked onto her with unnerving precision. Nearby, a barbarian attempted to draw its attention with a thunderous shout, but the Cerberus remained fixated on Ian, forcing her into a desperate retreat. Step by step, she edged backward, the rocky ground beneath her feet crumbling precariously. Then, in an instant, the cliff betrayed her footing. She plunged downward, smashing through tree branches during her chaotic descent. The brittle limbs offered no salvation, snapping one by one as she hurtled toward the forest floor. With a bone-jarring crash, she landed, her body racked with pain. Moments later, she stirred, her consciousness returning in a haze. Faint voices reached her ears, muffled and unintelligible, as her vision slowly adjusted. 2 figures stood nearby, men who appeared to be traveling merchants. One of them regarded her injured form with indifference, while the other bore a predatory smile, his eyes betraying a dangerous curiosity. Time passed, and Ian awoke to find herself in a far grimmer scenario. Her trembling hands clutched a sword, the rough wood of a barricade pressing against her back. There was no way out. Encircling her was an unruly crowd of masked spectators, their jeering voices merging into a thunderous chorus. Their energy fed the suffocating tension in the air as her opponent stepped into the fray, a towering figure, his body marked by scars that told of countless battles. His sinister grin promised a fight that would end badly for her. With a chilling crack of his knuckles, he signaled the beginning of their brutal confrontation. The man charged at Ian with a roar, his movements fueled by overconfidence. Though fear gripped her, Ian's instincts kicked in. She dodged his initial assault with a nimble leap and struck back, the edge of her blade slicing into his shoulder. Her brief success, however, was met with indifference. Barely registering the wound, her opponent retaliated with raw, overwhelming strength. He seized her by the leg midair and hurled her like a rag doll against the unforgiving wooden wall. The impact left her gasping as a spray of blood escaped her lips, pain radiating through her battered frame. The crowd roared with delight, their masked faces lit with cruel amusement. To them, this wasn't a fight. It was a show, and Ian's suffering was the highlight of their entertainment. Her body crumpled to the cold, unforgiving ground, her tears mixing with the dirt as humiliation and despair consumed her. Her opponent's triumphant shout echoed through the arena, stoking the crowd's frenzy. But as darkness threatened to claim her spirit, a spark of resolve ignited deep within. Faint images of her family, her mother's gentle smile, the warmth of home, flickered in her mind. With sheer determination, Ian forced herself to rise. Every muscle in her body screamed in protest, but she ignored the searing pain, clawing her way back to her feet. The once indifferent crowd hushed for a moment, their murmurs swelling as they took notice of her defiance. Their masked faces turned toward her with renewed interest, curiosity flickering in their cruel eyes. What had seemed like a one-sided spectacle now carried an unexpected twist. Standing tall despite her wounds, Ian smeared a mixture of blood and dirt across her face, a silent declaration of her unbroken will. Her gaze locked onto her opponent, unwavering and resolute. The energy in the arena shifted, the spectators leaning forward, hungry for more. If they had thought she would crumble, they had been mistaken. She wasn't done yet. No matter the odds, she was ready to fight. Years later, the fire that had once burned so fiercely within Ian had dimmed to mere embers. Behind the cold steel bars of a prison cell, she sat motionless, her spirit shackled as much as her body. The defiance that had once gleamed in her eyes was now dulled by hopelessness. Even the cherished memories of her family, which had once given her strength, had faded into distant, unreachable echoes. The weight of despair pressed down on her, suffocating and unrelenting. The heavy silence of the cell was suddenly broken by an unexpected sound. Ayan's eyes snapped open, her gaze landing on a small glass tube lying before her, its remnants of elixir glistening faintly. Instinctively, she recoiled, unease creeping into her bones. Then, she noticed a shadowed figure standing just beyond the bars. As he stepped closer, recognition struck her like a thunderbolt. It was Vikir. Without hesitation, he unlocked her cell door. His voice, rough and commanding in the barbarian tongue, carried a simple order: leave. Ayan awoke with a gasp, her chest heaving as she was pulled from the depths of the nightmare. Tears streamed down her face, the lingering weight of her torment pressing heavily upon her. But as she blinked away the remnants of the dream, she realized she wasn't in a prison. Instead, she lay cradled in her mother's lap, the warmth of the matriarch's presence anchoring her to reality. With gentle concern, her mother asked if she had been dreaming. She mentioned that even in her sleep, Ayan had called out for Vikir. But the nightmare was not the only thing haunting her. Trembling, Ayan confided in her mother, her voice breaking under the weight of her suffering. A deep, unrelenting pain burned within her chest, her body racked with an agonizing dryness that felt as though it was suffocating her from the inside. Fear crept into her words as she admitted the terrible thought that had taken root in her mind. Was she afflicted with the Red Death? Through choked sobs, she confessed the unbearable truth. The pain was so overwhelming that it made her regret ever being born into this world. The matriarch's expression softened with sorrow, yet her touch remained steady and reassuring. Placing a comforting hand on her daughter's trembling form, she began to speak, her voice gentle and soothing, weaving a tale meant to mend the cracks in Ayan's wounded spirit. The matriarch's voice softened as she delved into a story from long ago, a memory woven with both joy and sorrow. She spoke of a time when she and Ayan's father had planted a tiny seed together. He had buried it in the soil, while she had diligently watered it each day. Before long, the seed sprouted, growing into a vibrant, beautiful flower. When the time came, they harvested the blossoms, extracting their sap and smoking it. What followed was a blissful euphoria, a fleeting moment of pure happiness. And it was during this time of joy that Ayan had come into their lives. But as the matriarch continued, the warmth in her tone faded. The story took a darker turn. Because of a grave misdeed, Ayan's father had faced a terrible fate, executed at the hands of her own grandfather. The matriarch paused, watching as pain flickered across her daughter's face. Struggling with both her illness and the weight of her emotions, Ayan could no longer hold back her despair. The suffocating agony inside her made her question everything. Sensing this, the matriarch smiled gently, reminding her that life was unpredictable, a journey filled with both hardships and triumphs. She urged Ayan to endure, to hold on to hope, and assured her that Vikir would return with a cure. But Ayan, lost in hopelessness, rejected the comforting words. She voiced her doubts, convinced that Vikir would never come back. Just as the words left her lips, a sudden shout echoed from outside, piercing through the heavy atmosphere. The message was clear. Vikir had returned, and he had brought the much-needed medicine. The matriarch's expression brightened instantly, a knowing smile playing on her lips. She turned to Ayan, ready to tell her that her faith in Vikir had been justified. But before she could speak, Ayan was already gone, having bolted out the door. Slightly exasperated, the matriarch muttered to herself, wondering if her daughter truly had the Red Death after all. Ayan sprinted through the settlement, her heart pounding with a mix of hope and urgency. Her thoughts raced back to the past, to the moment Vikir had rescued her from a life of slavery. She remembered the fearless way he had stood against Madame Eight Legs, the unshakable strength he had displayed. Through his actions, he had taught her a valuable lesson, the power of facing one's fears head-on. That lesson had given her the strength to rise above her own suffering. And now, as she pushed forward, her mind held on to one single thought. Vikir was back. Finally, she arrived at the gathering of barbarians, her breath coming in ragged gasps. And there he was, standing tall, calm, and resolute. Their eyes met, and for the first time in what felt like forever, a wave of relief washed over her. Vikir, noting her presence, raised an eyebrow in mild surprise. He had heard she was suffering from the Red Death, and yet here she was very much on her feet. Before he could say anything more, Ayan acted on instinct. Without hesitation, she ran straight at him and leaped into a forceful hug, sending them both crashing to the ground. Vikir groaned dramatically beneath her weight, pretending to struggle. With an amused smirk, he muttered that if he hadn't reinforced his body with mana, her first hug might have actually broken his back. Then, with a teasing tone, he questioned how someone supposedly afflicted with the Red Death had the strength to tackle him like that. Still clinging tightly to him, Ayan admitted with a soft smile that the moment she heard he had returned, Her body had felt lighter. Vakir studied her, his confusion evident, but as he took in her expression, bright, full of relief, he let out a breath and asked if she was truly all right. Ayan nodded, her joy unmistakable. She admitted that perhaps she was only pretending to feel better, but at this moment, she had never been happier. Then, with a beaming smile, she welcomed him back. Vakir's expression softened, warmth flickering in his eyes. I'm back, he replied. Inside a dimly lit tent, the atmosphere was thick with tension. Ahil lay on a crude bed, her breath shallow and labored, her condition worsening by the second. Around her, worried barbarians stood in anxious silence, their expressions etched with fear. Vakir knelt beside her, his gaze steady as he reached into his pouch and retrieved a small vial. The Sanus's tear. The moment he uncorked it, a brilliant golden radiance spilled forth, bathing the tent in a warm, ethereal glow. The light cascaded over Ahil, enveloping her in its healing aura. All eyes were locked onto her frail body as, miraculously, the red spots marring her skin began to vanish. Gasps of disbelief filled the space, followed by murmurs of awe. The once hopeless barbarians watched as Ahil's ragged breathing steadied, her complexion regaining its natural color. The Red Death, which had plagued her so mercilessly, was gone. A wave of gratitude surged through the group, their voices rising in praise. To them, Vakir was no longer just a warrior. He was the bringer of salvation. But Vakir had no time for accolades. His focus remained sharp. Turning to Ayan, he asked how many among their tribe had been infected. She responded grimly, Ahil had been one of 30. His expression darkened as he pressed further, inquiring about the state of other tribes. Ayan's answer was even more troubling. Many clans were teetering on the brink of devastation. Vakir quickly did the math. If the disease had spread as widely as suspected, there could be as many as 10,000 infected individuals across the land. Wasting no time, he instructed Ayan to send word to every tribe, telling them to gather their sick. The battle against the Red Death was far from over. Concern flickered in Ayan's eyes. With hesitation, she asked the pressing question, was there truly enough of the cure for all? Vakir's response was calm, unwavering. More than enough, he assured her. But beyond survival, he saw an opportunity. This was their chance to showcase their tribe's strength and capabilities to the rest of the land. His words carried weight, filling the barbarians with awe. Whispers of admiration spread like wildfire. Vakir was proving himself to be nothing short of extraordinary. However, he wasn't done yet. Shifting gears, he brought up another pressing matter, a formidable swamp monster known as Ka. Without much fanfare, he revealed that he had slain the beast during his journey. With his usual practicality, he instructed the barbarians to retrieve its carcass for food. More stunned murmurs rippled through the crowd. One by one, they realized just how far beyond their own abilities Vakir truly was. But there was no time for idolization. Keeping the group focused, Vakir issued the next directive. The tribes were to gather near the river catchment area for the next phase of the plan. Before long, the various barbarian tribes assembled by the riverbank, their leaders and warriors standing in anticipation. All eyes were on Vakir, who stood at the forefront, the Sanus's tear in his grasp. With measured precision, he poured the sacred liquid into the flowing waters. The moment it touched the river, a radiant golden light burst forth, illuminating the water as it surged downstream. The glow spread rapidly, casting a brilliant shimmer across the forest, its reflection dancing like liquid gold. Vakir turned to the gathered leaders, his voice steady as he addressed them. The water had been purified. Now, all the infected had to do was drink. One by one, the afflicted stepped forward, aided by their kin. As they took hesitant sips of the gleaming water, a hush fell over the crowd. Then suddenly laughter, cries of disbelief. The sickness is gone, someone exclaimed. More voices followed, each filled with astonishment. One after another, the sick found themselves free of the Red Death, their bodies cleansed, their suffering lifted. The weight of despair that had loomed over the tribes evaporated, replaced by a wave of joyous celebration. Cheers erupted across the riverbank, the sound of victory echoing through the forest. Vakir turned to the matriarch, his voice calm and assured as he explained the extent of the purification process. The river's catchment area was now carrying the cure far and wide, ensuring that the bacteria responsible for the Red Death would soon be eradicated entirely. The matriarch listened intently, her expression shifting from admiration to deep respect. Then, with a thoughtful nod, she spoke, suggesting that Vakir be named the tribe's shaman. Before he could decline, the ground suddenly trembled beneath them. A thunderous thud shook the earth as one of the tribal leaders stomped his foot with overwhelming force, causing a visible crack to form in the dirt. Silence fell. All eyes turned to the source of the commotion. With a booming voice, the leader addressed the gathered tribes, his words carrying the weight of history itself. People of the deep forest. What is the name of the hero who purified our land? A beat of silence. Then, as one, the barbarians pounded their feet in rhythm and roared. Vikir! Another warrior stepped forward, raising his fist. Who saved our families from the Red Death? Again, the answer came like a rolling thunderclap. Vikir! A third leader spoke, voice rich with emotion. Who has brought hope and a bright tomorrow to the deep forest? The response was deafening. Vikir! The name echoed through the trees, vibrating through the very heart of the land. The people of the deep forest had spoken, their chants a declaration of gratitude and unwavering loyalty. Yet, amid the roaring celebration, Vikir remained composed. His mind was already working ahead, calculating his next move. The destruction caused by the Poison Clan had been devastating, but in the chaos, a unique advantage had emerged. Winning over the Deep Forest tribes was not just a victory. It was a strategic strike against the Baskerville clan. As a former member of Baskerville himself, Vikir recognized the opportunity before him. The loyalty of the mountain natives could be a powerful tool, one that might turn the tides in his favor against Hugo Baskerville, a man who had long stood as both a rival and an obstacle. A knowing smirk tugged at Vikir's lips. This was more than just gratitude from the tribes. This was leverage. The matriarch, basking in the moment of triumph, raised her arms joyfully, declaring that a grand festival would be held to celebrate their victory over the Red Death. But before the cheers could swell, Vikir raised a hand, his voice steady but commanding. There's still one last matter to resolve. The matriarch and Ayan turned toward him, their joyous expressions fading into curiosity. Vikir's eyes darkened. We need to find the one responsible for poisoning the forest. Far from the revelry, deep within a shadowy cave, a man named a human sat, reveling in his own wicked brilliance. A slow, satisfied chuckle rumbled from his throat as he imagined his scheme playing out exactly as planned. By now, he believed, the people of the deep forest should have been on the verge of collapse, their bodies succumbing to the poison he had so carefully spread. His lips curled into a sneer, all because of that imperial brat. The thought of the imperial smugglers forced his expression into something twisted, a mixture of resentment and amusement. He had been forced into dealings with them, but he would turn the situation to his advantage. A human had crafted the perfect deception. He had planned to emerge at just the right moment, presenting himself as the savior of his people by conveniently providing the antidote. He had even poisoned his own granddaughter, Ahul, to sell the illusion completely. The irony was delicious. To him, this was a masterstroke. But as he stepped out of the cave, returning to the village, his confidence was met with a sight that made his stomach lurch. The village was alive. Instead of finding his people writhing in agony, their bodies weakened by the disease, he saw them moving about cheerfully, bustling with energy. His confusion deepened as his eyes darted from person to person. Just days ago, they had been gasping for air, some barely clinging to life. And then, his gaze landed on Ahul. His supposed victim, the proof of his scheme, stood by a fire, humming as she cooked food. A human stood frozen, his mind struggling to make sense of the impossible. How could this be? Just days ago, the villagers had been at death's door, and now they moved about as if the Red Death had never touched them. Desperate for answers, he stumbled toward the riverbank, his breath quickening as he reached the water's edge. What he saw made his blood run cold. The river, once contaminated and deadly, now gleamed with crystal-clear purity. The reflection of his own bewildered face stared back at him, eyes wide with disbelief. The fish, which should have perished in the poisoned waters, swam freely beneath the surface. A human's jaw clenched, despair creeping into his features as the weight of reality pressed down on him. His carefully laid plan, ruined. Before he could process his spiraling thoughts, a voice shattered his daze. Clear water, isn't it? The casual remark came from behind him. A human spun around, his heart hammering in his chest. Standing there, watching him with a knowing smirk, was Vikir. A sharp hiss of frustration escaped a human's lips. You imperial bastard, he spat, masking his unease with venomous words. His mind raced. When had Vikir arrived? And more importantly, how much did he know? His unease only grew when he realized Vikir wasn't alone. Behind him stood a group of barbarians, their expressions grim and unreadable. Their silence carried weight, their stances unwavering. Then he saw it in Vikir's eyes, absolute certainty. The truth crashed down on a human like an avalanche. He knows. Memories from his past life surged through Vikir's mind. In his previous existence, there had been whispered tales of an old man from the deep forest who had orchestrated a horrifying tragedy. A man who had poisoned his own people under the guise of heroism, offering them salvation with a cure he never truly had. His plan had backfired spectacularly, leading to the deaths of nearly everyone in his tribe. Now, standing face to face with a human, Vikir realized the old legend was no myth. The villain of that story was right here, right now. A human, still clinging to his unraveling confidence, let out a hollow chuckle. Ah, has everyone come to greet the old shaman? His voice dripped with forced amusement, a desperate attempt to maintain control. But the barbarians weren't fooled. Their silence was deafening. Their eyes, once filled with respect for their elder, now held something far more dangerous, doubt. The weight of their scrutiny pressed down on a human, and for the first time, his mask began to crack. Vikir remained calm, his presence exuding quiet menace. He didn't need to say a word. His mere existence was enough to tighten the noose around a human's neck. Then the matriarch stepped forward, her piercing gaze locked onto a human, her voice even, but laced with sharp intent. Tell me, elder a human, have you completed the ceremony to rid our land of sickness? A human straightened, forcing himself to feign confidence. Of course, the infection should begin disappearing soon. The matriarch's expression didn't waver. Instead, she continued, her words carefully chosen. Strange. Word from the Empire suggests otherwise. A human's breath hitched. She went on, her tone growing heavier. A war is brewing in the Imperial lands. The cause? The discovery that the Red Death was artificially created and intentionally spread. Her gaze sharpened. Yet, the deep forest has no ties to the Imperial clan. How then did the infection reach our isolated lands? A human hesitated for a fraction of a second, but in that moment, it was clear he had no answer. Still, he grasped at straws, his voice teetering between uncertainty and indignation. I do not know. I only came to perform the rites for our tribe's recovery. The matriarch's eyes flickered with something dangerous. Is that so? She glanced briefly at Vikir, an unspoken confirmation passing between them. She had suspected a human's involvement before, but now she knew he was lying. Then her voice cut through the air like a blade. If that's the case, then tell me, elder, why were you at the catchment area instead of tending to the village? A human stiffened. Beads of sweat formed at his temples. He hadn't realized anyone had been watching him. The matriarch took another step closer, her presence suffocating. Vikir mentioned something interesting before. He believed you planned to exploit the Red Death to present yourself as the tribe's savior. Her voice lowered, laced with ice. After all, if you were the only one with the cure, your influence would be absolute, wouldn't it? A human's breath hitched. Then suddenly the air shifted. A chilling aura radiated from the matriarch, her authority pressing down like an unshakable force. The barbarians around them could feel it, the storm gathering within her. A human trembled. His body betrayed him, his fingers twitching at his sides. The matriarch's voice, steady yet merciless, rang through the air. Show me the contents of your pouch. As the tense confrontation unfolded, Vikir's mind drifted back to a past conversation with Ayan. She had once shared fragments of a human's mysterious origins, secrets that painted the old shaman in a far darker light. A human had never been a true member of the Balak tribe. His past was shrouded in secrecy, but what little was known was enough to unsettle even the most hardened warriors. Long ago, he had arrived in the deep forest as nothing more than a slave, bound to the previous shaman. But his fate took a treacherous turn. Through manipulation and deception, a human orchestrated a coup, betraying and killing his master. And with that single act of treachery, he not only claimed the shaman's life, he stole his sorcerous powers. For his role in the rebellion, a human was elevated from the lowest of slaves to the tribe shaman. Yet, despite his newfound status, his path within the tribe was anything but easy. If he wanted to belong, he had to endure years of humiliation. He was made to handle the filthiest tasks, from cleaning excrement to serving as live bait for dangerous hunts. Only after enduring years of degradation and proving his worth did he finally secure the tribe's respect in his old age. Now, standing before the trembling shaman, Vikir wondered, had those years of suffering twisted a human into what he was today? Had his desperation for power driven him to defy even the matriarch, scheming to claim control over the entire forest? Vikir's thoughts were interrupted as the matriarch's voice rang out, sharp and commanding. A human. The pouch. Now. The old man hesitated, his hands shaking as he fumbled for an excuse. It's nothing but flour. Something I saved for after the ceremony, he stammered. With great effort, he reached for the pouch, intending to prove his innocence. But his trembling hands betrayed him. The pouch slipped. Time seemed to slow as it tumbled through the air, then splashed into the river. A stunned silence followed. The barbarians watched, wide-eyed, as the pouch dissolved into the water, its contents washing away before anyone could examine them. A human's eyes widened in horror. Panic flashed across his face before he forced himself into a nervous laugh, attempting to wave off the incident. On my old man's tremors. A foolish mistake, he muttered, though the unease in his voice was unmistakable. But it was too late. No one believed it was an accident. The matriarch's gaze hardened as she turned to him. Strange, she mused, her voice cool and deliberate. Why would you throw it into the river? A human's breath hitched. Vakir remained unfazed. Unfortunate, he remarked casually. Without the pouch, we can't verify its contents using conventional means. A human's face twisted with anger. His calm facade crumbled, and in a desperate attempt to shift the blame, he pointed an accusing finger at Vakir. This is a setup, he snarled. You've been scheming against me from the start. Matriarch, I demand you punish this imperial wretch for disrespecting an honorable shaman. The matriarch regarded him with an unreadable expression. Then, after a pause, she spoke, her tone eerily calm. You are right, human. Accusations without proof cannot be acted upon. A human's lips curled into a smug grin. She continued, since you are so certain of your innocence, then I will ensure your honor and pride remain intact. A human straightened, believing he had successfully turned the situation in his favor. But his confidence shattered when the matriarch uttered two simple words. Call the Iliad. A ripple of murmurs spread through the gathered barbarians. A human's stomach dropped. The Iliad, a sacred ballad tradition, a trial by combat, invoked when words alone could not settle a dispute. In an Iliad might determine truth. The victor was deemed competent and righteous, while the loser was proven unworthy, either exiled in disgrace or in some cases executed for their failure. Ayan, standing to the side, smirked. You always stress the importance of tradition, don't you, a human? She remarked, her voice laced with quiet mockery. Now's the perfect time to uphold it. A human clenched his fists, cursing his misfortune. He had no choice but to accept. But then an idea struck him. Time. He needed time to prepare. He cleared his throat and forced a nod. Very well, he conceded, masking his panic. Let us hold the Iliad in 4 days, on the night of the full moon. Vakir's voice cut through the air like a knife. No. A human stiffened. Vakir's lips curled into a knowing smile. Tradition states that the challenger has the right to set the date. His gaze locked onto a human, like a predator eyeing cornered prey. I choose now. The barbarians erupted in gasps and murmurs. A human paled. Vakir's plan had worked flawlessly. He had maneuvered a human into a trial he couldn't escape, and with no time to scheme, no allies to call upon, and no tricks left to play, the old shaman was trapped. Near the summit of the mountain, the Balak tribe gathered beneath the watchful gaze of their ancestors. The warriors' circle had been drawn, marking the sacred battleground where justice would be decided. At its center stood the matriarch, her presence alone enough to command absolute respect. With a solemn tone, she declared the commencement of the Iliad, reminding all present that any attempt to flee would be met with swift execution by the warriors stationed nearby. Behind her loomed the mighty warriors' mountain, where the graves of their forebears rested. She called upon the spirits of the ancestors, urging both combatants to fight with honor and prove their righteousness in battle. The crowd buzzed with anticipation, their voices swelling as they cheered for Vakir. Ayan, her eyes gleaming with excitement, cupped her hands around her mouth and shouted, Finish him in one strike, Vakir. Her enthusiasm spread like wildfire, and soon the entire tribe echoed her sentiment, chanting his name with fervor. On the opposite side of the circle, a human clenched his jaw, resentment boiling beneath his skin. The complete lack of support stung more than he cared to admit. Gritting his teeth, he bit his finger, letting droplets of blood fall to the earth. At once, 3 skeletal warriors clawed their way out of the ground, their hollow eyes burning with eerie light. A human ordered them to cover his blind spots, ensuring he would always be aware of Vakir's movements. Armed with a bow and arrow, a human allowed himself a smug smile. To him, Vakir was still an outsider. He had only lived in the forest for 2 years, while a human had survived in its depths for a lifetime. The terrain was his ally. The moment Vakir revealed himself, he would take him down with a single, well-placed shot. But a human had made a fatal miscalculation. Vakir had no intention of playing by his rules. Hanging upside down from a high tree branch, Vakir watched a human from above, his presence undetected. His breathing was steady, his gaze calculating. The ability that made this possible, Silent Heal, was one he had acquired after defeating the master of the swamp. A technique perfected by assassins. It allowed him to move without making a single sound. Even the faintest breath of disturbed air was erased, rendering him a shadow among shadows. Below him, a human remained blissfully unaware, still lost in his own overconfidence. Then, with the precision of a striking serpent, Vakir moved. He dropped silently into the midst of the skeletal warriors, his blade already in motion before his feet even touched the ground. Red arcs of light followed his strikes, each one precise and deadly. bone shattered and splintered, the undead warriors reduced to lifeless fragments in mere seconds. A human, unaware that his summoned guards had already been obliterated, maintained his smirk, still believing Vikir was hiding in fear. A deadly mistake. With ghost-like speed, Vikir materialized behind him. A human barely had time to react before Beelzebub, Vikir's blade, drove into his chest. The smirk vanished from a human's face. Confusion, pain, disbelief. His body shuddered as a strangled gasp escaped his lips. He had not heard anything. No footsteps, no rustling leaves, nothing. His mind struggled to process the impossible reality. He had lost before the battle had even begun. With a powerful shove, Vikir sent the shaman sprawling to the ground. A human landed hard, his wide, vacant eyes staring up at the darkening sky. He writhed in agony, his fingers twitching as if reaching for something, anything, to reverse his fate. But there was nothing left to grasp. With calm precision, Vikir withdrew Beelzebub, the blade gleaming in the dim light. The duel was over. Ayan rushed forward, her face alight with joy. "I knew you'd finish him in one move," she exclaimed, unable to contain her excitement. Around them, the gathered barbarians murmured in awe, still processing the sheer speed of what had just transpired. One of the elders, his voice filled with reverence, finally broke the silence. "The ancestors have spoken," he declared. A human's words were not even worthy of consideration. A human lay sprawled on the ground, his body racked with pain, the searing agony of his wound consuming every fiber of his being. His breaths came in ragged gasps as fear coiled around his heart, tightening its grip with every passing second. Was this how it would end? Desperation clawed at his mind, dragging him deep into the bitter memories of his past. The humiliation he had endured, the years spent groveling for acceptance in the Balak tribe, the injustice of it all. It crashed over him like a tidal wave. In his twisted perspective, the blame for his downfall lay with everyone but himself. Vikir, the Balak tribe, Loco, all of them. They had mocked him, scorned him, forced him into this wretched existence. Now, in his final moments, resentment was all he had left. They would all pay. Vikir, watching the old shaman suffering with a detached gaze, turned to Ayan. "We should end his pain," he suggested, his voice devoid of emotion. "It would be more merciful." But Ayan's expression darkened. His jaw clenched as he shook his head. "No," he declared coldly. "He doesn't deserve mercy." The weight of Ahul's near death still lingered in Ayan's heart, the thought of losing her to the Red Death fueling his anger. Even though a human was his grandfather, the man had crossed every line. A coward like him deserved to feel every ounce of his suffering. Yet, in the midst of his agony, a human wasn't done. Unnoticed by the others, he dragged his trembling fingers through his own blood, scrawling something onto the ground. The symbols took shape, an intricate pattern forming beneath him. As the final strokes were completed, an unnatural purple aura pulsed outward, thick and oppressive. Then, a deep, guttural groan echoed from the ancestral graves. The matriarch's sharp eyes snapped toward the burial grounds just as the heavy stone coffins creaked open. The sky darkened. The very air seemed to shudder. The ground beneath their feet trembled with an eerie, malevolent energy, spreading like an infection. A hushed silence fell over the gathered barbarians, their earlier triumph dissolving into sheer terror. Ayan's face drained of color, his breath quickening as realization set in. "What is he doing?" he shouted, his voice laced with panic. The once revered warrior's mountain now loomed under an ominous shadow, its sacred presence twisted into something unnatural. Vikir's eyes narrowed. He had been certain, absolutely certain, that his blade had pierced a human's lungs. The old man shouldn't even be breathing, let alone moving. Yet there he was. The barbarians erupted in fury, their voices filled with outrage. "He's desecrating the graves," one roared. "He's bringing ruin upon us all." But a human, now surrounded by a pulsating, violet aura, only laughed. A chilling, hollow sound that sent a shiver through even the bravest warriors. His eyes, once dim with age, now burned with an unnatural glow. "And you call me a coward?" he sneered, his voice thick with mockery. "Do you really think I fear the ancestors?" Something was terribly wrong. Sensing the urgency, Vikir didn't hesitate. He lunged forward, blade in hand, his instinct screaming that a human needed to die now. But just as his strike was about to land, boom! A violent explosion of dark energy erupted, hurling Vikir backward. He landed hard, skidding across the dirt, his vision flickering from the sheer force of the blast. Had he acted too late? Ayan rushed to his side, wide-eyed, his gaze locked onto the source of the destruction. Embedded in the ground near a human was an arrow, one cloaked in pulsating, black energy. Vikir's mind reeled. That attack, it hadn't come from a human. The old shaman, still writhing on the ground, let out a triumphant, rasping chuckle. His gaze drifted toward the mountain summit, his voice laced with malicious glee. You wished for the ancestors' judgment? His lips curled into a sinister grin. Then the time has come. Atop the mountain, a figure cloaked in a deathly aura stood motionless, gripping a bough with an unnatural stillness. The oppressive energy radiating from it sent an icy chill through the air, freezing the breath in the lungs of those who dared to look upon it. Then, a hushed whisper rippled through the gathered warriors. A Death Knight. The mere utterance of the name sent a wave of dread through the tribe. A creature of nightmare. Its risk rating ranged from A to S, a level of danger reserved for only the most formidable of beings. Death Knights were once warriors at the height of their power, only to be corrupted and resurrected as undead monstrosities. Their souls and physical bodies had been twisted into conduits for dark mana, granting them overwhelming strength and relentless endurance. Ian's voice wavered as he took a hesitant step back. Is that truly one of our ancestors? Vakir's gaze darkened as he analyzed the situation. This level of resurrection magic, a human couldn't have done this alone. Had the old shaman defiled the graves of their ancestors? Or had he turned himself into an undead being to seize such power? Before Vakir could reach a conclusion, the air thickened with malice. A human, his body now pulsing with dark energy, raised a trembling hand. With a wicked grin, he unleashed a torrent of skeletons, their hollow eyes gleaming with malevolence as they clawed their way out of the earth. His voice dripped with mockery. Did you really think I lived among you fools without preparing countermeasures? The warriors gritted their teeth, weapons at the ready, but a human wasn't finished. His smirk widened as he gestured toward the graves littering Warriors Mountain. You're all so shocked. Yet this is only the beginning, he sneered. Did you forget? There is not just one grave here. A horrifying rumble rolled through the earth. Then, one by one, more Death Knights emerged. The air grew heavier with each resurrection, the sheer malice emanating from the corrupted ancestors enough to sap the will of even the bravest warriors. What had once been a sacred burial ground was now a battlefield of the undead. As chaos erupted, a human climbed into a grotesque skeletal carriage, the construct pulsing with dark mana as it formed around him. With a deranged laugh, he urged the skeletal beast, pulling it to move. Try your best to survive, he called mockingly. I'll enjoy hearing how you all beg for mercy soon enough. He cracked the reins, and the carriage lurched forward, carrying him away from the carnage. But Ian wouldn't let him escape so easily. How low can you sink? He roared, drawing his bow. With furious precision, he loosed an arrow, its trajectory honed for a direct hit. But just before it could reach a human, shatter, another arrow intercepted it mid-flight, splintering it into useless fragments. Ian's breath caught in his throat as he turned toward the source. Standing unmoving, bow still raised, was the Death Knight. It had protected a human. Before Ian could react, another arrow streaked through the air, this time from the depths of the forest. Crack! The Death Knight's head exploded on impact. Its lifeless body crumpled, collapsing into a pile of unmoving armor. A stunned silence fell over the battlefield. Who had fired that shot? The barbarians, still locked in their fight for survival, snapped their heads toward the forest's edge. But the archer responsible remained hidden, their presence shrouded in mystery. The moment of hesitation passed quickly. The undead army still loomed, and a human had escaped. From the center of the battlefield, the matriarch stood firm, her voice slicing through the chaos. Do not falter, she commanded. These creatures are not our ancestors. They are a human's puppets. Her sharp gaze swept across the warriors. Destroy them. Prioritize your survival. Hesitation will kill you. Her words reignited the warriors' resolve. But even with renewed determination, the battle was far from easy. The undead ancestors were unlike anything the tribe had ever faced. They moved with unnatural speed, wielded weapons with terrifying precision, and felt no pain. Every attack that should have felled a man only served to slow them down. The barbarians fought valiantly, but their losses were mounting. For every undead warrior that fell, two more seemed to take its place. The ground was soon littered with the bodies of fallen comrades, their sacrifice a grim reminder of the enemy's overwhelming power. Amid the chaos of battle, an undead warrior let out a defiant scream, only to have its head obliterated by a perfectly placed arrow. A heartbeat later, two more suffered the same fate, their skulls pierced with lethal precision. Vakir's sharp gaze followed the trajectory of the shots, his mind piecing together the source of such flawless marksmanship. Then, his eyes landed on the matriarch. It's her, the night fox Aquila. Even among the relentless swarm of undead, her movements were effortless. Each arrow she loose struck with pinpoint accuracy, instant kills against enemies powerful enough to rival elite warriors. The Death Knights, feared beings of immense strength, fell like leaves in an autumn wind under her assault. Vikir's eyes narrowed as realization dawned. So this was the woman behind the legends. Aquila, the warrior who had once single-handedly defended the deep forest from the Empire's aggression. The stories of her prowess were not exaggerations. They were a testament to sheer skill. Turning to Ayan, Vikir spoke with certainty. With the matriarch here, the tribe will survive. But survival alone wasn't enough. Their true objective still lay ahead. Ayan, we're going after a human, Vikir ordered. The battle here is only a distraction. He's still out there, scheming. Without hesitation, the two warriors vanished into the forest. Meanwhile, a human moved deeper into the wilderness, his laughter ringing through the trees as he fled. His thoughts churned with bitterness. Fools, all of them. The Balak tribe would rue the day they cast him aside. Along the way, he turned to a skeletal minion trailing behind him. Go, he commanded, voice low and urgent. The creature nodded and disappeared into the shadows, carrying out a mysterious task. A human sneered. The tribe might have Aquila, but even she wouldn't be able to stop what he had planned. She's a genius, he admitted under his breath, his tone laced with both admiration and resentment. The strongest leader in our history. But no matter how brilliant she was, no matter how skilled, she wouldn't be able to handle this trap. Vikir and Ayan moved swiftly, tracking a human through the dense forest. At last they found him. In a hidden clearing, a human sat in the center of an elaborate magic circle, chanting in a low, guttural voice. The air around him pulsed with dark energy. Towering stone pillars, worn with age, surrounded the ritual site, their surfaces etched with ominous markings. Vikir's gaze swept across the scene, his mind racing. This wasn't just some improvised spell. This was ancient. Turning to Ayan, he asked, "Do you know what this place is?" Ayan shook her head, her expression tense. "I don't know the specifics," she admitted. "But whatever he's doing, we can't let it continue." Without hesitation, she drew an arrow, aura flickering around its shaft. "I'll kill him here and now." She let the arrow fly. It streaked toward a human, slicing through the air with deadly speed. But just before it struck, "I'm done." A human's triumphant shout sent a chill down Ayan's spine. The ground beneath them shook. Then, from within the earth, a hand shot up. Snap! With impossible speed, it caught Ayan's arrow between its fingers. Ayan's heart nearly stopped. The air around them darkened. A wave of oppressive energy crashed over the clearing, suffocating and vast. A human staggered to his feet, his face alight with glee. "It worked," he whispered, before turning toward Vikir and Ayan with a wide, deranged grin. "You're too late." Vikir's grip on his sword tightened as a human stepped aside, revealing what had risen from the ritual circle. A lone figure stood amidst the swirling dark mana. Tall, imposing, wrapped in an aura of unfathomable power. A human spread his arms in a grand gesture, his voice dripping with triumph. "Behold!" A heavy silence filled the clearing as he spoke the name. The divine archer, Adonai. Ayan's blood ran cold. She knew that name. It wasn't just a legend, it was history. Adonai, the mythical archer of unparalleled skill. The warrior revered by generations. The protector of the deep forest, whose arrows had once rained death upon the enemies of their people. And now, he stood before them, corrupted, undead, summoned by a human to serve as his puppet. Vikir stood frozen, his mind racing as he processed the horrifying reality before him. Adonai, the legendary archer of the Balak. Now nothing more than an undead puppet, twisted by a human sorcery. Before he could react further, Adonai moved. Within human speed, the Death Knight notched an arrow and let it fly. The projectile sliced through the air with terrifying precision, its sheer force warping the very space around it. Too fast. Instinct took over. Vikir whipped Beelzebub into position, meeting the arrow in midair. Steel clashed against enchanted wood, and the impact sent a violent tremor through his entire arm. The deflected arrow veered off course. Then, boom! The moment it struck a nearby tree, the entire trunk exploded. Shrapnel and splintered bark rained down like deadly shrapnel. The very earth beneath them shook, the blast carving a smoldering crater into the battlefield. Vikir staggered, his mind reeling. Aura-infused arrows. And not just any aura. This is something else entirely. Then, a sharp cry of pain. Vikir's head snapped toward the sound. Ayan clutched her thigh, her fingers slick with blood. Her face contorted in agony as she gritted her teeth. "It burns," she gasped, her voice laced with panic. Vikir's eyes narrowed as he inspected the wound. The bleeding wasn't normal. The flesh around it was corroding. Poison. Then it clicked. He had heard the stories, legends of Adonai's battle against Madame Eight Legs, a monstrous arachnid feared even among the deep forest warriors. The bow Adonai wielded, It had been crafted from that very creature's remains. And now, its venomous essence still lingered within its arrows. Before Vikir could fully process the revelation, Adonai attacked again. Another barrage rained down. Vikir moved, deflecting each shot with Beelzebub. Every impact sent bone-rattling shockwaves through his arms. The ground beneath them cracked and burned from the force of each explosion. But something was changing. Vikir's movements slowed. His breaths became more labored. His grip on Beelzebub tightened as the blade groaned under the relentless strain. Too strong. Too fast. Ayin, watching him struggle, screamed, "Stop protecting me. Run away and save yourself." Vikir didn't even glance at her. His stance remained firm. There is no retreat. A human's laughter rang through the chaos, dripping with venomous glee. "Fools," he sneered. "Your resistance is meaningless." Adonai finished them. The Death Knight obeyed. With calculated precision, Adonai drew another arrow. This time, the aura around it darkened, twisting into something even deadlier. A single shot, brimming with the power to end everything in its path. Vikir clenched his jaw, his battered body screaming in protest as he prepared for one final deflection. But before the arrow could strike, something changed. A shadow moved. Then snap. In an instant, the deadly projectile stopped. It didn't explode. It didn't shatter. It had been caught by a single hand. A hush fell over the battlefield. Vikir, Ayin, a human, even Adonai, stared in stunned silence. Then from the shadows she emerged, the matriarch Aquila. She stood between them in certain death, her grip firm around Adonai's arrow. Then without a word she crushed it. The aura-infused shaft splintered like fragile glass, crumbling into nothing. Her piercing gaze lifted, locking onto Adonai. With calm authority, her voice carried across the battlefield. "This ends now." The deadly energy around them seemed to recoil, as if even the dark forces at play recognized who she was. A human, watching from his skeletal carriage, felt an unnatural chill crawl up his spine. Then, the matriarch's gaze shifted to him. Her expression remained unreadable, but when she spoke again, her voice was laced with an icy finality that sent pure dread coursing through a human's veins. "Let's have a talk." Ayin, caught between shock and overwhelming relief, called out to his mother. "Matriarch." His voice trembled as he struggled to process her sudden arrival. Aquila, standing tall amidst the battlefield's chaos, responded with calm certainty. "I sense the disturbance," she said, her tone unwavering. This level of aura couldn't be ignored. Her gaze swept across the destruction, the shattered earth, the smoldering craters left by Adonai's arrows, the warriors still locked in battle against the undead. Yes, she had made the right call. A human, still reeling from her presence, took an unsteady step back. His lips parted in disbelief, his once mighty confidence crumbling beneath the weight of her gaze. "Aquila?" He barely managed to choke out her name, his voice raw with fear. Before Aquila could respond, Ayn spoke urgently. "Mother, your hand." That arrow was poisoned. Aquila glanced down at her palm. The flesh around the wound had darkened, the poison visibly spreading. Then, without hesitation, she clenched her fist tightly. A sudden ripple of energy surged through her body, an invisible explosion that made the very air tremble. A split second later, she unfurled her fingers, and the poison dripped away like water, purged completely. Vikir, watching closely, felt a rare flicker of astonishment. She detonated her own aura from within. The technique was incredibly rare. It required such mastery over one's internal energy that even the slightest miscalculation could have left her permanently injured, or worse. Yet, she had done it effortlessly. Vikir remained silent, committing the feat to memory. Aquila turned back to a human, her voice now devoid of warmth. "Answer me." A human, still trembling, desperately clung to his arrogance. You forced me into this," he spat. "You left me no choice." She ignored his pathetic justifications. Instead, her gaze shifted toward the undead figure standing silently behind him. "Is this truly the divine archer, Sir Adonai?" Her voice was steady, unreadable. A human hesitated. Then, regaining a sliver of his composure, smirked. "Of course." He spread his arms grandly. "He is the legendary Adonai. Even you," he sneered, "wouldn't dare to fight him." Aquila's lips curved into a faint, knowing smile. She turned to Vikir and Ayin, her expression softening slightly. "You've done well," she praised. "Now stand back." Then, she faced Adonai fully, her sharp eyes locking onto his undead form. Despite the dark mana twisting through his body, despite the corruption that had claimed him, she spoke with genuine respect. "It is an honor to meet you. Even like this." A pause. Then, she drew her bow, her aura surging. "Let us settle this with a duel." to see who is the superior warrior. The forest fell eerily silent. The undead warriors, the surviving tribesmen, even the very wind seemed to halt, as if bearing witness to the moment. On one side, Aquila, the night fox, standing with unwavering confidence, her presence alone exuding authority and strength. On the other, Adonai, the divine archer, his very existence now corrupted by undeath, yet still possessing the terrifying skill that had once made him a legend. Then, without hesitation, Aquila moved first. She fired 5 aura-infused arrows in rapid succession, each one streaking toward Adonai at a speed that would be impossible for an ordinary warrior to track. But Adonai dodged every single one. His movements were inhuman, effortless. His footwork barely disturbed the ground as he slipped through the barrage like a phantom. Then, without a second's delay, he retaliated. Adonai knocked a single arrow, dark mana coiling around it like writhing serpents. With a flick of his wrist, he let it loose. Aquila twisted her body midair, avoiding the projectile by mere inches. The arrow streaked past her, embedding itself into the ground. Boom! A deafening explosion erupted, leaving a deep crater where she had stood just moments before. The duel had truly begun. From a safe distance, Vakir lifted Ayan onto his back, preparing to carry him to safety. His instinct screamed that staying here was a death sentence. 2 master-grade aura users battling at full power. This was a spectacle rarely seen even in the legendary times of the fall. Yet, even as he carried Ayan away, Vakir's unease grew. The air itself felt wrong. Something was still lurking in the shadows. Something far worse than even the corrupted Adonai. And Vakir couldn't shake the feeling that this battle was only the beginning. From his concealed vantage point, a human watched the battle unfold, his twisted delight evident in his expression. His eyes tracked Aquila's movements with begrudging admiration. She truly is the night fox, he muttered, his voice laced with reluctant respect. But then his grin widened, the malice returning. Still, he sneered, she will fall. Because he is already dead. His laughter grew louder, unrestrained, reveling in the cruel truth of the battle. Adonai is no longer bound by mortal limits, he continued. As an undead, he can infinitely channel hell's dimensional aura. His tone dripped with glee. It doesn't matter how skilled she is, his arrows will never run out. His strength will never wane. And in the end, she will be the one who collapses first. On the battlefield, the duel raged on. Despite her mastery, Aquila was beginning to sustain injuries. Small gashes marred her arms and legs, her breathing growing heavier with each exchange. This isn't sustainable. Her mind worked rapidly, analyzing every movement, every attack. Adonai's precision was absolute. His arrows never missed their mark, his reaction time was flawless, and his mobility was almost inhuman. Every attempt to counterattack was met with a relentless onslaught, forcing her to constantly reposition. She knew it now. In a ranged fight, she would lose. If she wanted to end this, she needed to get close. Their arrows clashed in midair, triggering a massive explosion that sent a dense cloud of dust billowing across the battlefield. This is it. Aquila vanished into the obscurity of the dust. Then, in an instant, she struck. She emerged from the haze, launching a devastating kick aimed directly at Adonai's neck. But even without sight, Adonai's reflexes were near perfect. With inhuman precision, he twisted his body, narrowly evading the strike. Then, without hesitation, he summoned a weapon. A dark, ominous sword materialized in his grip, its blade radiating an unnatural aura. With a single, effortless swing, he cleaved through the surrounding trees. The sheer force of the attack sent massive trunks crashing to the ground, uprooted like mere twigs. Aquila barely dodged in time, her agility saving her from being bisected. But she saw an opening. Without breaking stride, she hurled her dagger, the blade whistling through the air before embedding itself in Adonai's hand. The Death Knight's grip faltered. The dark sword tumbled from his grasp, clattering to the ground. Now, capitalizing on his momentary imbalance, Aquila delivered a brutal kick to his knee. The joint buckled under the impact, his stance shifting. Then, without hesitation, she fired an aura-infused arrow at point-blank range. The projectile streaked through the air. Boom! The explosion ripped through the battlefield, a shockwave flattening trees and sending debris flying. When the dust settled, the gruesome aftermath was revealed. Adonai's upper right half had been completely obliterated. His bow arm was gone. A massive portion of his chest had been torn away, leaving a hollowed-out cavity where flesh and bone had once been. Aquila, steady despite her exhaustion, addressed him with respect. Great ancestor. Her voice was solemn. Is it your undead state that makes you hesitate? Or is it your will, buried somewhere deep inside you, that refuses to strike down your descendant? She exhaled. Regardless, I will free you from this corruption. Then, she knocked another arrow. One final shot, aimed directly at his face. She released it. The arrow sped toward its target, cutting through the air with lethal precision. But just before it could strike, a dark aura-infused arm materialized out of nowhere, catching the arrow in mid-flight. A low, guttural scream erupted from Adonai as the corrupted energy surged through his body. The dark energy began to reconstruct his missing half. His lost limbs regrew, the torn flesh stitched back together by necromantic power. His form, already fearsome, now looked even more monstrous. A human, watching from his hiding place, let out an impressed exhale. Ah, legends truly are different, he muttered. For a brief moment, it seemed as though he respected Adonai's sheer willpower, his ability to resist the necromantic spell. But that admiration quickly turned to frustration. With a scowl, he scoffed, "But what's the point of resisting if you're still my puppet?" His eyes gleamed with malice. Enough of this half-hearted rebellion. Then, with a cruel smirk, he gave the command. "Adonai, unleash your full power. Destroy them all." With blinding speed, Vikir closed the distance that Akila's sharp voice cut through the battlefield, her frustration clear. She knew what was happening, but Adonai, now fully engulfed in dark aura, let out a blood-curdling scream. The transformation had completed. The air around him twisted, pulsating with raw, oppressive energy. His once noble presence had vanished, replaced by something sinister, something unnatural. A human, relishing the chaos, chuckled darkly. "That thing before you," he mocked. "That's no longer Adonai." Then, a new disturbance rippled through the forest. Thunderous booms echoed across the battlefield. The ground trembled as three colossal Irank monsters emerged from the depths of the woods, drawn to the overwhelming energy of the fight. Towering and savage, their massive forms radiated raw destruction, their piercing eyes locked onto the scene before them. But they never got the chance to act. Without hesitation, Adonai moved. In the blink of an eye, 3 arrows left his bow, each infused with immeasurable power. Then, silence. The monsters froze. Their bodies shuddered for a split second. Then, all at once, they collapsed. 3 unstoppable beasts, annihilated before they could even take a step. Akila stood motionless, her breath caught in her throat. She hadn't even seen the arrows. The realization sent a chill through her. I couldn't react, not even slightly. A human's lips curled into a delighted sneer, though even he looked momentarily shaken. I knew he was strong, he muttered, half to himself. But this? Even I didn't expect him to eliminate them so easily. Then, regaining his composure, he turned back to Akila, malice dripping from his tone. "Well then," he grinned, "why don't we see what he can do against you?" He raised his hand. "Adonai, finish her." Without hesitation, the Death Knight obeyed. A barrage of arrows streaked toward Akila, each one carrying the venomous essence of Madame Eight Legs. The sheer speed and precision of the attack made them impossible to fully dodge. Akila moved, her reflexes still extraordinary. She twisted, ducked, and weaved between the incoming projectiles, her footwork flawless. But something was wrong. A creeping numbness spread through her limbs. Her movements became ever so slightly slower, the poison from the earlier wounds taking hold. She needed to end this quickly. Making a snap decision, Akila spun and fired 2 arrows in rapid succession. The first arrow veered off course, seemingly missing its mark. The second arrow, however, shot straight for Adonai's face. Adonai reacted instantly. With an almost lazily precise motion, he obliterated the second arrow mid-flight, reducing it to useless splinters. Akila's face shifted, her eyes widening in what looked like shock. A human laughed, his voice filled with mockery. "That was pathetic," he sneered. "Even you misfire sometimes." Then his words died in his throat. Something was wrong. The first arrow, the one that had missed, suddenly reversed course. It curved midair, spinning at an unnatural angle before piercing straight through Adonai's throat from behind. A human's triumphant grin vanished, his expression twisting in disbelief. Akila, now smirking, exhaled steadily. That was no mistake. Her voice carried through the battlefield as she addressed Adonai with measured respect. "It may look like the first arrow missed," she explained, "but the second one hitting the target is just the setup." She raised her bow slightly. When an opponent blocks the second arrow, the first one, having reached maximum rotation midair, reverses and strikes from behind. Her gaze held firm. "It's a technique I developed after studying your legendary duel against the Imperial Knight." Silence hung in the air. A human, still recovering from the shock, scoffed, but there was a flicker of unease in his eyes. Then, Adonai moved. With an eerie calm, the Death Knight reached up and pulled the arrow from his throat. His hand lowered. The wound was already gone. Akila's confidence flickered. The attack had done nothing. A human, now regaining his composure, erupted into laughter. "You fool," he howled. His eyes gleamed with malice as he looked down at her. "It doesn't matter how strong-willed you are, Aquila." His voice was filled with cruel amusement. "You've never fought a corpse before." His grin widened. "Sir Adonai is already dead. Nothing as trivial as an arrow to the throat can defeat him." Some distance away, Ian watched with growing anxiety as explosions echoed through the forest. Each tremor that shook the ominous landscape only deepened her concern for her mother. She wanted to rush to Aquila's aid, every instinct screaming at her to act, but she held herself back. She remembered Vikir's firm instructions: stay hidden. She clenched her fists, trusting that he would handle the situation, that he would be the one to stop a human's necromantic madness. Meanwhile, Vikir sprinted through the dense underbrush, his mind rapidly piecing together a human strategy. He's terrified of Aquila. It was obvious. A human had never planned to fight her directly. He was hiding behind Adonai, using the undead archer as a shield against her. And now, Vikir had found him. There, crouched behind a tree, was a human, his beady eyes darting nervously toward the battlefield. Coward. Vikir didn't hesitate. He charged forward, aiming to end this with a single decisive strike. But just as he closed the distance, boom! A death knight materialized before him, its massive leg already in motion. The devastating kick shattered the ground, sending debris flying like shrapnel. Vikir twisted his body, narrowly evading the blow, and retreated a few steps to assess the new threat. The commotion drew a human's attention. The shaman's face twisted in recognition before splitting into a triumphant sneer. "Vikir," he bellowed, his voice filled with venom. Cursing under his breath, a human glared at the young warrior before regaining his smirk. "I knew you'd interfere." He gestured dramatically toward the death knights surrounding him. "That's why I prepared these." A human sneer widened as he gestured toward his undead guards. These warriors were so powerful in life that they were buried in the warrior's grave. "You'll find them more than a match." On cue, the death knights surged forward, their movements terrifyingly swift and coordinated. Meanwhile, on the battlefield, Adonai's next arrow found its mark. The projectile struck Aquila's waist with unerring precision. She collapsed to her knees, a cry of pain escaping her lips. Her aura flickered, dimming as the venom of Madame Eight Legs spread through her body like wildfire. A human, watching from afar, rejoiced. He threw back his head in laughter, basking in the moment he had long dreamed of. "Look at you now, Aquila," he shouted, his voice dripping with mockery. His eyes gleamed with unhinged satisfaction. "This is my reward," he proclaimed, "for all the years of suffering, for all the scorn, for every arrogant fool who ever looked down on me." His grin turned vicious. "I'll kill every clan member who ever mocked me." But just as he reveled in his imagined triumph, the air shifted. A killing intent unlike anything before materialized behind him. A human's breath caught in his throat. Then, slash! In an instant, Vikir unleashed the Baskerville clan's sixth technique. His blade moved with deadly precision, a blur of speed and finality. The Death Knights, warriors once powerful enough to be honored in sacred burial, were erased in moments. Their undead bodies dissipated into nothingness, utterly annihilated. A human turned, his sneer vanishing as he saw the carnage. Vikir stood amidst the fading remains of the fallen Death Knights, his expression unreadable. Then he spoke. "Your plan has one flaw, a human." His voice was calm, certain. "The people of the forest aren't just obstacles." His cold, piercing gaze locked onto a human's trembling form. "They're my support system." A human's mouth fell open. His mind reeled, struggling to process what he had just witnessed. The Death Knights, warriors beyond the strength of high-ranking graduates, had been erased in mere seconds. His lips parted, his voice barely above a whisper. "Is this child stronger than a high-ranked graduate?" For the first time, a human felt fear. Not annoyance, not frustration. Genuine, suffocating fear. Then, Vikir's voice cut through the silence. "Have you truly perceived every desire?" The words sent a chill down a human's spine. They weren't a question. They were a judgment. The sheer weight of them made a human's knees buckle. He can't be human. Desperation surged through him. He needed to escape. Wild-eyed, he turned toward Adonai and screamed, "Kill him, now!" The undead archer obeyed. Adonai drew his bow. A murderous aura enveloped the arrow, its power radiating pure destruction. But before the shot could be loosed, boom! Aquila struck. Appearing behind Adonai, she delivered a devastating kick to the Death Knight's back. The force disrupted his aim, sending the arrow streaking just inches past Vikir's head. The shot missed. A human's heart plummeted. Panic consumed him. His mind screamed for a way out, a way to survive. He turned back to Adonai, shrieking once more. "Obey me. Finish them." But this time, his words never finished. Slash! The sound was silent, almost too fast to register. A human staggered. His eyes flickered downward, confusion dawning on his face. His hands, they were gone, severed at the wrists. Then, slash! A second strike. His head left his shoulders. His expression, frozen in death, was one of pure disbelief. He hadn't even processed what had happened. A lifetime of scheming, of malice, of ambition. All of it had ended in a single, merciless instant. The Balak tribe faced an uphill battle against the relentless Death Knights, their resolve waning under the overwhelming power of the undead. Amid the chaos, a young girl's bow was shattered by a Death Knight, which then prepared to use it against her. But before it could act, its body disintegrated into ashes, triggering a cascade across the battlefield. The entire legion of Death Knights dissolved into smoldering remains, their menace extinguished. Standing amidst the carnage, Aquila loomed over Adonai's fading form. Her breaths were heavy, her expression solemn. As Adonai crumbled to nothing, she placed a hand on his vanishing shoulder and whispered, "Rest in peace," her words soft but resonating with finality. On the other side of the clearing, a human's bitter laughter echoed, mingling frustration with despair. He cursed his failure to claim the forest, his venomous gaze fixed on Vakir. "You child of the Empire, you've ruined everything," he snarled, his rage unrestrained. Vakir met his tirade with calm indifference, though his thoughts briefly wandered. For all of a human's dark ambition, his mastery over necromancy was unparalleled. Commanding Death Knights and subjugating Adonai had required immense power. Vakir pondered what a human might have achieved had he chosen the path of a true shaman instead of succumbing to corruption. The moment passed as a human, defiant to the end, bellowed a final threat. "This isn't the end. You'll regret driving me out." Yet his declaration was cut short by an arrow that struck his forehead, ending his twisted saga. Vakir turned to see Ahun, bow in hand, his breathing labored. Ahun approached, guilt etched into his features. "If only I had listened earlier," he confessed, his voice heavy with regret. Vakir placed a firm hand on Ahun's shoulder, his tone steady. "It wasn't your fault. You did well." With a human defeated, relief rippled through the group. Zir suggested they return to the village, and the survivors set off, eager to leave the horrors behind. But their relief turned to dismay when they arrived to find the village reduced to ruins. Where life once thrived, only wreckage remained, strewn like forgotten remnants of a shattered past. A stunned silence enveloped the group until Ayan's trembling voice broke it. "What happened here?" she asked, disbelief and dread lacing her words. The matriarch, her face ashen, explained that those who hadn't joined the Iliad had stayed in the village. Ahul stepped forward, her voice quivering as she revealed the culprit, Madame Eight Legs. Ayan froze. "Madam? She came here?" The revelation hit like a thunderclap. Desperately, she rushed to check on her sister, hoping against hope for her safety. Meanwhile, Vakir, standing apart, puzzled over the monster's sudden aggression. Madame Eight Legs had remained dormant until now. Why had she unleashed such destruction during their battle with a human? Ahul pointed toward the ceremonial tent of their grandfather, recounting how smoke had risen from it moments before the rampage. Vakir followed her gaze, investigating the site. Among the charred remains, he identified a burned plant used to attract insects, an intentional act by a human to summon Madame Eight Legs. Even in death, a human's malice had left its mark. Back in the devastated village, the matriarch slammed her fist against a boulder, the impact echoing her fury. Her voice shook with rage as she cursed a human's treachery, her frustration boiling over. A subordinate rushed to her side, concerned as her injury worsened, but she waved them off, refusing to show weakness. Gritting her teeth, she steadied herself and declared, "We can rebuild. We can hunt again." Her focus then shifted to the survivors, ordering the uninjured warriors to tend to the fallen and search for those still clinging to life. Not far away, Ayan knelt beside her wounded wolf, Bakira. The loyal beast trembled, its leg rendered useless by Madame's venom. Tears streamed down Ayan's face as she held Bakira close, whispering apologies for leaving him to face such danger alone. Madame Eight Legs was no ordinary monster. To the tribes, she wasn't just a beast, but a force of nature, an unstoppable calamity that inspired pure terror. Revenge wasn't an option. Survival was the only goal. Yet, while despair settled over the village, Vakir's sharp mind was already working through a plan. Later that night, beneath the cover of darkness, Vakir entered matriarch Aquila's tent. She turned to face him, her expression wary yet composed. "What brings you here, Vakir?" she asked. Unfazed, Vakir met her gaze. "I need to know more about Madame Eight Legs." Aquila's eyes narrowed. "And why this sudden interest?" Without a word, Vakir produced a worn document and laid it before her. "I found this in the Loco tribe's village," he he explained. It's a record detailing Madame Eight Legs. Her venom, witness reports from battles against other monsters, even the location of her lair. Akila's brow furrowed as she scanned the document. Vikir continued, his tone unwavering. But even after reading it, I still don't understand. Why do the forest tribes fear her so deeply? Why hasn't anyone united to take her down? The matriarch exhaled, her voice tinged with the weight of generations. She began recounting the ancient lore of the Balak tribe. Long ago, the great archer Adonai fought Madame Eight Legs. He was the first to pierce one of her legs with an arrow, a feat no one else had achieved. Her voice darkened, but instead of victory, his attack triggered something far worse. She described how the severed limb didn't just regenerate, it multiplied. The more they destroyed her legs, the stronger she became, she revealed grimly. Her body became impenetrable, even to Adonai's legendary arrows. And every warrior who stood against her eventually fell to her venom. Akila gestured toward her own side, where an old wound still pulsed with lingering poison. Her venom infects everything it touches. Even the smallest wound becomes a death sentence if left untreated. Her voice carried both sorrow and warning as she concluded. Madame Eight Legs isn't just a monster. She's a nightmare woven into the very fabric of this forest. She is the evil force born from the deaths of those who tried to destroy her. Vikir, I warn you, do not pursue this path. I cannot bear to lose any more of my people. Vikir fell silent, weighing her words. Even with warriors like Akila and Adonai, the odds of defeating Madame Eight Legs were unimaginably low. Her regenerative abilities, invulnerable body, and lethal venom made her a near unstoppable force. And yet, despite the matriarch's warnings, Vikir couldn't shake the thought that a path forward, however perilous, still existed. He had survived the fall, a time when monstrous demons ravaged the human world. He had faced horrors that defied logic and lived to tell the tale. No matter how terrifying Madame Eight Legs seemed, she was still a monster. And all monsters, no matter how powerful, had patterns, instincts, and weaknesses. If he could uncover hers, he was certain he could kill her. Deep in the heart of the forest, a seemingly dormant mountain suddenly trembled as a flurry of grotesque legs burst from its peak. Madame Eight Legs emerged, her ear-piercing scream slicing through the silence, sending shivers across the land. Concealed nearby, Vikir remained perfectly still, observing her every move. The deafening sound that accompanied her awakening confirmed something he had already suspected. She followed a pattern. After days of staking out her lair, Vikir had identified a crucial detail. Madame left her den at specific intervals to hunt, always returning within 2 hours. With this knowledge, he waited patiently for her departure before making his move. Ascending the summit, he peered into the cavernous depths of her lair. At first glance, it appeared to be an ordinary, rugged mountain, but a closer look revealed the truth. It was hollow. The interior was an intricate labyrinth of webbing, its strands gleaming faintly in the dim light like threads of spun steel. Using Beelzebub, he sliced through a rock entangled in the webbing and examined the cross-section. The texture was rough and fibrous, unnervingly durable. Even an advanced mana user would struggle to cut through it. Recognizing its potential, he pocketed a sample, planning to use it for his descent. Moving deeper into the lair, Vikir took careful note of the structure. The entrance was just large enough for Madame to squeeze through, but the space widened the further he went, perfectly suited to accommodate her immense size. Then he stumbled upon a chilling sight. Figures trapped within the webbing. The grotesque collection included both humans and monsters, their lifeless bodies suspended like grotesque trophies. Some remained eerily intact, their expressions frozen in terror, while others had decayed beyond recognition. Whether they were meant as warnings, food storage, or simply a grim display of power, Vikir couldn't say. He pushed aside his unease and focused on the mission. As he ventured further, his eyes locked onto something even more disturbing, a clutch of eggs embedded in the walls. He carefully plucked one and examined its translucent shell. There was no doubt, these were Madame's eggs, the very same kind that had spawned the spider demons responsible for the world's collapse. Securing it for further analysis, he ensured not a single crack formed on its fragile surface. Then suddenly he froze. A familiar, dreadful sound echoed through the cavern. Madame had returned. Her colossal form loomed at the entrance, massive legs clinging to the walls as her many eyes scanned the lair. Vikir flattened himself against layers of webbing, barely daring to breathe. Her movements were slow, deliberate, searching. Had she sensed him? Was it instinct? For what felt like an eternity, she lingered. Then, just as suddenly as she arrived, she skittered away, vanishing into the darkness. Vikir exhaled silently. His Mashu skill, which muffled sound, had likely saved his life. Without it, things could have ended in disaster. He had gathered enough information. It was time to leave before her routine changed. Back in the Balak village, the rhythmic sounds of construction filled the air as the tribe worked tirelessly to rebuild their homes. Amid the activity, a curious voice rang out. "Any news about Vikir?" A villager shrugged. "Last I heard, he's been holed up in that lodging he built. Hasn't stepped out in days." Another added, "Actually, I saw him heading toward another tribe at dawn. Wonder what he's up to." The question lingered, but those who knew Vikir understood one thing. He always had a plan. A peculiar observation spread among the villagers. A faint scent of burning emanated from Vikir's lodging. Some grew curious, whispering about what he could be working on, while others dismissed their concerns, trusting in his meticulous nature. But there was a more pressing matter at hand. Vikir had yet to meet with Commander Ian. Standing outside his tent, Ian called out, her voice carrying a mix of concern and determination. She mentioned that her mother had told her about his inquiries regarding Madame Eightlegs. With teary eyes, she pleaded with him not to attempt the impossible. No warrior had ever survived a battle against the monstrous being. Then, she shared heartbreaking news. Bakira, her loyal wolf, had lost a leg. Madame's venom had made amputation the only option. Her voice trembled as she admitted, "He might never run like before. If something happens to you too, I don't think I could bear it." Before she could finish, Vikir's voice rang out from inside. "Come in." Hesitant but curious, Ian stepped into the tent and froze. The walls were covered in pinned documents, maps, and diagrams. Samples of spider web, shed skin, and even an egg were arranged meticulously on a table. "These are records," Vikir explained, "collected from different tribes across the forest. They document Madame Eightlegs, her habits, her weaknesses, everything I could learn from my time inside her lair." Ian's breath caught. "You went inside her cave?" Alarm surged through her voice. "Are you planning to fight her? If so, I'll come with you." Vikir shook his head and pointed at the lingering wound on her side. "You're still recovering," he said matter-of-factly. "You'd only slow me down." Then, with the same level tone, he revealed something unexpected. "I'm leaving the forest soon. I need to return to Baskerville." Ian's face fell, not in shock, but in quiet resignation. "I already knew." Her voice was barely above a whisper. But before the sorrow could settle, Vikir's next words carried a quiet reassurance. "I'll come back when I'm done. This place is somewhere I want to protect. Somewhere worth returning to." His gaze returned to the board, his voice filled with conviction. "My plan to hunt Madame Eightlegs is complete. I won't let what happened to Bakira be in vain." Ian inhaled sharply. Hunt. He had called it a hunt. Not a battle, not a suicide mission, but a hunt. She thought back to all the impossible odds Bakira had faced. The poison outbreak. A human. Adonai. No matter the challenge, he had always returned with a solution. With a small, hopeful smile, she reached for his hand. "If you're calling it a hunt, then I can't help but expect great things. Is it okay for me to look forward to the outcome?" Vikir's response was soft but unwavering. "It's more than okay. You should." As night fell, heavy rain poured over the forest, drumming against the earth. Amid the downpour, Vikir stood face to face with a giant salamander. The creature lunged, jaws snapping, but Vikir didn't flinch. With a single, precise swing of Beelzebub, he sliced through its arm effortlessly. The salamander howled, its severed limb falling to the soaked ground, only for a new one to regenerate in moments. Vikir's cold gaze didn't waver. This was exactly what he needed to confirm. If the creature's head remained intact, its regeneration would continue indefinitely. He tightened his grip on his weapon. "This is the last thing I need to confront, madam." Fixing his unyielding stare on the beast, Vikir stepped forward and declared, "Give me your regeneration." Back in the village, Ahun wiped the sweat from his brow, admiring the sturdy house he had just finished building. One of his friends, clearly impressed, let out a whistle. "Since when were you good at building houses?" Another pointed at the structure and asked, "Is this for Vikir?" Ahun grinned with pride. "Of course. Vikir's like a brother to me. Building this house is just part of my brotherly duty." His heartfelt declaration earned laughter from his friends, who couldn't resist teasing him. "Brotherly duty? Weren't you the one who couldn't stand him at first?" Ahun brushed off their jabs, crossing his arms. "That was before. Look around. The village is back to how it was, all thanks to him." Feeling eager to share the news, the group made their way toward Vikir's tent, only to find it empty. One friend shrugged. "Maybe he's out." Ahun frowned slightly. "I really wanted to see his reaction." Another friend chuckled, more skeptical. "Do you really think Vikir is capable of looking touched?" From a distance, Ayn watched the scene unfold, a bittersweet smile on her lips. Unlike the others, she knew exactly where Vikir had gone. The day everyone had been dreading had finally arrived. Lowering her head, she knelt in quiet prayer to the spirit of the forest, seeking blessings for the warrior who had set out to face disaster itself. Far from the warmth of the village, Vakir stood at the edge of Madame Eight-Legs' lair, his gaze locked onto the dark clouds swirling above. Rain loomed on the horizon, but he hardly noticed. His mind was razor-sharp, his focus unshaken. He had accounted for every variable, every contingency, and now the hunt was about to begin. Without hesitation, Vakir leapt into the cavern. His voice rang out, firm and resolute. The hunt begins. Inside, Madame Eight-Legs lay in deep slumber, her grotesque form curled in eerie stillness. The air was thick with the scent of venom, and the faint hum of her breathing reverberated through the lair. She had no idea her doom had arrived. Moving with precision, Vakir activated the Baskerville clan's sixth technique. In one swift, decisive strike, he severed one of her legs. A deafening, inhuman scream tore through the cavern. Madame Eight-Legs lurched awake, her body writhing in agony. But just as the ancient records described, her severed limb regenerated instantly, splitting into two new legs. Vakir's eyes narrowed. Confirmed. Madame shrieked and lashed out, her freshly grown legs thrashing in a violent frenzy. The force of her movements sent tremors through the lair, but Vakir was already in motion. Plan 1. Execute. Like a phantom, he weaved through the chaos, striking again and again. Each precise slash cut through another limb, each attack triggering another agonized wail. Madame retaliated, spewing venom in every direction, her movements growing erratic. Vakir dodged effortlessly at first, until a single drop of venom grazed his arm. Searing pain tore through his body. A sharp exhale escaped his lips as the poison spread with terrifying speed. Even with his training, the burning sensation threatened to overwhelm him. He clenched his jaw. One hit was already too much. He couldn't afford another. Ignoring the pain, Vakir adjusted his stance. This was only the beginning, and he was ready. Vakir, feeling the venom ravage his bloodstream, made a split-second decision. Without hesitation, he severed his own poisoned arm. Madame Eight-Legs recoiled, her countless eyes widening in genuine shock. But before she could process what had happened, his arm regenerated before her very eyes. Standing tall, unshaken, Vakir met her gaze and smirked. "Don't look so surprised. I'm in the same position as you now." Then, he charged. The battle that followed was nothing short of relentless. Vakir focused on severing Madame's legs one by one, moving like a blur to evade her attacks. But no matter how fast he was, even he couldn't dodge everything. One of Madame's massive limbs smashed into him with devastating force, completely obliterating his arm and leg. But even as he fell, he adapted. Rolling onto one of her massive limbs, he used the momentum to slow his descent, just enough time for his body to regenerate. Then, without missing a beat, he attacked again. The cycle continued, a brutal, endless loop of destruction and regeneration. Madame doubled her legs each time they were severed, while Vakir's limbs reformed over and over. But while she was growing stronger, he was draining himself. Vakir had long since lost count of how many times his body had repaired itself. Each cycle took a greater toll on him. Fatigue crept into his muscles. His breathing grew heavier. But then, something changed. As the battle raged on, Madame's severed legs piled up around them. Too many legs. Too much mass. Vakir, panting, suddenly grinned. With newfound determination, he lunged for the webbing above, using it to pull himself toward the top of the lair. Madame, sensing something was wrong, tried to follow. But she couldn't. Her own legs, her greatest strength, had become her downfall. She had too many limbs, too much bulk. Instead of climbing smoothly, she became tangled in her own grotesque mass. Vakir looked down at her struggling form, his smirk widening. "You see," he said, voice calm despite the chaos. "This was my plan all along. I never intended to match your power. I wanted you to keep multiplying your legs." Madame hissed in fury, but the truth was undeniable. Vakir continued, his voice cutting through the cavern. "Your ability to regenerate seems godlike, doesn't it? But it's a curse if you keep duplicating the same limb. Now, you can't even move properly." Enraged, Madame Eight-Legs unleashed a web attack, massive strands flying toward him. But Vakir had already anticipated it. Dodging effortlessly, he summoned Beelzebub, revealing what he had known all along. "Your webs resist normal fire," he said, "but they burn like dry wood when exposed to purple hellfire from the underworld." He gestured around the cavern, his eyes gleaming. "In this place?" He pointed to the gas-filled air, thick with the decay of corpses. "It's the perfect fuel for a firestorm." Standing atop the massive corpse of a rotting bear, Vakir drove Beelzebub deep into its skull. With a final chilling grin, he whispered, "You've been drunk on power for too long. You've stacked up too much karma. Now it's time to pay for it." Then he ignited the hellfire. The moment the purple flames erupted, the cavern exploded into a raging inferno. The accumulated gas ignited instantly, triggering a massive chain reaction. Fire surged through the lair, devouring everything in its path. Madame Eight Legs let out a deafening, inhuman scream. Her once impenetrable domain collapsed around her, turning into an unescapable death trap. The firestorm was absolute. Days earlier, Vikir sat at his study table, his mind working through the intricate puzzle of Madame Eight Legs' behavior. One memory stood out, an encounter with a Cerberus that had been driven from its territory. At the time, he had dismissed it as an isolated event. But now, as he pieced everything together, the truth became clear. The tribes hadn't just migrated to the mountain out of necessity. They had been forced there. Madame Eight Legs had been systematically expanding her territory, slowly but deliberately pushing the barbarians and the forest creatures farther away. But why? Then it clicked. She had been running from her greatest weakness, hellfire. By using the creatures of the forest as a buffer, she had cleverly ensured that no one ever got close enough to discover this fatal flaw. Vikir's eyes gleamed. You almost had me fooled, but now, the game was over. Determined, he thrust Beelzebub into the bear's corpse and unleashed the hellfire. The cavern ignited instantly. Flames spread like a living beast, consuming everything in their path. As the inferno engulfed the lair, Madame Eight Legs let out a screech of agony, her monstrous form writhing as the fire began melting through her shell. Watching the chaos unfold, Vikir's voice was calm, almost mocking. Time for her to take her throne back. He exited the cave, his steps unhurried, turning back to watch the explosions rip through the mountain. By exploiting her inability to climb or use her webs, he had trapped Madame inside her own domain. No matter how powerful she was still a living creature. The superheated air would burn her lungs. The hellfire would melt her exoskeleton. All he had to do now was wait. Once the flames died out, he would collect his prize, the unique abilities hidden within her body. Or so he thought. Suddenly, the ground trembled beneath his feet. A violent quake shook the mountain. Then silence. For a moment, everything was still. And then, the entire mountain erupted in a catastrophic explosion. Vikir's eyes widened. From the wreckage, Madame Eight Legs emerged. She had done the unthinkable. She had destroyed the mountain itself to escape her death. Her hiss tore through the air, filled with pure pain and unrelenting fury. Then, she unleashed a torrent of poison, the venom exploding outward in all directions. Everything it touched dissolved instantly. But as Vikir stood beneath her towering form, he noticed something critical. She couldn't see him. The hellfire had burned away her eyes and destroyed the sensory hairs on her body. Madame Eight Legs was blind. And more importantly, the explosion had left a crack in her once impenetrable shell. The hunt wasn't over. Seizing the opportunity, Vikir sprang into action. With sharp precision, he launched himself into the air, his body aligning perfectly with a crack in Madame Eight Legs' shell. As he descended, he gripped Beelzebub tightly and unleashed the Baskerville clan's sixth technique. The impact was devastating. A guttural, pain-filled scream erupted from Madame as the force of the blow sent shockwaves through her colossal frame. Vikir, thrown back by the sheer recoil, landed safely, immediately assessing the damage. The crack had deepened, but it still wasn't enough. A single strike wouldn't finish her. Undeterred, Vikir steeled himself, preparing for another assault. His exhaustion was mounting, but his resolve remained unshaken. Then the unthinkable happened. Before his very eyes, Madame's charred skin peeled away, only to regenerate moments later. Her burned eyes reformed, her wounds vanished. She had restored herself, selectively. Vikir barely had time to process this before one of her massive legs smashed into him, sending him hurtling through the dense forest. Crash! His body slammed into the ground, pain exploding through his limbs. His legs were completely obliterated. Breathing heavily, he tried to regenerate, but something was wrong. His healing was slowing. Fatigue clawed at him, draining what little energy he had left. Every attempt to restore himself felt sluggish, strained. Lying there, he realized his mistake. He had underestimated her. He had assumed her regeneration worked like his own, but it didn't. She wasn't just healing. She was evolving. Madame closed in, her monstrous form looming over him, her many eyes glistening with newfound malice. Vikir panted, his mind racing. He needed a plan fast. Then, suddenly, a voice. Cold, sharp, ruthless. It echoed in his head, cutting through the chaos like a dagger. What are you doing here? The words dripped with contempt. Why waste your time fighting this monster? You should have already left the forest to fulfill your true goal. Then, from the depths of his mind, a figure emerged. His older self, a specter from his past life, radiating a chilling aura. The past Vikir stood over him, his expression unreadable, but his eyes burned with disdain. Your only thoughts, the older Vakir intoned, should be about revenge. A name surfaced. Hugo. His throat slit. His despair. His downfall. That was your purpose. The past self stepped forward, his presence suffocating. You've grown dull, weak, sluggish since entering this forest. His voice was laced with disappointment. Do you even remember the hatred that once consumed you? Or has this place softened you? Each word cut deep. The older Vakir didn't stop. We were never meant to be free. We existed to complete the mission, no matter the cost. He sneered, his tone venomous. That was the only time we ever felt fulfilled. As the older Vakir continued his tirade, his expression twisted. Not just with anger, but with something deeper. Despair. Regret. His voice dropped to a raw, bitter tone. When I was beheaded by Hugo, he admitted, I realized how futile and vain my life had been. My existence as a tool, a weapon, was meaningless. His ghostly form trembled with rage. Yet here you are, messing up the plan, ruining everything. You exist for one reason, to kill Hugo and destroy Baskerville. Nothing else matters. Vakir, still lying on the ground, grappled with these accusations. Was it true? Had he ever truly defied Hugo's will in his past life? His mind searched through the fragments of his old memories. And then he found it. There had been one moment, one fleeting instance, long ago, when he had gazed into the forest and, for the briefest second, entertained the thought of breaking away from his team. But that moment had vanished as quickly as it came. He had remained behind his comrades, following orders like the obedient bloodhound Hugo had trained him to be. I was never free, he realized. I simply followed the path dictated by my chains. Yet now, something stirred deep within him. A spark, a defiance he had never allowed himself to feel before. His jaw tightened. His fingers clenched the dirt beneath him. No more. The words came out quietly at first, but inside, they roared like wildfire. He wouldn't be bound by Hugo's orders. He wouldn't be shackled by the thirst for revenge. He would forge his own path. With newfound clarity, Vakir embraced the regret he had carried since the moment of his execution. He wouldn't waste this second chance repeating his past mistakes. I am not just a hunter chasing prey. I am my own master. A piercing scream shattered his thoughts. Madame Eight Legs, enraged beyond reason, lunged forward, one of her massive legs crashing down toward him. But this time, Vakir was ready. His eyes blazed with determination. His body, battered and exhausted, moved on instinct. Just as her legs struck, he exploded into motion. Dirt flew as he launched himself forward, dodging by mere inches. The ground where he once lay was obliterated, but he wasn't running anymore. As he moved, his mind wrestled with a single truth. The two sides of himself were colliding. The side that craved revenge against Hugo, and the side that longed to protect the home and people he had come to cherish. Both desires burned fiercely inside him, and now they merged into one, a singular, unbreakable conviction, to live life on his own terms, to take control of his fate. As Madame's colossal leg came crashing down again, he steeled himself, ready to fight, ready to win. Then, an arrow streaked through the air. It struck Madame's leg, shattering it on impact. A second arrow followed, then a third. A barrage of arrows rained down, each one striking with unrelenting precision. Madame shrieked in agony. Vakir, startled, turned his gaze toward a distant hill. There, standing side by side, were two familiar figures. Ian, the matriarch, both armed with bows, their expressions fierce. From the hill, Ian's voice rang out. I won't let that thing take my chosen husband candidate. Vakir nearly choked, but before he could react, Ian raised her bow high, her words igniting the warriors behind her. The Balak warriors, armed and ready, surged forward. Their weapons gleamed under the stormy sky, their battle cries echoing through the forest. The fight wasn't his alone anymore. They had come to fight for him, for their hero of the forest. Arrows rained down relentlessly, piercing Madame Eight Legs' body as her frustrated hisses filled the air. Meanwhile, Vakir's legs regenerated, restoring his full mobility. Reinvigorated, he moved with unwavering determination. He climbed onto Madame's massive back, his focus locked onto the crack in her shell, the key to her downfall. Though Ian's reckless interference irritated him, he couldn't deny the truth. She had saved him. Under his breath, he muttered, "You saved me." Then he pressed forward. Reaching the weakened spot, he gripped Beelzebub tightly and drove it in with all his strength. A thunderous explosion erupted on impact, sending tremors through the battlefield. But when the dust settled, Vakir's eyes narrowed. Her armor was far stronger than expected. One strike wouldn't be enough. Still, he refused to despair. With his resolve burning brighter than ever, he prepared for another assault. But then, Madame went berserk. A frenzied rampage overtook her as she stamped the ground with destructive force. Boom, boom, boom. Each step triggered massive explosions, sending shockwaves that tore through the land. The Balak warriors retreated, shouting warnings. But Ayan's voice rang out over the chaos. She's cornered, she realized. This is it. Keep fighting. Her cry rekindled the warriors' determination. From atop the hill, the matriarch watched, her breath labored. To her, Madame Eight Legs had always been an unstoppable disaster. A force of nature, something to fear, something that could never be beaten. Yet, before her eyes, Vikir was proving otherwise. Fear could be overcome. Disaster could be defied. The realization ignited something deep within her. Ignoring the pain of her injuries, she tapped into her inner strength. Her aura flared. Her muscular frame shone with raw power as she pulled back her bowstring. Then, with a razor-sharp focus, she unleashed an arrow infused with her full strength. Whoosh! The projectile ripped through the air at unimaginable speed and struck Madame Eight Legs with a devastating impact. Boom! A shrieking scream tore from Madame's throat as she staggered, momentarily stunned. Vikir's eyes locked onto the opening. This was his chance. With blinding speed, Vikir closed the distance. Reaching the fractured shell, he gathered all his power and unleashed the Baskerville First technique. Deeply piercing Fong. Kaboom! The crack erupted into a gaping hole. Ungasped, Vikir had done the unthinkable. He had entered Madame's body. But this was only the beginning of his onslaught. Inside, Vikir wasted no time. His movements were precise, ruthless, relentless. He unleashed the second technique, biting Fong. Then the third technique, slicing Fong. Then the fourth technique, tearing Fong. Then the fifth technique, shredding Fong. Each strike sent shockwaves through Madame's body. Her agonized screams echoed across the battlefield. Blood gushed from her mouth, proof of the devastation inside. But Vikir did not stop. His fury, his resolve, his very existence, all converged into a single purpose. With every strike, he shattered the chains that had bound him for so long. He was not Hugo's bloodhound. He was not a tool for revenge. He was his own master. Then, with one final, decisive blow, he executed the Baskerville Six technique, crushing Fong. The attack landed. The chains shattered. And Madame Eight Legs' reign of terror came to an end. Madame Eight Legs let out one final, guttural scream, her massive body convulsing violently under the relentless onslaught of Vikir's attacks. Her monstrous eyes bulged unnaturally, and in a gruesome, surreal moment, Vikir burst forth from one of them, emerging from within her body. A heavy silence blanketed the battlefield. The Balak warriors stood frozen, their expressions a mixture of horror and awe. Ayan gasped, eyes wide with shock. She couldn't comprehend what she was seeing. Vikir, drenched in blood, emerging from Madame's eye like a demon clawing its way out of hell. Then, Madame's massive form collapsed. Her enormous body crashed to the ground, sending up a cloud of dust that swallowed the battlefield whole. Near her lifeless corpse, Vikir lay motionless, his chest rising and falling in shallow breaths. Pain racked his exhausted form. A burning sensation coursed through his veins. Poison. Madame's blood. His final assault had drenched him in it. He needed to purge the venom. Fast. But before he could move, darkness overtook him. His vision faded. And then, something stirred deep within him. His hand, as if acting on its own, rose into the air. Beelzebub manifested in his grip, hungry. The cursed blade pierced Madame's corpse, beginning its grotesque feast. In an instant, Madame's soul was pulled into a strange, otherworldly dimension. Confused, she thrashed violently, sensing danger. Then, three monstrous entities appeared before her, Beelzebub's previous victims. Among them, Cerberus, its three heads snapping hungrily. With feral brutality, the beast lunged, its fangs tearing into Madame's legs. Under Beelzebub's control, the entities descended upon her, ripping her apart. Her screams echoed in the void, until she was completely devoured. Back on the battlefield, Ayan's voice cut through the silence. Vikir! She rushed toward him, but others held her back. Stay away, they warned. The poison. But Ayan didn't care. Tears streamed down her face as she broke free, falling to her knees beside him. She gripped his shoulders, shaking him gently. Hold on, Vikir. Don't you dare die on me. For a moment, there was no response. Then, a small, weak whisper. Can you keep it down? Ayan froze. Then, in stunned disbelief, she watched as his eyes slowly fluttered open. His first reaction? Mild annoyance. You're too loud. I'm trying to rest. Ayan let out a shaky laugh. Half sob, half relief. Then she hit him. Idiot, she muttered, her voice cracking. Do you have any idea how much you worried me? As the battle came to an end, Beelzebub let out a sinister, satisfied slurp. The blade had grown even deadlier. Now, it carried 3 formidable abilities. The deadly venom of Madame Eight Legs, the silent healing of Masasu, the regeneration of the swamp salamander, each ability woven into its cursed steel, making it an even more terrifying weapon. Days later, the Balak warriors lay scattered across the village, drunk from endless celebrations. For days, they had feasted, drank, and laughed, reveling in their hard-earned victory. At the center of it all, the matriarch and a visiting tribal chief sat atop Madame's massive, severed head, raising their cups in a celebratory toast. Vikir, watching from a distance, couldn't help but marvel. These people really knew how to party. How many days had passed since the festival began? He wasn't sure anymore. As the festivities continued, Vikir made his way toward Bakira. Despite his missing leg, the wolf greeted him with bright eyes and a wagging tail. Bakir knelt beside him, stroking his fur. "You've done well, Bakira." The wolf tilted his head, listening, overpowering another wolf. "Finding your partner despite losing a leg. That's no small feat." Pausing, Bakir met the wolf's gaze. "I've avenged you. Rest easy now. Justice has been served." Bakira let out a low, contented growl, nuzzling into Bakir's hand. A quiet moment, a warrior honoring his fallen comrade. As the celebrations raged on, Bakir found himself lost in thought. The battle had changed him. Somehow, during the fight, he had managed to wield the Baskerville 7 technique, even though he had never properly trained in it. Was it the achievement effect of killing Madame? Or had it been something else? Something deeper? A realization born from the brink of death? He wasn't sure, but what he did know was this. He was no longer the same man who had entered that battlefield. Despite his growth, Vikir remained grounded. Even after wielding the 7th technique, he knew he was still far from Hugo's level. "It's imperfect," he admitted to himself. But as he stood there, amidst the echoes of celebration and quiet triumph, one thing was certain. Vikir was no longer a bloodhound shackled by vengeance and obedience. He was forging his own path, step by step. Facing Hugo, a master swordsman, head-on was no simple feat. But Vikir had changed. He had grown, and with newfound determination, he reached for the garland around his neck. Snap! The chain broke, signaling his readiness to move forward. His time in the village had come to an end. Now it was time to return to Baskerville. A few days later, fully prepared, Vikir stood at the village gates, ready to depart. He turned to the matriarch, expressing his deepest gratitude for her support. She simply smiled and reassured him. No matter where he went, he would always be part of their family. To her, he was and always would be a Balak hunting commander. Vikir nodded at her words, accepting their bond. He glanced at the crowd gathered to see him off. But one face was missing. Ayan. She hadn't come. Perhaps she had chosen not to face his departure. And though it stung, he understood. He accepted it without resentment. The villagers surrounded him, offering words of encouragement. They pledged their support, urging him to aim high and never forget them. Ahan, eyes brimming with emotion, promised he would always be welcome. Ahul, ever practical, simply asked, "Keep in touch, will you?" Their voices followed him as he stepped away from the village, their heartfelt goodbyes carrying him forward. But then he stopped. Someone was waiting for him. Ahead, standing alone in the forest, Ayan. She held something in her hands. As he approached, she looked up. "So, you're really leaving?" Bakir said nothing. Instead, he waited. With a small breath, Ayan stepped forward and placed something in his hands. Bakir looked down, examining the item. It was a bow. Ayan hesitated before explaining. "This is Anubis. It once belonged to Adonai. She had painstakingly adjusted it for him, and that was why she had been absent these past few days." Bakir's fingers brushed over the weapon, recognizing the effort she had put into it. Before he could speak, she surprised him again. She reached up and placed something around his neck. Bakir touched the choker, puzzled. The chain was broken. Ayn met his gaze, her voice softer now. "I made this for you." She explained how, during a past collapse, he had muttered deliriously about bloodhounds. It had stuck with her. But this was not a bloodhound's collar. It was a symbol, a rejection of his past shackles. "You're not a hound," she said firmly. "You're a wolf. Strong, independent, free." The words struck deeper than he expected. For a long moment, Vikir simply stared at her. Then a warm smile broke across his face. He opened his mouth to thank her. But before he could finish, she pulled the choker's chain, and their lips met. The kiss was soft, heavy with unspoken emotion. A goodbye, a promise. When she finally pulled away, tears shimmered in her eyes. Without looking back, she turned toward the village. Her voice trembled slightly as she spoke. "You've changed so much, Vikir. You were weaker than me once. Now, you're stronger than anyone I know." She hesitated. Then, quietly, take care of yourself. And with that, she walked away. Vikir, still smiling softly, exhaled. Then, with a smirk, he called after her, is this really how people in the Empire say goodbye? Ayan paused. Slowly, she turned back. She wiped her tears, her lips curling into a gentle smile. See you next time? After leaving the forest behind, Vikir arrived at a bustling city. From a high vantage point, he gazed out over the familiar silhouette of Red All Castle. Time hadn't touched its imposing appearance. Its towering walls stood as formidable as ever, and the Mord clan's flag fluttered proudly above the city. They were still here, likely overseeing the ruby mining operations, maintaining their long-standing alliance with the Baskerville family. As Vikir took in the view, a name surfaced in his mind. Camus Morgue. Was she still here? Would she still be as sharp-tongued as ever if they crossed paths? With a resigned sigh, he brushed the thought aside. He had more pressing matters to deal with. Leaping down from the city wall, he landed gracefully, his movements effortless. With the late hours setting in, he decided to search for an inn. But then, something caught his eye. A towering golden statue. Intrigued, Vikir approached the massive structure. A monument of this scale, it must have required immense resources. Not just that, approval from both the Morgue and Baskerville families. Would Hugo have signed off on something like this? Or was this the work of the Mord clan alone? As he pondered, a sharp voice cut through the night. Don't get too close. A nearby guard stepped forward, his stance firm. No touching. Admire it from a distance. Vikir raised an eyebrow. Who's the statue of? At his question, the guard's expression shifted to one of pure disbelief. Are you a foreigner? He asked, eyes wide. You don't know? Before Vikir could answer, the guard's tone turned reverent. This statue honors a hero. His voice carried admiration, pride. A warrior who had slain countless barbarians with a single sword. A man of unmatched bravery. He threw himself into danger to save the Mord family's beloved daughter. The guard continued, his passion growing. In doing so, he bought precious time for the Allied forces to escape, facing a massive monster alone. The Mord family, overwhelmed with gratitude, had built this golden monument in his honor. The guard's story built to a crescendo as he finally declared, his name is Vikir van Baskerville. Vikir froze. He kept his expression neutral, but a single bead of sweat slid down his brow. Did I hear that right? His name, etched into legend. But as he replayed the story in his mind, it didn't match his memories. Not entirely. Had time twisted the truth? Or had someone rewritten history? Elsewhere in the city, inside a lively bar, the air buzzed with laughter, clinking glasses, and the hum of conversation. At the center of it all, the three Morgue sisters, High Sis, Mid Sis, and Low Sis, were deep in discussion, reminiscing about a certain man, Sir Vikir. With the help of strong drinks, High Sis leaned in and confessed something bold. I was captivated by him the moment we met. Mid Sis and Low Sis nodded in agreement, each acknowledging the undeniable presence Vikir exuded. Nearby, Morgue soldiers chuckled, entertained by the sisters' shared infatuation with the famed warrior. He's got that untouchable air about him, Low Sis mused, taking another sip. But it makes him impossible to get close to. Mid Sis sighed dramatically. We had such good conversations before those Baskerville women interfered. Then, in a burst of drunken excitement, High Sis raised her cup high. Forget that golden statue. Just thinking about Vikir is more refreshing than any monument. Meanwhile, in the shadows of the city, Vikir sat alone, watching the bustling night unfold. The city had changed, but its energy remained the same. His mind wandered between past and present, the contrast between his memories and the exaggerated tales surrounding him growing more apparent. Had the feats credited to him been his alone? Or had Adolf Morgue, or perhaps others, played a greater role? Still, his battle against Madame Eight Legs had been real. That much he couldn't deny. Listening in on the Morgue sisters' conversation, he found himself gleaning valuable insights between their chatter. But as his thoughts drifted, they inevitably returned to the past. 2 years ago, his abrupt disappearance had sent Hugo Le Baskerville into a rage. The fallout had led to multiple clashes between the Baskerville and Morgue families. Even though the Morgues had offered compensation, it hadn't been enough to quell Hugo's fury. Vikir couldn't blame him. To Baskerville, he had been a valuable bloodhound, and the Morgue's payment likely felt more like an insult than a settlement. Back in the present, the Morgue sisters were still deep in their liquor-fueled banter. High Sis pouted, lamenting Vikir's absence. We would have made the perfect couple, she declared dramatically. Mid Sis scoffed. Excuse me? I had the upper hand. Low Sis, playing peacemaker, offered a ridiculous compromise. Why not just share him? Instead of settling the dispute, the suggestion only made things worse. The argument intensified, and Vikir, having reached his limit, decided. He had heard enough. Quietly, He settled his bill and moved to leave. But before he could slip away, suspicious, Hysis, eyes hazy from alcohol, suddenly pointed in his direction. The room fell silent. Her sisters blinked at her, baffled. Hysis, you're drunk, Mitsis sighed. But Hysis wasn't listening. As Vikir kept walking, she huffed in frustration. How dare you ignore me? Fueled by irritation, she cast a binding spell. Vines erupted from the ground, snaking toward him with startling speed. But Vikir was faster. With lightning reflexes, he dodged the vines with effortless precision. The entire bar watched in stunned silence as he landed gracefully, completely unharmed. But he wasn't alone anymore. Surrounding him were armed individuals, their weapons drawn. Spells crackled in the air, and every eye in the room was fixed directly on him. A morgue mage stepped forward, his posture rigid with authority. State your identity. Remove your hood. Vikir, annoyed but unfazed, considered his options. He could walk away, but that would only cause more trouble. With a quiet sigh, he complied. Slowly, he lowered his hood. The room fell deathly silent. Then, gasps erupted. The morgue sisters' eyes widened, cheeks flushed with shock. They had spent the entire night talking about him. And now, he was right in front of them. A mage, still recovering from his own astonishment, muttered. His expression, it's nothing like the statue. His piercing red eyes, jet black hair, so unlike the golden image immortalized in the city. Then, realization clicked. The sisters breathed his name. Sir? Vikir. The next morning, as Vikir prepared to leave the city, the morgue sisters tracked him down again. Hysis pouted dramatically. You should have stayed in the fortress's VIP suite. We would have treated you like royalty. Vikir, unimpressed, dismissed the idea. A waste of money? Losis grinned. We believe in your survival skills, at least. Hysis teased. So, you came to see me first, right? Mitsis immediately shot her a glare. Excuse me? He obviously came for me. Their bickering escalated, forcing Vikir to tune them out. Then, Hysis casually mentioned, oh, and we sent valuable intel to the Baskervilles, just like you asked. Vikir froze. I only told you to contact them. Hysis waved off his concern. Same thing. His patience frayed. Deciding he'd had enough, he turned to leave. Hysis, sensing his impending departure, offered to escort him. Vikir shut that down immediately. Don't you have actual work to do? A pause. Then, Hysis grinned sheepishly. No. Apparently, the sisters spent most of their time lounging around. Vikir sighed internally. He made a silent vow to report their rampant laziness to Baskerville. Before departing, Vikir asked about Camus Morgue. She had been noticeably absent. Hysis' expression sobered. She's in closed-door training. Vikir tensed. Where? The Hall of Darkness. The words hit him like a blow. Camus had abruptly left Uncle Adolph's Hall of Light, abandoning traditional training. She had isolated herself in the Hall of Darkness, completely immersing herself in magic research. Vikir's jaw tightened. The Hall of Darkness, a place with a grim reputation. Its head snake had a complicated relationship with Camus. Was this another ripple effect from his disappearance? Had his actions changed her path? Before leaving, Vikir gave the sisters a direct order. Tell Camus to leave the Hall of Darkness. I want to see her. The sisters blinked. That's it? After 2 years, that was all he had to say? Given their long history, they had expected more. But Vikir was already walking away. And just like that, he was gone. Across the empire, news spread like wildfire. The reaction was instant. Chihuahua, upon hearing the news, burst into tears of joy. Cindy Wendy, ever composed, couldn't suppress a small smile. Adolphe Morgue remained silent, absorbing the revelation. But at the Baskerville estate, an informant stormed into the Patriarch's chamber, breathless. Urgent report. Vikir Van Baskerville has returned. A fiery gaze snapped up. Hugo. The air crackled with tension. His voice, low and seething, cut through the silence. Prove it. The informant gulped. The Empire was already talking. The legend, the outcast bloodhound, had come home. When Vikir arrived, Chihuahua greeted him with an unusually cheerful smile. She couldn't help but tease him about his decision to use the main door for once, a departure from his usual dramatic window entrances. Vikir brushed off the comment with a sigh and shifted the topic, asking about the noise outside. Chihuahua explained that the news of his return had spread quickly, drawing a crowd eager to welcome him back. The mere thought of facing the excited masses left Vikir visibly drained. Their conversation was interrupted when Pomerian burst into the room, her voice ringing out as she enthusiastically called him daddy. Vikir gently corrected her, reminding her that he was her uncle. Unfazed by the correction, Pomerian proudly displayed a dead mouse, her face beaming with pride over her catch. Amused by her antics, Vikir praised her effort, but took a moment to caution her about the dangers of the Black Death, even if the mouse seemed harmless. Turning back to Chihuahua, Vakir shifted his focus to the state of affairs in Underdog City. Chihuahua commended Cindy Wendy's exceptional management, noting that her leadership had resolved many lingering problems. However, there was one particularly disturbing issue that even Cindy couldn't crack: a troubling string of child disappearances from the slums. Handing Vakir a document, Chihuahua outlined the grim details. The case was unsettling. Children had vanished without a single clue, no ransom notes, no evidence of black market trafficking, and no signs of monster activity. Chihuahua suspected a single mastermind was responsible, but admitted to having no solid proof. As Vakir read the report, his expression darkened. It reminded him of a similar case he'd once been wrongfully implicated in. The resemblance was unnerving, though the incident he recalled wouldn't occur until years after this timeline. Was there a connection? He mulled over the implications until Pomerian's gleeful voice jolted him back to reality. Pointing at the dead mouse she had proudly presented earlier, Pomerian shouted with excitement. To everyone's shock, the mouse was now alive and scurrying around the room as if nothing had happened. Vakir and Chihuahua exchanged astonished glances before turning to Pomerian. Calmly but curiously, Vakir asked her if she had revived the creature. Pomerian admitted she had, her tone brimming with pride. Vakir's curiosity deepened. Speculating aloud, he wondered if her ability was tied to voodoo magic or perhaps mana from another dimension. He probed gently, asking when she had discovered this extraordinary skill. Pomerian, counting on her fingers, nervously explained that it had happened only a few nights ago. She added, with a hint of pride, that she'd picked it up by observing the tribe's people. Vakir's mind raced. This power was no ordinary talent. It was unprecedented. Even in prestigious families like Baskerville and Morgue, children considered prodigies couldn't wield magic until at least the age of 8. Yet here was 5-year-old Pomerian, mastering what seemed to be a form of forbidden black magic. The revelation was both astonishing and deeply concerning. Vakir's thoughts turned grim as he considered the possible fallout if Hugo ever discovered Pomerian's secret. He envisioned Hugo's fury and the harsh punishment her use of black magic and her barbarian lineage would provoke. The thought of Hugo ordering her execution sent a shiver down Vakir's spine. Resolute, he vowed to protect Pomerian and keep her hidden from Hugo, no matter the cost. As if on cue, a pigeon swooped down to the window, dropping off a letter. Chihuahua retrieved it, his usual relaxed demeanor vanishing the moment his eyes scanned the contents. His hands trembled slightly as he stammered. Something bad has happened. Vakir's gaze sharpened. What is it? Speak clearly. Struggling to collect himself, Chihuahua finally blurted out the alarming news. The Baskerville Patriarch was on his way. A heavy silence loomed over the deputy consul's office in Underdog City. Chihuahua and head butler Rodwell stood on opposite sides of the room, while Vakir faced Hugo directly. The tension was suffocating, an unspoken battle of wills hanging in the air. It was Hugo who finally broke the silence, acknowledging Vakir's return. Vakir met his gaze steadily, confirming his presence with an unwavering voice. At the side, Chihuahua exhaled in quiet relief. At least the initial frost had been broken. Before Hugo's arrival, Vakir had taken precautions, ensuring Pomerian was safely hidden in the adjacent room. He had no intention of letting her anywhere near Hugo, knowing the risks. But Hugo wasted no time on pleasantries. His focus was sharp, immediately pressing Vakir for details about his whereabouts during the past 2 years. Without hesitation, Vakir explained that he had spent the time recovering with the barbarians in the forest. Playing the part of an ally, he had studied their way of life and devised a strategy to handle them. Intrigued, Hugo demanded further details. Vakir laid out his plan with calculated precision. The barbarians, despite their rugged independence, had become reliant on the Empire's industrial goods. Basic commodities like glass orbs, woolen textiles, and staple foods such as grains and vegetables were invaluable treasures to them. By controlling the supply of these essentials, the Empire could tighten its grip on them without drawing a blade. Hugo, initially skeptical, scoffed at the notion. That sounds more like trade than suppression. Vakir's expression darkened as he elaborated. The goal wasn't simply to trade. The goal was to erode the barbarians' strength from within. In exchange for these goods, they would be forced to undertake monster subjugations, throwing themselves into constant battle. The endless cycle of fighting would weaken their numbers, ensuring that their forces dwindled without the Empire lifting a finger. A slow, sinister smile spread across Hugo's face. He was impressed. This was strategy worthy of a true Baskerville. He praised Vakir's ruthless ingenuity and, with a nod of approval, entrusted him with full authority over the plan's execution. From the sidelines, Chihuahua struggled to steady his breath, marveling at how this cold, calculated discussion could pass as a reunion between father and son. Meanwhile, head butler Barrymore observed Hugo's rare smile with both astonishment and concern. It had been 2 long years since Hugo had displayed even a hint of warmth, and even now, it was laced with that same unsettling intensity. Vikir, however, remained composed. Beneath the surface, his thoughts ran deeper than anyone in the room could suspect. While Hugo believed the barbarians would march toward their own destruction, Vikir had a different vision. From the Empire's perspective, the barbarians would appear to be dwindling as they cleared out the monsters. But in reality, they were simply retreating, regrouping in secrecy under the protection of the Madam. Hugo remained oblivious to her existence, convinced the barbarians would comply without resistance. But Vikir knew the truth. This so-called plan was more than just a means of control. It was an opportunity. A hidden game of strategy was unfolding, one that would allow the Balak people to grow stronger right under Hugo's nose. Hugo's voice suddenly cut through the room, commanding everyone's full attention. The air itself seemed to tremble under his sheer presence. All eyes shifted to his teacup, where the liquid inside had begun to boil, not from heat, but from the sheer force of his killing intent. With a voice laced with menace, he issued an order that left no room for debate. The Loco tribe would not be traded with. They would be completely annihilated. The intensity of Hugo's fury was suffocating. Chihuahua felt as though his very soul might slip from his body under the crushing weight of it. His breathing turned shallow, his knees threatening to buckle. Vikir, however, remained unaffected, merely offering a calm nod in acknowledgement. Internally, though, he reflected on Hugo's deep-seated grudge against the Loco tribe, another glaring reason why Pomerian had to stay as far away from him as possible. After a moment, Hugo exhaled, his rage cooling just enough for reason to return. He sighed, a rare moment of reflection slipping through his usually unshakable exterior. Meeting his son after years apart, yet all he had done was speak of destruction and war. His gaze softened ever so slightly as he urged Vikir not to overextend himself on the battlefield again. He then acknowledged the unexpected diplomatic benefits Vikir's supposed death had brought. The story of his heroic sacrifice, saving Mord's daughter and then vanishing, had reached the ears of the imperial family. It had bolstered the reputation of the Baskerville Knights, solidifying their standing in the empire. But for all his calculated strategy and ruthless efficiency, Hugo's next words carried a rare vulnerability. No amount of diplomatic victories or material success, he admitted, could ever make up for the loss of a child. His tone, for once, bordered on fatherly as he advised Vikir to be cautious. Yet Vikir wasn't swayed. To him, Hugo's concern felt hollow, a well-rehearsed performance rather than genuine sentiment. His mind drifted to the night before his regression, the night everything had come crashing down. He could still feel the sting of betrayal, the sharp agony of a blade slicing through his back, the cold, pitiless gazes of the bloodhounds he had once called comrades. That night had burned an undeniable truth into his soul. He had been abandoned. Outside, lightning slashed across the stormy sky, casting fleeting shadows over the tense scene. But Vikir's face remained unreadable. He offered a polite response, thanking Hugo for his supposed concern, his words formal but devoid of warmth. Then, before anyone could react, the door burst open with a loud bang. A small voice rang out, trembling yet unmistakable. "Uncle!" The room froze. Vikir and Chihuahua's head snapped toward the door, their expressions shifting from composed to shocked. Pomerian stood there, wide-eyed and frightened. The rumble of thunder and the torrential rain had sent her running from her hiding spot, straight into the room. Without hesitation, she flung herself at Vikir, clinging tightly to him as she sobbed uncontrollably. For the first time in a long while, Vikir felt his heart lurch, not from fear, but from the realization of what had just happened. He had taken every precaution to keep Pomerian hidden, yet here she was completely exposed. But what truly sent a chill through him wasn't the mistake itself. It was Hugo's reaction. The ever-stoic patriarch, whose face rarely betrayed emotion, was staring at Pomerian with an expression Vikir had never seen before. His eyes locked onto the girl, and for a fleeting moment, there was something unmistakable in his gaze. Recognition, a flicker of realization, as if pieces of a long-buried puzzle were suddenly snapping into place. And then came the unspoken questions, swirling in his mind, rising like a storm on the horizon. Hugo Le Baskerville, the Empire's strongest sword saint, the unshakable master of the iron-blooded Baskerville family, and the man who had driven the barbarians beyond the Empire's borders, was shaken. This was a legend who had slain countless monsters without hesitation, a ruler whose every decision was final and absolute. And yet, here he was, his composure faltering as he gazed at a frightened child. Pomerian clung even tighter to Vikir, her sobs growing louder as she peeked at Hugo and, through her tears, blurted out a complaint about his frightening mustache. For a fleeting moment, Hugo looked completely lost, as if something buried deep in his past had been abruptly unearthed. Then, in a voice that carried both disbelief and hesitation, he murmured, "Is she Penelope?" The weight of the name sent a ripple through the room. Vakir acted swiftly, stepping in before the moment could spiral further. Keeping his tone steady, he urged Hugo to calm down. He explained that, at first, he had also mistaken Pomerian for one of their own due to her red eyes. However, after investigating further, he discovered that she was merely a child from one of the border tribes, not a member of the Baskerville lineage. Hugo listened carefully, his breathing evening out. A flicker of reason returned to his expression as he processed Vakir's words. Slowly, he exhaled, acknowledging his mistake. If Penelope were alive, she wouldn't be this young. His voice, usually sharp as steel, carried an unusual weariness as he admitted this to himself. Without another word, Hugo turned to leave. Vakir watched him go, still processing the surreal exchange. This was a man who possessed the soul of a sword master, one of the strongest warriors in existence. He didn't break easily, and yet, something about this moment had clearly rattled him. The pieces weren't adding up, and the more Vakir thought about it, the more certain he became that something much larger was at play. Before stepping out entirely, Hugo paused one last time. His posture straightened, his authority returning in full force. In a commanding tone, he ordered Vakir to attend the upcoming grand banquet. With that, he departed, his presence lingering long after he had vanished. The next day, Chihuahua was left utterly speechless. Vakir had been invited to an exclusive dinner, a privilege reserved for only the closest blood descendants of the Baskerville family. For most, receiving such an invitation was a lifelong aspiration, a symbol of status and recognition. But Vakir, ever unfazed, simply assured Chihuahua that he would be there as instructed. Still, as Hugo exited the room the day before, he had cast one last glance at Pomerian. His expression was unreadable, but the weight behind his gaze did not go unnoticed. That night, Vakir lay on the floor beside his bed, staring blankly at the ceiling. He now had access to luxuries he hadn't seen in years: a hot shower, a soft mattress, a roof shielding him from the elements. And yet, sleep refused to come. His body, conditioned by 2 years of surviving alongside the Balak warriors, had long since adapted to the harshest environments. Comfort felt foreign, unnatural, but it wasn't just his body that refused to rest. His mind was restless, replaying Hugo's unexpected reaction over and over. Should he reveal Pomerian's presence to his father? Should he mention the pendant? After careful deliberation, Vakir made his decision. He would wait. The grand banquet would provide the perfect opportunity to observe Hugo's state of mind. Depending on what he learned there, he would determine his next move. Pomerian, whether she realized it or not, was a crucial piece in this game, a potential trump card against Hugo. But more than that, she was a child who needed protection. And as far as Vakir was concerned, shielding her from harm took priority over everything else. Just as he settled on this resolution, a sudden gust of wind slipped through the cracks of the room, causing the curtains to flutter. Then, silence. A shadow glided into the room, her movements precise and soundless. An ordinary person wouldn't have noticed. But Vakir was far from ordinary. His breathing remained steady, his posture relaxed, yet his senses were razor-sharp. He lay in wait as the assassin crept closer, her blade glinting under the moonlight. Step by step, she approached his bedside, preparing to strike. And then, not even a day has passed, and word of my return has already spread. Vakir's calm voice shattered the quiet, freezing the assassin in place. Before the assassin could react, Vakir sprang into action. Using the bed as leverage, he launched a powerful kick toward her. She managed to dodge a fatal blow, but the impact struck her hand, sending her weapon flying across the room. Without wasting a second, Vakir closed the distance, ready to end the confrontation. But just as he was about to strike, the assassin suddenly threw up her hands and hastily pleaded for him to stop, claiming it was all just a joke. Vakir's cold stare locked onto her, unamused. He immediately recognized her. His voice was sharp as he warned that if she hadn't spoken up, she might not be standing right now. The assassin chuckled, unfazed by the near-death experience. She casually pointed out his peculiar habit of disguising his pillow as himself and sleeping on the floor, a survival instinct he still hadn't shaken, even after coming back from the dead. Finally, she removed her mask, revealing her identity: Cindy Wendy. Grinning, Cindy addressed him by name, noting how long it had been since they last saw each other. Vakir, exasperated, sighed and told her not to make a scene, but she ignored him entirely, pressing forward with her accusations. She brought up how he had sent Secretary Chihuahua to track her down, pointing out that he must have known she would never actually take the 10 billion. Vakir's response was flat and direct. He remarked on her uncanny talent for using financial planning to generate wealth for capitalists, build trust, and then recklessly squander it all. Cindy bristled at the accusation, calling him rude. She defended herself, claiming she was merely a financial planner who earned through commissions, and proudly took credit for preventing Judy from losing the $10 billion entrusted to her. Vakir, unimpressed, clarified that he had already assigned bodyguards to Judy, not just to protect him, but also to ensure the funds remained untouched. Among them was a finance expert tasked with handling any potential issues. Cindy's confidence wavered. Confused, she demanded to know why the bodyguards hadn't interfered with her plans. Vakir's answer was simple but devastating. He had told them not to. They had been watching, waiting, but never intervening. He had let Cindy move freely, allowing her to believe she was acting on her own terms, when in reality, she had been playing right into his hands. The realization hit Cindy like a freight train. She blinked, stunned, as it finally dawned on her. She had been dancing in the palm of his hand the entire time. Shaking off her shock, Cindy shifted gears, producing a disorganized stack of papers with a mischievous grin. She handed them to Vakir, who raised an eyebrow at the chaotic state of the documents. Barely concealing his disbelief, he casually advised her to use a folder next time. True to his word, he granted her participation in the trade negotiations with the natives. Cindy, still grinning, cheekily agreed, even throwing in a playful, "I'll call you boss from now on." Vakir ignored her antics and shifted his attention to the documents. He had specifically requested information regarding the upcoming grand banquet, a prestigious gathering he had been invited to due to his recent contributions. He began by skimming through the first document, which detailed Hugo Le Baskerville as the family patriarch, a marquis, and a legendary swordmaster. There was nothing new here for Vakir to learn. Without much thought, he moved on to the next set of papers. The second document contained a list of notable attendees. Two unexpected names immediately caught his eye: Boston Terrier Le Baskerville and Great Dane Le Baskerville. Both were formidable commanders. Boston Terrier led the Pitbull Order, and Great Dane commanded the Mastiff Order. Additionally, they held the prestigious title of Count and were well-respected senators. As graduates of the Empire's most elite military academies, their combat prowess was unparalleled. Most importantly, however, they were Hugo's half-brothers. While the two shared a reputation for military brilliance, their personalities couldn't have been more different, and that, more than anything, piqued Vakir's interest. Vakir was surprised to see Boston Terrier and Great Dane Le Baskerville listed among the attendees. Neither of them typically bothered with internal family gatherings, making their sudden appearance highly suspicious. What were they after? Cindy Wendy, ever the opportunist, offered a playful theory. Perhaps they were eager to meet the so-called young legend of the Baskerville family, the one who had returned from the dead. Maybe they were even looking to recruit him into their respective orders. Vakir remained silent, but he knew she had a point. Whatever their motives, one thing was certain. The grand banquet was shaping up to be far more eventful than he had anticipated. Bracing himself for the taxing day ahead, he turned to the next document. This one detailed Osiris Le Baskerville, Hugo's eldest son and first in line for succession. Osiris, a Viscount, was the spitting image of Hugo. His swordsmanship was nothing short of exceptional, rumored to rival even the 7 counts of the Empire. Cindy pointed out that Osiris was on the verge of reaching the rank of swordmaster, a feat that would solidify his standing as one of the clan's strongest warriors. Vakir recalled his past observations of Osiris. The man had always been distant, aloof, and indifferent, even toward his own subordinates. He barely acknowledged his younger siblings of the direct bloodline, making him seem more like a lone wolf than a future patriarch. Cindy, unable to resist stirring the pot, grinned and casually asked Vakir a loaded question. Who would win in a fight, him or Osiris? Vakir shut that down immediately. The comparison was meaningless. He had no interest in entertaining hypothetical battles. Moving on, he came across a name that genuinely surprised him: Set Le Baskerville, Hugo's second son and second in line for succession. Set's presence on the list was unexpected. According to the report, he had been in isolation for training, but that was hardly a convincing explanation. Unlike Osiris, Set had no remarkable talent for swordsmanship. Physically weak and ill-suited for combat, he was the complete opposite of what the Baskerville family valued. Even more unusual was his personality. Unlike the ruthless and pragmatic Baskervilles, Set was gentle, too gentle. His kindness had made him an outcast within the family, earning him nothing but scorn. While others viewed the dying bloodhounds as expendable, Set was the only one who had ever shed tears for them. Vakir remembered how Hugo had relentlessly persecuted Set for his perceived frailty. But in a family defined by cold-hearted strength, Set had been the only one Vakir had ever respected. As he continued flipping through the documents, something suddenly caught his attention. His eyes narrowed. Then, without warning, he slammed the stack of papers down onto the table, startling Cindy Wendy. She frowned, clearly offended. Had he even read through them properly? After all the effort she had put into gathering the information, the least he could do was not toss it aside like a cheap novel. Vakir, however, remained composed. He responded with cryptic calm, hinting that he was already well acquainted with the individuals she had detailed. There was nothing here that truly surprised him, except for one thing. A slow, knowing smile spread across his face. The grand banquet was going to be far more intriguing than anyone expected. The following evening, Vakir stood outside the grand banquet hall, taking a brief moment before pushing open the heavy doors. The sight that greeted him was exactly as expected. All the attendees were already seated, their gazes shifting toward him the moment he entered. Breaking the silence, Vakir announced himself, his voice steady and composed. Vakir van Baskerville, attending the grand banquet as per the patriarch's orders. A brief hush followed as his presence commanded the room's attention. After a few moments, he bowed slightly, expressing gratitude for the invitation. At the head of the table, Hugo observed his son with an unreadable expression before offering a warm, if somewhat measured, welcome. With a small gesture, he invited Vakir to take his seat. As the banquet began, the hall filled with the quiet sounds of clinking utensils and hushed conversation. The peaceful atmosphere lasted only a short while before it was broken by a deliberate throat clearing. Boston Terrier Le Baskerville, commander of the Pitbull Order, leaned back in his chair and casually remarked on the undercooked meat on his plate. Hugo raised an eyebrow, his tone neutral as he asked if the meal wasn't to his brother's liking. Boston Terrier shook his head. Not mine, he clarified. His gaze drifted to the plate beside him. I was talking about my lovable nephews. Great Dane Le Baskerville, commander of the Mastiff Order, glanced up in confusion. Is there a problem? He asked, his deep voice carrying a hint of amusement. Boston Terrier waved off the concern with exaggerated nonchalance. Oh, no problem. Just making sure the young pup here isn't being served anything too raw. Great Dane chuckled, his tone lighthearted. He's a lovable young man indeed. I simply want him to tread the right path. Boston Terrier scoffed, his sharp gaze narrowing. And who decided that your path was the right one? Great Dane met his stare evenly. It's certainly better than the Pitbull Order. Slow and foolish, as always. Vakir remained silent, watching the exchange with detached amusement. It was becoming increasingly clear why these two had come tonight. This wasn't just a banquet. It was a recruitment pitch. Both the Pitbull Order and the Mastiff Order were part of the 7 orders that represented the Baskerville family. Before his regression, Vakir might have considered their attention and honor. A golden opportunity, one that guaranteed prestige and success within the clan. But now, they were nothing more than squabbling mutts. For a moment, the tension in the room seemed to thicken, but then Hugo raised his wine glass. The subtle gesture was enough to shift the atmosphere, and the ever-optimistic head, Butler Barrymore, stepped in to pour the patriarch's drink. With his usual unwavering cheer, the butler noted how wonderful it was to see Hugo's brothers showing such affection for the young master. Vakir smirked slightly, recognizing the butler's habit of framing things in the most positive light. Hugo, meanwhile, remained silent, watching the verbal sparring between his half-brothers with mild amusement. Then, without missing a beat, Boston Terrier turned back to Vakir, his sharp eyes glinting with curiosity. So, 2 years out in the wild. Surely you've got some stories to tell. There it was, the real conversation they had been waiting to start. Boston Terrier leaned forward, eager to hear tales of battles with barbarians and monsters in the Larrett Lenore Mountains. Great Dane, though less direct, echoed the sentiment. He spoke with measured concern, expressing curiosity about how much Vakir had grown during his time in such a perilous environment. Before the questioning could escalate any further, Hugo intervened. His tone was firm, leaving no room for argument as he reminded his brothers to let Vakir eat in peace. But Boston Terrier and Great Dane weren't so easily deterred. Instead, they redirected their curiosity toward Hugo himself, pressing him for details about Vakir's growth and accomplishments over the past 2 years. The relentless pestering finally tested Hugo's patience. Rising to his feet, he cast a sharp gaze over the room, his voice like a blade cutting through the noise. I do not repeat myself. The air grew heavy with his authority. Boston Terrier quickly backtracked, offering a light-hearted apology, while Great Dane simply grunted in acknowledgement, falling silent. Seizing the moment, Vakir rose confidently from his seat. His voice was steady as he assured the room that proving his achievements would not be difficult. Hugo studied his son for a moment before his expression softened, just slightly. Acknowledging Vakir's long and arduous journey, he voiced his concern, suggesting that after such travels, Vakir might be too fatigued to visit the drill hall for a formal demonstration. Vakir, however, was unfazed. Resting a single finger lightly on the table, he responded calmly, stating that skill could be displayed anywhere at any time. After all, daily life itself was an extension of training. Then, as if to prove his point, his eyes flicked toward Boston Terrier's overflowing wine glass and Great Dane's slightly undercooked steak. A small pulse of aura surged through the table, controlled, precise, and effortless. In an instant, the excess wine evaporated cleanly, leaving the glass perfectly balanced. At the same time, the steak finished cooking to absolute perfection, releasing an enticing aroma. Great Dane blinked in astonishment, staring down at his now flawlessly seared meal, while Boston Terrier chuckled, amused at the sight of his suddenly corrected drink. Boston Terrier leaned back with an impressed grin. A fine use of mana. To pull off a feat like that at just 17, most wouldn't achieve that level of control until their 30s. Their attention turned to Hugo, the true source of Vikir's bloodline. Both brothers praised him for having such an accomplished son, suggesting that he must feel immense pride. But Hugo remained silent. He took a slow sip of his wine, his expression unreadable. Vikir, on the other hand, found the entire situation perplexing. 2 years ago, during his confrontation with Madame, he had already displayed mid-ranked graduate abilities. Yet, judging by everyone's reactions, it seemed no one here was aware of his true progress. Which raised a concerning question: why? The triplets, who had witnessed his capabilities firsthand, should have reported his status to the family. And yet, there wasn't a single mention of it. The unsettling silence was finally broken by a new voice. Osiris Le Baskerville, the first in line for succession, spoke at last. With his usual composed demeanor, Osiris commended Vikir's efforts, acknowledging his hard work and encouraging him to continue on this path. Vikir responded respectfully, thanking his elder brother. Yet inwardly he was taken aback. Osiris was Hugo's mirror in both appearance and manner, a man of few words, but when he spoke, his voice carried weight. His sudden praise felt deliberate, calculated. This wasn't mere acknowledgement. It was an evaluation. Before Vikir could dwell further on Osiris's words, another voice entered the conversation, one far gentler than the others. Set Le Baskerville, Hugo's second son and the second in line for succession, spoke with rare warmth. With a light chuckle, he remarked on how unusual it was to hear Osiris openly praise someone. He even compared their shared poker faces before tilting his head curiously. Or, maybe you don't recognize me? Vikir quickly reassured him. I know exactly who you are. Set smiled, seemingly pleased. He explained his frequent absences, attributing them to his weak constitution. Much of his time had been spent either in the medical wing or in isolation training halls, leaving him largely disconnected from family affairs. However, his training hall was located near Underdog City, where Vikir had served as deputy consul. He mentioned he was eager to visit soon, curious to hear firsthand about Vikir's time in the Larrett-Lenore Mountains. Set's demeanor was different from the rest of the Baskerville family. Where others were ruthless and pragmatic, he was bright and kind. Vikir reflected on their past. During the fall of Baskerville, Set had been there. Amidst chaos, betrayal, and bloodshed, he had remained steadfast. While others dismissed the dying bloodhounds as expendable, Set had been the only one to comfort them in their final moments. And when Vikir himself had been falsely accused, branded a traitor, drenched in blood, abandoned on the battlefield, Set was the one person who had stood by him. Until the very end, for Vikir, Set was the only member of the Baskerville family he truly respected. Seeing him again stirred something unexpected, a sense of relief. He hadn't realized it, but deep down he had hoped to meet Set at this banquet. But the moment was fleeting. Suddenly, Vikir's expression darkened. A familiar, revolting stench crept through the banquet hall, one that no one else seemed to notice. It was horrific, sickening, a stench he could never forget. Demonic energy. Tension gripped Vikir as he came to a chilling realization. There was a demon hiding among them. His sharp gaze swept the banquet hall, scanning each attendee with cold precision. He closed his eyes for a brief moment, steadying his thoughts, then reopened them. His senses honed on the source of the corruption. His breath hitched. The foul aura was radiating from Set Le Baskerville. Vikir's mind raced. This didn't make sense. Set was the kindest of them all, the most human, and yet the unmistakable scent of demons clung to him like a shadow. Noticing Vikir's unblinking stare, Set blinked in confusion before flashing a warm smile. Is something wrong? He asked, his tone lighthearted. He continued chatting cheerfully with the nearby servants, completely unaware of the unshakable dread creeping into Vikir's mind. No matter how familiar Set seemed, no matter how genuine his words, something wasn't right. Set continued speaking, his tone light and casual as he brought up Vikir's recent appointment as deputy consul of Underdog City. He even mentioned how some citizens admired him so much that they had protested, demanding that he remain in charge permanently. With a cheerful smile, Set expressed his excitement at the idea of working alongside Vikir in the future, suggesting they collaborate when he returned as consul. Vikir, masking his suspicions, raised his wine glass in acknowledgement. Set grinned, lifting his own glass in a toast. I'll be counting on your support. And that was when Vikir noticed it. Set's reflection was missing. A slow, dreadful realization crept through his mind. Could it be? Was Set already dead? His body nothing more than a puppet for a demon? His grip tightened around the glass, but he forced himself to remain composed. He couldn't afford to expose his suspicions. Not yet. Without solid proof, accusing Set would only invite scrutiny and weaken his position. For now, he would wait, observe, investigate. Unaware of Vikir's inner turmoil, Set continued chatting, reminiscing about how, as a child, he had always admired the Doberman Order's uniform. He then casually asked which order Vikir planned to join. Vikir barely registered the question. The stench of demonic energy was unbearable. Just when he thought he could endure no more, Osiris Le Baskerville suddenly cut in, his cold voice slicing through the conversation like a blade. Enough idle chatter. Focus on finishing your meal. Set blinked, taken aback by the sudden interruption. He turned to his elder brother, momentarily confused by Osiris's harsh tone. But Vikir felt nothing but relief. Osiris had unknowingly given him an escape, a brief reprieve from the suffocating aura radiating from Set. As if sensing the shift in the atmosphere, Hugo redirected the discussion, addressing Vikir directly. He inquired if his son was satisfied with the meal, then extended a surprising invitation. Come to the main house later. We need to talk privately. Vikir was momentarily taken aback, but nodded in agreement. Later that night, beneath the moonlit sky, Vikir strolled along the castle grounds, exhaling quietly. The 5-hour banquet had been mentally exhausting. Between navigating his family's political games and enduring Set's unsettling presence, he had barely had a moment to breathe. His mind drifted to Hugo's abrupt invitation. Perhaps it was related to the official papers for his academy entrance, which had recently arrived. Or was it something else entirely? Before he could speculate further, a flicker of movement caught his attention. A shadowy figure appeared atop the castle wall behind him. Then an attack. The assailant moved with precision, launching a surprise strike straight at Vikir's blind spot. Vikir immediately recognized the technique, Baskerville's sixth form. He considered retaliating with full force, but quickly dismissed the thought. Revealing his true strength now would be a mistake. Instead, he responded with the fourth form, a technique designed to absorb and redirect incoming attacks. Infusing the move with the blessing of the river Styx and his own aura, Vikir intercepted the strike with ease. But what happened next took him by surprise. His counterattack didn't just stop the assault. It completely overpowered it, dispersing the force in a way that even he hadn't expected. From atop the wall, Boston Terrier Le Baskerville let out a deep chuckle before leaping down. Impressive, he mused, brushing the dust from his cloak. To handle an attack like that, despite the two-tier difference in our techniques, you really have grown, nephew. Vikir remained silent, his mind still processing the raw force behind his own movements. Had his power advanced even further without him realizing it? Before he could respond, another voice emerged from the darkness. Great Dane Le Baskerville stepped forward, his sharp eyes fixed on Boston Terrier. Drawing your sword within the main house, he rebuked. You really are reckless. His tone carried a warning. One terrier was wise enough not to ignore. If Hugo hears about this, you'll be facing probation. Boston Terrier waved off the scolding, insisting that his attack had been nothing more than a harmless test, an expression of uncle-like concern for his dear nephew's safety. He even claimed he had lowered the strength of the strike to ensure Vikir wouldn't get hurt. With a scoff, he turned back to Great Dane. Besides, why don't you stop meddling in Pitbull Order affairs? Stick to your own pack. Great Dane remained unfazed. Since when has Vikir ever been part of the Pitbulls? He countered. He's clearly better suited for the Mastiff Order. I can't possibly let my precious nephew associate with punks like you. Their playful banter escalated into thinly veiled competition. Boston Terrier mocked Great Dane for being soft, the type to cry over minor injuries. Great Dane retaliated by smirking at Terrier's stocky build, sarcastically suggesting that he probably didn't have enough flesh to cut in the first place. What started as friendly jabs quickly turned into an open tug-of-war over Vikir. Both commanders boldly declared their intent to recruit him, each claiming it was for his benefit. Vikir, however, had no patience for their childish bickering. With an exasperated sigh, he turned on his heel and walked away, leaving them to argue amongst themselves. As he strolled through the castle grounds, his thoughts drifted back to Boston Terrier's earlier attack. For a move meant to showcase the 7th count's strongest technique, the highest grade graduate Baskerville 6th form, it hadn't felt particularly dangerous. Then again, Vikir reminded himself, he too was a highest grade graduate. Not only that, but with the river Styx's blessing and the demonic sword Beelzebub, he was certain he could easily hold his own against at least one count-level opponent. After reconsidering, a slight smirk tugged at his lips. No, maybe even two. But before he could entertain the thought further, his steps halted. Standing directly in his path were the Baskerville triplets. Their hands rested on the hilts of their swords, ready to draw at a moment's notice. A surge of irritation flared within Vikir. These three again? Did they still dare to challenge him despite knowing the vast difference in their power? A part of him was tempted to teach them a lesson. But just as his irritation was about to shift into action, the triplets did something completely unexpected. Without a word, they suddenly knelt before him, pressing the tips of their swords against their own feet. Vikir's eyes narrowed. He immediately recognized the gesture. The pledge, a symbol of absolute submission. If they so much as pressed forward, their swords would pierce their own flesh, signifying their willingness to place their very lives in his hands. For a brief moment, silence hung between them. Then, Vikir's voice broke through, sharp and demanding. Explain? The triplets spoke in unison, their voices steady. They had come to swear their loyalty. Highborough recalled how, as a child, he had feared Vikir after witnessing his terrifying strength in battle when he was only 9. Middleborough recounted the hunt for Cerberus, where Vikir's prowess had left an unforgettable impression. Lowborough admired Vikir's feat of slaying the troll, a moment that had cemented their respect for him. They continued, speaking of the day they had fought alongside him in a giant forest monster battle. Barely escaping with their lives, they had reached a single conclusion. From that moment forward, they would dedicate themselves to Vikir. With unwavering conviction, the triplets declared their oath. We swear to become the 3 spears of Vikir van Baskerville. Our loyalty belongs to you, now and forever. Vikir's memories of the triplets before his regression were far less flattering. Back then, they had been among the most loyal bloodhounds, acting solely on Hugo's orders. When he had fled after being framed, it was these 3 who had played a key role in hunting him down and dragging him back in chains. To Vikir, they had never been more than tools, obedient, efficient, and utterly replaceable. And yet, despite his cold pragmatism, he couldn't completely ignore the sincerity in their voices. Without breaking stride, he walked past them, his expression unreadable. I have no need for such oaths, he stated flatly. The triplets didn't move. Vikir sighed, glancing back. I'm tired. We'll postpone this discussion for another time. A mix of disappointment and hope flickered across their faces, but they remained kneeling, waiting for his next words. Secretly, Vikir resolved to exploit their newfound loyalty. If they were willing to throw themselves at his feet, he might as well put them to use. Before leaving, he issued a final command: absolute discretion. No one was to know about their allegiance or any future plans. The triplets eagerly agreed, their faces lighting up with smiles of anticipation. As Vikir walked away, his thoughts turned back to Set Le Baskerville. The idea that his body had been overtaken by a demon was a dangerous and unsettling possibility, one he hadn't anticipated. If true, this was a major variable in his plans, and he needed to act quickly. Cindy Wendy would be the perfect asset for gathering information. He would enlist her help to investigate thoroughly. But before he could set his plans in motion, a more immediate issue demanded his attention. A meeting with Hugo in the Patriarch's office. Inside the office, the tension in the room was suffocating. The head butler stood frozen in place, his face drenched in cold sweat. Across the room, Hugo's voice sliced through the silence, sharp and icy. Repeat what you just said. His gaze was locked onto Vikir, his eyes burning with dangerous intensity. But Vikir remained composed. He deliberately repeated his question, making sure to invoke the names that had caused such a violent reaction. Roxana, Hugo's late first wife, and Penelope, the daughter they had together. The moment Penelope's name left Vikir's lips, Hugo's anger flared. His voice rose, a rare show of emotion, as he demanded to know how Vikir had learned of their existence. The head butler flinched, visibly terrified. But Vikir? He remained calm, unshaken. This was just the opening act in a carefully calculated plan. A step toward the truth. A step toward revenge. A few minutes earlier, Hugo had summoned Vikir to discuss his upcoming enrollment at Academy Colosso. Handing him a document, Hugo reminded Vikir of their prior agreement regarding his attendance. One glance at the notice, and Vikir confirmed what he had already suspected. Academy Colosso, the most prestigious institution in the Grand Rock Empire, was more than just a school. It was a gateway to power, a direct path to elite positions within the Imperial Palace and beyond. Before his regression, Vikir had also attended Academy Colosso, but his experience had been far from ideal. Back then, he was nothing more than a scarred and limping shadow, reduced to serving the triplets while enduring the sneers and ridicule of noble-born classmates. But that past belonged to another time, another Vikir. He was no longer shackled by those bitter memories. Hugo's voice pulled him from his thoughts, asking whether the triplets, whom he had requested to accompany him, would be sufficient or if he had others in mind. But instead of answering immediately, Vikir seized the moment to bring up something else, something that had been on his mind for years. He asked about a letter Hugo had received 2 years ago, a letter regarding his disappearance. The letter had come from the Morgue family, offering significant benefits in exchange for Vikir's safe return. Hugo confirmed its existence without hesitation, then asked what Vikir wanted as his reward. Expecting a request for wealth or status, he was caught off guard when Vikir asked for a story instead. A story? Hugo was puzzled. What kind of story? Without hesitation, Vikir spoke the names, Miss Roxana and Miss Penelope. The air in the room shifted instantly. The head butler gasped in shock, while Hugo's hands clenched into fists. His fury surged as he demanded to know how Vikir had learned those names. But Vikir didn't back down. He assured Hugo that he wasn't asking out of idle curiosity. He needed answers. And to get those answers, he needed Hugo's trust. Hugo's anger simmered, but after a long silence, his hardened exterior cracked just enough for a glimpse of something deeper. Roxana was my only darling, he finally said, his voice strained. And Penelope, my most precious treasure. For the first time, Vikir wavered. The word darling sounded almost foreign coming from Hugo, a man known for his iron-blooded demeanor. Then Hugo continued, his tone softening in a way few had ever heard. Roxana, he revealed, had not been part of any arranged marriage. She had been a commoner, someone with nothing to her name. But from the moment he met her, it had been love at first sight. Vikir listened closely, recognizing the weight behind every word. Hugo's voice grew heavier as he spoke of the hardships their love had endured. Roxana, fully aware of the gap between their worlds, had tried to push him away. But Hugo had never wavered. He had been willing to sacrifice everything, his name, his wealth, his future. For Roxana, he had given up more than just his status. He had given up his very soul. Vikir acknowledged Hugo's openness with a nod, trying to shift the conversation forward. But Hugo, still lost in the depths of his memories, continued his tale. His love for Roxana had not come without struggle. When the Baskerville family rejected their union, they had sent pursuers after them, forcing Hugo to fight relentlessly to protect her. They had spent years on the run, enduring countless trials. Their love was neither accepted nor welcomed, yet their unwavering devotion had carried them through. Eventually, they overcame the resistance of the Baskerville family, securing their place together. Their marriage marked the beginning of a difficult yet fulfilling journey, one that only grew richer when Penelope was born. She was the greatest joy Hugo had ever known, a happiness he had fought hard to protect. But that joy was fleeting. Roxana's health declined rapidly after childbirth, and before long, she was gone, leaving Hugo to raise their daughter alone. Despite the loss, Penelope had blossomed into a bright and lovable child, inheriting both her father's sharp mind and her mother's warm heart. She became the pride of the Baskerville family, adored by all. But then, tragedy struck. Hugo's expression darkened as he recounted the day Penelope was taken. It had been an ordinary walk, nothing out of the ordinary. And yet, in the blink of an eye, she was gone, stolen away by the Loco tribe. To this day, Hugo could not understand how the barbarians had infiltrated the very heart of Baskerville territory to snatch his daughter away. That moment had changed him forever. His grief became the fuel for an unstoppable campaign. While the world believed Hugo's military expansion was in pursuit of the Empire's glory, his true goal had always been the same: to find Penelope and destroy the ones who had taken her. To strengthen his forces, he forged multiple marriages and fathered numerous children, building the Baskerville family into an ironclad war machine. The world saw him as ruthless and power-hungry, a man with no regard for anything but conquest. But beneath it all, his actions were driven by a grief he could never escape: the agony of losing the family he had cherished above all else. Vikir listened to every word, his face unreadable. He had no sympathy for Hugo's pain. Every so-called villain had their tragic backstory, but it was the choices they made that defined them. In Vikir's eyes, Hugo was a cold, calculating man who had turned his own offspring into tools for war, pawns in his never-ending crusade. And yet, even Vikir couldn't ignore just how much Roxana and Penelope had meant to him. Hugo's piercing gaze locked onto Vikir as he finished his story. "Now it's your turn," he said sharply. "Why did you ask about them?" Vikir said nothing at first. Instead, he reached into his pocket and pulled out a small pendant, placing it on the table. "Take a look," he said, his tone calm. Hugo's eyes narrowed as he picked it up. The moment he laid eyes on it, his expression shifted. He knew this pendant. He had made it himself for Roxana and Penelope. His hands trembled as he opened the locket, revealing a picture inside. One of himself, Roxana, and Penelope. Then, Vikir dropped a bombshell. If Penelope's successor was alive, what would you do? Hugo froze. His mind reeled. "What are you saying?" he demanded, his voice edged with disbelief. Vikir didn't answer right away. Instead, he turned toward the door, and then he delivered the final blow. "Miss Penelope's daughter, your granddaughter, is alive." The words hit Hugo like a thunderclap. Before he could even begin to process the revelation, the door burst open. A small hand grabbed Vikir's. Uncle, a bright voice called out. Hugo's breath caught in his throat. Standing before him was a child he had seen before, back in Underdog City. Silence fell over the room. Hugo's world tilted as he stared at her, realization crashing down like an avalanche. Vakir's voice remained calm, steady, but every word was chosen with intent. He admitted to Hugo that he had lied. While wandering the depths of the forest, he had stumbled upon a child within the heart of Loco tribe territory. That child had referred to the one who gave her the pendant as Mommy. Hugo, visibly shaken, looked down at the pendant in his trembling hand before turning his gaze toward Pomerian. His entire body tensed as he struggled to process the weight of those words. Vakir watched him carefully, searching for the cracks in his composure, waiting for the moment confusion and despair would consume him. This child, this innocent little girl, was a living contradiction. She carried the bloodline of someone Hugo had cherished, and something he utterly despised. Hugo stepped closer to Pomerian, his expression darkening. His voice, sharp and unsteady, cut through the silence. Does this mean she was born from my daughter and a barbarian? Vakir met his gaze without hesitation and confirmed his worst fear. As Hugo reached out with a trembling hand, Vakir silently willed him to snap, to be overcome with fury and anguish. This was supposed to be the moment that shattered Hugo's unshakable demeanor, the moment that chipped away at the iron-blooded patriarch. A crucial step in Vakir's long-planned revenge. But the next day, something happened that no one could have predicted. Laughter rang through the garden, drawing the attention of Vakir, Osiris, and the head butler. The three stood side by side, frozen in place, their eyes locked on the impossible sight before them. There, in the garden, Pomerian sat comfortably on Hugo's lap, giggling as she tugged at his beard. Hugo chuckled along with her, his deep laughter carrying through the air. Amused, he asked if his beard was really that fascinating. Without missing a beat, Pomerian scrunched her nose and declared, "Grandpa's beard is dirty." Hugo blinked in shock. "Did you just call me Grandpa?" he asked, his voice trembling. Not with rage, but with something far softer. Something foreign. The weight of the moment settled over him, and a single tear slipped down his cheek. Osiris, watching from a distance, could hardly believe his eyes. "In all my years," he muttered, shaking his head, "this is the most unexpected thing I've ever seen." The head butler, equally stunned, nodded in agreement. Even in his long life, this was a moment unlike any other. But Vakir was silent. His eyes were wide with disbelief, his mind struggling to make sense of the scene before him. The Hugo he knew, the Hugo of his memories, was a man of cold steel, a ruler forged in blood and discipline, a man who never wavered. And yet, the Hugo before him now was smiling, laughing, eyes brimming with warmth as he embraced the role of a grandfather. Vakir's hands clenched into fists. His entire plan, his carefully orchestrated revenge, was unraveling before his eyes. This wasn't how it was supposed to go. Why? Why does Hugo Le Baskerville have that expression on his face? For years, Vakir van Baskerville had waited for this moment. Ever since regressing at the age of 15, he had carefully plotted his path forward, every step leading to this pivotal confrontation. And yet, as he stood before Hugo now, one question gnawed at him. The same question that had haunted him for years. Could he kill Hugo? The answer was clear. Impossible. Swordmasters like Hugo weren't just physically formidable. They had minds like steel, unshakable and nearly impenetrable. Even in the most mundane moments, Hugo left no openings, making an assassination attempt little more than a fool's dream. Accepting this reality, Vakir had long abandoned the idea of killing him directly. Then, fate had led him to Pomerian, Penelope's daughter, the key to Hugo's downfall. He had known the moment he found her that she was his greatest weapon, the one thing that could pierce through Hugo's ironclad defenses. If anything could crack the swordmaster's unyielding resolve, it was her. With the demonic sword Beelzebub at his side and the madam's poison in his arsenal, Vakir had been certain that today would be the day everything changed, the day Hugo Le Baskerville finally fell. But now, as Hugo sat in the garden, laughing as Pomerian tugged playfully at his beard, Vakir's carefully laid plans wavered. His hatred, once so sharp and absolute, collided with the unexpected sight before him. And for the first time in years, doubt crept into his mind. Why? Why was Hugo laughing like he was happy? Vakir had expected rage, confusion, even sorrow, but not this. His mind reeled back to the previous day. He had expected Hugo to react with shock, maybe even denial, when he revealed Pomerian's identity. Instead, Hugo had stepped forward hesitantly, reaching out with a trembling hand. His voice, usually so commanding, had barely been a whisper. "Are you really Penelope's child?" Pomerian had looked up at him, her small fingers curling around his outstretched hand. Mommy's name was Penelope, she had said, her voice innocent and pure. She always missed her daddy. She kept looking at her necklace. Then, with wide eyes, she had asked, "Are you my grandpa?" And in that moment, Hugo had shattered. The weight of memories crashed down on him. Penelope's laughter, her warmth, her love. Overwhelmed, he had collapsed to his knees, his grief erupting in a raw, anguished cry as tears poured down his face. Now, standing in the present, Bakir felt the weight of those emotions lingering in the air. The head butler, who had been watching silently, turned to Bakir with an expression of deep gratitude. "Thank you," he said, his voice thick with emotion. Bakir frowned. "For what?" The butler smiled faintly. For giving him this moment. His gaze drifted toward Hugo, who was now wiping away tears of laughter as Pomerian continued to chatter beside him. "I never thought I'd live to see the day," the patriarch smiled like that. "But now it's finally happened. Thanks to you." Bakir said nothing. He just stared at Hugo, at the warmth in his eyes, the openness in his expression. For the first time, Hugo looked vulnerable. And yet, despite the countless openings in his defenses, Bakir found himself unable to move. Later that night, Bakir lay awake, staring at the ceiling. Sleep refused to come. His mind kept dragging him back. To the past, to the moment that had sealed his hatred forever. He remembered kneeling before Hugo, his body battered, his voice desperate. "Why won't you listen?" he had pleaded. "Are you really going to blame me for Baskerville's sins?" But Hugo's eyes had been cold, devoid of mercy. His voice, sharp as a blade, delivered his sentence. "You consorted with demons in secret. You kidnapped innocent children and sacrificed them to dark forces. Lies. False accusations." Bakir had protested, had begged Hugo to see reason. But his words had meant nothing. With a single merciless stroke, Hugo had cut out his tongue. Bakir had crumpled to the ground, writhing in agony as blood filled his mouth. Hugo had merely watched, his expression unmoved. "You have no right to speak with that filthy tongue," he had said, condemning Bakir as a sinner. That moment, burned into Bakir's memory, had fueled his hatred for years. It had driven him forward, given him purpose. And yet now, the same man who had once sentenced him to suffering was sitting in a garden, laughing and crying with joy. Bakir clenched his fists, his nails digging into his palms. For years, revenge had been the only thing keeping him going. So why, now that Hugo stood right before him, did he hesitate? Bakir's thoughts were abruptly interrupted as Wendy entered the room. Through the window, as usual. She landed effortlessly, her presence as casual as ever. Glancing at him sprawled on the bed, she smirked. "Didn't expect to see you looking so lifeless," she quipped, crossing her arms. "Weren't you the one who called me here?" Bakir remained silent for a moment, his mind still tangled in thoughts, before finally asking, "Why are you here?" Cindy didn't bother with pleasantries. Instead, she stormed into the room and tossed a thick stack of documents straight onto his face. "Here," she snapped. "The results of my investigation into Set Le Baskerville." Bakir sat up, scanning the documents as Cindy launched into her report. Under a false identity, Set had been quietly sponsoring numerous orphanages and overseeing their adoption processes. On the surface, it all seemed charitable, except for one disturbing detail. There was no trace of the adopted children, no records of where they had gone, no sign of their supposed adoptive families. It was as if they had vanished into thin air. Cindy's voice grew grim as she laid out the implications. If Set was truly a demon, as Bakir had suspected, then the reality was horrifying. The missing children weren't just disappearing, they were being used, sacrificed, devoured. And then came the most chilling part. Cindy connected Set's activities to the recent string of child disappearances in Underdog City. Bakir's grip on the papers tightened. His pulse pounded in his ears. If Set was a demon now, then the Set he had once trusted, the Set who had guided him before his regression, had also been one. Memories came crashing back, each one more damning than the last. It had been Set who first warned him that Hugo planned to betray him. Set who had whispered in his ear, feeding him just enough doubt to believe it. Set who had visited him in prison, wearing a mask of concern, pretending to sympathize while pulling the strings behind the scenes. All of it, every betrayal, every moment of suffering. It had all been orchestrated. Bakir's body shook with rage. The man he had once trusted, his supposed ally, had been nothing more than a demon's puppet. No, not a puppet, the puppet master himself. And Bakir had been the fool who danced to his tune. Meanwhile, in the depths of a dark forest, another cruel game was unfolding. A man carrying a lantern led a small, confused child along a winding path. The boy glanced up, his tiny voice hesitant. "Where are we going?" The man's response was vague. "Your new home," the child faltered. That wasn't what the headmaster had promised. He had been told he was going to a loving family, a warm house, a place where he would finally belong. But instead, they stood before a cold, empty cave. Fear crept into the child's voice. "This isn't a home," The man Set turned to face him, an eerie smile stretching across his lips. There seems to be a misunderstanding, and then his body began to twist. His flesh warped, his bones cracked, his human form peeling away to reveal something far worse. Set was no man. He was Andromalius, one of the 10 elite corps, a demon in its purest, most horrifying form. The cave wasn't the child's new home. It was his grave. The boy's breath hitched. He turned to run, to scream, to beg for his mother. But his cries never reached anyone. In a single, merciless motion, Set devoured him whole. Licking his lips, a sickening grin spread across his face. Children really are the tastiest. Deep within the dimly lit cave, Andromalius, Set's true demonic form, sat upon a makeshift throne, bathed in the pale glow of moonlight seeping through cracks in the ceiling. A crow perched on a nearby table, its dark eyes gleaming as it watched Set mull over his thoughts. He spoke aloud, lamenting the dwindling supply of humans and pondering the possibility of cultivating them like livestock. A controlled system, he mused, could ensure a sustainable food source for demons. The crow, addressed as 8, was another member of the 10 elite corps, and he was far from impressed with Set's reckless ideas. With a sharp tone, he voiced his concerns. If humans uncover our existence, he warned, everything we've built will come crashing down. He also criticized Set's unhealthy fixation on consuming children, emphasizing the need to cover their tracks carefully. The last thing they needed was for Baskerville's infamous hounds to catch wind of their operations. Set, unfazed, dismissed 8's concerns with a lazy wave of his hand. Traps had been set, he assured him. There would be no unwelcome visitors. However, he admitted that at their current pace, it would still take another 12.5 years of consuming human blood to gather enough magic power to open the gate to the demonic realm. Shifting the conversation, 8 inquired about the state of affairs within Baskerville. Set reassured him that everything was proceeding smoothly and reminded him to oversee the Mord family's matters. Confident in his own influence, 8 assured Set that he would handle it, reiterating that the 10 elite corps needed to stay focused on their ultimate goal, bridging the human and demonic realms. Once 8 departed, the cave fell silent. Set remained seated, brooding. His thoughts turned back to Baskerville, but there was one truth he had left unspoken. Hugo, once the ruthless, iron-blooded patriarch, had changed. That man, who had once discarded emotions like useless burdens, was now reduced to an affectionate fool for his granddaughter. Set scowled. This was dangerous. Their entire plan depended on Baskerville remaining a machine of discipline and brutality. As long as Hugo continued treating the young Baskervilles as expendable, they could be taken without raising suspicion. But with Pomerian in the picture, everything had become fragile. Set's eyes burned with malice as his thoughts settled on a single name. Vikir van Baskerville. Vikir had been nothing but a thorn in his side, a problem that refused to be erased. Seething with frustration, Set replayed the countless ways Vikir had defied expectations. The venomous snake attack in his childhood should have killed him. Instead, he had survived. When Set had assumed him dead after vanishing into the forest, he had returned, dragging Hugo's granddaughter back with him. Vikir was a walking disruption to carefully laid plans, a nuisance that needed to be eliminated. Set's jaw tightened. If he wanted to see this plan through, if he wanted to crush Hugo completely, there was no other option. Vikir had to die. And soon. The following morning, Vikir walked beside Hugo through a quiet hallway. His mind buzzed with suspicion. Hugo had summoned him without explanation, and now, after nearly 5 minutes of silence, Vikir was beginning to wonder why. The tension in the air was subtle, but undeniable. He studied Hugo carefully. Something was different. There were openings in his posture, an extremely rare occurrence. For the briefest moment, a thought crossed Vikir's mind. This would be the perfect moment to kill him. But the idea vanished just as quickly as it came. No, killing Hugo still wasn't an option. Not yet. Just then, Hugo broke the silence. I know you hate me. Vikir stiffened. Had Hugo somehow sensed the murderous intent buried within him? But Hugo's voice remained solemn as he continued. He acknowledged the way he had treated his sons, raising them as nothing more than bloodhounds, throwing them into relentless battles, testing their survival at every turn. I've always assumed they despised me for it, he admitted. Then he turned to Vikir. Despite his exceptional abilities, Vikir had endured even harsher treatment than the rest. Hugo finally explained why. It wasn't Vikir himself that Hugo had despised. It was his own hatred, festering unchecked. His loathing for the barbarians had twisted his judgment, and Vikir had been caught in the crossfire. Vikir's suspicion deepened. Why was Hugo speaking so openly? Was this some kind of test? But then, something happened that shattered all expectations. Hugo bowed. The formidable, iron-blooded patriarch of the Baskerville family lowered his head. He apologized, and he thanked Vikir, Pomerian told me that Penelope was happy until the end, he said. Knowing that his daughter had not spent her last days in misery lifted a weight he hadn't even realized he was carrying. He admitted that, in a way, Vakir had saved him. This gratitude wasn't a soldier's reward. It was genuine. For the first time in his life, Vakir was at a loss for words. His mind raced, torn between the past and the present. Memories surfaced, moments when Hugo had shown unexpected trust, brief glimpses of a man who wasn't just a cold ruler. Had something changed? Was this truly the same Hugo who had condemned him to death? For the first time in 17 years, something stirred within Vakir, a feeling he had thought long dead. Forgiveness. But he crushed the thought before it could take root. No matter what had changed, one truth remained. It was still Hugo who had ordered his execution. The man who had called him a sinner, who had severed his tongue, who had stood unmoved as Vakir bled on the floor. His revenge wasn't over yet. Pushing his emotions aside, Vakir urged Hugo to lift his head and confirmed that he could ask for anything. Hugo agreed without hesitation. Vakir, silent, made a decision. He would deal with Hugo's fate once his objectives were achieved. In a serene garden, laughter filled the air. Pomerian sat comfortably as a man gently tied her hair, chatting with him as she did. She marveled at how wonderful Baskerville was, surrounded by Uncle Vakir, Grandpa Hugo, and Uncle Osiris. The man, Setla Baskerville, smiled warmly. "Did you forget another uncle?" he asked. Pomerian tilted her head in thought before her face brightened. She pointed at him with a cheerful grin. "Uncle Set." Their moment was interrupted as a maid arrived, reminding Set that he had yet to begin his isolation training, as ordered by the patriarch. Set chuckled. "I just couldn't resist seeing my niece one last time," he admitted. Then, in a playful tone, he asked the maid to keep his visit a secret. Pomerian eagerly agreed to do the same. As he finished tying her hair, Set's expression softened. "You look just like your mother," he remarked. The maid froze. That wasn't possible. Set shouldn't have known what Penelope looked like. He hadn't even been born when she was alive. The realization struck like lightning, but before she could react, Set's body shifted. His head twisted unnaturally, his features contorting into something monstrous. The warmth in his eyes vanished, replaced by something cold and predatory. Leaning in, he whispered to the maid, "Hugo is looking for you." His tone was gentle, almost reassuring. But the weight behind those words sent terror surging through her veins. Her body refused to move. Her breath caught in her throat. Tears welled in her eyes as she trembled, paralyzed with fear. Nearby, Pomerian blinked, noticing the maid's absence. She glanced up at Set, confused. "Where did Grandma go?" Set straightened, his expression slipping effortlessly back into his usual charming facade. With a light chuckle, he waved off her concern. "She had something urgent to do," he said smoothly. Then, he leaned closer, his voice carrying an eerie warmth. "Do you like Grandpa, Hugo?" Pomerian beamed. "Yes, I love Grandpa." Set's smile widened. "Grandpa likes you very much, too," he said softly. His voice was dripping with something unreadable, something wrong. "You remind him of his wife and his daughter." His hand reached out, claws slowly extending. He could already taste the devastation this would bring Hugo, and he intended to savor every moment of it. Before Set could act, a sharp voice cut through the garden. Osiris Le Baskerville had arrived. His gaze was firm as he questioned Set's presence and the whereabouts of the maid. Set's jaw tightened in annoyance. His perfect opportunity ruined. With no choice but to retreat, he forced a polite smile and withdrew, his sinister intent momentarily thwarted. Pomerian, oblivious to the tension, turned with a bright grin. "Uncle Osi," she chirped. Set maintained his usual calm demeanor as he explained himself. The nanny hadn't been present when he arrived, he claimed, so he had simply stayed to watch over Pomerian. Osiris didn't seem entirely convinced. His frown deepened as he muttered something about their father losing his temper if he found out about this. With a sigh, he suggested keeping the incident quiet. Set nodded, feigning agreement. "I'll resume my isolation training next week," he promised. But inside, his thoughts burned with resentment. "One day, Osiris. I'll make you pay." Osiris, completely unaware of the hatred seething beneath Set's composed exterior, clapped a hand on his shoulder. His tone softened, carrying a rare note of sincerity. "If you ever need help, just ask," he offered. For a fleeting moment, Set froze. Was Osiris worried about me? The thought was almost laughable. But whatever hesitation he felt was quickly crushed beneath the weight of his hatred. Osiris had always been the golden child, the genius their father admired, the ideal heir to Baskerville. If Osiris didn't exist, Set thought bitterly, his life would have been so much better. Osiris's voice snapped him out of his thoughts. Realizing he had almost let his emotions slip, Set masked his face with an easygoing expression. He excused himself, claiming that Osiris's presence meant his own was no longer necessary. As Set disappeared into the distance, Osiris sighed deeply. For the first time in his life, he had openly admitted that he was worried about his brother. For years, as the vice-patriarch, he had worked tirelessly to mirror Hugo's cold demeanor. That was how he had been taught, to bury emotions, to lead with unwavering discipline. But now, watching Hugo change, watching him embrace his granddaughter so openly, it made him wonder, could I ever do the same? Looking down at Pomerian, Osiris smiled and ruffled her hair. This is all because you came to Baskerville, he murmured. She had changed them all. Meanwhile, deep within his cave, Set seethed. With a furious stomp, he sent a deep crack through the rocky floor. Hugo's constant vigilance had been an unshakable obstacle. And now, Osiris's interference had robbed him of a golden opportunity. He clenched his fists. Osiris. His mere existence was a thorn in Set's side. But no matter. There was still plenty of time before the gate opened. Perhaps, Set mused darkly, it would be even more satisfying to kill Pomerian when she had become truly irreplaceable to Hugo. Sinister possibilities swirled in his mind. Should he poison her, just as he had with Roxana, making her death appear as a slow, tragic illness? Or should he use the barbarians again, just like he did with Penelope? A wicked smile spread across Set's face as he imagined Hugo's devastation. Outside the cave, a presence stirred. Vikir stood at the entrance, gripping Beelzebub, the demonic sword. With a single precise slash, the blade struck the rock. A deep, jagged crack splintered through the intricate traps Set had carefully laid. Inside the lair, the sound of shattering echoed through the cavern, snapping Set out of his thoughts. His body tensed. Someone was here. Someone had broken through his defenses. A shadow emerged from the passageway, stepping into the dim glow of the cave. Set's breath hitched. Vikir. With calm confidence, Vikir stepped forward, his voice steady and unshaken. As promised, I've come to visit. Set's eyes widened in disbelief. How did you get here? His voice held an edge of forced composure, but the unease was clear. Vikir's lips curled into a faint smirk. I followed you, he said simply. You were too lost in thought to notice. Set's mind raced. How had a mere mid-grade graduate cracked the traps? And worse, did he know the truth? Vikir's gaze swept across the cave, taking in the scattered bones littering the ground. His expression darkened. With mocking amusement, he asked, what exactly have you been doing in a place like this, Set? Looks to me like you're the demon behind the missing children in Underdog City. For a brief moment, Set hesitated. Then, he let out a sharp, sinister laugh. So, you knew from the start, he sneered. Tell me, how did you figure it out? Vikir didn't answer. He simply met Set's gaze with an unwavering, icy stare. It was clear Set had no intention of hiding anymore. With a twisted grin, Set stepped forward, drawing his blade. The act was no longer a deception. The facade was gone. There's no need to pretend now, he declared, laughter echoing through the cave. You walked in here alone and empty-handed? How foolish. Without another word, Set lunged, his blade slicing through the air with deadly precision. He could already picture the outcome. Vikir's severed limbs, his body collapsing in a pool of blood. But then something was wrong. Vikir's calm voice cut through the tension. Why are you laughing? Set's smirk faltered. Confusion flickered in his eyes. Then he looked down. His breath caught in his throat. His hand, his sword, gone. Horror gripped him as he realized his severed arm lay on the cave floor, fingers still twitching beside the fallen blade. Pain slammed into him like a wave. A guttural scream tore from his throat as he clutched the stump where his arm had been, his body trembling violently. When did Vikir even move? Through the haze of agony, Set's gaze darted toward the blade in Vikir's hand. A black, twisted sword. One that pulsed with a hunger far beyond mortal comprehension. Beelzebub, the sword of gluttony. Set's face contorted in terror. How do you have that? He choked out. That's the relic of the Grand King of Flies. The holy constellation of the ancient devil. Vikir's smirk deepened, cold and merciless. You demons seem to know yourselves well, he said, his voice like ice. Then he tilted his head, eyes burning with cruel amusement. But tell me, should I call you Set Le Baskerville? He took a step closer. Or should I refer to you as one of the 10 elite corpses sent to this world to open the gate to the demon realms? Set's entire body went rigid. He knows. Vikir knows everything. Panic surged through him, drowning out the pain. How do you know about that? Set shouted, voice cracking. But before he could process the implications, something else hit him. A scent. Something familiar. Something horrifying. His eyes locked onto Vikir, and suddenly, the world around him felt small. What is your soul? Set stammered, his voice laced with pure, unfiltered fear. Why does it reek of our kind's blood? Have you been to hell before? Vikir didn't answer. He didn't need to. The rage in his eyes said everything. Piece by piece, the truth had come together. Set, this wretched, deceitful demon, had orchestrated everything. He had framed Vikir, condemned him, watched him suffer, and led him to his execution with a smile. And now, after all this time, Vikir was finally standing before him, the balance of power reversed. A slow, sinister smile crept onto Vikir's lips. His voice, dripping with malice, sent a chill through the cavern. "Wake up, demon." Beelzebub pulsed hungrily in his grip. "I won't let you die comfortably." Memories of the fall surged through Vikir's mind. Before his regression, the world had been thrown into chaos when the gate, a portal linking the demon realm to the human world, appeared in the sky. And from that abyss, the demons poured through. It was the beginning of the apocalypse. The gate had been opened by the 10 elite corpses, high-ranking demons who had descended first, paving the way for a war unlike any other. What followed was a desperate, bloody struggle for survival. Vikir remembered it all. One battle in particular stood out. When he had faced one of these monstrous beings, the result had been catastrophic. Of the 671 warriors who stood against the demon, 666 perished. Only 5 remained, and of those, 4 lay unconscious. The demons had spared Vikir, not out of mercy, never mercy. They had left him alive for one reason only, to make the number of casualties match their cursed, symbolic 666. The power of the elite corpses was beyond comprehension. They weren't just warriors. They were living calamities. The mere presence of one was enough to bring ruin. And now, here he stood, face to face with one of them again. Set. Vikir hadn't expected this confrontation for another decade. The timeline had shifted, and now he was forced to fight a battle far sooner than anticipated. His gaze flickered across the cave, landing on the scattered skeletons. The remains of the children Set had devoured. Rage boiled inside him. Set smirked, sensing it. "Why so upset?" he mocked. Then, with a wicked grin, he extended his hand. "Don't worry. The children are still alive in my stomach." The cave trembled with an eerie sound. Faint, distorted cries of children echoed around them. Wailing voices, calling for their mothers. Vikir moved without hesitation. With a single, devastating slash, Beelzebub, the sword of gluttony, severed Set's arm before the demon could continue his taunts. A shriek of agony tore through the air. Set staggered back, clutching the bleeding stump where his arm had been. Vikir's expression remained cold. "Shut up," he said. His voice was sharp, absolute. "The dead don't return." Set's wails of grief twisted into laughter. Then, with eerie ease, his grin returned. Before Vikir's eyes, the severed arm began to regrow, flesh twisting, bones snapping back into place. In mere moments, he was whole again. "My regeneration's complete," Set declared, stretching his fingers with a smirk. Then he tilted his head, studying Vikir with newfound curiosity. "You and I," he mused, "both harbor many secrets." Even Osiris, the so-called genius of the family, had only reached mid-rank graduate at 30. Yet here was Vikir, only 17, and already standing at that same level. Unnatural. Impossible. Set's gaze flickered to Beelzebub, the devil's holy constellation. "You're an irregular," he muttered. "A wild card. Someone like you could be dangerous." His smirk widened. "I should eliminate you now." Vikir, unfazed, met his eyes with unwavering resolve. No. His grip on Beelzebub tightened. "You'll die here today." Set lunged. The cave erupted in a blur of motion as their swords clashed, sending sparks flying. The force of their strikes cracked the stone beneath their feet, the air vibrating with raw power. Set's smirk deepened as he tested Vikir's defenses. He was confident. No matter how skilled Vikir was, there was one undeniable truth. Baskerville's collateral and illegitimate members were only ever taught up to the 4th technique. Set, a master of the 6th technique, was certain Vikir had no chance of matching him. With ruthless precision, he unleashed the Baskerville 6th technique, the overwhelming force of his attack meant to crush his opponent in an instant. But then, steel met steel. Vikir countered with the exact same advanced move. Set's eyes widened in shock. His mind reeled. Vikir knew the 6th technique. Stumbling backward, disbelief shook him to his core. How could you know that?" he stammered. Vikir didn't answer. He only pressed the attack. Set gritted his teeth, then let out a low chuckle. His grin twisted back into place. "You're still hiding something, aren't you?" he muttered. Feigning a frontal clash, Set suddenly shifted his blade mid-strike, aiming for Vikir's blind spot, an attack no ordinary swordsman could react to. Just as Set's blade was about to connect, Beelzebub pulsed with a surge of aura. A dark, violent energy erupted from the sword, stunning Set in place. Vikir didn't waste the opportunity. In one fluid motion, he executed the Baskerville 7th technique. The force of the attack sent Set hurtling through the cave, crashing against the stone wall. Blood splattered from his mouth as he gasped for breath. "The 7th Fong?" Set rasped, clutching his chest. How? That's a technique reserved for the patriarch. Vakir didn't hesitate. Charging forward, he drove Beelzebub straight into Set's chest, pinning him to the wall like an insect caught in a hunter's trap. A slow, cold smirk crept across Vakir's face. You demons love looking down on humans, don't you? He mocked. Thinking you're above us. Untouchable. He twisted the blade deeper. Fooling you lot is easier than I thought. Set thrashed against the wall, struggling in pain. Vakir's mind, however, was already elsewhere, on the fall. Back then, when the demons had invaded, the 10 elite corpses had already amassed unstoppable power. Even the strongest heroes, the ones who had closed the gate, couldn't hunt them all down. But now, the fall hadn't happened yet. The 10 elite corpses were scattered, weakened, hiding. This time, things were different. Leaning in close, Vakir whispered into Set's ear, his voice laced with pure murderous intent. You demons plan to bridge the human world and the demon realm, he said. You want to bring about the fall. His grip on Beelzebub tightened. Maybe killing you and your companions now would bring me some relief. Set shuddered. For the first time, fear gripped him. How? How could a mere human, just a human, make him feel this way? Grinding his teeth, Set let out a furious roar, his voice trembling with rage. Damn you, human, he spat. Vakir's instincts flared. Danger was coming. He leaped backward just in time to see Set's body change. A red, thorny substance twisted over his flesh, pulsing unnaturally. Vakir's eyes narrowed as he took in the sight. Were those bloodthorns? Then Set spoke. No, Andromalius spoke. I am Andromalius, he declared, his voice dripping with malice. Acknowledging Vakir's unexpected strength, the demon's tone shifted. This fight, he decided, had gone on long enough. Raising his hand, Andromalius unleashed a swarm of serpents. The cave erupted in movement as the creatures surged forward, their fangs bared, their eyes gleaming with hunger. Vakir moved swiftly, slicing through the advancing swarm, his blade flashing through the darkness. Laughter rang through the cavern. Andromalius taunted him. Keep slicing, he sneered. Vakir cut down serpent after serpent, but then a single one slipped behind him. Fangs sank into his shoulder. With a sharp motion, Vakir severed the serpent's head, tossing its remains aside. Andromalius grinned. You're finished? Vakir barely spared him a glance. A snake bite? That's all. The demon's confidence didn't waver. He lifted his hand and activated his endless blood absorption ability. Vakir stiffened. The wound on his shoulder burst open. Blood, pulled by an unseen force, began to stream from his body, straight into the demon's outstretched palm. This is my power, Andromalius declared, his voice thick with pride. I control blood. Against any living creature, my ability is undefeated. Your blood will drain until there's nothing left. You'll wither away, slowly, painfully. The demon reveled in his dominance, confident in his near immortality. No warrior had ever survived once their blood fell into his grasp. But then, a chuckle, low, quiet, amused. Andromalius's expression darkened. Are you insane? He growled. What's so funny? Vakir lifted his gaze, his smirk laced with cold amusement. It's just entertaining, he mused, watching a demon so delighted while unknowingly sealing his own fate. Before Andromalius could react, his body lurched. His smirk twisted into a grimace. His throat tightened. A sharp pain shot through his gut. Blood, his own blood, erupted from his mouth. He collapsed. His hands trembled as he clutched his stomach. Confusion flickered in his eyes. This wasn't possible. What is this? He choked out. Vakir stepped forward, his tone calm but edged with malice. Would you like to see something impressive? With a deliberate motion, he sliced his own wrist. Blood dripped onto the ground. Andromalius watched, his eyes widening in horror. The moment the droplets touched the floor, realization crashed down on him. This blood, he gasped, his voice trembling. It's poisoned. Vakir's smirk deepened. Not just poison, he corrected. He held up his wrist, and the wound vanished. Instant regeneration. Flawless. Andromalius's disbelief grew. How? A human possessing such an advanced healing factor? And the poison, it wasn't just ordinary venom. No, it was something far worse. Andromalius knew this kind of toxin. It was as deadly as the venom from the cunning spider of Lenore Mountain, as fatal as the bite of the 9-headed snake from the land of Titans, as suffocating as the sting of the massive jellyfish lurking in the Black Sea. These poisons were legendary, impossible for humans to wield, and yet this human had it. More blood dripped onto him. A searing, unbearable pain exploded through his body. Andromalius howled. Vakir watched him passively. The madam's poison works well, even against the 10 elite corpses, he remarked. In his hand, Beelzebub pulsed. A subtle vibration, a whisper only Vakir could hear. Even the madam must have been furious that her poison alone hadn't killed this wretched creature outright. Vikir understood. The message was clear. Even the strongest demons can be slain. Seizing the moment, Vikir slashed. Beelzebub's dark steel carved through Andromalius's flesh, drawing a fresh torrent of blood. The demon reeled, coughing violently, his entire body trembling. Impossible. This wasn't just skill. This wasn't just power. This was monstrous. A mere human shouldn't be able to do this. How had Vikir grown so strong? But Andromalius had no time to dwell on the question. His instincts screamed at him. Escape. He had to flee. He had to warn the other elite corpses. Desperate, Andromalius dispersed the barrier protecting the cave. Vikir's sharp gaze caught the shift immediately. The air grew thick with power. Andromalius raised his hand. The water in the cave, pools, droplets, moisture in the air trembled. Then it began to rise, swirling, twisting, turning blood red. Vikir's eyes narrowed. This ability, he muttered. He recognized it. Andromalius could transform water into blood. Even weakened, even incomplete, this was the power of a high-ranking elite corpse. The battle was far from over, but Vikir remained unshaken. Even if Andromalius could create an ocean of blood, it wouldn't matter. The demon couldn't absorb it, or so he thought. Andromalius sneered. You misunderstand, he said, his voice dripping with malice. This isn't for absorption. With a single command, Andromalius summoned his blood knights. From the pools of blood on the cave floor, armored figures began to rise, each one exuding a dark, menacing aura. Within moments, the entire cavern was filled with them, their gleaming swords drawn as they encircled Vikir. These blood knights, Andromalius declared, can wield the Baskerville 6 technique. The very same technique I've mastered. His grin widened. Even if you know the 7th technique, you won't stand a chance against all of them. Then his voice turned cold. I won't just kill you, human. I'll hunt down everyone you love. I'll make you regret ever challenging the 10 elite corpses. But Vikir remained unshaken. Reaching into his pocket, he spoke with deliberate calm. If all of these knights can use the 6th technique, I suppose this looks dangerous. He paused. Then he pulled out a small black whistle. Andromalius's smug expression faltered. A bead of sweat rolled down his face as he recognized it. Vikir smirked, holding the whistle up. You claim to know the Baskervilles, he said, tilting his head slightly. Then you should know exactly what this is. And before Andromalius could react, Vikir blew the whistle. A sharp, piercing sound rippled through the cavern, traveling far beyond the cave's entrance, far into the surrounding wilderness. And far, far away, on a distant cliff, a lone figure heard the call. A man with long, flowing white hair stood still, listening intently. As the whistle's sound faded, he slowly placed his hand on the hilt of his sword. Back in the cave, Andromalius's unease deepened into dread. He snapped his attention back to the Blood Knights, barking out an order. Kill him now! The knights moved instantly, closing in on Vikir. But Vikir didn't flinch. This whistle does more than issue orders, he said, his voice unbothered, unwavering. It grants authority. His cold gaze met Andromalius's. And with it, I can summon the entire Baskerville force. And then, a streak of red light tore through the cave. The entire mountain shook. The sheer force of the attack was so immense that the mountain itself split in two. The cavern erupted in a violent explosion, a shockwave ripping through the air as the Blood Knights disintegrated on the spot. Andromalius barely had time to react. He threw up an arm, shielding himself as rubble rained down, the entire upper half of the mountain obliterated. As the dust settled, the cave was no longer a cave. It was an open field of devastation. And from the nearby cliff, Hugo Le Baskerville stood, surveying the destruction with a cold, calculating gaze. I see now, Hugo said, his voice echoing in the silence. Your request to command the full power of Baskerville wasn't reckless. His sharp eyes flickered to Vikir. It was to hunt a demon. Vikir bowed slightly, acknowledging his father's words without speaking. Andromalius took a step back. Then another. This was bad. It wasn't just Hugo. Standing beside him, Osiris. Behind them, the commanders, the vice-patriarch, and an entire legion of elite Baskerville warriors. The entire Baskerville force had arrived. Hugo's voice rang out, sharp and absolute. For the next 6 hours, Vikir van Baskerville, possessor of the whistle, will command our forces. Vikir's gaze locked onto Andromalius. His eyes were ice-cold. Then, with absolute authority, he gave the command. Bloodhounds, rip the demon to shreds. The fearless Baskerville hounds charged forward, swords flashing as they relentlessly attacked Andromalius. Blades sliced through the demon from every direction, tearing into his body. He let out a blood-curdling scream. But no matter how many times he was cut down, his regeneration kept him standing. From the center of the battlefield, Vikir commanded with unwavering authority. He reminded the hounds of Andromalius's ability to absorb blood and heal using magic. His order was clear. If anyone was wounded, they had to throw themselves into the poisonous river immediately. Not a single drop of blood could be allowed to fuel the demon's regeneration. The bloodhounds roared in acknowledgement, their determination renewed as they launched another ferocious assault. High above, watching from a nearby cliff, Boston Terrier chuckled at the sheer intensity of the battle. "Look at that killing intent," he mused, impressed. Standing beside him, Great Dan observed the scene with admiration, surprised by his nephew's commanding presence. Hugo, however, remained silent, his gaze heavy with sorrow. His son, Set, had been twisted into a vessel for the demon, a cruel fate that weighed on him like a curse. Was this the destiny of the Baskerville bloodline? A never-ending cycle of tragedy and war? Back in the fight, Andromalius lashed out with snake-like limbs, cursing the relentless warriors. Their attacks, though not fatal, were chipping away at his power. Each severed limb, each drop of lost magic, brought him closer to defeat. Grinding his teeth, Andromalius begrudgingly admitted the truth. These so-called mutts were far stronger than he had anticipated. He needed an escape. That's when he saw Osiris. A new plan took shape. With a desperate grin, Andromalius made an offer. He would abandon Set's body in exchange for his own life. He played on their emotions, reminding them that Set was the second son of the Baskerville family. Surely, they wouldn't sacrifice him so easily. Vikir's response was ice cold. "You really think we'd take that deal?" Frustration flashed across Andromalius's face, but inwardly, he smirked. He didn't need to fool all of them, just one. His gaze locked onto Osiris, the one known for his kindness. His voice softened as he spoke directly to him. "Osiris, Set admired you. Are you really going to let him die like this?" The words struck their mark. Andromalius pressed on, his tone urgent. "His soul is still here. You can still save him." Osiris hesitated. For a moment, doubt flickered in his eyes. Then, slowly, he began to step forward. Vikir's voice cut through the tension like a blade. "Don't fall for his lies, Osiris." But Osiris didn't stop. He approached the demon with a grave expression, staring into the darkness that had swallowed his brother. "Is Set's soul really here?" he asked. "Can he still be saved?" A victorious smirk curled across Andromalius' lips. Slowly, he let Set's face surface. His younger brother's features twisted with sorrow, trapped within the demon's grasp. In a voice that was barely above a whisper, Set called out to his brother. His face was streaked with tears, his words filled with regret. He pleaded for forgiveness, admitting his weakness. The constant comparisons, the pressure of their father's judgment. It had all been too much. In his desperation, he had made a terrible choice, selling his soul to the demon that now controlled him. But even now, he begged for a chance to atone. The cave fell into a heavy silence. Without hesitation, Osiris raised his sword. His grip was steady, his resolve unshaken. With a single, swift motion, he severed the demon's head from its body. As the lifeless head tumbled to the ground, Osiris spoke in a voice filled with sorrow. This was the only thing he could do for Set now. Vikir stepped forward, placing a firm hand on his elder brother's shoulder. He assured him that Set's soul had passed on long ago. This had all been a cruel trick played by the demon. But Osiris could not shake the guilt weighing on him. If he had been there for Set, if he had been the brother his younger sibling needed, maybe none of this would have happened. He had failed Set. He had failed their family. As vice-patriarch, he should have seen the warning signs. He should have stopped this before it was too late. Before he could sink any further into his thoughts, a sudden shout cut through the tension. "Look!" All eyes turned skyward. Andromalius's severed head was soaring through the air, cackling maniacally. His voice dripped with malice as he taunted them. They may have delayed the inevitable, but the gate would open, and his brothers would finish what he had started. He swore to return. And when he did, he would wipe out every last one of them. Vikir's stomach twisted as he watched the demon's head vanish into the distance. At this range, there was no way to strike. Then, a cold, sharp voice broke through his panic. "Vikir!" Hugo's gaze was locked onto the fleeing demon, his tone carrying the weight of absolute authority. "What is the first rule of a swordsman?" Vikir hesitated for only a moment before answering. "A swordsman must never show his back." Hugo's eyes burned with intensity. "Then prove it." As Andromalius soared higher, an unfamiliar sensation gripped him, a primal, bone-deep fear. It had been centuries since he had felt anything like this. At first, he thought it was Set's lingering emotions, a remnant of the boy's terror. But no, this fear was his own. His mind reeled with the realization. This wasn't just any swordsman. This was Hugo Baskerville. With deliberate precision, Hugo unsheathed his blade. Every warrior on the battlefield turned to watch. Andromalius, still scrambling to escape, let out a nervous chuckle, masking his unease with bravado. What could Hugo possibly do from such a distance? Even a sword master had limits. But then, silence. For a moment, it seemed as though nothing had happened. Andromalius's confidence surged. He scoffed at Hugo's supposed attempt, ready to mock him further. Then, without warning, invisible slashes ripped through the air. A storm of impossibly precise cuts sliced straight through the demon's head, tearing it apart in an instant. Deep, bloody lines formed across his face before his body disintegrated into nothing. In his final moments, the once mighty Andromalius could only utter in disbelief. Defeated by a mere human impossible. In the days that followed, notices were posted across all Baskerville-controlled territories, announcing a full-scale investigation into the missing children and the string of horrifying crimes linked to the case. The decree, formally titled under the Vakir law, also outlined a structured compensation plan for the victims and their families. While the involvement of a king-ranked demon remained undisclosed, the revelation that Set Le Baskerville, the second son of the Baskerville family, had been at the center of the atrocities sent shockwaves through the public. His mother was swiftly brought to trial, facing an overwhelming list of charges, including the poisoning of children, an attempt on the first wife's life, the kidnapping of the patriarch's eldest daughter, and aiding in Set's abductions. The verdict was swift, 1,642 convictions, with an immediate execution order. But the most chilling part? She hadn't been brainwashed by the demon. Until her final breath, she wept, begging for one last chance to see her son. Following her execution, Set's remaining henchmen were systematically eliminated. Vice Patriarch Osiris took command of the case, but temporarily transferred authority to Vakir, recognizing the pivotal role he had played in ending the crisis. Rumors about Vakir's involvement in the war against the barbarians and his key role in exposing the demon's influence spread like wildfire. Though many had once distrusted him, public opinion shifted almost overnight. In just a few days, Vakir's reputation soared, and whispers of his growing power echoed throughout the territory. The execution of a high-ranking Baskerville family member left many citizens stunned, but it also sent a clear message. No one, not even the elite of the Baskerville bloodline, was above the law. At the family villa, Hugo turned to Pomerian with an amused expression. "What's different about me now?" he asked. The little girl tilted her head in thought before blurting out, "Grandpa's beard is gone." Hugo chuckled, asking for her thoughts on his new look. Without hesitation, she replied, "It looks so empty." Vakir watched the playful exchange, and for a brief moment, it felt as if the recent chaos had never happened. With everything and everyone connected to Set now purged, the last remnants of the demon's presence had vanished from Baskerville territory. But his work wasn't finished. His focus now shifted to the future. Cindy Winnie had been tasked with gathering intel on other demons, and Vakir awaited her findings. His thoughts were interrupted by a familiar voice. "You've done well, Vakir," Osiris said, offering rare words of praise. Vakir returned the compliment, but Osiris wasted no time reminding him of his delayed academy enrollment. The recent chaos had set things back, but now it was time to prepare. Vakir hesitated. With everything happening in the family, was this really the right time to leave? But Osiris reassured him. Their father had already made the decision, and despite his rough exterior, Hugo cared more than he let on. That thought lingered in Vakir's mind. Osiris understood Hugo better than anyone, perhaps because they were so alike. Vakir's gaze shifted toward their father, who was currently struggling to braid Pomerian's hair under the patient guidance of the head butler. After much effort, Hugo finally succeeded, earning a delighted laugh from the little girl. Watching the scene, something clicked in Vakir's mind. In his previous life, he had only ever seen Hugo's back, his father always ahead of him, a distant and imposing figure. But now he saw the truth. Hugo, too, had been shackled, burdened by responsibilities far heavier than anyone realized. The man Vakir once swore vengeance against no longer existed. With a newfound sense of clarity, Vakir turned to Osiris and made his decision. He would go to the academy. Osiris nodded in approval, satisfied with his brother's resolve. That night, under the glow of the moon, Vakir stood in silent reflection. His past, which had once weighed him down like iron chains, felt lighter. But as his thoughts settled, his gaze darkened. The chains that had once bound him, they were still there. Only now, he saw what lay at the other end. Demons. His fists clenched. His expression hardened. "My true revenge begins now." At that moment, the stillness of the night shattered. From the top of the clock tower, a monstrous figure burst forth, slamming into the ground with a deafening roar. Its voice, thick with rage, demanded to know who had uncovered its contract with the demons. Without waiting for an answer, the creature lunged, spewing curses as it attacked. But Vakir didn't flinch. Summoning Beelzebub, his blade moved like a phantom, carving through the beast with lightning-fast precision. Deep wounds tore across its body as it stumbled back, dazed. Before it could react, Vikir leaped into the air, driving a powerful kick straight into its chest. The monster crashed to the ground, motionless. Bathed in moonlight, Vikir turned away, his silhouette fading into the darkness. His voice echoed through the night. I am the Night Hound, the Avenger of Demons. On the bustling day of Venetia City's grand celebrations, the prestigious Colosio Academy opened its gates to welcome a new generation of students. As the world's most elite institution, it was the dream destination for countless hopefuls, including our protagonist, Vikir. The entrance ceremony set the stage for a chaotic yet exciting day. The academy grounds were alive with activity as upperclassmen rushed to recruit freshmen into their clubs. Seniors eagerly approached anyone who passed by, showering them with enthusiastic pitches and cleverly disguised membership contracts. Some even went as far as handing out surveys, only to trick students into sealing their membership with a stamped fingerprint. This year, the recruitment frenzy was more intense than ever. A senior explained the reason. This incoming class was exceptionally strong, particularly within the Academy's two dominant factions, the Fire Corps and the Ice Corps. The Ice Corps was home to the most skilled weapon masters, training experts in swordsmanship, archery, and spear combat. Meanwhile, the Fire Corps specialized in magic, shaping the Academy's top spellcasters. If you had to choose, which would you join? Beyond their core disciplines, students at Colosio Academy spent 4 years mastering a diverse range of skills, making them both well-rounded and formidable. And this year, a few names had already risen above the rest. First on the list was Tutor, a blonde prodigy from the Don Quixote family, famous for their unmatched spear techniques. Tying with him was Bianca, a purple-haired archer from the legendary Usher family, not the R&B singer, mind you, but an ancient line of master bowmen. Both had taken first place in the Ice Corps practical exam, making them the most sought-after recruits. Just behind them were the Baskerville triplets, ranking 3rd, 4th, and 5th, coming from the infamous Iron Blood swordsman lineage. Their very name carried enough weight to silence any doubts about their abilities. Over in the Fire Corps, another rising star had caught everyone's attention, Sinclair, a freshman with striking ash-gray hair. She had dominated the practical exam and placed second in the theory portion, proving herself as a force to be reckoned with. And then, there was the name everyone had been waiting for, Vikir. Topping the theory exam, he had already solidified his place as the Academy's brightest mind. His new nerdy glasses gave him a fresh look, though opinions on his style were still up for debate. As Vikir walked through the bustling recruitment stalls, he overheard seniors dismissively chatting about him. To them, the nerd who aced the theory exam was hardly worth recruiting. His presence might even ruin their club's image. Besides, with over 10 freshmen sharing his name, tracking him down seemed like too much of a hassle. Vikir felt a bead of sweat roll down his temple. He had deliberately enrolled as a commoner, dropping his Baskerville surname to avoid drawing attention. Yet here he was, still the subject of whispers and scrutiny. Clearly, blending into the background at Colosio Academy was going to be harder than he thought. Vikir had always heard that entering Colosio Academy as a commoner was significantly harder, and now he was experiencing it firsthand. Excelling in the theory exam had backfired. Rather than staying under the radar, he had only drawn more unwanted attention. Determined to avoid the spotlight, he moved as discreetly as possible. Unfortunately, subtlety was difficult with the Baskerville triplets, his ever-loyal hounds trailing closely behind. Their presence alone was enough to draw stares, as they remained ready to guard their master at all costs. As Vikir navigated through the bustling club stalls, a sudden commotion caught his attention. Students were shouting excitedly, their voices clamoring for someone's notice. At the center of the crowd stood a familiar blonde-haired figure. The students around her were in awe, calling themselves her fans. Some even admitted they had joined the academy just for a chance to meet her. They spoke as if she were some divine being, unable to believe she was real. It was none other than Dolores Luinquovadis. Vikir immediately recognized the priestess he had once crossed paths with during his days as an assassin. Now, she held the titles of school president and vice president of the newspaper club. But despite her high status, she looked visibly flustered as she tried to calm the overwhelming crowd. She gently asked if anyone was actually interested in joining her club. The students, however, made it clear they weren't there for the club. They were there for her. Watching from the back of the crowd, Vikir groaned internally. He had hoped to avoid her altogether. Someone like Dolores was dangerous, not in a literal sense, but because she had the kind of presence that drew people in. And that was exactly what he wanted to avoid. But just as he was about to slip away, Dolores's sharp gaze flickered in his direction. Somehow, she had sensed him. Their eyes met for the briefest moment before Vikir turned and disappeared into the crowd. Later, at the academy dorms, Vikir found himself standing in front of his assigned room. He hesitated before reaching for the door handle. only to be interrupted by an approaching voice. A boy with a bold haircut and boundless energy rushed up to him, his face beaming with excitement. "Are you my new roommate?" he asked eagerly. Vikir blinked in surprise. It was PG. The realization hit him immediately. He knew this boy from his previous life. Back then, PG had been one of the few genuinely kind-hearted people he had encountered. He had always gone out of his way to help, even when he had little to offer. But Vikir also remembered how things had ended for him. In that past life, PG had suffered greatly under the hands of a cruel roommate. What started as minor bullying had escalated into a chain of tragedies, ones that Vikir had been powerless to stop back then. But this time would be different. As they stepped inside the dorm, PG's enthusiasm remained unwavering. He told Vikir he could pick any bunk he wanted, then immediately launched into talk about the freshman welcome party happening after dinner. While it wasn't mandatory, nearly every freshman would be attending. He stressed the importance of networking with peers and seniors. It was crucial for surviving the next 4 years. Vikir, however, barely hesitated before giving a curt reply. "Nope, I'm not going." PG blinked in shock at Vikir's blunt refusal, but quickly brushed it off. While his enthusiasm was infectious, Vikir had no interest in the freshman social scene. He had bigger priorities, and attracting unnecessary attention wasn't one of them. But PG wasn't giving up that easily. Utterly horrified by Vikir's indifference, he launched into a desperate campaign to change his mind. He warned that skipping the party would make Vikir a prime target for upperclassmen and risk isolating him from his peers. Then he switched tactics, hyping up the event by listing the big names attending. Tudor, the eldest son of the Don Quixote family, Bianca, the eldest daughter of the Usher family, and of course, the infamous Baskerville triplets. Still no reaction. Undeterred, PG kept going. He mentioned Sancho from the North Mercenary Guild, the genius who had shockingly turned down the top spot at Varangian to attend Colosio Academy. And finally, he dropped the last name on his list, Sinclair, the Fire Corps prodigy who had crushed the Magic Tower entrance exam. Yet, after all that, Vikir remained as unmoved as ever. Overwhelmed by PG's relentless information bomb, Vikir couldn't help but recall his roommate's uncanny knack for gathering intel in their previous life. But even with all this persuasion, his response remained just as cold. "No," PG gasped in pure disbelief. He couldn't fathom how Vikir could reject the opportunity to meet these powerful figures, or willingly make himself a target. But Vikir didn't care. With a casual wave, he turned to leave, telling PG to enjoy the party without him. Stunned yet oddly impressed, PG could only stare as his roommate walked away. He silently vowed that one day, he'd achieve that same level of cool indifference. Meanwhile, as the academy lights dimmed and the moon climbed high into the night sky, a lone figure stood on a rooftop, his silhouette bathed in pale moonlight. Below, in the narrow alleys of the city, a group of thugs huddled around a fire barrel, their low voices carrying through the cold air. One of them, slouched on a bench, grumbled about the eerie silence lately. He admitted that he almost missed the sounds of crying children. Their storerooms had been packed with them not long ago. The others murmured in agreement, wondering why so many had been brought in. Another mentioned a mysterious carriage that arrived at dawn, taking them all away. There were whispers that the children had been sent to an orphanage in Quo Vadis. But before anyone could question it further, the thug on the bench silenced them with a warning. Curiosity kills the cat. Their uneasy chatter came to an abrupt halt as a menacing presence approached. A man with jagged scars slashing across his eyes and a cruel sneer stepped forward, twin blades strapped to his back. His voice was sharp and commanding as he barked at the thugs, ordering them to stop their pointless gossip and focus on their job, unless they wanted to lose their pathetic excuse for a paycheck. This was Ron Battison, better known as the Flesh Grinder. The mere sound of his name was enough to send a shiver down the spines of the gathered thugs. They scrambled to attention as he walked past, his sharp tongue cutting through their egos like a blade. To Ron, these low-rank mercenaries were worthless. They lacked mana, skill, and, most importantly, the will to fight. As he stalked through the alley, he muttered under his breath, lamenting one simple truth. There was no one here strong enough to test his blades against. Battison's thoughts were suddenly interrupted by a voice from the shadows. "Are you Ron Battison?" The words were calm, almost casual, but they carried a weight that sent a chill down his spine. Instinctively, Ron's hand flew to his sword. Some fool was daring to speak his name? He was ready to cut them down where they stood, but as he turned, his breath caught in his throat. The 3 thugs he had just berated were now slumped unconscious around the fire barrel, completely silent, their bodies motionless. He hadn't heard a single sound. Then the voice spoke again. This time, it didn't just say his name, it revealed his full identity, Ron Humbert Battison. However, this was knew more than just his name. The unseen figure began recounting Ron's past, peeling away his darkest secrets like layers of rotting flesh. For years ago, Ron had slaughtered a neighboring family, sacrificing them to forge a contract with the demon. Ron's fingers twitched over his sword hilt, his pulse quickening. But the voice didn't stop. With chilling precision, it exposed every crime he had worked so hard to bury. His time with the Northern Guild Association, passing intelligence to his demonic master. His betrayal of the mankind allied forces. How? With nothing more than a simple hand mirror, he had signaled enemy forces and led an entire platoon to their deaths. A rare sensation crept into Ron's heart, fear. How did this person know everything? Gritting his teeth, he forced himself to stay composed. Dismissing the accusations as meaningless drivel, he barked out a demand. Enough with the shadows. Show yourself. The voice obliged. Vakir stepped into view, clad in his Assassin's Creed outfit, appearing behind Ron like a phantom. His voice was cold, unyielding. The allied platoon was slaughtered. Because of you. Ron's eyes widened. Someone was behind him? Instinct took over. He spun, swinging both of his swords with all his might, determined to cut down his attacker. For a brief moment, he thought he had struck something, then the truth hit him. It had been too easy. A sudden, searing pain shot through his body. Confusion turned to horror as he realized why. Both of his arms had been severed cleanly at the shoulders. Ron let out a blood-curdling scream, collapsing onto the cold ground as his lifeblood spilled into the dirt. Behind him, Vakir stood motionless, his blade already sheathed as if the fight had never happened. Ignoring Ron's desperate cries for mercy, Vakir grabbed him by the hair, forcing him to meet his gaze. Ron whimpered, babbling excuses, claiming he knew nothing about the mankind allied forces. Vakir's response was ice cold. You don't know, because it hasn't happened yet. Ron barely had time to process those words before something horrifying began to happen. His face twisted unnaturally. His skin bulged and contorted. His head exploded. Blood and viscera splattered across the alleyway. Vakir sighed, watching the lifeless corpse collapse. Another one. Another demon worshipper whose head had detonated before revealing anything useful. Reaching into his coat, he pulled out a worn notebook. Its pages were filled with names, some crossed out in thick black strokes, others smeared with blood. He flipped to the latest entry. With a steady hand, he struck through Ron's name. The third one in a row. This notebook, the blacklist, was something Vakir had created using his memories from his previous life, alongside intelligence gathered by Cindy Wendy. It documented every known demon worshipper who had betrayed mankind before the fall. One by one, he was ensuring their treachery never repeated in this timeline. But there was a troubling pattern. Every demon worshipper he had confronted so far had died the same way, their heads exploding before they could reveal anything. This wasn't a coincidence. It was a failsafe, a skill embedded into their demonic contracts. And if such a powerful enchantment was in place, that could only mean one thing. One of the 10 elite demons was already lurking within the capital. Later that night, as a distant church bell rang solemnly, the quiet darkness was torn apart by the sound of slashing. On the balcony of a nondescript building, Vakir stood motionless, his blades dripping with blood. Behind him, the remains of 29 demon worshippers lay scattered across the floor, their crimson stains splattered across the walls and ceiling. A brutal testament to his relentless pursuit. With a flick of his wrist, he absorbed Beelzebub back into his hand, his expression unreadable. Despite the sheer number of enemies he had cut down tonight, there were still no leads on the whereabouts of the elite demon. The road ahead was going to be long and exhausting. Pulling out his blacklist, he crossed off names with a pen this time, frustration creeping into his thoughts. He hadn't expected a breakthrough on the first day, but the slow progress gnawed at him. Still, there was no turning back now. As the night stretched on, Vakir moved like a shadow across the city's rooftops, making his way back to the academy. He landed soundlessly on a sturdy tree branch overlooking the well-lit hall, where the freshman welcome party was still in full swing. Dusting himself off, he slipped back into his usual nerdy disguise. With a quiet sigh, he decided to stop by, just in case. Inside, the party was alive with energy. Laughter rang out, students mingled freely, and the buffet table looked like a battlefield of its own, under constant attack from hungry freshmen. The Baskerville triplets were putting on a spectacle, downing massive mugs of beer one after the other, much to the awe of the crowd. Dolores, as always, was in the center of an adoring fan frenzy, her admirers practically falling over themselves to shower her with endless praise. Meanwhile, Tudor, the blonde playboy, basked in the attention of a group of swooning ladies. On the other side of the room, Bianca maintained her usual air of grace, pouring wine for her seniors with practiced elegance. Standing in the shadows, Vakir quietly observed the scene. Among the crowd, his gaze settled on Tudor and Bianca, two figures he hadn't expected to see here. In his previous life, they had been among the great heroes who led humanity to victory during the fall. Tudor, a prodigy from the renowned Azure Spearman family, had commanded the front lines with unmatched skill and bravery. Bianca, a legendary markswoman from the mystical Archer family, had taken down countless demons with unerring precision. Yet here they were, carefree, unburdened, completely unaware of the fates that awaited them. Scanning the room further, Vikir spotted other familiar faces from the battlefield. A small, almost wistful smile played at his lips. It was surreal, seeing these future legends in such an ordinary setting. He couldn't help but wonder, was another key figure, Camus Morgue, somewhere among them as well? While Vikir observed the lively scene, an uneasy situation was brewing across the room. His roommate, PG, stood trembling as a group of seniors surrounded him, pressuring him to sing. The timid freshmen tried to refuse, but they weren't willing to take no for an answer. A female senior approached with an enormous jug of alcohol in hand, a sneer curling her lips. If PG didn't want to sing, she declared, he'd have to drink the entire jug in one go. Tears welled up in PG's eyes as he stared at the daunting challenge before him. He pleaded, asking how he was supposed to finish such an absurd amount. But his protests were met with cruel laughter. The seniors showed no sympathy, shoving the jug into his hands and demanding he comply. With no way out, PG hesitantly lifted the jug and began drinking. The seniors erupted into laughter, mocking him as he struggled to keep up. Their taunts grew sharper, their jeers louder, but PG did his best until his body betrayed him. Halfway through, he lost control and vomited all over the floor. Instead of concern, the seniors howled with laughter, pointing at him in amusement. In an instant, they branded him with a cruel new nickname, the Vomit Pig. Humiliated and defeated, PG could only stand there, tears streaming down his face as he gasped for breath. Then, from the shadows, a figure stepped forward. Vikir moved with quiet composure, his cape sweeping across the floor as he covered the mess, shielding PG from further humiliation. The room fell into stunned silence. The seniors exchanged confused glances. "Who is this guy?" one of them muttered. Vikir didn't answer. He simply stood tall, his unshaken presence carrying an authority that made even the jeering crowd hesitate. For PG, it was like a lifeline had been thrown his way. His hero had arrived. As Vikir glanced at him, old memories surfaced. Memories of a previous life where PG had suffered in silence. The relentless bullying had driven him to drop out of the academy, forcing him into a hard life as a low-ranking government official while taking care of his parents. Yet when the fall began, PG had been one of the first to step forward, fighting on the front lines. His brilliant strategies and sharp mind had saved countless lives, including Vikir's. This little man had been one of the few people Vikir had truly respected. Seeing him suffer now lit a fire inside him. There was no way he was going to stand by and do nothing. Vikir quietly told PG to return to the dorm, assuring him he'd take care of things here. But before PG could move, one of the seniors placed a hand on Vikir's shoulder, sneering at his interference. Then, without warning, the senior slapped him across the face. Once, twice, again, and again, until his cheek was red from the repeated blows. The senior laughed, mocking Vikir for stepping in so confidently. The air in the room shifted. At that moment, the Baskerville triplets arrived, their bloodhound-like gazes locking onto the scene before them. Their master was being struck. A dangerous aura crackled around them as their rage filled the room, ready to explode. But before they could act, Vikir's icy stare cut through the tension. He adjusted his glasses, his own bloodhound eyes flickering with cold fire. The triplets instantly froze, remembering his warning. If his true identity was exposed at the academy, they would all pay the price with their lives. Sensing the shift, a female senior decided to step in. Smirking, she told her friend to ease up on the freshman. Instead, she offered a more fair solution. Giggling, she suggested a challenge. If Vikir could drink an entire jug of alcohol, they would let both him and PG go. PG immediately protested, not wanting Vikir to get dragged into his mess. But Vikir ignored him, grabbing the massive jug without hesitation. To the shock of everyone in the room, he tilted it back and began drinking, gulping down the potent mix of vodka and rum as if it were nothing more than water. The female senior smirked at first, fully confident that no ordinary freshman could handle such a concoction. But as Vikir continued to chug without pause, her expression twisted from amusement to disbelief. The other seniors watched in stunned silence, their confidence draining with every gulp he took. Finally, with a sharp exhale, Vikir slammed the now-empty jug onto a nearby table. He wiped his mouth, then casually grabbed PG by the arm. Without sparing the frozen crowd a second glance, he spoke a single word. "Bye." The two turned to leave, but the same senior who had slapped Vikir earlier made the mistake of grabbing his shoulder once more. Instantly, the atmosphere changed. A suffocating wave of pressure filled the air, cold, crushing, undeniable. Every person in the room felt it. but none more than the senior who had dared to lay a hand on him. Tudor and Bianca, who were nearby, felt their instincts flare in alarm. Their knees nearly buckled under the sheer weight of the chilling aura, their bodies screaming at them to back away. Vakir turned, his gaze glowing with quiet menace. His voice was sharp, almost casual, yet it sliced through the silence like a blade. "Do you need something else?" The senior's confidence shattered instantly. He stood there, trembling, unable to utter a single word. Before the situation could escalate any further, a commanding voice cut through the tension. "What's going on here?" Dolores had arrived. All eyes turned to her as she stepped into the chaos, her presence alone enough to force a shift in the atmosphere. The suffocating aura vanished in an instant. The seniors scrambled to save face. One hastily spoke up, claiming that a freshman had simply gotten sick and that they were handling it. But Dolores wasn't so easily convinced. Her sharp gaze lingered on them, her voice laced with warning. Freshmen were to be treated with respect. The academy's reputation was at stake. With Dolores taking control of the situation, Vakir wasted no time. Without a word, he hurried out of the party, carrying PG with him and leaving the stunned crowd behind. The Baskerville triplets, still watching from the sidelines, exchanged glances. Then, as if reading each other's minds, they all gave Vakir a thumbs up in unison, their voices filled with admiration. "Cool." Meanwhile, Tudor and Bianca remained where they stood, their minds racing. That suffocating aura they had felt. Was it real, or had they imagined it? Before they could dwell on it further, another figure appeared between them. Sinclair. Her striking white hair shimmered under the lights, her bright eyes sparkling with intrigue. Her flushed cheeks betrayed her thoughts as she watched Vakir leave with PG. A soft smile played at her lips. She had just found someone interesting. The next day, life at the academy settled back into its usual rhythm. Students from both the Ice and Fire Corps attended their shared classes, fueling an ever-present rivalry that pushed them to excel. This structured competition was a key pillar of the academy's philosophy. Only the best could rise to the top. In one such class, a man stood at the front, wrapping up his lecture. This was Vinci Morgue, the academy's combat theory professor and a member of the prestigious Morgue family. With a sharp thud, he closed his book, signaling the end of his discussion on the culture of the barbarian tribes. The room fell into tense silence as Professor Morgue's piercing gaze swept across the students. Then, he posed a question, one that sent a ripple of discomfort through the class. He asked about the hypothesized location of the barbarian stronghold. No one wanted to answer. Even Tudor, the Ice Corps' top scorer in the practical exams, hesitated. Flipping through his notes, he recalled the Empire's clashes with the barbarians in the South region's Highland One back in 1875. But narrowing down a specific stronghold location? That was another challenge entirely. Beside him, Bianca, who had tied Tudor in the Ice Corps rankings, also struggled. She knew most battles had occurred in low-altitude regions, likely within natural troughs, but pinpointing an exact location was proving difficult. Then, before anyone else could react, a hand shot into the air. "I'll answer." The confident voice belonged to Sinclair, seated among the Fire Corps students. She radiated energy, her excitement filling the room as all eyes turned toward her. Professor Morgue, recognizing her as the Fire Corps' top practical scorer and second-rank theory student, allowed her to proceed. With her signature enthusiasm, Sinclair delivered a detailed response. She explained that military records showed key battles against the barbarian tribes had taken place in Highlands 1, 4, 5, 7, 8, 30, 75, and 207. Then, she pointed out a crucial detail. Aside from Highland 8, which sat atop a mountain peak, every other battle site had been located in a trough. Using this pattern, she confidently deduced that the barbarian stronghold must also be hidden in a low-altitude region. The class fell silent, absorbing the depth of her answer. Even Tudor and Bianca had to admit her reasoning was solid. But while the students were busy processing the information, one person remained completely unfazed. Vakir, sitting just one row behind Sinclair. He had his eyes closed, lost in deep thought. To the casual observer, it might have looked like he was dozing off. Even PG, seated next to him, glanced over in concern, wondering if his roommate had fallen asleep. He couldn't have been more wrong. Vakir's mind was far from the classroom. His thoughts were consumed by last night's events. The slaughtered demon worshippers, their unnatural stench, and the horrifying way their faces had exploded before death. There was a pattern, a chilling one. Piecing the clues together, Vakir came to a disturbing conclusion. These deaths were likely tied to the abilities of an elite demon corpse hiding somewhere within the capital. And if his theory was correct, there was only one place where this demon could be lurking. He needed to confirm it. Fast. A plan formed in his mind. He would reach out to Cindy Wendy for help investigating the area. But before he could dwell on it further, a light tap on his shoulder pulled him back to reality. PG whispered his name cautiously. Vikir opened his eyes. The entire class was staring at him. At the front of the room, Professor Morg's expression darkened. His sharp gaze locked onto Vikir, radiating pure irritation. Vikir. It was clear. His lack of attention hadn't gone unnoticed. Professor Morg's voice dripped with disdain as he addressed the class. He declared that the Ice Corp was clearly inferior to the Fire Corp, arguing that no respectable student would dare sleep during the very first lecture of the semester. The insult hung in the air. But before anyone could react, Vikir calmly adjusted his glasses and replied, "I wasn't sleeping." The unexpected response sent a ripple through the room. PG nearly choked on his breath, while the professor's irritation flared visibly. "What's your name?" Morg demanded, frustration creeping into his tone. After learning it, the professor pressed further. "Everyone here saw your eyes were closed." Unfazed, Vikir responded in the same, even tone. "My eyes were closed, but that doesn't mean I was sleeping." Silence. The sheer audacity of the remark left the entire class speechless. Even the professor, though clearly fuming, was forced to acknowledge that he had, technically, been wrong. Vikir gave a slight nod, casually adding, "It's understandable." The offhand comment only fueled the professor's irritation. Realizing he wasn't going to shake Vikir's composure, Morg chose to change tactics. He announced to the class that Sinclair's answer had earned the Fire Corp 1 point. Then, with a sharp tone, he turned back to Vikir. "I have a proposition," he said with a smirk. "If you can answer my next question correctly, I'll award a point to the Ice Corporation." His eyes gleamed with challenge. "However, if your answer is wrong, the Ice Corp will lose points instead." Vikir's voice cut through the room. "That's unfair." The professor ignored the protest. He posed his challenge. Vikir was to name the location of the Empire's military clash with the Balak tribe and, based on that, deduce the most likely location of the tribe's stronghold. The room tensed. Sinclair's eyes widened in shock. She knew the Balak tribe was elusive. So little was known about them that even the most seasoned scholars struggled to determine their whereabouts. The question wasn't just difficult, it was designed to be impossible. Meanwhile, Bianca fumed in silence. She was convinced Vikir's arrogance had doomed the Ice Corporation idiot. She thought bitterly. He just had to run his mouth. But while tension spread through the class, Vikir remained utterly unbothered. He closed his eyes for a brief moment, and then a memory surfaced so vivid it felt almost tangible. He saw the Balak tribe gathered around a roaring campfire. He heard their laughter as they tore into roasted meat, felt the warmth of their camaraderie under the night sky. They weren't just some obscure historical footnote to him. They were family. A small, almost nostalgic smile crossed his lips before he opened his eyes again. Then, with absolute confidence, he delivered his answer. He not only named the exact locations of the battles between the Empire and the Balak tribe, but he also identified the most probable location of their hidden stronghold. His explanation was thorough, precise, each point backed by military records and ironclad logic. The room fell into stunned silence. Students exchanged bewildered glances, struggling to process what they had just witnessed. Even PG sat frozen, his jaw practically on the floor. As for Professor Morg, he had been fully prepared to dismiss Vikir as a fool. But now, he found himself impressed, despite his best efforts to hide it. Vikir's answer wasn't just correct. It perfectly aligned with an advanced military thesis that had yet to be officially confirmed by scholars. "How?" Professor Morg muttered under his breath, his curiosity momentarily overpowering his irritation. He couldn't fathom how a student, especially a freshman, could possess such precise knowledge, as if he had seen the events firsthand. Unbeknownst to the rest, Vikir's seemingly miraculous answer had been carefully calculated. He knew the Balak tribe had moved their stronghold after the Alman incident, so revealing their previous location wouldn't disrupt current events. But to the class, his knowledge seemed nothing short of extraordinary. As the professor mulled over Vikir's astonishingly accurate answer, something clicked. Vikir. That name had recently appeared at the top of the theory exam rankings. A student with the highest recorded score in years. Intrigued, and perhaps just a little irritated, Professor Morg made his decision. He awarded Vikir 10 points for his flawless answer and granted 1 additional point to the rest of the Ice Corp. However, not one to let things slide, the professor smirked and deducted 10 points from Vikir as well, citing his disrespectful behavior, closing his eyes during the lecture. "Brilliance doesn't excuse bad habits," he remarked smugly, as if trying to reassert his authority. Meanwhile, Sinclair continued studying Vikir, her curiosity deepening. Despite his nerdy disguise, there was something about him, an aura that couldn't be hidden. She realized she hadn't paid much attention to him before, likely because Vikir was such a common name. But now, as he stood tall in the sunlight streaming through the classroom windows, he seemed anything but ordinary. Tutor, too, had taken notice. From across the room, he smirked. "So, this is the top theory student?" He acknowledged Vikir's intellect, but wondered if his skills would amount to anything when it came to practical combat. The rest of the class buzzed with murmurs. Some students were impressed, whispering about Vikir's brilliance. Others dismissed him as nothing more than a bookworm, frustrated that he had nearly cost the Ice Corps points. A few, however, felt an entirely different urge, one to put the nerd in his place. The scene shifted to a sprawling field where students were engaged in a high-energy game of run flat, a sport resembling football but with a unique twist. Using specialized gloves and a reinforced ball, the game pitted two teams of 20 players each against one another, their goal being to get the ball into the opposing team's goal area. Mana and weapons were strictly prohibited, but everything else? Fair game. As the match began, Tudor wasted no time stealing the spotlight. With an earth-shaking stomp, he blasted through the opposing team's defense like a freight train, effortlessly carrying the ball forward. His sheer explosive strength left the crowd in awe. "I'm the best at run flat," he declared loudly, relishing the attention. The girls in the stand swooned. "He's so strong and so hot," they squealed. Meanwhile, Bianca sat nearby, arms crossed, watching with an unimpressed expression. "Barbaric," she muttered under her breath. Just as Tudor neared the goalpost, three familiar figures stepped in his way. The Baskerville triplets, the infamous troublemakers from the Iron Blood Swordsman family, stood shoulder to shoulder, daring him to break through. "Arrogant bastard," one of them taunted, their confidence evident. To their surprise, Tudor didn't seem bothered. In fact, he looked excited. Instead of charging straight into them, he weaved effortlessly past the first two, his movements swift and unpredictable. The triplets barely had time to react before he was already past them, leaving them stunned. But just as he reached the goal, the last triplet stepped in, blocking his path. Arms crossed, eyes locked on Tudor, he demanded the ball. Tudor didn't bother with words. Instead, a smirk crept onto his face as he activated his left hand, summoning a radiant blue light that pulsed with raw power. In a flash, he drove his glowing fist straight into the triplet's stomach. The impact was brutal. The triplet was launched through the air, landing in a crumpled heap on the ground. "Face you head on? I'd lose it all," Tudor muttered under his breath, barely acknowledging the encounter as he sprinted toward the goal. The students on the sidelines were left speechless. Not only had Tudor effortlessly dismantled the triplet's defense, but he had done it without using mana or weapons. Whispers spread like wildfire. His sheer dominance in run flat was exactly what one would expect from the Ice Corps' rising star. Charging toward victory, Tudor's thoughts drifted. To him, theory and memorization were useless. A true fighter only needed strength to win. But just as he neared the goal, his momentum was interrupted. A lone figure stood in his way. Vikir. The field fell silent. The crowd held their breath. Tudor narrowed his eyes. "You've got to be kidding me," he muttered, a mix of irritation and amusement flashing across his face. Yet, something about Vikir's calm, unwavering stance made him pause. This wasn't just some bookworm standing in his way. Earlier that morning, Tudor had watched this same nerd boldly talk back to Professor Morg. He had seemed arrogant, too confident for someone who relied only on knowledge. Annoyed, Vikir had initially planned to step aside and let Tudor score. Stopping him wasn't worth the effort, but Tudor had other plans. Instead of making a beeline for the goal, he veered toward Vikir, a mischievous smirk playing on his lips. This guy needs to train his body more than his brain. A solid body slam, he figured, would teach the genius a much-needed lesson. Without hesitation, Tudor charged at full speed. Vikir, however, didn't move an inch. Then, impact. It was like a car crashing into a concrete wall. Tudor, expecting to bulldoze through his opponent, was the one sent flying. The moment of contact had been a disaster for him. He soared backward through the air before slamming into the ground with a heavy thud. A stunned gasp rippled through the crowd. Tudor lay motionless, his breath ragged, his face pale and drenched in sweat. What just happened? Even Bianca and Sinclair, watching from the stands, were too shocked to speak. Meanwhile, Vikir turned slightly, glancing behind him. Tudor was sprawled out on the field. He furrowed his brows. Why did this blonde kid just run straight into me? For a moment, Vikir had considered dodging the attack, but ultimately he decided against it. What was he thinking? Then, realizing the weight of the moment, Vikir made a split-second decision. A bit of theatrics wouldn't hurt. Letting out an exaggerated moan, he dramatically collapsed, clutching his side as if injured. The crowd watched in confusion. There he was pretending to be hurt, while Tudor lay completely unconscious. Moments later, Tudor's eyes snapped open. A circle of concerned teammates hovered over him, their voices overlapping in a blur of worry. But their words barely registered. His mind was still spinning, trying to piece together what had just happened. He remembered charging at Vikir during the match, but after that, nothing. A complete blank. Sitting up, Tudor's gaze immediately locked onto Vikir. There he was, calmly dusting himself off, looking as unbothered as ever. Not a single scratch. Tutor, on the other hand, had been knocked out cold. How? How could a so-called nerd like Vikir knock him? Tutor Don Quixote, the run-flat prodigy, straight into unconsciousness. There was only one way to find out. Tutor clenched his fists. He needed to test this again. Round 2, the game resumed. And as if fate had decided to humor him, the ball once again found its way into Tutor's hands. This time he didn't care about scoring. This time, he had one goal. Vikir. The Baskerville triplets immediately recognized the shift in Tutor's focus. They rushed into position, forming a protective wall in front of their master. Meanwhile, Vikir remained at the back of the field, his expression unreadable as he quietly observed the game. From the stands, Bianca and Sinclair furrowed their brows. Why is he running straight at Vikir again? Ignoring the frantic shouts of his teammates, Tutor barreled forward, undeterred. The triplets, eager to prove themselves, stood their ground. "You're not getting past us this time, Tutor," they shouted, bracing for impact. But Tutor was ready. With seamless footwork, he weaved past two of them, leaving them stunned in his wake. Now, only Vikir remained. The crowd held its breath. Was history about to repeat itself? Tutor's eyes burned with determination. This wasn't just a game anymore. This was personal. He activated his family's secret run-flat technique, Saint Spear Tackle. An ethereal knight materialized behind him, gleaming lance in hand, radiating pure, unstoppable power. Tutor's body pulsed with energy, his eyes glowing a piercing blue. The entire field seemed to vibrate under the sheer force of the technique. The spectators could feel the overwhelming pressure aimed directly at Vikir. Yet, Vikir remained still. His glasses caught the sunlight, his expression calm. He didn't flinch. He didn't move. He simply watched. And then, impact! The scene cut to black. When the screen returned, Tutor was sprawled out on the ground. Again, same position, same lifeless T-pose. Hovering over him, shaking his head in disbelief, was a familiar scar-faced, gray-haired student. "Awake again?" the student asked dryly. Tutor jolted upright, his confusion evident. "What just happened? Did I faint again?" Beside him, a muscular student, Sancho Barataria, crossed his arms and sighed. "You used your family's killer technique, slammed into Vikir at full speed." He paused, and got bounced off. Again, the field was dead silent. The students watching struggled to process what they had just witnessed. Tutor's strongest move, completely ineffective against Vikir. No mana, no tricks, just pure, overwhelming stability. Among the stunned onlookers, Sancho Barataria tightened his headband, his eyes narrowing with newfound determination. "I get it now," he muttered. "This guy Vikir, he's hiding something, and I can't just sit back while a friend gets knocked out twice in a row." Sancho wasn't just any student. A transfer from the Norse Mercenary Guild Association. He was infamous for his raw, monstrous strength. Back home, he was so physically overwhelming that he wasn't even allowed to compete in his age group. This run-flat match? It was supposed to be beneath him, but after witnessing Vikir casually shut down Tutor's attacks, he couldn't resist joining the fray. The northern powerhouse steps in. With the sun shining dramatically on his broad shoulders, Sancho strode onto the field, gripping the ball effortlessly with one hand. His deep voice carried across the arena as if narrating his own legend. In the frozen lands of the north, even newborns and the elderly fight for survival. It's in our blood. We're all warriors. The words sent a shiver through the Baskerville triplets. They exchanged nervous glances. For the third time, they stood guard, ready to protect their master. This time, they were determined not to fail. Third time's the charm, they muttered to each other, bracing themselves. But Sancho had no intention of dodging. Instead, he charged straight at them like an unstoppable freight train. Total domination. With one sweeping motion, Sancho extended his massive arm in a devastating clothesline. Boom! All three triplets were sent soaring through the air like ragdolls. As they flew past Vikir, their voices rang out in despair. "Master, we're sorry. Please don't kill us." Tears streamed down their faces as they tumbled through the sky. Vikir's expression darkened. His glasses glinted ominously as his eyes glowed red. A quiet but deadly whisper escaped his lips. "Do you want to die?" The triplets could only sob harder as they crashed into the ground with a loud thud. Sancho versus Vikir, the final clash. But Sancho wasn't done. Having cleared the field, he locked onto his true target. Vikir. His muscles tensed, his heart pounded, and his mind focused on a single goal, uncovering the secret that Vikir was hiding. The crowd held its breath. Sancho charged at full speed, his massive frame closing in like a raging bull. The tension in the air was suffocating. The students could barely blink. Was this finally it? Would Vikir finally be knocked off balance? As Sancho lunged forward, he raised his hand high, announcing his intent to unleash his full power. With a thunderous strike, He slammed his fist directly into Vikir's stomach. Boom! The impact echoed across the field. The ground trembled. The moment hung in the air until Sancho's expression changed. Confusion, shock, panic. Because instead of sending Vikir flying, Sancho was the one who stopped moving. His entire arm trembled. It felt like he had punched a mountain. Vikir didn't budge an inch. No matter how much strength Sancho poured into his strike, it was useless. For the first time in his life, the unstoppable force had met the immovable object. Unfazed, Vikir decided to play along. If this was what the crowd wanted, he might as well give them a show. With deliberate effort, he leaped backward, dragging his feet across the ground to create dramatic skid marks before crashing to the earth. Just as the Baskerville triplets had before. The field erupted in gasps and cheers. To the crowd, it looked like Sancho had just sent Vikir flying. Some marveled at Sancho's apparent raw strength, while others whispered in concern, wondering if Vikir was even still alive after such a devastating hit. But Sancho knew the truth. His hand continued to shake as he stared at it, still trying to process what had just happened. What is he? He muttered under his breath, questioning if Vikir was even human. Game over. Class B wins. Still reeling from the impact, Sancho failed to notice one of the Baskerville triplets sneaking up behind him. In a swift, well-practiced move, the triplet snatched the ball and bolted toward the goalpost. The crowd erupted in cheers as the referee's whistle blew loudly. Class B had won. The team celebrated wildly, showering the triplets with praise for their clever maneuver. Meanwhile, on the sidelines, Vikir slowly sat up, casually dusting himself off from his overly theatrical fall. Then, a cold splash of water hit his face. He looked up. Sancho stood over him, holding an empty water bottle, grinning. "You're the real reason Class B won," he said, acknowledging Vikir's silent contribution. Even Tudor approached, an uncharacteristic look of humility on his face. I was jealous," he admitted reluctantly. "I thought I could teach you a lesson in the practicals, but now I see how petty that was. I'm sorry for my actions earlier." The question on everyone's mind. Still intrigued, Sancho didn't hold back. "What's your secret?" he asked outright. "What kind of training do you do to build a body like that?" Or, he hesitated, narrowing his eyes. "Were you using mana during the match?" Vikir casually removed his headgear, shaking his head. "I'm just a commoner," he replied. "I don't have an ounce of mana." Tudor's expression fell slightly, a hint of disappointment flashing in his eyes. "What a shame," he sighed. "With proper training and mana, combined with your physique, you could have been an expert like me." The three exchanged a few more words, the tension between them easing. The beginning of camaraderie. Then, right on cue, Tudor's cheerleading squad arrived. They swarmed around him, waving towels, offering water, and showering him with admiration. Tudor, of course, basked in their attention, a self-proclaimed ladies' man in his element. Meanwhile, Sancho tossed Vikir a towel of his own. These two, Tudor and Sancho, future heroes who would one day hunt demons and fight for humanity during the fall, had no idea just how intertwined their fates would become with Vikir's. As Vikir wiped the water from his face, he instinctively removed his glasses to clean them. And in that instant, time seemed to stop. The sunlight caught his features at the perfect angle. Every single gaze in the crowd, guys and girls alike, was drawn to him. Even Sinclair and Bianca, watching from the stands, felt an unfamiliar warmth creeping up their faces. The nerd they had dismissed earlier was gone. In his place stood a striking figure. The light accentuated his lean, toned frame, his every movement effortless and sharp. And for the first time, his face, free of glasses, radiated an intensity and charisma that left the entire audience stunned. Vikir, oblivious to the growing commotion around him, simply smiled to himself. Seeing Tudor and Sancho like this, before their rise as legendary heroes, felt strange, almost nostalgic. But he had no idea. From this moment on, his quiet days at the academy were over. Things were about to get far more troublesome. The scene shifted to the dead of night. A grand yet eerily silent mansion stood beneath the moonlight. Inside, chaos. The once opulent halls were now a slaughterhouse. Blood pooled across the floor, the mangled remains of guards and accomplices scattered like grotesque confetti. And at the center of it all, a trembling figure. Lloyd Dockseller, a man with a distinct purple goatee, his face now etched with pure terror. Standing before him, clad in his Assassin's Creed uniform, was Vikir. His voice was low, cold, and cutting. Lloyd Dockseller, 52 years old, leader of the information house, headmaster of the orphanage. The word sent an icy chill down Lloyd's spine. His sins had caught up to him. Vikir's piercing gaze locked onto the cowering man, trapping him in place. "You conspired with a demon. You sold children from high-ranking families. Did you really think your crimes would go unnoticed?" The accusations hung in the air like a death sentence. The dim light gleamed off Beelzebub, the ominous weapon Vikir held, its presence alone enough to suffocate the room. Lloyd's breath hitched. His body trembled uncontrollably. Then, through chattering teeth, he stammered, "Why your aura? It's solid. You're a sword master?" Vakir tilted his head slightly, amused. "Almost," he murmured, his voice laced with quiet menace. His aura was indeed nearing a solid state, though it remained at the very edge, a mark of someone standing at the pinnacle of a graduate's power. An offer before death. But instead of striking Lloyd down, Vakir offered something unexpected. A chance at redemption. His voice was steady, unwavering. "Work with me. Help me catch the demon you've been aiding. If you do, I'll compensate you accordingly." Even with death looming over him, Lloyd hesitated. Sweat dripped down his face as he struggled to make a decision. Then, boom, the demon appears. A deafening sound split the air. Vakir's instincts flared instantly. A massive chunk of a building hurtled toward them from above. Without hesitation, Vakir leaped away, dodging the attack by mere inches. Crash! The rubble obliterated the room they had been standing in. Dust and debris filled the air, but Vakir's sharp eyes had already locked onto something. Or rather someone. A shadowy figure stood atop the ruins, silhouetted by the moonlight. The air around them twisted and churned with a sickly green aura. Thick, heavy, poisonous. The moment Vakir felt it, he knew. The unmistakable presence of a demon. The figure's grotesque mask glowed under the night sky. In his hands, he wielded a massive hammer. A hammer forged from human faces, their expressions frozen in eternal agony. Vakir remained calm, his voice like a sharpened blade. "Are you the elite corpse?" The air grew even heavier. The city slept peacefully, unaware. But under the cold light of the moon, a battle was about to begin. The hunt was far from over. A heavy silence filled the air as the mysterious figure ignored Vakir's question. Instead, it leapt gracefully from the collapsing building, moving with unnatural precision. Wielding a massive hammer grotesquely crafted with human faces, it launched a devastating strike toward Vakir. Unfazed, Vakir sidestepped with ease, narrowly avoiding the attack as the hammer pulverized the ground where he had been. Without missing a beat, the figure adjusted its grip on the hammer, shifting to tighter, faster swings, and lunged forward in a vicious close-range assault. Vakir, calm as ever, dodged with a nimbleness that seemed almost casual, so effortless he could have been tying someone's shoelaces midair. The hammer whizzed past his face by mere inches, but Vakir didn't flinch. Instead, his sharp eyes took in every detail of the figure's movements. Its stance and techniques told a story, a corrupted version of the sacred Quo Vadis bludgeoning style. This discovery, combined with the figure's powerful aura, made Vakir pause. It was clear this wasn't one of the elite corps he had been hunting. Instead, this was a subordinate, likely sent to do their dirty work. He scoffed at the thought. A demon in the holy nation. Typical. Even the purest factions have their shadows. Vakir dismissed his weapon, Beelzebub, and addressed the masked figure directly. "If taking you down brings me closer to the elite corps, then I'll make it quick. Thanks for saving me the trouble." The figure didn't respond with words. Instead, it leapt high into the air, hammer poised to deliver another earth-shattering blow. This time, Vakir didn't dodge. The ground trembled as the hammer collided. Not with his blade, but with his leg. In a move straight out of a martial arts epic, Vakir stopped the hammer's crushing force with a single, perfectly executed split kick. The masked figure grunted in disbelief, momentarily thrown off by Vakir's superhuman strength. Wasting no time, Vakir's arm glowed with a crimson aura as he unleashed a flurry of 5 devastating strikes. Each attack sent rippling shockwaves through the figure's torso, and he capped off the combo with a thunderous right hook, hurling his opponent into a crumbling building. But Vakir wasn't about to let up. As the figure struggled to regain control, trying to ready its hammer again, Vakir was already there. With surgical precision, he snapped the figure's left arm, forcing it to drop the weapon. Before it could react, Vakir teleported behind it and unleashed a brutal series of strikes, shattering its other arm. With both limbs rendered useless, the figure collapsed. Vakir's ruthless assault continued. He grabbed the figure by its shirt and flung it across the room with terrifying force. The throw ended with a sickening crunch as the figure's back was impaled on a jagged iron pipe jutting from the wall. Pinned and helpless, the figure could only grunt in pain. Vakir approached slowly, his gaze cold and calculating. Scars marked the figure's chest, and one stood out, a crude carving of the word Ephibo. "So, that's your name," Vakir muttered, piecing together the puzzle. Realizing Ephibo couldn't escape, Vakir's tone grew even sharper. "Who made you this way? Who's pulling your strings?" Ephibo could only groan, bound by whatever curse or restriction its master had placed. Vakir, unimpressed, grabbed the iron pipe and twisted it mercilessly. No need for words. he said with chilling calm. Your body will tell me everything I need to know. Ephibo writhed in agony as Vikir prepared to extract the truth by force. The night was far from over, and Vikir wasn't about to stop until he got answers. Vikir continued his ruthless interrogation, his cold gaze fixed on the impaled figure before him. Who is your master? He demanded. Who turned you into this thing? Ephibo's mangled body twitched, as if trying to respond, but no words came, only painful, guttural noises. Vikir's sharp instincts immediately picked up on the problem. Someone had placed restrictions on Ephibo, preventing him from speaking freely. Unbothered, Vikir tightened his grip on the metal rod, pinning Ephibo to the wall, and twisted it ever so slowly. Agonized grunts filled the air, but Vikir remained calm, almost clinical in his approach. Words aren't necessary, he murmured. Your blood, your mana flow, even the way your bones break. Everything about you will tell me what I need to know. With a chilling air of finality, he leaned in. Your interrogation starts now. Under the cold moonlight, Vikir began his gruesome work, extracting every possible clue from Ephibo's battered body. Sometime later, distant cries for help snapped him out of his focus. Turning toward the sound, he moved swiftly, picking his way through the ruins of the earlier destruction. The voice led him to a familiar figure buried under the rubble. Lloyd Dockseller, barely clinging to consciousness. With little effort, Vikir yanked the trembling man free and fixed him with an icy stare. If you want to live, then talk, he said bluntly. Tell me everything you know. Lloyd, too weak to resist, nodded frantically. I'll tell you anything. Just don't kill me. Vikir's tone remained devoid of mercy. That depends on how useful your information is. Just as Lloyd began to speak, a sudden tension filled the air. High above, a lone figure stood atop a nearby rooftop, watching them intently. Vikir's sharp senses locked onto it immediately. The silhouette wore a familiar academy uniform, and its presence exuded an ominous aura. For a moment, Vikir's attention wavered as he assessed the figure, but before he could react, it vanished into the night. Something about that presence felt disturbingly familiar. Returning his focus to Lloyd, Vikir sensed something was off. The man's body convulsed violently, his mouth stretching unnaturally wide. Then, to Vikir's disgust, Lloyd began vomiting. Not bile, but 3 severed heads, their lifeless eyes frozen in horror. Vikir muttered, voice laced with both irritation and sheer revulsion. Before he could intervene, a bright green light surged from Lloyd's body. The glow intensified rapidly, too rapidly. In an instant, an explosion erupted, engulfing everything in its path. The shockwave ripped through the city, shaking buildings and ringing distant church bells. Alarmed citizens poured into the streets, shouting in confusion. Smoke billowed into the sky as a battalion of soldiers rushed toward the source of the destruction. Among them was Dolores Linkovades. As she arrived at the massive crater left by the explosion, her sharp mind immediately went to work. Report, she ordered, scanning the wreckage. Any casualties? A soldier stepped forward. We're still investigating, Saintus. The explosion was so powerful that almost nothing remains. Dolores, undeterred, meticulously combed through the ruins. The sheer devastation was undeniable, but she wasn't just looking at the big picture. She was searching for the smaller details, the hidden signs of a battle fought in the shadows. Then, something on the ground caught her eye. Amidst the debris lay a small, broken fragment of a mask. Recognition struck instantly. She knew this mask. Heart pounding, Dolores quickly knelt down, subtly covering the fragment with her skirt before anyone else could see it. A nearby soldier noticed her odd behavior. Saintus, are you all right? You look a little pale. Still kneeling, Dolores forced a weak smile. I'm fine, just feeling a bit unwell. Pay it no mind. The soldier hesitated but then nodded. No casualties reported. Saintus, you shouldn't overexert yourself. Dolores barely heard him. Her mind was racing. That masked fragment, it belonged to the Night Bloodhound. There was no doubt about it. She clenched her jaw, struggling to reconcile what she knew with what she was seeing. The man she had once seen as a protector of the weak, the one who had stood by the slum dwellers during the Red Death outbreak, had somehow been involved in this atrocity. Had the Night Bloodhound really committed such horrors? Or was there another truth lurking beneath the surface? Dolores tightened her grip on the masked piece, swallowing the turmoil rising in her chest. For now, she had to maintain her composure. Whatever the truth was, she would find it. Back in the classroom, Professor Morg, perpetually irritated and looking like he'd rather be anywhere else, stood beside a massive, scorpion-like creature known as a Venompian. The monstrous insect took up half the table, its armored body and deadly pincers making it an unsettling sight. The professor's sharp gaze scanned the room as he held up a report, demanding to know who had written it. When the answer came, Vikir, his usual irritation turned into outright disdain. Vakir of all people, his least favorite student. The report in question made a bold claim that the Venampian had a hidden, second venomous fang tucked away in its abdominal exoskeleton. Professor Moore dismissed it as nonsense. Probably some baseless theory Vakir had cooked up for attention. Deciding to publicly humiliate him, the professor declared that if the claim was false, every ICE core student would lose 10 points. That got the class's attention. Vakir, however, felt a flicker of unease. He knew his report was correct, but there was a problem. The discovery of the hidden fang hadn't been made yet, not in this timeline. Tension hung in the air as the professor picked up a scalpel, determined to prove Vakir wrong in the most dramatic way possible. With exaggerated care, he made an incision into Venampian's tough exoskeleton. At first, nothing happened, just a trickle of blood. Then, Esichinke, a needle-like fang shot out from the creature's abdomen at blinding speed, coated in deadly purple venom, and aimed straight for the professor's face. Gasps erupted across the room. Students recoiled in horror. For a split second, it seemed like Professor Moore was about to meet a tragic and slightly ironic fate, until the venomous fang stopped inches from his face. The professor stumbled back, eyes wide, his pale face drenched in sweat. Standing in front of him was Vakir, completely unshaken, his book raised like a shield. He had intercepted the fang in the nick of time. Lowering the book, Vakir cast an unimpressed glance at the professor. "Is that enough proof for you?" he asked dryly. Silence. The entire class watched as Professor Moore struggled to regain his composure. Not only was the second venomous fang real, but its existence explained decades of unsolved deaths linked to the creature. The realization settled over him like a weight, and for once, he had nothing to say. After a long, awkward moment, the professor cleared his throat, doing his best to salvage what was left of his dignity. "All ICE core students will receive an additional point for Vakir's discovery," he announced stiffly. Then, after another pause, he added, "Vakir, see me in my research lab after class. We need to go over your report." Vakir simply nodded, unfazed, and strolled back to his seat at the back of the room. As he walked past, whispers exploded across the classroom. "Did you see that? He just saved the professor. And he was right about the fang. How did he even know that?" For the first time, Vakir's classmates weren't just seeing him as some nerdy outcast. No, this was something else. "He's good at academics and sports," someone muttered, recalling his performance during the run-flat match against Tudor and Sancho. As Vakir reached his seat, PG leaned over and whispered, "Nice work." Vakir ignored the praise, shutting his eyes and slipping into his thoughts. The explosion from the previous night replayed in his mind, each memory as vivid as if it had just happened. The orphanage gone obliterated in an instant. His own body had suffered the brunt of the blast, skin burned away, raw muscle exposed, and even his hand blown off. Though his abilities allowed him to regenerate, the pain had been excruciating. But the real prize from that night wasn't survival. It was the ledger he had pulled from the headmaster's safe. Its contents were disturbing. A list of locations, places where children were being used as food for demons. But the locations were scattered, seemingly random. That suggested something far worse. There wasn't just one elite core hiding in the capital. There could be several. And yet, that wasn't the only thing nagging at Vakir. His mind kept returning to the shadowy figure on the rooftop, the one who had watched the chaos unfold with a smug grin before vanishing. The figure had worn an academy uniform. Vakir's eyes flickered open. A chilling thought settled in his mind. Could one of the 10 elite core be sitting in this very classroom? Elsewhere in the academy, a seemingly ordinary club held influence far beyond its modest appearance. The Lyceum Newspaper Club. Renowned across the capital, the club's daily publications sold out instantly, packed with stories of intrigue and scandal. Behind its success stood its meticulous leader, Dolores Luan Quovadis. A third-year student with her signature blonde hair and wing-like head accessory, Dolores had built Lyceum into a powerhouse of journalism. And today, she was welcoming the newest members. Joining Lyceum wasn't easy. It demanded persistence, skill, and instinct. Every recruit was a potential goldmine of untapped talent. Standing at the front of the clubroom, Dolores smiled, equal parts welcoming and authoritative. "Let's begin introductions." The first to step forward was Tutor La Mancha Don Quixote, a first-year ICE core student. His introduction was nothing short of ambitious. He didn't just want to succeed, he wanted to dominate. Not just in class, but within the club as well. Next came Sancho Barreteria, a fire core giant who usually towered over his peers. His voice boomed as he announced his goal, to prove he was more than just muscle. A few chuckles rippled through the room, but Sancho didn't waver. He was serious. Then there was Sinclair, a fire-haired prodigy and Fire Corps' top freshman. Her introduction was straightforward. "Money and information are power," she said with confidence. But she wasn't just here for gossip. She wanted control. The fourth recruit, Bianca Pa Usher, kept things simple. Coming from the prestigious Usher family, she stated plainly, I chose the club with the clearest vision. I'll do my best. Her no-nonsense attitude earned approving nods. Then there was PG, the most nervous of the bunch. He stuttered through his introduction, barely managing to get his words out. But when he finally did, it was loud and enthusiastic. His passion for gathering and analyzing information was unmatched. Finally, it was Vikir's turn. He stepped forward, expression unreadable. Compared to the others, his introduction was decidedly underwhelming. It's a school rule to join a club, he said flatly. I just followed PG. While Vikir's words seemed dismissive, his true reason for joining the Lyceum newspaper club was entirely strategic. With its vast network and access to critical information, it was the perfect place for him to gather intel for his own objectives. The only problem? Dolores. Having the Saintess in the same room made things slightly uncomfortable. And of course, she wasted no time singling him out. With that attitude, you can't be a Lyceum reporter, she scolded, locking her sharp gaze onto him. Before the tension could escalate, another voice cut through the room. Wait a second. A third-year student suddenly stepped forward, practically shoving Dolores aside in excitement. The girl, introduced as Anna, was the club's vice president. In her hands was a newspaper article, and her eyes gleamed as she waved it in Vikir's face. Is this you? She asked, grinning. I thought you looked familiar. The headline of the article read, Exclusive. Who is the Ice Core freshman who dominated the run-flat match? Right beneath it was a clear, full-color photo of Vikir during the intense game. Vikir remained silent, his expression unreadable, while Tudor burst into laughter. That's definitely him, Tudor exclaimed. Even Dolores looked surprised. She hadn't seen the article before and turned to Anna with suspicion. When did this get released? Anna grinned unapologetically. Oh, last night? I heard rumors about a handsome freshman, and I couldn't let that scoop go to waste. What kind of reporter would I be if I didn't publish it? Dolores sighed, clearly unimpressed. Unbelievable, she muttered. Anna, however, was completely unfazed. Turning back to the first years, she clapped her hands together. Well, now that we're all introduced, let's get started on our first activity. Dolores, momentarily speechless, stepped back as Anna seized control of the room. With her usual enthusiasm, the vice president formally introduced the first-year members' very first assignment. 2 articles were placed on the table. The dates had been redacted, but the contents were disturbing. The first article detailed a mysterious arson attack. An unidentified assailant had burned an orphanage to the ground during the early hours of the previous night. The group gathered closer, scanning the grim details. PG, always quick to connect the dots, was the first to speak. Wait, could this be related to the explosion in the capital yesterday? He asked, his voice barely above a whisper. Anna nodded. She had learned about the incident while outside the academy and revealed that the club suspected something even more terrifying. The same person might be responsible for both the orphanage fire and a high-profile murder in the capital. But the worst part? Most of the orphanage's children had been identified among the deceased. A heavy silence settled over the room. PG leaned in, whispering to Vikir, his voice uneasy. Do you think our target did this? Vikir didn't answer aloud, but deep down he already suspected the truth. The demon he was hunting might very well be behind it all. With all the information laid out, Anna took charge. It was time to craft a headline for their article. The brainstorming session kicked off immediately. Ideas flew across the room. The birth of a terrible villain. The appearance of a monster outside the academy. What are the Imperial Guards doing? But despite the flurry of suggestions, none of them felt powerful enough. Bianca voiced her frustration, agreeing with Tudor, who speculated that the lack of a name for the villain was the real problem. He pointed out that infamous criminals like Jack the Ripper and Bluebeard had left lasting impressions because of their memorable titles. Anna nodded. It made sense. Giving the culprit a nickname could make the story more striking. That's all Tudor needed to hear. Excited, he blurted out his first idea. Deathside Shadow Master. Anna shut it down immediately. Tudor collapsed dramatically, spiraling into self-pity. The group kept throwing out names. The explosion demon that brings misfortune, too long. The orphanage killer, too direct. Mr. Terrorist, which sparked a heated debate. Meanwhile, Dolores remained eerily silent, simply watching the discussion unfold. Then she spoke. Her voice barely above a whisper, she murmured a name. The Nightblood Hound. The room went dead silent. All eyes turned to her. Dolores hesitated for a moment before explaining. The name had come to her after recalling a mask she had picked up at the crime scene. A mask that undoubtedly belonged to the elusive figure. And that wasn't all. She had seen this mysterious individual before. A shadowy figure who had once helped the poor in the slums, even risking exposure to the Red Death to treat the sick. She had believed this person's motives were noble. But now, their presence at the crime scene changed everything. Had the same person really killed the orphanage's children? Had they become a cold-blooded murderer? Before Dolores could fully process her own thoughts, Anna pounced on the name. The group was captivated. The raw, barbaric tone of the Night Bloodhound resonated instantly. Dark, violent, intimidating. Even as Dolores instinctively covered her mouth, embarrassed by her slip, it was too late. The name had already stuck. Anna immediately proposed the headline. Who is the Night Bloodhound, the terror of the capital? But Dolores shut it down. She reminded everyone that Lyceum's articles had to be rooted in truth. They couldn't label someone a criminal without solid proof. A debate broke out between the two leaders. Meanwhile, Tudor turned to Vikir. What do you think? He asked. Do you think the Night Bloodhound is evil? Vikir's response was curt. I don't care. Not satisfied, Tudor pushed further. Come on, give me a real answer. Reluctantly, Vikir exhaled. What I know for certain is that they're not virtuous. So, they're evil, Tudor concluded. Before Vikir could reply, bang, Dolores slammed her hand on the table. The entire room flinched. Standing upright, she demanded to know how Vikir could be so sure. Her intense gaze locked onto his, challenging him. Even Tudor, still gripping Vikir's shoulder, began to sweat from the sudden tension. It was clear they were treading dangerous waters. Dolores wasn't letting this go. She pressed Vikir relentlessly, demanding to know why he believed the Night Bloodhound wasn't a good person. Her sharp, almost cross-shaped gaze bore into him, her intensity making everyone on Vikir's side visibly uncomfortable. Beads of sweat formed on their brows as the room fell into an uneasy silence. But Vikir? He didn't say a word. Tudor, watching the tension unfold, suddenly realized. Had he just started something he shouldn't have? Growing frustrated with Vikir's silence, Dolores turned her focus to the entire club. She didn't hold back. Scolding them, she reminded everyone that their words had power. They weren't just students, they were reporters, and publishing false accusations could destroy innocent lives. Tudor, unwilling to back down, argued that the city guards had already named the Night Bloodhound as the culprit behind the orphanage fire and the headmaster's murder. But Dolores wasn't buying it. She dismissed the guards' claims as mere speculation, pointing out that they had no real evidence. And then she brought up something even more unsettling: the children's corpses found in the orphanage basement. There were too many unanswered questions, too many gaps in the case. The room fell into another heavy silence as the weight of Dolores's words sank in. The other girls in the club were stunned. They knew the orphanage was connected to her family. Yet here she was staying completely impartial. Seeing no further objections, Dolores turned to Anna. Rewrite the article, she instructed. Anna groaned in frustration. A rewrite like that would gut the entire story. Then what's left for us to even report, she complained. But Dolores didn't budge. She remained firm. They could still write a critical report, but they couldn't label the Night Bloodhound as a villain without proof. Then her voice softened, and a flicker of sadness passed through her eyes. If he truly turns out to be evil, she murmured, then we can condemn him openly and justifiably. Vikir, hearing her words, glanced at Dolores through his thick glasses. There was something about her unwavering commitment to the truth, something that resonated with the entire room. Before anyone could reflect further, a club member burst into the room, interrupting the discussion. They had urgent news. The club advisor had requested to see Dolores immediately. And his message? Edit the report. Label the Night Bloodhound as a villain. The demand visibly stressed Dolores out, but she didn't waver. Instead, she sighed in frustration. That man and his obsession with sensational headlines. Fine, I'll handle it myself. With that, she turned and left, heading off to confront the advisor directly. As she exited, Tudor, clearly impressed, let out an approving remark. She's such a girl boss. To everyone's surprise, Vikir unexpectedly chimed in. She's always been that way. Tudor blinked, confused. What did that even mean? But in Vikir's mind, he wasn't talking about this timeline. His thoughts drifted to a version of Dolores from his past life. He remembered her on the battlefield, leading the Holy Knights during the fall. Clad in mighty armor, she radiated an almost divine brilliance. She commanded troops with unshakable confidence, blessing warriors with holy light as she urged them forward into battle. And even then, she was just as strict as she was now. She scolded soldiers for lacking faith, never tolerated laziness, and always reminded them of her generation's unwavering resolve. To her, fighting demons wasn't a choice. It was an expectation. Lost in his memories, Vikir found himself smiling. He had expected Dolores to judge his actions harshly, to label them as wicked without hesitation. But instead, she was fighting to uncover the truth. And for some reason, that felt comforting. For the first time in a long while, someone was actively searching for the truth about him. Silently, Vikir thanked the Saintess. Meanwhile, the argument between Dolores and the club advisor escalated. The advisor, Professor Vinci, as it turned out, was adamant about his demand to label the Night Bloodhound as a villain. But before the debate could reach its conclusion, The morning light broke through the academy windows. A loud siren blared across the academy grounds, marking the start of the new day. Over in the dorms, PG groggily woke up, rubbing his eyes as he sat up. Still half asleep, he muttered a lazy good morning, only to see Vakir already dressed in his exercise uniform, casually stretching. Of course, at this academy, 6 a.m. sharp meant mandatory morning training. Like clockwork, students shuffled out of their dorms, heading toward the training grounds where they began their daily light jog under an instructor's watchful eye. Afterward, everyone split into their own routines. Some went straight back to bed, others took a refreshing bath, and a few hurried off to the cafeteria for an early meal. PG, however, hated mornings with a passion. "This is torture," he groaned, his body already aching from the workout. He turned to Vakir, complaining that skipping exercise and sleeping would make him smarter. Vakir, ever logical, shut that down immediately. "Physical activity activates the brain," he stated matter-of-factly. PG scoffed, not because he had a counterargument, but because being proven wrong first thing in the morning wasn't exactly his favorite way to start the day. That's when Tutor joined the conversation, grinning. "Vakir, you're too logical," he teased. "You should try a more empathetic approach. Maybe start with PG." PG, alarmed, immediately rejected the idea. "No, not happening. I refuse to be your practice target." Switching gears, Tutor had a new idea. "Let's take a trip to the city this weekend." PG instantly perked up. "There's a book I need to buy." Even Sancho chimed in, his usual booming voice filled with excitement. "I heard about a restaurant in the city that I've been dying to try." With everyone on board, Tutor turned to Vakir. "Well, what do you think?" Vakir paused for a moment before shaking his head. "I have volunteering duties that weekend." The group stared at him. PG, having heard this excuse before, quickly explained. "Vakir has too many deductions, so he has to make up for it with volunteer work." Tutor immediately put two and two together. "Professor Vinci?" he guessed. PG nodded. Everyone knew Vinci had it out for Vakir, handing out unfair punishments even when he wasn't at fault. Vakir, however, didn't dwell on it. He simply excused himself, telling them to enjoy their trip without him. But as he walked away, his friends exchanged glances. PG called after him first. "Then we'll all join you." Sancho grinned. "The more, the merrier." Just like that, the group followed after Vakir, their weekend plans suddenly shifting from a city trip to volunteer work. Vakir didn't protest. He simply kept walking. That's when Tutor nudged Sancho, whispering, "Hey, have you noticed something about Vakir?" Sancho tilted his head. Tutor smirked. "Doesn't he kind of feel like an older brother?" Sancho paused, then nodded firmly. "You're right. He's got that quiet charisma." Then, with a grin, he added, "Sigma Riz." As they walked, Sancho continued his train of thought. During his time as a mercenary, he had encountered many natural leaders, people who, without trying, just seemed to command respect. And, to him, Vakir fit that mold perfectly. Even PG couldn't help but smile. He had to admit, there was just something about Vakir that made him extraordinary. Vakir always seemed to attract remarkable people. Tutor, from the prestigious Don Quixote family, was born with both status and talent. Sancho, a skilled fighter from the Northern Mercenary Guild, had sought Vakir out early on. And then there was PG, who deeply admired Vakir for reasons beyond his intelligence and strength. Vakir had been the one to help him through a tough time at the entrance party. And beyond that, he was practically flawless in both academics and combat. PG couldn't shake the feeling that, as long as Vakir was by his side, anything was possible. But then, something changed. As they moved through the academy corridors, a chilling aura seeped into the air. Vakir's bloodlust, the unmistakable presence of a hunter, leaked out. His eyes gleamed a menacing red. His very existence pulsed with murderous intent. Right beside him, PG froze. His body went rigid, heart pounding as he sensed the shift in Vakir's demeanor. But Vakir ignored the tension in his group, because he smelled it, the stench of demons. His gaze locked onto a group of 3 students walking ahead, one boy flanked by 2 girls. As they moved further away, Vakir turned to PG, knowing his friend's encyclopedic knowledge of their peers might hold the answer. "Do you know that guy?" Vakir asked, his voice low. PG, still rattled, jolted at the sudden question, but quickly scanned the group. "Oh, him? That's sophomore Bane Kaudzak." Then, as if stating an undeniable fact, PG added, "He's the most handsome guy in school." Vakir's jaw clenched. His teeth gritted. He couldn't believe it. Right there, walking through the academy like any other student, was a member of the infamous 10 elite corpses. A demon, blending into society far too easily. His instincts screamed at him to act now, to strike him down where he stood. But there were too many students around. The collateral damage would be too great. And more importantly, he wouldn't risk his friends. They were future heroes, ones who had yet to realize their full potential. Seeing the tension in Vakir's face, Tutor and the others grew concerned. "You okay, Vakir?" Tutor asked. Vikir quickly masked his thoughts. I'm not feeling well, he lied. I need to rest. He had already made his decision. Instead of acting recklessly, he would gather more information first. Once out of sight, Vikir activated a skill from his second slot, Silent Heal Mishisu. His steps became soundless. His presence faded. Removing his glasses, he adjusted his disguise, his transformation seamless. His plan? Shadow sophomore. Uncover his movements. Find proof. But then, bam! Vikir collided headfirst into someone descending the nearby staircase. A loud scream echoed through the hallway. The entire corridor snapped to attention as Dolores hit the ground hard. She winced, waving her hand in pain while Vikir stood there, momentarily stunned. Tutor and the others rushed over. Tutor, ever dramatic, immediately demanded an apology. Without hesitation, Vikir bowed deeply. My apologies, he said. To everyone's surprise, Dolores brushed it off. It's fine. I was careless too, she admitted. As Sancho helped her up, she couldn't shake a strange feeling. Vikir felt like a solid wall when she bumped into him. And something else? As he adjusted his glasses, Dolores's curiosity deepened. Not only was he ridiculously strong, but she couldn't sense his presence at all. It was as if, at any moment, he could vanish into thin air. Her mind raced. Who exactly was Vikir? With too many eyes on him, Vikir made a choice. For now, he would delay his plans to trail sophomore. But one thing was certain. Bane Kaudzak was no ordinary student. He was one of the 10 elite corpses. And eventually, Vikir would have to confront him. Back in the Lyceum newspaper club room, Vikir's focus was razor-sharp. Amid the chatter of his peers, his attention was locked on a task. Across the room, Anna's voice carried an edge of exasperation as she addressed the first-year recruits. The topic? A series of troubling incidents plaguing the town and the academy. She and Dolores had compiled a summary of these unsettling events, but their limited manpower left them overwhelmed. Anna made it clear first years needed to step up and take responsibility for investigating these mysteries. Nearby, Bianca and Tutor sifted through a pile of reports, their expressions tight with worry. Even the ever-composed Dolores appeared unsettled as she reviewed the collected information. The tension in the room was palpable. Anna handed out instructions, urging the new recruits to select a case from the table, gather the facts, and draft an article for the club. Among the first years, PG looked especially nervous. The thought of writing his very first article had him on edge. Meanwhile, Bianca, flipping through report after report, couldn't help but feel overwhelmed by the sheer volume of strange cases. What in the capital was causing such chaos? The reports detailed a wide range of bizarre and disturbing incidents. The terrorist forewarning. A chilling claim that the river in Venetia, the capital of rock, would soon be poisoned. Missing handsome theater actor. The mysterious disappearance of Mr. B, a celebrated actor, rumored to have fallen victim to an obsessive fan. A mysterious murder case. A prominent family head vanished under unexplained circumstances. The murder that shall not be named. A person set for execution insisted their face had been altered, pleading their innocence in a string of violent street attacks. A rapid increase in missing people. A surge in disappearances plagued Venetia, with whispers of the elusive night blood hound being responsible. Vikir sat silently, scanning the reports. Finally, he picked one. His choice? A missing person case within the academy. 3 students, often seen together, had vanished without a trace. Witnesses speculated it was a romantic elopement. But as Vikir read the details, his expression darkened. A wave of oppressive tension filled the room, his bloodhound aura bleeding out. His eyes blazed with fury as he stared at one name in the report. He recognized it. This missing student wasn't just anyone. They were someone Vikir had been tracking the previous day. A suspected member of the 10 elite corpses. The scene shifted to a quiet, unassuming home in the dead of night. A husband and wife lay in bed, but only one of them was asleep. The wife's breathing was steady, lost in slumber, while the husband sat wide awake. Rising carefully, he moved to a chair by the window, the faint glow of his green eyes betraying his true identity. He wasn't just anyone. He was connected to the Demon 10 elite corpses. The dimly lit room wasn't empty. 4 figures stood before him, silent and awaiting orders. The man addressed them, asking for updates on the masked vigilante who had been meddling in their plans. The subordinates each gave their reports. Ephibo, the same demon Vikir had fought recently, grumbled as he spoke. Geronto, his fiery red hair catching the dim light, shared his findings. HEV, who carried a massive, scissor-like weapon, relayed his observations with unsettling calm. The last subordinate, Fido, remained silent, watching from the shadows. The man's presence exuded authority. He wasn't just part of the Demon 10 elite corpses, he was Dantalion, the 9th corpse. As Dantalion processed the reports, a troubling realization set in. None of his subordinates had spotted the masked vigilante since their last encounter. The man had grown more cautious, making it clear that tracking him down would be far more difficult. With grim resolve, Dantalion lifted his hand, and what followed was nothing short of grotesque. His flesh twisted and contorted, his eyes and noses sprouted from his palm, an eerie display of his demonic abilities. Muttering under his breath, he acknowledged that there was no other choice. Their search radius needed to expand. Without warning, something shot out from his mutated hand, striking each subordinate in the face at the same time. Their features warped and twisted, morphing into new identities of Dantalion's choosing. Once the transformations were complete, he issued his next command. His voice was cold, calculating. In order to infiltrate the more populated areas, blending into the crowds to find the masked vigilante. But before he could finish, the door creaked open. Standing there was his wife, groggy from sleep, confusion etched across her face. She blinked at the four strangers in the room before turning to her husband. Her voice carried a hint of concern as she asked why he was up so early and who these people were. For a moment, Dantalion said nothing. His expression remained unreadable as he simply stared at her. Then slowly he closed his eyes. When he finally spoke, his words were chilling. He admitted that he had wanted to admire her face, alive, untouched, for just a little longer. But now that she had seen this, there was no choice. A single command was given. In an instant, Fido appeared behind her, a blade pressed against her neck. She froze, her breath hitching as the cold steel sent shivers down her spine. Tears welled in her eyes as the weight of the moment crashed down on her. There was no escape. A sickening sound shattered the silence, the unmistakable slice of flesh being cut. Blood pooled at her feet as her body crumpled to the floor. She never even had the chance to scream. Silent tears slipped down her face as life faded from her eyes. Dantalion didn't flinch. As if nothing had happened, he turned back to his subordinates, continuing their discussion without missing a beat. His focus shifted to the ongoing delay in opening the gate, all due to Andromalius's untimely demise. His wife's death? Just another necessary sacrifice. Still seated in his chair, Dantalion began to shift his appearance once more. His features twisted and reshaped, frustration lacing his voice as he called the current situation annoying. With a sigh, he ordered Ephibo to follow him. There was someone special they needed to meet. As his transformation completed, he scratched his chin, his thoughts drifting toward the idea of relieving some of his pent-up stress. The scene shifted to an entirely different setting, one draped in an air of holiness. Dantalion, now disguised as a priest, stood at the heart of this sacred space. A cross hung from his neck, an ironic accessory given the sly smirk on his face. Before him stood Dolores, her wary eyes locked onto him, her patience clearly wearing thin. She had no time for games. But Dantalion, now going by the name Quilty Luan Indulgentia, couldn't resist toying with her. He let out a smooth remark, calling her beauty captivating. Unamused, Dolores cut straight to the point, addressing him as Sir Quilty. She reminded him that she hadn't come for idle chatter. There were more pressing matters to discuss. Dantalion brushed aside her sharp tone with a feigned look of concern. With a practiced softness, he remarked that she had been visiting less frequently. Had she truly been so busy? He had been worried. Dolores didn't buy the act. She explained that recent murders and disappearances had kept her occupied. Her investigations had led her to troubling conclusions, and she wasn't about to let distractions get in the way. Dantalion smiled knowingly. He already knew the answer. After all, he was the cause of the chaos. But something about him put Dolores on edge. Instinct told her that this man, no matter how polished his words, reeked of deception. Quilty Luan Indulgentia was no ordinary priest. He was the head of the Indulgentia family, a collateral bloodline of the powerful Quo Vadis clan. His family controlled vital resources, monasteries, orphanages, hospitals. But perhaps most controversially, they oversaw the exemption system, a process that allowed the wealthy to wipe their sins clean through hefty donations. A man who dealt in absolution for a price. Dolores had seen enough corruption in her time to know one thing for certain. This man was dangerous. Dantalion leaned in, his voice smooth yet probing. Why had Dolores come to see him? She didn't hesitate. Her purpose was clear. The exemption system had to be abolished. Allowing sins to be pardoned with wealth alone was unjust, a stain on morality. Dantalion, ever the manipulator, countered her argument with a practiced smile. The system, he claimed, was an integral part of the church's doctrine. In his view, donating vast sums of money was already a severe punishment, one that ensured the church thrived. But Dolores stood firm. True repentance, she argued, required sinners to expose their crimes and face genuine consequences. Her conviction was undeniable, strengthened by the holy light casting a glow behind her. Then came the words that struck deep. The people affected by the exemption system cannot be saved. For the first time, Dantalion faltered. His mouth opened slightly as if to respond, but no words came. The silence stretched. Then, just as quickly as the moment arrived, he regained his composure. With a dismissive turn, he suggested she take her concerns to her father, the church's cardinal, if she truly wanted change. And then, with a knowing smirk, he reminded her that students from the academy were volunteering here today. A public dispute within the Quavades family? That wouldn't be wise. Dolores clenched her fists but relented. She promised she would return to finish this discussion another time. As she left, Dantalion's mask of civility began to crack. His transformation bled through, his face twisting, eyes multiplying in grotesque clusters. A wicked grin stretched across his skin, his teeth clenching so hard that blood seeped between them. He fought the overwhelming urge to collect her face. To him, Dolores, the saintess, was the most exquisite masterpiece he had ever laid eyes on. But he wouldn't take her yet. No, he would wait. He would savor the moment when the world plunged into chaos. Then, and only then, would he claim her face in its most despairing state. Trembling with anticipation, Dantalion uttered a silent prayer, a plea for his brethren to hasten the descent of darkness. The scene shifted. Vikir stood before the towering gate of a grand building, his sharp eyes scanning its structure. According to Cindy Wendy's report, this orphanage was linked to the 10 elite corpses. By analyzing Andromalius's ledgers, they had uncovered its connection to the demons. His gaze trailed upward, locking onto the flag flying above. The Quavades family crest. It made sense. If demons had infiltrated both the Iron Blood and Holy Divine families, then the Quavades were just as likely to be compromised. The Night Bloodhound's recent activities had put a target on his back, so Vikir decided to take a subtler approach, volunteering. A perfect cover for a deeper investigation. But just as he steeled himself for the task ahead, 3 familiar voices interrupted his thoughts. Turning, he found PG, Tudor, and Sancho standing beside him. Before he could protest, Tudor threw an arm around his shoulder, grinning. "Lucky you, Vikir. You've got such loyal friends willing to volunteer with you." Vikir let out a long sigh, rubbing his temple. He hadn't asked them to come. A nervous sweat drop formed on his forehead. This was supposed to be a covert investigation. Today was about to get a lot more complicated. The Academy's 10-day-long golden holiday had officially begun. A time of grand celebration. This break honored both the school's anniversary and the Easter of the Loon Church, offering students the perfect excuse to visit their families, explore the imperial capital, or simply relax. But not everyone was indulging in festivities. Back at the orphanage, the boys stepped inside for their volunteering assignment. Tudor's voice rang out, teasing Vikir about how lucky he was to have such loyal friends tagging along, unlike the rest of the students who were out enjoying their well-earned break. Of course, each of them had different motives for being there. Sancho was thinking ahead, wanting to knock out his volunteer hours early. PG had a genuine love for helping others. Tudor? He was just here for the fun of it. As for Vikir, their presence felt more like a burden than a blessing. Tudor's gaze swept across the vast hall, whistling at its sheer size. "This has to be the Indulgentia orphanage," he guessed. PG nodded, confirming it was the largest orphanage in the imperial capital. He also revealed an interesting detail. The orphanage's headmaster, Quilty Lun Indulgentia, wasn't just its founder, but also an external lecturer at the academy. Sancho, surprised, asked who this Quilty guy was. PG pointed to a large portrait hanging nearby. The painting depicted Quilty Lun Indulgentia, a man from the maternal side of the Quavades family, making him an influential figure within the Loon Church. But then, PG mentioned something even more intriguing. There was notable tension between Quilty and the saintess, Dolores, due to their opposing religious beliefs. Tudor groaned at the thought. The last thing he wanted was to get dragged into some high-profile family feud. Meanwhile, Vikir remained silent, standing at the back, deep in thought. The mention of the popular headmaster piqued his curiosity. He made a mental note to keep a close eye on Quilty during their stay. Before long, the group stood before the church staff. A nun greeted them warmly, young children peeking out nervously from behind her. With a gentle smile, she welcomed the student volunteers and explained their task. For the next 10 days, during the golden holiday, they would serve as teachers for the children. The nun encouraged them to care for the orphans with the heart of a parent, reminding them that their kindness could leave a lasting impact on these young lives. But as she spoke, the boys' attention drifted elsewhere. They had just noticed something. Or rather, someone. Tudor was the first to break the silence. "Wait, why are Bianca and Sinclair here?" The 2 girls approached, and Bianca immediately took offense at his tone. She let out an annoyed grunt before snapping back, saying they were here to volunteer, just like them. Then, flipping the question, she asked why they were even there. Unfazed, Tudor smirked. A hero doesn't need a reason to do good deeds. Bianca visibly cringed at his words. She absolutely hated his so-called hero complex. a classic trait of the Don Quixote family. As they bickered, Vikir and PG were focused on someone else. Sinclair. The gray-haired girl stood in front of them, radiating warmth. Her smile was bright, her energy unmistakable. Clearly thrilled to see Vikir, she nervously stepped forward. With a slight stammer, she extended her hand to him. She admitted that they hadn't spoken much before, but hoped they could get along during the next 10 days. Vikir hesitated for a moment before shaking her hand. He simply echoed her sentiment, agreeing that they'd work well together. But Sinclair's reaction? Far more dramatic. She clutched her hand as if she had just received a priceless treasure, her face glowing with excitement. Then, with absolute sincerity, she declared, "I'm never washing this hand again." Vikir blinked. This holiday was already shaping up to be a lot more eventful than expected. Meanwhile, PG leaned in close to Vikir, his voice hushed with intrigue. He had noticed something earlier. Sinclair had specifically requested to be placed at this orphanage. He had seen her speaking with the volunteer coordinator, making sure she ended up in the same location as Vikir. So much for coincidence. Vikir mulled over PG's words, silently deciding to stay wary of Sinclair. But before he could dwell on it, his sharp eyes scanned the room, picking up on something strange. The headmaster, Quilty Lindindulgentia, was nowhere to be seen. A man of such high standing should have at least made an appearance, yet he was absent. Suspicion flickered in his mind. But before he could pursue that thought, the nun's voice rang out, announcing that it was time for the children to choose their teachers. The moment the words left her lips, chaos erupted. The children surged forward, swarming the volunteers with boundless energy. Tutor laughed as he scooped up 2 kids at once, thrilled by their enthusiasm. Sancho was already running around, giving piggyback rides to a group of giggling children. Bianca, meanwhile, found herself completely smitten by how adorable they were. Even Sinclair was in her element, surrounded by kids as she animatedly read a funny story from a book. And then there was Vikir, standing stiffly before 3 small children. He spoke in his usual gruff, monotone voice. Names? His stern demeanor and cold expression were met with wide, trembling eyes. A single beat of silence passed. Then, in unison, the kids burst into tears and immediately bolted toward PG for comfort. PG gently patted their heads, consoling them, before turning to Vikir with an amused but pointed piece of advice. Try smiling a little. Vikir stood there, stunned. Interacting with children was far more difficult than he had anticipated. He had always done well with people like PG and Marin, but this was an entirely different challenge. As he tried to process the situation, something caught his eye, a small, blonde-haired girl quietly slipping out of the room. His instincts kicked in. Vikir followed her and found her sitting alone by a pillar, her tiny form curled up, her face shadowed with sadness. Approaching quietly, he spoke in a low but gentle voice. Crowded places can be overwhelming. The girl flinched slightly at his sudden presence. If I'm not careful, people misunderstand me too. His words hung in the air, but the girl refused to look at him. Vikir sighed. His usual directness wasn't working. He recalled Ian's advice. Kids won't answer if you question them too bluntly. You have to soften up first, smile, make it easier for them to talk. Taking a closer look, he noticed the name tag on her chest. Slowly, he knelt down her level and, for the first time, made a genuine effort. With a softer expression, he smiled and said, "Perry, right?" The girl froze. Her eyes widened in shock, her cheeks turning pink as she stared at him. Then, instead of responding, she turned and ran off. Again, Vikir blinked. Was his smiling face, somehow, even scarier than his usual one? As he stood there, contemplating this, a familiar voice spoke beside him. It was Dolores. The saintess had seen everything. She approached with a knowing smile, reassuring him. She didn't run because she dislikes you. Then, with a hint of surprise in her voice, she added, "I didn't realize you had such a kind side." Dolores went on to explain that Perry had suffered a deep emotional wound, which led to a condition called aphasia. She had lost her ability to speak entirely. Curious, Vikir asked what had happened to her. Dolores sighed. She didn't know all the details. Perry had been born in this orphanage and spent all 13 years of her life here. Over time, countless volunteers had come and gone. At first, they would approach her with kindness, but as life pulled them in different directions, they always left. Eventually, Perry stopped forming attachments. She shut her heart off entirely. As Vikir reflected on Perry's heartbreaking story, a sudden shiver ran down his spine. His instincts flared to life. Something was wrong. His body tensed, a cold sweat forming on his skin. From the shadows, an unseen presence emerged, setting every fiber of his being on high alert. Before Dolores could continue speaking, Vikir moved swiftly. In an instant, he covered her mouth, silencing her completely. Without hesitation, the two vanished from the hallway, slipping into the darkness. Just as 2 men entered the scene. One of them, a man dressed in green, spoke in an exaggerated tone, loudly complaining about how long it had been since he had last met with Quilty Lun Indulgentia. Quilty, ever composed, simply offered a polite excuse. He had been preoccupied with the overwhelming number of face-to-face confessions that required his attention. Standing beside him was Fido, a silent, imposing figure, exuding an aura of menace without uttering a single word. But the man in green wasn't here for mere conversation. He had a purpose. With an air of entitlement, he declared that he had come to purchase an exemption. Quilty, unfazed, asked the standard question. How much time do you need pardoned? The man didn't hesitate. 1 billion gold's worth. A deadly silence filled the space. Then, the man revealed his crime. He had purchased a barbarian slave, and, while attempting to discipline them, accidentally killed them. Quilty's interest was piqued. For a wealthy noble, spending such an exorbitant sum to erase the death of a single slave seemed excessive. But the man continued, revealing the true depth of his sins. Blinded by rage after the killing, he had burned down an entire village of slash-and-burn farmers on his way home. From the darkness, Vakir and Dolores remained hidden. Vakir's hand was still firmly over Dolores's mouth, his bloodhound instincts sharpening as he took in every word. But it wasn't just the conversation that held his attention. It was the scent, a familiar scent, one that he had encountered before back at the academy. His mind worked fast, piecing together the fragments of the puzzle. Meanwhile, the man in green continued speaking in a casual, almost bored tone, discussing his massacre as if it were nothing more than a business transaction. 500 million gold, he explained, was simply to justify his actions. The other half? A gift to the god who would cleanse him of his sins. Vakir's eyes narrowed. This was no mere corruption. This was pure rot, festering in the heart of the institution. Then his focus shifted to Quilty. The stench of an elite corpse was unmistakable, clinging to Quilty like a second skin. Vakir's suspicions were confirmed. Quilty Lun Indulgentia, one of the most powerful figures in the church, was also one of the 10 elite corpses. With an unshaken expression, Quilty reassured the noble. As long as you make generous offerings, God will forgive your wrongdoings. His tone was one of calm conviction, but to Vakir his words reeked of manipulation and deception. Meanwhile, Dolores was growing increasingly frustrated with Vakir's actions. She struggled against his grip, determined to break free. Vakir, however, silently pleaded with her to stop. They were too close to the enemy. Any noise could be fatal. But Dolores wasn't the type to sit idly by. With a swift shift of her weight, she pushed back against him, her annoyance evident. In a sharp whisper, she demanded that he release her. That one small movement was all it took. A faint commotion, small but enough to draw attention. A shadow loomed over them. Then suddenly he was there. Ifibo, the silent, menacing subordinate at Quilty's side. He stood before them, his expression deadly serious. Vakir and Dolores froze. Ifibo had found them. There was no escaping this. Vakir's mind raced, assessing the situation. But then he noticed something. A familiar scent clung to Ifibo. It was unmistakable, the stench of an elite corpse. Before he could react further, Quilty stepped out from the shadows, his usual composed smile in place. His tone was deceptively friendly as he greeted them, feigning delight at the presence of the saintess herself. With a teasing lilt, he remarked on Dolores's choice of activities, joking that she must have a habit of hiding and eavesdropping. Then, with a sly grin, he leaned in, adding something far more scandalous. Or perhaps, you were just enjoying some alone time with your fellow peer? Dolores stiffened, her expression shifting from shock to outrage. It was bad enough that they had been caught in such a compromising situation, but to have Quilty twist the narrative into something indecent? Before she could even process her fury, Quilty's gaze shifted. Now his focus was entirely on Vakir. Taking in the academy uniform, Quilty deduced that Vakir was one of the student volunteers. But something caught his attention, something he hadn't expected. His demonic eyes, glowing a sickly green, studied the young man carefully. At first, Vakir's glasses obscured his face. But when Quilty leaned in, he finally saw it, a face of striking handsomeness. A perfect specimen. Inside his twisted mind, the elite corpse's thoughts spiraled. He coveted Vakir's face. He needed it. It would fit beautifully into his prize collection. But before Quilty could indulge in his fantasies, his brother interrupted with a persistent cough, a reminder that business awaited. Quilty blinked, momentarily snapping back to reality. With his usual unsettling smile, he bid Dolores and Vakir farewell before leaving with his group. As they departed, Vakir remained silent, his sharp gaze lingering on Ifibo. Dolores, however, was fuming. Her emotions boiled over as she replayed everything that had just happened. She had just witnessed Quilty and his brother openly discussing the sale of exemptions, laughing about buying their way out of sin. She had listened as they mocked the god she had devoted her life to. And worst of all, she had been powerless to stop it. That was unforgivable. Finally, she snapped. Turning on Vikir, she demanded answers. Why did you pull me behind that pillar? Do you have any idea what that looked like? You made it seem like we were spying. But as she raged, she suddenly paused. Something about Vikir's demeanor caught her off guard. Despite everything, he was unervingly calm. Then, in a voice softer than she expected, Vikir spoke. I'm sorry for acting so suddenly. Dolores froze. An apology? From Vikir? His words were calm, sincere, so different from his usual rough, unbothered attitude. He assured her that he would be more careful next time, his tone steady and composed. Dolores was left speechless. She had prepared herself for a fight, for him to brush her off or argue back. But this was unexpected. Vikir turned to leave. He simply stated that he had wasted enough time here and needed to return to his volunteer duties. But Dolores didn't move. She just stood there, stunned, because for the first time, she had seen something in Vikir's eyes. Something deeply buried. A flash of anger. And for the first time, she realized that Vikir was not as emotionless as he seemed. Through meticulous research and careful observation, Vikir had pieced together crucial details about Quilty Luan Indulgentia. Every day, Quilty spent exactly 2 hours at the orphanage. In that short window, he conducted his grim business, selling exemptions to nobles and merchants, exchanging gold for absolution. Occasionally, he would send investment reports and ledgers of sold exemptions to the Quo Vadis family, addressed to none other than Cardinal Humbert Lun Quo Vadis, Dolores' father. But Vikir's most chilling discovery was about Quilty's personal escort. He was always accompanied by 4 guards, and after careful investigation, Vikir had confirmed something disturbing. One of those guards was the masked figure he had encountered during the orphanage explosion. The distinct scent they carried was an exact match, which could only mean one thing. If one of these guards was that powerful, the other 3 were just as dangerous. They likely possessed strength comparable to high-ranking academy graduates. The odds were stacked against him. Vikir knew his next steps. To eliminate Quilty, he had to neutralize his 4 guards first. Attacking an elite corpse head-on, especially one with a formidable escort, was suicide. For now, he needed to plan carefully. With his investigation and strategy settled in his mind, the scene shifted back to his friends. From a distance, PG, Tudor, and Sancho watched in disbelief. There was Vikir, silently and diligently washing a massive pile of laundry by hand, and not a washing machine in sight. The 3 whispered among themselves, trying to make sense of it. Had Vikir been pushing himself too hard? Sancho felt a pang of guilt. He had planned to take it easy, doing just enough to complete his volunteer hours. But now, seeing Vikir working so tirelessly, he couldn't help but feel ashamed. Tudor, on the other hand, was inspired. Watching Vikir's selflessness stirred something deep within him. His fist clenched as he made a vow. I need to work harder if I want to be a true hero, just like Vikir. Before long, all 3 of them raised their fists in unison, shouting, Everyone, follow Vikir. Their enthusiasm was contagious. Meanwhile, Vikir wiped sweat from his brow, momentarily pulled from his deep thoughts. He had been so focused on his plans that he barely noticed what was happening around him. Since it was difficult for him to move freely during the day, he resolved to make the most of his time by throwing himself fully into the orphanage's tasks. A few hours later, the orphanage courtyard was filled with laughter and energy as the children played a game of run flat. While most of the kids cheered and raced around, one girl sat alone, watching from afar. Perry. As always, she kept to herself, avoiding the other children. But then, her gaze shifted. A soft thump echoed beside her. A black ball bounced gently on the ground, rolling to a stop next to her feet. And sitting nearby, watching her with a faint smile, was Vikir. He playfully spun the black ball in his hand, knowing it would spark her curiosity. After all, no matter how reserved a child was, there was always something magical about a bouncing ball. But this wasn't just any ball. It was the Madame's egg still unhatched. As Vikir toyed with it, he chuckled quietly to himself. The egg's texture felt oddly pleasant in his grip, yet its mystery remained. For a brief moment, Perry's eyes lit up, her attention completely locked onto Vikir and his black ball. Vikir had kept the Madame's egg for emergencies, but he hadn't expected to use it like this. As he bounced the mysterious black orb, he watched as Perry became entranced. Her usual guarded expression melted away, replaced by something rare, genuine excitement. Before long, Perry was playing with the egg, a bright smile spreading across her face. Vikir silently celebrated. His plan had worked perfectly. Just as he watched Perry's joy unfold, a familiar voice broke the moment. You're really kind, you know? Vikir turned to see Sinclair approaching from behind, smiling as she watched him. Her words weren't just an observation. They carried a clear intention. She stepped closer, her gray eyes twinkling. At first, she admitted she had thought Vikir was just a stoic, no-nonsense guy, someone unapproachable. But now, she wanted to get closer to him. Despite being a year younger, she asked if it would be okay to speak more casually with him. Vikir gave her the bombastic side-eye, but after a moment of silence, he relented. "Do as you wish." Sinclair beamed, her excitement barely contained. Immediately, she enthusiastically declared that she would start calling him brother. Vikir shut that down instantly. "No." Sinclair giggled, completely unfazed. She promised to come up with a better nickname the next time they met. Vikir, keeping it short and simple, just nodded. As they spoke, Perry continued playing with the madam's egg. But then, something strange happened. The egg began to move on its own. It suddenly slipped out of Perry's grasp, bouncing away like it had a mind of its own. Before anyone could react, it rolled toward a hole in the fence and dropped into the dark, murky waters of the estuary. Perry froze, her mouth hanging open in shock. Sinclair and Vikir rushed over, their eyes scanning the spot where the egg had vanished. Sinclair tried to comfort Perry, telling her it was impossible to retrieve it now. The estuary's waters were too deep, too dark. But Perry's eyes welled up with tears, her gaze filled with panic as she turned to Vikir. For the first time, she looked to him for help. Vikir knelt down, his voice steady, reassuring. "Don't worry about the ball." But Perry's trembling lips and desperate efforts to hold back her tears hit something deep inside him. He hesitated. Then, without another word, he unbuckled his uniform. There was no choice now. He couldn't leave her like this. Meanwhile, Dolores stood nearby, letting out a deep sigh as her thoughts drifted back to everything that had happened earlier. Her mind kept circling back to Vikir. At first, she hadn't thought highly of him. To her, he was just some reckless troublemaker, someone who had judged the night bloodhound too quickly and racked up so many demerits that he had to do volunteer work just to make up for it. But then she started hearing things. Tudor, practically bouncing with excitement, had told her that when the kitchen staff needed help, Vikir was the first to step in. Sancho, still in his cook's uniform, added that not only had Vikir helped distribute food, but when there was no hot water, he had gone out to fix the pipes himself, all while skipping his own meal in the process. PG chimed in, saying that Vikir had handled the laundry, even repairing the boiling system so they could clean clothes more efficiently. And then there was Bianca, who casually mentioned that Vikir had spent time hanging clothes with her before heading off to set up the gym for the children when they asked him to play. Hearing all of this left Dolores unsettled. Why did everyone seem to think so highly of Vikir? Had she been wrong about him? And then it hit her she had been the one with prejudices all along. She had assumed Vikir was judgmental. But in reality, it was her own bias clouding her view of him. And as clarity set in, she realized something else. Vikir had never intended to humiliate her earlier. He had hidden her behind that pillar because he had noticed Quilty approaching first. He had been protecting her, and she had lashed out at him for it. With a newfound sense of understanding, Dolores decided it was time to find Vikir and apologize. Not long after, Dolores spotted Vikir standing near the fence, alongside Sinclair and Perry. The three of them were peering into the murky estuary, searching for the lost ball. But then, something unexpected happened. Dolores's confusion deepened, and Sinclair's face turned bright red as she frantically covered her eyes. Because right in front of them, Vikir had neatly placed his uniform and shoes beside the fence, stacking them with military precision. Then, without a word, he vaulted over the barrier and plunged into the estuary below. All three girls stood frozen, their expressions locked in stunned silence. Vikir disappeared beneath the dark water. For a few moments, nothing happened. Then he resurfaced. In his outstretched hand was the ball, dripping with water, but completely intact. He had done it, completely soaked in black water. Vikir looked like someone who had just conquered a legendary quest. And as if the universe itself had been waiting for this moment, the clouds above parted. The sun broke through, its golden light spilling across the estuary. The rays bathed Vikir in a soft glow, amplifying his aura and making him seem almost otherworldly. A true main character moment. Turning toward the trio, Vikir held out the ball and spoke softly to Perry. "Now, you don't need to feel sorry for losing it." His kindness left all three girls staring at him in disbelief. It wasn't just the act of retrieving the ball, it was the effort, the care. But for Perry, the moment meant something even deeper. She stared at Vikir, her wide eyes locked onto him. Something inside her stirred. For so long, she had lived in silence. But now, her heartbeat, once quiet and dormant, had begun to echo once more. Under the warm sun, the boys were out in the open field playing football with the children. The atmosphere was filled with infectious energy as laughter and cheers echoed all around. Everyone was immersed in the joy of the moment, running and kicking the ball with unrestrained enthusiasm. After what felt like an endless session of fun, the boys finally slowed down, drenched in sweat and utterly exhausted. Tudor wiped his forehead, a grin spreading across his face as he marveled at the fact that this was their final day of volunteering. Sancho agreed with a nod, commenting on how quickly time had flown by. The realization hit them hard. This was their last chance to make memories with the kids. With a burst of renewed determination, the trio decided to go all out, promising to keep playing until they had no energy left. Fueled by their resolve, they dove back into the game, their spirits high and their hearts full. Meanwhile, under the shade of a tree, Vikir sat in his usual spot, lost in his own thoughts. Beside him sat Perry, her small frame tense with nervousness. Her flushed cheeks betrayed her feelings as she clutched a delicate bouquet of flowers. Her eyes flickered between the flowers in her hands and Vikir, who seemed entirely unaware of her internal struggle. Summoning her courage, Perry inched closer to him and, with a quick but purposeful motion, gently placed a handmade flower crown on his head. Vikir blinked in surprise, his hand instinctively reaching up to touch the unexpected adornment. He tilted his head, trying to make sense of it, as a flicker of confusion crossed his face. Before he could say anything, Perry waved her arms frantically, her nervous energy palpable. Determined not to let her shyness stop her, she took his hand and began writing carefully on his palm. Her silent gestures conveyed her heartfelt gratitude for everything he had done, for sitting with her during his time at the orphanage and retrieving her lost ball from the estuary. Through her actions, she expressed how much his presence meant to her. Vikir felt the sincerity in her unspoken words. In his usual calm demeanor, he reassured her that it had been nothing. He simply enjoyed sitting under the tree with her. Perry hesitated for a moment, her fingers hovering uncertainly. Gathering her resolve, she wrote one final message, a question. "Can we meet again?" Her hopeful expression tugged at Vikir's heart. He remembered what Dolores had told him about Perry's past, how everyone she grew close to eventually drifted away, leaving her to face the ache of solitude once more. Her silence wasn't just a condition. It was her shield, protecting her from the sting of abandonment. As he gazed at her, Vikir felt the weight of his own reality. His life, filled with relentless demon hunting, left little room for promises. Death was always close at hand, and he knew the danger of raising false hopes. But at that moment, seeing the light of hope in her eyes, he made a choice. With quiet conviction, he told her, "We'll meet again." Perry's face lit up with pure joy. Her smile, so radiant, it was as though the sun itself had brightened. Vikir then added sincerely, "If there's a tomorrow for me, I'll come back." His words filled her heart with hope. In response, Perry carefully wrote one last message on his palm, calling him her older brother. Vikir chuckled softly, the warmth of her sentiment melting away some of his guarded exterior. With a playful correction, he gently told her to call him uncle instead. In the grand hall of Indulgentia Orphanage, Quilty stood before the gathered crowd, his voice laced with emotion. His words resonated deeply, moving many to tears as he spoke about the children, those who had been separated from their parents and had found a home within the orphanage's walls. With a solemn tone, he praised the volunteers, calling their time with the children priceless. Through their efforts, the orphans had experienced the warmth of a parent's love, something many had long been deprived of. Continuing his speech, Quilty expressed his hopes for the children's futures, believing they would grow into great individuals thanks to the care they had received. Wrapping up his address, he reminded the volunteers of the love they had received over the past 10 days and encouraged them to carry that love forward into the world. As he concluded, a staff member rolled out an enormous donation box, its polished surface gleaming under the hall's lights. The sight immediately sent PG into loud, dramatic sobs. Meanwhile, Vikir watched the scene unfold in silence, his eyes narrowing slightly. It was almost amusing. Quilty had finally decided to make an appearance, and of course, it was on the very last day. However, as he listened, amusement turned into seething disgust. A demon speaking about kindness, love, and generosity? The hypocrisy was unbearable. Quilty skillfully pulled at the volunteers' heartstrings, stirring their gratitude and sense of duty, all while angling for their gold. Vikir's sharp gaze quickly took in the details. All 4 of Quilty's bodyguards stood close by, making any ambush far more complicated than he had hoped. Still, a faint grin tugged at his lips as his eyes briefly flickered red. The odds were stacked against him, but that didn't matter. His preparations were complete. Today he would hunt the elite corpse. One by one, the volunteers stepped forward, dropping generous amounts of gold coins into the donation box. The queue moved steadily, but Vikir remained where he was, standing apart from the others. Noticing this, Sinclair approached him, her curiosity piqued. "Why aren't you donating?" Vikir's answer was blunt. "I don't have any money." Her brows lifted in surprise. An academy student without money? That was unusual, but the truth ran deeper. Vikir had no intention of giving gold to a demon. Before she could dwell on it, Sinclair shifted topics. announcing that she had finally decided how to address him. With a small smirk, she called him brother. Vikir, unbothered, simply waved it off, telling her to do as she pleased. Undeterred, she pressed him further, arguing that as individuals of means, they had a responsibility to help the children. But Vikir's response was cold and unwavering. Parents are unnecessary. His words hung in the air, heavy with meaning. He explained his reasoning. While children might rely on their parents in the early years, in the end, personal strength was what truly determined how they faced the world. For a moment, Sinclair was silent, her gaze lingering on him with a mix of sadness and understanding. Then, with a soft expression, she reached out and took his hand. "Your life must have been hard," she said gently. Then, without hesitation, she extended an unexpected invitation. When the next break or public holiday arrived, he was welcome to visit her home, to eat, to rest, to spend time with her family. With that, she left to rejoin the children, pausing only to urge him to free up some time once their volunteering was done. Vikir remained still, staring at his hand where she had touched him. Her actions were unexpected, her kindness strangely disarming. But what truly unsettled him was who she really was. Before his regression, Sinclair had only been a name, a false identity she used to blend into the academy. In truth, she was far more than that. She was the most extraordinary member of the Ice Corp, a name that commanded respect and fear. She had dominated both theoretical and practical exams for 4 consecutive years, and then she vanished. After graduation, she disappeared without a trace, never showing herself again. Vikir's gaze lingered where she had left, his thoughts swirling. As the final donations were made, Quilty addressed the volunteers once more. With a warm yet eerily calculated smile, he announced that it was now time for the children to express their gratitude to their parents, the volunteers who had cared for them over the past 10 days. Tutor, completely overwhelmed with emotion, hugged the child he had bonded with, tears streaming down his face. With a heartfelt promise, he declared, "Until I become a great hero, I'll come here every week, and even after I do, I'll still visit you." Nearby, Sancho knelt before another child, his voice steady but thick with emotion. He reminded the boy of an old northern belief, that children were the future. With conviction, he told him, "The Empire's future rests on your shoulders. Do well in life." PG, as expected, was a complete mess. His loud, blubbering sobs echoed through the hall as he clung to the children around him. Through his wailing, he managed to promise them that he would return, and next time he would bring an absurd amount of delicious food. Even Bianca, who had held her composure throughout the entire program, felt her normally cold demeanor crack. As she gently held a little girl close, tears pricked her eyes. Looking back on the past 10 days, she realized just how much she had grown attached to the children. The time had felt both long and fleeting, and now, the thought of parting weighed heavier than she had expected. While the volunteers exchanged their final farewells, Vikir stood apart, quietly observing. His gaze swept the hall, scanning the surroundings until he spotted Dolores, who was gently patting the heads of the children, offering them comfort. Without hesitation, Vikir stepped forward, calling her name. Dolores turned sharply, startled by his sudden approach. The moment she saw him, her face instantly flushed red. That memory, him, shirtless and drenched in dirty water after retrieving Perry's lost ball, flashed through her mind. She scolded herself internally, wondering why that particular moment kept replaying in her head. Shaking off her thoughts, she quickly focused as Vikir got straight to the point. He asked about Perry. Had she seen her recently? Dolores frowned slightly, glancing around. Now that he mentioned it, Perry was nowhere to be seen. The last time she had seen her was earlier that morning. A cold wave of dread washed over Vikir. His mind pieced the situation together in an instant. Without another word, he turned on his heel and bolted, his sudden urgency prompting Dolores to follow without question. As he moved, his bloodhound instincts kicked in, his heightened senses locked onto a single figure in the distance, Quilty. The demon stood amidst the crowd, his lips curled into a twisted, knowing grin. That sight alone was enough to ignite a burning bloodlust within Vikir. His eyes flickered a deep, menacing red as his inner hunter awakened. By nightfall, the city had settled into silence. Most of the volunteers, emotionally drained from the day's tearful goodbyes, had long since fallen into deep sleep. Vikir's bed, however, was empty. The scene shifted to another part of the orphanage, the 4th building of the children's dormitory. Inside, 4 of Quilty's personal bodyguards patrolled the halls, their weapons at the ready. As they reached a particular corridor, they split up, each taking a separate path. One of them, Ephibo, strode alone through a dimly lit hallway. The torches flickered against the walls, casting long, stretching shadows behind him. Then something shifted. At first, it was subtle. The air grew heavy. The silence grew deeper. And then, from the darkness, something emerged. A bloodhound, a pair of glowing red eyes, pierced the shadows, their presence barely concealed beneath a mask. Ephibo's instincts screamed at him. Whipping around, he brandished his weapon, expecting an attack, but there was nothing, only the empty hallway behind him. A low, gravelly voice broke the silence. "I have a question." Before Ephibo could react, Vakir appeared directly in front of him, silent, unnervingly close. His presence alone was suffocating. His voice was sharp and direct. "Where are the children locked up as food for the elite corpses?" Ephibo didn't answer. Instead, he reacted the only way he knew how, by attacking. His massive mace swung forward, a deadly arc of sheer force meant to crush anything in its path. But the attack never landed. In a split second, so fast it was almost imperceptible, Ephibo's head was severed from his body. The only sound was the soft thud as his head hit the floor. Holding the severed head in his grip, Vakir let out a small, amused chuckle. Asking questions to someone who can't talk. How funny. Then, with a single motion, he unsheathed Beelzebub. The demonic sword pulsed with ominous energy, its dark presence swallowing the light in the hallway. His voice, cold and resolute, echoed in the emptiness. "I don't have time to play. It's hunting time for the bloodhound." Vakir stood motionless, holding the severed head of Ephibo, the undead bodyguard he had just slain. But something was off. A strange, eerie smoke began seeping from the head, curling out of its mouth, ears, and every opening. The thick, dark mist twisted and billowed unnaturally, as if something inside was escaping. Then, without warning, the head dropped from Vakir's grip, hitting the ground with a dull thud. He glanced down at his now empty hand, only to find that all that remained was Ephibo's face mask. His sharp gaze fixated on the mask. Could this be the key to the undead's ability to change faces? Examining it closely, Vakir pondered the possibility that this mask allowed them to take on false appearances, to deceive, to hide in plain sight. As the last traces of smoke dissipated, Vakir bent down, inspecting the lifeless head. His body went rigid. Recognition struck him like a blade to the chest. The face lying before him bore an uncanny resemblance to Pedro, the holy knight bodyguard of Dolores. A man Vakir had once fought alongside in the battle against the Red Death. But something was off. A small mole near the corner of the eye. A detail that Pedro never had. His mind reeled back to a conversation from his past life. A campfire talk with Pedro before his regression. Pedro had spoken of a younger brother, one who had vanished during his isolation training. Now, staring at the lifeless form before him, Vakir realized the horrifying truth. Pedro's younger brother hadn't disappeared because of training. A demon had hunted him down and turned him into an undead. The revelation set fire to Vakir's blood. A deep, crimson glow burned beneath his mask. His rage was palpable, suffocating. The twisted, perverse cruelty of it all. The way demons desecrated the dead, stripping them of their past, their identities, turning them into hollow weapons, made his stomach churn. These monsters had to be erased. But before he could dwell on his thoughts any further, movement flickered at the edge of his vision. Two more figures stepped out of the darkness. One had long, golden hair, the other a short, sharp cut. Both wielded dual blades, their stances sharp and unyielding. Vakir's eyes narrowed. Who were they before they became this? Were they more people he once knew? He didn't have time to ask. Vakir lunged forward. His demonic blade, Beelzebub, pulsed with a crimson aura, cutting through the air like a vengeful storm. But in an instant, they vanished. The undead reappeared at his sides, retaliating. Their blades sliced through the air, fast, precise. Too fast for even the average warrior to react. A sharp sting, blood splattered into the air. But Vakir didn't flinch. Instead, he smiled. The battle erupted into a relentless clash of steel and death. Explosions shook the walls. Dust clouds swallowed the battlefield. And the darkness of the orphanage hall became a blur of flashing red eyes and merciless strikes. Meanwhile, in a quiet, sacred space, Dolores stood before a statue, deep in prayer. Her hands were clasped, her voice soft and reverent as she recited words of devotion. "Who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done on earth as it is in heaven. Forgive us for our sins, as we forgive those who sin against us. Let us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil." But speaking of temptation, Dolores's focus wavered. Unbidden, a memory surfaced. A figure, drenched in sunlight and water. Shirtless, muscles taut as droplets trickled down his skin. The image was painfully vivid. Vakir, at the estuary, her cheeks flushed. Why was she remembering this now? Flustered, she snapped out of her prayer, scolding herself. This was ridiculous. He's just a good junior, she muttered under her breath, trying to shake off the thought. And yet, why was it so hard to push away? And why, when she thought of the night bloodhound, did her mind instinctively drift back to Vakir? Before she could untangle her thoughts, a distant noise shattered the silence. Her eyes flickered upward, catching movement through the lingering dust clouds outside. A figure emerged, shrouded in smoke and shadow. Her breath hitched. The mask. The pandemic mask. It was him, the Nightblood Hound. She had been searching for him for so long. And yet, seeing him here, in the orphanage, left her completely disoriented. Why was he here? And more importantly, why was he fighting against Quilty's bodyguards? The battlefield was drenched in blood and chaos, but Dolores couldn't hold back. Before she could even think, she called out his name. Her voice cut through the clashing steel and searing bloodlust, catching Vikir's attention. For a split second, he turned, his glowing red eyes locking onto her. That moment of distraction proved costly. One of the bodyguards seized the opportunity. With ruthless precision, the undead warrior drove his blade straight through Vikir's stomach. The impact was devastating. The force sent Vikir flying past Dolores, crashing hard onto the ground. His body skidded across the dirt before lying still, unmoving, unconscious. The bodyguards didn't hesitate. They moved in for the kill. But before they could finish him off, Dolores stepped forward. She spread her arms wide, shielding Vikir with her own body. Her voice was unwavering. Stop. Though she didn't fully understand the situation, she refused to let them harm him. There had to be another way. They could talk. They could find another solution. But the bodyguards didn't care. Without a second thought, they raised their weapons, preparing to strike her down. Dolores didn't flinch. She stood her ground, her faith in her decision unshaken. She closed her eyes and braced herself for the pain. But it never came. Instead, she heard his voice. Move aside. Her eyes flew open just in time to see Vikir rising to his feet. Somehow, impossibly, he had already healed. In a blur of movement, he intercepted the incoming strikes, Beelzebub blocking one, his arm absorbing the other. Dolores's heart pounded. He was standing in front of her, protecting her. Then she saw it, the blade buried in his arm. Her breath caught in her throat, but before she could react, his crimson eyes flashed beneath the mask. Killer mode. His voice was eerily calm, yet filled with unshakable resolve. Everything will be all right. Then he struck. Fueled by bloodlust and pain, Vikir unleashed hell. With a single, overwhelming blow, he shattered the long-haired bodyguard's blade, splintering it into fragments right before the undead's face. Before the warrior could react, Vikir plunged Beelzebub deep into his throat. A brutal, merciless tear. Blood gushed like a flood, the undead warrior choking on the very essence that kept him standing. The second bodyguard lunged in, believing Vikir was defenseless, his only weapon still lodged in his first victim. A fatal mistake. With a surge of bloodhound energy, Vikir charged Beelzebub with power, without even pulling it out of the corpse. One slash. A clean, effortless decapitation. And before the last attacker could blink, Vikir turned. One swift motion. One final strike. Head. Gone. Get wrecked, son. Blood painted the walls as the last undead collapsed at Vikir's feet. Dolores stood frozen. Her entire body trembled. What had she just witnessed? The precision. The sheer brutality. The overwhelming, calculated destruction. This wasn't just a warrior. This was a predator. And yet he was calm. Vikir stared down at the corpses, his breathing steady, unfazed. Dolores snapped back to reality, rushing toward him. Are you all right? We need to treat your arm. But Vikir barely acknowledged the injury. Don't concern yourself, he replied flatly, wiping the blood off Beelzebub. Beneath his mask, he studied her, quietly wondering, why was the Saintess here this late at night? Sensing the momentary lull in the battle, Dolores took her chance. Her voice was filled with confusion. Why did the bodyguards attack me? They should know who I am. Vikir didn't answer right away. Instead, he pointed to one of the severed heads. Dolores followed his gesture. Then, her stomach lurched. The head was melting. Smoke seeped from every opening. Eyes, nose, mouth. The flesh sagged, twisted, and dissolved into something grotesque. She covered her mouth, fighting the urge to retch. Vikir's voice was cold. Quilty's bodyguards aren't who you think they are. They're undead. Their faces are stolen from others. Dolores's mind reeled. Undead. People associated with the Quavati's family. Turn into monsters? Her chest tightened. This couldn't be happening. Why is this happening? Vikir's reply was sharp and unsettling. You should know the truth more than anyone else in the world. The words struck Dolores like a bolt of lightning. A sense of dread crawled up her spine as she began piecing together the horrifying truth about Quilty. The melting faces of the bodyguards warped and twisted, revealing their true, grotesque forms. And beneath the decaying flesh, their masks shifted, transforming into the same kind as Ephebos. Vikir studied the masks closely. His eyes narrowed. He recognized one of the stolen faces. It belonged to Staffordshire Baskerville, a warrior of the Pitbull Order. Vikir's mind raced. Staffordshire had once followed him during his visit to the Moore clan. Back then, he had been alive, human, whole. Memories flooded back. Staffordshire had disappeared during his isolation training. However, instead of being expelled, he had avoided punishment thanks to Adolf Mord's intervention. Instead, he had voluntarily continued his training, choosing to disappear deeper into isolation. And now here he was, or rather, what was left of him. Vikir clenched his fists. A pattern was forming, a sickening connection between the undead and their stolen faces. Turning his attention to the other bodyguard, Vikir spotted a tattoo near its collarbone. His expression darkened. The insignia belonged to the Don Quixote family. His thoughts immediately drifted to Set. Another warrior, another disappearance, another name lost under the guise of isolation training. Then it all clicked. Prestigious families, elite warriors, isolation training, people vanishing, only to return as undead. It wasn't a coincidence. Vikir recalled the triplets from the Moore clan. They, too, had spoken about preparing for their own isolation training. And then there was Camus. She had left isolation training as well, choosing instead to join the Hall of Darkness to devote herself to magic research. The pieces of the puzzle snapped into place. Isolation training was a lie. It was a cover, a facade hiding something far more sinister. But before Vikir could fully process his theory, a presence emerged. A figure stepped forward, their wrapped hand glowing ominously with fire magic. Before he could react, a massive explosion erupted. Fire and force consumed everything in its path, roaring toward Vikir and Dolores. More explosions followed, each one ripping through the orphanage grounds, reducing the area to chaos and destruction. Instinct took over. Vikir grabbed his cape, shielding Dolores from the searing heat as flames surged around them. When the firestorm finally subsided enough to see, both Vikir and Dolores froze. A silhouette moved through the inferno. A slow, deliberate stride. Flames parted around her, revealing a woman with fiery red hair. The last of Quilty's bodyguards had finally stepped forward, and Vikir recognized her immediately. His eyes narrowed. Kemo, a name from his past. A woman who had once wanted to marry him. But now, there was no warmth in her gaze. Only cold, calculated intent. Her hand rose again, fire magic twisting violently around her fingers. The heat was so intense it distorted the very air around her. Her target was clear. Vikir. The battlefield still smoldered, the crackling flames casting eerie shadows across the charred ruins. A haunting glow flickered over the undead woman's face, a face that resembled Camus'. She stood firm amidst the inferno, fire magic swirling violently in her outstretched palm, its heat distorting the air around her. Her gaze was locked onto Vikir. Despite the sweltering heat, Dolores felt an entirely different kind of warmth spreading through her chest. Her heart pounded. Vikir had protected her. Again, shaking herself out of her daze, she forced herself to focus. Something wasn't right. The fiery attacks weren't just aimed at Vikir. They were aimed at her, too. The realization hit hard. This wasn't just a fight between Vikir and the undead. There was malice in these strikes, an intention to kill her as well. Her brows furrowed. Who was this woman? Why was she attacking her? Turning to the Nightblood Hound, she asked, is she undead like the others? Vikir's answer was careful, but blunt. There's a chance she might be. Dolores' mind raced. The woman's resemblance to Camus was too precise to be a coincidence, but something felt off. Vikir, seemingly thinking the same, asked, when did she join Quilty? Dolores hesitated, trying to recall. It hadn't been long. Recently, she admitted. That was all Vikir needed to hear. His suspicions deepened. Beside him, Dolores clasped her hands together in a prayer stance. Her voice was resolute. If she truly is undead, I can't stand idly by. As a servant of God, I will fight beside you. But Vikir wasn't one to rely on others. Stand back. His words were firm. This fight is mine. Dolores frowned, but before she could argue, she tried a different approach. At least let me heal you. Again, Vikir refused. Quick, decisive. He shut down her offer before she could protest further. Then, a sudden shift in the air. The undead woman moved. Sparks ignited in her palm. From the embers, multiple fire lances materialized, deadly, molten projectiles floating in the air. Without hesitation, she launched them, straight at Vikir. And yet he didn't flinch. He walked forward, straight into the barrage. His movements were swift, precise. With calculated slashes, he cut down the lances, sending their burning remnants spiraling into the sky before they exploded harmlessly. Yet even as fire erupted around him, Vikir's mind was elsewhere. His red eyes weren't watching the undead woman in front of him. Instead, he saw the past. A young woman, long, straight red hair cascading down her back. Casting magic. Not just any magic 6th class level. a fusion of steel and fire, a rare ability, even among the prestigious Mord clan. The resemblance was undeniable. Could this truly be Camus? The undead woman moved again. More steel lances appeared shimmering in the firelight, razor sharp. She fired. This time, Vikir didn't dodge. He didn't cut them down. He let them hit him. A fiery explosion engulfed his figure. Dolores gasped. But when the flames cleared, Vikir was still standing, unscathed. His movements were deliberate, unyielding. Then, he caught one of the lances in his bare hand and kept walking, straight toward her. More lances struck him. Some grazed his shoulders. One tore into his left side, yet he didn't stop, didn't slow down. Dolores watched, horrified. He was taking the hits, on purpose. Why? Was it because he recognized her? Because he knew who she was? Or worse, what kind of relationship did the Night Bloodhound have with this fiery opponent? Even as flames and steel tore into him, Vikir didn't stop. Vikir's slow march continued, unfazed by the searing pain. He didn't defend himself, didn't evade the attacks, he just kept walking. But with each step forward, his mind was pulled back into the past. Memories flashed before him. Before his regression, Camus Morgue had been different. She had been close with her uncle, Adolphe Morgue, a rising force within her family. She wouldn't have just left the Morgue family registry. She wouldn't have thrown herself into the Hall of Darkness for isolation training so easily. Yet here she was, dead, undead, changed beyond recognition. The weight of it settled heavily in his chest. He regretted it. Their conversations, their shared moments, the trust they had built. And worst of all, he regretted involving her in his plans after his regression. Camus' once bright future as a hero was gone, and that guilt clawed at him like a beast. Finally, he stopped, face to face with the undead version of Camus. His thoughts spiraled. What have I done to cause this? The undead woman moved. Sensing an opportunity in his hesitation, she began casting another spell. But Vikir was faster. His hand shot out, gripping her wrist, forcing her arm down. The flames in her palm flickered and vanished before they could be unleashed. Then, without hesitation, his other hand reached for her face. He ripped the mask away. He had to know, had to confirm the truth. A sharp gasp filled the air. Dolores. Even from a distance, her mouth hung open in shock. And Vikir, beneath his pandemic mask, his entire body tensed. Whatever he saw had shaken him to his core. But the undead wasn't finished. Even without her mask, she began casting again. Fire magic surged in her hand. Vikir didn't hesitate. Beelzebub swung. One clean, precise strike. Her head hit the ground with a sickening thud. The flames flickered, then died. The battle was over. Her lifeless body collapsed. And finally, Vikir fell to his knees. The pain he had ignored crashed down on him. Blood seeped from his wounds. His entire body trembled from the relentless damage he had taken. Dolores rushed to his side, panic in her voice. Holy light enveloped him as she worked quickly, her healing magic mending his broken body. As the last of the flames died out, the battlefield fell into silence. Dolores finally spoke. Her voice was soft, hesitant. Do you know who she was? Vikir didn't answer immediately. His gaze remained on the ground. Beneath his mask, his mind churned. Finally, he spoke. No, I don't know who this undead was. Dolores let out a breath, a sigh of relief. Thank the goddess. With most of his injuries healed, Vikir slowly stood. He winced but steadied himself, turning to Dolores. You've done enough. I'm fine now. But Dolores wasn't convinced. You're not fully healed. She tried to argue, concern clear in her eyes. Yet when she saw the determination in his expression, she stopped. Instead, her gaze grew serious. Why? Her voice was firm. Why do you fight like this? To the point of destroying yourself? Are you willing to tell me the truth? Vikir paused. Then with calm resolve, he answered, I'm demon hunting. Dolores froze. Her eyes widened in shock. Vikir's fight wasn't just survival. It was personal. Moving past her reaction, he stepped forward. His eyes locked onto the mask he had just torn away. The source of the dark energy. He picked it up, inspecting it carefully. Now that he had collected all 4 masks, he knew what needed to be done. But before he could act, a voice interrupted. A low, snarling demand. Hey, give me the relic. Vikir and Dolores both spun around, searching for the source of the voice. Then, to their horror, a grotesque mouth twisted open on the stomach of the undead corpse Vikir had just slain. Its lips curled, speaking with an unsettling calm. Ibwa, Hebwa, Geronto. It casually listed the names of the guards Vikir had recently defeated. I borrowed them from a certain woman. She's probably furious now, don't you think? Dolores could barely process the horror before her. Her stomach churned at the sight of the moving, speaking wound. Meanwhile, Vikir remained unfazed. The voice questioned him. Are you the one attacking the branches under my jurisdiction lately? Vikir didn't flinch. His response was cold and direct. You already know the answer to that. Then, with a sharp edge to his voice, he exposed the truth. Your Quilty. A sharp gasp escaped Dolores. The pieces clicked into place. The voice, the unnatural presence, the man hiding in plain sight. Quilty Luan Indulgentia, the orphanage headmaster, was a demon. A low, amused chuckle rumbled from the grotesque mouth. Caught by the saintess herself? Quilty's tone held no fear, only mocking delight. No matter. This just makes things more exciting. Then his voice shifted colder now. Now that my cover's blown, I don't need to keep up appearances. But you, saintess, you've made yourself my next target. Dolores stiffened. A chill ran down her spine. Quilty had been hiding in plain sight, watching her, manipulating everyone. Now that she knew the truth, he had no reason to hold back. Her breath quickened, but Quilty only grinned wider. His voice dripped with dark amusement. You're trembling. I like that. But it'll be even better once I take your face from my collection. But then, the atmosphere changed. A golden aura radiated around Dolores, wrapping her in a light so fierce, so divine, it made the very air tremble. Her trembling ceased. Her fear was replaced with unyielding courage. Clasping her hands together, her voice rang out with power. The light of my life, the fire of my existence, and my sin in my soul. I will make those who are wicked feel the weight of their karma twofold. A blinding pillar of divine energy erupted from the heavens. Holy light! The radiance swallowed Quilty whole. A monstrous, guttural scream tore from the undead. His voice howled in agony as the holy power burned him away. The cries grew weaker. The light faded, and where the corpse had been, only blackened ash remained. Dolores stood tall, unwavering. Her voice rang with righteous defiance. Reflect in the afterlife. You demon. But just as those words left her lips, a shadow flickered in the distance. And from the darkness, a figure licked his lips with dark delight. Then, a sudden, violent blast of green energy tore through the air. It struck Vakir directly. The impact was so powerful, so swift, even he couldn't react in time. A shockwave rippled through his body, sending him crashing to the ground. Dolores gasped. Rushing to his side, she knelt down, desperately trying to help. Then, her wide eyes snapped upward. And from the shadows, he emerged, not as a disguise, not through a grotesque mouth, but in his true demonic form. Quilty. He strolled forward casually, confidently, his grin dripping with malice. Licking his lips, he chuckled. Interrupting me with that prayer? Such bad manners, saintess. Seeing Vakir injured, Dolores didn't hesitate. She moved in front of him, standing between him and Quilty, using her body as a shield. Her voice lashed out, sharp and unwavering. How dare you wear the cloak of a saint while committing such wickedness? But Quilty's grin only widened. He drank in her defiance, savoring it like a fine wine. His gaze lingered on her, twisted amusement never fading. When she accused him of his atrocities, he simply shrugged. I did what any demon would do, he said, his tone dripping with mockery. Then leaning in just slightly, he murmured, But tell me, saintess, do you really think you can fight me? Dolores held her ground, but her voice betrayed a slight tremor. Yes, I'm going to fight you. Quilty's laughter echoed through the night. Dark, amused, completely entertained. He gestured lazily between her and Vakir, his voice mocking. An inexperienced, immature saintess, and a swordsman one step away from the grave. His smirk deepened. Do you really believe the two of you stand a chance against me? His voice dropped into a low, ominous whisper. I am an elite corpse. A shiver ran down Dolores' spine as Quilty reached out. His cold, clammy fingers brushed against her cheek. She stiffened, disgust curling in her stomach, but she refused to recoil. Quilty studied her, savoring the fear she desperately tried to hide. You're forcing yourself to act strong, he sneered. But I can see it. The fear dripping from your expression. His mouth twisted into something even more grotesque. Saliva began to pool and drip from his lips as he revered the moment. His prize. The face he had desired for so long. His fingers trembled with twisted delight. It's right here in my hands. And then, his fantasy shattered. With a sickening crunch, a blade shot through the underside of his chin and pierced straight through his skull. Beelzebub. Dolores gasped. Quilty's expression froze. Confusion flickered in his wide, glowing eyes. A voice cut through the silence. You really thought you had me, didn't you? Vakir, standing behind Quilty. His mask hid his smirk, but the amusement in his voice was unmistakable. He spoke calmly, almost bored. I've been tracking you for some time, Quilty. As Quilty trembled, Beelzebub's blade still lodged in his skull. Vakir continued. You taught me a few things. He raised a hand, ticking them off one by one. First, you're a coward who sacrifices your subordinates without a second thought. Second, you never fight for yourself. And third, His voice sharpened. You wouldn't reveal your true form unless you thought your opponent was too injured to resist. Dolores's eyes widened. A setup. A trap. Vakir had planned this from the start. The fatal attack that had sent him crashing to the ground? An act. He had already healed from the wound long ago, waiting for Quilty to let his guard down. Now, the blade embedded in Quilty's head glinted in the firelight, his pupils rolling back, blood dripping from the gaping wound. For a moment, silence. Then, a chuckle. Soft at first, then louder. And then, menacing. Quilty's bright green, demonic eyes snapped back into focus. His voice slithered through the air, now drenched in pure malice. Call me Dantalion. With a sudden jerk, he cast aside his former name like a discarded mask. Then, grinning wickedly, he looked straight at Vakir. You damned method-acting brat. Dolores stood frozen, her wide eyes reflecting the grim reality before her. Despite having Beelzebub embedded in his skull, Dantalion, the elite corpse, continued speaking as if nothing had happened. The sheer resilience of this creature was beyond anything Vakir had anticipated. Elite corpse, it seemed, was not a mere title. Holding the demon by its head, Vakir couldn't hide his own surprise. Dantalion, unfazed by the blade lodged in his skull, turned his eerie, glowing green eyes toward him. Recognizing Vakir, the demon smirked, mockery dripping from his words as he acknowledged the slayer of Andromalius, the elite corpse who had infiltrated the Baskerville family. With his clergyman guise battered, Dantalion revealed another horrifying trick. The flesh on his head writhed and peeled, unveiling a new face, a woman's this time. A twisted laugh accompanied the transformation as Dantalion explained his macabre power. He collected faces, along with the memories and lives of their former owners. It was the perfect cover for his deceptions. Mocking Vakir further, Dantalion taunted him, revealing that Quilty Indulgentia, a supposed victim, was merely one of many faces in his collection. To truly destroy him, Vakir would have to annihilate every face he had ever taken. Vakir's answer was swift and decisive. Without hesitation, he launched himself at the demon, snarling, "Then I'll kill every last one of them," as he drove Beelzebub deep into Dantalion's stomach. But something unexpected happened. The possessed woman's face contorted, tears streaming down her cheeks as she regained control for a fleeting moment. Her voice, thick with desperation and blood, pleaded with Vakir. "Please save me. I don't want to die," she begged. Before Vakir or Dolores could process what was happening, the body collapsed lifeless. A grotesque tearing sound shattered the brief silence as a new figure emerged from the woman's corpse. This time, it was a man. Dazed and confused, he stumbled forward, mumbling about buying meat pies for his daughter. His disorientation was short-lived. Vakir ended his misery with a swift decapitation, his head hitting the ground with a sickening thud. "You're too arrogant," Vakir muttered coldly. No sooner had the man fallen than another figure took shape. This time, it was a crying boy, his tear-streaked face reflected in the lenses of Vakir's mask. "Why are you being so mean?" the boy whimpered, his small voice trembling. "I didn't do anything wrong." He staggered closer, rubbing his eyes in a display of innocence that might have moved anyone else. But Vakir wasn't fooled. "Stop pretending," he said flatly, his tone void of mercy. Memories of Andromalius flashed in his mind, reminding him of similar tricks. He had long steeled himself against such deceit. Realizing the charade was failing, Dantalion abandoned the act and returned to his true demonic form. Grinning wickedly, he sneered at Vakir. "You're a stone-cold killer, aren't you?" he taunted, his malice undiminished. The battle wasn't over. With a malevolent glint in his eyes, Dantalion raised one clawed hand. His finger morphed, elongating into a deadly spike. Before Vakir could react, the sharp appendage shot forward, striking his wrist. Vakir's breath hitched as he looked down. A grotesque fragment of Dantalion had latched onto his wrist, burrowing into his flesh like a parasite. The demon, now speaking through the face of the young boy, grinned with dark amusement. "A little present," he taunted. "From me to you." Before Vakir could react, his latest strike sent Dantalion's current body flying backward. But midair, the demon's form began to warp and twist, shifting into something even more monstrous. By the time he landed, he had taken on an even more grotesque appearance, his body now writhing with additional eyes and mouths, all grinning, all watching. A deep, guttural laugh erupted from Dantalion, but something was wrong. Vakir's vision blurred, his balance faltered, and a sickening wave of nausea surged through him. Kneeling, he gritted his teeth, his breathing heavy and labored. From behind, Dolores watched in growing concern. Dantalion's laughter only grew louder. With sadistic glee, he revealed the true horror of what he had done. That cursed face now embedded in Vakir's wrist belonged to a man who had lived in madness, haunted by paranoia, driven by schizophrenia, and ultimately responsible for slaughtering his own family. His memories, his emotions, they're yours now, Dantalion hissed. How does it feel? Having your mind drowned in a nightmare so deep it could rip your very soul apart. The demon's plan was simple. Overload Vikir's consciousness until his mind crumbled. But what happened next made even Dantalion's wicked grin falter. Dolores gasped, hands flying to her mouth in horror. Without hesitation, Vikir raised his blade and severed his own arm. The cursed limb hit the ground with a sickening thud, the parasitic face still twitching where it had been cut off. Blood splattered across the battlefield, yet Vikir barely flinched. Dolores rushed forward, her voice shaking as she called his name in alarm. But before she could even process what had happened, something even more unbelievable unfolded before her eyes. Vikir's severed arm began regenerating, flesh knitting itself back together, bones reforming, skin smoothing over until, within moments, it was as if he had never been injured at all. Flexing his newly restored hand, Vikir glanced at her and said calmly, "I'm fine." Then, turning his gaze back to Dantalion, he added, "I'm not your average human." The demon's laughter finally ceased. His many eyes narrowed as he studied Vikir with newfound wariness. Realization dawned. This was no ordinary hunter. Dantalion's gaze flickered to the weapon in Vikir's grasp. That blade, it radiated a dark, ominous energy, something ancient, something terrifying. Recognition flashed across the demon's features. Beelzebub, he muttered, the name dripping with apprehension. A demonic blade, and you wield it like a graduate of the highest grade. Now it made sense. This was how Andromalius had fallen. You're not going to be easy to kill, Dantalion admitted, his mind already racing through new strategies. And then, his lips curled into a sinister grin. His grotesque, shifting hand twisted once more, reshaping itself into something even more menacing. But this time, he didn't aim at Vikir. His elongated, sharpened fingers snapped forward, straight toward Dolores. The strike was instant, but Vikir was faster. In a blur, he moved in front of her, deflecting the attack just in time. Dantalion's grin widened. So predictable, he sneered. The Night Bloodhound has a weakness. Realizing the advantage he had just uncovered, Dantalion unleashed a relentless barrage of attacks, all aimed at Dolores. Each time, Vikir intercepted, blocking or redirecting the strikes. His movements were still precise, but there was a shift, a strain. Dolores saw it too. "Don't worry about me. Focus on the fight," she pleaded. But Vikir didn't waver. His voice was steady, unwavering. "I can't let anything happen to you." To Vikir, Dolores wasn't just a comrade. She was a pillar of the resistance, a force holding the battle against the demons together. Losing her wasn't an option. But as she watched Vikir fight alone, something inside her twisted painfully. He had always fought this way, carrying the weight of every battle, every responsibility, both in his past life and the one yet to come. Would he always bear this burden without anyone by his side? Her hands trembled as fear clawed at her, but she knew she couldn't afford to hesitate. She had to stand with him, not just as an observer, but as his ally. Summoning her courage, Dolores began to cast holy light once more, the sacred energy illuminating the battlefield. But just as the spell was forming, something landed in front of her with a sickening squelch. A grotesque mass of flesh, writhing with eyes and mouths, lay before her. And then it spoke. "Sister." The voice was unmistakable. It was Quilty's. Dolores' breath caught in her throat. In an instant, the horrifying image of his face consumed her mind, unraveling the fragile resolve she had just built. Her body locked up, her courage crumbling into pure, paralyzing fear. The spell in her hands flickered and died, and she could do nothing but stare. Dantalion's laughter echoed through the battlefield, his amusement growing as his form twisted again. His arms morphed into massive, slithering tentacles, each covered in ghostly, wailing faces. His grin widened. "Transplanting a single soul into another body is already agonizing," he sneered. "But what do you think happens when hundreds of souls are forced into one?" The mass of tortured faces surged toward Vikir, an unending tide of suffering. But Vikir stood firm, gripping Beelzebub tightly. His voice was cold, unwavering. "Then I'll cut down every single one of them." And that's exactly what he did. His blade moved like a storm, slashing through the grotesque tentacles without pause. Each strike severed another wailing face, each movement precise and relentless. The battlefield became a whirlwind of carnage, yet Vikir didn't stop. Not for a second. Dantalion watched, impressed but still mocking. "How long can you keep this up, Night Bloodhound?" he taunted. "Thousands of faces. Will you slice them all?" But Vikir paid no attention. His focus was absolute, until he saw her. In the middle of the swarm, a face emerged. A face he knew. A rush of memories crashed into him. Days spent volunteering at the orphanage. A shy, gentle smile. A small hand reaching out to hold his. "Perry." The face he had just cut down belonged to Perry. A rare, sharp fear struck Vakir, his mind reeling. His blade hesitated for just a fraction of a second, and that was all Dantalion needed. In an instant, the swarm overwhelmed him. The grotesque faces piled onto him, consuming him in a suffocating wave. The night bloodhound was buried beneath the weight of Dantalion's countless victims. Vakir, overwhelmed yet undeterred, found himself trapped in a grim, alien world forged from Dantalion's malevolent power. The air was heavy, the darkness oppressive, and the surroundings reeked of despair. Yet, Vakir's resolve was unyielding. No matter where this place was, no matter the horrors it contained, he swore the demon's demise would be by his hand. The sight before him was unsettling. Endless rows of figures sat motionless, their heads bowed and their identities hidden. The dim, cavernous space resembled a vast sewage system, with murky, dark water flowing endlessly between the lines of silent souls. Despite the eerie setting, the figures showed no sign of movement or discomfort, as if resigned to their fate. Vakir quickly realized where he was. The oppressive energy, the warped reality, it could only mean one thing. He was trapped within Dantalion's twisted skill, a realm born from the demon's vile magic. This wasn't a battlefield anymore. It was a prison for the souls Dantalion had consumed. As Vakir scanned the endless rows, a bead of sweat trickled down his face. These weren't just random figures. They were victims, remnants of those devoured by the demon. Their silence was deafening, their stillness haunting. But before he could take another step, a sharp, excruciating pain tore through his body. His veins throbbed, swelling unnaturally as a sickly purple mist began to rise from the water. The mist clung to his legs, crawling upward and enveloping him in a suffocating grip. The waters below churned violently, mirroring the chaos now coursing through his body. The sensation was all too familiar. The cursed mark Dantalion had left on his wrist was now manifesting in full force. The realization hit him hard. This wasn't just pain. It was the collective trauma of every soul trapped in this nightmarish realm, invading his very being. Then, from the front row of the seated figures, a child's voice shattered the silence. "It hurts? Please, make it stop." The words were chilling, spoken with the sorrow of 1,000 lifetimes. The boy's face was a hollow void, a gaping nothingness that made his anguish even more profound. Vakir knelt before the boy, placing a firm yet gentle hand on his head. Despite the searing agony coursing through him, he remained steady. His determination was a beacon in this sea of despair. His thoughts drifted back to the battle and to Perry, whose face he had seen among Dantalion's victims. If this was where all the consumed souls were imprisoned, then Perry's body, and perhaps even a fragment of her soul, had to be here too. The voices of the trapped souls began to rise, a heartbreaking chorus of pain and hopelessness. "I'm scared. I can't take it anymore. Please, just let me die." Each voice carried the weight of unthinkable suffering. Yet, despite the cacophony, Vakir's resolve only hardened. Among these broken souls, he was determined to find Perry, no matter the cost. Nearby, Dolores stood frozen, her wide eyes reflecting the horror unfolding before her. The endless cries of anguish filled the air, each desperate voice stabbing through her heart like a blade. The sheer weight of the suffering around her was suffocating, an ocean of pain from souls forever trapped in Dantalion's cruel grasp. Her body trembled as her legs gave out beneath her, sending her crashing to her knees. For the first time, she fully grasped the depth of the demon's atrocities. This wasn't just a fight for survival or vengeance. It was a battle to free countless innocent souls condemned to an eternal nightmare. Then, as if drawn by the sound of her voice, the shadows twisted and parted, revealing the very monster responsible. Dantalion emerged behind her, his voice slithering through the despair like poison. His tone was laced with amusement as he gestured toward the rows of unmoving victims. "What do you think of my collection?" he mocked, his words dripping with cruel satisfaction. The true scale of his evil was laid bare. Each silent figure before them was a soul he had consumed, a life he had mercilessly devoured. But it was his form that truly sent a chill down Dolores' spine. No longer masked by illusion, Dantalion revealed his grotesque, otherworldly body. His pale skin glowed with an eerie light, his elongated form twisted in ways that defied human nature. His face was lined with 4 writhing, tentacle-like extensions, each one lined with grotesque mouths and eyes that blinked with unnatural synchronicity. Amidst the horror, his piercing green eyes shone with malevolent delight. And then, as if the suffering around them was nothing more than entertainment, the demon smiled. "I've been selective," he boasted. "I don't want to eat ugly humans." The distant echoes of weeping souls only seemed to fuel his pleasure. He leaned in closer to Dolores, his voice dripping with sadistic amusement. "Do their cries touch your heart?" sanus? Because they stir something in mine. The scene only grew darker as more of the demon's terrifying nature was revealed. Risk rating, S+. Natural enemy of humans. Invulnerable and immortal. One of the 10 disasters. Discovered deep underground at the gate of the fall. Dantalion had long been the stuff of nightmares, a terror humanity had never truly been able to contain. But Dolores, fueled by a trembling fury, finally found her voice. She glared at the demon, demanding how he could commit such unspeakable atrocities, especially against the children from the orphanage. Dantalion, however, merely tilted his head, as if the question itself was ridiculous. Sins? He mused, his lips curling into a smirk. Why would I need to justify eating? Does food require an excuse? Then, with deliberate slowness, he reached into his jacket and pulled out something that made Dolores' stomach drop. A glowing holy paper. The exemption from sins. Waving it mockingly in front of her, he let out a low, amused chuckle. See this? It says I have no sins. Humans gave me this. The demon's laughter echoed through the chamber as he reveled in the absurdity of it all. A system where sins could be bought and forgiven. An invention so twisted that even demons themselves hadn't conceived it. He continued, his words like venom. By using the orphanage as a steady source of food, he had perfected a self-sustaining cycle, one born from the very logic of human greed. If I have a sin, he sneered, it's that I learned too well from you humans. But his cruelty didn't stop there. Leaning in closer, he whispered words meant to shatter Dolores from the inside out. You're weak, he taunted. A burden to everyone around you. His voice was smooth, his words precise, each one carrying the weight of a dagger pressed against her throat. You're only here because of your divinity. Without it, you're nothing. And then, with a final blow, he revealed the ultimate truth, the real reason for his amusement. It's because of you, he murmured, his grin stretching wide, that I managed to trap the night bloodhound here. You were his Achilles' heel, Sanus. Dolores felt her heart sink, Dantalion's words slicing through her like cold steel. Every accusation, every whispered doubt, and every agonized wail surrounding her pressed down with crushing weight. The despair seeped into her very core, threatening to shatter her spirit. And Dantalion? He was savoring every second of it. His grotesque grin stretched wider, jagged teeth glistening with saliva as he drank in her hopelessness. The despair of his prey was his greatest feast, and watching the Sanus crumble was a delicacy beyond compare. But then, amidst her tears, Dolores spoke again. Her voice, though shaky, carried a quiet, unshaken strength. You're right, she admitted. Everything you said is true. The way humans trade sins for money, the harm we cause in our selfishness, even my own weaknesses. All of it is true. Dantalion's twisted delight surged. He could feel it, her acceptance, her surrender. She was finally breaking. But just as his excitement peaked, a radiant golden light erupted from Dolores' body, piercing through the suffocating darkness. The demon's grin faltered. Through her tears, she continued. But humans also possess something greater, the strength to believe. Even in despair, we can still choose to walk toward the light. The glow around her intensified, illuminating the endless abyss Dantalion had woven. His grotesque form tensed, his previously smug expression now one of disbelief. This wasn't how it was supposed to go. She was supposed to collapse. She was supposed to be consumed. Yet, she stood. And then, a memory surfaced, a moment long ago, when she and Vakir had sat side by side on a weathered wooden fence. She had asked him once, in a moment of weakness, why a higher power would choose someone as fragile as her to be the saintess. Vakir's response had been simple, yet unshakable. You were chosen because you carry sorrow. His voice had been steady, certain. The person this world needs shines brightest when they reach the lowest and fiercest places. The memory burned in her mind like a guiding star. As the memory faded, Dolores inhaled deeply, then clasped her hands together in unwavering prayer. She couldn't let Vakir fight this battle alone, not anymore. The golden light radiating from her intensified, pushing back the oppressive darkness. Dantalion, for the first time, panicked. His smug facade cracked as he scrambled to manipulate her one last time. Stop, he hissed. If you use your power, the souls I've devoured will be erased forever. They can still live. But this time, Dolores wasn't listening. Her faith, once shaken, now stood unbreakable. Then, as if answering her prayers, a small hand gently reached for hers. She opened her tear-filled eyes. A young boy stood before her, bathed in the glow of her divine light. Then, more orphanage children appeared, their innocent smiles shining through the darkness as they waved at her. Dolores' breath hitched. She knew these faces. Tears spilled down her cheeks as guilt, sorrow, and love crashed over her all at once. I'm sorry, she whispered, her voice trembling. I'm so sorry I couldn't save you. But the children only smiled, their presence bringing her the strength she desperately needed. Her light surged, illuminating the twisted void of Dantalion's world, pushing back the suffocating despair that had taken root. Elsewhere, Vikir sat among the lifeless victims, his eyes searching desperately through the sea of lost souls. And then, he found her. Perry sat among them, still as a statue. Her once bright, mischievous eyes were empty, void of life, void of warmth. A lump formed in Vikir's throat as he knelt behind her. His voice, rough yet fragile, broke the silence. I finally found you. For so long, his only purpose had been vengeance. He had come to the orphanage that day with a single mission, to hunt Dantalion. Nothing more. But then, Perry had smiled at him, and that smile had changed everything. If there's one thing that makes this revenge meaningful, he murmured, his voice barely above a whisper, it's creating a world where children like you can smile. As if answering his plea, a golden glow began to seep into the bleakness around them. Dolores's divine light had reached this place, chasing away the demon's corruption. Vikir, his body trembling from the weight of the countless traumas he had absorbed, let out a ragged breath. He turned back to Perry, his heart aching. I'm sorry, he choked. I couldn't protect you. Then, something he never expected happened. Perry's voice, soft, warm, and full of life, reached him. I'm glad you came back to see me. His breath hitched. As the golden radiance spread, the other victims slowly began to stir. Faces that had once been locked in lifeless despair now flickered with light. Perry turned to him, tears welling in her eyes as she whispered the truth she had been too afraid to say before. I was so scared. Vikir's resolve shattered, and without hesitation, he pulled her into his arms. Holding her tightly, he made a vow, one spoken with the full weight of his soul. I will never forgive the man who made you cry. Perry let out a shaky laugh between her tears, her arms wrapping around him in return. It's a promise. And with that, the bond between them was sealed. Dolores's divine power showed no signs of stopping. Her radiance burned so fiercely that it pierced through the walls, illuminating even the world outside. The once dark abyss of Dantalion's twisted domain was now flooded with pure, holy light. The elite demon, once brimming with arrogance, now stood frozen, his confidence crumbling. Since when has the Saintess become this powerful? He muttered, his voice laced with disbelief. But the truth was undeniable. Dolores had fully awakened. And what shook Dantalion even more was the realization that every single soul he had imprisoned, every fragment of suffering he had hoarded, was now gone. Freed. The endless wails of despair had vanished, replaced with an overwhelming stillness, one he could not control. Then, from the heart of the radiant storm, two figures emerged. Dolores, her divine aura shining brighter than ever, and beside her, the night blood hound, and Scathe, his presence more fearsome than before. Dantalion's powers no longer had any hold over them, but the true nightmare had yet to begin. As the golden radiance washed over him, Vikir felt something stir deep within. At first, it was subtle, a warmth coursing through his body, but then it surged, igniting every fiber of his being. His Baskerville aura, the power inherited through his bloodline, erupted like never before. Dolores's divine energy wasn't just healing him. It was amplifying him, pushing his limits far beyond anything he had ever known. Then he felt it. For years, 6 aura spheres had existed within him, locked in place, refusing to advance. But now, in this moment, something impossible was happening. A 7th sphere was forming. The gaseous energy that had once surrounded him began to solidify, transforming into something far more potent. Dantalion's twisted eyes widened in sheer terror. He knew exactly what was happening to Vikir. No, this cannot be. The aura surrounding Beelzebub, Vikir's weapon, solidified, radiating with an overwhelming force. Vikir had ascended. He was no longer just a warrior. He was now a sword master. The realization sent a chilling weight into the air, suffocating even the mighty elite demon. Vikir's gaze, now sharpened with cold, lethal intent, locked onto Dantalion. The rage that had once burned recklessly inside him had settled, refined into something even deadlier. Clutching Beelzebub tightly, he spoke with absolute certainty, his voice devoid of mercy. You won't have an easy death. And with that, the battle for vengeance, the battle to end Dantalion once and for all, had begun. Dolores now stood as Vikir's unwavering support, her divine magic flowing into him like an endless tide. Positioned behind him, she channeled her blessings, amplifying his strength to levels beyond mortal reach. It was her power that had pushed him to the rank of swordmaster, allowing him to wear his aura like unbreakable armor. a testament to his newfound supremacy in battle. As the clash with Dantalion raged on, Dolores felt it, the sorrow of the countless children who had perished, their unfulfilled dreams, their stolen futures. Their lingering rage and pain surged through her, fueling her determination. She could sense Vikir's resolve, as unyielding as ever, and within her heart, a memory resurfaced. The Saintess awakens by meeting her true companion. The Pope's words echoed in her mind, and now, standing beside Vikir, she knew this was the moment. With unwavering faith, she clasped her hands together and cast soul resonance, a sacred blessing that transferred her divine energy to the one person she acknowledged as her true companion. The power poured into Vikir like a flood, pushing his abilities to their absolute limit. And then he ascended. Vikir van Baskerville had stepped into the supreme domain, awakening as the first swordmaster of his generation. Dantalion, once a picture of arrogance, now stood frozen in fear. Sweat dripped down his grotesque face as he stared at the young warrior before him. Among humans, only a rare few ever reached the rank of swordmaster, a power feared even by demons. And yet, before his very eyes, this human, a mere child by demonic standards, had defied all expectations. But before the demon could fully process his horror, his vision flipped. For a moment, confusion clouded his mind, until realization struck. His head had been severed. It soared through the air, accompanied by countless glowing slices of aura that tore through his body with ruthless precision. With a single swing of his blade, Vikir had dismantled him. As Dantalion's dismembered form scattered across the battlefield, Vikir appeared in an instant, his boots slamming down onto the demon's mouth, silencing him completely. Leaning in, his voice was cold and unforgiving. The souls you collected? Freed. Your tricks? Gone. You're nothing but a faceless monster now. And for the first time, Dantalion felt what he had inflicted on so many others, fear. Real, paralyzing fear. The demon's mind raced. He had been tasked with saving enough mana to open the gate to the demon realm, a mission that would have secured his race's dominance over the human world. He had believed himself unstoppable. And yet, here he was being torn apart by one single, relentless human. He couldn't accept this. Backed into a corner, Dantalion made his decision. If he had to die, he would take them all with him. His mangled form began to shift, grotesquely twisting and expanding. His body ballooned to an enormous size, his face warping into something monstrous. A deep, chilling laughter erupted from his new form, shaking the very ground beneath them. I still have one more face left to play. With a sinister grin, Dantalion announced his final move. He would self-destruct, and in doing so, he would take Vikir, Dolores, and everyone in the orphanage down with him. The air grew thick with dark energy, so suffocating that even Dolores, standing at a distance, could feel it piercing her skin like 1,000 needles. Panic seized her chest. This was no bluff. Dantalion was truly prepared to annihilate everything. Vikir, she called out, desperation in her voice. You have to stop him now. But Vikir, unfazed, simply turned his gaze to her. His grip tightened around Beelzebub, his expression unreadable. And then, with absolute certainty, he said, Relax. I got this. Vikir's confidence wasn't unfounded. This was the moment he had dreamed of since before his regression. He recalled the legendary sword strike Hugo had once demonstrated, a swing so powerful it could tear the sky in half. Now, standing at the very peak of his strength, Vikir knew this was his chance to reach that level. Dantalion's massive form pulsed with unstable energy, his final act of defiance ready to obliterate everything in sight. With a bellowing roar, he sent a desperate message to his fellow demons, urging them to finish what he started, the fall of the human world. But before that devastation could take shape, everything shifted. In one swift, unstoppable motion, Vikir swung his blade. A crimson arc of light blazed through the darkness, cutting through Dantalion's massive body, and the impending explosion with a single stroke. The force of the strike didn't end there. The sheer power surged skyward, splitting the air itself. The clouds above ruptured, torn apart like fragile paper, revealing the endless expanse of the night sky. Stars that had been hidden moments before now glittered in full view. The tremors from the attack shook the entire orphanage. Back in their lodging, PG woke with a start, rubbing his groggy eyes. Ugh, did we just have an earthquake? He mumbled, confused. Across the room, Sinclair stood frozen, her gaze locked onto the sky beyond the window. She had no words. The once clouded heavens had been forcibly parted, exposing a breathtaking view of the starry night sky. She couldn't understand how or why, only that something utterly incomprehensible had just happened. As the dust settled, Dolores slowly opened her eyes, bracing herself for destruction. But what she saw left her speechless. Instead of ruin, The sky stretched wide and clear above her. The heavy darkness that had once swallowed the orphanage was gone, banished by Vikir's blade. Overwhelmed, her legs gave out, and she collapsed to the ground. He had done it. Vikir van Baskerville had achieved the impossible. He had followed in Hugo's footsteps and surpassed even his own limits. The incident at Indulgentia Orphanage sent shockwaves through the imperial capital. Whispers of another terror attack spread like wildfire, this time striking a Quo Vadis family orphanage. The city buzzed with fear and speculation, and just as before, the night bloodhound was blamed. Crowds gathered, confusion gripping the citizens. Watching from the sidelines, Bianca couldn't believe it. The night bloodhound was right here, where we were staying. Beside her, Sinclair, still shaken, clutched her arms. It's terrifying. And we were here the entire time? PG let out an exhausted sigh. Of all times, we were just about to leave, and now this happens. But Tudor, arms crossed and scowling, saw things differently. TCH. I missed my chance. He clicked his tongue, annoyed. If I had caught the night bloodhound, I could have proven myself as a true hero. Sancho, however, raised an eyebrow at the situation. Wait, isn't it weird? No casualties? If this was a terrorist attack, why weren't there any victims? PG frowned, thinking back. Well, the headmaster, Sir Quilty, and all his guards have been missing since yesterday. Maybe the night bloodhound got to them first. The group continued theorizing, unaware of the real truth. As Dolores walked past them, her expression unreadable, the student volunteers assumed she was grieving the disaster. But beside her, Pietro walked in silence, his mind spinning from everything he had just learned. Because the truth? Sir Quilty hadn't just been a cruel, eccentric man. He had been a demon in disguise. And even more shocking, the night bloodhound, the very man accused of spreading terror, was the one who had stopped him. Pietro's fists clenched. The attack on a branch of his family was unforgivable, but at the same time, he couldn't deny it. There was a rotting wound within Quo Vadis, and the night bloodhound had cut it away. Still, Pietro understood better than anyone. Truth and public perception were rarely the same thing. And soon, the world would have to choose what to believe. Breaking the silence, Dolores stepped forward. Her movements were steady, her resolve unwavering. As she passed Pietro, she softly murmured an apology, not for what she had done, but for what she was about to do. Then, turning to face the gathered crowd, she addressed them directly. The reporters, caught off guard, fell silent as the saintess took center stage. Her voice, though calm, carried a weight that demanded attention. She thanked them for coming, then asked them to listen carefully. Word spread quickly. The saintess had something important to say. More journalists gathered, their anticipation growing. And then, from beneath her robes, Dolores pulled out a book. A simple, unassuming book, yet one that held the truth. A flashback to the night of the battle revealed Vikir, placing that very same book in Dolores's hands. This contains the truth about the Quo Vadis family, he had told her, his expression unreadable. What you do with it is up to you. Back in the present, Dolores took a deep breath and opened the book. Her voice rang out clearly as she began to read. The sales log of exemptions and indulgences, addressed by Quilty Lun Indulgentia and countersigned by Cardinal Humbert Lewin Quo Vadis. A hush fell over the crowd. Then, she listed the sins and their prices of forgiveness. Viscount Vecoin murdered his own parents to seize their fortune. Forgiven after paying 1.5 billion gold. Baron Legiso took a maid's life after committing unspeakable acts, burying her in the sewers. Forgiven after paying 200 million gold. Sir Feeney Gig eliminated his business partner to monopolize their wealth. Forgiven after paying 800 million gold. Gasps rippled through the gathered spectators. Faces twisted in horror. People exchanged glances, unable to fathom the depth of corruption laid bare before them. Yet, among them, a few skeptical voices rose in protest. Surely, Cardinal Humbert wouldn't. This has to be a misunderstanding. But Dolores wasn't finished. Her voice, unwavering, continued. Count Azel evaded 800 billion gold in taxes, forgiven after paying only 300 million gold. The weight of the evidence crushed the remaining doubts. With every revelation, the saintess's voice grew stronger. Then, with a conviction that shook the very foundation of the Quo Vadis name, she declared, This practice of selling sins for gold is a blasphemy against God. Tears welled in her eyes, but they did not dull her resolve. No longer afraid of her father, no longer willing to be silent, she made her vow to the people. Never again. I will not allow such injustice to plague our faith any longer. Far from the commotion, Vikir sat alone. Atop a familiar wooden fence, he rested in the place where he used to sit with Perry. Even from this distance, Dolores's words reached him, as if they echoed across the very heavens. As he gazed at the afternoon sky, a rare expression flickered across his face, a quiet marvel at her courage. Even after his regression, even after everything, her heart had not changed. Yet, despite defeating Dantalion, his expression carried a shadow of sorrow. Because his fight wasn't over. 9 elite corpses still remained. His path was far from finished. Slowly, he ran his fingers over the wooden seat where Perry had once sat, the memory of her soft laughter lingering in his mind. Then, with quiet determination, he made a promise. By the end of this journey, I will create a world where children like you can live and laugh freely, where no innocent soul would be devoured by monsters, where no child would have to be afraid. As Vakir rose to leave, the camera lingered on a simple memorial. A small wooden cross, Perry's name carefully inscribed. A wreath of flowers, woven by her hands and once gifted to him, rested gently at its base. A quiet reminder that, no matter how dark the world was, a beautiful soul like Perry had once existed. And Vakir hoped, with all his heart, that she could finally laugh in peace. The scene shifts to a familiar setting, the professor's laboratory, where the air is thick with tension. Dolores, now dressed in her academy uniform, storms in with frustration burning in her eyes. Her voice rings out, sharp and unwavering. Why wasn't my article published? She stands before Mr. Vinci Morgue, her expression filled with righteous indignation. She had written nothing but the truth. So why had the Academy's newspaper chosen to print a hit piece against the Night Bloodhound instead? Across the desk, the professor remains cool, barely reacting to her outburst. Instead, he calmly picks up a stack of papers and slides one forward. You really don't know why? He asks. Dolores's gaze drops to the bold headline printed on the article in question. Are the Night Bloodhound's attacks truly unwarranted? The darkness behind the Holy Quo Vadis household. The weight of those words settles over the room. The professor leans back in his chair, arms crossed. Your article was politically charged, he explains. It directly criticizes one of the most powerful organizations in the Empire. That goes against the Academy's stance of neutrality. But Dolores refuses to back down. Everything I wrote is based on facts. The professor exhales through his nose, shaking his head. Facts? As far as the public is concerned, your father has already denied all allegations. And the leaders named in your article? They've dismissed your claims as slander. A chill creeps up Dolores's spine, but she pushes through. I have proof. The records of exemptions. The list the Night Bloodhound gave me. But the professor remains unimpressed. To you, maybe, he says. To the world, it's an unverified list. Nothing more. Dolores clenches her fists. This wasn't about neutrality. This was deliberate censorship. Her tone sharpens. Why are you defending them? She narrows her eyes. Is someone pressuring you to do this? For the first time, the professor hesitates. A flicker of something? Doubt? Guilt? Crosses his face. Then, slowly, he rises from his seat. No point in lying anymore, he mutters. Dolores watches as he admits the truth. He had been explicitly ordered to shift the newspaper's focus, to paint the Night Bloodhound as a villain. Even the Academy's headmaster had found the request strange. A cold dread spreads through Dolores. Her father's reach was even deeper than she thought. Is my father powerful enough to pressure the Academy itself? She murmurs. The professor scoffs, cutting her off. If it were just your father, I could handle it myself. Dolores's breath catches. There was only one person above Cardinal Humbert in the Quo Vadis hierarchy. The Pope, the supreme leader of the Church. The one considered closest to God. For a fleeting second, Dolores clings to her faith. But then, the rumors resurface in her mind. The Pope, aging and frail, may have lost control over his own house. If he had become a mere figurehead, then who was really leading the Quo Vadis family? The professor's voice snaps her back to reality. Your article can't be published. It openly supports a wanted criminal. The Night Bloodhound is accused of multiple attacks. To the public, he's nothing more than a terrorist. Dolores swallows hard, biting back a response. Because she knows the truth. The real villains aren't in the shadows. They wear robes of white and sit in the highest seats of power. And the demons? They don't just lurk in the dark. They hide within the Quo Vadis family itself. As Dolores stepped out of the professor's laboratory, her mind replayed the Night Bloodhound's words. Demons still plague this world. And he, a lone warrior, had been fighting them without rest, without hesitation. The weight of his burden was immense, yet he carried it alone, pushing forward no matter the cost. Clenching her fists, Dolores made a silent vow. If the Night Bloodhound is willing to fight until his dying breath, then I'll do everything I can to help him. Her doubts had vanished. Her path was clear. Meanwhile, in a much less intense setting, Tudor let out an exhausted groan, stretching his stiff limbs. Man, volunteering and studying? What a pain. As he and the other boys made their way back to their rooms, Tudor turned to Vakir with his usual easygoing grin. Hey, you in for a game of run flat? Vikir, however, shook his head. I need some time alone. For some odd reason, the words time alone sent a visible shudder through Tudor. P, ever cheerful, shrugged. All right, I'm heading to my room too. But before he could take another step, Tudor instantly clamped a hand over P's mouth. Nope, let the man have his space, Tudor insisted, eyes strangely serious. Though the whole situation felt oddly dramatic, Vikir simply nodded and went on his way. Finally alone in his room, Vikir exhaled. For the first time since his intense battles, he had a moment of peace. His bag still sat untouched. He hadn't even had time to unpack since arriving at the academy. Settling down, he reflected on the previous night, the brief moment when Dolores's blessing had pushed him beyond his limits. For a short while, he had touched the realm of swordmasters. Now, back to being a high-rank graduate, that overwhelming power had faded, but the memory of it hadn't. And if he had reached it once, he would reach it again. As he rummaged through his bag, Vikir pulled out a collection of leather sacks, the spoils taken from Dantalion's fallen bodyguards. The moment he placed them together, something unexpected happened. The 4 sacks merged, forming a single mask, a relic of legend, the human mask of beastly heart, picaresque. Vikir had read about this mask before his regression. Its power was said to rival even the demon sword Beelzebub. It grew stronger with every human the wearer killed. It granted insane resilience and mana regeneration. And the more blood it spilled, the more powerful it became. Curious, Vikir held the mask in his hands. A cursed artifact, undoubtedly, but also a tool. And right now, he felt adventurous. So he put it on. The moment the mask touched his face, power surged through him. His body, exhausted and drained, was instantly restored. Even the deep fatigue left by his battle with Dantalion vanished. It was more effective than Beelzebub's swamp salamander skill, which only healed wounds. This mask? It revitalized everything. But then, something changed. The room around him seemed to grow larger. His vision dulled, shifting into black and white. And when he opened his mouth to speak, woof! Wait, that wasn't right. Vikir glanced down. Tiny paws. Fur. A fluffy tail. A wave of pure horror crashed over him. He had turned into a dog. A very small, very fluffy dog. Panic set in immediately. Our boy dog ran in frantic circles, his mind racing for a solution. Then, remembering it was a magical artifact, he focused on the mask, willing it to come off. And just like that, poof, back to human form. Completely. Naked, standing in the middle of his room. For those waiting for fan service, congratulations. Your moment has arrived. After several minutes of sheer mental recovery, Vikir finally calmed down and eyed the mask on the floor. What he had assumed was a curse might actually be a blessing. The ability to transform into a dog could be perfect for sneaking around the academy. A small smirk tugged at his lips. Thankfully, there's no rule against keeping pets in the dorms. This could be very useful. Back in his room, Vikir heard a faint cracking sound. His eyes flicked toward his bag, where something inside was coming to life. The Madame Eight-Legs egg was finally hatching. Vikir sat up immediately. This was no ordinary event. Madame Eight-Legs was a legendary S-rank monster, feared even by ancient demons. The fact that he possessed one of her eggs was already absurd, but now it was hatching. The shell cracked further, and out came a small, fluffy spider, barking like a dog. Vikir stared in disbelief. The fearsome descendant of a monstrous queen had just hatched into a cotton ball with legs. The tiny spider wagged its whole body, its furry limbs bouncing excitedly as it barked up at him. This was supposed to be an apex predator? The little thing barked again, its small fangs barely visible. Vikir squinted. Are you hungry? The spider barked even louder. Taking a guess, Vikir placed a small piece of meat on the table. But the spider shook its head, refusing the food. Too young for meat? Whatever the case, this was a jackpot. Owning the direct descendant of an S-rank monster wasn't just a flex. It was a complete game changer. Deciding to find a more suitable meal for his mysterious new pet, Vikir scooped up the barking spider and left his room. As he wandered through the academy halls, a voice caught his attention. Someone was shouting, muddying the academy's waters. Vikir stopped. Trouble. Keeping to the shadows, he hid behind a pillar and observed. A group of bullies had cornered PG. At the center stood Grenouille de Leviathan. Vikir narrowed his eyes. A top student of the Fire Corps, a direct member of the prestigious Leviathan family, and from the looks of it, a walking pile of arrogance. PG, ever the human encyclopedia, tried to excuse himself, explaining that his friends were waiting. But Grenouille's lackeys blocked his way. A commoner like you doesn't belong here, one sneered. Grenouille himself stepped forward, his voice dripping with disdain. You're worthless, he spat. Leave the academy. Then he made a fatal mistake. He insulted PG's friends. Something snapped. PG's timid demeanor vanished. His eyes burned with defiance. Before Granui could react, PG grabbed him by the collar. Say what you want about me, but don't you dare insult my friends. Granui blinked in shock. Then, his expression darkened. With a bored sigh, he motioned to his lackeys. Teach him a lesson. One of the bullies swung a fist straight at PG's face. PG shut his eyes tight, bracing for impact. But the hit never landed. Instead, a hand caught the punch midair. PG opened his eyes. Standing in front of him, gripping the bully's fist with ease, was Tutor. You good, P? Tutor asked casually. Before PG could respond, another bully screamed in pain. Sancho had grabbed him by the head, his red, demonic eyes glowing. His fingers tightened their grip. If it's a fight you want, his voice dropped into a low growl. You've chosen the wrong people. PG stood stunned, but it wasn't over. Behind them, another figure stepped into view. Vikir. Granui gritted his teeth. He recognized Tutor immediately. Tutor Lamacha Don Quixote. A name with weight. A household not to be trifled with. This was bad, but the damage was already done. Because now, the Gigachads were here. Vikir, Tutor, Sancho. They stood unmoving, unshaken. No words needed to be spoken. Their presence alone made one thing crystal clear. PG wasn't just a friend. He was family. And if anyone dared to lay a hand on him, they would regret it. The atmosphere was heavy with tension as the two groups faced off, the intensity of their gaze enough to ignite sparks. On one side stood Vikir, Tutor, and Sancho, exuding the unmistakable aura of main characters. Opposing them was Granui de Leviathan and his gang, their presence radiating the kind of unremarkable energy typical of random NPCs. Granui's smirk widened as his gaze locked onto Tutor. With a mocking tone, he sneered, throwing shade at the blonde hero for associating with commoners. Tutor, unfazed, maintained his composure. He reminded Granui that in the academy, all students were on equal footing, regardless of their lineage. But Granui wasn't buying it. He dismissed the idea outright, twisting the knife further by mocking Tutor for his perceived helplessness during the infamous Hound incident. Embarrassed, Tutor's face flushed red as he stammered out a defense, explaining that he'd been asleep during the event. Granui, however, was quick to capitalize on the moment, laughing at what he called a loser's excuse. Then, the situation took a sharp turn. Granui began emitting a toxic gas, a menacing fog that spread outwards as his gang donned gas masks with practiced ease. The bully smirked, claiming that if he'd been around during the Hound chaos, he would have resolved it effortlessly. As the paralyzing poison drifted closer, Tutor instinctively raised an arm, questioning the wisdom of showcasing such abilities inside the academy. The tension among the group rose, but not for Vikir. Calm and collected, he took a moment to analyze the situation, sniffing the air to evaluate the poison's potency. Even Madame Eight-Legs' tiny descendant, nestled with Vikir, seemed intrigued. The fluffy little spider began sniffing the air before doing something completely unexpected. She opened her mouth and inhaled the toxic fog like a miniature vacuum. In seconds, the danger had vanished entirely. Vikir, startled by the spider's peculiar appetite, quickly cupped his hands over her to keep her out of sight. Meanwhile, Tutor looked around in bewilderment, unaware of what had just transpired. He assumed Granui had stopped his attack, while Granui's gang muttered among themselves, equally confused. Granui, however, stared hard at Vikir. For a split second, he could have sworn the fog had been drawn toward him. Shaking off the thought as a trick of the light, he smirked arrogantly. Consider yourselves lucky. I've shown you generosity far beyond what you deserve. As Granui basked in his self-importance, Tutor decided it was time to shift the power dynamic. He stepped forward with a determined aura, declaring it was high time to settle the score. The blonde hero challenged Granui to a wager on the upcoming midterm team event. The stakes? The losing team would have to run laps around the academy, stark naked. Granui's eyes lit up with twisted delight. He relished the idea of publicly humiliating his rivals. Turning on his heel with a smug grin, he accepted the bet without hesitation, already imagining his victory. This will be entertaining, he muttered to himself, confident in his team's superiority. But Granui had no idea what was coming. After the encounter, PG turned to Tutor, guilt evident on his face. Apologizing profusely, he blamed himself for dragging everyone into the conflict. Tutor, however, brushed off the apology with a reassuring grin. Don't worry about it, he said, his confidence shining through. He was more than ready for a chance to bring Granui down a peg. Despite Tutor's reassurance, PG couldn't shake his insecurities. With tears welling up, he muttered that he was nothing more than a low-ranking expert. Tutor placed a firm hand on his shoulder and smiled. Don't underestimate yourself, he said. You're sharp, and your observational skills are second to none. That's exactly what we need. As the group strolled along, Tutor wasted no time laying out their strategy for the midterm team event. The test required a four-person squad, and their roles were clear. Sancho and Tutor would take the front lines, PG would hold the fort at the Spirit Tower, and Vakir, their master archer, would dominate the vanguard. With this lineup, Tutor was certain they'd steamroll the competition and finally erase Granui's smug grin. Fired up by the plan, PG clenched his fists and declared he was all in. But just as the group's morale hit its peak, Vakir casually raised his hand. Guys, I already have a team. Silence. Tutor, PG, and Sancho froze mid-step, their expressions locked in pure disbelief. What? Vakir, as oblivious as ever, simply repeated himself. He'd already formed a team with someone else, and backing out wasn't an option. A promise was a promise. The boys stared at him, internally screaming for him to read the room. But Vakir remained unmoved, utterly indifferent to their emotional devastation. The scene shifted to the Academy Arena, a massive battleground packed with students from every branch. The crowd erupted into cheers as one team took center stage, Dolores' team. A living legend among the students, Dolores was practically royalty. Shouts of admiration filled the air, with students hailing her as the capital's pride. Clad in battle-ready armor, she paid no mind to the noise. Her focus was razor-sharp. Now here's how the midterms worked. The test was a defense challenge where teams had to withstand waves of dummy monsters, earth golems created by hologram magic. Each team had to survive 3 rounds, each lasting 20 minutes. If they held out for the full hour, they'd earn full marks. Every student was protected by a shield spell, represented by a glowing blue symbol. Every hit from a monster chipped away at their HP, and if anyone's HP hit 0, they were eliminated. The final scores were determined by contribution and endurance. Dolores' team was a powerhouse, tearing through waves of monsters like seasoned warriors. The crowd watched in awe as they nearly shattered the Academy's record, lasting a staggering 58 minutes before finally falling. Though they didn't hit the full hour, they still secured the best score among the third years. Up in the stands, PG furiously jotted down notes. Since the fourth years aren't competing, Miss Dolores' team just set the standard for the midterms. He explained that most third years barely made it to the third round, while second years typically crumbled in the second. If their team could just hold out for 20 minutes, they'd secure the top spot for their year. But Tutor wasn't here to scrape by. If we're going to crush Granui's ego, he declared, we need to last at least halfway through the second round. Right on cue, a new voice cut in. Oh, don't worry. We'll get there. The group turned to see Bianca, their newly assigned archer, standing with a confident smirk. She had officially joined their team. Folding her arms, she eyed them up and down before issuing her own challenge. Make sure you tank properly, she said. Keep those monsters off me, and I'll handle the rest. You can thank me later. With their team locked in, the stage was set. The midterms loomed ahead. Would they live up to Tutor's big talk, or was Granui about to have the last laugh? The tension between teammates was already thick. Tutor narrowed his eyes at Bianca, not entirely thrilled with her attitude. Listen, he said, arms crossed. This is a team event, not a 1 princess and 3 servant situation. My dignity is on the line here, so I need you to act accordingly. Bianca barely held back a laugh, rolling her eyes. Relax, she shot back. Trust me, the last thing I want is to see you running around naked. My eyes would rot. The bickering between Tutor and Bianca only escalated until Sancho, ever the voice of reason, threw himself between them. Hey, save the fighting for the monsters in the arena, not each other. Both of them huffed and backed off, but the tension still lingered. Watching from the sidelines, PG sighed. At this rate, these two were never going to get along. His gaze drifted to the sky as a different thought crossed his mind. Why had Vakir chosen to team up with someone else? Cut to Vakir, standing tall with the air of a commander addressing his troops. I don't like being the center of attention, he declared. So, I need you all to go absolutely crazy out there, so I don't have to do anything. In perfect unison, 3 voices responded with unwavering devotion. We will protect you with everything we have. My lord. The camera panned to reveal his team, the triplets of the Baskerville family, his fiercely loyal subordinates. For simplicity, let's call them high, middle, and low. This was their first mission under their liege, and they were beyond excited. They had one goal: make sure Vakir never has to lift a finger. Meanwhile, back with Tutor's group, the boys were stunned. The triplets? The betrayal hit like a punch to the gut. Vakir had ditched them for those guys? Before they could even process it, a familiar voice cut through the air. Granui de Leviathan had arrived, smirking like he'd already won. So, you ditched that commoner Vakir and picked up Bianca from the Usher family instead? He mocked, his words dripping with condescension. Tutor clenched his fists, but Granui wasn't done. Even after seeing both teams, he still oozed confidence. Not that it matters, he added smugly. Victory is still ours. His smirk widened as he motioned towards someone stepping forward, a new member of his team. Then, a familiar voice rang out. Granui, stop laughing like that. You sound like a villain. Granui instantly stiffened, his smugness replaced with frustration. For the last time, it's Granui. How many times do I have to tell you? The newcomer stepped into view Sinclair. Bakir's admirer. Granui, still fuming, tried to recover his air of superiority. You should be grateful, commoner, that you've been accepted into my group. But Sinclair barely acknowledged his arrogance, instead nodding politely. I'll do my best for our team. Then, with perfect timing, she butchered his name again. Granui's eye twitched. This is going to be a long test. Still, he brushed off the annoyance, standing tall as he made a bold declaration. Group 69 is going to take the #1 spot. And with that, the first-year midterms officially began. Group 108, Vikir and Team Baskerville, the triplets. Group 109, Tudor, Sancho, PG, and Bianca. Group 69, Granui's team, now joined by Sinclair. Tudor was fired up. Bianca was determined to prove herself. And Vikir, well, he had a different plan entirely. The battle was about to begin. The crowd erupted into cheers, their excitement shaking the arena. At the center stood a towering platform, shielded by a glowing blue barrier, the battleground for the midterms. Among the many teams preparing for battle, Team Baskerville stood in quiet observation. The triplets were hyped, brimming with anticipation, while Vikir, well, he just looked puzzled. His memories of his past life contained no recollection of this exam. He had assumed it was just a test of combat skills, beat up some monsters, get a passing grade. But this was something entirely different. His confusion didn't go unnoticed. You don't know how the exam works, do you? Hai, one of the triplets, asked, raising a brow. Vikir didn't bother denying it, but Hai didn't wait for an answer anyway. Instead, he launched into an explanation. The exam used virtual reality magic. Once students stepped onto the arena platform, the space would morph into a dungeon, where waves of monsters would attack them. The test only ended when a student's HP, a magical measurement of their endurance, dropped to 0. But there was a catch. The monsters excreted poison. While weaker than the real thing, prolonged exposure could gradually drain HP, making the challenge even tougher. Injuries weren't physically real, but the poison could still be overwhelming. Vikir's curiosity piqued. So, is the poison actually dangerous? Hai reassured him with a shrug. If anything got too serious, the instructors had the power to shut down the magic shields and intervene. The triplets, ever the overachievers, took the chance to boast about their intense training back at House Baskerville. They had been preparing for moments like this their entire lives. Vikir, realizing he could fully rely on them, gave his command. All right, go crazy, so I don't have to move a muscle. The three brothers practically saluted in unison, their eyes burning with excitement. We will protect you with everything we have, my lord. Their over-the-top enthusiasm was almost contagious. Almost. Meanwhile, across the platform, Tudor, Sancho, and PG made their way over. Tudor, wasting no time, zeroed in on Vikir. You ready for this? He asked. But then, lowering his voice, his expression turned serious. You're not in danger, are you? Those triplets, they're not bullying you into teaming up with them, right? Vikir, slightly amused, shook his head. No, we planned this weeks ago. They just really wanted me on their team. Tudor wasn't convinced. His face clearly said, Are you sure, though? Before the conversation could continue, the announcer's voice boomed across the arena. Group 68 has finished. Up next, Group 69. All eyes turned to Granui de Leviathan and his team. The smug grin on Granui's face said it all. He was ready to put on a show. Striding confidently onto the platform, he turned to his team, his two lackeys and Sinclair trailing behind. It's time to go wild, he declared. The moment Group 69 stepped onto the battlefield, the arena shifted. The surroundings transformed into a twisted, hive-like dungeon, and from the shadows, a swarm of monstrous ant creatures came charging toward them. Granui spun around, barking at Sinclair. Are you ready with that spell or not? For once, Sinclair's usual light-hearted air vanished. Her expression turned dead serious. With a sharp inhale, she opened her eyes. It's ready. A moment later, a massive surge of magic erupted from her hands, engulfing the entire battlefield. Boom! The incoming wave of monsters was completely obliterated in an instant. The crowd exploded into cheers, their awe unmistakable. Sinclair had just stolen the show. Vikir watched, eyes narrowing. Her control was precise. Her magic was powerful. It was easy to see why she ranked #1 in magic among the first years, despite being a commoner. And yet, something wasn't right. His mind drifted back to that moment during the fall. If she's this skilled, Vikir thought, then why didn't she do anything back then? In the arena, Sinclair continued her dazzling display of magic, casting one powerful spell after another. Each attack was precise, controlled, a clear glimpse into the future where she would one day be recognized as a renowned mage. After a grueling battle, the announcer's voice boomed across the stadium. Group 69's final time, 19 minutes and 55 seconds. The best record among the first years. Up in the stands, Tudor and the boy band were fuming. The thought of Granui's smug face basking in victory made their blood boil. But what truly sent them over the edge? Granui himself. From below, he wagged a single finger at them, his smirk practically radiating pure villain energy. The message was clear. I can't wait to see you humiliated. Tudor and his team snapped. Their eyes burned with determination and a fiery hatred for Group 69. Then came the next announcement. Now entering the arena, Group 108. The stadium erupted into cheers as Team Baskerville stepped forward, the triplets leading the charge. From the stands, Tudor and the others shouted their support for Vakir. But the triplets? They didn't hear a thing. Their focus was absolute. To them, second place was not an option. Their liege had ordered them to go wild, so wild, in fact, that he wouldn't have to lift a single finger. Meanwhile, Bianca and PG watched from the stands. A thought crossed Bianca's mind. Can Vakir even use a bow? PG, ever the information vault, nodded. He's the Ice Core's ace with a bow and arrow. His skill is legit. Intrigued, Bianca leaned forward. She had to see this for herself. Then the battle began. Vakir swiftly unleashed a volley of arrows, his speed almost inhuman. Even for Bianca, a seasoned archer, his rapid-fire technique was nearly impossible to track. But something was off. The arrows were fast, but weak. They lacked precision, some even missing their targets entirely. Bianca frowned. Something wasn't adding up, and she was right. Beneath his thick glasses, Vakir's bloodhound eyes were fully active, scanning everything around him. As he knocked another arrow, he infused it with a sliver of Baskerville aura, picturing the devastation it could cause. In his mind's eye, he saw the arrow obliterating a monster on impact. But then the vision faded. Vakir hesitated. He didn't fire. If I use my full power, he thought, that's exactly what will happen. A small smile tugged at his lips. The urge to go all out was there, clawing at him. But he resisted. Then a memory surfaced. A flashback. He remembered Ayan, the one who had taught him the Balak tribe's archery techniques. Promise me, she had said, that you'll never lose to anyone with a bow. The memory brought a bittersweet smile to his face. Sorry, Ayan, Vakir thought. I'm breaking that promise today. But while everyone was focused on the battle, a certain tiny menace saw an opportunity. Baby Madam. Slipping out from Vakir's clothes, the little spider scurried toward the nearest monster corpse, her eyes gleaming with delight. To everyone else, the remains of the ant-like creatures were disgusting. But to Baby Madam, this was a five-star buffet. She happily dug in, tiny legs tapping excitedly as she feasted on the poison-filled corpses. Vakir noticed her from the corner of his eye and sighed. Of course, but then a thought struck him. These monsters excreted a toxin similar to Renui. That meant, for Baby Madam, this entire arena was basically an all-you-can-eat feast. Watching her indulge so eagerly, Vakir nodded to himself. I'll grab her after the exam, he decided. The timer buzzed, signaling the end of Team Baskerville's turn. The triplets? On their knees. Devastated. Their final time, 19 minutes and 50 seconds. Just 5 seconds short of Group 69's record. Up in the stands, Granui and his goons erupted into laughter. For him, this was the ultimate victory. A so-called commoner like Vakir had dared to challenge him, and failed. As he gloated loudly, basking in his own arrogance, Sinclair, standing awkwardly among his crew, let out a nervous chuckle. You know, she muttered, you look like a third-rate villain right now. Granui ignored her. He was too busy soaking in his glory. Meanwhile, back in the arena, the triplets were beside themselves. Overcome with guilt, they dramatically drew imaginary blades to their throats. League, we have failed you. We shall take our own lives as punishment. Vakir, already exhausted by their theatrics, shut it down immediately. Stop it. Second place is still good, he sighed, equal parts exasperated and amused. Before the dramatics could continue, the announcer's voice boomed across the arena. Next up, Group 109. Tudor and the boy band were up. As they walked onto the battlefield, their focus was laser-sharp. Vakir's team had set an impressive record, but impressive wasn't enough. Their goal? First place. To beat Granui's time of 19 minutes and 55 seconds, they had to clear the first wave completely. The moment the exam began, Tudor charged forward. With a single, powerful strike from his spear, he obliterated the first ant monster. Sancho took the front, leading the charge. Tudor backed him up. At the rear, PG observed everything, carefully directing the team. And from a distance, Bianca's arrows rained down, eliminating any stragglers. Even from the stands, Vikir was impressed. Their teamwork was seamless. Tudor and Sancho dominated the front. PG coordinated from the back. Bianca provided flawless long-range support. It was clear they had prepared extensively. And if things continued like this, beating Granui's record wasn't just possible, it was inevitable. But as Vikir watched the battle, something felt off. A strange emptiness. His instincts kicked in. His hand drifted to his collar. Then his eyes widened in panic. Something was wrong. His heart raced as he scanned the arena, his gaze flicking between the fallen monster corpses. Then he saw her, a tiny black shape, perched on top of a dead ant monster. Baby Madam, gleefully feasting on the poisonous remains, her tiny body shaking with joy as she devoured every last bit of toxin, completely oblivious to the battle raging around her. Vikir's stomach dropped. I've lost her to the exam arena. From the stands, Vikir's panic intensified. Down in the arena, Baby Madam was in paradise. Her tiny body vibrated with excitement as she stuffed herself with poison from the fallen monsters. She had completely snuck out of his jacket, again, just to indulge in her toxic feast. But that wasn't the worst part. Vikir's eyes narrowed. She had grown, noticeably. In mere minutes, she had shed her exoskeleton once, her size increasing before his very eyes. There was no denying it now. She was truly the offspring of the legendary Madame Eight Legs. Unable to do anything while the exam was still running, Vikir could only pray that her antics wouldn't cause absolute chaos. Meanwhile, back in the arena, Tudor was in his element. He speared a monster through the chest, shattering it into pieces. As the dust settled, he struck a dramatic victory pose, basking in his own heroism. Bianca, unimpressed, scoffed. You're wasting energy, she chided, rolling her eyes at his unnecessary theatrics. Annoyed, Tudor shot back. If you think you can do better, then prove it. Challenge accepted. Bianca calmly notched an arrow, her fingertips glowing with a purple aura. Watch the master at work, she smirked. With a smooth release, the arrow curved elegantly through the air, twisting, turning, before piercing directly into an ant monster's skull. Even Tudor had to admit, that was impressive, but instead of conceding, it only ignited his competitive spirit. Fueled by pure rivalry, he charged back into battle, crushing more monsters. Sancho, meanwhile, calmly split an ant monster in half with his axe. As he watched Tudor and Bianca bicker mid-fight, he scratched his head. Are they teammates or frenemies? PG, ever the strategist, observed the absolute chaos unfolding before him. Then he snapped. You've strayed from your positions, he shouted, snapping them back to reality. Then, in a matter of seconds, he devised a new strategy. Bianca was instructed to aim for the joints in the ant's front legs, disabling them efficiently instead of wasting energy on full kills. Tudor was told to focus on smashing attacks to keep scattered monsters under control. Sancho was advised to pull monsters in closer instead of stopping them mid-charge. The team quickly followed his commands, realizing PG's strategy was solid. With their renewed coordination, they overwhelmed the remaining monsters in record time. As the last creature fell, the team took a collective breath, just as the timer sounded. Final result, 19 minutes and 55 seconds. They had tied for first place. The arena exploded with cheers, but while Tudor's team celebrated, Granui's face twisted into pure rage. From the stands, he gritted his teeth, hissing insults under his breath. He couldn't believe it. A team with commoners had matched his record. The thought alone was infuriating. Meanwhile, Tudor's group had mixed feelings. Sure, they had tied for first place, but that wasn't good enough. Bianca shook her head. We should have beaten them outright. Meanwhile, PG's soul left his body. 1 second, he slumped. We were 1 second away from being the best. Tudor, ever the optimist, let out a relieved sigh. Well, at least I don't have to run around the academy naked, he joked, trying to lighten the mood. As the team exited the arena, Bianca reflected on the exam. Their HP shield had taken a beating, absorbing every hit. Without it, she realized they wouldn't have made it out at all. If this had been a real battle, they might not have survived. Sancho, however, saw it differently. Instead of fear, he felt inspiration. One day, he declared, I want to last a full hour. Just like President Dolores' team. Unbeknownst to them, Dolores herself was watching from the stands. Her gaze lingered on the group, impressed. They were part of her club, and if they had come this far already, just how strong could they become in the future? But before Tudor's team could even leave the arena, boom, the announcer's voice boomed through the stadium, cutting through the air like a blade. Phase 1 is now complete. Phase 2 will now begin. The entire crowd fell silent. Then, second-year exclusive monsters will now appear. A collective gasp. Stronger ants began swarming into the arena. Instantly, chaos erupted. In the stands, Vikir, Granui, and the rest of the students stared in shock. But no one was more panicked than Tudor's group, because they were still inside. The moment they saw the new wave of monsters, they huddled together, uncertain, unprepared. Tudor, quickly assessing the situation, took charge. "Be careful," he barked. "From here on out, any injuries will be real." His warning sent a chill down their spines. This wasn't a test anymore. This was life and death. Meanwhile, in the exam control room, pure panic. The professors, overseeing the test, were scrambling. Phase 2 wasn't supposed to trigger this early. The students' HP had already hit 0. "Who authorized this?" one professor shouted, demanding answers. As they frantically examined the system, something strange appeared on the screen. Among the students, the system was detecting a powerful life force still active in the arena. "That's impossible," a professor gasped. "When HP hits 0, all life signs should disappear." They struggled to understand what was happening, until Dolores suddenly stormed into the room. "Shut it down! Now," she demanded. But instead of taking action, the professors dismissed her concerns. "We only control the waves," one of them explained. "We're not responsible for system errors." Dolores' hands clenched into fists. They weren't taking this seriously. The professors continued arguing about potential fixes. One suggested breaking the magic wall to force an emergency stop. But there was a problem. It required 2 keys to override the system. And guess what? One professor had a key. The other had gone to the bathroom and was completely unreachable. Dolores' eye twitched. Students were fighting for their lives in the arena, and their best chance at stopping it was currently stuck in a restroom. The control room was in disarray. Professors yelled over each other, scrambling for a solution. But outside the room, Vikir sat quietly by the window, listening, analyzing. Then it clicked. The error in the magic system? The reason Phase 2 had triggered. It had to be Baby Madam. After devouring so much poison, her unique biology was likely disrupting the system's ability to properly detect life signals. Turning his sharp gaze back to the arena, Vikir's expression darkened. The poison fog was spreading fast. Tudor's team was in serious danger. If the academy didn't act soon, they wouldn't make it out. Scanning the arena, Vikir's eyes landed on something. The air circulation holes leading into the battlefield. Too small for a human to fit through. But luckily, Vikir had a trick up his sleeve. Chaos erupted in the stands. Students ran around in confusion, panicked and clueless about what was happening. Except for Sinclair, still oblivious. She casually assumed the commotion was because someone had set a new record in the exam. That assumption didn't last long. As she wandered aimlessly, a small, fast-moving figure suddenly barreled into her, knocking her off her feet. Sinclair screamed, crashing to the ground. Around her, students froze, noticing something unusual skittering across the floor. Slowly turning her head, Sinclair's breath caught in her throat. It was a puppy, carrying a pair of pants. Meanwhile, back in the control room, one professor desperately smacked the magic crystal, hoping to force it back to life. But the rest? They stood paralyzed in shock, because standing before them, relentlessly swinging her sword at the magic crystal, was Dolores. 2 professors lunged forward, grabbing her arms mid-swing. "Stop," they yelled. "That crystal is a priceless artifact. Do you have any idea what you're about to destroy?" But Dolores didn't care. The only way to save Tudor's team was to sever the magic link between the crystal and the arena. Even as the professors warned her about expulsion, financial ruin, and her family's reputation being tarnished forever, she didn't hesitate, because none of that mattered if they didn't survive. Back in the arena, the battle had turned into a nightmare. PG was the first to fall. A massive ant monster struck him with a single, devastating blow, sending him flying across the battlefield. He crashed into the ground unconscious. The team screamed in panic, rushing to wake him, but he wasn't responding. And then, things got worse. The poison fog thickened, and in the distance, a massive shadow loomed over them. A horde of gigantic ant monsters emerged, their deadly intent clear. Tudor gritted his teeth. This was it. He wasn't the hero he aspired to be, and now his dreams would die here. It didn't take long for the horde to overwhelm them. Both Tudor and Sancho were struck down. Only Bianca remained, frozen. Her breath hitched. Her legs wouldn't move. As the shadow of a colossal ant monster loomed over her, she fought back tears. This can't be how my life ends. Then, a figure emerged from the fog, red eyes blazing. Before the monster could land its killing blow, a fist, engulfed in red aura, shot forward. Boom! The ant monster exploded into pieces. Obliterated, Bianca staggered, barely able to process what had just happened. As her vision blurred, one thought raced through her mind. How is he here? Then, she saw him, standing alone amidst the carnage. Vikir, shirtless, his body covered in old scars, exuding a calm, yet commanding presence. His red eyes burned as he turned toward them. Then, in a voice steady as steel, he assured them, "Nothing else is going to happen to you." In the magical control room, several men restrained Dolores, holding her arms tightly to prevent her from striking the magical crystal again. Her eyes burned with fury. She was determined to shatter it at all costs to save the students. One of the men warned her that if she didn't stop, the crystal would break completely. But consumed by desperation, she demanded they release her, insisting she had to rescue her friends. She struggled harder, preparing to strike once more, forcing the men to tighten their grip. Behind them, a man stood holding a tablet, its screen projecting a live map of the stadium. He examined it in silence, but his expression suddenly shifted to pure shock. Just as the Saint test was about to continue, he made a startling announcement. An unexpected life signature had been detected inside the stadium. The revelation sent a wave of disbelief through the room. Dolores and the others turned toward him, their eyes wide with surprise. How is it possible? The stadium was sealed behind a powerful virtual barrier. No one should have been able to enter. Two men, one bald with glasses and the other with a long mustache, leaned in to observe the map. Their faces stiffened with astonishment. The bald man pieced it together first. Someone had broken through the barrier and taken down a mud ant. Meanwhile, the mustached man's eyes were filled with confusion. How had this unknown figure slipped past their defenses? On the tablet screen, the stadium's real-time projection displayed clusters of red and green dots, representing life signatures. But despite the technology, no one truly knew what was happening inside. Inside the stadium, the situation was grim. PG and Bianca lay unconscious on the ground, while the air around them thickened with deadly poison. Earlier, they could withstand the gas, but now, with their HP drained to nothing, even a single breath could be fatal if the ants weren't eliminated. Nearby, the unconscious bodies of Sancho and Tudor were sprawled across the battlefield, and in front of them all stood Vakir. His fists clenched, his expression filled with determination as he locked eyes with the monstrous ants ahead. Then, as if sensing something unusual, Vakir's gaze sharpened. He swiftly turned around. Hidden beneath the corpse of a fallen ant, a small spider lurked in the shadows. Vakir had noticed her presence, yet instead of attacking, he stood firm. He muttered to himself. According to his family's creed, an untamable beast had only one fate, death. The tiny spider, though just a baby, understood the weight of those words. Fear gripped her. She had made a terrible mistake by venturing into the stadium in search of food. Vakir's eyes gleamed as he turned to her, but instead of striking her down, he made a decision. He could deal with her later. For now, she had a job to do. With a commanding voice, he ordered the spider to absorb all the poison in the area to protect the others. Grateful for the chance, the small creature placed a paw on her forehead in a sign of obedience. Then, without hesitation, she opened her mouth and began inhaling the toxic gas, purifying the battlefield. However, as Vakir remained focused on the spider, danger crept closer. A massive ant loomed above him, its beady eyes locked onto its prey. But Vakir, ever vigilant, sensed its presence almost instantly. He exhaled calmly, his fists tightening once more. With an unwavering gaze, he stared the beast down and scoffed. Not even a shred of shame? In response, the ant's mandibles spread wide, ready to strike. As usual, before the beast could even make a move, Vakir acted first. In a blur of speed, he activated his mana and, without much effort, delivered a devastating kick to the creature's neck. The impact was instant, its head separated cleanly from its body. Back in the magical control room, the bald man and the others stood frozen in shock. One of them scrutinized the map, his face twisting in confusion. A sudden surge of vital energy had appeared, but no one could explain how. Meanwhile, Vakir's attention remained locked on the fallen ant's corpse, his expression dark with concern. Something felt off. He didn't recall this place having any noticeable life energy, but there was no time to dwell on it. Nearby, the small spider continued devouring the poisonous gas, working tirelessly to cleanse the battlefield. Vakir placed a hand on the ground and shifted into an offensive stance. At just 18 years old, he was already an intermediate sword expert, a level that, if revealed, would send shockwaves through the academy. Before him stood two formidable soldier ants, specialized killing machines. One carried a B+ threat level, the other a C, but both were built for battle. Vakir studied them carefully, realizing that these so-called monsters were actually artificial golems, designed to perfectly mimic the real thing. A short distance away, Sancho lay unconscious. Vakir made his way over, grabbing the fallen warrior's axe. But he didn't stop there. He also collected Bianca's bow, Tudor's spear, and Piggy's sword, strapping them securely to his back. His eyes burned with determination. Turning his focus back to the ants, he calculated his next move. He recalled the strategies of killer ants from his past life. knowledge that gave him an edge. If he played his cards right, he could take them down as if he were an advanced sword expert. His gaze locked onto their weak point, the dorsal cover, the vulnerable link between their head and thorax. Before the ants could launch their attack, Vikir wrapped Sancho's axe in mana and hurled it with incredible force. The weapon spun violently through the air before slamming into the dorsal cover of one of the ants, sending a wave of agony through the creature. Glancing at the ground, Vikir recalled another crucial detail, the biometric compass embedded in the killer ants. If damaged, the creatures would lose their sense of direction and start moving backward. The sheer display of power made the remaining ants hesitate. Fear crept into their movements as their bodies trembled. Seizing the moment, Vikir dashed forward, wielding Sancho's axe with precision. In rapid succession, he struck 3 more ants directly at their dorsal covers, rendering them completely disoriented. But he wasn't done yet. He drew Bianca's bow, his sharp gaze locking onto another weak point, the skull. Each ant's head was split into 2 halves, connected by a fragile link no thicker than a finger. Channeling his mana, he knocked an arrow and fired. The projectile shot through the air like a bolt of lightning, striking the exact point of weakness. The impact shattered the ant's skull, its shell far weaker in that area than anywhere else. Wasting no time, Vikir grabbed Tutor's spear, leaped high into the air, and descended upon the incapacitated ants. Their heads tilted upward, their eyes wide with panic as they saw him descending like an executioner. With lightning-fast movements, Vikir struck. First, he shattered their skulls. Then he severed their necks. Finally, he finished the job by slicing off their legs. After delivering his final strike, Vikir landed back on the ground, steadying himself with one hand as he locked eyes on the remaining beasts. He was ready to finish them all, until something unexpected happened. His eyes widened in disbelief. A massive shadow loomed over him, far larger than any of the other ants. Vikir slowly stood up, his gaze fixed on the colossal figure above. Yet, despite the overwhelming presence of the creature, he remained composed. Instead of fear, curiosity flickered in his expression. A giant red ant had appeared. Unlike the others, this one radiated pure dominance. Drool dripped from its mandibles as it locked onto Vikir, its hunger evident. This wasn't just any ant. It was a general ant, a creature ranked at a dangerous A-level threat. Vikir let out a quiet exhale, his grip loosening as he dropped Tutor's spear to the ground. He studied the beast intently, his surprise evident. This monster had been included in the exam. A slow, exhilarated smile crept across his face. This is getting interesting. Reaching for the hilt of Piggy's sword, he unsheathed it with deliberate slowness, his excitement growing. Meanwhile, outside the stadium, the atmosphere was tense. The thick curtain of poisonous gas had spread, completely obscuring the battlefield from view. Spectators fell silent, unable to see what was happening inside. Students murmured among themselves, worried about the outcome. Even third-year students struggled against these trials. How could first years possibly endure? In the magical control room, panic was setting in. One of the men monitoring the stadium suddenly froze in shock. Sensing the shift, the mustached man turned to him, his expression filled with both curiosity and unease. "What's the problem?" he asked. The bald man, drenched in sweat, struggled to find his words. His heart pounded as he turned toward the others, his face drained of color. With a panicked voice, he revealed the impossible. The general ant had been defeated. A stunned silence fell over the room. Even more shocking, all the students inside the stadium were still alive. Professor Morg stepped forward, his expression twisting in confusion. He knew just how powerful the general ant was. This wasn't some standard exam creature. It was a hidden obstacle, planted unfairly to prevent students from lasting the full hour. Yet somehow, it had been taken down. His mind raced as he rubbed his chin, his gaze narrowing in suspicion. What in the world was happening inside that stadium? Before he could process it further, a commotion erupted behind him. A man appeared, carrying a woman with purple hair draped over his shoulders. His frantic shouts filled the control room. "I found Professor Sadie. She has the key to the magic barrier." One of the superiors turned toward him, frowning. Where was she? The man hesitated, clearly flustered. With a nervous expression, he explained that she had been found in an alleyway, reported for vandalism and interfering with a bar owner's business. All eyes shifted to the so-called professor. She was completely drunk, drooling, swaying, and barely able to stand. In short, she was a total mess. Dolores, already on edge, clenched her fists. Her patience had run out. Turning toward the magic barrier, she raised a furious finger and ordered them to open it immediately. The others exchanged uneasy glances. No one knew if Tutor and the others were still alive. But there was no turning back now. Using the key, they began dismantling the magical barrier. Slowly, it started to disintegrate. As the structure faded, The poisonous gas trapped inside the stadium began to escape into the open air. The chaotic incident during the Academy's midterm exam finally came to an end when the magical barrier was released after exactly 42 minutes and 13 seconds. As the shimmering wall faded away, the instructors, still panting from the intensity of the situation, rushed down to the stadium. What they saw left them speechless. The ground was littered with the corpses of the killer ants, dozens of them, lifeless and scattered across the battlefield. Disbelief filled their eyes. How was this even possible? These were first-year students, yet they had somehow managed to wipe out every single one of these monstrous creatures. Moments later, Dolores, who had been anxiously waiting, descended into the stadium as well. Her heart pounded as she frantically searched for Tudor and the others. Then she saw it. Her breath hitched, her eyes widening in pure shock. Lying motionless amidst the sea of ant corpses was none other than Vakir. For a moment, she stood frozen, her mouth slightly open. She couldn't tear her gaze away from him, unsure whether he was truly unconscious or just pretending. Well, as it turned out, he was absolutely faking it. Keeping his eyes shut, Vakir remained still, playing the part of an exhausted warrior who had collapsed in battle. It was uncomfortable, sure, but it was better to pretend he had fallen while fighting alongside his classmates than to deal with the flood of questions that would come if anyone knew the truth. Dolores was surprised but, deep down, relieved. It was complicated, but she felt an odd sense of satisfaction knowing that they hadn't lost a potential future hero. Just then, her friend arrived, camera in hand, grinning from ear to ear. She wasted no time, quickly snapping a picture of Vakir lying among the fallen ants. Within hours, the image was plastered across the Academy's news. The headlines praised him as a hero, the fearless student who had dived into danger to protect his classmates during the midterm exam at Colosio Academy. Alongside him, photos of Tudor, Bianca, Piggy, and Sancho were also published, cementing their role in the battle. Bianca, after regaining consciousness, publicly recounted Vakir's heroic feats, everything she had witnessed before fainting. Soon, Vakir found himself being interviewed. Playing along, he rubbed his chin thoughtfully and, with a confused but humble expression, explained that this victory was only possible because of the combined efforts of his friends. He had no interest in basking in glory, but the Academy had already decided. He was their newest rising star. Another photo of him, casually wiping sweat after the match, spread like wildfire. His name became the talk of the Academy, not just for his achievements but also for his looks. His rank was officially re-evaluated, and he was recognized as a high-level expert swordsman. However, not everyone was convinced. The head of the Monster Research Center voiced his suspicions, claiming it was impossible for someone of his rank to defeat a general ant. But Vakir calmly explained his strategy. He had known about the vital weak point hidden in the skulls of killer ants. The revelation didn't just earn him recognition, it changed everything. Even the Crown Prince himself summoned Vakir, acknowledging that his knowledge could significantly reduce the mortality rate of Imperial soldiers. As a result, the prince awarded him an honorary certificate. But as Vakir stood there, accepting the recognition, his expression remained unreadable. He clearly had no desire to be in the spotlight. He was soon labeled the Hot Star of the Year, a title that he didn't quite know how to feel about. Elsewhere, someone reading the Academy newspaper reacted very differently. Their hands tightened around the pages before tearing them to pieces in frustration. That night, under the silver glow of the moon, Vakir sat alone on the Academy rooftop. His gaze was distant, locked onto the ground below as he let out a deep sigh. His quiet student life had officially ended. And the worst part? It was only going to get more complicated from here. Just then, the baby madam appeared, her tiny form bouncing with excitement as she closed her eyes and grinned from ear to ear. She happily jumped in place, clearly celebrating. But Vakir quickly shut that down. This was no reason for celebration. Even though everything had changed, he was just relieved that the others were finally out of danger. As he was caught up in his thoughts, an owl suddenly swooped down toward them. Vakir tensed up, feeling a strange sense of unease, while the baby madam panicked and quickly scurried into his clothes, trembling in fear. The owl, undisturbed, gracefully perched on Vakir's outstretched arm. His eyes immediately locked onto its leg, where a rolled-up note was securely tied. He recognized it instantly, Cindy Wendy's regular report. Without hesitation, he took the note and began reading carefully. Cindy had managed to acquire critical training techniques from the 10 elite corpses, but she needed at least a month to properly analyze them. Meanwhile, there were reports of night hound imitators. One was acting for fame, but the true intentions of the others remained unknown. Even more concerning, Osiris of the Baskerville family had left the estate and was believed to be heading toward the imperial capital. And lastly, perhaps the most shocking piece of information, one of the first-year students at the academy was secretly of royal lineage. As the owl finished its mission, it spread its wings and took off into the night sky. The baby madam peeked her head out from Vikir's collar, her tiny eyes blinking curiously. But Vikir wasn't paying attention. His gaze remained fixed on the paper, his mind racing with questions. Cindy's request for a month to analyze the corpse's training methods made it clear. She was approaching this matter with extreme caution. His thoughts drifted back to the time he had fought alongside Saintess Dolores to defeat the demon. He knew better than anyone that victory had only been possible because he had borrowed the Saintess's power. That wouldn't be an option next time. In the coming month, he needed to push himself to improve, diligently, relentlessly. His expression darkened. The Night Bloodhound had already been a troubling mystery, but now imitators had appeared. If their actions escalated, it could attract unwanted attention from the palace. And the last thing he needed was interference from the royal family. He had to investigate this immediately. Then there was the matter of his brother, Osiris La Baskerville. Vikir knew that piercing gaze all too well. If Osiris had left the family estate, it wasn't without reason. And as for the hidden royal at the academy, that was another headache entirely. As he mulled over the information, the baby madam nestled deeper into his collar, seeking comfort. Meanwhile, an image of Cindy popped into his mind, grinning, giving him a thumbs up, as if she had done something brilliant. He hadn't asked her to uncover the identity of a hidden royal, so why had she bothered? She was truly an unpredictable woman. Without a second thought, Vikir raised his hand and ignited the note. The flames consumed it instantly, turning the classified information into ashes. He wasn't interested in knowing more than necessary. It wasn't as if he had anything to gain from it. The ashes scattered with the wind, carried off into the night. And just then, a voice cut through the silence. A woman, dressed in a skirt, appeared from the shadows. Her eyes widened in disbelief as she realized who she had just stumbled upon. The hero of the academy. Vikir snapped out of his thoughts and turned his attention to her. It was none other than Sinclair. Under the vast, star-filled sky, a warm smile spread across her face. She closed her eyes for a moment before looking up at him again, her cheeks flushed. With a soft, dreamy voice, she asked, "Is this what they call destiny?" Sinclair, still a bit nervous, settled onto the rooftop and let out a soft sigh. With a smile, she turned her gaze toward the star-filled sky, taking a moment to enjoy the breathtaking view. She wasn't just another student. She was known for her sincerity and raw talent. A prodigy who had dominated the Fire Corps rankings with overwhelming performances. Vikir, however, wasn't quick to relax. His sharp eyes studied her with suspicion. What was she doing here at this hour of the night? The tension between them lingered for a moment before Sinclair finally decided to break the silence. She admitted she was surprised to find Vikir here. This place was special to her. Whenever she felt down, she would come here to gaze at the Milky Way. Vikir blinked, his expression shifting slightly. He had completely misread the situation. Sinclair turned her head toward him, her gaze softening, filled with something more than just casual interest. A blush crept up her cheeks, painting her face as red as a tomato. She confessed that she hoped to run into him again if she ever returned to this spot. Vikir felt the weight of her stare and, with a quiet sigh, looked down at the ground. It was clear he needed to find a new location to receive messages from Cindy. With a kind smile, Sinclair extended her hand, playfully revealing that the entire academy had been buzzing about him lately. Vikir didn't even lift his head. His expression turned cold as he flatly responded that he had no interest in such things. But Sinclair simply chuckled. There was no reason to feel embarrassed. Extraordinary people always drew public attention. With an amused smirk, she started counting on her fingers. First, being number one wasn't enough. Second, there were 3 groundbreaking research articles connected to him that were about to shake the academic world. And third, despite being of commoner origin, his aura was already at the level of an expert. Hearing this, Vikir's eyes widened slightly. A bead of sweat formed on his brow. She continued, casually noting that in many ways he was an intimidating figure to his peers. Vikir let out a tired sigh. Grades and titles. Those were meaningless distractions. He advised her not to put too much importance on them. Sinclair tilted her head, her brows furrowing in confusion. How could grades not matter in an academy? But Vikir knew better than anyone. Soon, money, power, and honor would become worthless. When the era of destruction began, the world as they knew it would collapse. And in the chaos that followed, the only thing that would matter was survival. Sinclair listened carefully before flashing a teasing smile. "You talk like an old man who's lived for centuries," she mused. That caught Vikir off guard. For a moment, he was genuinely surprised by her insight. She was more perceptive than he had expected. Sensing the shift in mood, Sinclair decided to change the subject. With a curious gaze, she asked what he planned to do after the midterms. In response, Vikir casually raised a single finger. "I'm going to train my back and lower body," he said with a confident expression. Sinclair blinked, then frowned. "Did you hit your head or something?" she asked, sighing dramatically. Meanwhile, Vakir adjusted his glasses with his fingers, brushing off a reaction. He knew that Sinclair, much like himself, carried secrets of her own. Before returning, she had graduated at the top of her class, never once losing her number one spot, despite also being of commoner origin. And then, one day, she disappeared. She had cut off contact with everyone, vanished from history, and left behind nothing but unanswered questions. As the moonlight bathed the rooftop in its soft glow, Sinclair slowly opened her eyes, a faint smile forming on her lips. There was something unusual about her, a mystery that lingered in Vakir's mind. She was of commoner origin, or at least that was what she claimed. But could she be hiding something more? Cindy Wei had mentioned that a member of royalty had secretly entered the academy. Was it possible that Sinclair was the one disguising her identity? The thought lingered in his mind as the night stretched on. The next day, as the sun rose over the academy, the campus slowly came to life. Tutor, still groggy from sleep, stretched his arms with a loud yawn, feeling the exhaustion in his body. He never expected the exam period to drag on for so long. Shouldering their backpacks, the group began walking toward the academy. With a smile, Tutor stretched his arms once more, commenting that after today's attack test, midterm exams would finally be over. Sancho, walking beside him, turned with a serious look. He reminded everyone that because of the injuries they had suffered during the defense exam accident, the entire exam schedule had been postponed, making this exam period feel endless. Ahead of them, Vakir and Piggy walked in silence, lost in their own thoughts. Meanwhile, Tutor's expression darkened as his mind wandered to a familiar face. Granui, his hands clenched into fists. It was frustrating that their bet had ended in a draw. He rolled his shoulders, massaging out the tension, before turning to the group with a confident smirk. Despite everything, this exam had made something clear to him. He now knew exactly who his true rival was. Vakir, however, had no idea what he was talking about. Sancho sighed. It was obvious that thanks to Vakir, they had avoided far worse injuries during the exam. But at the same time, it was annoying how much he had been hiding. After all, Vakir wasn't just skilled. He was a superior-level expert who had been concealing his true power from his friends this entire time. Suddenly, the three of them stepped forward and lightly punched Vakir in the back as punishment. Vakir turned his head, his expression serious. He reminded them that they weren't the only ones who had fought. He hadn't done everything alone. Tutor simply crossed his arms and closed his eyes. With a knowing grin, he called Vakir way too humble. Deciding to drop the subject, Tutor shifted the conversation. Did you hear? The Night Bloodhound committed another terrorist attack. Vakir's eyes widened in shock. Piggy, staying calm, reached into his backpack and pulled out a newspaper. Unfolding it, he revealed that this time, students from the Varangian Training Center had been targeted. Vakir and Sancho immediately turned their attention to him, listening in silence. Piggy opened the newspaper and frowned. The headlines were grim. The report stated that while attempting to discover and restrain the Night Bloodhound, the students had suffered heavy casualties. The notorious figure had resurfaced, once again leaving devastation in his wake. According to the latest news, the Night Bloodhound had committed countless atrocities, earning him the title of the worst villain of all time. Last night, during an excursion to the Yellow Sea, a group of students from the Varangian Training Center had been ambushed. The result: 10 students left with minor injuries, 10 severely wounded. Among them was none other than the head of the training center. As the group absorbed the weight of the news, a tense silence hung in the air. And then they started talking. Sancho crossed his arms, his expression serious. Isn't the Night Bloodhound expanding his territory? He asked. Piggy, still engrossed in the newspaper, let out a sigh. Lately, there were even people who supported someone like him. Tutor rubbed his chin thoughtfully, his brows furrowing. What's that guy's goal? Anyway? Meanwhile, Vakir's gaze drifted downward, his expression unreadable. But beneath the surface, his fists clenched tightly. His imitators had already set things in motion. There were 2 of them. One had gone quiet, barely making a move. But the other? The other had been steadily escalating their activities. As they made their way toward the academy, the atmosphere was mixed. Sancho, Tutor, and Piggy were in good spirits, but Vakir remained on edge. The real issue wasn't just the imitators. Surveillance against the Night Bloodhound was getting tighter by the day. If things continued like this, any future assassinations could be completely shut down. As students filled the academy grounds, Vakir made a silent decision. Once the exam was over, he would get rid of the imitators himself. In a separate section of the academy, the attack exams were about to start. Unlike the defense exam, which required teamwork in groups of 4, the attack test focused solely on individual skill. It was a one-on-one battle where each student had to fight against a golem controlled by a professor. Points were awarded for successful hits, evasions, and overall combat ability. Now it was Sancho's turn. A golem materialized before him, summoned by Professor Morg, who stood behind it with his arms crossed. Sancho took a deep breath, channeling his mana into his spear. With a fierce battle cry, he lunged forward, striking the golem's barrier with force. The purpose of this test was clear: to give students real combat experience by making them face golems that mimic the movements of master-level combat instructors. Sancho's attack landed, the impact sending vibrations through the ground. Professor Morg observed the fight in silence, his sharp gaze unreadable. Then came Tutor's turn, determined. He gritted his teeth and poured everything into his attack. His muscles burned, his mana surged, and with one final burst of strength, he shattered the golem into pieces. For a moment, he stood there, panting, staring at the broken remains. He could hardly believe it. His attack had actually worked, but Professor Mord's expression remained serious. He stared at Tutor, the air around them growing tense. "You still have a long way to go," he said flatly. Then, without warning, green roots burst from the ground, wrapping around Tutor's legs. He tensed up, momentarily distracted. That was all the golem needed. In the blink of an eye, it appeared in front of him, its fist already mid-swing. Tutor's grip on his spear tightened. He barely had time to register the sudden increase in speed. Was the professor strengthening the golem, somehow? The fist moved closer. Instinctively, Tutor raised his arms to block. But it was a feint. Too late. Before he could react, the golem's real attack came. A devastating kick aimed directly at his ribs. The impact sent a shockwave of pain through his body. His vision blurred, and his breath hitched. His eyes went wide with fear. Then, a scream tore from his throat. His body crumpled to the ground, writhing in agony as the pain consumed him. The golem stood over Tutor, unmoving, as Professor Morg's voice echoed through the training hall. "You made a mistake," he said. "Just because I'm a mage doesn't mean I can't use my fists and feet." With surprising gentleness, the golem extended a hand, helping Tutor back to his feet. "The only thing that matters in a fight is victory. Never forget that. Even as a mage, you should be ready to use your fists, feet, even your teeth if necessary." Still catching his breath, Tutor nodded and thanked the professor. Once all the matches were over, the students gathered in the stadium as their scores were calculated. Tutor, utterly exhausted, collapsed onto a seat. The results were announced. Ice Corps Class 8 Cadet, Tutor Layden Kote. Evaluated by Professor Vinci Morg. 12 landed attacks, 20 successful dodges, 3 blocks, 0 critical hits. Final score, 35 points. From the crowd, Bianca's jaw nearly hit the floor. She blinked in shock, then raised her hand in disbelief. Tutor had beaten her. Her results followed. Ice Corps Class 8 Cadet Bianca. Evaluated by Professor Vinci Morg. 7 landed attacks, 24 successful dodges, 0 blocks, 0 critical hits. Final score, 31 points. Her face flushed red, not from embarrassment, but pure rage. She jumped to her feet, pointing an accusatory finger at Tutor. "This is ridiculous," she fumed. "This whole test is flawed. A one-on-one combat exam is totally unfair for an archer." Tutor, still slouched in his seat, turned to her with a puzzled look. "Oh, and was fairness on your mind when you took all the individual points during the defense exam?" He shot back. Before the argument could escalate, laughter rang out from behind them. They both turned toward the source of the sound, Granui. Leaning casually on a chair, he smirked, extending a hand as if presenting himself. Well, this just proves that I am the best of the two," he said smugly. His score flashed on the board. Ice Corps Class 8 Cadet Granui. Evaluated by Professor Vinci Morg. 11 landed attacks, 22 successful dodges, 2 blocks, 0 critical hits. Final score, 35 points. Tutor narrowed his eyes, confused. "What are you even talking about? We got the same score?" At that, Granui's smugness instantly turned into fury. He jabbed a finger at Tutor, his face twisting with frustration. "That's exactly the problem," he snapped. "We tied in the defense exam and the attack exam." But then his expression shifted. His lips curled into a devilish grin, and his eyes gleamed with joy. "That means I win," he declared dramatically. "Because my theoretical grade is higher than yours." Tutor's face went pale. His entire soul left his body. Defeat hit him like a hammer. He slumped forward, completely and utterly devastated. Bianca, watching his sudden downward spiral, sighed and patted his back in consolation. "Hey, look on the bright side. At least our teacher was Vinci Moore," she pointed out. Tutor barely registered her words. He just stared at the ground, lost in despair. But Bianca wasn't done. Tapping her chin thoughtfully, she continued. "The other students had Professor Suddy." At that, Tutor's expression shifted. His eyes widened with curiosity. The very mention of Professor Sadie sent a shiver down Bianca's spine. She couldn't help but picture the woman's chaotic, lunatic smile. "Ugh," That woman, Bianca muttered, a look of disgust flashing across her face. Professor Sadie had a reputation, a terrible one. She was a pathetic drunk who had disappeared with the magic barrier key and caused an entire security crisis. The older students described her as strange, unreliable, and completely unprofessional. She was, without question, the number one teacher every student wanted to avoid. Tutor, now even more confused, turned to Bianca. How in the world did someone like her become a professor at the academy? He asked, bewildered. Bianca lowered her hand from her chin and sighed. Well, believe it or not, she's actually insanely skilled. Tutor frowned. That didn't sound convincing. Bianca continued. When she's not wasting time as a teacher, she helps the authorities catch criminals. As she spoke, an image formed in her mind, a terrifying figure wielding the Beelzebub sword. She's in charge of tracking down and capturing criminals like the Night Bloodhound. Tutor's expression hardened. His eyes filled with both seriousness and concern. He had faith in his friends. They were strong. They'd be fine. Or at least, that's what he wanted to believe. Beside him, Bianca rested both hands on the seat, her gaze drifting toward the sky. A quiet sigh escaped her lips. That's exactly why I'm worried, she admitted. Her expression turned distant as she continued. Professor Suddy, she's the last living relative of a fallen marquis. And because of that, she's filled with envy, especially toward talented students from noble families. Her voice lowered. There's a rumor that she completely destroys students with potential. A heavy silence followed. Somewhere in the academy, the scene was brutal. Piggy lay motionless on the ground, covered in blood. A woman, dressed in sharp heels, pressed her foot against his head, her weight digging into him without a hint of mercy. Before her, a golem identical to her in appearance stepped forward, its mere presence exuding an overwhelming pressure. The gathered students were frozen in place, stunned, horrified. Another student had fainted. This wasn't an exam. This was a massacre. Panic set in. The students turned to the exit, pounding on the doors, desperately trying to escape. They didn't want to be here. They didn't want to take this exam with her. And yet, the doors would not open. Standing in the center of it all was Professor Sadie. With one hand on her hip, she absent-mindedly touched her lips, her gaze dripping with amusement. Her heel remained pressed firmly on Piggy's head. To her, these students were all cowards. The results were displayed. Ice Corps Class B Cadet Piggy. Professor Sadie. 0 attacks landed. 0 dodges executed. 0 blocks. 0 critical hits. Final score, 0 points. Next to him lay Sinclair, also unconscious, her body stained with blood. Ice Corps Class 8 Cadet Sinclair. 0 attacks landed. 0 dodges executed. 0 blocks. 0 critical hits. Final score, 0 points. Not far away, Sancho's lifeless form was sprawled out, his uniform soaked in red. Ice Corps Class 8 Cadet Sancho. 0 attacks landed. 0 dodges executed. 0 blocks. 0 critical hits. Final score, 0 points. Suddy let out a bored sigh. This was a waste of time. Sadie pulled out a whip, her eyes scanning the remaining students. Most had already fled, leaving only a single figure standing. One student hadn't run. One student was still there. Vikir, his piercing gaze locked onto hers unwavering. Sadie's lips curled into a wicked grin. She placed a hand on her cheek, stuck out her tongue, and with a voice dripping in bloodlust, she gave the order. Come closer. 30 minutes earlier, Vikir and the others were waiting for their turn. Sancho cracked his knuckles, eyes gleaming with excitement. A grin crept across his face. The attack exam was finally about to start. Right beside him sat our boy, arms folded, quietly observing Sancho. Behind them, PG looked a little lost. Next to him was Sinclair. She reached out a hand, noticing how fired up Sancho looked. He flashed a smile and held up a finger. The one-on-one duel, he said, is a warrior's true calling. He was practically buzzing with energy, clearly eager for the exam to begin. PG stared at Sancho wide-eyed. My tutor told me, he muttered, if no one uses aura, then Sancho's the strongest among the Ice Corps. Vikir, meanwhile, was staring at the ground, lost in thought, until something pulled everyone's attention. A voice rang out, asking what Professor Suddy was doing. PG turned, confused, then shocked. There she was, Professor Suddy, standing in front of a student, holding a bottle of wine. The student stared, then snapped. Rage boiled over as he shouted, how can you be drinking at a time like this? Students' lives are on the line. Suddy didn't say a word. The student kept going. I can smell it from here. You're drunk. Without a care, Suddy raised the bottle to her lips and downed it in one go. To me, she said, you're just another annoying kid. She planted a hand on her hip and, wearing a devilish grin, bit into the glass bottle like it was a loaf of bread. The student's face drained of color. He backed away, trembling. Shards of glass filled Suddy's mouth. She ran her tongue across her cheek, licking up stray drops of wine, then wiped it with her hand. Her eyes locked onto the boy, cold and vicious. The alcohol's only 76%. Bit dramatic to call that drunk, don't you think? Sinclair covered her mouth, clearly shaken. PG stared in disbelief. This was the professor in charge of their test, the one from all those creepy rumors. And she was exactly as strange as they'd heard. Bakir, still calm. He'd seen plenty like her in his past life. Nothing surprising here. Suddy pulled out a paper, scanned the names, and jabbed a finger at one of them. A crooked smile spread across her face. Let's begin, she said. First up, Sancho Batteraria. Instead of panic, Sancho tightened his grip on his weapon and stood up, eyes burning with anticipation. Sinclair and Vakir rose to their feet. PG cupped his hands and shouted, "Be careful. There's a rumor. Students who take the exam with her don't come back to the academy." Sancho smiled and waved him off. "I'll be fine." Suddy summoned her golem. It appeared in front of her with a heavy thud. Sancho approached, studying it closely. "The will of a warrior can't be broken," he said, taking a firm stance and raising his axe. No fear in his eyes, only excitement. "I'm ready to learn, Professor." And just like that, the test began. Sancho launched into the air and came crashing down toward the golem like a meteor. Suddy watched him, then looked down, a slow grin forming. She echoed his words softly. "The will of a warrior is unbreakable." Sancho brought down his weapon with full force. But something changed. Sinclair gasped, her hand flying to her mouth. Her eyes widened. PG stumbled back, stunned. He stood frozen, mouth agape. Even Vakir, usually the calmest in the group, was shaken. What they had just witnessed was beyond anything they'd seen before. Sinclair and PG looked on, bewildered, trying to make sense of it, until the smoke cleared. And what they saw next struck them with a fear they had never known. Professor Suddy's golem loomed in the aftermath, towering over the arena with Sancho in its grip, dangling by the neck, unconscious and bloodied. The entire room fell silent. The golem held Sancho like a broken doll, and Suddy looked almost disappointed. Using both hands and two glowing magic circles, she continued to manipulate the golem. Her eyes sparkled with magical energy. Then, turning to the rest of the group with a grin, she asked mockingly, "So, does this mean Sancho's no longer qualified to be a warrior?" Vakir's expression darkened instantly. His gaze locked on Suddy, sharp and unblinking. He couldn't tell what this woman was really after, but he didn't like it. The golem released Sancho, and his limp body hit the ground with a thud. His friends didn't hesitate. They rushed to his side. Vakir and PG quickly hoisted him up, resting him across their shoulders. PG leaned in, urgently calling out his name. "Sancho, wake up!" Sinclair stepped forward, eyes locked on the professor. She raised a hand and demanded answers. "What do you think you're doing?" she said, voice firm. Her gaze didn't waver. "How could you strike a student so hard they passed out?" Suddy didn't flinch. "This exam," she said coolly, "is meant to prepare you for the real world." She lifted a finger and smiled confidently. "These are the exact words of the Academy's first president. Or are you planning to file a complaint in the middle of a real battle?" Then, with that same smile, she pointed straight at Sinclair. "You're next. Let's see what the leader of the Ice Corps can do." Sinclair's clenched fists trembled. She didn't know what this woman had planned, but it didn't feel like a normal exam anymore. Before she could respond, a voice called out from behind. "You can refuse." She turned, startled. Vakir was standing there, Sancho still leaning on his shoulder. He looked right at her. What she did wasn't fair. If you report it, the Academy might give you a second chance. Sinclair lowered her gaze, overwhelmed for a moment. Then she nodded, eyes burning with gratitude. "Thanks for looking out for me." But as she looked back up, that gratitude turned into something else, resolve. She clenched her fists tighter. "I won't back down. Not from the person who hurt my friend." The air went still. Suddy chuckled. "Why the dramatic face?" she mocked. "Let me fix it for you." That was all Sinclair needed. She snapped into position, battle-ready, eyes filled with fire. Her aura flared, magic circles spinning around her body as she lifted her hands to the sky. Energy surged around her like a storm ready to break loose. Suddy raised an eyebrow, momentarily caught off guard. "Third-class spells. At her age?" she whispered, clearly impressed, but also very entertained. "Not bad for the Academy's future ace." Her lips curled into a wicked smile. She guided the golem towards Sinclair. Without warning, the ground split beneath Sinclair. Suddy's golem burst upward, its fist rearing back. Sinclair, still mid-cast, barely had time to react. Her eyes went wide. "Ever experienced a mana backlash?" Suddy asked coldly. Just as Sinclair was about to unleash her spell, the magic was forcibly cut off. The golem's punch landed hard, slamming in her gut with brutal force. The spell's circles shattered around her. Mana burst out uncontrollably from her body, bleeding from her nose, pouring from her eyes and mouth. The pain was instant and unbearable. She had no time to scream. Sinclair collapsed to the ground, clutching her chest. Her entire body quaked, and drool dripped from the corner of her mouth. She was in agony. The golem stepped in close, studying her with eerie calm. Suddy tilted her head and asked, "So, how's it feel?" The pain was far worse than Sinclair had imagined. She couldn't even respond. Suddy's eyes narrowed, a wicked smile growing on her face. "If you're really unlucky," she whispered, "you might never use magic again." The thought seemed to delight her. After all, what fun would it be if the next heir to the Ice Core was rendered powerless? Especially since she was just a commoner. With a heavy thud, the golem kicked Sinclair hard, sending her body tumbling across the ground. She'd fought so hard for her position, and now she had to pray it hadn't all been for nothing. Watching this, PG's face twisted in worry. He couldn't just stand by. He bolted toward her, desperate to help. Vikir stood quietly, eyes locked on Sinclair with a serious, unreadable expression. But the exam wasn't stopping. It was time for the next challenger. PG. He took a breath, drew his sword, and stepped forward. On the outside, he wore a confident look, but inside fear gripped him tight. Still, he didn't back down. Suddy leaned on one hip and raised an arm lazily. "And who's this?" she asked. "Trash who doesn't even know how to hold a sword." PG broke into a sweat, but his eyes stayed steady. He gripped his sword tighter. He wasn't running. Not today. The golem began its slow march toward him. This was PG's moment, the chance to prove the strength hidden behind his timid exterior. But he barely had time to lift his weapon. The golem struck fast and hard. One kick, and the blade shattered. PG's eyes widened in disbelief as the broken metal flew through the air, landing meters away. His focus dropped to the remains of his sword. He froze, fear and confusion washing over him. Then the golem vanished and reappeared in front of him. A crushing kick landed under PG's jaw, launching him upward. As his body flew through the air, the golem raised its foot again, aiming directly for his skull. Suddy laughed coldly. No matter how hard trash fights, it's still trash. Vikir's face tightened, veins bulging with anger. PG's body crashed to the ground, unmoving. Blood poured from his head. Suddy strolled over, pressing her heel into his skull. Another one down. A blonde-haired student nearby stared in stunned silence. Another, with black hair, clutched his head in disbelief. "This is a test," he muttered. Panic rippled through the room. Students began scrambling for the doors, slamming their fists against them, but they wouldn't budge. They were trapped. They wanted to get help, bring another professor, but no one was coming. PG lay motionless in a pool of blood. Sancho was bruised and battered. Sinclair's injuries were severe, and Vikir was done watching. He stepped forward. Suddy turned, hand on her hip, amused. "Cowards, all of you," she sneered. "That's what this year's students are." She turned to call the next name, but something stopped her. Something different. Vikir stood before her, arrows across his back, bow in hand. He didn't speak. He just stared at the ground, calm and still, ready. Suddy's eyes widened, a spark of interest flickering to life. Finally, a student with fire. "He's eager," she muttered, smiling. "Impatient, even." Suddy clicked her tongue in frustration. She'd been saving the main course, and now it was stepping forward. Vikir stood in silence, still as stone. The students who'd been scrambling to escape stopped and turned their attention to him. This was him, the Academy's famed prodigy. Whispers said he was a high-ranking sword expert, a quiet force, a legend in the making. With eyes burning for revenge, Vikir reached behind him and pulled an arrow from his quiver. But Suddy wasn't worried. She was a graduate, after all, and even if he was a top-tier sword user, what chance did he stand in a one-on-one fight using a bow? Still, her eyes gleamed with twisted excitement. It was fun to crush the talented ones. The exam officially began. Suddy raised her hand and sent the golem charging forward. He was the best student in the academy. What better way to make a statement than to beat him into the ground? Vikir calmly knocked the arrow, one hand steady on the bow, the other gripping the shaft. The golem thundered toward him, arm raised, fingers stretching out to grab and crush. Suddy smiled. She could already imagine the sound of his bones breaking, his screams. But just before the golem reached him, Vikir moved. His eyes darkened, and with that hatred boiling inside him, he let the arrow fly. The shot seemed off. It veered. Suddy blinked. Then it hit. The arrow slammed into the golem's shoulder with staggering force, carving a deep gouge into its enchanted body. Gasps filled the room. Suddy's control faltered. The golem froze mid-step. Vikir looked straight at her. He hadn't missed. Not even close. The students at the door turned, mouths hanging open. He had stopped Suddy's golem effortlessly. But that wasn't all. The arrow hadn't just damaged the golem. It had pierced her. Suddy's eye, bloody, ruined, now had the arrow embedded in it. She let out a scream that echoed through the entire hall. collapsing to her knees in agony. One hand reached up to the arrow. Her mouth opened wide with the sound of pain and rage. Vakir stood tall, expression calm. He slowly lowered his bowstring, watching her with quiet satisfaction. Then, as if remembering to play the part, he shifted his face into one of mock concern. "Oh no," he said innocently. "I was aiming for the golem. I don't know how that happened." He smiled. Cold, sharp, cruel. "Professor, are you all right?" Suddy clutched her wounded eye, teeth clenched. Her body shook, not from pain alone, but from the seething fury building inside her. The arrow was lodged deep in Sadie's right eye. She clutched her face, grinding her teeth as the pain worsened, until she couldn't hold back a full-throated scream. Elsewhere, Moore Clan, who had been calmly controlling his own golem via magic circle, heard the scream. His head whipped around, confusion written all over his face. A chill ran down his spine. What is that lunatic doing now? Back inside the exam room, every student stood frozen, eyes wide, mouths hanging open. Shock rippled through the room. Moments later, Moore Clan, clearly alarmed, burst through the door that had mysteriously refused to open earlier. His eyes blazed with anger. He raised a hand and took a sharp look around. "Did she seriously lock the door again?" he growled. "Is she hurting the students?" Behind him, Tutor Bianca and Saintess Dolores stepped in, both taking in the chaotic scene with disbelief. Professor Sadie was on her knees, howling in pain, the arrow still embedded in her eye. No one could speak. Moore Clan stared, stunned. He had seen a lot over the years, but this? He couldn't make sense of it. Tutor Bianca scanned the room. Then his gaze fell on something far worse. Off to the side, the bodies of Sancho, Sinclair, and PG lay sprawled out, bloodied and unmoving. He didn't hesitate. Tutor rushed to them immediately. Sadie writhed on the ground, furious and in agony. And Vakir? He began walking forward, calmly, silently, his bow still in hand. Moore Clan turned toward him. "What happened here?" he demanded. Behind them, Sadie's golem loomed, still and silent. Vakir stopped and answered, expression cool and honest. "During the exam, the golem charged at me. I panicked and fired an arrow, but it hit Professor Sadie instead." Moore Clan blinked, unsure. He turned to inspect the golem quietly, trying to decide if Vakir was telling the truth. His eyes then returned to Sadie, now trembling with rage. Her bloodied, I locked on Vakir with pure hatred. It was rare to see students injured. But this? A professor? This was a first. Was it karma? He couldn't say. Vakir stepped in front of her, unfazed by her glare. His gaze was steady, no guilt, no fear. Then the results came in. From Class B of the Ice Corps, Cadet number 256, Vakir. 1 attack, 0 evasions, 0 defenses, 1 critical hit. Final score, 11 points. Meanwhile, Dolores knelt beside the injured students. She reached out and summoned a golden light that began to swirl around their bodies. Her face was full of concern as she worked in silence, focusing entirely on their wounds. Little by little, the healing magic took effect, but the damage was serious. Sinclair had suffered internal injuries from a mana backlash. Sancho's body was covered in bruises, and PG's jaw had been completely shattered. Dolores intensified her healing, golden energy flaring brighter. She knew these weren't normal exam injuries. This had gone far beyond the bounds of any test. Tutor leaned in beside her, anxious. "Will they be all right?" Dolores looked up, eyes soft but serious. "Thanks to you calling me in time, they'll all recover fully. There won't be any lasting effects." Bianca stood behind them, quiet, watching. Tutor crouched beside the injured students, studying them closely, a frown growing on his face. Both Tutor and Bianca felt a wave of relief wash over them as the Saintess confirmed the students would recover. Dolores stood up, fists clenched, and turned her back to the injured. Her gaze drifted distant as she began to walk away from the group. Nearby, Professor Sadie sat on the stairs, one hand still pressed to her bleeding eye. She removed her hat and remained seated, breathing heavily. Dolores approached her, extending a hand with calm resolve. Her voice was composed but firm. "Let me take a look at your wound." Then her tone shifted, serious and direct. "When your condition improves, I'll be filing a disciplinary report with the student council. Excessive force against students will not be ignored." But Sadie didn't flinch. In fact, she smiled. A cold, wicked smile. "Oh, aren't you the Saintess from the renowned Quavades clan family?" Dolores hesitated, concern flashing in her eyes as she leaned forward, hand reaching to heal. Then, suddenly, Sadie yanked the arrow out of her own eye. Blood gushed from the wound, and Dolores froze in shock. Before she could react, Sadie shoved the bloodied arrow into her mouth, eyes gleaming with malicious delight. She grinned. "I'll pass on your healing." Gasps echoed across the room. The students recoiled, fear and revulsion creeping into their faces. Moore Clan, watching from nearby, clenched his teeth, and glared at her with growing rage. Still bleeding, Sadie slowly stood and turned her back to Dolores. As she walked away, she said calmly, "Go ahead and punish me, but you might want to wait for the day you have the authority to lift it." Dolores remained silent, watching her retreat. Sadie smirked to herself, amused. So many things delighted her lately, like the night bloodhound, stirring chaos across the empire. She passed close to Vikir, pausing just for a moment. Tilting her head up, she smiled. "You're Vikir, right?" He didn't look at her. His gaze remained fixed on the floor, lost in thought. She laughed softly, continuing past him. "I'll remember your name. We'll meet again." As her steps echoed down the hall, Vikir slowly raised his head. His eyes glinted, not with fear but anticipation. He was already looking forward to their next encounter. And with that, the long, brutal midterm exam came to an end. Later, the results were posted, and students crowded around to see the rankings. First place, Sinclair. Second, Leviathan de Grenouille. Third, Tudor. Fourth, Highbrow. Fifth, Bianca. Sixth, Middlebrow. Seventh, Sancho. Eighth, Lowbrow. Vikir, 21st. PG, 199th. Those who'd been injured or lost points during the attack exam with Professor Sadie were given a second chance, thanks to the intervention of the other instructors. Sancho, PG, and Sinclair were among them. With their scores restored, they returned to their usual spirits, especially Sinclair, who was now officially the top student of the first year. But no one was talking about first place. They were talking about him. A brown-haired boy walked calmly through the hallway. One student nudged another, pointing. "Hey, isn't that him?" All eyes followed the figure. It was Vikir. He passed by, quiet and collected. The hallway buzzed with whispers. He'd done what no one else could. Landed a direct hit on Professor Sadie. Destroyed her eye. The trauma she had left behind? Fading. He was the one who fought back. Now, the girls admired him. The students respected him. An entire school had a name for him. The Eye Slayer. An authentic hero. Vikir kept one hand on the strap of his backpack, face unreadable. Because deep down, he knew this was the price of acting on emotion. Once Vikir moved away from the crowd, the expression on his face changed. He grew quiet, thoughtful. The night bloodhound, that was his true world. Daytime only existed to bridge the gap until nightfall. That's why he usually kept his distance from things like this. But when he saw the students being treated like garbage, he acted without even thinking. Lost in thought, he didn't notice the red-haired girl approaching. She fidgeted with her hair, then closed her eyes and, nerves trembling, held out a love letter. Her soft voice snapped him out of his trance. He blinked, gaze landing on the envelope in her hand. But before she could give it to him, chaos. A student sprinted down the hallway. Highbrow burst into the scene, furious, and snatched the letter with his mouth, tearing into it like a wild animal. Both the girl and Vikir stared in disbelief. Highbrow ripped the letter to shreds, chewing like a dog, just as Middlebrow and Lowbrow appeared. They stepped in front of the girl with cold, intimidating stares. "And who are you?" one of them growled. "To stand in our way?" The girl backed up, visibly shaken. Vikir looked on, confused. His eyes narrowed. The triplets of the Baskerville family had surrounded him, and were now escorting him through the hallway like a royal guard. They shoved anyone who got close. "Move, or disappear quietly," they barked at the students. Everyone stepped aside in fear. The triplets smiled to themselves, clearly proud. Heroes in their minds. Vikir, walking behind them, let out a breath and smirked slightly. As ridiculous as it was, they'd done their job. He made his way to the newspaper club. Opening the door, he stepped in, slung off his backpack, and took a seat with a confident look. No matter what had happened earlier, he wasn't going to let it ruin his day. But then he looked forward and stopped cold. Sitting by the window, sunlight spilling across the room, was Dolores. She was reading a newspaper, completely absorbed. So focused, she hadn't even noticed him come in. He blinked and asked casually, "What are you reading so seriously?" Dolores flinched at the sound of his voice, snapping out of her thoughts. She looked up, eyes wide and cheeks slightly pink. "H, how long have you been here?" she asked, clearly caught off guard. Vikir leaned back in his chair. "Just now. You didn't notice me at all." She set the paper down on the table, folding her hands over it. "There's an article about the Night Hound," she said, eyes troubled. "They're saying he destroyed the central clock tower and even damaged the royal memorial. No evidence. Just accusations." Her voice lowered. "They're blaming everything on him." She looked sad. That struck Vikir more than he expected. The fact that someone still believed in the Night Hound, believed in him, it gave him a comfort he hadn't realized he needed. He reached over, picked up the paper, and began reading. The clock tower, once a symbol of peace and order. A landmark every citizen glanced at least once a day. And now gone. To attack it meant more than destruction. It was a message. A declaration. Someone out there had a deep grudge against society. He narrowed his eyes. Maybe not everyone was playing by the same rules. His thoughts drifted to Cinderwendy, her chin resting in her hand, whispering information the night before. She told him their informants had lost contact, completely. Something wasn't right. Vikir leaned forward, resting his head in his hands. Dolores returned to reading, quietly flipping pages. He needed to clean up the chaos. But should he investigate? He wasn't sure yet. Hours passed. Night fell, and on the rooftop, boots tapped against the tiles under the moonlight. Vikir stood there, draped in shadow, cloaked, transformed. The night bloodhound had returned. Vikir had arrived at the royal memorial. His gaze settled on the monument, a shared resting place for the Empire's fallen heroes. The site was encased in stone walls, solemn and quiet. He stood still, thinking. Dantalion's ninth corpse. It had been hidden near Indulgentia Orphanage. Coincidence? Maybe, but he needed to confirm it himself. Approaching the entrance of the memorial, Vikir noticed a silver cross. Curious, he stopped and stared, silent. He sat down on the ground, leaning his back against the tombstone. The moon cast a cold light across the cemetery. Then, he realized something. So this was why Cinderwendy's informants had vanished. The truth lay in the graveyard itself. It was crawling with undead. Zombies. Each of them ranked C in threat level. Around 1.7 meters tall, and known across the continent as the Rotted Ones. These weren't just stories, they were real. Found in graves, battlefields, sewers, ruined homes. They thrived in places soaked in death. One of the corpses opened its mouth and let out a low, guttural roar. Vikir didn't know what these people had done while they were alive to end up like this, but he could tell some of them had once worked for Cinderwendy. His eyes sharpened. He reached for the weapon on his back, his fingers brushing across Anubis. It had been a long time since he'd used it. He began to unscrew the portable weapon piece by piece. Small, compact, but deadly. He still couldn't believe Anubis had handed him a weapon like this. With a smooth motion, he knocked an arrow onto his bow. Mana surged at his fingertips. His gaze turned razor-sharp. Then, release. 3 arrows flew. 3 heads fell. The zombies dropped without resistance. He stood and moved forward, eyes on the fallen corpses. This is on a completely different level, he muttered, compared to the junk they handed us for the midterms. That old saying that masters didn't care what weapon they used? A lie. Then it hit him. A strange smell. He stopped. His eyes widened slightly. It was faint, barely there, but unmistakable. A demon's scent. But this one was different. Diluted. Faint. Masked by something else. He didn't hesitate. He ran. The trail led him toward the Indulgentia Orphanage. And whatever was waiting there, he needed to see it for himself. Meanwhile, deep within the orphanage, a figure traced a magic circle on the ground. A woman in a skull-shaped mask. She extended her hand, and cursed energy rose from the glowing lines. From the center of the circle, a red-haired girl began to emerge. The masked woman stepped forward, channeling power once more. The girl rose, looked drained, her eyes heavy with exhaustion. The masked woman stared at her in disbelief. A mere thief, daring to steal from Dantalion? She pulled Rose into a hug. "I'm sorry," she whispered. "I lost you again." But this time, her voice held a quiet fire. "I won't let them take what I love. Not again." Her gaze turned deadly. "I'll wipe out the herds and the beasts." She was Siri, the 8th Corp. Siri stood on the 3rd floor of the orphanage dormitory. The entire building was split in half. Evidence of the battle that had taken place between Vikir and the demon Dantalion. Moonlight poured through the jagged walls. She held the red-haired woman, Rose, by the arms. The girl could barely speak. Siri looked at her with a gentle but pained expression. "You really do have the gift, the ability to find the ones you care about." Sadness flickered in her eyes. She had found Rose, but not the other person she'd been searching for. No matter what she did, that other presence stayed hidden. Rose's eyes were clouded with fatigue. Siri reached up, tucking a loose strand of hair behind her ear. To fully control the power granted by her contract with a demon, she knew there was only one way forward. She had to cross the threshold of death completely. She was already halfway there. But to master all of Siri's abilities, she had to move fast. Then, footsteps, heavy boots, echoed down the corridor. Someone was approaching. A suffocating aura rolled in with each step. The pressure in the hallway thickened. A voice, low and sharp, gave a single command. "Don't move." Murderous intent filled the air. The moment that presence drew near, Siri froze. The energy flooding through the hallway paralyzed her in fear. Behind her, Rose didn't move, but her eyes widened, fear and confusion flashing across her face. Siri immediately stepped in front of her, arm outstretched in protection. Whoever this was had been watching them, and she hadn't even sensed it. That alone was terrifying. From the shadows, he emerged. Vikir. He stepped forward with his bow drawn, eyes glowing with hatred. A crackling mana arrow shimmered at his fingertips. "From here on," he said coldly, You'll only speak when I ask. If you move, you die. If you say anything I didn't ask, you die. The mana arrow pointed directly at her heart. Her scent, it wasn't right. It was both human and demon. So he asked the question straight. Are you human or demon? Siri stood calmly, still shielding Rose. I'm both, she answered. Vikir's eyes narrowed. He looked at Rose. He recognized her, Geronto, a former subordinate of Dantalion. But he'd killed her. Why was she still alive? Siri noticed the shift in his expression and spoke again. She's not Dantalion's subordinate. He stole something that belonged to me. His gaze darkened. Only one question remained. Vikir raised the glowing arrow higher. His voice, low and filled with fury. Is the demon one of the 10 elite corpses you made a contract with? Siri's eyes lit up, her expression hardening. She nodded. And what if he is? She asked sharply. What are you going to? She didn't finish the sentence. Because Vikir had already fired. The mana arrow roared through the air, straight for her eye. Siri's eyes went wide in shock. At the last possible second, she jerked her head, just barely dodging. The arrow grazed her, slicing through her hair. She froze. Who is he? She thought. How is he this powerful? Smoke trailed from Vikir's hand. He'd fired with so much force. The bowstring had scorched his skin. His grip tightened, hatred burning in his eyes. All demons, he growled, must die. Siri wasn't going to stand by anymore. She dropped to one knee, pressing her palm against the floor. Magic circles flared to life. From them, skeletons clawed their way out of the ground, grotesque, decaying. If you think you're brave, she taunted, then come and prove it. Then her eyes widened. Even children's bones had risen. Little skeletal forms stumbled forward. Siri hadn't expected this. Her lips parted in disbelief. Even the corpses of children had become undead. Vikir's eyes locked onto the scene, expression cold and grim. He raised his bow. I'm sorry, he whispered to them, then fired. The mana arrow struck with brutal precision. The explosion ripped through the floor, blowing apart stone and bone alike. The weaker skeletons were incinerated instantly. Siri saw her chance. Through the smoke and fire, she grabbed Rose and leapt out of the collapsing building. But Vikir wasn't letting her go. He surged forward, appearing behind her midair, mana arrow drawn once more. His voice cut through the night. You think you'll get to die peacefully? Siri turned her head, eyes wide with shock. She held Rose close, her body limp in her arms. Desperation twisted across her face. She braced herself, whispering to Rose, hold on. Vikir fired again. The air cracked with a second explosion. Siri twisted midair, blocking the blast. But her clothes were torn, her strength wavering. She landed hard on the ground, Rose still in her arms. Vikir dropped down soon after, tension crackling between them like lightning. Siri stood in front of Rose again, her eyes lowered to the dirt. Slowly, she looked up. I know that archery, she said. What's your connection to the Balak tribe? Vikir didn't answer at first. His eyes glowed faintly. Then came the answer. I was one of Balak's hunters. Siri's fists clenched. Her whole body tensed. You should have been there that night, she spat. Her eyes burned with rage. Then she lifted her hand and summoned a glowing ball of mana. Siri locked eyes with Vikir, her rage boiling over. To her, he was nothing but another barbarian. And for that, he had to die. She hurled a powerful mana sphere straight at him. Vikir reacted fast, ducking just in time. The attack missed his head but scorched the edge of his cloak. His gaze snapped back to her, sharp with curiosity. How did she know about the Balak tribe? Siri raised both hands again, preparing her next assault. Now that he was close, Vikir could sense it clearly. Her aura. It wasn't like a full demon's. It was mixed. She smelled human. He remembered something. The 10 elite corpses, each ranked at the level of a demon king, took control of human corpses as vessels. Siri launched again, this time with rapid bursts of mana. Vikir dodged to the side, slipped forward, then ducked under another shot. The blasts hit nearby walls, erupting into small explosions. He landed on the ground, only for jagged stone spikes to shoot up from beneath his feet. They pierced through his chest before he had time to react. Siri stood a few paces away, eyes burning with hatred, controlling the spikes with a flick of her hand. To think, you're just a barbarian. Blood trickled from his fingertips. The spikes twisted in his torso. Siri lifted her hand, a delighted smile spreading across her face. She wanted to hear him scream. But then, the spikes crumbled. They shattered, crashing to the ground in pieces. Siri froze. What? Vikir stood up, the wounds on his chest, already healing. He clenched his fists. His glare burned into her. She stared in disbelief. Was he even human? Vikir coiled his bow and stepped forward, calm and sure. After clashing with you a few times. I get it now, he said coldly. You're not like the others. You're weaker. His eyes narrowed. You're only a half-demon. He holstered his bow and took a long, quiet look at her. There's no reason to keep talking. Siri didn't move. Her thoughts raced, unsure what to do. But Vikir already made up his mind. I'll kill you. She refused to let that happen. Slamming her palm into the ground, she summoned a massive magic circle. From it, something began to rise. A hulking golem. It roared as it emerged. A Frankenstein golem. Risk level, A+. Height, 8 meters. It had once been human, many humans. A monstrous mass of wasted flesh, shaped into the crude form of a man. A creature pulled from the tomb of the otherworld. It was known as Big Chunk of Meat. A disgusting, powerful abomination. The golem clenched its massive fists and charged at Vikir, roaring like a beast. Ciri extended her hand, energy surging into her palm. The golem was just a distraction. She was going to kill him with fire. But Vikir wasn't waiting. He drew the Beelzebub sword, its edge gleaming with a deadly aura. Just before the golem reached him, he launched forward and swung. One strike. The sword sliced through the monster's flesh like butter, splitting the golem clean in half. Ciri was still gathering her fire magic, but now, her eyes widened in shock. Vikir was staring at her, and his aura, blood-red, savage, was unmistakable. It was Baskerville. Her hand trembled. Still, she fired a fireball, powerful and glowing. But Vikir was already advancing. Her heart skipped a beat. Wait, she cried out. Too late. He appeared above her, sword raised, eyes glowing with deadly intent. Then he struck, the 7th Baskerville technique. His blade moved with precision, cutting through air like fate itself. Time seemed to freeze. Their eyes locked, and Ciri stood there, frozen, not because of the strike, but because of the question burning inside her. Why does he carry the aura of the Baskervilles? Vikir swung his blade at the incoming fireball. The impact created a massive explosion, an eruption of fire and force that ripped through the battlefield. The blast destroyed everything in its path. Smoke billowed across the area, shrouding the wreckage in a thick curtain. Then silence. As the smoke began to thin, a deep crater came into view. At its center, Vikir stood, injured but unyielding. Blood trickled down his arm, his hand pressing over the wound. Part of his cloak was burned away, his mask cracked and torn. Ciri was on her knees, trembling. Her breath came in shallow bursts. She couldn't move. Vikir looked down at her, eyes narrowing. She was half-human. The failed spell had caused a violent mana backlash, crippling her from the inside. You lost focus, Vikir said quietly, right when you needed to strike. His voice held no mockery, only truth. Ciri's eyes were empty. She looked down at the dirt, her expression lost. Then, her voice broke through the silence, soft and shaky. Don't abandon me. She wasn't looking at him, just speaking to the ground. Vikir didn't flinch. He watched her carefully, calculating. Then he asked, calmly but firmly, why? Why did you make a deal with a demon? He raised the Beelzebub sword slowly, the blade glinting in the moonlight. His voice was low, steady. Every death has a reason. Ciri lowered her head. She was ready to die. Vikir stood still for a few long seconds, the sword hovering above her. Then, in a sudden, fluid motion, he brought the blade down toward her neck, and the blade of the Beelzebub sword began to glow. His gaze turned sharp and deadly. With a powerful swing, he brought the sword down, each step pulling him closer to Ciri. But Ciri couldn't move. Her body was wrecked, her strength gone. She lowered her head, bracing for the end. Then something shifted. Strands of red hair floated in the air. Just as Vikir's blade neared her, Rose stepped in front, hands stretched out, eyes down. Vikir froze, startled. His eyes widened, confused. Undead were known to be mindless, driven by jealousy for the living. They attacked without thought. But Rose didn't even look him in the eye. Despite being undead, something about her was different. Vikir noticed. He couldn't explain it, but she wasn't like the rest. Ciri stayed kneeling, paralyzed by mana backlash. Vikir's focus remained on her, unsure why neither the corpse queen nor this woman wanted to fight anymore. Suddenly, a beam of light lit up the crater. A guard's voice rang out. They've found the intruders. Vikir's eyes snapped wide, panic setting in. Would have given them away. He spun around, tension rising. Then he heard it. Ciri's voice. The guard had arrived. While he hesitated, Rose moved fast. She pulled the unconscious Ciri close, raising her hand to the sky. A spell activated, wrapping them in glowing blue energy. Vikir's eyes flared with fury. There was no more time to waste. He turned sharply, eyes locked on Rose, determination burning inside him. His fists clenched. He wouldn't let them escape. But he wasn't aiming for Rose. His sword was meant for Ciri. The glowing blade surged forward. Just before it could strike, Rose threw her arms around Essie, shielding her. The sword plunged straight through her back. Blood spilled from her lips as her body weakened, but the spell finished activating. In a flash, both vanished. Vikir stood there, staring at the vanishing energy trail, seething with rage. A sharp stomp echoed behind him. Professor Sadie had arrived, surrounded by armed guards. A spotlight fell on Vikir's last known position. Sadie stepped forward, one foot firmly on the ground, touching her head with a smirk. She called out to the night bloodhound to show himself. It was past midnight when they reached the crater, but Vikir was already gone. Sadie stood with her hands on her waist, scanning the area. "No one's here," she muttered, frustration building. She looked at the ground and muttered Vikir's name with contempt. One of the guards glanced over at her, confused by her shift in mood. Sadie clenched her jaw and, unable to hold back, delivered a fierce kick into the crater. She was furious. They were too late. The bloodhound had slipped away. Now, she wore an eye patch, thanks to Vikir. She still hadn't figured out how he got the upper hand. But then something caught her eye. Lying in the center of the crater was Vikir's mask. Her eyes widened. He had left it behind, and that only made her angrier. The truth was, Vikir had already slipped away, transforming into a dog to make his escape. By now, he was far from the orphanage dorms, sprinting full speed through the landscape, a grin tugging at his face. Morning arrived. Sunlight streamed through the academy windows, marking a new day. Anna clenched her fists with excitement. Her eyes lit up as she declared, "Now that exams are over, the real fun begins. Festival season is here." In front of her stood Vikir, Dolores, Sinclair, Bianca, Tudor, PG, and Sancho. With a bright smile, Anna glanced at each of them, then turned to reveal a rolling rack filled with costumes. Her eyes sparkled. "This year's theme," she said, practically bouncing with joy, "is a haunted house." Sinclair gasped, clasping her hands together with a delighted grin. Halloween vibes were in the air, and with exams behind them, this event was going to be a hit. Dolores covered her mouth, stunned and blushing. The idea of dressing up as a ghost? Adorably fun. Bianca tapped her chin, frowning slightly. "But I thought the academy didn't usually do this sort of thing." Tudor, arms crossed, turned to her with a thoughtful look. "She's right, this isn't standard." PG stayed calm as always. He looked at Sancho and said, "It's an ancient tradition. Not even the professors can get out of it." Sancho's eyes gleamed. He cracked his knuckles with a grin. "Tradition's tradition." Anna brought out 2 boxes and clapped. "Time to draw lots. Let's see who's dressing up as what kind of ghost." Sinclair and Dolores chatted excitedly as they leaned in. Behind them, Vikir stood silently, arms crossed. He lowered his head, eyes fixed on the floor, lost in thought. His mind drifted back to the moment Rose stepped between him and Ciri, taking the blow. Ciri, the 8th corpse. The corpse queen. He hadn't taken her out when she was weakened, barely using half her strength. That was a mistake. Other memories rushed in. The Baskerville Hounds. His brutal battle with the demon Andromalius. He needed the help of his family's knights to survive that one. Then came the fight with Dantalion. Dolores had been there too. Vikir may have been a top-ranking graduate. But could he defeat the 8th corpse at full strength? Alone? No, not yet. To face demons one by one, he needed more. He had to master the 7th and final technique of the Baskerville legacy. Only then could he reach the level of Swordmaster. He imagined a thick tome in front of him, a symbol burned into memory, and 2 fangs hidden in a shadowy maw. The 10th technique. Stalking ambush. 6-fong horizontal ambush. Twin teeth of wisdom. To master it, he'd need to understand the strange link between the 6th and 7th techniques, and fully unleash the ultimate annihilation move. The teachings were all there in the book titled Swordsmanship. To break past the 6 techniques wall, one had to abandon all traces of humanity. But to master the 7th, one had to reclaim those emotions again. In his past life, Vikir's body had been covered in scars. Vikir still couldn't wrap his head around it. Why abandon emotions, only to reclaim them later? It went against everything he'd learned in basic training, where future hounds were taught to kill off their feelings completely. But this wasn't about becoming a typical warrior anymore. He rested his hand under his jaw, deep in thought. A vision of his father, Hugo, appeared in his mind, standing strong with sword in hand, surrounded by a powerful aura. Vikir felt lost. How had Hugo become a swordmaster? While he sank deeper into thought, Dolores stepped forward and pulled a drawing lot from the box. Her eyes widened as she looked at it. That snapped Vikir out of his daze. Curious, he glanced over. Dolores studied the paper, then spoke. She'd have to dress up as the Night Hound. Anna covered her mouth in shock. The memory of the Night Bloodhound's recent attack on the Quad family's orphanage was still fresh. Her expression fell. "I'm so sorry," she whispered, guilt creeping in. But to her surprise, Dolores just smiled. "It's fine," she said gently, pressing the paper to her chest and closing her eyes. A soft blush rose to her cheeks. She didn't say it aloud, but deep down, she was in love with the Night Hound. Anna turned to Vikir. "You're up. Go on, pick one." He blinked, caught off guard. Everyone was watching him now. Rubbing his cheek in hesitation, Vikir finally reached into the box. The playful energy around him reminded him they were still young. Just kids having fun. He pulled out a slip, glanced at it, and froze. His eyes widened. Fear crept in. He stared at the lot in silence, unsure of how this had happened. Dolores turned her back, staying quiet. Meanwhile, Anna and Sinclair tilted their heads, trying to peek. "What did you get?" they asked, curiosity growing. Bianca joined them, leaning in. "Well, what is it?" But Vikir didn't say a word. He stood still, unreadable. There was one important thing he had completely forgotten about, an old tradition tied to the Academy Festival. And that tradition? It was about to catch up with him. The day of the festival arrived. Night fell over the Academy, casting a calm, festive glow. All around, students were dressed in costume. Laughter and music echoed in the air. At a cozy little beer bar on campus, a crowd had already gathered. Cheers erupted from the students as they raised their mugs in excitement. Inside the bar stood Tudor, dressed as a Valkyrie. Rose clamped between his teeth. He extended a hand with a grin and offered, "Care to join me for some drinks and poetry, my lady?" Nearby, Sancho was hard at work behind a steaming pot, dressed as a cook. He stirred the stew with one hand, grinning as he called out, "Welcome to Lyceum's bar. One serving of hot-blooded stew for every guest. It'll make your warrior blood boil." Sinclair wore a sleek vampire outfit. Her eyes sparkled with joy as she placed a hand over her heart. "Let's light up this bar together," she said. "I'll be waiting for all my brave visitors." PG, dressed as a fairy, couldn't stop blushing. Nervously, he handed out brochures to guests, stumbling over his words. The students were completely thrown off. One even turned beet red and asked with a stutter, What's her name?" "Beautiful fairy." That's when Bianca stepped in, dressed as Frankenstein. She dropped her arms on the shoulders of the two flustered boys and shot them a sharp look. No flirting with bar staff. They both immediately bowed their heads, apologizing under their breath. As Bianca turned her attention elsewhere, the bar's door creaked open. A figure in a red dress stepped inside. She scanned the room, confused by the strange mix of camutimers, costumes, and clinking mugs. Her eyes settled on Dolores, who was moving through the crowd with a tray and a pitcher of beer. Dolores's costume? She was dressed as the Night Bloodhound. Hearing the click of red heels approaching, Dolores felt a strange tension in the air. Her eyes shifted toward the sound. Someone was approaching her. She turned, expecting someone else. But what she saw left her baffled and just a little disappointed. It was Professor Morclan, dressed as a woman. With a puzzled look, Dolores asked, Professor Morg, what exactly do you want from me?" Professor Morclan crossed his arms, his expression sharp as he eyed Dolores's costume. "What exactly are you thinking wearing that?" he asked. Dolores blinked, confused, then turned around to face him fully. With a stiff gesture, Morclan motioned to the side. "I know it's the festival," he said flatly. "But did you even consider what kind of message your outfit sends to society? How can you pretend to be that savage, uncontrollable criminal?" Dolores hesitated. Her eyes hardened with resolve. "I like this disguise," she replied. Morclan stared at her in silence. Then, with a heavy sigh, he turned his head, closed his eyes, and raised a hand dismissively. "Fine. It's your choice. I'm your academic advisor, not your master. Do as you wish." Dolores said nothing. The moment left her quiet, unsure how to respond. Across the room, Tudor watched with interest. His hand rested on his hip as he extended the other and called out, "Hey, what brings you here, Morclan?" Sancho stood with arms crossed, observing in silence. Nearby, PG kept his eyes on the scene, then spoke up. "During the festival, professors visit booths to boost class and club funds. That's how it works." The group began murmuring among themselves. Morclan's arms tightened across his chest, a flicker of annoyance sparking in his eyes. "If it weren't for this ridiculous costume, I wouldn't even be here," he muttered. "And let's be honest, these food prices? Not worth it." Minutes later, Dolores returned with a tray of food. Calmly, she set it on the table. "Here's the roasted chicken and potatoes you ordered," she said. Morclan didn't respond right away. His eyes dropped to the tray. French fries, roasted chicken, and a bowl of stew. He immediately noticed the flaws. The ingredients weren't premium. The preparation didn't meet any formal safety standards. He could practically smell the MSG from across the table. This was going to be awful. Still, he picked up a spoon, dipped it into the stew, and took a bite, expecting the worst. Then he froze. Dolores stood quietly with her arms folded over her stomach, watching his reaction closely. Morclan's lipstick faded. His eyes widened. A bead of sweat rolled down his temple. Why was it this good? He could understand it. The roasted chicken gleamed as if it had been cooked over sacred flames. Smoky, savory, perfectly seasoned. It practically melted off the bone. The potatoes, grown in the Morg family's own region, were tender, flavorful, and crumbled beautifully. Suddenly, he slammed the table with a fist. His glare snapped back to Dolores, fierce and demanding. "Who made this food?" he barked. "You didn't hire an outside chef, did you?" Dolores stayed composed. She raised a hand to the side and answered coolly. "The chef is one of our club members. You know him well." Inside the kitchen, standing before the grill, a figure worked with precision, calm and focused. Wearing red lipstick, dressed in a witch's outfit, and flipping food with absolute control. It was Vikir. His gaze was serious as he examined the dish, pan in motion. The festival was in full swing, packed with students from every corner of the academy. See, it was tradition, men dressed as women, women as men. Inside the beer bar, the kitchen was alive with motion. At the stove stood the chef, Vikir, dressed as a witch, silently working the pan. Suddenly, PG burst into the kitchen, waving an order slip and breathing heavily. "We got a new one," he said, eyes darting across the paper. 3 plates of Vikir's special fried chicken. Without a word, Vikir nodded and got to work. But PG wasn't done. And 2 grilled sausages, 6 portions of stir-fried vegetables with sausage, 5 rice balls. Vikir's eyes lit up, full of resolve. He gripped the spatula with one hand, turned calmly toward PG, and said, "It'll all be ready in under 5 minutes." Outside, chaos was erupting. Their booth was swarming with commutamaires, so much that poor Tudor was being crushed under the growing wave of excited visitors. He flailed slightly, overwhelmed by the flood of eager male students, drawn in by the food's sudden fame. Then came the girls, rushing in like a stampede. Sinclair, pinned by the crowd, clenched her fists and forced herself to stay upright. The surge was too much to handle. She quickly shifted to taking orders, realizing it was the only way to keep things moving. In just moments, their little bar was bursting at the seams. Everyone wanted a bite of Chef Vikir's cooking, but Vikir paid no mind to the frenzy. He stayed locked into his work, focused on the pan in front of him. His mind wandered back to a night long ago, a battlefield, a bonfire glowing beside a jagged rock. The hounds of Baskerville surrounded him, scarred and tired. Supplies were scarce, and yet, around that fire, Vikir had cooked. He remembered preparing meals on the front lines, trying to make the inedible edible, because survival meant making even the worst ingredients taste good. With a cold gaze, he'd once skewered a scorpion and roasted it over the fire. During the long era of destruction, there were no proper rations. Soldiers had to learn how to cook anything and make it work. Back then, Vikir had stood with hands on his waist, corpses of fallen hounds behind him. He'd learned to remove the toxic parts of poisonous plants, learned how to bring spoiled meat back from the edge, all by trial, error, and experimentation with his own comrades. Snapping back to the present, Vikir grabbed a potato. These more-grown potatoes were known for their gritty texture and earthy, flavorless bite. But Vikir had a trick. He diced the potato into small chunks, seasoned it with salt and vinegar, tossed it into the sizzling oil, then added fragrant mandrika leaves and sweet sabic fruits. In no time, the plate was done, perfectly golden fries, crisp and aromatic. Vikir's eyes gleamed with pride as he held the plate up to the camutomer. Thanks to his knowledge, the potatoes no longer had their earthy odor. Their sweetness enhanced, their texture flawless. At the table, both Morg Clan and Dolores stared at the plate, stunned. Their eyes widened. Not a word left their mouths. They blushed. Morg Clan quickly looked away, hand over his mouth, trying to hide his flustered face. Dolores shifted her gaze to the floor, flustered, not by the food, but by the man behind it, dressed in such an outlandish costume. For a moment, Morg Clan had completely lost himself. Meanwhile, in the kitchen, Vikir stayed focused, until Bianca came bursting in. Still in her Frankenstein costume, she stormed up with a scowl. Her eyes burned with fury. "Why are you back here?" she snapped, pointing directly at Vikir. "You shouldn't be rotting in a kitchen. You should be out there, attracting commutamaires." Vikir looked up, blinked once, then gave her a calm nod. "All right," he said simply. "I'll stop cooking and go out." Before Bianca could continue her tirade, Tudor suddenly appeared. With a serious expression, he stepped between them. "He can't leave," Tudor said honestly. "Without Vikir's food, the kitchen falls apart." Bianca paused. She turned slowly toward Tudor, her eyes wide with confusion. Bianca wasn't having it. She scowled, clearly disagreeing with Tudor's stance. But Tudor stepped closer, hands extended as he tried to reason with her. "Vikir's not just helpful in the kitchen," he said earnestly. "He's essential. People are falling in love with the taste of his food." Bianca clenched her fist, rage bubbling under the surface. Was Tudor mocking her? In her mind, Vikir's place wasn't behind a stove. He should have been out front, using that face of his to charm commutamaires. With his looks, she figured sales would double. maybe even triple. As they argued, a man sat quietly at a table nearby. Cap low, face covered by a mask, he dabbed the last bits of food from his lips with a napkin. His gaze drifted toward the bickering pair. Then his eyes lit up. A smile crept across his face. His hunch had been right. Setting his knife gently on the table, the man began to release mana. Though still in the kitchen, Vikir felt it immediately. His body tensed. Eyes wide with shock, he went on high alert. That mana, it was familiar. He followed the signature, turning his head sharply toward the dining room. Right as the man's mana surged again. It was him, Osiris Baskerville. Still seated, he picked up the knife again. Eyes glowing with anticipation, he peeled off his mask, and Vikir was stunned. Why was Osiris here? Moments later, Vikir stepped out from behind the kitchen and found Osiris waiting behind the bar. Osiris smiled. It's been a while since I've come to this festival, he said, eyes warm. Back in my day, I dressed up as a woman too. Though, I don't think I looked nearly as good as you. Vikir blinked, totally thrown off. Brother? What are you doing here? Osiris crossed his arms and replied calmly. What kind of older brother wouldn't show up when his little brother's in trouble? Vikir didn't know what to say. He stood still, confused. Then Osiris's smile deepened. His cape rustled. He looked Vikir over and said, There's someone who's been dying to see you. From under the cape, something leapt out, small, fast, and in a fluffy rabbit costume. The little figure tackled Vikir in a tight hug. Vikir's eyes shot open in surprise. Pomerian, tears welled up in her eyes. Uncle, she cried, burying her face in his chest. Then her little fist started smacking his shoulders, scolding him through sobs. Why didn't you come home? Vikir tried to calm her down, holding her gently. Osiris just stood back, watching them with joy in his eyes. She missed you more than you know, he said with a soft laugh. With a smile, he explained, Father gave me a break so I could bring her here to the academy. Vikir held Pomerian close. That's when he realized something. She hadn't just shown up. She came with the vice-patriarch himself as her escort. Osiris nodded. Lately, she's been running the house. He chuckled and added, Last month, she climbed onto Hugo's shoulders and said she wanted blood bean chocolate. So Hugo wiped out the monster zone on the western front line and built a cocoa farm. Vikir stared, completely speechless. Then she got home, Osiris went on, threw herself on the floor, crying that she missed you. Said she wouldn't eat until she saw you again. Vikir's jaw dropped. Osiris grinned. Her hunger strike lasted 2 whole meals. He shook his head in mock exasperation. That was enough to break Hugo. He gave in and sent me here with her. Back in the present, Pomerian hugged Vikir even tighter, her eyes shining with joy. Everything had gone exactly how she'd planned. Osiris watched the reunion quietly, then turned to Vikir. Did you know? He asked. After you left, she was completely heartbroken. He smiled softly. It's been a long time since I've seen her smile like this. Vikir looked up, startled. He hadn't seen Osiris smile like that in years. Osiris's eyes softened, a warm smile tugging at the corner of his lips. One of the steps to becoming a true sword master was reclaiming the emotions you once cast aside. And maybe Osiris didn't even realize it, but this moment, this connection, was part of that journey. Not long after, Pomerian dozed off. Osiris gently lifted her onto his back, placing his hat over her head to shield her from the night chill. They'd spent the entire day searching the academy for Vikir, and exhaustion had finally caught up to her. He turned to Vikir. While we're here, he said softly, make sure you spend some time with her. Vikir watched them quietly, then gave a sincere nod, a gentle smile on his face. Osiris added, by the way, that trade alliance you helped build with the merchants of Mesamenaro, it's going smoothly. Vikir had already heard whispers. The Commission for Past Affairs had been formed just before he entered the academy, and at the center of it was Osiris Baskerville, who had personally exposed the dark dealings between the Baskerville and Mesamenaro families. There was a trial. The Baskervilles formally apologized. Vikir recalled a moment from that hearing. Cindy Wendy, standing tall, eyes locked on a man kneeling before her. Behind them, severed heads. It was said that the old Baskerville members involved in the macabre plot were executed. Vikir imagined her from behind, Cindy Wendy. She had let go of some of her fury that day. She'd chosen to ally with the Baskervilles, though only she would ever know if she truly forgave them. Osiris looked down, reaching into his coat. I didn't just come here for Pomerian, he said. He pulled out a letter, sealed in red wax, along with a ring. He handed both to Vikir. Vikir accepted them carefully, curiosity stirring inside him. What's this? He asked, eyeing the seal. Osiris looked away. That ring, he said, was found near the site where the demon that stole Set's body died. Vikir stared at it, silent. His eyes darkened as the weight of that memory returned. Hatred flickered. Osiris continued. Father said to give it to you. You did the most. He thought you'd understand its power. The ring began to glow faintly, humming with mana. Vikir narrowed his eyes. Could it be? Could this be how Andromalius had summoned that barrier? Suddenly, text appeared before his eyes. System stats revealing the name. Divine Immortal Ring. It had the power to summon a high-level mana barrier. Before Vakir could fully process that, Osiris added, "There's one more thing." His tone grew quiet. "This letter, it was written by Father. For you." Vakir froze. He stared down at the envelope, breath catching in his throat. "A letter? From Father?" he repeated, confused, stunned. Osiris smiled. "Yeah, I get it, it's a lot. But don't panic. I got one too." He turned to leave, waving casually over his shoulder. "Take your time," he said. "Read it when you're ready." Vakir stood there, watching him disappear into the crowd, still holding the letter tight in one hand and the ring in the other. As he slowly raised a hand to wave back, heads began turning. The nearby men who caught a glimpse of Vakir, still in costume, couldn't help but blush. They'd never seen a woman so breathtaking. But Vakir barely noticed. His thoughts were consumed. He looked down at the letter once more, then finally, unable to resist the pull of curiosity, opened it. All around, the festival continued. Laughter, lights, the scent of food in the air. But Vakir's focus narrowed on the words written by his father. "By the time you read this," the letter began, "you'll be thinking about reaching the same level as your brother, becoming a sword master." Vakir's eyes widened in disbelief. How had Hugo known? He imagined his father, silent and stern, looking directly at him. He couldn't believe it. His father had seen through everything, even realizing that Vakir had already reached the rank of a top-tier graduate. A few days earlier, Hugo sat alone in his office, the weight of legacy pressing down on his shoulders. With a piercing gaze, he began to write. This letter was for Vakir. He knew exactly where his son stood, trapped at the threshold of the seventh fawn. Still only a top-ranking graduate, unable to break through. To master the seventh technique, Hugo wrote, one had to rise to the level of a true sword master. So, he laid it all out, the steps he had taken himself, his personal journey, the path to transcendence. Now, in the middle of the festival, Vakir stood in silence, reading that very letter. At first, he was stunned, frozen in place. Then suddenly his hands trembled. He crumpled the paper in his fist, his eyes flaring with hatred. His jaw clenched, teeth grinding. This was it, the method to become a sword master. All around him, the festival buzzed with laughter, dancing lights, and cheerful voices. And near the entrance of the bar, Bianca sat with her elbow on the table, her head resting in her hand. She sighed. Once again, she had to go out and promote their booth. Her eyes drifted shut for a moment, until something caught her attention. Long, flowing hair passed by in front of her. Her eyes flew open, widening. She sat up slightly, unable to look away. That hair, it was striking. Her gaze locked onto it. She blushed, and then, unexpectedly, a pang of jealousy. What was going on? Two women walked by, one with radiant red hair, the other with a mix of red and blue. She knew them instantly. Sarah and Rose. Sarah's fist was clenched. Her eyes were sharp as she moved through the crowd, her presence focused and unwavering. Meanwhile, Rose scanned the festival curiously, taking in the scenery. Even behind her mask, Bianca could tell. Rose was stunning. Then something changed. Mana began to rise around Sarah's body, radiating outward like a pulse. And just like that, every man in the area turned to look. She had their full attention. The festival was alive with energy, packed wall to wall, with people enjoying the night. Everywhere you looked, there were costumes, some dressed as heroes, others as animals. No one paid much attention as S and Rose slipped through the crowd and approached a food stand. Rose didn't waste any time. She pointed to a fruit skewer and a soft, cream-filled cake topped with strawberries. Her eyes were glued to the food, practically sparkling with hunger. She'd never seen anything like it. She took a bite, first of the skewer, then the cake. Watching her, Sarah lit up. She gently ruffled Rose's hair, smiling as she asked, "That good, huh?" Rose simply closed her eyes and nodded. Sarah turned her attention to the crowd around them. The vibrant costumes, the decorations, it all clicked. This was a Halloween festival. But while Rose was caught up in the joy of eating, Sarah stood quietly, lost in thought. What if none of it had ever happened? What if she'd never made that deal with the demon? In her mind, she imagined a different life, one where she and Osiris were laughing together. No contracts, no darkness. But reality hit hard. Without the demon's help, she would have never made it into the academy with him. Her gaze dropped to the ground, heavy with emotion, but she forced herself to shake it off. Now wasn't the time. She needed answers. Her thoughts drifted to Vakir. That chilling look in his eyes, the way he questioned her about the demon. He knew the name. Sarah, one of the 10 elite corpses. Her eyes narrowed, suspicious and intrigued. How could Vakir know something like that? To her, the Night Bloodhound was a terrifying mystery, a villain who had shaken the city to its core. The idea that he was connected to the 10 elite corpses didn't sit right with her. The crowd laughed, danced, celebrated around her, but Sarah couldn't relax. She watched in silence, certain of one thing. The night bloodhound was hunting the demon Sarah that lived inside her. Being in a place this crowded, she knew it would draw him out. She pressed a hand to her chest. Fear crept in as she remembered that sword. The way he'd sliced through her golem like it was nothing, wielding the Beelzebub sword. Back then, in the forest, her uncle had saved her. But that red aura, that brutal swordsmanship she'd faced against Fakir, it matched what she'd seen that night. There was only one way to be sure. She had to unmask the night bloodhound. Her hand clenched over her chest again. What if it really was him? That boy. What would he say if he saw her now? Had he changed? Had she? Someone in the crowd noticed her, his eyes filled with confusion, unsure of what he was sensing. Camu couldn't stop the feeling rising inside her. She wanted to see him. She needed to. But then, her thoughts were cut off. A voice, soft but commanding, told her stop. A hooded woman with flowing blue hair stepped forward, whispering that she shouldn't get lost in feelings that only brought pain. She promised to handle everything. Camu snapped out of her trance, eyes wide with shock. The festival was still, the moon hanging high above. Time had frozen. The woman with angelic wings stood there silently, watching her. And in that moment, Camu understood. She was looking at the demon Sarah. The demon stood still, quietly watching Camu. Camu pressed a hand to her chest, lost in thought. Then she looked up sharply, eyes blazing. Isn't this a breach of contract? Sarah didn't respond, just kept observing with curiosity. Camu wasn't done. She reminded her of the deal. In exchange for power, her body would be Sarah's only after death. The demon could take control, but only for 1 hour, and only when she desired it. Still, Sarah said nothing. Her silence was unsettling. Camu's voice hardened. Her eyes were serious now. She turned her back on Sarah. Leave, she said coldly, and stop fooling yourself. You don't control me. Sarah's gaze followed her. She seemed deep in thought, until her expression twisted. A devilish grin crept across her face. Her true form began to surface. The angel wings dissolved. A demon tail whipped into view. Her hair grew longer, bluer. Horns pierced through her head. A third eye blinked open. She was no longer hiding. This was Sarah in her true form. She stepped forward, placed her hands on Camu's shoulders, and smiled darkly. Her eyes gleamed with malice. What can you really do alone? She whispered. They're gone. Every one of them. And you couldn't save a single one. Camu didn't flinch. Her fists clenched. Determination burned in her eyes. But Sarah wasn't finished. Her smile deepened. You stabbed the heart of the only one who ever cared for you. Your uncle. She leaned in. Everything you've done, failure. Camu's breath hitched. She looked down, her expression distant. Around them, time was frozen. Rose still frozen mid-bite with her fruit skewer. Sarah's voice pierced the silence. Thanks to me, you found your little sister. It was my power that let you see the ones you longed for. Camu brushed Sarah's hands off her shoulders, fists trembling. Her voice cracked. Then why couldn't I find the one person who mattered most? That stopped Sarah. Her eyes flickered, confused, surprised. Camu didn't look up. Her voice was low, but firm. The real reason I made the contract was to find his body. Sarah stepped forward again, curiosity flickering in her demonic eyes. You never found him? She asked. Camu shook her head. For 2 years, I searched the waters around Red and Black Mountain, but I never found him. Her eyes burned with fury now. She turned toward Sarah with a suffocating stare. Stay out my way. I've finally found a clue, and I won't let you ruin it. She focused her energy, grounding herself, refusing to fall into the demon's mind games. Slowly, time began to move again. Camu staggered slightly, breathing hard. She was drained, but still standing. Sarah stared at her, rage building behind her calm exterior. It infuriated her that Camu hadn't broken. Then, something caught Sarah's attention. She turned her head, eyes narrowing toward a nearby stall. She sniffed the air, blood, but not just any blood. Demonic blood. Her expression twisted with disgust. Something was off. Something dangerous. Run, she said coldly. Camu blinked, startled. There's a stench in the air, foul. That aura belongs to a demon hunter. Camu's heart dropped. Her eyes widened in disbelief. She froze. Then, her jaw clenched, fury bubbling up inside her. There wasn't a second to waste. She broke into a sprint, heading straight for the stall. She knew he was there. Sarah, the demon, watched her in disbelief. Why was Camu running toward danger instead of away from it? The intense aura of a demon hunter pulsed from the direction of the stall, but Camu didn't slow down. Sarah shouted after her, demanding to know what she was doing. But Camu ignored her, eyes locked ahead, her legs pushing through the crowd. That aura, it had to be him. It had to be the bloodhound. Suddenly, fireworks exploded in the sky, casting brilliant colors across the festival. The display didn't stop her. She was panting hard now, eyes wide, scanning through the chaos. And then she saw it. Near Vikir's stall, just beneath the glittering sky, stood someone wearing the Night Bloodhound's mask. Two figures stood at the entrance, talking. Camu froze, stunned. The Bloodhound was a woman? The one behind the mask was none other than Dolores. With a calm smile, Dolores turned to the man beside her. "Remember," she said gently, "if you can't follow the rules, you'll be removed. So enjoy your time here." A twisted smile crept across Camu's face. Her glare sharpened, filled with hatred. That woman was wearing his mask? Without hesitation, Camu raised her hand, mana crackling around her fingers. The fury inside her exploded. Slamming her palm to the ground, she unleashed a surge of dark magic. A giant circle lit up beneath her, spreading fast, an eerie glow trailing behind it. Then came the rumble. Bones tore through the ground as skeletons clawed their way up, forming a massive undead army. Dolores's eyes widened. She hadn't seen this coming. Around her, skeletons circled Sancho and PG, who clenched their fists, completely lost on what was happening. Screams erupted as terrified festival-goers ran from the horde of undead soldiers. The skeletons turned toward Bianca and Tudor. He stood his ground, fists clenched. Did that masked woman summon them? Bianca stepped forward, taking a defensive stance. That's black magic. It's forbidden by the Empire. Completely illegal. That's when it clicked for Tudor. This woman wasn't just reckless. She was a threat. More skeletons poured out from the glowing circle, but before they could strike, a wave of divine light surged through the air. It was Dolores. She lifted her hand to the sky, her body glowing with sacred power. "Members of Lyceum," she called out firmly, "protect the Camu Temers." Tudor, Sancho, and PG snapped to attention, their eyes sharp and focused. Meanwhile, Anna hid behind a nearby sign, eyes wide. Dolores caught her gaze and called out, "Find a professor. Now." Anna blinked in panic. "W, what are you going to do?" "Don't worry about that," Dolores said calmly, bringing her hands together. Her eyes shone with unwavering confidence. "This is what I do. I fight the undead." Camu stared at the glowing divine light, jaw clenched. This was getting seriously annoying. Glaring, she growled, "Stay out of my way, Dolores. I need to find the real Night Hound." Dolores didn't back down. Power surged around her as she calmly asked, "And why do you want to meet him?" At that moment, Camu stepped forward. "What's your connection to the Night Bloodhound?" Dolores looked directly at Camu, her voice clear and steady. "He and I are soulmates." Time seemed to stop. Camu's vision blurred as she imagined Vikir and Dolores together, smiling, happy. Her rage spiked. Her eyes blazed with hatred. She stretched out her hand, aiming straight at Dolores. "I'll break your soul," she spat, "and turn you into one of them." The skeletons surged forward, rushing Dolores like a wave. But Dolores stood firm, her hands glowing once more. Her gaze didn't flinch as divine power burst outward, ready to meet the undead head-on. She swore she wouldn't lose. Not here, not to them. But just as the skeletons were about to charge again, a fierce wave of mana exploded through the air, shattering them into bone fragments. Dolores threw her arms up to shield her face, eyes wide in shock. Who had done that? Stepping through the chaos, staff in hand, was Sinclair. Her eyes glowed with sharp resolve, unwavering. Dolores reached out instinctively, panic in her voice. "This is too dangerous. Get out of here." But Sinclair stood her ground, placing herself between Dolores and Camu. "I'm not going anywhere," she said firmly. "I don't know why, but my gut tells me I have to fight her." Camu narrowed her eyes, fury bubbling over. She lashed out, unleashing a torrent of mana that roared toward them. Dolores and Sinclair braced themselves, unsure what was coming. But just in time, Sinclair raised her staff, summoning a barrier that held back the blast. Camu extended her hand again, power crackling around her fingers. Hatred burned in her eyes as she growled, "Call the Night Hound. Now, unless you want to die." Dolores stepped up, ready to support Sinclair. Behind a shield, Sinclair grit her teeth. She couldn't believe what she was seeing. Camu wasn't just raising undead. She was wielding high-level fire magic too. How much mana did she have? Cracks formed across the barrier. It trembled under the pressure, and both of them could see it. This shield wouldn't last much longer. Then they heard it, the steady crunch of boots on the ground. Camu kept firing, the mana storm growing more intense, until her eyes caught movement ahead. Her jaw dropped. Her hair began to lift as energy pulsed through the air. And then he appeared, the real Night Hound. He moved like a shadow, silent, focused, deadly. With a cold stare, he launched straight at Camu. She barely had time to raise her arms to block the hit. Her eyes lit up, not with fear, but with twisted joy. He came, but before she could say anything else, Vikir's hand wrapped around her throat. His expression was ice cold. Without a word, he hurled her backward. Her body flew through the air, crashing into the stalls behind her, obliterating everything in its path. Morg's body tore through everything in its path. Festival stalls splintered, buildings collapsed. Chaos followed in her wake until she disappeared beneath the rubble. Dolores, still dressed in the Night Hound's costume, stood silently among the debris, stunned. Who was Morg? Someone that powerful, capable of summoning undead? Whispers spread through the crowd. People glanced at one another, voices rising in confused murmurs. A man pointed at the ruins and asked his friend if she'd just seen the Night Hound. She nodded slowly, eyes still locked on the devastation. Rose was in the crowd too, casually biting into a fruit skewer, a satisfied sparkle in her eyes. She smiled like she'd been waiting for this. Dolores stepped toward the shattered wall, carefully inspecting the scene. Behind Rose, someone sniffed the air and frowned. "Do you smell that? Like something rotting?" His friend hesitated, then shrugged. "No idea." Dolores slowly removed the Night Hound mask, her expression shifting. Her eyes narrowed with worry, her jaw slack with realization. He hadn't killed Morg. He'd taken her somewhere else, somewhere away from the festival to protect everyone. Folding her hands, she closed her eyes. Her thoughts were heavy, her voice silent. She prayed, please let him be safe. Meanwhile, far from the festival grounds, Morg's body crashed into a forest. Trees shattered, the ground split, and a thick curtain of smoke rose over the treetops. Moments later, she stood, shaking, laughing, eyes gleaming with wild joy. She loved this. She was thrilled to see the night bloodhound again. Vikir stepped from the smoke, his stare sharp and cold. Mana pulsed around him like a storm barely held back. "This ends here," he said flatly. Morg flinched. Her grin faded. She raised a hand, trying to calm him. "Wait, I just want to talk." He didn't wait. Vikir reached for his sword, Beelzebub's blade. Power surged through it as he drew it from its sheath. This time, he wasn't holding back. He advanced, each step full of purpose. She backed away, panic flashing across her face. But before the final blow could land, a voice shouted in the distance. Both froze. Knights appeared, weapons drawn, eyes scanning the area. Morg turned, startled. "We need to move." But Vikir didn't seem fazed. Instead, he held up his hand, revealing a glowing purple ring. "No need," he said calmly. His eyes shimmered with confidence as the ring began to glow. "This is a gift from a comrade. The Divine Immortal's ring. It creates a barrier." He activated it. A flash of light erupted, blinding, brilliant. Morg shielded her eyes instinctively. When the light faded, they were somewhere else entirely. A strange place. The air was still. Dozens of swords stood planted in the ground, surrounding massive stone statues. One a boy, the other a man. Morg looked around slowly. "What is this?" Vikir stared at the statues, fists clenched. His eyes burned with rage. The statues were unmistakable. Hugo as a young man, and Osiris as a child. They stood inside a space twisted by the mind of Set Le Baskerville, whose body had long since been taken by the demon Andromalius. Morg wandered further, curiosity lighting up her face. "A barrier," she whispered. But then she paused. Her gaze drifted to Vikir. She stared at him for a long moment, then smiled. This confirmed it. He was a Baskerville. Turning toward the ground, she called out to him gently. "Take off the mask. I need to confirm something." Vikir hesitated, silently watching her. But Morg's eyes darkened, filling with something else, hatred, despair, because she knew the truth. And the rules of the contract were already in motion. She couldn't take off her mask, couldn't say her name, couldn't reveal who she truly was. Not even now. All Morg could do was hope Vikir would cooperate. But when she looked up, her eyes went wide. His sword was already swinging at her. She barely dodged in time, skidding back with gritted teeth. "Wait, just listen." Vikir didn't stop. His attacks came hard and fast, relentless. She summoned a barrier, desperately blocking each blow, but his strikes didn't slow. His eyes burned with purpose. He wasn't letting her walk away this time. Seeing that expression, Morg clenched her fists. This wasn't just bad, this was terrifying. To her, he looked like a monster now, fast, merciless, and way too strong. She couldn't believe this was the same man from before. With one final swing, Vikir shattered her barrier. She threw her arms up to block, but the blade sliced through, leaving fresh cuts across her forearms. Blood dripped down, but she didn't flinch. Instead, her fury grew. Hatred lit up her eyes as she called out to the demon Siri. Siri appeared beside her, licking her finger with a curious look. "How much power do you want?" "Half." Snapped without hesitation. A wicked grin crept across Siri's face. "Then I want half a day." Didn't even blink. She nodded, deal made. Power surged through her, dark and volatile. She stretched out her hand, and the ground responded. Hands burst from the dirt, grabbing Vikir's legs. He looked down, confused, but before he could react, a magic circle formed beneath him, and a swarm of undead began clawing their way up. Camu Morg stood tall, and behind her, a monstrous creature emerged, two-headed, massive, reeking of death. She pointed at Vikir. "If you won't remove that mask," she growled, "then I'll rip it off myself." The monster charged, but time seemed to freeze. In a flash, Vikir broke free, his sword blazing. With a single, brutal swing, he tore the beast to pieces. As the monster crumbled, he locked eyes with her. He wasn't backing down. Camu Morg stumbled, eyes wide. That wasn't enough? Not even half of S's power could stop him? Desperate, she shouted for more. S grinned. 16 hours, the demon purred. "I'll pay it." Camu shouted. More power flooded into her. She raised her hands, and another magic circle glowed at her feet. This time, a massive undead serpent made of bones and rot lunged toward Vikir. He didn't flinch. He grabbed the serpent by its fangs, and with a brutal twist, snapped them like twigs. His gaze locked back on her, sharper than ever. Camu Morg froze in place. She couldn't believe it. Still not enough? She clenched her fists and summoned another magic circle. "More," she screamed. Ciri's smile widened. 20 more hours. She didn't hesitate. Another serpent. More monsters. She hurled everything she had at him. But Vikir moved like lightning, slicing through every last one. He paused for a second, watching her closely. Something didn't add up. These weren't serious attacks. They were rushed, frantic, sloppy. She wasn't trying to kill him. She was trying to slow him down. His eyes narrowed. Camu Morg's frustration boiled over. "Why isn't this working?" she yelled. She summoned yet another undead serpent. Vikir leapt again, tore it apart just like the rest. Her head dropped. She was out of ideas, but not out of desperation. "More," she whispered. S was still beside her, smiling like a cat watching a mouse. "Then I want 20 more hours." "I need more," Camu Morg said through gritted teeth. The demon S's eyes gleamed with twisted delight. A sinister grin stretched across her face. 20 more hours, she whispered. Without hesitation, Camu agreed. With S's power coursing through her, she summoned a swirling horde of ghosts. They flew straight at Vikir, shrieking as they closed in around him. Vikir stood still, trying to make sense of what was happening. Then, fists clenched, he struck out with sheer force. Right before the ghostly swarm swallowed him whole in a storm of smoke and shadow. Camu Morg dropped to her knees, panting, struggling to catch her breath. Behind her, S watched with a curious expression, saying nothing. As the smoke settled, Camu lifted her head. High above, the ghosts circled, Vikir trapped in their center. She looked up at him and spoke softly. "Just take off the mask, Artie, please." He didn't answer. Instead, his eyes shifted downward. Silent. Focused. Then, with a sudden burst of energy, Vikir slashed through the ghostly prison, sending fragments of spirit matter scattering across the sky. He landed gracefully, sword in hand. Camu Morg stared, stunned, confused. He wasn't just enduring her attacks. He was cutting through them like they were nothing. He rose, unfazed, and began walking toward her. Even wounded, even bleeding, he didn't stop. His gaze burned with hatred. And yet, something deeper flickered behind it. Why? Camu Morg wondered. Why is he trying to kill me? She panicked, summoning another magic circle. From it, more undead clawed their way out of the ground. Vikir gritted his teeth, preparing to end it, once and for all. Down on her knees, Camu Morg whispered, "Please remember me." The undead swarmed, forming a barrier between her and Vikir. She dropped her head, clutching her chest. There was no way he'd recognize her now. That chance was long gone. But then, he spoke, and everything stopped. "Why are you trying to restrain me?" Instead of striking. Her eyes shot open, stunned. Through the wall of undead, his voice came again. "Why do you want my mask off so badly?" he asked. "Why do your eyes behind that mask look so sad?" He wasn't attacking. He was listening. She remained silent, lips trembling. Vikir took a step forward, wound up his arm, and punched straight through the undead barrier. Camu closed her eyes, bracing herself. When she opened them, he stood before her. His hand reached out, gently, and tapped her mask. Cracks spread, and as it began to fall away, memories flooded back into his mind. A younger version of himself, sparring in front of Stonewall. The question he'd asked long ago. What would it mean to return to her side? He reached up and took off his own mask. A small, bittersweet smile touched his lips. It's been a while. Her mask broke into fragments and fell to the ground. Tears streamed down Camu Morg's face. And in that moment, Vikir saw her, really saw her. The girl he once knew. The one who used to cry, and now stood before him again. Elsewhere in the Empire, deep within a lavish mansion, the halls were silent, lined with flickering candlelight. A grand crystal chandelier hung from the ceiling, casting soft shadows across the corridor. Behind one of the ornate doors, muffled sobs echoed. They'd been going on for minutes, maybe longer. This was the Morgue family estate, 3 years ago. Maids moved quietly through the halls, their work interrupted by the haunting sound of crying. One maid paused, hand pressed to her chest, her face clouded with sorrow. "She's still crying," she whispered. "She hasn't eaten in days." Another maid looked over, concerned. Is she blaming herself for what happened in the battle? Outside, the aftermath of the barbarian assault was still visible. Soldiers moved slowly, their bodies wrapped in bandages, some with broken limbs, others with heads covered in blood-soaked cloth. The pain of the past still lingered, and for Camus Morgue, it had never left. One of the maids sighed, voice soft as she explained to her friend, "It's only natural Camus Morgue feels guilty. A lot of people were hurt, many died, just trying to rescue her from the barbarians." The other maid, holding a plate, looked down, her eyes filled with sorrow. She glanced toward Camus Morgue's door, then spoke in a hushed tone. "But do you know why she's really like this?" The others leaned in, curiosity rising. With tears in her eyes, the maid whispered the truth. Camus Morgue was devastated because Vikir Baskerville was gone. Her voice cracked as she continued. She loved him more than anything. Losing him, it must feel like losing a part of herself. Hearing those words, another maid covered her face and began to sob. Her friend reached over and gently placed a hand on her shoulder, trying to console her. As the two wept, the maid with the plate walked closer to Camus Morgue's room, calling softly through the door, "Please stop torturing yourself. Try to rest. You need to heal." But before she could say more, the sound of footsteps echoed down the hall. Boots. A presence. Water suddenly swirled into the air, and shimmering bubbles formed around the maids' heads. They gasped, eyes wide, confused, until panic set in. The air was thinning. Their bodies started to float. They were suffocating. From the shadows stepped a man with cold white hair, Camus Morgue's uncle, Adolphe Morgue. His eyes locked onto the maids, burning with rage. They were gossiping, digging into things that weren't theirs to discuss, disrespecting the very privacy they were meant to protect. That was unforgivable. His fury surged. The water bubbles expanded. The maids clawed at their throats, wide-eyed with terror. Just before they passed out, Adolphe flicked his wrist, and the bubbles burst, collapsing in a splash of mist. He glared at them, voice sharp and laced with venom. "If I ever hear you speak of Camus Morgue like that again, I'll tear your tongues out myself." Pale and trembling, the maids stumbled away, stammering apologies before running down the hall, desperate to get away. Adolphe turned back, toward the door. He stared at it in silence for a long moment, his expression softening. Finally, he stepped forward. "It's me," he said quietly. Hand on the doorknob, he opened it slowly. The room inside was dim, lit only by the soft glow of the window. Curtains fluttered as the wind pushed in. The atmosphere was heavy. Adolphe walked in and sat on the edge of the bed. Beneath the covers, Camus Morgue trembled, crying softly. He placed a hand on the blanket, voice gentle. "I heard you haven't eaten, not even a little. Your mother and I, we're both worried." The wind rustled through the curtains, brushing through the silence. Camus Morgue didn't answer. She stared ahead, lost in memories. "Are you saying I should eat just to keep living?" she asked, her voice barely above a whisper. Her mind drifted to the past. She remembered the forest. That moment. A barbarian on a giant wolf, seizing her and dragging her away. Vikir's eyes flashing with rage. His fists clenched as he chased after them. She remembered the quiet moments, too. Laughing beside him, smiling, talking like nothing else mattered. Reaching out, placing her hand on his shoulder, feeling safe. The memories came crashing down, heavy with guilt. If she hadn't been reckless, if she hadn't been so weak, the barbarians wouldn't have gotten her. And Vikir, he wouldn't have fought that monster alone. She squeezed her eyes shut, tears flowing freely now. "They're gone because of me." Vic rose. Throwing off the sheets, she sat up, grabbing her arm tightly. Her shoulders trembled. Her voice broke. "I'm the reason they're dead." And then, she cried, harder than before. Crushed by guilt, consumed by the pain of what she'd lost. Adolphe turned to her, his gaze settling on her tear-stained face. Seeing her like this pierced straight through him, his eyes shimmered with sadness. Without a second thought, he stepped forward and wrapped his arms around her, pulling her into a firm, comforting embrace. Moonlight filtered into the room, casting a pale glow across them. "Don't give up," he whispered, holding her tightly. He closed his eyes and continued, his voice gentle but steady. "Their lives, they're part of yours now. That's how much your life matters. When people die, the ones left behind have a duty to live for them." Camus Morgue blinked, surprised. Her lips parted as she stared at him. "You mean, I should live in their place?" Adolphe opened his eyes and nodded slowly. "Vikir and Rose, they'd be furious if they saw you like this." Something shifted. A flicker of light returned to her eyes. She sat up straight, a spark of hope growing in her chest. Without hesitating, she climbed out of bed and rushed to a nearby drawer. Smiling faintly, she pulled something out. Adolph's eyes widened. "What are you doing?" Cammy Morg unfolded a sheet of paper covered in arcane symbols. Grabbing a pen, she began to draw a triangle, mumbling quickly. If the thermodynamic function is the same, then maybe it's possible. The floor was already covered with scattered sheets. She crouched down, flipping through them, adjusting equations, reworking the symbols. "Magic is just calculating values," she said quickly. "If I change the structure of the formula a little, I might get a different outcome." Adolf stepped forward, clearly confused. "Wait, what are you trying to do?" Cammy Morg didn't stop. Her eyes lit up with intensity. "If I can reach the edge of the negative energy dimension, I could pull entropy from there and exchange it with the positive energy in this one. And it's just about balancing the rest with equivalent trade." Her hands gripped her head. Her thoughts were spiraling. She couldn't think straight. She was starving. Adolf stared at her, jaw slack, shocked at how far gone she was. Then, she looked up at him, eyes a little wild. "Uncle, I need food." Soon, a full banquet was prepared. The table was packed with roasted meats, rich sauces, warm bread, and sweet desserts. Adolf and another woman sat at the long table with Cammy Morg at the head. Across from her was a regal, red-haired woman, her mother, Raspaini Morg, matriarch of the Morg family. As they settled in, Cammy Morg glanced over. "I heard you were worried," she said softly. Since I wasn't eating, Raspain placed her hands gently on the table. Her expression was serious, eyes filled with worry. "It's been days since you've even held a spoon." "Of course I'm worried." Before she could say more, Cammy Morg cut in, smiling. "I promise I won't make you worry again. But I need something in return." Raspain arched an eyebrow. "What kind of request?" Cammy Morg took a deep breath. "I want permission to mobilize the Morg family's army to search the forest." Raspain paused, eyes narrowing slightly as she studied her daughter. Adolf immediately tensed, his hand rising. "The forest? Do you have any idea how dangerous that place is?" he said sharply, his voice laced with concern. But Raspain remained calm. She looked into her daughter's eyes, then nodded slowly. "You have permission," she said. "On one condition, don't skip any more meals." Adolf turned toward her, stunned. His eyes widened in disbelief. Raspain, but she didn't waver. She was trusting her daughter, and this time, she was putting that trust into action. Adolf turned to his sister with a tense expression. "Raspain, you need to think this through carefully." But before he could finish, Arani cut him off. "She's not done yet," she said firmly. "Camu still has something she can do." Her voice was sharp with conviction, and Camu Morg's eyes locked on her mother, now shining with fierce determination. Raspain sat silently, fingers interlaced, her gaze steady and serious. "Then I have no choice but to let her choose her own path," she said at last. "If she wants to surrender, it must be by her will alone." Camu Morg picked up a piece of meat from the table, offering a cheerful smile as she raised it. "Then, it's a promise, right?" Seeing her finally ready to eat, Adolf's eyes lit up with relief. A genuine smile broke across his face. But Raspain, seated opposite, simply watched her in silence, her expression unreadable. Camu Morg bit into the meat and immediately froze. Her eyes widened, her face twisted. She dropped the fork, covered her mouth, and keeled over, collapsing to the ground. Moments later, she began to vomit. Adolf leapt to his feet, panic etched across his face. "She can't eat that. It's too soon." He snapped at the maids. "Clear the table. Bring food for recovery now." They rushed to obey, returning swiftly with lighter dishes more suitable for someone who hadn't eaten in days. But just as they set the plates down, Camu Morg raised a trembling hand. "No!" The maid stared at her, stunned. Slowly, Camu pulled herself back into her chair. Her eyes glistened, but her voice was steady. "I'll eat all of it," she said, teeth clenched. No matter what. Without hesitating, she reached for a piece of bread and meat. Tears slipped from her eyes as she took another bite, forcing herself to chew, even though her body fought it. She wasn't doing this for herself. She was doing it for him. In her mind, she saw Vikir standing tall, sword in hand, backlit by the glow of battle. If only I hadn't been taken by the barbarians. If I had stopped him from facing that monster alone. Adolf stood speechless, shaken by her resolve. Across the table, Raspain laced her fingers and closed her eyes, her expression calm, but full of unspoken weight. Camu wiped her mouth with the back of her hand, still crying as she whispered to herself. "All of this, the pain, the loss, it came from me. Death chose Vikir because of me." But she refused to let it end like that. She reached for a chicken thigh, lifting it with a determined hand. "Wait for me, Vikir," she whispered. That same night, Word spread across the morgue estate like wildfire. The vice matriarch, long sunken in despair, was on the move again. But no one expected how she would move. Beneath the moonlit sky, deep in the heart of the city, was the morgue family's forbidden ground, the Hall of Darkness. Inside, seated upon a shadow-cloaked throne, a man with glowing red eyes stared into the void. His name was Snake Morgue, the family's head sorcerer and leader of the Hall of Darkness. Hatred burned in his eyes. The door creaked open. A figure in a hood stepped inside, silent, steady. Snake's gaze narrowed. The vice matriarch of the Hall of Light? What brings you to this place? The figure stepped forward, lowering her hood. It was Camu Morgue. Her face was pale, her eyes sunken with exhaustion. But behind those dark circles, her stare gleamed with malice. A slow, twisted smile formed across her lips. I want to defect, she said. I'm leaving the Hall of Light. Snake's eyes widened. He stared at her in silence, stunned. He and Adolf were brothers, opposite forces in the Morgue family. The Hall of Light, the family's public face, full of order and tradition. And now, the vice matriarch of that very hall had walked into the heart of its shadow, willingly. The Hall of Darkness, hidden beneath the surface of the Morgue family legacy, was where secrets festered and forbidden magic took form. It was the domain of black witchcraft, of silent experiments kept far from the eyes of the Empire. Snake Morgue sat upon his throne, eyes sharp with suspicion. His voice dropped to a grave tone. You know what it means to join this place, don't you? Camu Morgue raised her hands, expression calm, resolute. I do, she said. I'm ready to live in the shadows. To leave behind my title, my mother, my uncle, everything. Snake leaned forward slightly, studying her. I heard you've mobilized the family army, he said, voice quiet but cutting. Are you planning to resurrect Vikir? Using black magic? Camu Morgue's smile was faint, sorrowful. Her eyes, filled with despair, didn't flinch. Yes, she replied softly. With a perfect resurrection spell. Snake's eyes widened. The perfect resurrection? That was no ordinary incantation. It was ancient, a branch of forbidden black magic powerful enough to bring the dead back completely. His tone darkened. You do realize that spell is foreign magic, outlawed by both the Morgue family and the Empire? He stared down at the floor, brows furrowed. With a heavy breath, he extended one hand to the side, then firmly denied her. You cannot join the Hall of Darkness. Leave. Silence. Camu Morgue looked at him without blinking, her expression unreadable. Then she smiled. A dangerous, wicked smile. She raised her hand, and the air began to shift. A powerful spirit erupted into the room, summoned at her command. Snake's eyes went wide in disbelief. She controlled it? No, this wasn't possible. Spirits of that caliber required years of black magic training under masters. Yet here she was commanding one effortlessly. Terror flickered in Snake's eyes as he stared at the entity. She hadn't just dabbled in black magic. She'd mastered it. Alone. His mind reeled. A power like that, raw, inherited, awakened, it was something that appeared only once in a century. Just like her mother. Snake gazed downward, the weight of realization settling over him. After a long silence, he finally stood. Fists clenched tightly at his sides, he spoke with conviction. If you join the Hall of Darkness, my word is law. You will follow it without question. His red eyes met hers. Are you ready? Without hesitation, Camu Morgue dropped to one knee. She placed her hand over her chest and looked up at him with fierce, unwavering resolve. I don't care what I lose, she said. If that's what it takes to save Akir, I'll give all. The night sky was clear, and the moon hung high above, casting a pale glow over the world. Far below, hidden in the shadows, lay the Morgue family's Hall of Darkness. Inside, a narrow stairway wound endlessly downward, cloaked in silence and secrecy. This place wasn't watched by the Empire, and even the Morgue family avoided it. It was a forbidden space. Only those tied to the Hall of Darkness even knew it existed. It stretched more than 600 levels underground, a deep abyss known as Dark Support. From the very bottom, a wave of sinister energy began to rise. Slowly, steadily, it crept toward the surface. On floor 666, two figures stood in the dim glow, Camu Morgue and Snake. With a simple motion, she raised her hand, conjuring a glowing magic circle. From its center, an undead creature crawled out. Snake folded his arms and silently watched. The undead was broken, missing parts of its body, moving sluggishly, but it was alive. It turned its head, confused, searching the dark hall. Camu Morgue's eyes were tired, shadows beneath them. Yet she smiled, pointing at the creature with a mix of pride and mischief. She turned to Snake and asked what he thought. The undead shuffled closer. Camu Morgue placed one hand on her hip, eyes closed, smiling with satisfaction as she gently stroked its head. Snake's eyes remained fixed on it. With a calm tone, he remarked how impressive was that she could already summon undead soldiers. His gaze shifted to her, eyes widening slightly. It was hard to believe she hadn't been a black sorcerer for long, and yet, still smiling. Camumore continued stroking the creature's head. Snake watched her closely, something stirring inside him. Pride, envy, worry, affection, even sorrow. His gaze dropped to the floor. In her face, he saw echoes of her mother, Raspain. He didn't even understand why he'd allowed her into this place, or what he was searching for when he looked at her. While he was lost in thought, Camumore broke the silence. She admitted, honestly, that she still had a long way to go. Snake snapped back to reality, his eyes wide. Suddenly, the undead began to disintegrate, its body crumbling into ash. Camumore stared at her hands. Curiously, she admitted her power wasn't strong enough yet. She couldn't bring back a body completely. She clenched her fists, frustrated. Snake stepped forward, his face serious. He asked if she truly intended to perform a full reanimation. It wasn't just extremely difficult, it was dangerous. Even if she managed to pull it off, there was no guarantee the result would be stable. It could be corrupted, uncontrollable. But Camumore's eyes gleamed with unwavering resolve. She looked straight at Snake and said she wasn't worried about what came after. The soul she wanted to bring back was unlike any other. It was stronger than all of them. Snake froze, confused, disturbed. He couldn't understand what he was seeing in her, or where her conviction came from. Meanwhile, in Ronnie's office, a man's voice thundered in fury. It was Camumore's uncle, Adolf. His fist slammed the table as he shouted, his other hand raised as if demanding an answer. He couldn't believe she'd left the Hall of Light for the Hall of Darkness. Across the room, Raspain stood calmly, arms folded behind her back. She looked out the window, silent, gazing at her own reflection in the glass. Without turning around, she spoke gently. She hadn't made her choice yet. She had told her daughter to choose freely, to explore both paths on her own. Adolph's eyes flared with anger. His voice shook as he accused Snake, claiming Camumore had been spending too much time with that man. But Raspain remained composed. Still facing the window, she responded softly. Snake wasn't a threat to her daughter. In fact, he was helping her. Adolph opened his mouth to argue again. Yet before he could, Raspain turned. Her eyes flashed. With a sharp, piercing glare, she cut him off. He fell silent. Adolph froze, his eyes wide with a mix of fear and disbelief. The thought that Raspain would allow Camu to walk the path of darkness shook him to his core. Meanwhile, deep inside the Hall of Darkness, Snake and Camumore moved through a pitch-black corridor. Snake held a fire lamp, its flame casting flickering shadows on the ancient stone walls. As they walked, Snake glanced over at her with a calm expression. "Do you know the origins of Morg?" he asked, curiosity in his tone. Camu blinked, caught off guard. "No," she admitted, clearly puzzled. "I don't." Without another word, Snake lifted the fire lamp. Slowly, the dim corridor began to reveal what lay ahead. A looming, shadowy structure hidden in the gloom. Camu stared at it in silence, unsure what to make of it. Snake explained, the Morg bloodline didn't begin with a family. It began with a place, Morg itself. A name older than any empire, older than the clans. A lineage rooted in the forgotten. He continued, voice low and steady. Long ago, they tended to unclaimed corpses. Their work was to find the dead their families, but over time, something changed. Images flashed through his mind. Raspain commanding spirits, surrounded by skeletons. It made sense. The Morg had always lived among the dead, and some had learned to speak with them. Even now, Snake said, a few descendants still carried that gift. Camu stepped closer to the building, slowly raising her hands, feeling the chill in the air as she studied its surface in silence. Snake moved alongside her, shining the light against the stone wall. His tone deepened. From the very beginning, the Morg were tied to black sorcery. The truth is, those who seek knowledge know it lies beyond the door of death. From behind, Camu asked softly, "So, should I start by getting to know death?" Snake turned, eyes sharp. "No," he replied. "You'd only be copying black sorcerers. That's not the same." His gaze dropped to the floor. "Be careful with death," he warned. Then he met her eyes, gaze piercing. True black mages don't embrace death. They walk alongside it, but never cross. Camu listened closely, saying nothing. "You want to know death," he said, "but first, understand life." He lowered the fire lamp. The ground was littered with human skeletons, bones stretching across the chamber. Snake gestured to the remains. Real black mages don't worship death. They love life more than anyone. They mourn for those slipping away. Camu stared down at the bones, a faraway look in her eyes. The world feared black mages, but in this moment, she saw them differently. Not monsters, not threats, but maybe sages, keepers of truths the world had forgotten. Snake wandered through the chamber. Camu followed him with her gaze, then lifted her hand. "Can I ask something?" she said, curious. He turned slightly. "Why did you come to the Hall of Darkness?" she asked. Snake's eyes flickered with surprise. He hadn't expected the question, or maybe he hadn't wanted to answer it. He looked down. His mind drifted, visions of Adolf, of Raspain, his past. Then he turned away from her, voice colder now. "In this world, there's light and there's shadow. Without one, the other collapses." Camu tilted her head. "You're doing it again," she said, talking in riddles. Days passed. It was night once more, and Snake stood alone on floor 666, hands folded behind his back. Suddenly, footsteps echoed. Camu Morg came running toward him, excitement written all over her. "Snake," she called out. She held out a sheet, eyes glowing with joy. On it, hand-drawn, was a magic circle. Snake looked down at it. His eyes widened. He was speechless. Snake slowly reached out for the paper, eyes locked on the intricate magic circle Camu Morg had drawn. Before he could speak, she explained it was a resurrection circle. Not just any spell. This was a complete resurrection, the result of her own research. He took the sheet in his hands, examining every line. His expression shifted immediately. What she had created was far beyond anything he had ever seen, more advanced than any record he knew of, and it was flawless. He looked at her, stunned, trying to process how far into the abyss she must have gone to reach such a discovery. Black sorcery demanded deep, dangerous exploration. Yet here she was alive, smiling. Camu Morg looked away, face flushing slightly. Nervously, she asked if he would help her cast the spell. Snake's expression turned serious. "Do you really care that much about Bakir?" He studied her carefully. It didn't take him long to realize she wasn't like him, not even close. He had immersed himself in darkness, embraced it. But Camu Morg? She had held on to something else, something pure. She closed her eyes, still blushing, and smiled. "Yes, I like Bakir." She hadn't been consumed by the abyss. She still carried her heart right where everyone could see it. Snake looked down, a faint smile tugging at his lips. In that moment, he realized she was better than him, stronger in a different way. He took a step closer. "We'll do it together," he said. They began gathering everything they needed. Buckets of water, wooden barrels, various rare components. Snake stood with his arms crossed, watching silently. His gaze lingered on the barrels, knowing exactly who they were trying to bring back. And he couldn't forget. Bakir hadn't been harmless. Camu Morg, dark circles under her eyes, reached for the barrels. She explained calmly that the Baskerville clan had helped her gather Bakir's blood and some of his hair. She pulled out a spirit sphere, revealing she'd also collected wandering souls from the forest. Snake nodded. If she had even a small piece of Bakir's physical body, part of his soul might respond. From there, it would just be a matter of filtering the right fragments. He crouched and started drawing the circle himself. Then, pausing, he turned to her. "Do you know the paradox of Theseus' ship?" She looked at him, puzzled. He continued, "Even if you restore his body, his memories, his mind might not come back. He may not be the same." Camu Morg didn't hesitate. While sketching the final lines into the circle, she answered firmly, "We'll think about that after we succeed." When a magic circle was done, both of them stood. At its center, the barrels containing Bakir's remains sat silently. She stepped forward. "Let's begin." Snake's eyes narrowed. "Are you sure you're not rushing this?" Camu Morg raised her hand, her voice calm but resolute. "I've waited long enough." Her eyes began to glow, mana pulsing from her body. With a serious look, she asked for his help, one last time. Snake watched as the room filled with her mana. Without a word, he raised his hand too. His own energy surged outward. The circle responded instantly. A storm of mana, thunder, and raw power erupted. Evil energy spiraled outward like a living thing, tearing through the chamber. Camu Morg shielded her face with one arm, gritting her teeth. Snake was stunned. The circle, it was perfect. For the first time, it felt like black witchcraft itself had reached a true breakthrough. The darkness coalesced, focused entirely on the center of the circle. And then it happened. Bakir's figure began to form from the swirling chaos. His eyes opened, full of bloodlust. He locked onto Camu Morg. Her breath caught in her throat. Her eyes sparkled with tears. She couldn't believe it. He was back. With trembling hands and a bright smile, she stepped forward, starting to run to him. But then, more energy burst from the circle. A sudden, violent surge. Bakir's body exploded, shattering the floor beneath them. Chunks of stone and debris flew through the air. Camu Morg gasped, pain rushing through her as her mana twisted violently inside her. She fell to her knees, coughing up blood. Snake rushed forward, arm raised to block the debris. His eyes burned with alarm as he saw her collapse. The last of the energy began to fade from the air, and Camu Morg's body started falling toward the ground. Blood pooled beneath her. Camu Morg's vision blurred, darkening at the edges. Her eyes fluttered, trying to stay open, but her strength was slipping fast. Just before everything went black, she caught one last glimpse of Snake. That's when she realized this was a mana rebound, a backlash from a spell. She'd failed. The thought stung harder than the pain in her body. Her magic had been perfect, hadn't it? Her eyes slowly opened again. But this time, she wasn't in the chamber anymore. A single door stood in front of her, glowing faintly as light poured through the cracks. She stared at it, unsure if she was alive, or if she had crossed into death. Why had a spell failed? She'd followed every step, used every fragment of Bekir's body she could find. Was it the age of the remains? Had his soul already passed on? Found peace? Maybe Bekir had already let go of this world. Maybe he'd chosen to leave all his hatred behind and move on. Her heart ached. Her eyes shimmered with sorrow. If none of it mattered in the end, if she'd fought for nothing, then what was the point? Tears welled up and spilled down her cheeks. A soft touch wiped them away. Her breath caught. Her eyes widened. Snake stood before her. He gently brushed her cheek, calm and steady. I didn't come to the Hall of Darkness because I wanted to, he said quietly. I came because I couldn't stay in the light. He looked down, voice soft. I couldn't stay with my sister. I didn't belong there anymore. Camu Morg stared at him, confused. None of it made sense. But Snake smiled, not bitter, just honest. When I saw you, someone who still wears their heart so openly, it reminded me of what I'd lost. He placed his hand gently on her shoulder. His eyes met hers, and there was something real in his gaze. If I'd only had the courage to believe in something impossible, he said, maybe things would be different. He gave her a light push. Don't lose that hope. Not like I did. Her eyes widened as she stumbled backward, falling. She fell into water, weightless, sinking slowly as Snake's voice echoed around her. I hope you find him, he said. I hope you find the one you love. Her arms reached toward him, desperately trying to grab hold. But he was already turning away, walking toward the door. The light faded. She kept sinking deeper and deeper until her body hit the cold floor of reality. She was back, still alive, but just inches away lay Snake. His body was crushed, soaked in blood. He had fought to the end, forcing the circle to collapse. She couldn't move, couldn't breathe. Her eyes locked on his lifeless form, and the shock hit her like a wave, pure, overwhelming grief. Snake's hands were soaked in blood. Minutes ticked by in silence. He didn't move. A lone fly hovered near him, circling slowly before landing. Then more came, swarming over his body, drawn to the stillness. The spell had drained everything from him. In the end, Snake had given his life just to shut it down. At the center of the shattered chamber, a crater marked the spot where the spell had detonated. And within it, Camu Morg's burnt, bloody body lay next to Snake's corpse. Her lips were stained red, her breath shallow. Every inch of her body screamed in agony. She didn't know how long she'd been like this. Time had stopped. The blood beneath her was thick, and the silence absolute. She knew the truth better than anyone. This was the price of forbidden resurrection. This was floor 666 of the Hall of Darkness. A place no one was coming. She'd accepted it. This was the end. Snake, her master, would have scoffed at how she was going out. But she had tried everything. There was nothing left, not even the will to live. Her thoughts drifted to the last time she saw Bekir in the forest. He turned away from her, hand on his sword. They had never truly met, never truly spoken from the heart. She regretted only one thing, that she never got to know him. As her eyes began to close, a quiet thought whispered through her. Maybe in death, she could finally see him again. But then a voice. You seem like someone who still wants to live. Her eyes cracked open, hazy and confused. She turned slightly toward Snake's body, still lying beside her. The voice echoed again. This wasn't a dream. Something was here. I'm not hallucinating, she whispered, barely audible. No, the voice said. You're not. I came because I felt it, your longing. Even with her body failing, Camu Morg managed to ask, Are you a demon? The voice chuckled. Exactly like the ones in your books. The tone turned serious. I can save you, the demon said. But I need something in return. A contract. She exhaled shakily. Why? I don't care if I live. That piqued the demon's curiosity. Then tell me, what do you truly want? Camu Morg stayed silent, unsure. Even she didn't know the answer anymore. The demon's attention dropped to the scorched remains of the spell. It all made sense now. You tried to resurrect someone, the voice said. Didn't you? A slow, wicked smile formed in the darkness. That's my specialty, it said. I'm Sayer, the demon of indulgence and corruption. Sayer's voice softened. I can help you. I can help you meet the one you wanted to bring back. All you have to do is make a contract. Camu Morg's eyes opened again. A faint flicker of light returned to them. Snake's last words echoed in her mind. I hope you find the one you love. She clenched her fist weakly. There was still one path left, and she wasn't ready to give up just yet. With what little strength she had, she nodded. I accept. A sharp grin lit up Sarah's unseen face. At once, Kimmy Morg's eyes began to glow, not with pain, but with purpose. She had believed her journey ended here, but now she would keep going. The night was calm. The moon hung high over the Morg family's castle, casting silver light across the land. A figure staggered toward the gate, wounded but alive. The guards at the entrance recognized her at once. Camu Morg. They rushed forward, helping her through. Behind them, heavy footsteps echoed. Adolf, panting, arrived with several others. His eyes widened in shock when he saw her. You're back, he said, breathless. Do you have any idea how worried we were? Camu Morg didn't answer. Her hair had changed. She lowered her gaze, avoiding his eyes. A sadness lingered on her face. Adolf stared at her in disbelief. What happened to your hair? Where were you for 10 days? Don't tell me that damn snake had something to do with this. But Camu Morg walked past him in silence. Adolf froze. His jaw dropped. He turned to the guards, confused. What had happened to her? From the shadows, Sarah whispered in amusement. How cold, ignoring your poor uncle like that. Camu Morg didn't break stride. Her tone was ice. If you want to keep your contract, she muttered. Shut up. She walked beneath the crystal chandelier in the hallway, eyes steady. If Sarah wanted to stay alive, she'd have to prove her worth. Sarah only smiled. And so, their contract began. In exchange for helping her find Bekir in Baskerville, Sarah would lend Camu Morg a portion of her power. But in return, she would lose control of her body for 1 hour every day, completely unconscious during that time. On top of that, she was forbidden from ever speaking of Sarah or the demonic world. Not long after, they met again deep in the forest. Camu extended her hand, calling forth the dark power that now flowed through her. Evil energy rippled through the air as she activated her abilities. 2 gifts had been granted to her, Sarah's power to track and the power to resurrect. Holding a single strand of red hair, Camu let it fall to the forest floor. Then, reaching forward, she summoned her power. A body began to stir. A figure took shape. Sarah stood beside her, arms crossed, watching in silence. Moments later, a girl with red hair opened her eyes. It was Rose. Camu Morg dropped to her knees, eyes welling with tears. She wrapped her arms around her cousin tightly. Rose, who had once fallen to the barbarians, now breathed again. Days later, they returned to the Hall of Darkness. Candles flickered around them. A fresh magic circle glowed on the ground. Sarah floated above it, weaving through spirits with ease. For Camu, it was like witnessing an entirely new world. And for the first time, she saw something that even Sarah could not feel. Bekir's soul was nowhere. Not a trace. Camu Morg stared at the ground, but her hands didn't shake. Her eyes, once again, began to glow, not with despair but determination. She wouldn't stop now. By day, she used sword training as an ex-Scamu to care for Rose. By night, she moved silently through the darkness, chasing whispers of Bekir's soul. Her mother and Adolf didn't ask questions. They watched her from a distance, but never stepped in. She had stopped thinking about them, stopped thinking about anything else. Only one name remained in her heart, Bekir. One night, deep inside the Hall of Darkness, she heard it. Laughter, cold and echoing. She turned sharply, eyes wide with alarm. Behind her stood a man in an elegant suit, calm, composed, and unfamiliar. Her expression hardened. Who are you? How did you get in here? The man's smile didn't fade, and his eyes burned with something far more sinister. Camu Morg spun around, her eyes sharp. How did you get in here? She demanded. The figure standing before her didn't flinch. A smile crept across his lips. My business isn't with you, he said calmly. But then his eyes began to glow, deep and twisted, radiating something dark. That's when he dropped the facade. His true form emerged. Anilon, a demon. His grin widened with amusement as he extended a hand toward her. His voice carried weight. Bring me Sarah. That was all he said. And after that day, Rose vanished. Sarah, watching with glowing eyes and a pleased smile, didn't seem surprised at all. She turned to Camu Morg casually, as if nothing had happened. My ally, the Ninth Corpse, said he needed a servant, she said. So he took Rose. Her smile didn't fade. Once that guy disappears, well, let's just say he's hard to find. Camu Morg's expression twisted in rage. Her hand shot forward. You let him take her. Sarah held up her hands innocently, smiling still. She was already dead. I can fix her again. Don't be so emotional. Camu Morg's fists clenched. Her eyes lit up with fury. And in that moment, she saw it clearly. Sarah might have looked human, but deep down, she was still a demon. The next time Camu Morg searched for Rose, it led her to the orphanage, the very place where Bekir had once fought and defeated the demon Dantalion. Night had fallen. The building was split down the middle, destroyed. And just as she was reviving Rose, she felt a presence. She turned. Bakir stood there. His gaze was fierce, his bow already drawn, an arrow of mana ready to fly. Back in the present, the wind blew softly, catching strands of Camumord's hair. Bakir spoke first. It's been a while. The sound of his voice shattered her. She dropped to her knees, tears building in her eyes. He had taken off his mask. Through the wall of skeletons, she saw him, clearly, for the first time. Bakir smiled faintly. You've changed. She stared, speechless, overwhelmed. Seeing him alive, her chest tightened. All the words she'd been holding back came rushing to the surface. But before she could speak, he stepped forward. Calm. Too calm. Why wasn't he saying more? Why hadn't he come for her? Hadn't he known how hard she fought? How much she sacrificed, just to see him again? She looked down. She couldn't find the words. Bakir stopped in front of her. He looked into her eyes, deeply. You made a contract with a demon, didn't you? Still, she said nothing. Not because she didn't want to, but because she didn't want him to see her broken. Even now, she wanted him to see her as strong. But she could feel it, the way his eyes pierced into her, more serious than ever before. He had grown, stronger, braver, and beautiful. Unlike her, someone who had thrown everything away. Bakir's expression shifted, brows furrowed with confusion. Camu. She finally looked up. She knew, her time was almost up. And once it was, Sarah would emerge, and Bakir would have to fight. She didn't want him to face that alone. But now that she'd seen him again, truly seen him, she could say one thing. Thank you, she whispered, for finding me. Bakir's eyes widened, alarmed. What? Before he could finish, a glowing magic circle appeared beneath her. Dark energy crackled. Spikes burst from the ground, aiming straight for her. Tears fell down Camumord's cheeks, but her smile remained. Eyes glistening with both sorrow and joy, she whispered. 100 points, Bakir. The spikes launched. 100 out of 100, Bakir. Camumord smiled softly as the spikes surged upward from the magic circle below. She closed her eyes. This is enough, she thought. Just seeing him again, it's enough. Then blood. A splash hit her face. Her eyes flew open in shock. Bakir stood in front of her, arms wrapped around her, holding her tightly. The spikes hadn't touched her. They had pierced him. Her voice trembled. Why? Why would he do this? Bakir didn't flinch. Blood soaked through his back, but his tone was steady. I get it now, he said quietly. You can't talk about it, because of the contract. He tightened the hug. You didn't land a real hit when we fought. I figured something was wrong. Camumord began to cry. Silent tears, overflowing with confusion and pain. Why was he doing this again? Why was he always the one protecting her? Bakir looked down, his expression calm but resolute. If hurting yourself was your way of telling me the truth, he said, then you don't have to worry anymore. Let me handle the rest. His eyes sharpened, bright, blazing with hatred now. I'm not losing to a demon. In that moment, the air changed. Sarah took control of Camumord's body. Her expression shifted, eyes glowing, lips curling into a twisted smile. Bakir held Camumord in his arms. But the warmth didn't last. Suddenly, her body stiffened. A soft voice, smooth and mocking, replaced hers. Well, it's a pleasure to finally meet you. The demon had taken over. Sarah now stared through Camumord's eyes, a sly smile tugging at her lips. She tilted her head slightly, examining Bakir with curiosity. So you're Bakir, she said. I've heard quite a bit about you from my dear roommate. Bakir's eyes narrowed, glowing with fury. The spikes were still buried in his back, blood soaking his coat, but he stood tall, unshaken. What have you done to her? He asked, voice cold and sharp. Sarah's expression darkened, her gaze dripping with disdain. Oh, worried about little Camu, she teased, lifting her hand. A third eye on her forehead flickered open, and within it a reflection shimmered. Camumord, trapped deep inside her own body, fast asleep. She's resting, Sarah said mockingly. We have a deal. 1 full day of control, that's all mine. Her grin widened. So, tell me, how long do you plan to keep hugging her? Suddenly, energy surged. Above them, a swarm of skeletons appeared, each one wielding a spear aimed straight at Bakir's back. He glanced up, his muscles tensed. In one swift movement, he released Camumord, leapt back, and landed cleanly on solid ground, just as the spears came crashing down where he'd been standing. The attack missed. Barely. Sarah rose to her feet, staring him down. As her glowing hand touched the skeletal remains, they disintegrated into ash. She smiled again. You're inside an exclusive trap of Andromelius. Then her smile faded. Her eyes narrowed as realization hit her. You're the one who killed him. So this was the demon hunter Camu had been searching for. She stared at him longer now, touching her chin, as if trying to unravel a puzzle. There's something strange about you, she muttered. Even my eye can't find your soul. Are you even from this world? Bakir said nothing. He crouched low, hand pressed against the ground, eyes locked on her. Silent. Cold. Sayre's lips curled upward. Oh, quiet now? That's fine. Maybe you'll react to a little story. She took a step closer. In the blink of an eye, the wounds on Bekir's back faded, as if they had never existed. But his gaze only grew sharper, burning with fury. Sayre smirked. To see you again. Camus dabbled in forbidden magic. A full resurrection spell. Her tone turned theatrical. She failed, of course. Her body collapsed. She couldn't even move. Just lay there for days, burnt, bleeding, abandoned. Alone. She leaned in, voice dripping with sarcasm. She gave up. Bekir. No strength left. No will. Just a girl waiting to die. Bekir's hands clenched into fists. Want to know something funny? Sayre purred. She raised a finger and pointed to herself. Right before she could die, I appeared. A demon offering hope. Bekir's rage flickered in his eyes, undeniable now. And when she formed that contract, Sayre added with a chuckle, you should have heard the way she whispered your name. She grinned cruelly. It was heartbreaking. She began mimicking Camus Morg's voice, her expression mocking, yet hollow. I miss him. I'm sorry. I sent him away. If I hadn't been captured, none of this would have happened. I wish I had died instead. Bekir's breathing grew heavier. He imagined it. Camus, on her knees, face buried in her hands, begging for him, crying. Alone. Why didn't you come for me? She must have asked, over and over. Why did you leave me behind? Sayre smiled. And now, she whispered, voice laced with venom, she's all mine. Consumed by hatred, Bekir's aura began to rise. Bekir drew his sword in one swift motion and charged. Sayre smiled. She didn't flinch as he lunged forward, blade aimed for her chest. Her arms lifted casually, her expression unfazed. But just before the strike could land, Bekir stopped. His blade hovered inches from her body, unmoving. Sayre's eyes sparkled with delight as she gazed at the sword. A slow, smug smile spread across her face. Oh, so you do understand contracts, she said. If I die, she dies too, doesn't she? The magic circle beneath them flared to life. From the glowing sigil, a monstrous undead rose up, its jaw creaking open, rows of teeth ready to bite down. She's still waiting for you, you know, Sayre whispered. You wouldn't dare kill her. The undead lunged. Its jaw snapped shut, but Bekir had already leapt out of the way, dodging the attack with a sharp pivot. Landing several feet away, he glared down at the ground, furious, already preparing for the counterstrike. Without hesitation, he charged the undead and unleashed a barrage of slashes. But nothing. The creature didn't even flinch. His sword hadn't worked. Bekir's brows furrowed in confusion. Something was wrong. Across from him, Sayre's eyes lit up with excitement. She let out a quiet laugh. Did you think I let you slice through my magic like it was hers? Camus' spells are child's play compared to mine. A mere graduator like you, you're nowhere near strong enough. The undead roared and lunged again, this time catching him with a brutal bite. Its momentum slammed Bekir hard into the ground. Before he could recover, it charged again, dragging him across the floor and smashing his body against the base of a massive sword-shaped statue. The force of the impact cracked the statue. Blood flowed from Bekir's wounds once more. Sayre smirked as she looked down at him. Trying to save her? She sneered. You'll die before that ever happens. Bekir lay motionless for a moment, breathing heavily. His thoughts were a storm. The memory of fighting Madame Spider resurfaced. Another monster he should have lost to. But he hadn't. He gripped his sword tightly. She made a contract with a demon. To save me? He never imagined her future, once full of promise, would be twisted into this. He could see it now, a knight raising their sword, not against a demon, but against the one who summoned it. He had always known the truth. To kill a contracted demon, you had to kill the contractor first. His hand trembled. His eyes locked onto Sayre. Even now, he didn't understand why he had said what he did. But he knew he wouldn't lose to her. While he was deep in thought, Sayre's tail snaked around his ankle. Before he could react, it yanked him upward and slammed him violently into another statue. Cracks spread across the marble. Still, Bekir clenched his fists and held on. In his mind, he imagined a scale. On one side, Camus Morg. On the other, her family, the world, the looming war with the barbarians. He knew what was at stake. If he didn't stop the 10 elite corpses, humanity would fall. It was Camus or everyone else. There was no room for both. But then, flashes of Camus Morg's life rushed through his mind. Her loneliness, her sacrifices, her smile. His gaze began to glow, not with rage, but with hope. Even if there was only a sliver of it, he wanted to believe in it. He had to. Sayre, perched now in the hand of the undead, stared down at him. She approached slowly, almost curiously. This is the guy who defeated the 9th and the 10th corpse, she said, frowning. Doesn't look like much. Her eyes flickered with evil. She raised her clawed hand. Did you know, Bekir? She whispered. You're the reason the door to the demonic realm still hasn't opened. You're the delay. He didn't respond. He couldn't move. She struck. Her claw plunged into his chest, driving straight through him. The statue behind him shattered from the force of the blow. Smoke and dust rose all around. Sarah didn't stop. She drove her claw deeper, piercing flesh, bone, everything. Bakir screamed. His mouth opened in agony as the pain overwhelmed him. His body trembled. His strength was fading. But his hand still tried to move. Sarah's rage flared. How was he still standing? Still thinking about saving Camus Morgue? To her, Bakir was nothing more than a lowly graduator, a weak human clinging to some hopeless dream. Her eyes glowed with a malevolent light as she smiled coldly. A pathetic human waiting for a miracle. The word miracle echoed in his mind. And that's when Bakir moved. Without warning, he raised his trembling hands and grabbed Sarah's horns. Her eyes widened, stunned. What are you? His grip tightened, teeth clenched, blood dripping down his chest. I like the sound of that, he said, his voice low and raw. Before she could react, crack, he slammed his forehead into hers with all his strength. Sarah's body jerked back, trembling from the force. Her eyes lit up, not with fury, but with fear. Her jaw hung open in disbelief. Then came a second headbutt, harder, sharper, fiercer. Bakir didn't stop. He held her horns tightly, eyes burning with unshakable will. Camus, can you hear me? Sarah still had her claw embedded in his chest, but he didn't let go. I can't do this alone, he whispered. I can't cut her down and save everyone at the same time. His voice echoed inside her. Deep within Sarah's body, Camus Morgue remained trapped, unconscious. But your contract, he said, it's not absolute. I know you can resist it. You're a master of magic. You can do this. Inside the darkness, Camus' soul trembled, but didn't awaken. Bakir gritted his teeth. Your soul may burn for breaking the contract, but I'll kill this demon right here, right now. His voice grew louder, filled with resolve. We'll create a miracle together. Sarah's composure shattered. Her eyes burned with rage. With a furious scream, she ripped her claw from his chest and kicked him with full force. Bakir's body flew across the room, bouncing violently off the stone floor until it crashed into another statue. Dust and fragments rained down. Sarah floated down, landing with a heavy thud. Her expression was ice. She walked toward him, step by step. You'll make a fine undead soldier, she hissed. You'll replace the 9th and 10th corpses. And together, we'll wipe out humanity. She extended her arms, dark power building around her. But Bakir moved. He pressed his hand against the ground and slowly pushed himself up. Blood smeared across his chest, dripping from his chin. He stood and wiped the blood from his mouth. I'm going to kill you, he muttered. His eyes locked on the ground, then to the statue nearby. A memory flashed in his mind, a letter. One he had doubted from the start. And now, it was the only thread of hope he had left. He drew his sword again. Step by step, he began walking toward the demon. His gaze shifted to the statue of Hugo. He never would have imagined that Hugo Le Baskerville, of all people, would be the one to help him now. Across from him, Sarah snarled and shed her disguise. Her true form emerged, monstrous and twisted. She raised a massive scythe, her voice thunderous. Die. Bakir's eyes didn't waver. His grip tightened around the hilt of his blade. I never thought I'd become a sword master, he said under his breath. But here I am. In the center of Sarah's third eye, he saw her. Camus Morgue, still bound inside, still waiting. He stared deeply, carefully, vowing from the bottom of his soul. A few days ago, Hugo sat down at his desk, pulled out a pen, and began writing a letter addressed to Bakir. He knew Bakir's potential. As one of the highest-ranked graduates, Bakir had the talent to unleash even a reckless 7th technique. But to master it, he needed to take it further. He'd need to become a sword master. Bathed in warm sunlight, streaming through the office window, Hugo continued writing. He poured his journey onto the page, the path he took to become what few ever achieve. He pictured himself gripping his blade, eyes locked on the goal, his focus unwavering. He had achieved sword mastery not long after Bakir was born. Images of Ranana and Penelope flashed through his mind. After losing them, he spiraled. Consumed by grief, he drowned himself in the one thing left, his sword. Day in, day out, he swung it. In the training hall, alone. He'd started young, and over the years, his form sharpened, refined by time and discipline. By then, he had already become a top-ranking graduate. But sword mastery wasn't a title you earned with rank. It was forged with endless repetition. One day, after countless hours of training, Hugo gripped his blade harder than ever before, then let it drop. He stared at his hands, eyes wide, sweat beading. They were covered in calluses and cuts. Still, it wasn't enough. No matter how much he swung that sword, the peak remained out of reach. Clinging to hope like a man grabbing a burning nail, Hugo turned to the vast library of 10,000 epistles and found something. An ancient text left behind by a forgotten swordmaster. Inside was a magic circle and a revelation. To become a graduator, you must shed all emotions. But to become a sword master, you must reclaim them. Hugo's world began to crack. Everything he had buried deep down, he now had to dig back up. Joy, rage, sorrow, delight. He forced himself to feel again. He practiced. He experimented. Laughed when he should have cried. Scowled when he should have smiled. The cost was high. His emotional compass shattered. The road to sword mastery twisted into a maze. Still, Hugo pushed forward. But the sword alone no longer satisfied the hunger inside him. To quench it, he revived his lineage. He had children. Many. He remembered them. Tiny figures crawling across a land littered with blades. According to family tradition, he sent them to the cradle of swords. Then, one day, something happened. He was watching when one of the little ones suddenly leapt into the water. Alarm shot through the group. The butler and others on the shore stiffened. Why would a child who knew nothing fight so hard? Why endure the pain of the cold water biting into his skin? Hugo felt it, something stir in his chest. His heart pounded. Mana surged from within. He was overwhelmed. Pride at the talent before him. Fury at sending such a young soul into suffering. Sadness for his pain. And a bright, burning hope for what that child might become. Without a second thought, Hugo dove into the water, his emotions crashing around him like waves. He grabbed the boy by the foot and hauled him out. In that instant, he understood. The next day, he awoke to find he had become a sword master. Back in the present, Hugo kept writing. His expression, calm yet firm. Everything, Pomerian, the swordmaster's path, the emotions he'd rediscovered, was a gift from Vikir. And now he was passing it on. He believed in Vikir, trusted that he could reach that height. Back in the middle of the battle, Serre surged with mana, channeling it through her body as she swung violently, unleashing a barrage of strikes. Vikir raised both arms, crossing them over his chest. Using the bees above sword, he blocked the onslaught, but the sheer force behind it made his eyes widen. She wasn't just strong, she was overwhelming. And then something inside him snapped. Rage flickered in Vikir's eyes. Rage fueled by the realization that Hugo was nothing like the man he once knew. On the other side, the demon Serre grinned, her gaze brimming with malice. She tightened her fist, summoning a massive magic circle that pulsed with dark energy. To shatter that spell, Vikir would need to ascend, to become a sword master. But without the power of the saints, it had to come from within. His own awakening. Serre raised her hand. Suddenly, the ground erupted. A twisted circle formed beneath him, launching skeletal spikes straight into Vikir's body. They hit hard, lifting him off the ground and tossing him into the air. Clenching his teeth, blood dripped from his mouth. Just like Hugo said, anger and sorrow lived inside him. The spikes left a deep, gaping wound across his chest. His body slammed into the ground, bouncing against the shattered earth. Serre watched with twisted delight, her smile wide. She thought it was over. That Vikir was weak. But then her smile vanished. Her joy turned to fury. Her hands balled into fists. Vikir, battered and torn, rose to his feet. His eyes gleamed with defiance. Despite the wounds, despite the blood, a reckless grin formed on his face. He stared at her, not with fear but fire. And yet, this battle wasn't one he could enjoy. There was no joy, no satisfaction. Serre felt his gaze and snapped. In a burst of rage, she launched another round of slashes, faster than before. Before Vikir could move, they were already upon him. His eyes shot open, shocked, helpless. He took the full impact head-on. The explosion clouded the air with smoke and stone. Serre, scythe buried in the ground, stood still, watching. Through the dust, Vikir's body flew, surrounded by rubble. One of his legs had been severed by the demon slayer's strike. Blood spilled freely. He gritted his teeth, fury burning in his chest. Summoning what little strength remained, Vikir activated Baskerville's seventh technique. Using the rocky terrain to build momentum, he surged forward, appearing right in front of her. Their eyes locked. With fury blazing in his stare, Vikir swung his sword with all his might, aiming for Serre's head. It landed, but instead of cutting through, it bounced off. His expression froze, confused, doubt creeping in. On the other side, Serre smiled. With a sneer, she mocked him. Piece of trash, she spat. To her, he was nothing more than a failure, one who couldn't even grasp the basics. She caught him by the face, lifting him off the ground. Her voice dripped with disdain. He would never break her armor. Vikir reached out, clutching her arm. His eyes were a storm of fear and disbelief. Serre's wicked grin widened. With a twist, she flung him like a rag doll. His body smashed into the earth, shattering it beneath him. His attacks meant nothing to her. Grabbing him by the neck, her entire body began to glow with a demonic aura. She closed her eyes, amused by his struggle. She couldn't help but ask. What exactly was he trying to do? Vakir couldn't fight back anymore. His strength was gone. Ser stomped down, pinning him under her boot. A dark magic circle flared beneath her feet. From it, hands began to rise, gnarled, red, and clawed. She mocked him again. Did you really think Camus would wake up and defy the demon's contract? More crimson hands burst from the circle. One wrapped around Vakir's head, locking him in place. Smoke curled from Vakir's nose as he gritted his teeth in fury. The red hands crept up, tightening around him inch by inch until his body was completely restrained. Sarah's eyes lit up with twisted delight. She rose slowly, lifted her hand toward the sky, and with a smirk, dared him. Let's see you survive this one. A new magic circle materialized high above, and from it, dozens of demonic hands rained down. They slammed into Vakir, the impact shaking the battlefield and filling the air with smoke. The blast left a massive crater. In the center, Vakir. His arm was gone. Blood pooled beneath him. But even in that state, he moved. Sarah's eyes narrowed, her grin fading as confusion took over. She stared in silence. Vakir braced himself with his one remaining hand, eyes fixed on the ground as he forced his broken body to rise. To standing was torture. Even with the salamander's healing abilities, his body refused to regenerate. Still, he pushed forward. And in that moment, he remembered Camia Morgue. Her tearful eyes, her broken voice asking, "Why am I alone again?" His whole body trembled. But he stood. The smoke cleared. One-armed, covered in blood, Vakir gripped the bees above sword and began walking, step by step, toward the demon. Then a voice rang out. "Idiot, Camio." She scolded him, saying she didn't want to see him again, only to witness that kind of expression on his face. Vakir, bruised and bloodied, stared at Ser, his eyes suddenly wide. Stunned, Ser froze, her expression twisted in rage and confusion. Something wasn't right. Then, Camia Moore began peeling the demon's skin from her face. Her eyes burned with resolve. With a smile, she said, "I did just what you told me." Ser panicked. "You'll destroy your soul," she shouted. "You resist the contract, you vanish." But Camia didn't stop. She stripped away the demon's hold, pulling the skin from her face and neck with both hands. With bold confidence, she said, "You won't last, Ser. Vakir, cut me to pieces." Then, her voice softened, casual, even playful. "If you fail, my neck becomes your sword sheath." Vakir looked at the ground, sighed, and smiled. Even now, she was cracking jokes. In that moment, he knew she was born for this. A true heroine. 100 out of 100, he thought. Camia removed the last of the demon's skin and grinned. "Took you long enough to realize, huh?" She reached out to him. "Show me the man I fell for." Sarah's eyes went wide with fear. This was bad. Desperate. She forced her will over Camu's body once more. A massive magic circle erupted behind her. "They're both insane," she hissed. With fury in her gaze, she extended both arms and screamed, "Do you really think this is enough to pierce my armor?" From the circle, tentacles formed of bones and skeletons surged toward Vakir. But he was ready. He drew his sword, its blade igniting with powerful mana. Step by step, he closed the distance. With one clean motion, he swung. The tentacles were sliced apart, shattered before they could reach him. Ser stood frozen, eyes wide. She couldn't believe it. From deep within Vakir's chest, his heart began to glow, and mana poured out. Now he understood. This is what Hugo meant when he spoke of the heart, how it could carry so many emotions all at once. Vakir was feeling things he rarely allowed himself to feel. Meanwhile, Camia Moore was still trapped, her arms bound inside the demon's third eye. Yet, even in that prison, she smiled. Vakir hadn't forgotten her. With a heavy heart, she slowly lifted her head. Light began to pierce through the darkness. As it reached her, tears welled up in her eyes. Her sorrow gave way to joy. Vakir sliced clean through the demon's third eye. Then, calmly, he sat down in front of her, smiling, watching her quietly, warmth in his gaze. Her mouth fell open in shock. Vakir was angry, furious that the heroine of the future had been hurt. He was heartbroken that she had to face it alone. But more than anything, he was thrilled they had found each other again. A perfect reunion. All of that churned inside him. He clenched his fist, and the sword pulsed with raw, searing mana. His eyes lit up with fire. With a smile, he stepped forward and swung. In a flash, he passed straight through Ser's body. She didn't even have time to react. Frozen, the demon turned her head slowly, eyes wide with confusion. She didn't understand what had just happened. Vakir didn't stop. Back turned, he simply walked away. Then agony. His mana surged through her body, tearing through her from the inside. In this place stood a statue of Hugo. Everyone around wore tinted glasses that didn't suit them, continuing their lives unaware that Vakir's hand clenched tight, and a powerful energy began to solidify above his sword. Those who managed to remove those glasses could see things invisible to others, and they could cut them down effortlessly. These people had reached a level of supremacy known as swordmasters. With hatred gleaming in his eyes, Vikir dashed forward. Before Ser could react, he struck with precision, his blade slicing deep. Slowly, the demonic aura wrapped around Camus Morg's body began to peel away. Control was returning to her. The dark energy turned to ash, and Ser's eyes widened in disbelief. She stared at Vikir, stunned that she'd lost. Fury lit up her gaze. She had failed to open the gate. In seconds. The demon's power faded completely, and her body crumbled into ashes. Vikir stood bloodied, missing an arm from the brutal fight. Smoke curled from his shoulder as he stared up at the crimson sky. Lost in thought, he felt outdated, like wearing clothes from a past life. His strength, vision, and clarity had evolved far beyond what the saint's mana ever gave him. Then worry filled his eyes. He turned, searching, and there she was, Camus Morg, lying still on the ground. As the wind stirred, Vikir began walking toward her, longing to feel something from their reunion. But just as he reached her side, a strange sensation overwhelmed him, and his body froze. Moments later, he collapsed beside her, unconscious. On the crater floor, the divine immortal's ring began to glow. A violet light pulsed from it, rising and striking the red sky above. The barrier that had sealed them and started to dissolve. Neither Vikir nor Camus Morg, lost in unconsciousness, noticed anything. The ground beneath them vanished. They were returned, teleported back to the real world. It was night. The moon glowed high above. Hours passed, but Vikir didn't stir. From his clothes, the little spider crawled out. It bounced up to his arm, watching him closely. She tried to wake him with her tiny jumps, but grew tired and lay down beside him. Then something caught her eye. Her gaze froze in confusion and wonder. It was Rose. She stood silently, her eyes locked on Vikir. Thoughts swirled behind her glowing stare. She didn't move, she didn't speak. She just watched, unsure what to do next. Noticing Rose's gaze, the little spider stood upright, fury in her eyes. She let out a defiant roar. There was no way she'd let anyone hurt Vikir. Rose paused, weighed her options, and then made her move. But instead of attacking, she gently lifted Camus Morg's limp arm over her shoulder and helped her up. The spider, puzzled, watched in silence. Her anger gave way to confusion. Vikir still hadn't moved. Rose turned, carrying Camus Morg, and began to walk away. Just then, a trembling hand pressed against the ground. Vikir, struggling, pushed himself up. He clutched his injured arm and called out, voice weak, asking her to wait. Hearing him, Rose stopped. Her eyes widened, surprised he was awake. Seeing Camus Morg able to move reassured Vikir. She was alive, and that was enough. Relief washed over him. Curiosity flickered in Rose's eyes as she turned to face him. Smoke began to rise in the distance. Vikir, gripping his wound, looked down, his thoughts heavy. He knew this wasn't the time for reunions. They had to leave this place, fast. He reached into his pocket and pulled something out. With a quiet tone, he said he had a favor to ask. He tossed the object to Rose. She caught it, her expression shifting to surprise. Then he smiled, soft but certain. He said Camus Morg would know where to find him, if she still wanted to. Rose stared at what he'd given her, eyes gleaming with curiosity. Without another word, she turned and walked off, Camus Morg still resting on her shoulder. The little spider climbed onto Vikir's shoulder. Together, they silently watched Rose disappear into the distance. Back at the festival, a sudden shout broke through the crowd. A man, oddly dressed in a woman's costume, ran toward the center, gasping for breath. Curious students quickly gathered around him. He announced startling news. The villain who had attacked the academy was the Night Hound. Gasps spread through the crowd. Someone asked about the damage. Surprisingly, the man revealed there was none. She, dressed as Frankenstein, stared at the ground, worry creeping in. She realized the girl in the skull mask had been a black mage. Tudor, wearing the Valkyrie outfit, rubbed his chin in thought. She might be right. It did seem like the black mage had been fighting the Night Hound, not siding with him. Embarrassed, he admitted he hadn't dared to get involved. PG, in his fairy costume, looked shaken. His eyes widened in fear. He'd been so terrified, he thought he was going to faint. Another tutor, dressed as a martial arts master, glanced to the side. With a serious look, he confessed the Night Hound was the most violent person he'd ever seen. While they were all distracted, Vikir, still standing, watched quietly. The one in the witch costume stepped forward, confessing that he'd been so scared he could barely breathe. Then, all eyes turned to Vikir. Gasps spread through the crowd. "Where were you?" someone asked, concern etched in every face. They admitted they'd been worried sick. Vikir touched his head, unsure how to answer. Dolores crossed her arms, her tone sharp. She said they'd searched the whole street and hadn't seen him once. She knew him. He wasn't the type to leave his friends behind. Sinclair, in a vampire costume, stood silent, watching him closely. Vikir looked uneasy. He didn't know what to say. Then, out of nowhere, a voice called him over to a group in skirts approached. High Burrow, Middle Burrow, and Low Burrow, each dressed as maids. Low Burrow planted his hands on his hips, frustration clear. What would happen to us if you keep pulling stunts like that? Don't do that again. Middle Burrow, gripping a broom like a weapon, echoed the warning. High Burrow's eyes gleamed with intensity. He too ordered Vikir not to go it alone again. They clenched their teeth and boxed him in. Sinclair couldn't help but smile. She thought, looks like he's building a gang. Dolores blinked, realization dawning. Once again, she'd misunderstood everything. As minutes passed, the first rays of sunlight broke through the clouds. Vikir looked up at the sky, his thoughts elsewhere. Was she going to be okay? The sun rose slowly over the horizon. Everyone stood quietly, taking in the peaceful moment. Vikir waited, hopeful he longed to see Camus Morgue again. Elsewhere in the city, inside an old, abandoned church, something stirred. At the center stood a glowing sphere, and next to it, Rose. From within the sphere, a drenched figure stepped out. It was Camus Morgue. She placed her hand on the sphere's surface and slowly walked out, her expression distant. Rose turned toward her, silent. Camus Morgue stared down at her own hands. Her body was a mess that Sayre's madness had shattered their contract. Because of that, she never got to properly see Vikir. She believed he was dead, like a fool. Fury welled up inside her. Rose stood quietly, offering no words. Camus Morgue sank into her thoughts. She remembered everything he had done for her. Hands pressed against her cheeks, she flushed. Even while wounded, he'd done everything to protect her. She remembered ripping away the demon's skin from her neck. She saw his smile in her mind, and realized he'd stayed by her side. This time, she hadn't faced the battle alone. Eyes closing, gentle smile formed on her face. They had done this together. They didn't give up, but the exhaustion was catching up with her. Dark circles shadowed her eyes. Dark circles under her eyes. Camus Morgue turned to the side and asked herself, was Vikir the kind of man worth risking everything for? Beside her, the little demon, Sayre, hovered midair. Camus Morgue gave a proud, almost smug smile. Sayre, tearing up, stretched her ears and wailed. How could this happen? You broke the contract. This is a scam. With a sly look, Camus Morgue admitted she now had complete control over her own body. She wasn't even sure how Vikir did it, or why she'd survived. But one thing was clear. Sayre no longer had control. Sayre's hands clenched, eyes burning with hatred. Because the 12-hour contract had been broken, she could only exist for a short time now. A penalty for their broken bond. Purple fire flared in Camus Morgue's palm. She summoned two shimmering barriers that began to close in around Sayre. With a cold smile, she revealed she could now destroy her with just magic. Sayre pushed back, screaming in pain, her hands straining against the crushing barriers. Tears welled up as she begged, pleaded for her life, promising to do anything. Camus Morgue's eyes sparkled with a wicked gleam. She grinned and made her demand. If Sayre wanted to live, she had to surrender everything. Her powers, her authority, and one more contract. From now on, they were master and servant. Sayre turned away with a defeated sigh, her eyes downcast. Camus Morgue placed her hand on her hip and admitted, if nothing else, she had Sayre to thank for helping her meet Vikir. Sayre asked, so what now? Camus Morgue looked at her, calm and determined. It's time, she said, to open the gate. Sayre's eyes lit up in surprise and excitement. Are you serious? But Camus Morgue just smiled. Kidding. You think I'm crazy? Rose stepped in, helping her put on a wizard's robe. Camus Morgue said her first priority was to return to the Morgue estate. Her mind drifted to her uncle and her mother. Now that she knew Vikir was alive, she had to fix everything she'd broken. She pulled up the hood of the robe, her eyes dimmed with sorrow. Her thoughts turned to Uncle Snake. She remembered his final smile and how he died. She had to go back, to announce his passing, to honor him. Her hand curled into a fist. With deep gratitude, she thanked Snake that it was because of him that she'd found her way back to Vikir. Opening her hand, she looked down at a golden coin that a soft smile spread across her face. If she joined the academy, she could become Vikir's junior. Rose and Sayre exchanged glances, puzzled by her sudden shift in mood. The wind picked up, scattering leaves all around. Camus Morgue blushed deeply. With eyes full of longing, she vowed, next time they meet, Vikir will be hers. The hectic festival had finally drawn to a close. But even as it ended, its impact still lingered, like embers refusing to die out. It was daytime. Students were making their way back to the academy. Among them walked 3 boys. One of the boys walking to class leaned toward his friends. Hey, is it true? Did the Nightblood Hound really show up during the festival? The one with glasses turned his head seriously. I heard he came to launch another attack. The blonde-haired boy looked over, his voice more thoughtful. According to rumors, the teacher stepped in and stopped him. Hearing that, the black-haired student's eyes widened, a mix of fear and disgust. He muttered that the Night Hound was pure evil, someone who should have been locked up long ago. Then, with his eyes closed and arms stretched, he added, "They say a new villain appeared too, an unregistered black mage." The boy with glasses nodded seriously. Supposedly, the two of them fought each other. That gave the teachers the chance to act. The blonde one listened quietly, saying nothing. As they walked by, their chatter drifted near the damaged wall, still scarred from Vakir's attack. But the three friends kept laughing and joking, unaware of what had really happened. The Night Bloodhound incident, so close to becoming a true catastrophe, was already fading into gossip, passed off like a spooky rumor. The students flowed into the academy, heading to their classrooms. Down one hallway stood a door-marked journalism club. Inside, the room buzzed with tension. The club members sat around a cluttered table, covered in newspapers. Dolores stood suddenly, slamming her hand down. Fury burned in her eyes. Who wrote this article? Vakir and the others looked at the paper in silence. One headline stood out, a photo of the Night Bloodhound, his eyes filled with menace, his body stained with blood. The article condemned him harshly. IT claimed he had attacked the Imperial Academy and labeled his actions as premeditated. IT called him anti-humanitarian, anti-empire, a villain who had to be punished. It listed the destruction that had occurred during the festival. The Imperial Bank, the Capitol's clock tower, the Indulgentia Orphanage, the National Cemetery. Dolores grabbed the article, her grip tight. Rage flashed in her eyes as she stared at Vakir and the others. She made it clear. Yes, the Night Hound had shown up, but the chaos, that wasn't his doing. It was the mysterious Black Mage. Everyone stared at her, stunned and unsure. Vakir, meanwhile, stayed quiet, expression unreadable. Dolores went on. The article made it seem like the Night Hound came to massacre students. She didn't deny he was a criminal under Imperial law. But during the festival, he hadn't done anything out of line. She argued the article should focus on facts, not emotions. It needed to report the truth. Who wrote this? She demanded again. PG, eyes wide, nervously waved his hands, shaking his head. All eyes turned to PG. His face went pale, panic set in fast. He opened his mouth, but couldn't get a word out. Meanwhile, Vakir stayed calm. He quietly studied the articles on the table, saying nothing. Dolores locked her eyes on him, something clicking in her expression. Then it hit her. You wrote it, she said. Vakir nodded. He explained that he'd followed instructions from Professor Banshee Morg, the club's advisor. Dolores slammed both hands on the table. Fury boiled beneath her calm. All this had happened while she wasn't even there. Vakir remained composed. He reminded her that during the festival, she was tied up with student council work. Her expression faltered. Confused, she sighed and dug into her pocket. Just because I wasn't around, she said, doesn't mean you should publish something without checking the facts. She pulled out 3 folded articles and slapped them onto the table. These are official reports from the Imperial Guard, she said, placing a hand over them. They came out this morning. According to them, the Night Bloodhound hadn't destroyed the capital's main facilities. She laid out photos of the damaged areas. Nighttime shots, rubble everywhere, but something stood out. The ground was covered in strange patterns. No sword marks. Instead, they looked like tracks, massive, winding ones. Almost like a giant snake crawled through, she said. In her mind, she pictured a woman, wielding a whip, wrapped in a white snake with glowing purple eyes. Her name? MS Ouroboros. An unknown villain. Identity presumed female. An clear motive. No known weapon. All witnesses gone. The room froze. Tutors and Sancho went rigid, eyes wide, clearly shaken. Dolores, still with one hand on the table, raised 3 fingers with the other. We have 3 villains here, she said, voice sharp. Stop blaming everything on the Night Bloodhound. Each of them committed different crimes. Learn the difference. Vakir stayed quiet. Then, after a pause, he nodded. Truth was, it didn't really matter to him. His article was more about shaping perception. If suspicion ever fell on him, he wanted people to think he and the Night Hound were enemies. Tutor leaned forward, resting his head on his hands, curiosity and unease mixing in his eyes. Where did MS Ouroboros even come from? He muttered. Sancho, arms crossed, added calmly. All we know are those snake-like marks. That's it. Sinclair lifted her hand, eyebrows raised. How do we even know she's a woman? Dolores stared at the table, expression serious, voice low. She imagined a rock, wearing lipstick. Dolores pointed to one photo, her voice sharp. In every one of her crime scenes, there was a lipstick mark. It wasn't random. This villain wanted people to know it was her. PG spread his arms, eyes gleaming with confusion. Tutor lifted a finger, about to speak, but everyone started talking at once. In the middle of the noise, Vikir sat quietly, eyes downcast. But his focus slowly shifted that he was watching Dolores. And beneath that calm expression, anger flickered in his gaze. He didn't know if this new villain admired or despised the Night Hound. Either way, he didn't care that if she got in his way during a demon hunt, she was finished. Just then, the door burst open. Anna walked in, arms full of documents. She marched straight to the table and dropped the stack with a thud. Dolores raised an eyebrow, confused. "What's all this?" Anna, serious and calm, explained. After the festival, they'd received a wave of reports. She pulled out a letter and stepped toward Vikir. "There's one for you two." He looked up, expression still calm, and reached for it. "Thanks." Opening the letter, Vikir's face shifted. Confusion hit first. Then shock. His eyes widened. He froze. Sinclair noticed. She leaned closer, eyes narrowing as she tried to sneak a peek. What did it say? It was a tuition notice for his first semester. The next day, Vikir visited his brother. The little Pomeranian was curled in his lap, eyes closed, tail flicking gently. She looked peaceful and happy. Osiris sat across from him, sipping tea in the morning light. He offered the solution without hesitation. "If it's tuition you need, I'll cover it." Sunlight filtered through the windows as he studied Vikir closely. "But something else is bothering you, isn't it?" Vikir didn't answer right away. He stared at the floor, thoughtful, then reached out and gently stroked the doll's head. With a calm voice, he said, "I don't want anyone at the academy to know I'm a Baskerville." The Pomeranian placed her paws over his hand, smiling gently, feeling his warmth. The truth was, he just wanted a normal life. Simple, uncomplicated. But now, with rumors flying and suspicions rising, things were getting harder. Ever since people learned he had access to the Baskerville family's fortune, he kept imagining Sinclair, Bianca, and Dolores offering him ridiculous disguises, each with doting, eager smiles. He only had a week left before the enrollment deadline, but he didn't want to take any of the odd jobs the girls had suggested. Vikir shut his eyes, anxiety creeping in. Missing the full scholarship, because of his behavior, had created problems he couldn't ignore. Osiris took a slow sip of tea, still watching him. And then, his eyes lit up with sudden realization. Could it be? Was Vikir trying to become one of those legendary figures? A powerful hero, hiding his true strength? He remembered something from their childhood. He stood in front of a tree, arms crossed, a faint blush on his cheeks. He imagined himself battling a horde of monsters, emerging victorious with secret strength finally revealed. Once upon a time, he too had dreamed of being that kind of hero, the hidden powerhouse living among the ordinary, waiting for the perfect moment to shine. Meanwhile, the little Pomeranian on Vikir's lap had drifted off, out like a light. Osiris, calm and thoughtful, looked at his younger brother. "Why not try monster hunting part-time?" Vikir blinked, surprised. Osiris explained further. He could visit the Explorers Guild, find a reliable partner, and start small. He wanted to give Vikir the chance to pursue something real, something that could bring him closer to his dream. Vikir touched his chin, unsure. Would this really help? As he sank into thought, one name came to mind. A legendary explorer. He pictured a swordsman with a ponytail, a quiet hero who played a vital role during the era of ruin. Most of what Vikir knew about demons came from this man's research. He even helped shape the foundation of monster ecogeography. But the swordsman had met a tragic end. With no allies and no affiliations, he had been left to die during a brutal battle. Vikir smiled softly. If that man was still alive, he wanted to earn his trust, not just for himself, but for the future. He turned to Osiris. "Thanks, I'll do it." Osiris lit up with joy, visibly proud of his little brother. Elsewhere in the city, the Sherpa Guide Guild buzzed with activity. Evening had fallen when someone shouted, "The Guildmaster's back." A few members ran out to greet him. "How was today's hunt?" one of them asked. The blond man stepped forward and stomped the ground hard. Everyone froze. On his back was the body of a giant boar. He slung it down with a grin and jabbed his thumb at the beast. "Total success," he said, eyes gleaming with confidence. His name was Miniature Pincher, known to everyone as Mini Pin. The other guild members gathered around the boar, stunned. Yep, graduate through a whole different league. Mini Pin stretched and made his way to the guild's main building. He needed a break. Inside his office, he dropped into a chair and opened a book, but couldn't focus. He leaned forward, resting his head on the table. Money was tight. Again, there wasn't enough to cover food and pay for the guild staff. His face darkened with frustration. The big mercenary guilds were crushing him. And with no outside support, things felt hopeless. It all went back to a mistake he made long ago, that a scam he fell for when chasing his dream. If it hadn't happened, maybe things would be different now. He stood slowly, guilt weighing him down. Mini Pin opened a drawer and pulled out a towel. He wiped the sweat from his face, feeling like a fool. but somewhere deep inside, he still clung to a sliver of hope. He closed his eyes, hands clasped together. In his mind, the symbol of the Baskerville family appeared, his long-held dream to join them. Then footsteps echoed nearby. Someone in brown boots approached, their face hidden beneath a hood. They walked straight to the giant boar's body and asked, "Anyone know where Minnie Pin is?" Heads turned. The guild members looked at the stranger suspiciously. One man stepped forward, eyeing the young figure. "You talk like you're above us. Who do you think you are?" The hooded man replied coolly, "I'm just a client here to post a commission." That only made things worse. The guild member scoffed. "You think clients can act all high and mighty?" But the hooded man didn't bother replying. He turned away, uninterested, muttering that this guy was a pain. The man's temper snapped. He lunged forward, trying to grab a stranger. But in a blur, the hooded figure vanished. He moved like lightning. Guild members gasped. The man spun around in disbelief, eyes wide. Before they could react, the hooded man leaped, landing right in front of the guildmaster's office window. Inside, Minnie Pin's eyes shot open in shock. The hooded figure peered through the glass. "Is this the guildmaster's office?" His gaze scanned Minnie Pin's build. "Guessing that's you." Minnie Pin jumped to his feet, completely stunned. "Who are you?" The stranger sat on the windowsill. "I'm here to make a commission." Minnie Pin stared, sweat forming again. The man climbed inside and walked toward him, holding out a piece of paper. It was his commission request. Minnie Pin took it carefully, studying the document. Whoever this guy was, he was fast. Too fast for him to react at a serious threat. "You can't just show up like this," he said, still reading, but then his eyes widened. Shock hit him like a wave. The hooded man began to lower his hood and revealed his face. He wasn't here to meet Minnie Pin. He was here to hire him. The guide he wanted was Minnie Pin himself. Minnie Pin's entire body tensed. His mouth went dry. He remembered this boy, the one who had visited the Baskerville estate countless times, pleading to become one of their vassals. He would never forget that face. And now, standing right in front of him, was Vikir. A few hours later, night had fallen. Minnie Pin and Vikir walked through the village side by side. Minnie Pin flipped through the commission report. According to it, Vikir was affiliated with the Colosseum Academy, and his reason for seeking a guide? Simple. He wanted help hunting monsters. Minnie Pin watched Vikir with a serious gaze, but couldn't hide the blush creeping across his face. He was stunned. This boy was really from the Baskerville family? Without hesitation, Minnie Pin stood in front of him and bowed deeply. To him, this was an honor, working alongside a member of the iron-blooded sword family. Vikir blinked, unsure how to react. Minnie Pin's respectful attitude caught him off guard. With a heartfelt expression, Minnie Pin admitted something he'd always kept inside. He'd dreamed of meeting someone from the Baskervilles his whole life. Vikir looked at him closely and spoke firmly. "Keep your voice down. Calm yourself." Minnie Pin quickly apologized, cheeks still red, and confessed that his dream had always been to join the Baskervilles. That made Vikir pause. So even in this timeline, he's been dreaming about this for a long time. Minnie Pin's fists tightened. He smiled with excitement as he spoke. The Baskervilles, the monster slayers of the Western Front, the iron-blooded sword family. If I could join them, I'd finally learn their invincible fencing. But then his smile faded. With a heavy sigh, he rubbed his head and admitted his mistake. All he ever wanted was a house and a little land, something to give his wife a better life. But he'd been scammed by dishonest brokers. His dreams had crumbled. Vikir's gaze turned serious. He knew Minnie Pin wasn't weak. Despite his humble appearance, he was a top-tier graduate, someone strong enough to stand among the elite mercenaries. Vikir looked down, a small smile on his lips. "I can help you make that dream real," he said. "But that depends on you." Minnie Pin's eyes lit up in disbelief. A slow, stunned smile spread across his face. Eyes glowing with determination, he made a promise. He'd give it everything he had. Hours later, Minnie Pin was at the reins of a small carriage loaded with supplies. It was the middle of the night. Vikir sat among the goods, silent. This mission, this life, was a secret. Even the Baskervilles didn't know what he was doing, that he was attending the academy undercover, with no help from the family. That's why he needed Minnie Pin, the best guide around. And now his key to paying tuition. When Minnie Pin heard this, he covered his mouth in disbelief. His eyes shimmered with tears. Vikir, the one he respected most, had chosen him. Inside the cart, Vikir folded his hands calmly. "From now on," he said, "call me employer. Not by name." Minnie Pin's eyes lit up with resolve. He nodded firmly, fist clenched. "Understand. Employer." Vikir looked at him curiously. "I'm a student at the academy, which monsters wouldn't draw much attention, even if I hunted a lot of them." Minnie Pin glanced back, thoughtful, his response on the way. He turned to Vikir with a grin and explained that the null wasn't exactly powerful, but it could fetch a decent price. These creatures had the head of a hyena and the squat body of a dwarf, usually sticking to the highlands on the edge of the ecliptic. Alone, They were only ranked at a C++ threat level, but grouped together, they could spike all the way up to a maximum A. Minnie Pin, who was manning the trade cart, went on. Since these monsters were weak in one-on-one fights, even a first-year academy student could take them down with ease. That made them perfect targets, low risk, high reward. Plus, the Imperial family had labeled them ecosystem pests, meaning there was a bounty for each one taken out. Their skin, meat, and even bones could be sold. Vic here started paying closer attention to Minnie Pin. This guy knew his stuff. A few hours later, they reached the Null's territory. The cart came to a halt. The place was crawling with them. Some wielded rusted swords. Others just roamed the area, all of them looking ready to snap. Vakir and Minnie Pin crouched behind a bush, eyes locked on the colony. Minnie Pin started pointing out different groups, explaining that Nulls were drawn to shiny objects. Hunters would often scatter glass beads to lure them in before ambushing. Vakir, sitting silently beside him, watched the monsters with a calm but focused stare. He realized that this tactic only worked for small packs, not the kind of numbers they were facing now. Minnie Pin turned to him, eyes wide in surprise. Vakir's assessment was spot on. Suddenly, a snake hiding in the tree above locked onto them, poised to strike. But before it could make a move, a brutal slash came out of nowhere, slicing its head clean off. Minnie Pin froze, stunned. Vakir didn't even have a sword. How did he do that? As the snake's head hit the dirt, Vakir casually pointed behind him with his thumb. Then, with a curious look, he asked if there was oil in the barrels on the cart. Still sweating from shock, Minnie Pin nodded. Blood oozed from the snake's body. Vakir's strike had been surgical. A small grin played on his lips. Those barrels of oil were all they needed to wipe out the entire colony without a drawn-out fight. Minnie Pin stared at him, speechless. The Imperial punitive force had abandoned this area. Yet Vakir planned to take down the whole nest with nothing but oil? It sounded insane. Vakir's eyes gleamed as he focused on the monsters, his grin growing wider. Minnie Pin was baffled. He had no idea what Vakir was planning, but it clearly wasn't normal. Following Vakir's lead, Minnie Pin hauled a few oil barrels toward the cave where the Nulls had taken shelter. The monsters hadn't sensed Vakir's presence and wandered deeper inside. He crept toward the entrance, keeping low and hidden, observing every move. Moments later, the Nulls turned around, eyes flaring with rage. Minnie Pin's heart pounded. He had no clue how Vakir planned to deal with all of them, especially without a real plan. If they didn't act fast, the Nulls could spill into nearby villages. Vakir stood at the cave entrance, deep in thought. Minnie Pin watched him, curiosity flickering in his eyes. He knew Vakir wouldn't overlook something that's serious. Under the moonlight, Vakir began walking toward the cave. Minnie Pin followed closely, wondering how he planned to wipe out an entire colony of Nulls. They placed the oil barrels right at the mouth of the cave. No words were exchanged, just silence, tension, and Vakir's eyes burning with intensity. He looked down at the ground, recalling that this was only one of 3 entrances to the Null's lair. This path led to the weaker ones. Closing his eyes, he crouched down and pressed his palm to the earth. A wave of mana surged from his body, flowing beneath the surface. His focus sharpened. In his mind, visions of a grand banquet and flying wine glasses danced, images tied to the power of swordmasters. As his energy seeped into the ground, nothing seemed to happen at first. Then, small explosions rumbled across the mountain peak. The ground quaked. Minnie Pin stiffened, eyes wide with confusion. What had Vakir just triggered? Moments later, angry Nulls burst out of the cave, charging straight at them, their eyes wild with fury. Minnie Pin didn't hesitate. He hurled the barrels of oil directly at them. The monsters froze, jaws dropping in disbelief as the barrels struck and burst, dousing them in oil. One after another, Minnie Pin kept flinging barrels, each splash soaking the incoming swarm. Vakir stood there with a lit torch, a smirk creeping onto his face. It was the same trick he'd once tried in the forest, though back then it had failed. But this time was different. These weren't the Madam's beasts. These were just Nulls. With the horde drenched in oil and closing in fast, Vakir tossed the torch. The moment the flame touched the ground, fire erupted. The blaze roared to life, engulfing the monsters. Screams tore through the night. In a confined space like this, fire was deadly. Smoke choked the air, and with no escape routes left, it swept through the entire den. The cave burned. From outside, Vakir and Minnie Pin stood in silence, watching the fire do its work. Minnie Pin stared, stunned. Vakir hadn't hesitated for even a second. He had incinerated an entire colony without blinking. That cold precision shook him. This man was far more ruthless and more calculated than he'd ever imagined. Sensing the gaze on him, Vakir turned slightly. His eyes were calm, unreadable. Minnie Pin felt something shift inside. Awe, respect, maybe both. He's kinda cool, he muttered to himself, his eyes gleaming. Vikir glanced over, confused, and awkwardly scratched his head. Hours passed. Smoke poured from the mountain. When they finally ventured inside with a torch, the cave was nothing but scorched remains. Null corpses were everywhere. Minnie-Pin stepped forward and began inspecting them carefully, his expression turning serious. Minnie-Pin noted that the Nulls had likely died from smoke inhalation, a conclusion drawn from his years of experience in monster hunting. It was something he'd picked up for Vikir over time. With a calm demeanor, Vikir started walking deeper into the cave, reminding Minnie-Pin not to get too comfortable. Some Nulls could still be alive, so they had to stay alert. Minnie-Pin clutched his chest, oddly touched by Vikir's concern. Meanwhile, Vikir looked at him and felt a strange sense of déjà vu. Minnie-Pin's expression reminded him of Secretary General Chihuahua. The two of them moved cautiously through the dark cave, stepping over charred monster remains. Suddenly, Minnie-Pin stopped. His eyes locked on a peculiar rock formation. Without hesitation, he swung his sword at it. Vikir turned, raising an eyebrow. "What is it?" he asked. Minnie-Pin struck again, revealing marks on the rock that looked unnatural. "These aren't random," he said, slashing harder. The rock cracked open, exposing a hidden passageway. Both of them froze, staring at the opening in shock. Inside was a room gleaming with gold coins, piled high. Vikir stepped in, scanning the room. It didn't take him long to figure out. This wasn't just loot. Someone had turned this into a vault. Minnie-Pin hesitated, suggesting the coins might just be the Null's collection of shiny objects. But Vikir picked up a coin, studied it for a moment, then tossed another toward Minnie-Pin. Minnie-Pin caught it, confused. "These aren't bank-issued," Vikir said. "No serial numbers. The Nulls couldn't have gotten these on their own." Minnie-Pin blinked, unsure what to say. Who in their right mind would store treasure here? Vikir dropped the torch to the ground and stood tall. One thing was clear, someone had stashed these coins here. And that someone was powerful enough to slaughter an entire Null colony and take the lair for themselves. Just then, a sharp clicking sound echoed from the cave entrance. A woman in heels stepped over a Null corpse, unfazed. She licked her hands slowly, eyes scanning the cave with casual amusement. "Well," she said with a sly grin, "looks like some rats broke into my PG bank." Vikir stood there, still holding the coin, expression unreadable. Minnie-Pin stared at the coin in his hand, completely stunned. The cave was littered with bodies, and now a mysterious woman had shown up, eyeing the aftermath without a word. She moved closer to the hidden vault entrance. Vikir turned back to the treasure room. Whoever was using this place as a stash had to be incredibly strong. Someone who could take down all these monsters without breaking a sweat. Minnie-Pin examined the gold again, uncertain. Was this all stolen from a bank? Vikir nodded. That was the only thing that made sense. No regular person would have access to untraceable coins like these. His eyes narrowed as a chilling thought crossed his mind. He could already picture the headline in the paper. Vikir suddenly remembered a recent news piece, one he'd written himself. It had been about a string of high-profile heists. The culprit? A copycat of the infamous Hound. This criminal had hit key targets in the imperial capital, destroying entire facilities, vanishing with their riches, and leaving behind only chaos. One of those targets had been a major bank. All the witnesses were found dead, and the only clues left at the scene? A set of high-heel footprints, and strange, winding marks resembling those of a massive snake. That was when people started calling her the Ouroboros. Back in the cave, the woman lashed out with her whip, sending it cracking through the air. But Vikir moved just in time. He tilted his head, narrowly dodging the strike as it slammed into the cave wall, carving a deep, snake-like groove. Vikir didn't flinch. His eyes remained calm, focused. Across the room, Minnie-Pin spun around. His face went pale. The woman retrieved her whip and began walking toward them with unnerving grace. Her grip tightened. Her fury was clear. Someone had dared mess with her stash. Minnie-Pin stood frozen, caught between confusion and fear. Vikir quickly pieced it together. This woman wasn't just some rogue fighter. She was the robber from the headlines. Her smile widened, and her fist clenched. Vikir's eyes locked onto the wall. The whip marks, just like the ones from the crime scenes. And now it was clear, those snake tracks had always been from a whip. She was also using magic to alter her voice. She extended her hand and, with a twisted smile, asked aloud whether this was bad luck or good luck. Her eyes burned with fury as she stared Vikir down, unsure what he was doing here. But whatever it was, she didn't like it. Vikir was thrown off. Why was she so focused on him? Minnie-Pin, overwhelmed, reached for his sword. Vikir kept his eyes on the woman. Something had shifted in her demeanor. She seemed to realize something. Did she recognize him? She touched her mask and laughed, clearly thrilled. What were the odds? Vikir had walked straight into her treasure vault. With a wicked grin, she unleashed her mana. A fierce surge of energy exploded around her. Minnie-Pin drew his blade, confused but ready. Vikir, still calm, analyzed her power. It was intense, well beyond the level of a graduator. Minnie-Pin didn't stand a chance. Vikir knew it had to be him. He was the only one here who could face her. But new worry crept in. If he revealed his full strength now, and she survived, she'd know exactly who he was. And that could bring even greater danger later. Vikir stood motionless, unsure of his next move. The Ouroboros' aura pulsed through the cave like a storm, thick with pressure. But even with the tension crackling in the air, Vikir stayed calm, eyes thoughtful as he silently weighed his options. Minnie-Pin glanced over at him and frowned. Vikir looked distracted, like his mind was racing. It was true. Vikir had been hailed as a genius, a hero. But facing a foe stronger than a graduata, that was no small thing. Minnie-Pin stepped forward, placing himself between Vikir and the advancing enemy. His voice was steady, sincere. The Imperial Guard should be patrolling near the mountain base by now. Vikir snapped out his thoughts. His eyes widened. That was it. They had a chance. Drawing his sword, Minnie-Pin summoned his mana. Golden energy surged around him, swirling with fierce intensity. He gritted his teeth, gaze locked forward. "I'll buy you time," he said, filled with determination. "Get to the entrance, call for help. I'll hold her off." Vikir hesitated, confused by the sudden bravery. Minnie-Pin just smiled. "Even if it was short, I'm glad I met you." And with that, he charged. His mana flared bright as he rushed the Ouroboros, sword ready. She didn't move. She just stood there, watching. Minnie-Pin swung with everything he had, but she ducked at the last second, and his blade slammed into the ground. He growled, frustrated, and attacked again, only for her to leap back, dodging cleanly once more. His second strike smashed against the cave wall. She calmly infused her whip with mana, her grin returning. She looked like she was enjoying this. Then she lashed out. The whip snapped upward, catching Minnie-Pin under the jaw. The force of it sent him reeling, slicing deep into his face and stunning him instantly. He staggered back, blood dripping, sword slipping from his hand. His legs trembled, his body barely holding on. For a second, everything went dark. The pain was unbearable, like his body was being torn apart. Even though he was a graduator, the difference between them was massive. She was on a completely different level. But even so, Minnie-Pin lifted his head, eyes burning with defiance. He raised his arms to guard and began focusing every ounce of his energy. Golden mana burst from his body once more. But she wasn't done. The Ouroboros struck again, and again. Each whip crack left fresh wounds, slicing through skin and muscle. Still, Minnie-Pin didn't move. He stood tall, enduring it. In that moment, all he could think of was Vikir. That guy. He was going to become a sword master one day. He couldn't die here. Not like this. A faint smile crossed Minnie-Pin's lips. The Ouroboros froze. Her eyes widened in confusion and, just for a moment, fear. She didn't understand. Why was he smiling? Minnie-Pin's eyes were blazing with fury and purpose as he stared her down. Minnie-Pin charged one last time, ready to give his life for Vikir. But just as he committed to the strike, Vikir's voice cut through the air. "Don't throw your life away." At that moment, Vikir launched a string of spider silk. It flew through the air and stuck to the Ouroboros' mask, catching her off guard. She panicked. Minnie-Pin froze, jaw clenched. He didn't know what Vikir had just done, but it was working. The Ouroboros grabbed at her mask, snarling. She didn't know what this sticky mess was, but she knew she had to get it off fast. While she was distracted, Vikir appeared behind her. His eyes flared with cold resolve. Without hesitation, he delivered a brutal kick to her ribs. The impact made her stagger, teeth gritted in pain as blood spilled from her mouth. The force of the blow hurled her into the cave wall, shrouding the space in smoke and shaking the whole mountain. Vikir placed a steady hand on Minnie-Pin's shoulder. "You're strong," he said quietly. Minnie-Pin turned, stunned. He didn't expect praise. Not now, not from him. On the ground, coughing up blood, the Ouroboros clutched her side. She couldn't believe it. His strength wasn't normal, far beyond what she'd anticipated. Minnie-Pin was too injured to move. Without a word, Vikir lifted him onto his back. His eyes were sharp. He knew this wasn't over. One strike wasn't enough to bring her down, and he couldn't afford to reveal his true level. Not to her, not even to Minnie-Pin. He made his choice. With Minnie-Pin on his back, Vikir headed toward the cave's exit. The Ouroboros, still grounded, hissed after them. "Where do you think you're going?" They didn't stop. Moments later, the moonlight broke through the trees as they emerged from the cave. Vikir turned and looked back, eyes glinting with defiance. "You should run. We'll be back," with the Imperial Guard. Trembling with rage, the Ouroboros clawed at the dirt. She could feel her fury bubbling over. Vikir smiled calmly. "Next time, if you plan on touching my coin box, you better be ready to pay for it." With that, he turned away, Still reeling, she clenched her teeth. Bastard, she muttered through the pain. Minutes passed. Minnie Pin had fallen unconscious. Vikir continued walking through the forest under the glow of the moon, carrying his injured companion on his back. A faint smile touched his lips. He had thought he'd already lived enough, but here he was, still discovering parts of himself he didn't know existed. As he walked, memories of Chihuahua and Minnie Pin flickered in his mind, reminders of the people who had stood by him. And then, like a quiet whisper, the image of his past self surfaced. Under the moonlit sky, he made his way toward the area where the Imperial Guard was stationed. Minnie Pin, so loyal and unflinching, reminded him of who he used to be. Night had fallen completely. It wasn't long before the knights of the Imperial Guard reached the cave entrance. What they saw left them speechless. The cave was swarming with knights. On the floor lay a massive pile of null corpses. The sight left everyone speechless. Someone had taken down an entire colony of monsters. In the shadows, Vikir stood quietly, his hood pulled low, observing the scene with a calm gaze. The operation to destroy the null nest officially concluded with the Imperial Guard arrival. By the time they reached the site, Miss Ouroboros was gone, leaving behind a fortune in gold. The knights wasted no time. With carts in tow, they began collecting the treasure, stuffing bags full of coins and hauling them out of the cave. Throughout the night, the loot was loaded into their carriages. Just like that, everything was confiscated by the Empire. Morning came. Minnie Pin lay in bed, his face wrapped in bandages, but his eyes sparkled with quiet joy. A small smile tugged at his lips. Not long after, Vikir walked in carrying 2 heavy bags full of coins. He greeted Minnie Pin cheerfully and explained that the money came from selling the loot, plus a hefty reward for eliminating the nulls. Minnie Pin blinked in surprise, still processing everything. Vikir sat down beside him and went on to explain that while the fire and smoke had damaged some of the leather, the bones, claws, and teeth had fetched a good price. Minnie Pin's attention locked on Vikir. He couldn't help but smile. Vikir, with a hint of concern, asked about his condition. Minnie Pin clasped his hands and answered honestly. Every joint aches, he said, but the doctors told me I'll recover fully. I'll be able to live normally again. Hearing this, Vikir nodded in understanding. It made sense why Minnie Pin had earned his rank. He had the resolve to match it. Vikir reached into one of the bags and handed Minnie Pin a pouch of gold. It dropped into his lap with a satisfying clink. Minnie Pin opened it, and his jaw dropped. Shimmering gold coins filled the bag. The gift covered both his help in the mission and his upcoming medical expenses. Vikir knew Minnie Pin wouldn't be able to work for a while. Minnie Pin stared at the coins, speechless, as sunlight streamed in through the window. He clenched his fist, then finally asked, "Are you heading back to the academy now?" Vikir gave a calm nod. Minnie Pin didn't look up. He just sat there, quietly satisfied that he'd stood beside the hero of Baskerville, if only for a little while. Vikir tilted his head, curiosity flashing in his eyes. He recalled something. Minnie Pin knew a lot about monster ecology. Minnie Pin perked up, eyes wide in surprise. With a proud grin, he lifted his hands and explained that in his youth, he'd traveled across the entire continent. He knew all about monster behaviors, their nesting grounds, and even the unique traits of subspecies variants. Minnie Pin proudly explained that he didn't just know about monster habitats. He could also identify subtypes and superior species without hesitation. Vikir listened in silence, then slowly stood from his chair. With a distant look, he turned his back and began walking toward the door. Minnie Pin's eyes followed him, puzzled. But then Vikir stopped and looked over his shoulder. "Wait here," he said. Minnie Pin's eyes welled with tears. He couldn't hold back the emotion. Vikir gave a warm glance. "I'll need your help again." Minnie Pin was left speechless, his heart pounding with pride. Meanwhile, back at the academy, Professor Mr. Banshee Moore was buried in paperwork. His desk was stacked with reports and petitions. He scowled, clearly irritated. Handling all the academy's administrative work alone wasn't something he enjoyed. Just then, a knock at the door pulled him from his frustration. "Enter," he grumbled. The door opened, and Dollars walked in, holding a stack of documents. Professor Banshee looked up, surprised. "What is it?" Dollars walked up to his desk, eyes serious. "I'm here to talk about the students applying for scholarships." Professor Banshee blinked. "Scholarships." She laid the papers on his desk. "These are applications from students who may not be able to return next semester. Some are struggling with part-time jobs, others are barely managing to hold on, without working, just to qualify for aid." He flipped through the documents, his curiosity piqued. Dollars didn't stop there. There are also students who receive scholarships through forged documents. Wealthy families pretending to be poor to exploit the system. She fixed him with a stern gaze. "We need to reevaluate these scholarships and redistribute them to those who actually need them." Professor Banshee's expression darkened. His patience was wearing thin. Pointing at her, He snapped. Scholarships are awarded based on regulations. As student council president, it's your job to uphold them. Dollars slammed her hand on the table. Then maybe it's time we re-examine those regulations. Some students are falling through the cracks. Professor Banshee scowled. So, I should do the work twice? Who's going to pay me double for that? Her patience was thinning too. Her eyes narrowed with contempt. This isn't about your paycheck. This is about the future of our students. The room grew tense. A confrontation was brewing. Then, right at that moment, the door opened, and Vakir walked in. Both Mr. Banshee Morg and Dollars turned to face him, their attention immediately shifting. Vakir stepped into the office, and both Mr. Banshee and Dollars turned to look at him, eyebrows raised. Neither of them had expected to see him there. He was carrying a heavy bag of gold coins and looked completely calm. Professor Banshee sneered, noting Vakir's unannounced entrance. Did your parents never teach you how to knock? He mocked. That struck a memory. Vakir briefly thought back to his father, Hugo, the one who had drilled manners into him. Their family motto had always been, respect the strong. A small smile tugged at his lips. Vakir looked down silent. Dollars watched him puzzled. Something about his presence felt different. Professor Banshee Morg rubbed his face, sighing. What is it now? Don't tell me you're here to complain about not getting a scholarship too. Vakir didn't respond. Instead, he calmly approached the desk and set the bag of coins down in front of the professor. Dollars leaned forward, curious. Professor Banshee stared at the bag, his mind already guessing what was inside. Vakir opened it, revealing a pile of glinting gold coins. I came to pay my tuition, he said simply. Professor Banshee's eyes went wide. Where did you get all this? Adjusting his glasses, Vakir explained. I happened to take part in the expedition against the Nulls. A fire broke out while I was resting, and it, wiped out the entire colony. Professor Banshee narrowed his eyes, clearly suspicious. That story makes no sense. You can ask Minnie-Pin. He was with me. Vakir replied evenly. Now, does this cover next semester's tuition? Professor Banshee examined the coins more closely, running them through his fingers. His eyes widened even further. This could pay for all 4 years. Vakir nodded. The rest is for tuition too. Dollars couldn't take her eyes off him. She was starting to sweat. Professor Banshee leaned back, clearly flustered. This is too much for tuition. What are you trying to do? Buy a building? Become a professor? But Vakir remained calm. Use the remainder of the money for students who can't afford to continue. Dollars froze, stunned. She hadn't expected that. Professor Banshee blinked, confused. You're donating all this? For scholarships? Vakir nodded. But on one condition. Any student who receives a scholarship must complete volunteer hours. An orphanage. Professor Banshee pointed at him, still wrapping his head around the offer. Then you might as well name it. How about the Vakir Scholarship? Vakir shook his head. He didn't want the attention. Call it the Perry Scholarship. Dollars' eyes widened. She stared at him. Dollars raised a hand to her mouth, blushing. Vakir's eyes were steady, his voice resolute as he asked Mr. Banshee to name it the Perry Scholarship. The sun was beginning to set, casting long shadows across the academy grounds. Inside the student council room, President Dollars sat with her fellow members. The news had spread quickly. An anonymous donor had appeared, offering a new kind of scholarship, one that required volunteer work at an orphanage instead of top grades or social standing. For once, the scholarships would go to those who truly needed them. Noble families were excluded. Dollars folded her hands, deep in thought. No one knew who the mysterious benefactor was. But this person had changed the futures of countless students in need. Her thoughts drifted to Vakir. There was something about him, something more. He had topped the written midterms, performed among the best in practicals, and always carried himself with quiet discipline. A model student. Still, there was a mystery about him. She recalled seeing him in Professor Banshee Morg's office. Behind those glasses were eyes that seemed cold, yet she sensed warmth behind them. A memory came to her. Vakir sitting beside Perry, the girl who died during the battle against Danilin. Vakir still remembered her. That meant something. Dollar stood up and began to walk. Her heart was full of questions, of emotion. Vakir's kindness, though hidden, was real. Her cheeks warmed, and she found herself blushing again. She arrived at his door and hesitated, hands slowly reaching for the knob. This wasn't just curiosity anymore. It felt like a sense of duty, like someone who had witnessed the end of Perry and the Night Bloodhound during the battle with Danilin. Just then, the door swung open. PG stood there, scratching his neck. His eyes widened in surprise. The two stood in awkward silence for a moment. Is Vakir here? She asked. PG turned to glance into the room, then looked back with a gentle nod. You came to see Vakir? The room behind him was empty. He's not here. He's always out at night, PG said. Dollars blinked, then noticed something that made her eyes sparkle with interest. PG rubbed the back of his head and admitted, he doesn't keep much stuff here. It's like he's always ready to leave. Her curiosity deepened. PG turned his head slightly, lowering his voice. It feels like something's bothering him. As his roommate, I just worry he might disappear. As he turned away, he caught sight of Dollars again. She was already walking down the hallway, her back to him. He scratched his head, visibly puzzled. Sunlight poured into the corridor. Dollars walked away in silence, her mind spinning with one question. Could Vikir be the night bloodhound? Elsewhere in the Empire, crowds bustled at a packed train station, Wango Station. On platform 999 stood a girl in a flowing summer dress, a wide-brimmed hat shading her face. A purse rested on her shoulder. In her other hand, she clutched her carry-on with both hands, cheeks slightly flushed, unable to hide her excitement. It had been a long time since she'd left the academy. Behind her stood Sancho, Tutor Sinclair, and PG, all dressed in their academy uniforms. Tutor gave them a puzzled look. If someone sees us, they'll think we're headed for a vacation spot, he muttered. Don't forget, we're going into battle. Bianca's calm gaze didn't falter. Then let's at least pretend we're a little nervous. She pointed off to the side. Not far away, a group of students stood chatting among themselves. Bianca gestured toward them, her eyes glowing with confidence. Anyway, in this Olympic survival competition, our Colosso Academy is going to come out on top again. The Olympic survival competition had officially begun. It was a grand event where the 4 most prestigious academies of the Empire gathered to compete. First was their own, the elite Colosso Academy, known for excellence in every field. Then came Colost Boot Camp, a powerhouse for training warriors in melee combat. Swords, spears, axes, bows. Though different in focus, its structure and curriculum mirrored that of Colosso. Also participating was the Themyscira Women's University, an institution composed entirely of female students, with its own unique approach and high standards. Finally, the host of this year's edition, the Magic Tower or Wizard Training Institute. Located in the east, it was the Empire's center for magical education and mastery. Tutor turned to Bianca with a curious look. So, the Magic Tower's the venue this time? Bianca nodded. It's being held in Dollar's Smile, southeast of the continent. The tower's known as a peaceful retreat. As they moved through the station, the loudspeaker came to life, announcing the arrival of the Continental Circuit train. Next stop, Wango Imperial Capital. They approached the platform, gazing ahead in anticipation. Sancho, Bianca, and Sinclair's eyes lit up with excitement. But for Tutor and PG, their jaws dropped in awe. The train thundered in at high speed, emitting a trail of glowing blue smoke. A large, gleaming magic circle spun in front of its engine. The train came to a halt. PG clenched his fists, practically trembling. It was his first time riding a magic train. Sancho put his hands on his hips, grinning. I rode this one when I first enrolled. PG stared in amazement. Bianca, catching their expressions, pointed at them and laughed. Try not to look like idiots, she teased. Everyone turned toward her, confused. Bianca then raised her hand and pointed at the train. Students from Colost and Themyscira already boarded at the last stop. They're inside. Her tone sharpened. Let's not give our rivals any reason to look down on us. As they spoke, several students stepped off the train. Among them, a man with a scar across his face and a sharp-eyed woman drew attention immediately. PG and the others stared alert. Not long after, the rest of the Colost Academy's students followed, each with a serious expression. One by one, the students from Colost Academy stepped off the train, their faces grim and focused. Not long after, a wave of laughter and chatter followed. The girls from Themyscira Women's University had arrived, stepping off the train with smiles and elegance. The platform grew lively as students from all academies made their way to the station store to grab food. PG's eyes widened. Wait, why did everyone get off all of a sudden? Standing nearby, Tutor crossed his arms, scanning the scene. The air had shifted. There was tension everywhere. Spotting the students from Colost Academy glancing their way, Tutor extended a hand, smirking. They're probably grinding their teeth just seeing Sancho. PG turned, confused. Why Sancho? Sancho, standing right beside him, broke into a grin. His eyes sparkled. Tutor chuckled and closed his eyes. Sancho placed first in Colost Boot Camp's entrance exam. Then he ditched them and enrolled at Colosso instead. Sancho's confidence swelled, and he couldn't help but beam. When it came to fighting, he was always ready. Just then, Bianca approached. Is Sinclair in serious trouble? She asked. Sinclair blinked, caught off guard. Her eyes widened. Bianca remembered. Sinclair had also ranked first in the entrance exams for both the Magic Tower and Themyscira Women's University. Sinclair's cheeks flushed a deep red, and she smiled shyly. Being first always came with pressure. If she won, people would say it was expected. If she lost, it would be shameful. They boarded the train again, finding their seats. PG walked down the aisle reading his ticket while Tutor followed behind, patting her on the shoulder. Don't stress, he said with a grin. The real aces are the third years. According to the data, there will be 50 third years, 32nd years, and 21st years in the competition. Sancho and the others listened quietly, their expressions calm and focused. Tutor's mind drifted to the rewards. He imagined magical relics, a book, a sword, a dagger, a necklace. It was said that the top 10 finishers in the competition could choose one treasure from the shared vault of all 4 academies. He was determined to claim one. They reached their seats, stashed their luggage, and settled in. Tutor crossed his arms and sighed. It's a shame Vakir isn't with us. He leaned back, clearly a little annoyed. Sancho, seated next to him, turned with a small smile. He had something to take care of, right? A prior promise. He respected that. Vakir, keeping his word, only made him seem more admirable. Bianca rested her head on her hand and gazed out the window. She recalled that Vakir's seat was in a separate car. Would he be okay? Would students from other academies cause trouble for him? Sinclair's eyes lit up with worry. Now she was concerned too. PG turned around, face already sweaty. His nerves were kicking in. He wasn't worried about the enemies. What really bothered him was that boy being with Vakir. Meanwhile, in another train car, a purple-haired boy sat quietly, eyes empty, staring at the floor. That boy was Granui Leviathan, the third son of the deadly poison Leviathan family, one of the Empire's 7 great houses. Raised as a prodigy, he had always been seen as the brightest in his clan, never letting anyone outshine him. Under a cherry blossom tree, he once saw her, Sinclair. Watching her from a distance, he remembered that painful moment. He had placed second in the entrance exam, and the one who beat him was a girl with no name, no noble lineage, just Sinclair, a commoner. Granui clutched his chest, his face turning red. His first defeat, delivered by someone from the lowest class. But something began to stir inside him. Something strange. Sinclair stood beneath the cherry tree, watching the petals fall, her eyes sparkling. That feeling, whatever it was, had started the moment he first saw her. Her snow-white hair, porcelain skin, wide, deer-like eyes, delicate features. She looked like something out of a dream. While she was lost in thought, Granui and his companions stared at her, completely smitten. It hit him then. He was in love. He tried to deny it, but he couldn't. Granui approached her, pointed a finger, and called her a commoner. Smirking, he asked if she'd found a team. She turned around, surprised. He stepped closer, trying to say more, but all that came out were sharp, clumsy words. Then, with a thumb pointed at his chest, he offered to let her join his team. Sinclair's eyes lit up, but instead of answering him, she waved at someone else. Beaming, she took off running, right past Granui. His eyes widened, confused, shocked, his teeth clenched in frustration. Standing just behind him was Vakir, deep in thought. Sinclair had reached out to him, smiling as she began to chat. Back in the train car, Granui sat with Vakir and the Baskerville triplets. He stretched out his legs, clearly tired. The others noticed, and it was awkward. Acting like he owned the place, Granui casually placed his feet on Vakir's knees. Our boy looked down, unsure how to respond. Granui glared at Vakir, full of scorn. He couldn't understand what Sinclair saw in him. Was it because they were both from the lower class? But Granui knew one thing. This time, he had to crush Vakir. That's why he joined the team. Vakir looked away, calm as ever. Granui pulled a bottle from under his clothes and gave Vakir a hard glare. He made it clear he was going to lead this team. Did Vakir have a problem with that? Vakir, still calm, said he didn't care, as long as Granui did his part. Then he asked why Granui had put his feet on him in the first place. The Baskerville triplets glared, eyes burning with fury. Someone had just disrespected Vakir, and they weren't having it. Granui said he was just stretching his legs, but needed a place to rest them. Then, looking straight at Vakir, he asked if a noble resting his feet on a commoner was a problem. The triplets' jaws tightened, their eyes blazing. Granui smirked and asked Vakir if he wanted a fight, and if he had ever felt the agony of poison. As he raised the bottle to his lips, he pointed at Vakir and warned him, eyes burning with fury. From now on, Vakir better stay in line, or Granui would slip a venomous insect into his body. With a hand glowing with poison and eyes glinting with malice, he called Vakir a commoner again and demanded if he understood. As the poison trickled from Granui's hand, Vakir said nothing. He just stared at the floor, lost in thought. Then, without a word, he stood up, brushed Granui's legs off his knees, and headed toward the restroom. Granui's eyes flared with anger. "Where do you think you're going?" he snapped. Vakir paused, turned around, and placed a finger to his lips. His gaze locked with Granui's, a silent command. Be quiet. The triplets had seen enough. Their rage erupted. They were ready to pounce. Granui gritted his teeth. This was madness. Was Vakir out of his mind? But before he could react, the triplets grabbed him by the head. Granui's eyes went wide with panic. He screamed in fear and confusion. Outside the car, Vakir walked away calmly. He muttered an apology, but knew he couldn't let Grenouille interfere. He gazed through the window at the passing scenery. This competition, the Olympic survival, wasn't just about getting through it. Results mattered. Only the top 10 would earn the right to choose from the shared treasure. And Vikir had to get in. He had to destroy one particular artifact. His eyes sharpened with purpose. Atop a cliff, something stared back at him, an eerie, motionless eye. The artifact wasn't just any relic. It was one of the elite corpses, a demonic entity sealed in item form. The 7th elite corpse, Decoravia. Decoravia was a shining eye, an inorganic demon. One of the 10 elite corpses whose identity had already been exposed before Vikir traveled back in time. Back then, it had sat quietly in the Academy's treasure vault. But after being awakened by demons, it became a terrifying weapon in the Age of Ruin. Vikir clenched his fists, eyes focused on the ground. He'd found a chance to intervene early, to prevent a future disaster. He had to make the top 10. He had to reach the vault, and he had to destroy Decoravia. Determination lit his eyes. Vikir returned to the train car, his hand closing slowly around the doorknob. He opened the door and stepped inside. But instead of more arrogance, Grenouille was quiet. He stared at the floor, pale, the bottle dropped at his feet. He lowered his head in front of Vikir, trembling and mumbling. His face was colorless, drool dripping from his mouth. Grenouille's head twitched side to side, like he'd completely lost it. Vikir stepped back into the train car, his gaze calm as he observed Grenouille. Then he gave a slight nod. The Baskerville triplets lit up instantly. Their eyes sparkled, and broad smiles stretched across their faces. They turned to Vikir and gave him an enthusiastic thumbs up. It was daytime, and the train rolled over a long bridge. Vikir felt a wave of relief. One more potential obstacle had just been dealt with. Hours passed. The train eventually came to a dusty halt. One by one, the students disembarked, chatting and laughing with their friends. Vikir and the triplets followed, stepping off the train. While Vikir remained silent, lost in thought, the triplets stretched their arms, clearly worn out from the ride. Not long after, Grenouille stumbled off the train too, looking completely drained. Just then, something caught Vikir's eye. His expression brightened. It was evening now, and they had arrived in the breathtaking city of Dortmile, located in the Empire's southeast. At the heart of the city stood a tall, narrow structure, the Magic Tower. Its form twisted upward, enveloped in ancient spatial magic that even modern wizards couldn't explain. Vikir's thoughts drifted to the Andromaeus ring. He wondered, did this tower hold the same kind of power? The ring, glowing purple, had the ability to create barriers. Maybe the tower shared its secrets. Suddenly, a group of men carrying imperial flags arrived, smiling warmly. A green-haired man stepped forward and extended a hand, greeting them like old friends. This year, he was reunited with the students again, this time as an academy representative. His attention turned to Dollars, whose eyes gleamed with resolve. With a soft smile, she placed her hands on her stomach. She represented Coliseum Academy. Next was a man wearing a wolf pelt on his head, arms crossed, eyes gleaming. He was Jurassico, the fierce representative of Boot Camp Colost. Then came a brown-haired woman with one hand on her hip. She smiled as well. This was Lovegood Malini from Viziro Women's University. Dollars approached, smiling brightly. "How's everyone doing?" Lovegood Malini glanced her way. "Looks like you haven't changed at all," she replied with a grin. Jurassico nodded. "It's been just under a year." The green-haired man raised a finger. "Actually, 11 months, 3 days, 11 hours, 43 minutes, and 12 seconds. Jurassico chuckled, eyes sparkling. "Still calling yourself Arrogant Smart Pant, huh?" The name clearly amused him. Arrogant Smart Pant adjusted his glasses, gaze sharp. A name like mine is tough for muscle-bound brains to grasp. He was the Magic Tower's representative. Bianca looked at them, visibly puzzled. She couldn't believe someone was actually named Arrogant Smart Pant. Sinclair, her face a mix of fear and disappointment, leaned in and explained. "It's tradition at the Magic Tower. The elders give you a baptismal nickname." She continued. They wanted to call him Little Soft Cotton, but he threatened to quit if they did. His real name's probably something like Hohenheim. Still confused, Arrogant Smart Pant raised his finger. Arrogant Smart Pant poked a finger into his ear and casually glanced to the side. His real name? Philippus Aurelius Theophrastus Bombastus von Hohenheim. But honestly, Arrogant Smart Pant had a better ring to it. Just then, PG, nose buried in a book, walked over with a surprised look. All these school representatives, they're no joke. Bianca and Sinclair turned toward him, eyes wide with curiosity. Jurassico's grin spread across his face, his eyes gleaming. The stories about him were legendary. Back in his first year, he'd knocked out all the fourth years and taken over the academy. Some even whispered that his grandparents were mountain barbarians from Adica and Heck. Philippus gave a calm smile. He was the Magic Tower star, never once losing to President Dollars throughout the entire university league. Rumor had it, the moment he graduated, he'd become a professor, and likely the youngest master the tower had ever seen. Lovegood Malini, still poised with her hand on her waist, watched them all. The Themyscira Women's University rep wasn't just skilled. She had the charisma to lead. They called her the Peak of Themyscira. On top of that, she danced for a renowned theater company. PG flipped a page, eyes scanning the book. According to it, this tournament would come down to Philippus and Jurassico for the top 2 spots, with President Dollars taking 3rd. 4th place? Lovegood Melini from Nemesis. Sinclair silently watched PG, unsure what to say. Bianca, visibly confused, finally asked, "Where did you get all this?" Before he could answer, a hand reached out, Philippus again. Standing in the sunlight, one hand on his waist, he gave them a confident look. "Getting here was a hassle. Let me take you to your lodgings." Several hours later, night had fallen. Stars dotted the sky. Sinclair, Bianca, PG, Sancho, and Tudor arrived at their accommodations. Their heads tilted up, and their eyes lit up with wonder. A massive mushroom-shaped lodge stood before them. It was stunning. None of them expected to stay somewhere like this. Soon after, the Magic Tower chefs served up a feast. Meats, fish, sweets. Everything looked incredible. Tudor had changed into fresh clothes, and now sat with fork and knife in hand, grinning as he eyed the buffet. It was way better than he'd expected. PG, sitting next to Sinclair, looked around, puzzled. "Hey, has anyone seen Vikir?" he asked, starting to sound worried. Bianca, now serious, pointed across the room. Vikir was there, quietly sitting at the table. Tudor put his fork down. "Don't worry about Vikir," he said. "Worry about yourself." All around, students ate quietly. Each academy had brought a total of 100 students, 21st years, 32nd years, and 53rd years. Out of the 400 total participants, only the top 10 would earn the right to claim an artifact. Bianca rested her head on her hand, eyes narrowing to the side, clearly irritated. Tudor caught her expression and tilted his head, puzzled by her sudden mood. At that moment, one student walked up to the buffet, only to find it empty. A smug-looking guy from Boot Camp Colossus had piled every last bite onto his own plate and walked off, smiling. The Colossus students were stuffing their plates full, acting like they owned the place. Bianca's gaze locked onto them. She was fuming. Sharing the lodge with these brutes was bad enough. Their lack of basic manners made it worse. With wide grins, the Colossus crew shoved others aside and lined up for seconds. According to them, meals were about rotation, fast and constant. Meat had to keep coming, non-stop. They believed the first 5 minutes were all that mattered. Miss that window, and you go hungry. For them, more always beat better. One girl was nearly knocked to the ground, until Sancho appeared, catching her by the shoulder, just in time. She looked up at him gratefully. Seizing the moment while the Vangians were distracted, Sancho stepped forward. Calm but firm, he told them straight. If they took everything, there'd be nothing left for anyone else. The Vangians turned, curious at first, then serious. Sancho held out his hand. "You're cutting the line," he said, "and making it hard for everyone." Tudor and PG froze, eyes wide, jaws hanging. They didn't expect that. One guy with a ponytail raised the kitchen tongs and pointed them at Sancho. He stared hard. "What line?" he scoffed. "And why are Colosso Academy kids whining like this?" The girl ducked behind Sancho, but he stayed calm. Even as his anger bubbled, he kept it in check. Losing his cool might cost him muscle, and he couldn't afford that. The Colossus guy's expression darkened. He clenched his jaw, staring at Sancho. He hadn't recognized him at first. Sancho's academy uniform had thrown him off. Then, with a sneer, he called Sancho a coward. "You ran off after the Colossus entrance exam." Sancho sighed, gently pushing the tongs aside. "Actually," he said, "I placed first at Colossus, but 5th at Colosso. I chose to come here because I knew I'd learn more." He folded his arms, eyes steady. "Now who are you?" The Colossus student clenched his fists, rage building. "I'm Balasin," he snapped. "We met during the exam." Tudor, still stunned, muttered under his breath. Like Sancho would remember someone like that. Bianca stepped forward with a half-smile, extending her hand. "Even the top of Colossus has things to learn at Colosso." Sancho closed his eyes and chuckled. "Let's stop mocking the weak." That was the final straw. Balasin crushed the tongs in his hand, face red with fury. "I'm Balasin, leader of Colossus' first years," he shouted, pointing a trembling finger at Sancho. Balasin pointed straight at Sancho. "Call out your best fighter." The room fell silent. Sancho and the others didn't respond right away. They just glanced at each other, quietly thinking. But not far away, someone else had already caught everyone's attention. Vikir. He sat calmly at his table, quietly eating. One by one, heads turned toward him. Even Balasin noticed the shift. Vikir hadn't flinched or looked up. Still, Balasin marched over and slammed his hand down on the table right in front of him. The noise echoed, but Vikir didn't react. He stayed still, calm as ever. Balasin's eyes flared. So, you're the strongest first year here? Vikir looked down, silent. Balasin's outburst had destroyed his meal, food he had just carefully finished preparing. That alone made Vikir tighten his grip, trying to keep his composure. Balasin leaned over the table, glaring directly at him. The tension in the room shot up. All eyes were locked on the scene, students frozen, wide-eyed, sensing something was about to explode. With clenched teeth, Balasin repeated his question. You're really the top first year at Colosso? Still, Vikir said nothing, just stared at the floor. Without waiting for a response, Balasin sat down across from him and slammed his elbow on the table. His eyes gleamed with challenge and hate. No mana, just strength. Arm wrestle me. Vikir remained motionless, his face unreadable. Seeing that, Balasin smirked. What's wrong? Scared? It's okay. You can admit it. If you're really the best Colosso's got. I'm not impressed. Bianca, PG, Sinclair, and Tudor, all four flared up at once. Their eyes burned with fury as they glared at Balasin. But then someone stepped in. Dollars. She slammed her hands onto the table, her expression sharp. Balasin looked up, surprised. Vikir turned his attention to her, confused for a moment. Everyone suddenly recognized who she was. Dollars Luan Quo Vadis, president of the student council at Colosso Academy. With a serious tone, she said, no more games. I won't allow any fighting between schools before the tournament begins. Balasin went quiet. His gaze dropped. Dollars continued. This isn't some playground brawl. Get to bed. You'll need the energy. Just then, footsteps echoed through the room. A towering man approached and placed a firm hand on Balasin's shoulder. He looked over at Dollars, grinning. Come on, can't you let them have a little fun? He said. Balasin turned to see who it was and froze, stunned. Red hair, bright eyes, a wide smile. It was him. Dolores stared in disbelief, shocked by his sudden appearance. Across the room, Vikir remained calm, but now he was fully focused. The man was none other than Jurassico Bacaraga. Even the president of boot camp, Kalost, had shown up. That alone stirred confusion in the room. Bacaraga, hands on hips, studied the scene quietly. Balasin put his pride and the honor of our first years on the line, he said, cool and steady. Bacaraga stepped forward, suggesting a duel. He turned to Vikir with a grin. What do you say? He asked. Everyone knows you're the strongest first year in the academy. His eyes sparkled, and his grin widened. He clearly wanted Vikir to say yes. But Vikir didn't reply. He just sat quietly, unsure of what to say. Dolores locked eyes with Bacaraga. Calmly but firmly, she said, I get what you're trying to do, but if it's not allowed, it's not allowed. Bacaraga's smile didn't fade. Hands still resting on Balasin's shoulder, he pointed to the side. He's just eager to prove himself, he said. Look for yourself. Balasin, nostrils flaring, looked like a bull ready to charge, burning with the need to arm wrestle Vikir. Nearby, Bianca, Sancho, Tudor, PG, and Sinclair were watching everything unfold. Their eyes burned with fury. They could take insults, but insulting their friend was something else entirely. Bacaraga chuckled. Seems they want to see Vikir show his strength too. The group clenched their fists, eyes locked on Balasin like sharpened blades. Dollars stood frozen, concern clouding her face. She weighed her options. If she used her authority to stop this now, it might shake the morale of the first years before the tournament. But she also had to prioritize their safety. Vikir noticed her hesitation. His eyes narrowed with curiosity. What was she thinking? Then he looked down, slowly raised his head, and locked eyes with Balasin. Bacaraga threw an arm around Balasin's neck, laughing. He's scared of getting hurt, that's all. We'll keep it friendly. Balasin blinked, suddenly unsure. That wasn't what he expected. His eyes darted in confusion. Vikir's mind wandered back to the version of Bacaraga he had known before the regression. Jurassico Bacaraga had been one of humanity's great war heroes. During his days at Boot Camp Kalost, Bacaraga had faced discrimination because of his Suhi heritage. But despite it, he rose through the ranks, taking down upperclassmen and earning the Academy's respect. Vikir had learned one thing from him. Never underestimate the strong, and always fight to earn your place. Dollars stepped away from the table, watching Vikir quietly. Bacaraga and Balasin stood still, waiting for his decision. Vikir stared at the ground, then nodded. He agreed to the arm wrestling match. Bacaraga's grin exploded into laughter. He was so excited, he started coughing mid-laugh. Meanwhile, Balasin panicked. Let me go, he shouted, struggling under Bacaraga's grip. Dolores looked toward Vikir, worry written across her face. Are you sure about this? Vikir rose from his seat, deep in thought. He knew this would draw attention. But getting lost in distractions like this, that wasn't the way. His gaze dropped, then he slowly lifted his hand, pointed not at Balasan, but at Bakaraga. "I'll arm wrestle you," he said calmly. "Not him." Everyone froze. Confusion washed over the room. Even Balasan blinked in disbelief. His fists clenched, eyes filled with rage. Every jaw in the room dropped, including Dolores. Vikir had just challenged Jurassico Bakaraga. It was clear now, Bakaraga was Vikir's opponent. With a grin, Bakaraga extended his hand. He was all in. Balasan blinked, utterly confused. Fear crept into his eyes. He had no idea what was going on anymore. Vikir's expression hardened, focused, unwavering. That's when Bakaraga realized he wasn't bluffing. Bakaraga's smile grew wider, and he slammed his elbow onto the table. A rush of mana surged around him like a wave. "All right," he said, locking eyes with Vikir. "Let's do this." Vikir lowered his elbow to the table and reached out. Their hands locked. The room went still. Dollar stepped forward, her voice firm. "Simple rules," she said. "Clear win, loss, or surrender. That's it." Vikir didn't flinch. His determination radiated. Dollars looked at him, concern flickering in her eyes. "If I sense any danger, I'll stop it myself." Both combatants gripped each other's hands tighter. "Get ready," Dollars said. Vikir tightened his grip just slightly. Bakaraga's eyes widened. "What was that?" A smile crept onto Vikir's face. "Begin," Dollars called. At once both pushed. Bakaraga started to gain ground, but Vikir wasn't backing down. He dug in, refusing to lose. The students erupted in cheers. One of Balasan's friends stroked his chin, stunned. He'd expected Vikir to fold instantly. But somehow, that body of his was holding up against Bakaraga. Another stared in disbelief. "There's no way," he muttered. "Bakaraga is not going full force. He must be holding back so he doesn't shatter Vikir's arm." Balasan, fists clenched, shouted at the top of his lungs. "Don't hold back, Bakaraga." PG threw his hands over his head, eyes wide. "Is he going to be okay?" Sinclair watched, her eyes filled with a mix of worry and awe. Tudor was stunned. He'd sensed Vikir was powerful, especially during his match with Nefali. But this? Holding his own against Bakaraga? Even Sancho looked shaken. "How strong is this guy?" he muttered. Tudor leaned in closer, watching carefully. "If Bakaraga is not holding back," he said, "then Vikir might actually win this." The tension at the table climbed. Bakaraga gritted his teeth. He wasn't about to let this go. His hand trembled, shaking under the strain. He stared at Vikir, struggling to understand. This strength, he thought. Where is it coming from? He had planned to take it easy. Control the force. Keep it clean. But the moment he gripped Vikir's hand, everything changed. In his mind, he pictured Vikir's muscles wrapped in mana. The tension running from his shoulders down through his triceps. The perfect grip angle. His hand seemed designed to amplify the force of his forearm. Bakaraga realized something important. While he might outweigh Vikir, the boy's technique was in a league of its own. It felt like trying to drag a mountain. A rocky, immovable mountain. It felt like trying to drag a mountain, a massive, unmovable, rocky peak. Bakaraga's face dripped with sweat, yet he smiled. The way Vikir used his strength, it was like watching a seasoned warrior. Someone who'd seen it all. Bakaraga thought, he's as experienced as my own father. But how? He couldn't help but wonder, who is this guy? Vikir stared at the floor, then quietly spoke in Bakaraga's native tongue. "I'm a hunting ground." Bakaraga froze. His eyes widened in shock. Vikir lifted his gaze, eyes glowing. The hunting ground of Balak. And just like that, the warm-up was over. Vikir surged with full power, slamming Bakaraga's arm to the table with such force that smoke burst from the impact. Bakaraga gritted his teeth. Dollars covered her face, stunned. Dust and wind whipped around them. Nobody could see a thing. Then the dust cleared. The table was split. Vikir was lying on the ground. Bakaraga was still on his feet. Gasps spread across the room. No one knew who had won. Bakaraga blinked and stared at his hand in confusion. He was about to speak when Vikir, seated on the ground, calmly declared, "I lost." Cheers erupted. Students clapped and hollered for Vikir, for how long he held out, and how he dared to go head-to-head with someone like Bakaraga. Bakaraga clenched his fist. He knew the truth. Vikir had let him win. He stepped toward him. Vikir looked up, eyes glowing with silent resolve. They clasped hands. In the language of the forest tribes, Bakaraga said, "You are the pride of the deep woods." A smile tugged at his lips. "I'll never forget you." He raised Vikir's arm into the air for all to see. "This strength for him to endure my power. It's no small thing." Vikir said nothing, just stood silently. Sancho's eyes sparkled, and a grin stretched across his face. This is what friendship between men looks like. Tudor folded his arms, grinning. Bakaraga's the real deal. A man's man. PG's fist clenched, heart pounding. I can't wait for the tournament to begin. Night fell. The first day, full of heat, pride, and raw energy, finally came to a close. And at last, the University League was about to begin. Inside the tower, in the office of the Magic Tower's administration, the atmosphere was heavy with anticipation. The master of the Magic Tower, Bearded Whale, gently stroked his beard. "It's an honor to have you all here this year," he said. Seated before him were the academy heads, a brown-haired woman, Hippolyte, director of Themyscira Women's University, a rugged, scar-faced man, Vachilios, general of Boot Camp Colost, and Banshee Morg, deputy director of Colosso Academy. They all sat around a glowing hologram. Bearded Whale nodded. "Thank you for coming to the Magic Tower. I truly appreciate it." Hippolyte pointed at the hologram. "That extra eye of the Magic Tower," she said. "It's always incredible." Vachilios couldn't hold back a smile. Through the glowing hologram, they could see all the students inside. Bearded Whale smiled. "It's true. You can see everything all 400 of them are doing." On the hologram, red dots lit up the map. This year's survival arena was clear, the red and black mountain. Everyone leaned in, watching closely. Somewhere on that chaotic battlefield was Vakir. Behind him, monsters lurked in the shadows, eyes gleaming with hunger. Bearded Whale turned to the others. "Aren't you curious?" he asked. "To see how they'll survive in a place like that." It was daytime. The sun hung high above. This was it, the first day of the Survival Olympiad. The tournament had begun inside the Magic Tower, a realm of endless dimensions where space itself twisted beyond comprehension. This year's map was brutal, the jungle of the Red and Black Mountain. Night fell. Sancho and the others grabbed their weapons and dashed through the dense jungle. Determination flashed in their eyes. Each of them had an assigned HP shield. If it hit 0, they were out. Teams from each academy had been scattered randomly across the terrain. And the most important rule? Adapt, survive, and keep that shield intact. Suddenly, the ground shook. A massive stomp echoed. Something heavy was gaining momentum. PG turned toward the noise, eyes widening in fear. A giant monster burst through the trees, its eyes blazing with fury. It roared. Sancho and the others skidded to a halt, staring it down. The beast clenched its fists and charged. It slammed into the ground with tremendous force, shattering the earth. Sinclair stepped forward, eyes sharp. With a swift motion, she raised her staff and summoned a barrier, shielding the team from the devastating blow. Sancho gripped his axe, standing firm in front. He was the tank. Sinclair, the healer. PG, the strategist. Tudor, the DPS. Bianca, the archer. One of the game's survival rules allowed teams to flee from magical beasts or hunt them down for points. PG turned to Tudor, serious. "We hold its attention until the next strike. Sancho, when your shield's down, pull back and guard Sinclair and Bianca." Tudor gave a sharp nod. PG looked to Sinclair and Bianca. "When we distract it, go for the vital points." Sinclair tightened her grip on her staff. Bianca readied her bow. Both nodded in sync. The monster let out a furious howl and charged again. They sprinted forward, ready to face it head-on. The beast lunged, fists swinging wildly. Tudor jumped, dodging to the side as its fist crashed into stone. PG ducked and rolled, narrowly avoiding a blow. The monster roared in rage, striking the ground with relentless fury. But in that chaos, Sinclair saw the opening. She extended her hands, casting a buff on Bianca. Bianca rose to her feet, bow drawn, eyes locked on the monster's weak points. Sancho stepped forward again, shielding them from harm. Seconds ticked by. Bianca still hadn't loosed her arrow. Tudor glanced at her, confused. Sinclair gripped her staff tighter, closed her eyes, and focused. A magical charge rippled around her. Bianca's eyes lit up. She was aiming, fully focused, pouring all her energy into the arrow's tip. "Almost ready," she murmured. Then she fired. The arrow blazed through the air and struck the monster hard, punching through its body. The beast staggered, groaned, and finally collapsed lifeless. PG spun around, eyes wide in shock. That monster had been dangerously close. Tudor stared at the corpse, eyebrows raised. Did she delay on purpose? Bianca placed her hands on her hips and tilted her head. "Tisish, probably shouldn't have wasted the effort saving you," she muttered smugly. "Next time, I might shoot even later." But when she opened her eyes, her confidence faltered. She saw Sinclair and Sancho's expressions, pure panic. "Run!" they shouted at Tudor and PG. Tudor and PG turned, puzzled, then froze. A massive burst of fire was racing toward them. It hit. Flames exploded, engulfing the area in a thunderous blast. Through the smoke, a hand stretched forward, its owner seething with rage. "Insects," he sneered. It was Philippus, surrounded by roaring fire. His expression oozed arrogance. Colosso Academy students, thinking they rank above the Magic Tower? His current HP, 83. This survival tournament didn't just count beasts as targets. People could add to your points, too. Elsewhere in the jungle, Granui stumbled forward, sweating, exhausted. His HP, 77. Wiping his face with his sleeve, he groaned. Just walking here sapped his strength. What kind of nightmare jungle is this? He looked around, irritated. Where the hell is everyone? Images of Vakir and the Baskerville triplets flashed through his mind. Granui's eye twitched in frustration. They probably ran off without a plan, idiots. Maybe they've already been knocked out and teleported away. He gritted his teeth, thinking back to the train car. If I hadn't let my guard down, I'd have taught them a real lesson. Then, a strange scent wafted through the air. His stomach growled. He blushed, surprised by how hungry he was. Food. He wiped the drool from his chin and followed the smell with a grin. Who makes food in the middle of a monster-filled jungle? He mumbled. Might as well put up a sign that says, free meal. Come get me. In the distance, he spotted a campfire. Jackpot. He took a step closer. Snap. Granui's eyes shot down. Too late. A rope sprang up, wrapped around his ankle, and yanked him into the air. Upside down and flailing, he screamed, No, no, no. Let me down. Granui thrashed like a madman, dangling upside down. Who the hell set this trap? Get me down right now. An archer stepped out of the shadows, puzzled to see who had triggered it. Granui's eyes locked on them, and then widened in disbelief. It was Vakir and the Baskerville triplets. Shock hit him hard. Vakir stood there with 100 HP. The triplets, 95, 96, and 97. Vakir looked down, calm and unreadable. The triplets, arms crossed, stared at Granui with disdain. For Granui, this was pure humiliation. They disabled the trap and let him down. He dusted himself off and awkwardly sat by the bonfire with them, forcing a smile. While the triplets stayed quiet, they began roasting meat over the fire. Granui's eyes wandered. He noticed the tent. His mind buzzed. Food? A campfire? A tent? Who set all this up? The triplets caught him staring. High Burrow answered his unspoken question. The commoner. Vakir did all of it. Middle and Low Burrow nodded in agreement. Granui pointed at Vakir, scoffing. A commoner did this? Come on, don't joke. He couldn't believe it. Vakir said nothing, still gazing at the ground. The triplets glared, their eyes flaring with anger. Granui quickly raised his hands. I'm just asking how he managed it. The aroma of meat drifted to him, and his stomach growled. He clenched his teeth in frustration. Why am I, a member of one of the 7 great houses, worrying about a damn commoner? He thought bitterly, and those idiotic triplets are actually backing him up. Granui let out a long sigh, hand over his stomach. Vakir and the others silently observed. The triplets started laughing. The humiliation burned inside Granui. He wanted to disappear. Then Vakir held out a piece of roasted meat, right to his face. We're cooking it to lure monsters, he said. But if you're hungry, we've already eaten. Granui stared, stunned. His mouth watered. Slowly, he reached out and took it. Why are you being generous? Vakir's eyes twinkled with a sly glint. He smiled. Because you're the team leader. Granui blinked, confused. But Vakir knew what he was doing. He understood Granui's poison abilities could be useful in the jungle. If nothing else, he might come in handy later. Granui lowered his gaze, eyes misting over. That damn commoner, he thought. Maybe he's better than I gave him credit for. He took a bite of the meat, tears streaming down his cheeks. His HP jumped from 77 to 90. Vakir and the triplets stood watching him quietly. Then, thwack, an arrow sliced through the air, striking a monster's leg as it tried to flee. The arrow that pierced the fleeing monster's leg. It came from Vakir. Beside him stood Granui, hands raised, pouring poison into the air with fierce determination. The triplets' eyes gleamed with energy. Without hesitation, they charged. The monster, a hulking horned bear, let out a furious roar. It turned to face them, but the triplets were already slicing into it, fast and ruthless. Blood spilled. Wounds opened. Moments later, the beast dropped to the ground dead. Vakir glanced at the body. That's the 30th, he said calmly. The triplets grinned. This is too easy. But Vakir kept his eyes on the ground. 30 beasts wouldn't be enough. If I want to make top 10, he thought, I'll need to hunt more. Granui tilted his head, puzzled. Why is he going after monsters? Students are worth more points. He stared at Vakir, whose gaze had gone distant. What's he thinking? Granui wondered. Vakir's eyes narrowed, glowing with quiet intensity. This felt familiar. The survival system. The monster scores. The penalties for falling behind. All of it, just like before. Even back then, he'd avoided attention, hunted in silence, and ended up ranked first. That testing ground had felt like home. But now, things were different. Stronger. Sharper. Since becoming a sword master, his senses had grown. And from a moment he entered the red and black mountain, something had been nagging at him. A warning. He looked back at the ground. Something's wrong. Suddenly, his instincts flared. Something was coming. Fast. The triplets moved without needing a word. Swords drawn, they stepped in front of Vikir, eyes locked ahead. Vikir raised his bow. Granui, still confused, lifted his hands and prepared to strike too. But when he saw who it was, he froze. His eyes widened. It was Sinclair. Her HP, only 38. Her body was scratched and torn, her clothes in tatters. She dropped her knees, gasping for air, hands trembling. She looked inside the operations room of the Magic Tower. Tension runs high as the Academy survival competition unfolds. Vasilios, chief of Varangian, remarks on Colossio Academy's grim misfortune this year. With fewer students than any other school to begin with, their numbers have already been cut down drastically. The reason is clear: Hohenheim. His overwhelming strength has turned the battlefield into his stage, leaving audiences stunned. For Colossio, this year offers no luck, only loss. Standing beside him, the master of the Magic Tower, known as the Long White Bearded Whale, shifts his gaze toward Vinci Morgue, deputy principal of Colossio Academy. Curious, he asks what Vinci thinks about the situation. Vinci doesn't hesitate. He reminds the master that the venue chosen for this year's competition is his responsibility. And then he strikes with a sharp question. Was this battleground ever truly safe? He lays out his concerns. Normally, the Magic Tower generates a standard force for these events, filled with manageable monsters fit for students to fight. But this time, the chosen battleground isn't ordinary. It's a restricted zone, a volatile land where the environment itself twists and shifts. Monsters evolve unpredictably, and with time, even stronger entities begin to appear. This isn't just challenging, it's dangerous, far beyond what young competitors should face. Vinci recalls a tragedy from years ago. According to reports from his own family, an S-rank monster once surfaced in this very zone, claiming countless lives. If such a creature were to emerge again, he warns, the system of the Magic Tower may not be able to contain it. His demand is straightforward. Are there real countermeasures in place if the worst should happen? But the master dismisses his warnings without hesitation. To him, that S-rank monster is nothing more than a rumor, an exaggerated tale spread by the Morgue family, who just so happen to oppose the Magic Tower. He insists that their current system guarantees balance. Every summoned creature is scaled to the student's level. Without the presence of a sword master or a mage of the seventh circle, summoning a being too powerful is impossible. And if danger ever crosses the line, the safeguards will trigger. Once a student's shield reaches 0, they're instantly teleported back to the lobby. And should the system detect an irregularity, the entire event will be suspended. To the master, this proves there's no risk worth worrying about. Vinci refuses to back down. He continues pressing on the flaws and hidden dangers, but the Magic Tower's master doesn't budge. Their words clash like their factions have always done, revealing the deep rivalry that's been simmering for years. Meanwhile, far inside the forest battleground, Colossio's remaining students. The situation only grows worse. Vikir soon learns that many of his comrades, Tudor, PG, Bianca, and Sancho, have already fallen. Sinclair explains that Tudor and PG were struck down by Hohenheim, who attacked them mercilessly while they were unarmed. Vikir isn't surprised. The name Hohenheim is one he knows well. Even during the Great Fall, Hohenheim was celebrated as one of the heroes. But even among heroes, there are levels, and today, Hohenheim's superiority is on full display. Despite the losses, Sinclair takes comfort in finding Vikir again. She notices something remarkable. His health remains untouched, still at full strength, while her own has already been worn down simply by moving through this forest. His stamina and control are beyond compare. Watching from the side, Granui leans against a tree, bitterness creeping in. He can't help but feel jealous. If he had chosen to hide deep in the forest and hunt patiently as Vikir had, perhaps his own condition would be just as perfect. But his jealousy ends abruptly. Vikir raises his bow without warning and releases an arrow straight toward Granui. Frozen in shock, Granui thinks for a split second that he's the target, until the arrow strikes true, revealing the hidden threat behind him. Out from the shadows, the students of Themyscira step forward. At their head is Lovegood Malini, their president. She acknowledges Vikir with genuine surprise. Even under the cover of silencing magic, he had sensed them the instant they approached. The air thickens as the two groups face off. Lovegood wastes no time. She declares openly that she intends to wipe out every last Colossio student. At her side, Anna sneers when she recognizes Sinclair. Once the pride of Themyscira, Sinclair had placed first in their entrance exams before abandoning them to join Colossio. Lovegood, intrigued, presses for the reason. Why leave Themyscira? She mocks Colossio, calling it worthless, a place that can't even boast attractive men. Her words drip with scorn, until her eyes land on Vikir. Suddenly, her voice falters. His presence catches her off guard, his appearance unlike anyone she has seen. For a brief moment, she is captivated. But before she can say more, Sinclair steps in front of him. The gesture is enough to flip admiration into fury. Gripping her staff, Lovegood snarls that she will kill Sinclair where she stands. Elsewhere, chaos reigns across the battlefield. Hohenheim cuts through students like they're nothing. He taunts Dolores, mocking her for standing alone. Without allies, he says, she can never defeat him. Dolores knows his words are true, yet her resolve does not waver. Retreat is not an option. Then, the clash shifts dramatically. Bakuraga bursts onto the scene, hurling himself at Hohenheim with crushing force. The impact forces Hohenheim back, teeth gritted against the pressure. For the first time, he questions whether his opponent might be a graduate. Bakuraga laughs coldly, mocking him instead. To him, Hohenheim is nothing more than a fourth circle mage, and Bakuraga vows he won't be left behind. Back with Vikir's group, the standoff against the Miskara escalates into open combat. As attacks are exchanged, Vikir studies Lovegood's spells. The patterns in her magic feel familiar. They echo the triplet's feared technique. 3. Vikir recognizes the spell almost instantly. Lovegood's magic mirrors the triplet's dreaded technique, 3 flowers. That she can wield it even in her fury leaves him astonished. Before the clash can escalate, a bone-chilling force sweeps through the forest. A suffocating pressure rattles the ground, leaving every student shaken. Confusion spreads. No earthquake had been part of this battleground. Then their eyes widen in horror. Out of the shadows emerges not a monster they've seen before, but a towering figure, the infamous Madam. The moment the Madam appears, fear consumes the battlefield. The air itself feels heavier, pressing down on the students until every instinct screams at them to flee. Lovegood's teammates react first, rushing to shield her, but Vikir immediately understands what they face. The unease he had felt since the very beginning. It all came from this creature. The Madam's very presence unsettles even the strongest hearts. In Vikir's previous life, the Madam had been nothing more than a scattered tale, half-remembered myths passed down through fragmented records. Only after decades of study and countless revisions was she finally acknowledged in the Empire's monster dictionary. Even then, she remained nothing more than ink on paper. No one, not even the Magic Tower scholars, had ever seen her. For her to appear here, in the middle of this competition, is beyond abnormal. This is the result of Vikir's very presence, an unpredictable shift no one else could have foreseen. Lovegood is the first to feel the weight of that reality. As the Madam steps forward, her body locks up, paralyzed with dread. She cannot move. She cannot even raise a hand. The strike would have ended her instantly, had Anna not thrown herself into the path. Anna's shield takes the blow, but the sheer force tears through her defense, crushing her to the ground. She collapses, unconscious, without even realizing how badly she's been hurt. Granui, watching from the sidelines, trembles uncontrollably as the Madam passes him by. The reaction makes it clear. Ordinary students are powerless before such a presence. Vikir studies her movements. The Madam is not roaming aimlessly. She is heading straight toward the densest gatherings of students. The realization unsettles him deeply. Something of this magnitude should never have been allowed inside the competition. How could the management team fail to stop this? Back in the operations room of the Magic Tower, Vinci Mord's composure finally breaks. He grabs the master of the tower by the collar, shouting for the event to be stopped immediately. But the master only responds with chilling calm. Intervention, he explains, is no longer possible. When the system of the tower encounters an entity beyond its control, it collapses into overload. At that point, nothing can be pulled out and nothing from outside can reach in. The competition has already reached that stage. The only way forward is for the system itself to stabilize, and that will only happen once. The tower's master finishes. The only way the system can stabilize is for the students themselves to eliminate the monster. Once the Madam falls, the tower will return to normal. On the battlefield, Dolores crouches beside Anna and checks her over. After a quick assessment, she reports that Anna will survive. The worst of the blow was absorbed when her shield collapsed, and though she's unconscious, rest will bring her back. Lovegood allows a brief exhale, but the relief is small. They watch the Madam move on, and Dolores points out the problem. The creature is heading straight for where many students are still clustered. Vikir studies the Madam closely, scanning every detail. She moves on 8 legs, each step reverberating through the soil. Classified S rank, she carries the same destructive potential as a natural disaster. Yet Vikir notices discrepancies compared to the Madam he once faced outside the tower. This one emits no poison, dozens of eyes are missing, and her armored shell is full of gaps and weaknesses. From that, Vikir concludes she isn't the original madam, but an imitation, an image summoned by the magic tower. Even so, this imperfect copy is far beyond what unprepared students should face. They lack the raw power. First and foremost, they lack the will. If fear holds them frozen, strategy will be useless. Something changes when Lovegood stands. Seeing Anna felled for her sake forces her into action. She steps forward and commits to stopping the madam from hurting others. Her move prompts others to join. Bakaraga pushes ahead, setting aside pride to assist. Dolores moves in as well. 3 now prepare to act. They know their combined force won't be enough. Bakaraga admits bluntly that Hohenheim's strength will be necessary and calls for him to come. Hohenheim grumbles at the idea of cooperation, but accepts temporary truce for a single purpose, to save the tower system. Vikir watches their choices and revises his earlier estimate. He had expected fear and retreat, but these students, those who once stood at the front lines during the collapse, moved to hold the line. He reaches out to the triplets, telling them he will explain an attack method for the madam and that they must relay it to the others immediately. The plan must spread fast. Every student who can stand must know how to strike the imitation down. The madam presses forward, her sheer presence crushing the will of weaker students. Fear spreads like wildfire wherever she moves. At one point, she looms over a young girl, ready to crush her beneath her massive weight, until Hohenheim launches a blazing torrent of fire magic. The flames roar brilliantly, striking her body in full. By all logic, an insect-type monster should falter against fire. Yet the madam remains unmoved. The attack does nothing. As expected, fire alone will not bring her down. Hohenheim refuses to relent. Spell after spell erupts from his hands, waves of flame flooding the battlefield. But no matter how fierce the blaze, the madam's armored body remains untouched. Each failure chips away at his confidence. Fire had always been his most reliable weapon against insect monsters, yet here it fails entirely. Even so, retreat is not in his nature. He presses on. One of the triplets watches closely, then steps forward. Calmly, he explains that ordinary fire will never work. Only hellfire, the true consuming flame that burns beyond the physical, could pierce her defense. The madam's exoskeleton is far too thick, a natural fortress meant to endure nearly anything. He points out her legs as slightly weaker, but warns against cutting them. When severed, she multiplies, splitting into more of herself. Instead, the real key lies in the cracks already lining her armor. Small, nearly invisible, but exploitable. If Hohenheim keeps her occupied with fire, the others can strike directly at those weak points. Hohenheim narrows his eyes. The plan is sound, but the knowledge behind it is troubling. How does this boy know so much? Even the Magic Tower's archives never describe the madam in such detail. He demands an answer. The triplet freezes, recalling Vikir's warning. The source of their knowledge must remain hidden. Quickly, he fabricates a response. He once faced a creature similar to the madam, and learned through painful experience. Skeptical, but unwilling to waste time, Hohenheim drops the issue. He accepts the strategy and unleashes another barrage of fire, determined to keep the madam's attention fixed on him. Still, he warns that his mana won't last forever. At that moment, Lovegood charges forward. Staff raised, she channels her energy into a single strike that slams into the madam's body. The blow reverberates with a thunderous sound, forcing the monster to stumble under the pressure. For the first time, the madam falters. Lovegood calls out to the others, urging them to act while the chance remains. This is the moment Lovegood cries out. Hesitate, and it's gone. Bakaraga, Dolores, Sinclair, the triplets, and countless others surge forward together. Their attacks rain down in unison, weapons and spells colliding against the madam's massive form. The combined onslaught drives her back, step by step, until her footing gives way. With a thunderous crash, the beast tumbles over the cliff's edge, vanishing into the thick smoke that rises from below. For a heartbeat, silence takes hold. All eyes fix on the smoke, waiting, straining to believe it might be over. Bakaraga grips his sword tightly, replaying the moment when his blade cut into her body. The sensation had been real, solid. Could be possible, had they done it? But hope is fleeting. The ground trembles, and from the depths, she climbs again. The madam's colossal frame reemerges with dreadful ease, towering higher than before, utterly unharmed. The sight crushes their brief optimism, leaving them stunned, unable to speak. Then, fury erupts. The madam unleashes a blast of raw energy, a wave that rips through the battlefield. The students stagger under its weight, teeth clenched, bodies straining to withstand it. Yet none fall. Not this time. The triplets remember Vikir's words. He had warned them this would happen, that ordinary strikes could never end her. That victory was nearly impossible. But he had also reminded them of a truth. Everyone fears death, but worse than death is standing by, doing nothing, while comrades fall. To carry strength and refuse to use it, that is the heavier sin. That is why they must fight, no matter the odds. Clinging to that truth, the students rise again. Lovegood steps forward first, pouring every shred of her magic into a merciless assault. The ground quakes beneath the madam's weight, cracks splitting the earth, explosions of power bursting outward. Bakuraga and the triplets watch with wide eyes. Could this be an aura explosion? The signal is coming. When Vikir gives the word, they must all strike together. No hesitation. Vikir's calm voice cuts through the chaos. The signal is given. The triplets carry his command across the field, calling every student into formation. The plan is simple. While the madam falters, every single one of them must unleash their greatest attack at once. They steel themselves. The final cue comes. And then, they charge. Blades flash. Spells ignite. Every reserve of strength, every ounce of determination, slams into the madam in a single, united storm of power. For the first time, their strikes do not scatter. They converge. Vikir watches as their courage lights the battlefield. In their eyes, he sees no retreat, no despair. They do not flee from the impossible. They rush headlong into it, steady and unshaken. Their hearts burn steady. Watching them charge without hesitation, Vikir realizes the truth. They are destined to become real heroes one day. Gripping his bow, he decides to act. The path to heroism must be theirs to walk, but what he can give them are the chances to fight with purpose. He draws an arrow, steady and precise, and releases it. The shot tears through the air, striking the madam with devastating force. The impact rattles even the bravest students as they watch the monster stagger under the combined storm of courage and strategy. Every student bears witness as Vikir's arrow finds its mark. The calamitous madam collapses. Her monstrous reign ended in that single instant. The moment she falls, the tower's chaotic systems stabilize at once. Order returns, and the tournament concludes immediately. One by one, the students vanish in waves of light, teleported back to the central lobby. There, they're met by professors and fellow participants. Relief sweeps across the room as the truth settles in. Against all odds, not a single life was lost. To many, it feels like a miracle. But those who know better understand. It was thanks to the 10 young students who stood against an enemy far beyond their reach. The results stunned the academics. Several of the top 10 are first years, and even more astonishing, every single one hails from Colosio Academy, the very academy that confronted the madam head-on. The official report later confirms what everyone feared. The madam was no ordinary monster, but an S-rank calamity, a being so powerful her presence alone forced the tower's systems into overload, cutting off outside observation. That she appeared inside a student competition is declared an unprecedented disaster. And yet, doubts remain. The strongest among the survivors was only a fourth circle mage. Most were far weaker. For such combatants to slay an S-rank defies reason. Their testimonies claim the battlefield itself collapsed at a decisive moment, giving them a rare opening to strike. Officials accept this explanation, ruling the madam's fall as an accident of circumstance rather than a legitimate victory. The weight of responsibility lands squarely on the tower's master, the long, white-bearded whale. He issues a formal apology and announces his resignation at the end of the tournament cycle. Publicly, the matter is closed. Privately, unease lingers. Back in the lobby, however, the students celebrate. Survival itself is worth honoring. Tutor raises his voice, praising Vikir and Sinclair for reaching the top 10, something no one expected from first years. Sancho admits the encounter left unseen scars, but he joins in the pride as tankards are lifted high. Laughter and cheers fill the air as names are called out in triumph. When Vikir and Sinclair's placements are announced, 8th and 9th place, the room erupts in astonishment and applause. But the celebration does not last. 2 nobles step forward, their eyes fixed firmly on Vikir. The nobles offer their thanks to Vikir and Sinclair for saving them, but their gratitude drips with arrogance. They remark how unusual it is for commoners, people without noble upbringing or refinement, to have been their protectors. Their condescension sparks outrage. Bianca, unwilling to tolerate such disdain, lashes out. She grabs one of the nobles by the collar, fury burning in her words, until Sancho pulls her back to keep the situation from exploding further. The nobles retreat in haste, but Bianca's voice cuts after them. She condemns their hypocrisy, declaring that those who value status above life itself are unworthy of being saved. Vikir notices something unusual. Sinclair remains silent. Normally, she would joke or brush off insults like these. But now, Her downcast eyes and unspoken thoughts reveal how deeply the noble's words cut her. For once, her silence speaks louder than anything she might have said. Attention soon shifts as the results are finalized. With the first stage over, the top 10 advance to the next trial. This stage centers on the apprentice system, where participants must take on quests tied to the Empire's 7 great families. Success brings rewards, artifacts of immense power, safeguarded by the universities. Normally, students have no choice in which family they serve to prevent favoritism. But Vikir and Sinclair, unaffiliated with any house, are exceptions. Bianca cautions them about one family in particular, the Baskervilles, the iron-blooded sword. Their reputation is notorious, ruthless, unrelenting, their trials known to end in death. Many challengers never returned. Despite her warning, Vikir chooses them without hesitation, stepping willingly onto one of the most dangerous paths. Not long after, he boarded a train bound for his assignment. In his hand, the parchment details a challenge of the highest order. The shocked faces of his companions linger in his memory, but his resolve does not waver. This trial is more than survival. It is the last step toward facing Decarvia of the 7th Elite Corps and toward earning recognition from Hugo, the Baskerville patriarch himself. In his pocket rests a letter from Hugo, delivered by his brother Osiris. It contains guidance on the path to becoming a sword master, yet its message unsettles him. Why would a man he once deceived offer support instead of punishment? The Hugo he remembers before regression and the one he now sees feel like two different men. And yet, it was Hugo's influence that helped Vikir rise to supremacy. To find the truth, Vikir knows he must face him directly. When that meeting comes, Vikir is taken aback. Hugo's appearance has softened, his hair carefully styled with a feminine touch. The reason is soon revealed. His granddaughter, Pomerian, delights in arranging it, and her presence lingers throughout his office. She had wanted to meet Vikir, but had fallen asleep before the chance came. Hugo indulges her fully, determined that she experience the youth and happiness she deserves. The discussion returns to the letter. Vikir realizes the truth. Hugo discovered his hidden power because supreme mastery brings perception beyond ordinary senses. At that level, no secret can remain concealed. The thought lingers in Vikir's mind. Perhaps Hugo is testing him, measuring how far he can climb. But when praise comes, something inside him shifts. Until now, he has only stood before Hugo as a subordinate to his patriarch. Yet in this moment, the rigid distance fades. For the first time, he sees not only the head of the Baskervilles, but also a father. And that, he realizes, is a good thing. Then Hugo speaks words that change everything. He names Vikir as senator, an appointment that shakes him to the core. Within the Baskerville clan, a senator's rank stands equal to the 7 great pillars, second only to Hugo himself and the vice-patriarch. In all the family's long history, few have reached such heights. When Hugo adds that Vikir is the youngest senator in 100 years, the enormity of the moment settles over him. Vikir accepts with quiet gratitude, vowing to fulfill the role with everything he has. This is not just a title. A senator carries real power, the authority to appoint aides freely, to shape influence within the clan. Though Vikir never sought authority for its own sake, he cannot ignore the paths this position opens before him. Yet even as the honor sinks in, he notices the weight on Hugo's shoulders. Their conversation drifts toward Pomerian, the granddaughter who has become the center of his world. Vikir mentions the rumors of her tantrums cautiously, but Hugo answers with calm acceptance. Such challenges are natural, he says, part of raising a child. Whatever stress she causes, the joy she gives far outweighs it. Still, he admits she has grown distant of late, hiding herself away in the 10,000 epistle library. She barely comes out, even when he leaves his hair styled the way she last arranged it, hoping the small gesture might draw her back. If not for the promise of Vikir's visit, she might not have left her room at all. As Vikir watches him, he sees how fragile Hugo truly looks. The burdens of leadership, the strain of family, the delicate effort of caring for a child who needs both patience and love, all of it weighs heavy on him. Their reflections are cut short by a sudden scream. Both rush toward the library, only to find Pomerian not in danger, but alive with excitement. She has found the book she has been searching for, her joy lighting up the room. Spotting Vikir, she runs to him eagerly, clutching her discovery. Within its pages lies the image of the tree of departed souls. With innocent determination, she declares that she wants it. But the tree is no ordinary relic. Legends describe it as born from the realm of the mind, a mythical existence bound to death and black magic. References to it are scarce and fragmented, yet Pomerian has pieced them together from countless texts. Her fascination is no passing whim, it is an obsession. Pomerian's talent in black magic is undeniable, and Vikir instantly grasps the deeper pull behind her obsession. Hugo, on the other hand, claims to know nothing about the tree. Yet his devotion to Pomerian leaves no hesitation. If she desires it, then it must be obtained. With startling certainty, he commands Vikir to retrieve it. To Vikir, the order borders on absurd, but the word of the patriarch is law. The mission falls to him. His journey takes him to the forests of Le Rouge et Le Noir Mountain, specifically to Western Front Hill 207. Records name this as the only place where the tree of departed souls might exist, hidden within a white sand desert buried deep in the forest. Vikir remains skeptical. In his previous life, before regression, he had found almost no information about the tree at all. Most dismissed it as mere legend, supposedly planted by some forgotten mythical figure. But he also remembers Beelzebub, too, had once been considered nothing more than myth, until the day it proved real. By that logic, the tree could exist as well. He does not travel alone. Concealed beneath his hood is the baby madam, still sulking after being sealed during the survival competition. Vikir had bound her within a ring barrier when her reckless actions endangered others. Though the decision was necessary, her resentment lingers. He continues to scold her, though inwardly he admits much of the chaos was born from his own choices. His path leads into the Malater Salt Desert. The moment he steps onto the white sands, he feels it, the curse of this place. The ground itself drains moisture from flesh, a blight said to have been born from the tears of a fallen evil god. Everything that enters this land, man or beast, shrivels into brittle husks. The desert is littered with mummified remains, silent monuments to its cruelty. Little wonder no one speaks of seeking the tree of departed souls. Few would ever dare to cross this graveyard. But Vikir does not hesitate. Drawing his hood lower, he trusts in the gifts that protect him, the blessing of the river Styx and the regenerative power of the swamp marsh salamander. Where others would wither, he endures. Step by step, he advances deeper into the wasteland. 2 hours pass. The desert gnaws at him, draining strength despite his protections. Fatigue sets in, and a gnawing doubt begins to take hold. Could he have been a fool to trust the words of a book? The endless dunes stretch without end, and the thought of wandering forever claws at his mind. Then the desert itself rises against him. Without warning, a monstrous sandstorm manifests before his eyes. No wind heralded it. No shifting sky gave warning. It appears like a curse given form. Beneath his hood, the baby madam trembles, terrified. Vikir understands the truth immediately. To step into this storm unprepared is certain death. The sand would strip flesh from bone, grind life into dust, and leave nothing behind. He steels himself. There's only one path forward. To survive, he must meet the storm with a force greater than. His fury ignites. Channeling the martial art passed down through his clan, he unleashes the 7th form of the Baskervilles. Power surges outward, colliding head-on with a raging storm. The impact splits the desert apart, wind and sand scattering like shattered glass. Thunderous echoes fade into silence, leaving only the harsh rasp of Vikir's breath, his chest burning from the strain. From beneath his hood, the baby madam cautiously peeks out, still trembling. Vikir tells her it's over, that the storm has passed. Yet her gaze does not rise to the sky. Wide-eyed, she stares only ahead. Vikir follows her line of sight. There, blocking his path, looms a colossal figure. Lifeless, unmoving, yet more terrifying than the storm itself. A monstrous corpse, frozen in eternal silence, like a nightmare carved into reality. Before Vikir lies the fallen husk of the basilisk, the Sand River Dragon. Inside his hood, the baby madam quivers, though Vikir reassures her. The beast is dead. It can harm no one now. But even so, the sight chills him to the core. The basilisk was feared as one of the 3 great disasters of the outer world before its collapse. A creature so elusive it revealed itself only by choice, leaving no trace otherwise. To Vikir, it had been a force of nature, an unstoppable calamity. To now see it lying dead and broken feels almost unreal. This was a monster whose regenerative abilities surpassed even that of the swamp marsh salamander, making it nearly immortal. Yet something here ended its existence with brutal finality. The thought gnaws at Vikir. If this S-rank terror could be slain, then a power even greater must dwell in these lands. The very desert reeks of danger. The air twists unnaturally, saturated with space-time magic stronger than even the magic tower's enchantments or Andromalius's impregnable barrier. The weight of the presence pressing against Vikir is suffocating. And then he sees it, a tower, rising black and sharp against the endless salt dunes. He knows at once what waits inside. The tree of departed souls, the object of Pomerian's obsession, the core of Hoga's command. Resolute, he steps forward. The massive door groans open, releasing a surge of negative energy that slams into him, crushing his body and spirit alike. Dimensional, corrosive, terrifying, and yet, unmistakably, this is the place he has sought. The baby madam peeks from his hood, but recoils instantly, overwhelmed by the sinister air saturating the tower. Deeper he walks, the more the weight grows. The chamber before him mirrors the cradle of swords, but in reverse. Here, blades do not thrust downward into the earth. Instead, they are driven upward, all of them stabbing defiantly toward the heavens. The eerie resemblance to his own Baskerville heritage unsettles Vikir. Could this place be connected to his bloodline? Vikir's footsteps carry him into a vast hall. At its center rises the tree of departed souls, its roots anchored deep, its presence radiating a ghostly force unlike anything he has ever felt. Before it sits a lone figure upon a throne, clad in knight's armor, regal in posture, yet lifeless. No mana, no breath, nothing but an empty shell. The weight of his presence, however, has not faded. Vikir glances back in his mind to the slain basilisk outside. Could this knight have been its executioner? The thought lingers, but he sets it aside. His task comes first. Answers can wait. Hugo will provide them later if needed. Vikir steps forward, hand outstretched to claim the tree. Suddenly, flames roar to life along the sconces of the chamber, bathing the hall in a sinister glow. The sudden flare drives the baby madam deeper into the safety of his hood. And then, the knight stirs. Slowly, his armored body rises from the throne. He says nothing, yet his movement speaks enough. Vikir had expected resistance. He is neither startled nor disappointed. The knight's massive sword cleaves down with a thunderous swing. Vikir darts aside, narrowly escaping. The blade comes again and again, each strike heavy, direct, and relentless, yet lacking refinement. To Vikir's eyes, the pattern is mechanical, the body hollow, a puppet running through empty drills. Disappointed, Vikir draws his bow. If this husk is all that stands between him and the tree, he will end it in a single strike. He steadies his aim, releases. But the knight twists. With a swift motion, he deflects the arrow using the first technique of Baskerville, the very foundation of Vikir's clan. Vikir's eyes widen. This lifeless husk just executed the signature technique of his family with flawless precision. And it doesn't end there. The knight closes in, sword arcs flowing seamlessly into the 7th and 8th techniques of Baskerville. Movements that few warriors alive could master, wielded here with lethal grace. Each strike splits stone, the floor cracking beneath the weight of his blade. The sheer force of his swordplay drives Vikir back step by step, every swing steeped in the aura of his own lineage. Vikir strains against the storm. His muscles ache, his lungs burn, but the greater burden is the weight of realization. This knight does not fight as a mere phantom. He fights as though he carries the very legacy of Baskerville within him. The question claws at Vikir's mind with every exchange. Who is this knight? How does he wield the techniques of my bloodline with such mastery? Then the knight's eyes blaze with a hellish crimson. His voice thunders the truth at last. He is the undertaker of the grave of swords. Vikir pictured a sword within his mind. The Baskerville style wasn't just about slashing or stabbing. It tore flesh and shattered bone, striking with the ferocity of a beast. And just now, the knight's blow had nearly ripped his shoulder apart. Clutching the wound, Vikir let out a cry of pain. Blood poured, yet his eyes never left the knight. His resolve blazed hotter with every heartbeat. He would not fall here. Only now did he realize why his wounds looked so dreadful. The knight had used nothing more than the 8th technique. The difference in their mastery wasn't large, but the impact was devastating. Even with the regenerative power of the basilisk flowing through him, his body struggled to recover. In his grip was the Beelzebub sword. 3 powers rested within it. The venomous legs of the S-rank madam, the immortality of the basilisk, and the deadly force of Mashizu from Silent Hill. The knight's gaze remained fixed on him, silent and unyielding. Smoke curled from Vikir's torn flesh as he ground his teeth, rage simmering. He could not deny it. This opponent was formidable. The knight lifted his blade once more, turning slightly as an ominous aura bled into the hall. Vikir pressed his hand against his wound, but his eyes stayed locked on the figure before him. How could one man wield such overwhelming might? Then the knight turned back, his eyes glowing with sinister light. He was no ordinary foe. He came from an age of chaos, when noble houses ruled as sovereign kingdoms. Among them stood a single man, the mightiest of the 7 counts, one who had raised House Baskerville to its peak, only to vanish after a life consumed by the pursuit of strength. Cane Corso Labaskerville. Vikir staggered to his feet, chest heaving. Are you Cane Corso Labaskerville? The wind whispered through the hall. The knight gave a silent nod. His gaze sharpened with curiosity, as though demanding to know who dared stand before him. Vikir's wound closed slowly, his expression unshaken, forged in steel. Vikir van Baskerville. For a moment, Cane Corso faltered, blinking in surprise. Vikir understood. A son of the Van bloodline, not of the direct L line, had already reached the supreme stage before adulthood. Fighting back his frustration, he lowered his gaze and remained silent. But Cane Corso's eyes had already seen what he carried. The Beelzebub sword, a relic long thought lost. He had also noticed Vikir's unnatural regeneration, his body knitting itself together even after enduring the 8th technique. With quiet recognition, Cane acknowledged the boy's strength. Yet Vikir's stare hardened. To him, the remarkable one was not himself, but Cane Corso. At first, he hadn't even been able to grasp the essence of the 8th technique. Now, Cane began to move. Step by step, his body exuded a crushing aura that weighed upon the hall. Vikir braced himself. The true battle was only beginning. Vikir realized the truth. Until the knight revealed himself, even his sharpened senses had failed to detect a single trace of Cane's life force. Now, the aura pouring out of him felt like it was peeling his very skin away. Flashes burned in Vikir's mind. Cane unleashing the 8th technique, a force so immense he could never withstand it. In that instant, the conclusion was undeniable. Defeating this man was impossible. Still gripping his bleeding wound, Vikir steadied himself and observed Cane closely. This was the very founder of the lurking ambusher technique. Just how deep did his strength truly run? Cane lifted his sword in both hands, his grip iron tight. Then, with a brutal strike, he drove the blade into the ground, splitting stone apart. Dust and debris exploded outward as the crushing weight of his presence grew heavier still. Slowly, he began unwinding the bandages wrapped around his face. His gaze lowered, and in a voice heavy with memory, he spoke. To reach the 7th technique, he had embraced a storm of clashing emotions. Vikir's eyes widened, his body trembling. What he saw defied belief. The final strip of cloth fell away. The air turned sharp with tension. Half his face was burned beyond recognition, parts of his skull exposed, a living testament to unending battle. His eyes burned with unshakable resolve as he revealed the truth. It was during his clash with the basilisk, standing at the precipice of death, that he had mastered the 8th technique. Later, within the tower, faced with death once again, he broke beyond that limit. He had stepped across the final threshold. Cane had reached the 9th level of swordsmanship, the peak of the swordmaster. But unlike others, he had gone even further. In his pursuit of strength, he had embraced death itself. He had become a death knight. Once, he was a noble warrior driven by will and power. Now, he was a being consumed by the abyss. From the shadows beyond death, he drew endless mana, a flow that would remain until his body disintegrated and his soul was erased. His size, his rank, his very origin, completely beyond measure. Vikir's throat tightened. Terror, unlike anything before, gripped him. This was the 9th form, the absolute peak of swordsmanship. Cane remained silent, watching him without expression, a man who had accepted death itself to perfect his blade. At last, he lowered his gaze and spoke again. The lurking ambusher, he admitted, was not his own creation. He had discovered it in an ancient text. Then, extending his hand, he revealed something more. He had never crossed into the 10th form. To reach that stage, one had to die completely and be reborn anew. Though Cane had indeed fallen once, he had never returned to life. From the hollow of his skull, strange energy seeped outward, clinging to him like a shadow. His eyes softened, and he confessed, as a Death Knights could never know resurrection. Once bound to that state, release was impossible. And so Cane had remained here, chained to this place, unable to leave. Vikir's expression tightened, bewilderment flashing across his face. How could someone of Cane's caliber be imprisoned here? What kind of place was this? Who had the strength to seal him? The torchlight flickered against the stone walls as Cane lowered his gaze, lost in thought. Then he admitted what Vikir had long suspected. He knew nothing. And that was to be expected. None alive beyond these walls had knowledge of this place. But then Cane's tone shifted, heavy with sorrow. He revealed the truth. This was the tomb of the stab blade, the place where the life and death of the first Baskerville had been eternally entwined. Vikir's breath grew heavy as he listened, silent and still. Cane explained further. The cradle that gave birth to the very first Baskerville had been called the cradle of the stab blade. Here, that same ancestor had met his end. This tomb was both beginning and end, a place where fate guided chosen heirs to uncover the truth of the sword. Only a true Baskerville could meet death within these walls. And the fact that Vikir had arrived here was no accident. Destiny itself had led him. Vikir's chest constricted. His mind churned with confusion. Questions colliding in a storm he couldn't sort through. Fixing his gaze on Cain, he demanded clarity. Cain's eyes grew distant. He spoke of chains, of being bound to the throne, shackled by the tower itself. The grave of blades had cursed him with a role, eternal guardian, forever welcoming the one destined to come. The moment sunlight pierced the doorway and Vikir stepped inside, Cain understood. This boy was the one chosen by fate. As guardian, he was bound to guide the true heir toward the 10th style. He had waited through endless years for one bearing the Baskervilles' true bloodline. Only such a person could end his existence, an existence where even death had abandoned him. By now, Vikir's wound had fully closed. With calm resolve, he asked if Cain truly believed him to be that heir. Cain rested both hands on the pommel of his sword. His eyes steady, his voice unwavering, he declared that Vikir carried the potential to reach the pinnacle of Baskerville's 10 forms. But that path demanded battle. Vikir must fight him, must taste death itself, and surpass it. Cain pulled his sword free from the earth. Its blade flared with deadly light as he proclaimed, Vikir would not leave this place until their battle was decided. Cain would kill him, and Vikir, in turn, must kill him by attaining the 10th form. That was the fate decreed by the tower. But Vikir only smirked, his eyes hard with resolve. Raising his blade, he rejected the very idea. To him, fate was meaningless. The only thing worth believing in was his own will. Power surged from his body. Adopting a fierce stance, Vikir promised to cut Cain. Vikir swore he would cut Cain down with everything he had, and walk out of this place alive. Cain stood silent, unmoving, but his acceptance of the challenge was clear. The duel was set. Grinding his teeth, Vikir launched forward. In an instant, he was at Cain's front. The Death Knight's eyes widened ever so slightly, startled by the sudden leap in speed and skill. Could this boy truly believe he could defy destiny itself? Cain's face hardened. Without hesitation, he raised his blade and struck. The sword whipped upward in a brutal arc, slamming into Vikir's jaw before he could even draw a proper breath. Pain shot through him. Vikir clenched his teeth, fury igniting in his gaze. Cain had countered him effortlessly, barehanded. It was humiliating. But the Death Knight didn't relent. He tightened his grip and swung again, each strike sharper than the last, his voice thundering. Did Vikir truly think he could run from fate? Vikir managed to lift his sword in time, blocking, but the impact blasted him backward. He staggered, breath ragged, confusion clouding his mind. Not even a sudden strike had worked. Then Cain's voice cut through the silence, sharp and merciless. Do you think you can pause to breathe in the middle of a battle for your life? Vikir's heart jolted. By the time he looked up, Cain was already on him, moving like lightning, his blade a hair's breadth from cutting him down. Steel met steel as Vikir barely managed to intercept with the Beelzebub sword. His arms shook, teeth grinding. Cain's speed was unreal. The gulf between them felt impossible to close. But surrender wasn't an option. If the difference was too great, then he would close it with the one technique he had always relied upon, through both lives, before and after his return. Vikir's gaze sharpened. He unleashed the 4th Baskerville technique. Cain noticed instantly. His grip tightened, and with flawless precision he answered with the 5th technique, raw power bursting from his blade like a raging storm. Before Vikir could steady himself, Cain's strike came crashing down. The devastating slash ripped into him, as if to declare destiny itself unavoidable. Agony tore through Vikir's body. His mouth opened in a raw scream. Yet even in torment, he refused to bow. His eyes shone with defiance as he lunged forward again, pouring every ounce of mana into his blade. His gaze locked on Cain. This time, he would wield the 6th Baskerville technique. But Cain didn't dodge. He didn't step back. Instead, he charged straight in, his sword drawn to release the 7th technique. The clash was catastrophic. Vikir's strike never even reached completion. Cain's blade pierced clean through his chest, surging with mana like a spear. The impact hurled him across the chamber. He slammed against the statue of his sword, blood bursting from his wounds as he collapsed, choking and gasping for air. Nothing worked. Every move, every strike, Cain dismantled them with ease. Raising his sword, Cain surged forward again, his aura condensing into a tide of mana burst from Cain like a tidal wave, a power so vast Vikir had never witnessed anything close to it. This was no man, this was a monster. Cain's eyes burned with cold fury as his voice cut through the storm. Stop this strike with your sword, if you can. Vikir's teeth clenched. Giving up was never an option. His body was carved with cuts, blood pouring from deep wounds, yet he charged forward head-on. Summoning the last of his strength, he unleashed the 7th Baskerville technique. But Kane stood above him still. His blade radiated crushing dominance as he invoked the ninth technique. The entire chamber shook. An ocean of mana roared outward, swallowing space whole. His slash cut through the air with flawless precision, its sheer weight tearing reality itself. Vikir's chest tightened. His heart thundered. He knew instantly this was something he could not block. Panic seized him as the strike descended. The blade collided. His eyes widened in horror as Kane's mana surged into him, tearing through his body from the inside out. Every vein, every nerve, every inch of flesh burned in searing agony. A scream ripped from his throat. Sunlight spilled through the chamber as his body collapsed to its knees, trembling beneath the weight of the strike. Kane stood motionless, watching in silence as his opponent withered. Vikir's form was torn and bloodied, gashes covering him from head to toe. Crimson poured across the stone like a river. Even as one who had endured countless trials, here before Kane, he was utterly powerless. Moments later, his strength failed. His body toppled, crashing against the cold floor. Kane's gaze lingered, quiet, questioning, and disappointed. Vikir's back and shoulders were torn wide open, blood pooling beneath him until the battlefield itself felt like a river of death. Time blurred. Then, slowly, his eyes opened again. He was no longer on the stone floor. His body drifted in an endless sea of blood. And there, before him, stood a door. He had no idea what this place was. Submerged in crimson, Vikir's eyes flickered open. Confusion churned in his mind, weighed down by sorrow and unanswered questions. He was completely alone, swallowed by the red tide, stretching endlessly in every direction. Memories surged. Kane Corso's slash, flawless and absolute. He remembered the ninth technique, cutting so swiftly he hadn't even had time to react. His gaze fell to his own hand. A heavy sense of despair settled over him. His seventh technique had been shattered without effort. He had taken Kane's ninth head-on and lost. Then something stirred. A jolt struck through him, his eyes widening in shock. He couldn't comprehend where he was or what had happened. Trembling, he braced his hands against the surface and pushed himself up, gasping for air. The thought crept in. Was this death? Slowly, he raised his head, and then he saw it. A light. In this endless ocean of red, a single glowing door shimmered in the distance. His body froze, fear coursing through him as Kane Corso's words echoed in his mind. The line of death. Kane had spoken of it. How, during his clash with the basilisk, standing on that edge had awakened the eighth Baskerville technique. Driven by sheer will to survive, Vikir forced himself upright. Each step through the thick crimson liquid was heavy, dragging him down, but he pressed forward, eyes locked on the glowing door ahead. At last, he reached it, his hand curled into a fist, a spark of determination flaring to life. If this door marked death, then the fact he had not yet crossed it meant only one thing. He was still alive. His hand lifted, trembling between hesitation and resolve. Staring at his palm, a flicker of relief washed over him. He wasn't gone. Not yet. But even in that fragile comfort, another thought surfaced. This path, it was exactly what Kane had described. The Baskervilles' 10th technique. His mind replayed the memory of that tree, the fallen corpse of the monster. He remembered Kane's blade carving through him, pain flooding every vein in his body. And Kane's calm words, reaching the end of the 10th technique, required facing death itself. Only through their battle could Vikir step across that line. Vikir's fist tightened. His reflection stared back at him from the endless red surface. Silent. Still, burdened by the possibility that this was what Kane Corso had spoken of. Fragments of memory began to surface. His execution beneath the guillotine. The sharp, final end of his previous life. In the moment his eyes opened again, reborn as an infant. The realization struck like lightning. Kane had been right. His beheading before regression had already fulfilled the death required for the ninth technique. And his rebirth, his return from the grave itself, had completed the condition for the 10th. The memories of his execution clawed at him, fueling a deep fury. His teeth ground together as the truth settled into place. He was the only one, the chosen existence, destiny's vessel. The thought filled him with rage. He collapsed, fists slamming against the crimson sea as a curse tore from his lips. To him, it was mockery. The glowing door spilled light across the red tide, and Vikir's anger cooled into something darker. A single, piercing question. Had everything he endured, his death, his struggles, his entire life, been nothing but the chains of destiny? The sea stirred. Without warning, shapes erupted from below. Countless hands of pure energy rose from the liquid, seizing him, wrapping around his body. Vikir's fist clenched tighter. Fury roared inside him as he recalled his vow during the battle with Madame. He would never again let his life be dragged along by another's will. The hands pulled harder, dragging him beneath the crimson depths. He didn't resist. His rage burned silently as he was consumed by the endless red. As his body sank, memories flooded his mind. The clash with the true madam. The brutal struggle against Andromelius, the demon. The desperate fight with the 10 elite corpses. Each one surged through him like a storm, draining him, stripping away his strength. At last, he yielded, letting the spectral hands pull him deeper into the crimson abyss. Doubt seeped in. Had it all been illusion? Were his battles, his sacrifices, everything he had bled for, nothing but emptiness? And yet, he couldn't deny it. To finally reach the 10th Baskerville technique, the state he had pursued all his life, that alone was worth rejoicing over. But even as the thought passed, a question gnawed at him. Was it enough? Cane Corso's voice echoed in his skull. Awakening the 10th meant eternal bondage, imprisonment in this place, trapped for all time. Then, as the abyss closed around him, another vision rose. His battle against the 10 elite corpses. The ground littered with bodies, swords jutting upward like monuments to death. In that dreadful scene, Vikir's eyes widened, because within it flickered hope. Faces surfaced one by one in his mind. His father, his family, the warriors of the Balak tribe, the comrades who had fought beside him, and Perry, the orphan girl slain by one of the 10 elite corpses. She smiled brightly, just as she always had. From the depths of the Red Sea, bubbles rose, first a handful, then countless more. Vikir's eyes narrowed, fury igniting within them. His teeth clenched. If his strength was the reason destiny had been forced upon him, if it endangered the people he loved, then he would seize that very destiny, twist it, and wield it for their sake, not for the towers. The crimson surface exploded. Vikir broke free, roaring as he surged upward. His gaze sharpened, filled with steel. His place was not here. His place was with them, and he would live to stand at their side again. Summoning every shred of will, he called upon the sea around him. The red liquid twisted violently, spiraling into a raging tornado. Faster and faster it spun, until it reshaped itself into a single blade, a sword born of blood. Its aura radiated crushing mana, suffocating and absolute. Vikir reached out, his hand steady. This was no ordinary weapon. This was the proof of one who had walked the line of death and returned. His grip closed around the hilt, the weapon blazing with light. His eyes hardened, unwavering. This was the 8th technique, the key to the door of death. Without hesitation, Vikir raised the blade. With the weight of his vow burning in his chest, he drove it forward, thrusting the blood-forged sword deep into the glowing door. The weapon turned like a key in his hands. In that instant, the glowing door exploded with radiant light, so bright it could blind even the most seasoned swordmaster. Meanwhile, in reality, Vikir's body lay broken inside a massive crater, carved by the Death Knight's devastating strike. Blood spread across the stone, his frame torn and motionless. Cane Corso stood over him, his gaze cold, heavy with disappointment. To him, the boy was finished. With nothing more to see, the Death Knight turned, retreating toward his throne. Seconds passed. Glancing back once more, Cane finally spoke, his tone carrying a rare edge of respect. Vikir was extraordinary. Of that, there was no doubt. But in the end, he had failed to awaken. And then, Vikir stirred. A surge of mana burst from his body, divine in its weight, shaking the chamber. Cane froze. His eyes widened, disbelief shattering his composure. That aura, it was unmistakable. The 8th technique. The rookie had done it. While Cane's mind reeled, Vikir moved. His figure blurred, eyes burning like embers, appearing behind the Death Knight in a flash. His blade gleamed as it cut toward Cane's back. Cane reacted on instinct, steel hissing as he unsheathed his sword. Their blades collided with a violent crash that echoed across the chamber. Sparks scattered as the impact hurled Vikir back, but Cane himself staggered several steps, his stance broken. For the first time in countless years, his eyes dropped to the ground, as though trying to process the impossible. His gaze snapped back to Vikir, blazing with fury. That brat, someone who had only just awakened the 8th form, had forced him back. Even so, his voice rang cold and sharp. This was only the 8th. His destiny was the 10th. But before he could say more, Vikir's voice cut through the air. He shouted his acceptance of that destiny. If the 10th form awaited him, then he would face it when the time came. But now, his head lifted, his breath ragged, he declared something else. He had unfinished business beyond these walls. And for that reason alone, he must live. Cane's eyes narrowed. What was this boy talking about? What things demanded such resolve? Yet, as he studied him, understanding crept in. The mana pouring from Vikir wasn't just instinct. It wasn't simple will to survive. It was purpose, a vow binding him to life itself. Still, Cane's grip tightened on his sword. His voice dropped into a cold warning. As long as the tower bound him, Vikir would never escape. And then it happened. The massive door groaned and swung open. Both warriors froze, their gazes drawn to it, shock breaking through their hardened faces. The door yawned wide, flooding the chamber with sunlight and rushing wind. Cain fell silent, his expression unreadable. The door had opened on its own. Could such a thing even be possible? Vikir's stance shifted, his blade raised, eyes sharpening. Suspicion cut across his face. Was this a trick? Or was Cain planning to use this as a distraction to strike? No. As the winds roared through the tower, his reply was firm. That was never his intent. Perhaps the fight had dragged on this long, because the tower itself willed it so. Closing his eyes, Cain told Vikir to leave. The boy was right. His path did not end here. The tower demanded he move forward, beyond these walls. But Cain's voice carried weight, for while the tower granted Vikir freedom, it chained him here forever. His own release was uncertain. Then Vikir's voice cut through the storm. Do you want me to kill you with the 10th Baskerville technique? Cain's eyes flew open, startled at the question. But Vikir's gaze didn't waver. He gave his word. Once he mastered the 10th technique, he would return. With this very sword, he would sever Cain's chains. Until that day, he would have to wait. A slow smile broke across Cain's lips. Destiny always found its way, so he would wait. The wind surged again, dust swirling across the stone floor. Vikir steadied his blade and raised his voice one last time. He had a question. Was it you? Did you destroy the book of lurking ambush swordsmanship? What? But Cain's figure was already fading into the storm. His answer, if it could be called one, was only that it was the tower's will. The dust thickened until everything was swallowed, the tower itself vanishing without a trace. Silence fell. Vikir stood frozen, struggling to piece together what had just happened. Then, a small spider crept from hiding, climbing onto his shoulder, chirping happily as though to remind him of the present. His focus shifted. Something caught his eye. His hand held the specter's tree. He studied it carefully, realization setting in. Cain had known. He had known this was what Vikir sought all along. A proud smile spread across Vikir's face. The road had been brutal, filled with twists and tests, but now, the mission was complete. A grand golden door gleamed beneath the radiance of a towering chandelier. Students from every house gathered before it, their champions standing at the front. Blue Whale spread his arms wide, congratulating the 10 who had cleared their house trials. Among them, Vikir stood in silence, his eyes fixed on the ground. Beside him, Granui's eyes sparkled with excitement. Across the way, Sinclair clenched her fists, her face flushed with anticipation. Blue Whale's voice grew solemn as he addressed the finalists. He spoke with respect, honoring their success in passing the second stage of apprenticeship. And then, to ensure their efforts would not be wasted, he explained carefully. Blue Whale lifted a finger toward the ceiling, his voice steady as he explained the rules. The vault behind the golden door, where countless artifacts slumbered, opened only once a year. Today, for just 5 hours. Once time ran out, the door would seal shut, and no power in the world could force it open again until the next competition. The Baskerville triplets exchanged startled glances, their eyes gleaming at the revelation. But Blue Whale's tone sharpened as he reminded them. This was an absolute law. If anyone failed to exit before the time was up, no one could save them, no matter what. He bowed slightly, then shifted his focus, his words carrying particular weight. His gaze locked onto one figure in the crowd, Vikir. Drawn from his thoughts, Vikir looked up, caught off guard by the sudden attention. Blue Whale's eyes burned with frustration as he lashed out. He scolded Vikir for arriving so late, accusing him of nearly ruining everything. Because of his delay, the group had almost lost their chance to enter. If you keep track of time like this, you'll end up locked inside forever, he barked. Grenouille and Sinclair exchanged uneasy smiles, trying to ease the tension, but Blue Whale wasn't finished. His voice rose. If you knew you'd be late, you could have at least sent word. Do you realize how worried we were? We were about to file a missing person report. He reminded Vikir sharply that the responsibility of Tower Lord was not to be taken lightly. The entire tournament hinged on his actions, yet here he was careless. At that, Sinclair pressed a hand to her mouth, her shoulders trembling as she stifled a laugh. But Vikir said nothing. He remained silent, confusion clouding his face as his eyes sank back to the ground. In his mind, images resurfaced. The tower where King Corso was imprisoned, the grave of swords where time itself had felt frozen. To him, not a single day had passed. But outside, 10 days were already gone. The battle with Cain had taken place in the deepest depths, and the thought clawed at him. If time warped so severely below, then what kind of force might exist above? Slowly, he lifted his head, his gaze locking on the towering golden door. Something about it unsettled him. From its surface pulsed an ominous energy, demonic in nature. Vikir stepped forward, approaching the corpses of the 10 elites sprawled before it. The door groaned, then began to shift. With a thunderous rumble, it swung open. A torrent of radiant blue light burst forth, flooding the hall with blinding brilliance. The countdown had begun. 5 hours, 30 minutes before the gate sealed again. All around, professors and headmasters fell silent, their eyes locked on the spectacle. Vasilios, the chief of Venian, leaned forward, astonishment clear in his stare. Nearby, Hippolyta, the headmaster of Teaser, rested her chin in her hand, her expression curious as she wondered aloud what kind of artifacts would surface this year. Blue Whale glanced her way and spoke calmly. The students, he reminded her, did not choose the artifacts. It was the artifacts themselves that judged worthiness, deciding who could carry them beyond the Golden Gate. Vinci Morgue sat in silence, his gaze heavy and unreadable. Blue Whale carried on with a gentle smile, explaining that whatever item each student returned with, it meant they had already been acknowledged. He hoped the headmasters would welcome them warmly, with celebration, not criticism. Hippolyta's lips curved in quiet agreement, her eyes closing as she nodded. Vasilios remained silent, hiding his thoughts. But Vinci Morgue's silence felt different. His hands clenched tightly as he recalled Blue Whale's desperate plea during Madam's appearance. The way he had begged for victory for the Mage Tower. Now, hearing him speak as though he supported all houses equally, it fell off. Uneasy, Blue Whale caught the look and faltered briefly, sensing the tension. But Vinci Morgue only leaned back, his eyes glinting with curiosity as he wondered just how many would be chosen this year. The silence was broken at last as figures stepped out of the glowing portal. First was Philippus, gripping a radiant staff. Behind him came Lovig Goodmerlin, then Bakura, Sinclair, and the Baskerville triplets, all moving toward the waiting professors. Hippolyta leaned forward, eager, and asked them to report their artifacts' abilities. Philippus proudly lifted his staff, its surface shimmering faintly. His voice brimmed with excitement as he declared it had been forged from the scale of a pink dragon, amplifying his mana to staggering levels. Next, Lovig Goodmerlin stepped up, grinning as she revealed a delicate, heart-shaped hairpin. She explained its power. It could block a single mind-affecting spell, but only if someone she truly loved stood beside her. Bakira followed, raising both hands to display a pair of steel gauntlets, the Madong Wong hand. With them, his physical strength would soar far beyond human limits. Then came Dolores, holding a gleaming golden mirror. She named it the Mirror of Truth, a chilling artifact that could strip away any disguise, forcing the true face to surface. But its reach, she warned, was limited by her own control. The Baskerville triplets raised their swords together. The blades that had chosen them were the Samjido triplet swords. Each weapon was formidable alone, but when united, their power multiplied exponentially. Finally, Sinclair turned with a bright smile, pointing to the odd hat hanging from her back. With pride, she introduced it as the Money Hat, a bizarre artifact that bolstered her magic, but only if she continuously fed it money. Hippolyta crossed her arms, her sharp gaze fixed on Sinclair's hat. She looked almost incredulous. Every student had been chosen. This year's class was unlike any other. Vasilios tilted his head, his tone thoughtful as he remarked that the artifacts must have seen immense potential in these students. Then he asked if perhaps everyone had already returned. But Blue Whale's eyes dropped to the floor. His voice was quiet. 20 seconds remain. Hippolyta's expression changed instantly, shock flashing in her widened eyes. She didn't understand. Vasilios, calm as ever, turned to Blue Whale. Then why? He asked evenly. Are you sweating so much? Blue Whale pressed a trembling hand to his forehead, beginning to count the seconds. His voice quivered with each word. Vinci Morgue's gaze sharpened. With his fingers still locked together, he spoke firmly. One student was still missing. His tone carried both disappointment and anger as he revealed the name. It was Vikir, the one from his academy. Blue Whale's body shook violently. He clutched his face, panic rising. He shouted that only seconds remained. Never before had a student failed to escape the treasure room. Even those unchosen by artifacts had always made it out before the gate sealed. The portal blazed with white-hot light. Professors whispered urgently, voices cutting sharp through the tension. If Vikir wanted to live, he had to emerge right now. Sinclair's eyes locked on the portal, confusion flickering in her gaze. Dolores spun suddenly, worry gleaming in her eyes. The Baskerville triplets turned as well, panic overtaking them as realization struck. Vikir was still inside. Philippus stood frozen, speechless. Lovig Goodmerlin's eyes widened with dread. Even Bakira, usually steady, could only stare in disbelief. The seconds slipped away. 4 remained. Then at the very last instant, a figure stepped through the glowing portal. Fists clenched, breath ragged. But it wasn't Vikir. It was Granui. His teeth ground together as he stumbled forward, his chest heaving. He had chosen survival. He would not let himself be trapped in the treasure room. Granui staggered on, eyes squeezed shut as though he couldn't believe he'd truly made it. His knees buckled, and he collapsed face first onto the stone floor. At that precise moment, the golden door slammed shut with a thunderous finality. Soaked in sweat, Granui dragged himself upright. Panting hard, he forced a grin and laughed with bravado. The protagonist always enters last, he declared. But the hall gave him no applause. Sinclair and Dolores froze, unease filling their eyes. The Baskerville triplets stood in stunned silence. The air was heavy, the smoke settling into a suffocating quiet. Granui frowned at their reactions, his voice low and confused. What's with this atmosphere? Meanwhile, Vincy Morg's face drained of color. His eyes widened in horror as realization struck. Vikir hadn't made it out. Yet inside the treasure room, Vikir stood calm and steady. The sealed door didn't matter. From his perch atop a pillar, he felt the long-awaited relief of solitude. Without hesitation, he leapt down, landing with quiet resolve. His gaze hardened. He knew Vikir knew his mission. One task remained. The 7th corpse hidden in this vault had to be destroyed before it could once again scheme against the world. He rose to his feet, scanning the immense chamber. Artifacts of every kind filled the hall. Potions, relics, weapons, all faintly glimmering under pale moonlight filtering through cracks above. But their brilliance only made the search harder. Then he froze. His eyes narrowed, burning with fury. The stench of a demon clung to the air. It was said that when an artifact found its chosen one, the bond was instant, signaled by a glow of light. But Vikir wasn't looking for treasures. His prey was something else, the husk of a demon, one of the 10 supreme corpses. And it was here. His gaze swept across a display. A mace, a shield, a bow, and a sword. His attention locked onto the blade. He knew the 7th corpse, Decorabia, was lurking nearby. The sword's shine was flawless, almost too perfect. Vikir's lips curled bitterly. The brightest light often masked the deepest darkness. With teeth clenched, he drew his weapon and leveled it at the display. His voice came low, sharp with rage. Enough of this game of hide-and-seek. In the next breath, he moved. His blade flashed, a storm of ruthless, precise strikes tearing through the stand. Shards of wood and metal scattered across the chamber floor. But he didn't relax. His grip only tightened. And he was right. From behind the wreckage, something stirred. The demon Decorabia awakened. Its massive eye snapped open, glowing with sickly light. Malice poured into the chamber as its gaze locked onto him, the air thickening under its killing intent. Vikir steadied himself, refusing to give even an inch. The demon's eye burned brighter, and a mocking voice rolled through the chamber, dripping contempt. It called him weak, ignorant, demanding to know if he was the fool who dared disturb its slumber. This was the 7th corpse, Decorabia, an S+ rank calamity, a sworn enemy of humanity, one of the 10 disasters that could never be slain by ordinary means. Vikir finally arrives at the resting place of the 7th corpse. The ancient remains of Decorabia lie preserved in perfect stillness, untouched for 1,000 years, surrounded by relics of forgotten ages. Without hesitation, Vikir raises his sword and brings it down. Steel slices through the silence. The corpse, dormant for centuries, begins to stir. A body that should never have moved again trembles, awakening as power surges back into it. Vikir studies the creature closely. It is not what it once was. Its strength has grown beyond measure, not by its own nature alone, but through centuries of feeding. The relics that surrounded it have poured their mana into the corpse, swelling its form and deepening its aura. It had hidden this truth all along, waiting for the moment of revival to reveal its true might. Vikir remembers thinking he could destroy it while it slept, but now he understands. It had never been defenseless. Decorabia rises, a guttural growl filling the chamber. His voice follows, declaring that his power has returned, that he can now open the abyssal gate and bring ruin to mankind. But the moment his gaze locks onto Vikir, the certainty in his words falters. A human stands before him. The corpse freezes, unable to grasp what he sees. He demands to know who this intruder is. The revelation shakes him. The very idea that a mere human is responsible for his awakening is something he cannot accept. The air around Vikir burns with a dark, corrupted aura, carrying the scent of demonic power. Logic screams that only a demon could have performed this act. Then his eyes fall upon Vikir's weapon, the sword of Beelzebub, a relic of the ancient demon constellations. Recognition hits him like a blade to the chest. A human wielding such a thing? Impossible. But Vikir wastes no time. He has no interest in explanations or doubts. His resolve is clear. He lifts his sword once more, ready to end this corpse before it can unleash its threat. Before the strike lands, Decoravia speaks. His words halt the blade for the briefest moment. He declares that his contracts with demons are finished. What he seeks now is something different, a bond not with a demon, but with a human. The claim is strange, unbelievable. Vikir hesitates for only a breath as Decoravia explains further. Long ago, he was bound to the abyss, tied by countless infernal pacts. But 1,000 years of slumber changed everything. By the law that governs his existence, whoever awakens him determines his nature. And it was Vikir, a human, who brought him back. His allegiance now leans toward humanity, not demons. His words carry urgency, even desperation. Yet Vikir's instincts cut through them like a blade. He does not trust. He cannot trust. Without wavering, Vikir raises his sword again, this time intent on silencing Decoravia forever. Decoravia senses the weight of Vikir's intent and rushes to speak again. He admits a truth he cannot hide. His regeneration has slowed. The endless tide of abyssal power no longer flows through him. He insists he is no longer a demon in essence, no longer able to match his former self. To prove it, he offers Vikir the chance to feel his mana directly. Cautiously, Vikir steps forward. What should reek of hell is gone. The suffocating essence of the abyss has vanished. What remains is power, yes, but of a different kind. Vikir confirms it. This being has changed. Decoravia presses on, seizing the moment. He declares that he is worthless to demons now, discarded from their schemes, and bound for the next 1,000 years to humans alone. He swears he can still be valuable. He knows history beyond any record. He can sense misplaced artifacts. And though much has faded, his power to create shields remains unrivaled. He lists his strengths with urgency, desperate to be spared. At those words, a memory rises in Vikir's mind, an image carved into the chronicles of mankind. During the fall, Decoravia's shield absorbed the mana of 9 demon lords at once. An impregnable wall, it stood against every strike, reducing all of humanity's efforts to despair. That barrier had been called the Weeping Wall. If such a force could now be turned to protect mankind, in the coming age of collapse, it could be decisive. And if he destroys Decoravia here, he robs the demons of a weapon they once relied on. After a long pause, Vikir makes his decision. He will accept Decoravia's allegiance, but never his trust. His conditions are merciless. Decoravia must reveal everything about the 10 elite corpses. Any betrayal will mean annihilation so thorough that nothing of him will remain. The corpse trembles at the threat, swearing obedience, begging Vikir never to speak such words again. Then his form begins to twist. The towering body shrinks, condenses, and reshapes until what remains is a necklace that glimmers faintly like a relic. He latches onto Vikir's collar, disguising himself as an ornament. Floating through the air as he once did is no longer possible. With that, they move toward the exit, but Decoravia falters at the sealed barrier, blocking the way. On the other side, unrest grows. Vice Principal Vinci pounds at the door, his heart heavy with fear for the student who is yet to return. Bacaraga stands tense, fists clenched, demanding action. The triplets steel themselves, prepared to risk everything. Sinclair and Dolores whisper prayers without pause, their voices filled with hope. But the master of the magic tower shakes his head, his tone grim. The barrier cannot be broken. It is absolute. Despair settles over the gathered crowd. Then, suddenly, the silence ruptures. Stone explodes outward, dust scattering through the air. From the shattered wall steps Vikir, alive, composed, untouched by the ruin around him. The crowd freezes in disbelief, eyes wide at the sight before them. Vikir steps calmly from the wreckage, dust settling around him. He explains in an even tone that he had only meant to dent the barrier, but his strike shattered it entirely. Their astonishment grows deeper when he lifts the necklace from his collar, revealing it as an artifact capable of breaking barriers. Relief sweeps through the group. Sinclair rushes forward, tears streaming as she clings tightly to him, certain she had nearly lost him forever. Bacaraga and the others gather close, their voices filled with joy and congratulations. Vikir studies their faces. None of them question how the barrier truly fell. Vice Principal Vinci simply commends his survival with quiet dignity before walking away without another word. As Vikir returns Sinclair's embrace, he realizes everything has gone exactly as he planned. The destruction of the artifact treasure room's barrier was no trivial event. The managers and headmasters of the barrier wasted no time in inspecting the inverse star, the artifact responsible for the breach. Yet what shocked them most was its silence. it showed no reaction to mana. The artifact's owner explained that once its power is spent, it cannot be fueled again. With no further answers, the discussion ended with one conclusion. The artifact had become nothing more than an ominous necklace. With that, the incident was closed, and so too came the end of the University League. Later, stepping out of the shower, Vikir notices a poster waiting for him. It is an invitation to a mock investment competition aimed at students confident in their skills at handling money and predicting the economy. Hosted by the bourgeois family, it will take place in the economy's backbones. Participants must RSVP within a week, after which the poster itself will dissolve. Reading it, Vikir wonders with dry amusement if there's a competition for everything these days. His thoughts drift when PG enters, holding something. With innocent cheer, he explains that Vikir must have left it behind in the washroom. It is the artifact. The moment Vikir takes it back, a low chuckle escapes from within. Decoravia's voice taunts, remarking how entertaining it was to observe him there. Vikir's eyes narrow, bloodshot with warning. He tells Decoravia plainly, overstep again, and it will mean death. The corpse, humbled, quickly insists he had only found the dormitory facilities curious. PG, unaware of the exchange, assumes Vikir is speaking to him. Embarrassed, Vikir shifts the artifact out of sight and steers the conversation to the poster on the table. PG explains eagerly. The competition is about predicting future stocks and sectors, and since the bourgeois family stands behind it, the winner will gain immense benefits. With a nervous laugh, he admits his weakness in combat means he has no choice but to chase points wherever he can. PG finishes with a sheepish grin, admitting that competitions like these are the only way he can prove himself. Combat may not be his strength, but he excels in everything else, absorbing information, analyzing details, seeing what others miss. Vikir quietly agrees. That's precisely why he keeps the artifact hidden from him. If Cindy Wendy ever laid eyes on PG, she would do anything to recruit him. Meanwhile, Decoravia squirms uncomfortably. Baby Madam has crawled up to Vikir's hand, happily gnawing and drooling over the artifact. But PG pays no attention. His focus is sharp. He declares with unusual determination that this time, he will defeat Sinclair. Curious, Vikir asks why. Softy admits he's lost to her before, and her skill with economics makes her an overwhelming rival. That defeat drives his desperation now. But before Vikir can reply, the clock strikes 6. PG bolts from the dorm, changing clothes in a flash as he hurries to meet his professor. Behind him, Decoravia groans, begging Vikir to get the slobbering beast off the artifact. Night falls. Elsewhere, Edward Bourbon Jr. runs through the streets, breath ragged. His mind burns with frustration. If not for Ouroboros, he would already rule the capital. But his thoughts freeze when a voice calls from behind. Panic shoots across Edward's face. He spins, demanding to know who dares approach him. His eyes widen as the figure steps from the shadows. He never sensed his presence. The night bloodhound stands before him. Vikir's gaze burns with cold fury, locking onto his prey. Edward stammers, questions spilling out. Was he sent by Ouroboros? Is he truly the night hound Ouroboros hunts? Vikir's eyes narrow. His reply is sharp. He has no idea what Edward is talking about. But then, with deliberate weight, he adds, perhaps Edward should be addressed by his priestly name, Saint Bourbon. The words strike like a blade. Edward freezes, stunned. He cannot comprehend how this stranger knows. Vikir steps closer, voice steady. He lays bare Edward's hidden life. A high-ranking graduate, a priest of the northern pseudo-cult known as Ohm. 25 years ago, he murdered his cousin, desecrated her, and offered her as sacrifice for his first demon pact. Since then, he spread ruin across countless families, climbing the cult's ranks before joining the demon army to strike against Quo Vadis. Edward grips his axe tighter, his silence heavy. His weapon rises high into the air. Vikir does not stop. He continues. Edward, armed with deep knowledge of scripture, infiltrated the temple itself, using faith as his disguise, scripture as his weapon, betrayal as his creed. Vikir doesn't stop there. He lays it all bare. Edward wasn't just a traitor in life, but a serpent during the Holy War itself. He stirred an uprising behind the Allied forces' backs, striking when humanity's heroes, Tudo Lamacha, Don Quixote, Bianca F.O. Usher, and countless others, needed unity most. His betrayal left scars that still burn. The Night Hound asks one simple question. Was he wrong? Edward's tongue flicks out as he sneers. He admits the truth about being a priest, about his cousin and the vile act that began his path. But the rest? Lies, he claims. He denies it all. Before his words even fade, he lunges forward, axe raised high. But Vikir is faster. In a blur, his blade sings. Edward's head falls, severed clean in a single strike. To Vikir, the verdict is simple. Even setting aside crimes yet to unfold, Edward was filth. As he turns to leave, A scent halts him. Faint, but unmistakable, the stench of a demon. Searching Edward's corpse, he finds a poster tucked into his pocket. An exemption issued by the Old Testament faction. Confusion grips him. These exemptions should have ceased when he killed the ninth corpse, Dantalion. Yet this reeks of demon energy. Thick, potent. Even Decoravia reacts, confirming it belongs to the sixth corpse, Dantalion's closest ally. Vikir's thoughts sharpen. This trail leads him back to the Quo Vadis family. He'll have to face them again. But Edward's last words linger. Ouroboros hunting the Night Hound. Claims of ruling the capital, if not for her presence. That woman isn't simply prowling for power. She's chasing criminals, and she wants him. To Vikir, the meaning is clear. She's relentless, dangerous, perhaps even unhinged. Hours later, silence returns to the city. High heels click softly on the rooftop above the bloodstained street. Ouroboros appears, shadow draped in moonlight. Her eyes fall on Edward's body, and she smiles faintly. She knows. The Night Hound has been here. She lifts Edward's severed head, studying it with quiet amusement. Her thoughts drift, her anticipation rising. Should she wait a little longer? She hopes, more than anything, to see his glorious figure with her own eyes. Morning came. Dawn broke across the capital, and the streets swelled with life. Workers hurried to their jobs, while others gathered in clusters, chatting and laughing. Rows of merchants set up their stalls, filling the air with chatter and hawkers' calls. At one stall, masks of every kind hung neatly on display. A cloaked man stepped forward, scanning them. "Something catch your eye?" the vendor asked warmly. Without hesitation, the man chose one, paid, and left with a polite smile. The vendor waved him off, none the wiser. That man was Vikir. Arms folded, he strolled leisurely down the bustling street. A faint smile tugged at his lips. He hadn't expected the capital to be this crowded. But then again, it was the weekend. Something ahead caught his attention. He slowed, gaze fixed on a temple overflowing with people. It was the Quoitis Temple, the second branch of the Old Testament faction. A priest stood at the entrance, planting a sign in the ground as he proclaimed a special offer. For that day only, confessions and forgiveness would be granted at half the usual price. The crowd stirred instantly, murmurs spreading in surprise. Vikir drew closer, curious. Just then, a couple exited the temple. The man wore a relieved smile, his voice light as he admitted he had carried unbearable guilt until now. But after today, he finally felt free. The woman beside him tilted her head, calm and curious. Because of something in the past, the man's grin sharpened. Yes, it was about the time he had been drunk, driving a carriage, and ran over a child. Vikir froze mid-step, his body tensing. Was he hearing this correctly? The woman frowned. But didn't the child die? The man extended his hand, his eyes gleaming coldly. The death, he said, was simply bad luck. It had haunted him for years, stealing his sleep. So he came here to repent. And today, of all days, indulgences were on sale. His twisted smile widened as he boasted about buying an expensive one. To him, that meant the debt was gone. The grieving family was owed nothing. To him, it was worth celebrating. The woman's lips curved as well. She reassured him softly that everything was fine now, and no matter what had happened, her beloved was still a good man. Around Vikir's neck, even the pendant drabia stirred uneasily. Its voice whispered to him, could such people even be called human? Aside from appearances, they were no different than demons. What had this world become? At the gates, a long line stretched across the courtyard. Everyone wanted their chance to buy indulgences at a discount. A man at the entrance read names from a list, one by one. Vikir stepped closer, watching silently, his thoughts heavy. When his turn came, he entered. Inside, before the statue of Christ, a priest greeted him warmly. Arms extended, smile gentle. He remarked that Vikir must have waited quite a while. Then came a question. What's in wait on him? Was there a particular indulgence he sought? Vikir's gaze locked onto the man. His voice was calm, but deliberate as he asked something unusual. If forgiveness covered past sins, could it also apply to sins not yet committed? The priest did not flinch. Instead, he leaned forward, smile unwavering. Yes, it was possible, he said. All it took was purchasing indulgences in advance. His tone grew probing, eager. What kind of crime was Vikir planning for the future? That smile, it never shifted, never cracked. But the more it held, the more wrong it felt. Too perfect, too inhuman. Vikir pressed his palms firmly on the table, leaning forward. His voice was heavy, final. The sin I speak of is no ordinary one. It's monstrous, unforgivable. For a moment, the priest blinked, caught off guard. Then his composure returned, and he clasped his hands together with practiced confidence. He assured Vikir he had come to the right place. But if the crime was truly monstrous, the indulgence would be expensive. Very expensive. He asked if Vikir was prepared for that cost, then invited him to wait in the VIP lounge, where tea would be served. Curiosity gleamed in his eyes. He leaned closer, eager to hear just what kind of sin had driven Vikir to this point. Vikir stayed silent, his face unreadable. Then at last he spoke. His answer was a lie. I killed my neighbor's pig. The priest's smile faltered. That's all. But Vikir's tone was steady, almost solemn. A pig was a living being. To take its life was still a sin. The priest's mask cracked. His pleasant smile vanished, replaced with scorn. Fury burned in his eyes as he snapped at Vikir. Did he think priests had nothing better to do than indulge in trivial confessions? Outside, an endless line of people waited, clutching their coins to buy absolution. He had heard it all. Drunkards who ran children down with carriages, arsonists who reduced families to ash. And this boy came here, over a pig, grinding his teeth. The priest scrawled the seal onto Vikir's indulgence. Muttering curses under his breath, he crumpled the parchment and hurled it at him, barking for payment in gold. He ordered Vikir to take it and leave, and warned him never to return to this temple again. Unmoved, Vikir picked up the indulgence. His face betrayed nothing. He already knew the truth hidden in this place. Offering a polite thanks, he turned and walked out, his gaze fixed on the parchment in his hand. The heading read indulgence. Beneath it, all sins of the devout holder are absolved. And at the bottom, the words, issued and guaranteed by the Old Testament. Forgery will be punished without mercy. None of this surprised him. The parchment itself carried the faint taint of demons, and so did the temple. Drabia's voice murmured low, confirming the same. It, too, could sense the aura of the sixth corpse. The source wasn't here, but the connection was undeniable. Somewhere in this imperial capital, the answer was buried. Then movement caught his eye. A hooded figure in white passed by. Vikir's eyes widened. He slipped swiftly behind a pillar, masking his presence before she could notice. The woman didn't react, continuing on her way. He peeked carefully, thoughts racing. She shouldn't have been here. By all rights, she should have been at the academy. What was she doing in the capital? Even Drabia leaned out, straining to see. Blonde hair framed her face. Worry clouded her eyes. It was Dolores. Dolores stepped into the long line outside the temple, closing her eyes as she exhaled a weary breath of relief. She lowered her gaze, uncertainty flickering in her eyes. Perhaps she should have walked in boldly, pretending she was just curious. Moving like this, hidden under a cloak, might actually draw more suspicion, especially for someone who bore the title of saint. Still, she clenched her fists tightly. Her disguise was flawless. No one would recognize her. Even so, the women nearby cast curious glances her way, unsettled by her anxious posture. Dolores steadied herself and carefully swept her eyes across the crowd. Every soul here had come for one thing, to buy indulgences. Her chest ached, sorrow weighing down her expression. After the fall of Quilty of House Indulgencia. No, after the death of Dantalion. The ledgers have been exposed, the corruption of the Old Testament faction laid bare for the world to see. The indulgence trade should have collapsed. Yet here it was, flourishing openly without shame. She knew Quo Vadis was crumbling, torn apart by the rift between the Old Testament and the New Testament factions. While they fought, pseudo-religions had spread unchecked across the empire. Dolores pictured the grand temple of Quo Vadis, wondering bitterly how the Old Testament faction still clung to its wealth. Without the Indulgencia family, their strongest financial backers, where was this river of coin flowing from? Was it still indulgences alone? Or had they discovered a new well of power? Her fists trembled. She had come to find the truth, yet the answers remained hidden. Then a voice rang out, announcing a new arrival. The crowd stirred, gasps, and whispers rising all around. From a carriage stepped a man in boots polished to a shine, his presence radiating authority. Cardinal Bert of the Rune Order, the leader of the Old Testament faction in Quo Vadis. He greeted the people with practiced warmth, his smile gentle, his words smooth. Dolores froze. Her eyes went wide, her pulse spiking. Bert here? Fear crashed through her. Without hesitation, she slipped out of line, her nerves unraveling. She turned sharply, moving to leave immediately. Her abrupt retreat drew Bert's attention. His smile flickered, his brow creasing slightly. His eyes followed her, narrowing as she disappeared into the crowd. He said nothing, but his frown lingered. Turning to one of his priests, he spoke in a low voice. Something weighed on him. Before entering the temple, he commanded his lieutenant to sweep the area carefully. The priest bowed his head deeply, eyes closed in reverence, accepting the order without question. As Bert prepared to step inside, the crowd erupted, clamoring for his blessing. Guards surged forward, forming a wall of steel to hold the people back. Meanwhile, Dolores slipped deeper into the temple itself. She climbed quickly to the second floor, her heart hammering, her fists clenched tight. Fury burned within her. Bert was no ordinary cardinal of the Old Testament faction. He was her father. Their rift had only deepened after she uncovered the link between the demon Quilty and her father's indulgence records. As a follower of the New Testament, facing the corruption within the Old Testament, and within her own family, had torn their bond to pieces. Lost in thought, Dolores didn't notice where she was walking. She collided hard with a hooded figure and toppled backward onto the floor. Flustered, she bowed her head quickly, apologizing. She admitted she hadn't been watching, though the impact had felt less like hitting a person and more like striking a wall. Sunlight spilled through the high windows, illuminating the man's face as he studied her silently. Before either of them could move, two guards appeared, axes in hand. One pointed directly at them, shouting for their arrest. Dolores twisted on the ground, eyes widening in shock. The man extended his hand toward her. She froze, uncertain, but his grip was firm, decisive. Without a word, he pulled her up and sprinted forward, dragging her along with him. The guards thundered after them, barking orders to stop. Sunlight cut across the stairwell as they dashed upward, armored boots clanging close behind. But the chase ended abruptly. More guards surged ahead, blocking their path. Their expressions were hard, voices sharp as they commanded the intruders to stand still. Then, a heavier presence filled the stairwell. At the top stood Cardinal Bert. His gaze was cold as steel, his command clear. They were to remove their hoods and show their faces. The hooded man chuckled, the sound low and amused. He remarked that the Old Testament temple certainly had a strange way of welcoming guests. Then, with deliberate calm, he and his companion lowered their hoods. One revealed himself to be a young man, tall, brown-haired, who met Bert's stare in silence. The other was an older man, who broke into a broad grin. "It's been a long time, Cardinal," he said warmly. "Far too long." As the tension deepened below, another pair remained hidden above, concealed in the shadowed stone window frame. The dog-masked figure, Vikir. And at his side, watching quietly, was Dolores. Her cheeks warmed, though she couldn't explain why, as she caught herself stealing glances at him. Below, the old man's grin widened. Across from him, Cardinal Bert's eyes narrowed, grave and calculating. Beside him, Vikir stood unreadable as ever. Dolores could only watch, torn between confusion, fear, and a flicker of something she couldn't name. The Saintess wants to know who the boy is, but instead of answering, he gently touches her face and tells her to stay quiet. Almost right away, he hears a voice that he recognizes as the Night Hound. He spins around to find Cardinal Humbert and Cardinal Martin Luther standing on the ground. Martin greets him casually, mentioning it's been a while Humbert quickly apologizes for dropping in unexpectedly, saying he was chasing some shady rats around the temple. Martin, with a sharp edge to his tone, asks if Humbert is calling them the rats. Humbert chuckles and insists that he's not talking about them. Then, with a sly grin, he asks what brings Martin to the Old Testament temple. Martin doesn't hesitate to say he's just there to poke around. Humbert answers smoothly that while the New Testament temple is empty and filled with nothing but flies, the Old Testament temple is bustling with faithful believers. Martin cuts in, claiming he's looking to pick up some knowledge, adding that their faith always emphasizes unity. Humbert narrows his eyes and presses him, suggesting there's got to be a deeper reason for Martin's visit, pointing out how the temple's location and its crowded worshippers make it pretty appealing. Martin laughs and admits there's some truth to that. The two of them stand there, sizing each other up like they're in a duel, until Humbert lowers his head with a quiet laugh and says he needs to get going. Martin politely acts like he feels bad for taking up too much of Humbert's time. Then, Humbert gestures for his knight to escort Martin and his group out of the temple. The knight bows and agrees. As they leave, Martin raises his voice and declares with serious conviction that demons swarm the land trying to divide them, but truth will win out. He adds that even if they lose kin, wealth, honor, and life, truth will stick around, and the empire will stand strong. Humbert, unable to hide his anger, glares at Martin, thinking bitterly that these guys should just get out while they still can. The scene shifts back to the Saintess and the boy. He reassures her that they've already left the temple grounds and won't be chased anymore. Grateful, she thanks him and, while taking off her veil, asks how he recognized her. He calmly explains that her disguise was way too obvious, though he's surprised no one else caught on. She chuckles softly, finding his confidence amusing, and admits there's some truth in what he says. Trying to hold back her laughter, she finally turns serious when he asks what she finds so funny. She apologizes, saying she didn't mean to offend him. It just seems like he's making jokes now, and he feels different somehow. Deep down, she remembers that time he held her, and it sparked something from her past. It reminded her of Vikir, like when she ran into him on the school stairs or when she was hiding from Quilty. Her thoughts get interrupted when the boy gets serious, pointing out she's clearly the Saintess of the New Testament faction. He wants to know why she's sneaking around in disguise at the Old Testament temple. She honestly admits that the conflict between the factions and the rise of heresies and cults has forced her to act covertly. She reveals that while the Old Testament faction is getting rich off the chaos, she's here to dig into their financial schemes. With the Pope showing signs of dementia, she's left without guidance. And, as the saintess in name only, she has no real authority. So, she feels like she has to take this on herself. He listens closely and responds that it's way too heavy for her to handle alone. He reassures her that even though she might be seen as a hero one day and have great power, right now, she's just a young girl. Her story makes her vulnerability obvious. He puts together the puzzle pieces, Humbert's funding sources, the indulgences, the heresies, and the cults. All of them connect. He figures that the Old Testament faction has probably sold off their religious freedoms to the cults and heresies, masking it as indulgences and at a huge cost. That's likely why Cardinal Martin Luther is checking things out for himself. She's shocked and can't believe he recognized Cardinal Luther's intentions. She calls him Hound, realizing his investigation goes deeper than she thought. Trembling with the weight of the truth, she asks if this all ties back to the demons. He explains that even though these heresies and cults seem new, if demons are involved, they must have been lurking around all this time, pulling strings from the dark. He adds that the real culprit always hides behind the scenes. Her heart aches thinking about how he's been fighting alone, bearing the pain silently. Suddenly, she runs up to him, grabs his hand with determination, and pleads for him to let her help. She admits she's weak, but still wants to be of use. He looks at her closely, asking if she can still cast those powerful blessings like she did in the battle against Dentalian. She nods, and he says the top priority is to wipe out the heretics and cults linked to the Old Testament faction because he's got a plan to take them out all at once. She's taken aback, wanting to know how he plans to do that. Without a second thought, he lifts a finger towards her and says he'll need her body. Shock waves through her, and she instinctively wraps her arms around herself, trembling at his words. But he just looks at her with steady resolve. The scene kicks off at the Quo Vadis New Testament sect temple, located just outside the main city. Suddenly, someone pipes up, saying it's been a minute since they all gathered. A guy in a white outfit steps up and praises his leader, claiming he seems to get younger every day. Another person chimes in, saying the leader's presence looks even more powerful, but he does seem a bit thinner now. With a cheeky grin, he asks if the weight loss is due to his new girlfriend. Charles, the head of the Manson sect, sheepishly admits she was already married, but when he whispered sweet promises of freedom through their beliefs, she ditched her vows to follow him. The leader of the Aum sect, laughs and brags that just by talking, people throw gold and food at him, making life easy for him. Then Elmani, the head of the New World sect, jumps in, saying nobody would dare to go against God's words. He waves around a page with an invite to a sacrament feast from the Quo Vadis New Testament sect, claiming it means they're finally recognized as an official group. Owen backs this up, saying the feast, where they eat bread and drink white wine, represents sharing the saints' flesh and blood, and it basically means they're teaming up. Charles pipes in, saying it's about time the New Testament folks came around and reached out for support, calling it a lucky break. Elmani sneers, adding that these supposedly righteous New Testament people have figured out they can't beat the Old Testament sect without some cash backing. The three leaders head deeper into the temple, and suddenly, they stop in shock as a girl steps into view. She's wearing a mask and is tangled up in a rope that looks like a snake. With a sharp voice, she asks why there's so much junk piled up in one spot. Knights quickly surround her along with the leaders, while a boy watches quietly from the shadows. Then, the saintess realizes who she is and whispers the name, Ouroboros, remembering the Hound of the Knight's prophecy about her. The sect members want to know how she got here, and she responds with disdain, saying she came following reports of the Hound but only found a bunch of rotting garbage. Her insult really ticks off the leaders, and they order their knights to take her down. The soldiers charge at her with their weapons up, but the rope in her hand whips around and sends them flying before smashing them down to the ground. Everyone gasps in shock as she laughs, calling them rebels not even worth their titles. Oam tries to say something, but Charles interrupts, raising a hand and declaring that she's got some nerve acting so boldly in front of the gods. He claims to be the divine leader of the Manson sect and tells her that she can become his 21st wife if she wants to avoid punishment. Without missing a beat, she lashes out with her rope, crushing him instantly as blood spills everywhere. She mocks him for pretending to be a god when he can't even defend himself against one attack. Elmani yells back, insisting he fears no one and that he's the true god reborn in this world. He lifts his hand, ready to unleash his power, but she just calmly splashes a vial of something on him. His skin burns and melts as he screams in pain, and she taunts him, asking why it hurt if he's really divine. She raises the bottle again with a cruel grin, joking that maybe it was just poison after all. Turning to OM, she calls him the last piece of trash. Shaking, he drops to his knees and pleads for mercy, admitting he's no god or priest, just a fraud and a heretic. She coolly replies that she already knows and slams him down to the ground, filling the chamber with fresh blood. As she walks away, her masked face tilts and she mutters to herself, wondering if someone's planning to use her as a pawn. She admits she's always wanted to meet the one who really gets her, the Hound of the Night. Suddenly, screams echo from the forest, and she grinds her teeth, realizing her enemies are trying to capture him. In the midst of the chaos, the seriously injured OM is dragged forward, and the boy comes out of hiding. He says he'll interrogate OM while she searches for the sex documents. Reaching into his pocket, he pulls out a pendant that looks like a coin and holds it up in front of OM. It glows as he warns that keeping quiet won't help him and demands answers. Under its influence, OM starts to talk and reveals that the ledgers are hidden under the carriage floor, containing records of money trails and secret papers. Shock hits them as they hear the knights outside shouting orders to seize everything. They rush out, but they're too late. The saintess curses under her breath, realizing their target has slipped away. The boy asks if she found the leader, and she confirms that she did. He shows her a book, and she explains that the people killed outside the temple were villains who exploited faith for personal gain. As harsh as it sounds, she believes their destruction is justified, a cleansing that the Hound of the Night represents. Still feeling uneasy, she asks how he knew Ouroboros would show up there. He reveals that it was the bourgeois family pulling the strings from the shadows. As she looks over the transactions in the ledger, her eyes widen in surprise. It shows the bourgeois family funding both cults and heretics while secretly buying indulgences from the Old Testament sect, fueling the fierce rivalry between faiths. She questions their motives, and he explains that demons are scared stiff of divine force, so the bourgeois family aims to weaken its foundation. He concludes that all of this is part of a bigger plan to eliminate every obstacle before the destruction begins. She asks if his next target is a key figure in the bourgeois family, and he nods. She warns that their mansions are guarded to the teeth, nearly impossible to break into for an assassination. He replies confidently that he won't sneak in, but will instead lure them out, since wealth attracts more wealth. All he needs is enough cash to get the bourgeois family to come to him first, and he hints that he already has an ally with serious money. As he takes off her mask, a figure with glowing red eyes steps out of the shadows, trembling with emotion. It's someone who calls him little brother and says how much they've missed him. He freezes in dread, thinking bitterly that this twist of fate can only lead to trouble. A few days later, Vikir found himself regretting that statement. A woman's voice rang out, bright and teasing. "Ah, my little brother, you didn't even write to me." Before he could respond, she grabbed his cheeks and began stretching them mercilessly. Her long dark hair shimmered as she leaned in, grinning from ear to ear. "I've missed you so much," she said, her tone dripping with playful affection. Vikir's face was caught between her fingers, his patience visibly unraveling. "Let go," he muttered flatly. She only laughed, ignoring his protests completely. From the side, Sancho, Tudor, and PG stood frozen, mouths slightly open, unable to process what they were seeing. Vikir groaned, resigned to his fate, while the woman continued to ruffle his hair like a mischievous older sister. As her laughter echoed through the room, Vikir sighed deeply and muttered under his breath. "This isn't what I meant." Tudor blurted out the thought that had been sitting on everyone's tongue. "I can't believe Vikir actually has a family." PG immediately leaned toward him and whispered, "You probably shouldn't say that out loud." Sancho, still trying to piece things together, added, "It's just..." Vikir's never mentioned anything about himself before, not even once. So seeing this, it's kind of surreal. Tudor scratched the back of his neck, flustered. "Yeah, I don't even know why I'm this surprised." Meanwhile, the woman was still going strong, leaning in close, her teasing relentless. "Well," she said, eyes glinting mischievously, "should we share a kiss? It's been so long, little brother." Vikir's expression didn't change. His patience, however, was clearly at its limit. When his friends finally decided to leave, still whispering and throwing him stunned glances as they slipped out, the entire room seemed to exhale. The laughter vanished. The atmosphere shifted. The woman sat across from Vikir at a wooden table, the playfulness gone from her eyes. "So," Vikir said flatly, "they're gone." She nodded, resting her chin on her hand. "I had to come in person," she said, sounding tired. "The message I brought was too important to send through anyone else." Then she flinched, pressing a hand to her forehead. For a brief moment, her face flickered, her features aligning perfectly with Cindy Wendy's, the faint red bump on her forehead glowing in irritation. She grumbled under her breath. Honestly, what kind of brother hits his visiting sister just for being affectionate? Vikir didn't answer. Before he could, she continued, her tone now calm and practical. I had to act over the top earlier. It was the only way to keep suspicion off us. No one could suspect we're actually related. Her posture straightened. She crossed one leg over the other, the arrogance returning like armor. Anyway, you should be grateful I even came. I had other things to do, you know. Vikir's reply was sharp, cutting through her theatrics. That's enough, he said. His voice turned cold. How's the trade with the sea natives? The shift in tone made her sit up immediately, expression turning serious. It's going smoothly, she replied. 3 major trades so far, no problems. Vikir nodded once. Good. The silence that followed hung heavy between them. Then his red eye flickered faintly in the dim light. Any word from the Balak tribe? Cindy Wendy closed her eyes, shaking her head slowly. Nothing. They vanished. They used to show up at every exchange, but this time, not even a trace. We're still searching. Vikir leaned back, thoughtful. Something wasn't right. A memory rose in his mind. The piercing, commanding gaze of the white-haired leader of the Balak tribe. With a figure like that leading them, disappearance seemed unthinkable. Still, something had happened. Cindy Winnie broke the silence again. She reached into her bag and set a heavy pouch on the table between them. Here, as requested, the war funds. When Vikir untied it, golden light spilled across the table. The coins shimmered, catching the faint glow of the candlelight. Once the matter of gold was done, Cindy Windy folded her hands together, her expression darkening. The air around her shifted once more. No longer playful, no longer businesslike. There's one more thing, she said, her voice low. Something you need to hear. Her crimson eyes gleamed sharply as she spoke the name. The head of the bourgeois family, Bartholomew de Bourgeois, a hard-faced man with a thick beard. Her words lingered in the air like a curse, heavy and final. Her next words hit like a hammer. Bartholomew de Bourgeois is the demon. Vikir froze. His hands clenched together as the weight of her words sank in. He had long suspected that the corruption within Quo Vadis, one of the Empire's 7 great families, had to stem from a source of immense power, someone seated high above the rest. Still, hearing it confirmed made the truth settle cold in his chest. Cindy Windy's voice remained steady, though the tension in her tone was clear. The bourgeois family is the wealthiest in the entire empire, she said. If you plan to approach them, that bag of gold won't even make them blink. I can bring more funds if you need it. Vikir shook his head. This will do, he said evenly. It's just seed money. Seed money. Cindy Winnie echoed, brow furrowing. The bourgeois family doesn't care about wealth, he explained. They care about how wealth is earned. To catch their attention, you have to make money in a way that intrigues them. Only then will they look your way. A subtle grin tugged at the corner of his mouth as he reached into his coat and unfolded a flyer. Bold letters stretched across the page. Mock investment tournament, hosted by the bourgeois family. That's where I'll start, Vikir said calmly. I'll use this money to enter, and I'll win. Cindy Windy's reaction was instant. Her eyes widened, disbelief twisting her face. Blue lightning flickered faintly around her, energy crackling in the air. Have you completely lost it? She shouted. That plan is insane. That's outright fraud. The scene shifts. Under the glow of the moon, a towering building rose over the city, its windows shimmering like faint stars. Inside, in a dimly lit office, the air was thick with authority. A man with long, wavy blue hair stepped through the door after a quiet knock. Principal Smith, you called for me? He asked respectfully. Behind the desk stood a tall man with broad shoulders and golden hair cascading down his back. At his side rested a magnificent blade, the sword of winter. Winston Smith, principal of Colossio Academy, turned slowly to face him, his presence commanding yet calm. For a moment, Vinci Morgue, the man who had entered, let his gaze settle on the sword. The fact that the well was unsheathed could mean only one thing. The principal had just returned from the field. Inwardly, Vinci recalled the legends surrounding the man before him. A swordsman whose strength was said to rival the patriarchs of the Empire's greatest warrior clans. Winston gave a faint, knowing smile. It seems your vacation ended earlier than planned, he said. Please, take a seat. Vinci obeyed, though tension lingered in his shoulders. The principal wasted no time. I've heard that Professor Sadie has been causing quite a bit of trouble during my absence. Vinci's composure cracked instantly, frustration flashing in his eyes. Trouble, he repeated, his tone edged with disbelief. That's putting it mildly. He leaned forward, voice rising as he began listing her offenses one after another. Her constant laziness, her drinking during lectures, even reports of her attacking students outright. Finally, his hand slammed against the desk. To be blunt, he said, voice trembling with restrained anger. She's no professor. She's a criminal who belongs in Novelvade prison. Principal Smith lifted a calm hand, motioning for silence. His smile stayed polite, though the edges were starting to tighten. Let's not be too quick to judge, Professor Morg. He went on to explain that Sadie was the final descendant of the Marquis family, a bloodline that carried a notorious reputation long before the Empire was ever unified. The last head of that family, he added, was currently locked away in New Velvetic. Even so, Smith spoke with quiet confidence. He said he believed everyone carried a spark of goodness inside them, including Professor Sadie. Vincey's patience was thinning fast. To him, the principal's faith in people sounded like wishful thinking. Principal, he said sharply, final exams and the parent-teacher meetings are right around the corner. If she causes another mess like during the midterms, we'll be in serious trouble. Smith paused, thinking it over, then replied in his usual even tone. Then keep her out of anything public. No practical work for now. Vincey felt his jaw tighten. So that was it. No punishment, no lecture, not even a warning. Just another free pass. He forced a stiff smile, though irritation burned beneath it. Once again, she walks away untouched. Rising from his chair, Vincey spoke crisply. Understood, Principal. If that's your decision, I'll handle it. His words were clipped, his posture rigid. Without waiting for a response, he turned and walked out, the door closing firmly behind him. Inside, Principal Smith stayed seated, the moonlight spilling across his desk in silver streaks. His gaze lingered on the chair Vincey had just left empty. The room was quiet. Only the faint hum of the night filled the air as he sat deep in thought. The scene fades. A bright room comes into view. The Oracle Mock Investment Club buzzes with activity. Papers shuffle, chalk moves fast across the board, and energy fills the space. PG burst through the door, out of breath but smiling wide, clutching a stack of files. Vice President Dolores, about everything you asked for, all the personal data and recent moves of the bourgeois family's young masters. At the front, Sinclair points proudly at a board packed with charts and diagrams. And I've finished mapping out the full framework for the mock investment tournament, schedules, systems, and all. Standing at the head of the table, Dolores surveys them both with quiet satisfaction. Excellent work, she says, her tone steady. Yet in her eyes, a sharp determination flickers beneath the calm. The story flashes back. In a dim storage room, Dolores sits across from Vakir, who hides his identity under the guise of the Night Hound. Between them rests a heavy bag filled with gold coins that gleam faintly in the dark. Dolores stares in disbelief. Where did you get all this? Vakir's answer is simple. Didn't I mention before? I have a very wealthy friend. He lays out the plan. This gold is just their first step. They'll turn it into something bigger, a fortune impossible for the bourgeois family to ignore. Since he can't move openly under his real name, Doeris will take the lead from here. I'll show you how to make the money, Vakir said, his tone firm and steady. But you'll need a team, just a few people you can trust. They'll handle the records, logistics, and coordination. Pick two who can actually deliver. Back to the present. Dolores's gaze drifted across the lively clubroom, landing on PG and Sinclair, the two she'd chosen after outshining over 100 candidates. Across the room, the pair bickered playfully. It wasn't 100, Sinclair corrected smugly. It was 108. Dolores smiled faintly, but the weight pressing on her chest grew heavier. They had no idea what kind of storm they were stepping into. Beneath the table, her hand clenched tightly. I'll protect them, she thought. Whatever it takes. Then PG raised his hand, curiosity etched across his face. Vice President? The tournament's just a mock investment, right? Why do we need real money? Dolores leaned forward slightly, confidence flickering in her eyes like a spark waiting to catch flame. Because, she said evenly, we're not simulating investments this time. She paused, letting the words linger. We're making real ones. The room went silent. PG and Sinclair froze, eyes wide. Our real investments? They shouted together, voices echoing off the walls. Dolores didn't waver. Her voice carried steady conviction as she continued. We're not just aiming to win the mock tournament. We're going to earn actual profit while doing it. Her words hung in the air, electric, dangerous. Then, with a composed smile, she added, don't worry. If anything goes wrong, I'll take full responsibility. But deep down, she knew that wasn't the truth. The real risk, the real danger, belonged to the one watching quietly from the shadows, the Night Hound. Across the table, PG and Sinclair leaned toward each other, whispering. You don't think she's scamming us, right? PG muttered nervously. Sinclair shook her head at once. No chance. Vice President Dolores isn't like that. After a moment's hesitation, both turned back to her, their eyes full of renewed faith. If you believe in this, Vice President, Sinclair said firmly, then we'll follow you all the way. PG nodded, grinning. And honestly, using real money sounds kind of thrilling. Dolores felt her chest tighten. Their trust, so pure, so undeserved, hit her like a wave. She managed a soft smile and nodded. Then PG brightened again. Oh, We should ask my buddy Vikir to join us. He's been really into economics lately. Dolores blinked, caught off guard. Vikir, she repeated, trying to sound casual as a bead of sweat traced down her temple. PG, completely unaware, went on cheerfully. Yeah, he reads the finance section every morning. He's the kind of guy who makes everyone feel calm just by being around. Sinclair clapped her hands. That's perfect. With Vikir on board, we'd be unstoppable. Dolores hesitated. For a long moment, the room seemed to hold its breath. Finally, she turned slightly away, hiding her expression. All right, she said quietly. PG, next time you see him, invite him to join the club. PG scratched the back of his head. Sure thing. Sinclair was nearly bursting with excitement. Yes, this is going to be incredible. Beside her, PG tilted his head, studying Dolores with a puzzled frown. Weird. You got that same look again. Dolores raised an eyebrow. What look? The one you had when you showed up at our dorm looking for Vikir, PG said offhandedly. Dolores froze for a heartbeat. Then, without missing another, she gathered the papers on the table and spoke briskly. That's all for today. Finish organizing the materials, then head home. I have something to take care of. Before either of them could respond, she turned and left the room, her figure outlined by the soft, golden light filtering through the corridor windows. As she walked alone, the noise of the world faded into a quiet blur. Her thoughts drifted, every one of them circling back to Vikir. The moments she'd wanted to speak but never found the courage. The day he'd asked to name the scholarship after Perry. How she wanted to thank him, knowing he had been there in Perry's final moments. She remembered the steady way he defended her, the calm strength in his voice during the student council elections, the hand he'd offered when she needed it most. A faint smile crossed her lips. I just wanted to thank you, she thought. Even once would have been enough. Her memories flickered like scenes from a life that had passed too quickly. Days in the frozen northern forests, where they'd stood side by side against the wind, the desperate fight against the demon Andromaeus, when every breath had felt like borrowed time. Each moment had given her the chance to speak, and every time, she'd let slip away. She sighed quietly. The truth was simple. Whenever she faced him, her thoughts tangled, her composure vanished. Even when she spoke with the masked night hound, that same steady calm reminded her of Akir. Before she knew it, her heart would find its way back to him again. Now, bathed in the golden light of late afternoon, she made a quiet promise to herself. No more hesitating. Maybe today would be different. Maybe today, she'd finally say the words she'd held back for so long. Her steps slowed. Lost in thought, she hadn't noticed where she was until she stopped, standing face to face with Akir himself. He blinked in surprise. Dolores? What's wrong? Her pulse raced. Every line she'd rehearsed vanished from her mind. She looked down, drew a steady breath, and clenched her fists tightly at her sides. Then she lifted her head. Her cheeks were warm, but her eyes burned with determination. Vikir, she said, her voice trembling only slightly. There's something I need to tell you. The hallway went utterly still. The world seemed to hold its breath as the moment hung, suspended between them. Vikir froze. His crimson eyes locked onto Dolores, the world narrowing to the space between them. She stood there, cheeks faintly flushed but gaze steady, gathering her courage as she began to speak. Her voice trembled softly. There was something she needed to tell him. But before she could continue, Vikir suddenly spoke. Wait. He stepped closer. Dolores blinked, startled, and instinctively took a step back, but his quiet voice stopped her in place. Don't move. The space between them disappeared in an instant. Her pulse raced, her thoughts scattering. Why is he so close? Then, without warning, his hand lifted, not toward her face, but to the top of her head. His touch was gentle as he brushed through her hair and gave a light pat. Dolores froze, eyes wide, then slowly closed them, her breath catching as confusion flooded her mind. When he finally pulled his hand away, the reason became clear. Dangling between his fingers was the pendant decoravia, and clinging to it, a tiny, trembling spider. Both looked as though they'd just seen a ghost. Vikir's gaze turned cold. His demonic artifacts squirmed in his grip, visibly uncomfortable under the weight of his silent fury. He said nothing, but the message in his eyes was unmistakable. What kind of nonsense were they trying to pull this time? The little spider, quivering, squeaked out a desperate excuse, insisting it had only been sightseeing with the perverted decoravia, trying, and failing, to shift the blame. Vikir's eyes narrowed further. The quiet promise of retribution glimmered there, a warning of what awaited them once they were back in his room. Completely unaware of any of this, Dolores tilted her head, her voice soft. Vikir. In an instant, his hand dropped behind his back, hiding both the pendant and the spider. His expression smoothed into calm neutrality. There was a bug on your head, he said evenly. Sorry if I startled you. Dolores blinked, blushing again as she touched her hair. Oh, it's fine. Really. Thank you. For a moment, she stood there, trying to recall what she'd meant to say. But the courage that had carried her this far was gone. When Vikir asked what it was she wanted to tell him, panic set in. Her face turned crimson as she waved her hands frantically. It's nothing. Really. Nothing weird at all. Inside, she scolded herself. Idiot. What are you thinking? Desperate to steer the conversation elsewhere, she blurted, are you interested in the mock investment tournament? Vikir tilted his head slightly. The one that's coming up soon? Why, yes, she replied quickly. PG, Sinclair, and I form a club for it. We were hoping you might want to join us. He shook his head once. I appreciate it, but I already have responsibilities with the newspaper. I don't have time for other clubs. Dolores's smile faltered, her voice softening. I see. Then you must be really busy. He gave a quiet nod, turned, and started down the hall. The pendant and spider still hidden behind his back, both shaking in terror at what awaited them later. Dolores forced her tone to stay cheerful as she called after him. Take care, Vikir. He lifted a hand in silent acknowledgement without turning back. Their paths split, footsteps fading in opposite directions, leaving only the echo of what might have been. Just as they were about to part ways completely, Vikir's voice cut through the quiet hallway. Dolores! She stopped, turning in surprise. He looked back over his shoulder, his tone calm and even. Good luck in the competition. For a heartbeat, she just stood there, frozen. Then her face flushed red as the words sank in. Teach, thank you, she stammered softly, her hand brushing through her hair as she tried to hide her smile. Her chest felt light, fluttering with a nervous but unfamiliar warmth. 2 weeks later, a blinding shimmer of gold filled the great hall. Coins glittered under the morning light, piled into shining mountains that seemed to stretch forever. Dolores, PG, and Sinclair stood at the center of it all, completely speechless. PG was the first to break the silence, his voice cracking in disbelief. This is insane. I've never seen this much money in my life. Dolores, how did you pull this off in just 2 weeks? Dolores didn't answer right away. Her eyes reflected the gold around her, as if trying to convince herself it was real. I didn't think the Night Hound's plan would actually work this well. The scene flashed back. In a dimly lit room, Dolores sat across from the Night Hound. His voice was low but steady, his instructions precise. First, he began, you'll need 960 investors, the gullible kind. Then divide them into 2 groups of 480 each. He leaned forward slightly, shadows cutting across his mask. To the first group, tell them a certain stock will rise. To the second, tell them it will fall. Dolores listened intently, her pen flying across the page as she took notes. Then, he continued, wait for the results. One prediction will be right. Keep the group that got it correct and repeat the process. Split them again, half one prediction, half the opposite. Do this 5 times. He paused before adding, after 5 rounds, only around 30 investors will remain, the ones who always got the right answer. They'll believe the Oracle Club's predictions are perfect. Dolores frowned slightly. And the others? They'll lose faith and walk away, he said flatly. But those last 30, they'll become true believers. To them, it'll look like you never make a mistake. A faint smile curved his lips. Once word of your perfect record spreads, you won't need to chase investors anymore. They'll come to you, throwing money at your feet. And that was exactly how it happened. The Night Hound's final words echoed in her memory, clear as if he were still in the room. When the money starts flooding in, gather it all, along with the seed funds I gave you, and invest everything into the Cindy Merchant Group. Dolores had hesitated back then, her voice tight with unease. All of it? That's too risky. If it fails, we lose everything, and the investors will come after us. Her concern had been genuine, but the Night Hound's calm never faltered. His confidence was absolute. His plan, sharp, dangerous, and methodical, had worked. At least for now. The flashback continued. Dolores's hesitation lingered, but the Night Hound's voice carried absolute certainty. His crimson eyes glimmered faintly in the dim light. Don't worry, he said evenly. The Cindy Winnie Merchant Group is in capable hands. I can vouch for the one managing it. Their skill in business is second to none. Leaning back slightly, he continued, his tone calm yet assured. The profits you'll see from this investment will exceed anything you've ever imagined. Back to the present. Dolores stood motionless, staring at the golden mountains piled high before her. The plan had worked, exactly as he'd said it would. The success felt almost unreal, like a dream she hadn't yet woken from. PG and Sinclair, however, were far from calm. Their laughter filled the vast hall as they dove into the glittering heaps of coins. They tossed handfuls of gold into the air, laughing wildly, then collapsed backward to make money angels, their joy echoing off the marble walls. Dolores watched them quietly, a faint smile tugging at her lips. But beneath her calm expression, questions stirred. Who is a night hound, really? How could anyone predict all this with such precision? That night, the moon hung full and bright above the academy, casting a pale glow across the quiet corridors. Dolores moved silently through the halls, dressed in a simple nightgown, her footsteps light as she slipped through the shadows. At the end of the passage, she reached a narrow, high window. Carefully, she pushed it open and peered outside. There he was, the night hound, standing in the moonlight below, his figure outlined in silver. "I'm a bit late," he said casually, his voice calm as ever. Dolores smiled faintly. "That's all right. I was delayed too. I had to make sure no one saw me leave." Moments later, they sat together atop the academy's rooftop, the moon hanging high above them. The night wind carried their quiet voices through the still air. "Did you have trouble finding this place?" she asked, glancing at him. "It's not marked on any map." "Not particularly," he replied. "Finding it wasn't difficult." His answer made her pause. If it was that easy for him, does it mean he's connected to the academy somehow? Without thinking, her hand slipped in her sleeve, pulling out a small, ornate mirror, the mirror of truth. Its surface shimmered faintly, said to reveal anyone's true identity. For a moment, she hesitated, the urge to raise it toward him strong. Her fingers tightened around the mirror, then slowly loosened. No, if he's keeping his identity secret, there must be a reason. I'll trust him. When the time comes, he'll tell me himself. Quietly, she slipped the mirror back into her sleeve. The night hound broke the silence first. Where did the plan go? Dolores's eyes brightened instantly. It was a complete success. The profits are unbelievable. I never thought it would work so perfectly. He gave a slow nod, his expression unreadable beneath the moonlight. "You really are something," she said, her voice filled with genuine awe. "I knew you were strong, but I didn't realize you had such a talent for finance too." He turned his gaze toward the glowing rooftops below, his voice calm but laced with quiet resolve. "Don't get too comfortable," he said. "There's still one final step before the real battle begins." Dolores blinked, taken aback. "Final step? What do you mean?" The night hound's tone deepened, his words carrying quiet weight. "To bring down the bourgeois family, we'll need someone on the inside, a person close enough to know their secrets, yet opposed to the current family head, Bartholomew." His crimson eyes glimmered under the moonlight as he gazed out over the sleeping city. "Find that person," he said softly, "and the bourgeois family will fall." Dolores frowned, doubt flickering in her eyes. "Someone that high up?" she asked. "They'd be living comfortably, protected, even. Why would anyone like that turn against their own family head? Does a person like that even exist?" The night hound didn't respond right away. Instead, he reached into his cloak and drew out a rolled newspaper, its edges yellowed with age. Wordlessly, he handed it to her. Dolores unrolled it carefully. It was an old financial issue, the ink faded but still clear enough to read. Her eyes traced the lines of the article he pointed to, an account of a long-past succession struggle within the bourgeois household. "The bourgeois family," she murmured as she read. At the time, the strongest candidate for family head was the eldest son, Bartholomew de Bourgeois. She kept reading until her gaze stopped on another name. Her breath caught. Damien Bourgeois. The night hound gave a slow nod. The second son. He competed for the position of family head, but came in second, the runner-up in their family's little power game. His arms folded across his chest, his tone as calm as ever. He lost that fight, and with it, most of his political influence. But now, he's the director of the Imperial Mint. That makes him the perfect insider. Powerful, well-placed, and likely still holding a grudge. Dolores's eyes widened in disbelief. "Damien, I know that name." She looked up quickly. He was the one overseeing the bourgeois family's quest during the second round of the University League. Her voice softened, thoughtful. "I never imagined he once fought his own brother for control." She looked back at the night hound, her expression now focused, resolute. "If he's our key," she asked quietly, "then how do we reach him?" The scene shifted. The night sky burst into color, fireworks painting the horizon with streaks of red, gold, and violet. Beneath that dazzling canopy, the capital city glowed with life. Inside a grand ballroom draped in silk and marble, music filled the air. Laughter rippled through the crowd as nobles and officials in elegant attire mingled beneath the sweeping chandeliers. The golden light danced across polished floors, catching on crystal glasses and the jeweled pins of gowns and tuxedos. And amid the glitter and sound, standing quietly by a golden railing, was Dolores. Her gown shimmered pale blue under the chandelier's glow, each movement catching the light like rippling water. Her hair was neatly pinned, a single rose choker resting at her throat. For a brief moment, she simply stood there, taking all in. The perfume, the laughter, the distant music, the world of the wealthy and powerful, spinning around her like a dream. A soft flush touched her cheeks as she exhaled and whispered to herself, "So, I made it. I'm here." Her gaze swept across the glittering sea of faces below, her pulse quickening. She was no longer just a guest tonight. She was hunting for the man who could turn the tide, Damien de Bourgeois. The scene opens inside the Grand Castle, where colorful fireworks light up the night. Preparations for the big event are almost done, and inside, the place is buzzing with chatter. Guests are standing around, talking and laughing, when suddenly someone taps a spoon against a wine glass to get everyone's attention. The noise quiets down, and two people step forward, greeting the crowd. The host for tonight's party and members of the Oracle Club introduce themselves as PG and Sinclair. PG smiles and thanks everyone sincerely for coming, then announces that their club president, Dollars, will now give her welcome speech. As Dollars walks up to the center between them, the entire hall turns its focus to her. She closes her eyes for a brief moment, takes a deep breath, and begins to speak. She thanks everyone again for being there, explaining that this event is dedicated to the respected seniors of the business community. She says they arranged this gathering because it's a great chance to meet, connect, and build relationships that she hopes will last long after tonight's party ends. As her speech finishes, golden energy suddenly bursts through the hall, dazzling everyone. The crowd gasps in awe, excitedly watching the shimmering light spread. Someone whispers that it must be the saint's blessing. It's so beautiful. Nearby, the night hound is quietly standing with a tray of wine glasses, watching everything unfold. His mind drifts back to when Dollars was first shocked by his suggestion about the party. Back then, he had told her to host a grand event and invite the Empire's top tycoons, including Damien. He explained that since rumors about the Oracle Club were already circulating among the business elite, status wouldn't be a problem. The real issue was money. She had hesitated, saying they didn't have enough funds. But Nighthound calmly told her that with the money she'd saved so far, she could easily afford the party, even after returning the principal and dividends to her investors. Still, she looked uncertain, clutching her clothes nervously, asking if she could really pull it off. After a pause, he mentioned that he planned to attend in secret. The Nighthound said, since they need to approach the Damien. That seemed to spark something in her, and she suddenly stood up, saying that if he was joining her, then she'd do her best. Now, back in the castle, the Nighthound stands among the guests, watching her with a faint smile. He thinks about how worried she used to be, but she's handling everything just fine now. Looking around, he notices that almost every major figure in the Empire's business world has shown up. Then he wonders to himself if Damien actually accepted the invitation. He glances toward the door and spots him, Damien Jubarogiois, the director of the Empire's currency manufacturing factory, sitting calmly with a glass of red wine. A golden-haired guy nearby says the rumors were true. The Oracle Club didn't just crush the mock investment comp, but even made real profits. Another laughs, saying hosting it at the fancy Obelia banquet hall shows how successful they've gotten. He adds that the club members must have realized that money is everything, that with enough of it, anything's possible. Someone else disagrees, saying that while money is powerful, it's not absolute. There are things in this world that no amount of money can fix, like bringing the dead back to life. Hearing this, Damien freezes for a moment. His face darkens, and he slams his glass onto the table. The man with golden hair asks where he's going, and Damien replies that he's just feeling a bit hot from drinking and needs to cool off. As he walks out, the others exchange glances, noting how that last comment clearly struck a nerve. And Nighthound, standing beside them, watches the whole thing unfold. Later that night, Damien stands alone on the rooftop, staring up at the starry sky. The Nighthound approaches quietly and asks if he believes there are really things in this world that money can't buy. Damien turns his head slightly, curious why he's asking now. The Nighthound apologizes, saying he didn't mean to intrude, but their earlier conversation caught his attention. Before he can continue, Damien cuts in, saying that yes, there are many things money can't buy. Money is just a tool to achieve goals. Narrowing his eyes, he explains, but the things it can't solve are as countless as the stars in the sky. That's what makes humans what they are. Then, he warns the Nighthound that eavesdropping is a dangerous habit for a servant. If he wants to live long, he should learn to keep quiet. As Damien turns to leave, the Nighthound stops him with one last question. He asks, among all those stars, which one does he think shines the brightest and farthest? With calm, red eyes, the Nighthound adds that he personally believes it's meeting Damien's dead daughter. Damien freezes, shock flashing across his face. In an instant, he draws his sword, eyes blazing with anger, and says that the boy clearly didn't understand his warning. He raises his blade, saying he'll take one of his arms as punishment for running his mouth. But before he can strike, the Nighthound lifts his arm, and red energy bursts forth, glowing intensely. Damien's eyes widened in disbelief. The boy looks at him calmly and says, "Don't you want to see your daughter again?" Grinding his teeth, Damien goes in swinging, saying his life's got no value, but Hound instantly spreads that red aura. Damien's fury builds as he demands to know who this person really is. The boy stands his ground and answers calmly. He says he is the Hound, and he has come to make a deal with Damien. He tells him that he can help him see his dead daughter, Juliet. But Damien quickly replies, saying that Hound must be mistaken because his daughter isn't dead. Hound freezes in shock, thinking this can't be right. According to Cindy Wendy's intel, Juliet died in a carriage accident when she was a child. Damien gives him a cold look and says that lying won't help him escape the situation. Hound repeats the same words back at him, saying he also can't get out of this by lying. Damien slams his sword into the ground and says that there's no point hiding the truth anymore, so he'll tell him a story. He starts by explaining that in the Baroggio's family, there's a saying, "Jus non videre," to exist without being seen. It's the creed of the family heir and the beginning of their tragedy. The true heir of the Baroggio's family is sealed away, living under a commoner's identity. They must prove themselves in the capital using only their abilities, without relying on family privilege or status, so they don't grow up spoiled and entitled. Both Damien and his older brother have daughters who were sent into society this way, hiding who they truly are. Damien says he trusted his daughter, Juliet. She was incredibly talented, and when she returned after proving herself, he planned to use her success to regain everything from his brother and rise to power within the family. But that dream fell apart. Juliet came to him one day, begging for money to treat Romeo, a poor soldier she'd fallen in love with while volunteering. She was ready to give up her position as heir for him. Damien remembers being furious. He thought Romeo had ruined his daughter's future, the very future he'd built for her. He recalls her crying and begging him, saying Romeo would die without treatment. But instead of helping, Damien ordered his men to take Romeo away. That day it was raining. In his anger, Damien beat Romeo nearly to death, thinking that Juliet would come to her senses if she saw the man she loved suffer. He shouted at her, telling her that because of her childish and reckless choices, she had thrown away her chance to be the heir and would live branded as a failure. Juliet, heartbroken, yelled back that Romeo was precious to her, that he was the only one who accepted her and made her happy, when she'd spent her whole life trying to restore her father's honor. Then, with a face full of hatred and pain, she screamed that he had destroyed the only person who made her truly happy. It was the first time Damien ever saw such anger in her eyes, anger directed at him. She left with Romeo in a carriage, looking like she'd never come back. Panicking, Damien chased after her with the garrison. But then came the accident. The horse was spooked by thunder, the road was wet, and the carriage lost control. When Damien reached them, he found Juliet alive in Romeo's arms, but Romeo had died protecting her. Later, when Juliet woke and learned of Romeo's death, she fainted from shock and never regained consciousness. Damien's voice breaks as he says that he's tried everything, medicine, poison, even divine power, but nothing has worked. His tears dropping like water, whispering that if he could just see her smile one more time and apologize sincerely, he'd give up everything he has. Hound watches quietly as Damien says that if there's a way to convey his apology to Juliet, he's willing to do it. Damien lifts his head, eyes full of desperate hope, and Hound asks if he would truly give up everything. A month later, at Damien's estate, he brings Hound to a room and says his daughter Juliet is there. Hound sees her lying motionless and feels a strange sense of familiarity. Damien warns him that their deal must stay secret, asking why he brought someone else with him. Hound explains that the girl he brought is a talented mage who can call out to souls. Her name is Pomerian, and he vouches for her power. Hound kneels beside her and gently tells Pomerian to do her best and not be scared. She nods, saying she can use the tree branch he gave her. Pomerian climbs onto the table, raises the branch toward Juliet, and suddenly purple energy bursts out. Candles around the room flare to life as the air fills with magic. Damien watches in disbelief as the energy gathers around his daughter, and slowly, Juliet's consciousness starts to awaken. Then Damien gasps. Juliet's form flickers with light, and beside her, another figure appears. Damien falls to his knees and whispers, "Juliet, Romeo, is it you?" Both figures stand surrounded by glowing purple energy. Tears stream down Damien's face as he breaks down, saying he was wrong, that he ignored Juliet's feelings and destroyed her happiness because of his pride. He calls himself trash, unworthy of forgiveness, but begs Juliet to live and wake up. Pomerian suddenly speaks up and says that Juliet's soul has answered. She's refusing to return. She's planning to find Romeo and die. Damien stares at his daughter in disbelief, asking if it's true. The purple energy continues to swirl around her as tears roll down his face. He cries out that Juliet almost died because of his mistakes and that Romeo sacrificed himself for her. Now she's choosing death just to see him again. But time can't be reversed, and no words can change what happened. He says he must do something for her now, before it's too late. Her soul is outside her body, and Romeo's is already in the afterlife. But he can still help them one last time. Damien begins a ritual, declaring that the union of souls is beyond time. He asks if the bride and groom accept their eternal fate to be together and promise to love and embrace each other forever. Juliet and Romeo, glowing in golden light, hold hands and answer yes. Juliet says she loves Romeo, and Romeo says he loves her too. Damien, crying, declares them husband and wife. Juliet turns toward her father, smiling through tears, and hugs him tightly. She thanks him for choosing her and for making her happy. Damien hugs her back, sobbing, and tells her to stay happy and live peacefully with Romeo in the other world. He says he loves her deeply. Juliet whispers that she loves him too. Then she lies down among the flowers, peaceful at last, while her father stands alone, watching her with tears in his eyes. The scene begins with Damien standing near his daughter, tears streaming down his face. As he weeps, he gently holds her hand. Pomerian, watching him, asks Night Hound why the man is crying. Night Hound replies that maybe it's because he feels grateful, sorry, and loves her deeply. Pomerian tilts her head and says that if he loves her and is thankful, then shouldn't he be smiling instead of crying? Night Hound pauses for a moment, then tells her that when she grows up, she'll experience many things and eventually understand why. Pomerian sighs, saying that sounds like it's going to be tough, uncle. Just then, Damien, still emotional, and thanks them, saying he was able to do everything he could for his daughter as her father. Night Hound tells him there's no need to thank them, but instead asks if there's something Damien should give him. Damien immediately kneels before him and swears to give everything he owns, asking what Night Hound desires. Night Hound calmly says he wants the head of the Baroggioi's family patriarch, Bartholomew. The scene shifts to a dark night where three figures stand together. A voice says she'll help with the mission. Damien, standing beside the Saintess and Night Hound, greets her politely. The Saintess smiles, saying she remembers him from the Uni League and the last party, never imagining they'd meet again like this. She adds that it's an honor and wonders how he managed to make Director Damien their insider. Damien shakes her hand, while Night Hound, standing behind, cuts straight to the point. He says they're here to plan the assassination of Bartholomew, the Baroggioi's patriarch. Damien agrees and explains that he arranged this meeting for that reason. He has already used his trusted followers within the family to spread rumors about the Oracle Club, and as a result, he secured a dinner with the patriarch himself. The Saintess looks shocked, asking if he really means that dinner, the one everyone talks about. Damien nods and explains that it's the legendary World Dinner, the same one that every powerful figure in the capital dreams of attending. He continues, describing how the Baroggioi's family owns a mysterious vault, a massive cube-shaped structure, 50 meters long, wide, and tall. The walls are made of mithril and orichalcum, completely sealed off from the outside world with powerful anti-teleportation magic. Inside, there are literal mountains of gold and priceless treasures. Whenever Bartholomew hosts an important meeting or dinner, he always does it inside that vault, and each session only lasts 1 hour. The Saintess immediately says that since no one can see or hear what happens inside, that one uninterrupted hour is their best shot. But she then wonders aloud, wouldn't the patriarch still worry about being assassinated in such a place? Damien admits it's a fair question, but strangely enough, his brother never seems concerned about that. Night Hound thinks for a second, realizing that must mean something deeper, and then pulls something out of his coat. He says that Bartholomew probably isn't worried because he's a demon who wields absolute power. When Night Hound shows some information to Damien, Damien looks completely stunned, asking what he's seeing. Night Hound tells him not to worry about that, and instead focus on what really matters, the outside part of their plan. He explains that while they're inside the vault meeting the patriarch, Damien has a critical job to do outside. This is the key step that will bring Bartholomew down once and for all. Damien looks confused, asking why it's so important, but before Night Hound can explain further, both Damien and the Saintess read the news and are horrified. Damien says that this isn't something that will just end with the Baroggioi's family. This could bring down the entire empire. The scene switches again to a carriage rolling down the road. Inside, someone is talking excitedly, saying he still can't believe their club came first in a mock investment competition and got invited to dinner with the patriarch of the Baroggioi's family. He says he can't wait and asks Sinclair if she's excited. Sinclair nods, saying she is, and then mentions that it would have been nice if Vakir could come along. The boy curiously asks about Vakir, and Sinclair explains that Vakir was supposed to visit her house, but it didn't work out. The boy teases her a little, saying it's rare they even get to eat together nowadays, and Sinclair laughs it off. Then the boy proudly shows her a paper filled with questions he wants to ask the patriarch. Things like how to find new business opportunities, merge small and medium guilds, and even whether rich people eat chicken. He laughs at his own list, and Sinclair smiles. Meanwhile, the Saintess sits quietly, watching them all with a serious expression. She apologizes softly, saying they've arrived. The carriage stops, and they step out, walking toward a grand castle. A servant greets them and politely asks them to wait while he informs the patriarch of their arrival. The Saintess thanks him, and he offers them a seat. The boy sits down on the couch, amazed at how luxurious the place looks, saying this sofa is 100 times softer than their dorm beds. Sinclair agrees. The boy then asks Sinclair what she plans to ask the patriarch. She says she can't tell him, but there's one thing she really wants to know. The boy jokes that she's wasting her chance, since this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to learn from the wealthiest man in the empire. As they talk, the Saintess stands silently, her hands trembling and tears forming in her eyes. She pours something quietly into a jug, thinking to herself that she needs to put them to sleep before dinner begins. As she finishes, the boy starts talking about the gifts they brought and says they should check if everything's okay. The Saintess panics and yells for him to wait. The boy looks confused. Then she says she will check the trunks. Trying to calm him, the Saintess offers them tea, saying they should rest and drink before dinner. They both sit and sip in their cups. A few moments later, Sinclair says she's suddenly feeling sleepy. The boy agrees, saying it must be from exhaustion. The Saintess smirks quietly to herself, thinking, yes, it's working. Sinclair tries to fight it off, saying she'll drink some cold water to stay awake. But before she can move, the Saintess stands up as the door opens. A servant appears, saying the patriarch is ready to meet them. The Saintess tells him that her clubmates are just tired from nerves, so they fell asleep after having tea. She says she'll represent the club and attend the dinner alone. The man nods respectfully and agrees to escort her. As they walk through the grand hallway, the Saintess suddenly stops in front of gigantic doors. Her heart races as she realizes this must be the vault. The doors themselves feel almost alive, like they were made for something not human. The man tells her that she'll have to enter alone and that he'll leave the gifts outside. She nods nervously as the massive doors creak open. Inside, everything is pitch dark. She takes a cautious step and calls out, asking if anyone's there. Then, out of nowhere, she trips and falls hard, landing on the ground with a groan, complaining about her butt. She touches something cold and realizes she's holding coins. Her eyes widen as the lights slowly flicker on, revealing mountains of gold coins surrounding her in every direction. She stands there frozen, stunned by the overwhelming sight. Then a voice echoes through the vault, calm and heavy. Bartholomew steps forward, his presence almost unreal, and says, "Welcome, Saintess," or should I say, President of the Oracle Club. The candlelight spreads across piles of gold coins, jewels, and all kinds of expensive golden items scattered everywhere. The scene opens inside a huge dining hall where the Saintess sits across from him. She's nervous, her hands slightly shaking. She looks at him and thinks that this man is the richest person not just in the capital, but probably in the whole world. He's the head of the bourgeois family, one of the 7 great families, Bartholomew Jew bourgeois. But in her mind, she knows there's more to his real identity. Just as she's thinking about it, he interrupts her thoughts and tells her that her skills are amazing. She nervously asks what he means. He explains that he's gone through the records of her investments. While calmly eating with his fork, he tells her she invested a huge amount of money into Cindy Wendy, a trader farm in the western jungle. Most people would hesitate before making such a risky move, but her boldness and sharp judgment seriously impress him. He even says the person he should learn from is right in front of him. She panics a bit, thanks him awkwardly, and remembers the Night Hound's warning that Bartholomew is extremely good with words, so she needs to stay focused or she'll end up getting swept into his smooth-talking trap. She snaps out of it, realizing she almost fell for it, and tells him he's exaggerating. Bartholomew pauses and looks at her. Then he mentions that Cardinal Humbert just visited him. He adds that lately he's been meeting key figures from the Quo Vadis family. The Saintess panics inside, thinking about how Humbert is secretly connected to cults and heretics, and now Bartholomew has added the bourgeois family to that list. He asks if she's uncomfortable. She apologizes, but he continues anyway, saying she's affiliated with the New Testament faction, right? She confirms it. He tells her he has a deep relationship with priests from the Old Testament faction, and he's upset thinking that's the reason she keeps her distance from him. He says he wants to become closer to the New Testament priests too. But the New Testament faction sees his connections with the old faction and the wealth his family has gathered as something evil and horrible. Because of that, none of their good deeds get acknowledged. He urges her to think about it and asks if using a large amount of money for a great cause isn't meaningful on its own. She questions what he means by cause and then says that apparently humans and demons have completely different meanings for that word. Bartholomew is shocked and asks what she means. She slams her hand on the table and starts listing everything he has done. Quilty. No, that's not the right. What he really did was join forces with the demon Dantalion and use orphans as prey. He abused a ridiculous exemption system, corrupted the Quo Vadis family from the inside, controlled countless heretics and cults to create internal division, and is trying to seize full control over the holy Quo Vadis family. She yells by saying the only reason he can call all that a noble cause is because he's a demon. Bartholomew's eyes turn pitch black as he closes them, and then suddenly he bursts out laughing. His laughter shakes the entire hall. The piles of gold tremble violently, coins sliding everywhere. The sound pierces into her head. She yells and asks if he isn't afraid of someone who came here knowing his real identity. Bartholomew laughs harder and says, afraid? Of course not. There isn't a single human in the world who can scare him. While saying this, he starts transforming into his demon form. He walks closer to the saint, his eyes changing, and as he stands right in front of her, suddenly a carriage breaks and a pair of glowing red eyes appear behind him. He turns quickly, confused by the sudden, overwhelming pressure. From the massive piles of gold, a dark red aura bursts out. It's the Night Hound. He tells Bartholomew the human he should fear is already standing right here. The saintess panics again, shocked that a human can release such a terrifying aura. She can even smell demon blood on him. She wonders if this means what she thinks it means. Bartholomew recognizes him and asks if he's the Night Hound, the one wreaking havoc across the capital. The Night Hound lifts his hand and throws a punch, saying he's here to kill Bartholomew, head of the bourgeois family. Energy surges upward from the mountains of coins. The Night Hound charges at him and says, or should I call you the Sixth Corpse? A huge blast erupts between the piles of gold. The saintess shuts her eyes as the force explodes around them. Bartholomew grits his teeth and says he understands now. The Night Hound can use a blade. The Night Hound, glaring, keeps attacking with his red aura blade. Then Bartholomew grabs his own sword tightly in front of the Night Hound's blade and says he's also very skilled with the blade. The Night Hound doesn't slow down at all. His strikes keep coming non-stop, red energy spreading everywhere as their swords clash. The Night Hound notices Bartholomew's sword and thinks it's so sharp it can cut steel just by resting on top of it. But the sword corrupts whoever uses it, turning them into a tyrant. It's the legendary sword bombong. It's a weapon from the Baskerville family and is supposed to be locked away deep under the estate. Bartholomew starts talking about its previous owner, a talented young swordsman. The former Baskerville patriarch had admired his skills so much that he offered to make him a disciple and gifted him the sword. But when the patriarch pointed his sword at someone like Bartholomew, he was unlucky. Bartholomew then attacks the Night Hound. He lunges at the Night Hound, golden energy bursting out as their swords clash. Both of them keep using their swords non-stop, golden and red energy spreading everywhere, making the environment tense. In his demon form, Bartholomew's eyes shift as he asks how a mere human knows about them, the 10 elite corpses. He yells that he doesn't know how the Night Hound killed 4 of his comrades, but his arrogance ends here. He swings again, their blades meeting with force. Suddenly, Bartholomew pulls back and drives his sword straight through the Night Hound's chest. The saintess stands frozen as blood drips to the floor. Bartholomew tells him not to worry. He'll devour his corpse and store his skull in a safe until it completely decomposes. But the Night Hound grabs the blade and says it's an honor. Bartholomew calls him pathetic but instantly freezes when the Night Hound speaks again. The Night Hound glares at him and says someone like Bartholomew, whose swordsmanship is sloppy even with the Baskerville family's greatest treasure and the patriarch who gave him this sword. Both of them are pathetic. Bartholomew says that Night Hound can't even clash swords with him, that he can't keep up, and that he's basically all talk. But right away, Night Hound grabs the sword. Bartholomew is sure the blade won't even move, but then Night Hound activates his arm blade and asks if Bartholomew still thinks he's all talk. He instantly swings a punch with the blade arm and turns toward Bartholomew. Bartholomew panics. His eyes shift into demon-like lenses, and he thinks that this solid aura proves the boy is actually a swordmaster. At the same time, Night Hound activates his Basharelli 7th technique. 7 powerful energy lines shoot toward Bartholomew, and the blast hits like a shockwave with a spreading wind ring. The force is so strong that the coins scatter through the air like flying birds. The saintess is shocked and thinks that Night Hound has gotten way stronger than when he fought Dantalion. She wonders what on earth happened to him. Night Hound stands firm, glaring at Bartholomew. Meanwhile, Bartholomew is gripping his sword tightly while lying on the ground, badly injured. Night Hound walks closer and tells him that even though he pulled his foot back in that moment and managed to endure the attack, it looks like he won't be able to continue. Bartholomew tries to speak while blood pours from his head. He says that it wasn't just luck that Night Hound killed his comrades, but he asks if Night Hound really thinks he's safe. He explains that the safe can't be opened from the inside. It only opens after a certain amount of time has passed. When that happens, soldiers will flood in immediately, and they'll be able to report Night Hound to the Imperial Garrison Holy Light. He ends up by laughing. Right after that, the Saintess raises both her hands. She is holding a mirror and says that Bartholomew's people won't trust him after seeing his true self. The mirror shows a person's real face. Bartholomew starts yelling as he begins transforming into his demon form. He screams that she has that item. Then he completely shifts into his giant form. He grinds his teeth and says that they were way more prepared than he expected. He lifts his giant hand with yellow nails and slams it into the ground. He comments that he expected this much from Night Hound, but didn't expect the Saintess to be involved too. He says the whole situation has gotten very interesting. Bartholomew grabs his sword and says he can't believe his true form has been revealed to regular humans. His giant form makes his back look messy and monstrous. Suddenly, a red blade appears on his back. Night Hound has thrown his arm blade, and the blade explodes with red energy spreading everywhere. But Bartholomew is now fully transformed. He has dragon wings. His face looks like a huge orc, his eyes glow with golden energy, and his teeth turn yellow. Then a sudden blast erupts from him, and as he roars, the echo shakes everything around them. The Saintess is shocked and says this is the true form of the virtuous family's head. Bartholomew is now in full giant mode. A screen appears showing 6th Corpse Belial, risk rating S+, and labeled as a discovery from deep inside the Gate of Destruction Snake's form. Golden coins start lifting into the air and flying around. The Saintess says the coins are gathering toward the demon. Bartholomew raises his hand, and the coins spin toward him, completely covering him. She notices the wound Night Hound inflicted is healing. Bartholomew glares and says this ability is called Gold Bloodline. In a world ruled by plutocracy, money is power, and all the wealth stored in this safe is his life and strength. He shouts that as long as his wealth still has value, he cannot die. His power can grow infinitely. The Saintess starts trembling, her legs shaking hard. Night Hound stands beside her and says her name. She looks at him, and he tells her there's no need to be scared. He reminds her she awakened in Dantalion's imaginary world by overcoming negativity. To avoid fear now, she needs to trust herself. He also asks if she can do that buff again. She panics and clasps her hands together, saying she tried doing it alone after that incident, but it never worked. She wonders if she'll be able to do it now. Soul's resonance with the Night Hound, she remembers his past, fighting when he alone with everything he had. She thinks she needs to do her part too. She can't let him fight alone anymore. She opens her eyes and promises herself that she won't let Night Hound fight by himself again. She opens her arms and says she will do whatever she can. She will try. She closes her eyes, and energy starts spreading as she prays. She calls God Luna's strong castle, saying he becomes the shield and sword that saves them from hardship. She admits she'll fail if she relies only on her own strength. With her hands together, she says someone stronger needs to fight in her place. She wonders who it will be. She calls out the holy name, but then pauses. She opens her eyes and says the buff will probably work only if Night Hound tells her his real name. Night Hound is shocked. He asks if she really means his name. Meanwhile, Giant Bartholomew turns toward them. Night Hound says he can't tell her his name. As he lifts his head, he realizes Bartholomew has already recovered. The demon giant starts roaring again, his energy twisting toward Night Hound in a symmetrical pattern. The scene shifts. Night Hound is on the ground, badly wounded, blood pouring from his chest and head. Bartholomew raises his sword and says Night Hound's name. He steps toward the Saintess with his massive body, and then he yells with full force, telling her to die. The instant Belial steps closer, the Saintess's heart nearly stops. Inside her mind, panic explodes. No, no, no. Her body locking up as fear surges through her veins. But before Belial can even reach her, a sudden force erupts. A barrier flares to life between them, its presence absolute, cutting him off completely. Belial freezes mid-step. His eyes narrow, and for a brief moment, confusion flickers across his face. Then he starts muttering, almost to himself, that it's been a long time. His voice rises as he shouts, asking if that's really Belial standing there. But just as quickly, his tone shifts again. His brows knit together, and he growls, questioning whether it's actually Decoravia instead. Anger twists his expression into something feral. He roars at Decoravia, demanding to know if he's forgotten their grand mission, the opening of the gate. His voice trembles with fury as he accuses him of betrayal, of abandoning their cause to side with a mere human. From within the barrier, a single glowing eye opens. Its voice answers calmly, almost lazily, as if Belial's rage is nothing more than background noise. It says betrayal isn't the right word. It never truly belonged to anyone in the first place. But now, it explains, it exists under a contract with this human, and its purpose changes entirely based on the contractor's needs. Behind the barrier, Saintess stands frozen. Shock drains all color from her face, her lips parting, but no words coming out. The barrier continues, stating that for the next 1,000 years, it will serve as a shield for the beautiful womb. Then pauses, awkwardly correcting itself, to protect all humans. Belial snaps. His eyes blaze as he screams again, demanding whether Decoravia truly believes it can withstand the fury of its own kind. He warns that Decoravia has no understanding of the endless hatred waiting to pour out once the gate of destruction opens. The glowing eye remains unbothered. It replies that it will think about that when the time comes. Then it adds casually that the 10 Elite Corps are already losing power. Turning the accusation back on him, it tells Belial that he's the one posturing, and asks if he can't feel that cold, prickling sensation crawling up the back of his neck. Belial falters. Confusion flickers across his face. And in that moment, the Nighthound strikes. Out of nowhere, he lunges from behind, his attack crashing into Belial's back. The blow lands, but it isn't deep enough. Nighthound straightens and approaches slowly, eyes locked onto his target, irritation simmering beneath his calm. He had aimed to behead him. The cut was too shallow. Belial, his golden form now smeared and broken, collapses onto the ground. He screams and cries out in disbelief, shouting that Nighthound should be dead. His organs have been shredded. There was no way he should still be standing. His voice cracks as he demands to know how this is possible. Nighthound doesn't answer. He simply stands there, unmoving, blood dripping steadily from his body and soaking into his clothes. A status screen materializes in the air, displaying a Beelzebub glutton of files with 3 available slots. Belial's eyes widen as understanding finally dawns on him. He laughs weakly and mutters that he knew it. Nighthound was never a normal human. The Saintess spots him at that moment. Her eyes widen in shock as she whispers his name. Panic surges back in her chest as she turns toward the barrier, pleading for it to let her out so she can help him. Decoravia refuses politely. He explains that he was ordered to protect the beauty. He clears his throat and corrects himself. The Saintess, acting against that order, he says, would mean he can no longer act freely. Tears spill down her face as she shakes her head, asking what he means by that. Then she suddenly stops. Her eyes widen once more as she feels it. Nighthound's mana, surging just behind the shield. She suddenly realizes it. The mana she felt wasn't coming from Nighthound directly. It was flowing from the barrier itself. Her breath catches as she presses her hand against the shield, staring through it at him, and a thought hits her hard. This barrier, it's protecting her because of Nighthound. Her gaze shifts past the shield, and what she sees makes her heart pound. Violent explosions rip across the battlefield. Nighthound is locked in relentless combat with Belial, blades flashing without pause as golden coins spill and scatter everywhere. Belial grinds his teeth in rage, but Nighthound never lets up, unleashing strike after strike while wealth rains down like a storm. Before long, Aberpoy collapses onto the ground, blood spreading as red-tinged energy surges wildly around them. Belial glares up at Nighthound and sticks out his tongue in a twisted, mocking display. Nighthound stands nearby, a deep cut on his leg, then detonates a burst of energy right beside Belial. The next moment, Nighthound drags his sword along the floor, releasing another blinding white blast. Bitterness flickers through his thoughts. Someone like Belial, an intermediate-level sword master who has already crossed the threshold of supremacy, shouldn't be this troublesome. Yet among all the elite corps he's fought, Belial is the hardest. Every strike only feeds him more wealth, making him stronger, and the gold filling this entire vault doesn't seem to diminish at all. Gripping his knife cutter tightly, Nighthound knows he has to end this quickly. Dragging things out only works against him. Still, compared to monsters like King Corso or Baskerville, the Undertaker of the Grave of Swords, Belial is at least beatable. He just needs to hold on a little longer. For once, time is on his side. The Saintess raises her hand and shouts a divine prayer, declaring that even if demons cover the land, there is no need for fear. Truth will stand, and the land will endure. A wall of divine fire erupts in front of Nighthound. Belial scoffs, convinced her magic is meaningless against him, and releases a roaring blast of sound that slams into the flames. The fire cracks violently. She strains, pushing her power to its limits, refusing to yield as fractures spread through the wall. She chants again, her voice trembling but firm, speaking of truth and standing resolute. Belial shrieks back at her, calling her annoying and vowing to kill her first. In an instant, Nighthound appears behind him. He tells Belial coldly that his opponent is him, not her. The massive golden monster snarls, grinding his teeth. Then golden chains explode outward, wrapping around Nighthound from head to toe. Shock flashes across his face as he screams, the chains tightening mercilessly around his body. The towering figure raises its hand, and even more chains surge forward, coiling and twisting around Nighthound as if they're alive. Belial turns toward the Saintess and laughs mockingly. He asks if she sees it now, the wealth she despises, born from human greed, crushing both her and Nighthound. He boasts that neither her divine fire nor Nighthound's strength means anything before this corrupt power. Lifting his hand once more, he commands the chains to tear her apart. The chains shoot toward the Saintess. She panics, squeezes her eyes shut, and braces herself for death. A few sharp scratches rake across her shoulder, her knees, and even her backside. She feels something warm splash against her face. A drop of blood. Her breath catches as she slowly opens her eyes. What she sees makes her mind go blank. Nighthound is standing right in front of her, his back turned toward her, his body forming a shield. Every golden chain that was meant for her is embedded deep into him instead. Blood pours down his frame in thick streams, soaking the ground beneath his feet. The giant golden monster freezes, staring at the scene in disbelief. Even now, Nighthound chose to protect her. The sight is unbearable. Nighthound is barely standing, blood leaking from his body like water spilling from a cracked vessel. And yet, he doesn't retreat. He remains upright as the golden chains surge toward him again and again, relentless and merciless. The Saintess panics the moment she sees his state. She stares at his back, his name echoing endlessly in her mind. Realization crashes down on her, and the fear only grows. He was injured again. Injured because of her. Then, suddenly, Nighthound reaches out. He grabs one of the golden chains with his bare hand. His fingers tighten, crushing the metal as if it were nothing more than soft clay. Power surges through him, violent and overwhelming. One by one, the chains snap apart, shattering effortlessly, reduced to worthless fragments instead of weapons meant to kill. The Saintess lifts her hand in desperation, telling herself she needs to heal him. Now, immediately. But the barrier rises again, blocking her path. She slams her palm against it, begging it to disappear, her voice shaking as she asks why it's back again. Through the chaos, Nighthound speaks calmly. He explains that Decoravia's mana is far denser than before, so the shield won't break so easily this time. He glances back at her and tells her to stay right where she is. She stares at him, stunned, repeating that single word in disbelief. Her gaze drifts across the battlefield, and her heart sinks. The chains are everywhere now, spreading endlessly, covering the ground, the air, until it feels like the entire world has been swallowed by golden links. Tears well up in her eyes as panic grips her again. The giant monster keeps hurling chains without pause. But Nighthound doesn't yield. He raises his hand and releases his power, forcing the chains back through sheer strength alone. Then he launches himself forward, leaping into the air and attacking without hesitation. Strike after strike crashes down in rapid succession. Energy erupts from his body, and the once brilliant golden chains begin to dull, their shine fading to a lifeless pale. After what feels like an endless barrage, the chains finally give way. They shatter completely, crashing to the ground like massive slabs of broken stone. Nighthound lands near the lower limbs of the towering monster and steps forward, only for the giant to swing its enormous sword and smash him into the ground. He slams down hard, a cry tearing from his throat as his body crashes against the floor. He looks half dead, blood spreading beneath him as he grinds his teeth, refusing to stay down. The monster raises its arm. A thunderous punch begins to form, flames coiling around its fist as fire leaks from its eyes. Golden energy wraps tightly around the blow, compressing into a single, devastating strike aimed straight at Nighthound. He can't even speak. Shock locks his body in place. On the other side of the shield, the Saintess completely loses control. She screams his name, sobbing as she slams her hands against the barrier again and again. Her skin splits open, blood smearing across the shield, but she doesn't stop. She can only watch. Blood runs down her arms, dripping onto the ground, but she keeps striking the shield as if she can no longer feel the pain at all. Decoravia finally speaks, calmly pointing out her injured hands, but his words never reach her. Her strength suddenly gives out. She collapses to her knees, her head bowing low as her shoulders slump. In a broken voice, she mutters that she's hit the shield too many times. She stays there, kneeling, helpless and defeated. Her thoughts spill out in fragments. She speaks of her faith, God, justice, meaning, kindness, fairness. She speaks of divine power born from pure goodness, and how utterly pathetic it feels now, compared to a demon wielding Momonism, power born from endless human greed, fighting against a being like Dentalian. Her strength feels laughable. She thought she had surpassed her limits once before. She truly believed she had awakened. She believed this time would be different, that she would be strong enough to stand before a demon and actually help Nighthound. But then she remembers his voice telling her to stay back, and reality crashes down on her again. Even now, she's still behind him, still watching everything fall apart. She realizes she's nothing but a burden. She hates her weakness, hates her powerless divinity, hates that even when she desperately wants to help him, she can't. Her sobs grow louder as her body trembles against the ground. Out on the battlefield, Nighthound is barely holding himself together. His body is riddled with wounds, soaked in blood, but he refuses to stop. He forces himself forward and charges the giant monster once more. With a powerful strike, he slashes through it, ripping its arms apart. He rushes in again without hesitation, gripping his sword tightly, and finally lands a solid blow straight into the monster's chest. He crosses his arms and summons a blade forward, but the monster counters instantly. A massive strike slams into him, sending him crashing back to the ground. Blood spills out as he lands hard. He sits there, gasping for breath, muttering bitterly that he's burning through mana far faster than he expected. Pressing a hand to one of his wounds, he watches as a red glow spreads over it. He knows the truth. He's been sustaining a solid aura without pause. He clenches his fist and activates his blade again, running calculations even as chaos surrounds him. Decoravia's eye glows brighter in response to his mana flow. Nighthound realizes what's happening. Pouring out this much mana, while Decoravia is also drawing from him, is draining him far more severely than planned. Still, he stands. White energy erupts around his body as he glares straight at Belial. For the first time, doubt creeps in. He's not even sure he can last until the promised time. The giant monster faces him, its eye glowing ominously as more white energy gathers in its hand. Nighthound knows the truth now. Unless he lands a perfect, critical strike on Belial right now, everything he's done will amount to nothing. His gaze sharpens. He tells himself he has to squeeze out every last drop of mana. He has to use his final technique, even though it's not perfected yet. He stands before Decoravia's shield. Behind it, the Saintess slowly raises her hand toward him. Nighthound turns back, startled, his eyes widening as he sees her reaching through the barrier. Her voice trembles, but her resolve is clear. She tells him she's going to fight too, because she can't keep watching him suffer for her sake any longer. He turns his neck just enough to glance back at her and tells her quietly that she's already done enough. She doesn't need to push herself any further. She snaps back immediately, asking if he thinks she's just in the way. Weak, helpless, someone who only slows him down. Nighthound doesn't answer out loud, but inside, he clicks his tongue and calls her an idiot. She never thinks about her own safety, never weighs the danger the way he does. She just throws herself forward without hesitation, without fear. And meanwhile, he's the one hesitating, calculating every move like a fool. He clenches his jaw and reminds himself that there's no choice left. No matter what happens, he has to push through everything and protect her. He steps forward and speaks clearly, leaving no room for doubt. She's not in the way. Since she awakened alongside him, she's become a valuable companion, someone he must protect at all costs. Her eyes widen in shock, and suddenly, her mind drifts far away. She remembers herself running down a staircase long ago, tears streaming down her face as she throws herself into a man's arms. She tells him about a nightmare, one where a great evil swallowed the entire world, dragging everyone into misery. She remembers crying as she admitted she was afraid that her divine power was too weak to save anyone. The man held her gently and told her she felt that way because she cared deeply about others. He said divine power is born from faith in God and belief in oneself. He explained that this kind of power is lonely, painful, and slow to build. But one day, when her trust in others meets her faith in herself, when she meets a true companion who walks beside her instead of ahead of her, her power would reach heights she could never imagine. Reality crashes back in. The piles of stone tremble. Mountains of gold shake violently as coins scatter across the battlefield. Belial roars in irritation, declaring that this touching little exchange is over. A massive wave of golden energy surges forward, rolling toward Nighthound like a tidal flood. Belial mocks him, laughing that no amount of pathetic strength could ever stop an endless tide of gold. Nighthound stands his ground. Behind him, the Saintess watches silently. She thinks about Godloon's strength. Then another thought follows. Leon is both a shield and a weapon sent to protect the world from disaster. And finally, she understands. As long as she relies only on her own strength, she will always fall short. She wants to share the weight he carries. She wants to become someone he can rely on, just as much as she relies on him. A true general doesn't fight alone. A true general fights beside her, not always ahead of her. And if he truly believes in her, if he truly sees her as an ally instead of someone fragile he must protect, then she wants to know his true name. She raises her voice and calls out, asking for the general's holy name. Nighthound reacts instantly. He lifts his hand, removes his mask, and reveals his face. His voice is steady as he speaks a single word. Van. She freezes. Panic and shock collide as her eyes widen, her breath hitching in her chest. Van turns back toward the battlefield and repeats it with unwavering certainty. My name is Van. The scene opens with our boy turning his neck slightly as the Saintess stares at him, finally realizing just how much power a name truly holds. In her mind, she knows that names carry mysterious power, an unseen energy capable of twisting cause and effect, sending ripples through yin and yang simply by being spoken. Gold energy churns violently around them like a raging storm as she looks at him and softly whispers his holy name. Van. Her eyes close gently. She repeats it again, slower this time. Van. Letting the name sink deep into the world itself. At that very moment, Belial unleashes a massive surge of golden energy. He stands tall, a cruel smirk spreading across his face as he mocks the sight before him. He sneers that he never imagined Nighthound would be buried under a literal wave of gold, calling it the kind of glamorous death humans fantasize about. Then, with chilling indifference, he adds that the world will be told Saintess Dolores died after being taken hostage by Nighthound. As his words fade, the scattered gold coins across the battlefield begin to tremble. They shake violently, rattling against one another, as if something enormous is struggling to break free beneath them. Belial stiffens. His expression twists as panic creeps in. He feels it too. His eyes dart around as he mutters in disbelief, wondering what this vibration could possibly be. Then it happens. A burst of energy explodes outward. Belial watches in horror as a brilliant light forms before him. His voice drops to a whisper as he mutters that this is impossible. Sharp, pure white energy erupts everywhere, peeling away the golden glow like a fragile shell. The battlefield is flooded with blinding white light, and both Nighthound and the Saintess widen their eyes as it consumes everything. Belial throws his arm up to shield his eyes, screaming that this is an awakening. He curses under his breath, glaring into the radiance. Stomping his paw into the ground, he roars that this is the true light of an awakened Saintess. He shouts that he can't even look straight at it, that it's brighter than gold itself. His voice cracks as he yells and struggles, but then he forces a twisted grin, trying to regain his composure. He declares that nothing can ever surpass gold. As long as human greed exists, wealth will rule and control the world. Gold, he insists, is still the brightest thing on earth. But standing before him, our boy gathers a calm, yet overwhelming purple energy around himself as the Saintess watches in silence. He speaks evenly. Belial is wrong. There are things money can never buy. There are memories that shine brighter than any pile of gold. Images flood his mind, his family, their love, their pain, all glowing together as one. He looks straight at Belial and says that gold always loses its luster in the end. Raising his blade, he tells him plainly that he's about to disappear before a sorrowful light and vanish without meaning. Belial screams back, furious, shouting that Nighthound was on the brink of death just moments ago. He braces himself, the golden cavern looming behind him, and spits out a rage-filled command to stop talking nonsense. Our boy glares back. Behind him, the Saintess's chest tightens with emotion. She tells him not to worry about her anymore. Her voice trembles as she calls him Sir Nighthound, then corrects herself. Sir Van. He closes his eyes for just a moment. Quietly, he tells her he'll be back, and then he leaps forward, launching himself straight toward the towering form of Belial. I'll return, he tells Dolores. She watches him soar upward, fingers clenched together so tightly they tremble, her heart hammering in her chest. High above, Nighthound feels it clearly, her blessing sharpening his eighth technique, making it clearer and more complete than ever before. He remembers why he hesitated to use it. He had never activated it once. Baskerville techniques were never meant to be used lightly. They didn't exist for show or growth alone. They were the final moves of a bloodhound born to hunt and slay demons. Purple Baskerville energy erupts around him, violent and overwhelming, shredding the golden mountain beneath as he releases the eightfold technique. His body shoots upward, completely wrapped in raging power. The battlefield shifts into the heaven-defying Fong, the domain where two monstrous forces collide head-on. Belial's eyes widen in shock. For the first time, doubt pierces him. How could his life suddenly be in danger? He was supposed to be the apex predator, the one who stood above all others. Nighthound's eyes blaze as energy pours out of them. His voice is cold and absolute as he declares he will kill him. A massive purple lion crashes into Belial's golden lion. The impact detonates into a catastrophic explosion, purple energy tearing across the battlefield in every direction. When the dust finally settles, Belial lies sprawled on the ground, his body ruined, blood spilling endlessly around him. Nearby, Nighthound stands with the Saintess, both staring down at the fallen demon. Then Belial starts screaming. He cries and thrashes on the ground, panic twisting his face as he realizes something is wrong. His wounds aren't healing. His power keeps leaking out, slipping away no matter how desperately he tries to grasp it. He stares at Nighthound in disbelief, shouting that this can't be happening, that it's impossible. Gold coins spill and roll across the ground as his strength collapses completely. In the distance, people watch with shaken expressions, fear still lingering, but relief slowly setting in. The scene shifts. Outside the city where golden energy once flooded the sky, someone holds up a newspaper. The headline speaks of mysterious notes and gold coins discovered all across the capital, labeled as a warning. A man explains that the value of money has plummeted to rock bottom. Another adds that the director of money manufacturing was forced to produce massive amounts of counterfeit currency and gold coins, and that this group had been ordered to distribute them everywhere. The boy admits he did it because he owed an enormous debt to Night Hound, though he still can't understand how someone that wealthy ever got involved. Damien answers calmly. Night Hound did something for him that money could never buy, something that allowed him to take revenge on a family he despised. The boy nods, admitting that's why he was willing to give up everything he had. Damien agrees quietly. He says he was once in the same position and understands completely. In the end, they all teamed up with a terrifying man. But the counterfeit coins were created with magic, meaning they won't last long. The chaos will fade within the hour. The scene returns to the present. Night Hound stands over the dying Belial, knowing that this brief window matters, that even a short moment can twist fate itself. He looks down at the demon and knows it's over. Belial has no gold left to absorb, no power left to heal, no room left to grow. Night Hound speaks coldly, telling him that all his wealth was worthless in the end. He tells Belial to stretch out his neck. Suddenly, Belial starts laughing. Night Hound pauses and asks him what's so funny. Belial lets out a twisted laugh and asks if he really thought there wouldn't be safety measures in place. In the next instant, his entire body shifts, turning an eerie shade of blue. A violent burst of blue energy spreads outward as he declares that everything in this world has a price. Killing him, he claims, demands payment, and that curse will crush the killer and claim their life in return. The Saintess screams that it's nonsense, shouting that there's no way killing a demon could be considered a sin. Belial, lying there with his arms and legs severed, laughs weakly and insists otherwise. He snarls that Leon's doctrine states demons were created by Leon himself. Killing any living being, he claims, is a sin, and no one would ever sacrifice their own life for the sake of the world. He screams at Night Hound, demanding to know what he thinks he's doing. Night Hound answers calmly. He says the price for killing a pig has already been paid. Then he reveals the exemption card. Belial's face drains of color. His eyes bulge as panic overtakes him. Night Hound raises his sword. Belial begins to wail and sob, his voice breaking, but the blade comes down without hesitation. It slices cleanly through his neck, tearing through what remains of his body. His head goes flying and rolls across the ground, coming to a stop right in front of someone's feet. Silence follows. Night Hound and the Saintess stand there together, staring at the aftermath. She's frozen in shock, unable to form a single word. In the stillness, both of them slowly lift their gaze and whisper the same name at the same time. Sinclair. The Sinklers stand there in total shock, every one of them thinking the same thing. It all feels like some bizarre dream. Just moments ago, Sinclair had seen it with her own eyes. A monstrous, boar-headed creature clashing with the Night Hound, while President Dolores stood nearby, glowing as if wrapped in pure light. The entire scene unfolded right as she was waking up, leaving her mind unable to tell whether she was dreaming or fully conscious. The monster had poured everything it had into blocking the Night Hound's attack. In the moment its strength ran dry, its body shrank, reverting back into a human form. The Night Hound didn't hesitate. He swung his blade. The head came off cleanly, rolling across the ground until it stopped right at her feet, blood trailing behind it. And in that moment, Sinclair understood. This wasn't a dream. Everything she was seeing was real. Reality snaps fully into place. She's standing there now, awake, present. Everyone else is too. The Saintess stares at her, confusion tightening her expression. She's certain Sinclair shouldn't be here. She remembers clearly. She made Sinclair drink the drug tea, made sure she was asleep, then sent her back to the academy with Piggy. And yet, here she is. Sinclair stands silently, her head lowered, completely overwhelmed. Finally, she speaks. She asks what's going on. She asks why the Saintess is standing beside the Night Hound. Then, before anyone can answer, she grabs her hair in frustration and cries out, her voice shaking as she demands to know. Why did the Night Hound just kill the patriarch of the bourgeois family? She was yelling and crying, her eyes wide open, her voice breaking as she desperately demanded to know why. The Saintess stepped closer and gently placed a hand on her shoulder, telling her to stop looking down and look at her. She promised she would explain everything. She admitted she didn't know when Sinclair had woken up or how much she had seen, but she told her the truth as calmly as she could, that the patriarch was actually a demon disguised as a human, someone who had hurt many people. Sinclair snapped. She shouted at the Saintess to get away from her. The Saintess froze on the spot, shock crashing over her so suddenly that she couldn't even process what had just happened. After a brief pause, she tried again, softly calling Sinclair's name. Our boy had been standing there in silence, watching the situation spiral out of control. The moment he sensed how dangerous things were becoming, he spoke up. He said the door to the safe would open soon and that they needed to leave immediately. The Saintess turned to him, then looked back at Sinclair. She tried one last time, telling her it was too dangerous for her to stay here, that she needed to come with them. Sinclair shouted back, her voice sharp and shaking. She asked if the Saintess wasn't actually the one in the most danger right now. She said that if she stayed here and told everyone what she had seen, everything could change. Our boy stepped forward. He said it plainly. He was the one who killed the patriarch. The saintess knew nothing. She had only been taken hostage by him. That was what would be written in the papers. Sinclair's hand began to glow. Energy gathered around her fingers as she warned him that if he kept talking, she would stop him herself. Anger flared through our boy. Zinc-colored energy erupted from his body as he fired back, asking if she was really planning to kill him. A circular field of that dull, metallic energy spread around him as he stood there, stunned by how far things had escalated. And then, memories flooded his mind. Everything from before his regression came rushing back. He remembered what little he had known of Sinclair's future. She had always been called a genius, an elite among elites. She graduated from the academy, and then vanished completely from history. No records, no traces. That was all he had known. But now, deeper memories surfaced. He remembered her approving him, smiling as she said she wanted to get closer to him. Remembered her saying she was a year younger, but didn't care. Remembered her wondering aloud if what they shared was fate. He said her name softly. Sinclair. Her strength crumbled instantly. She broke down, crying, confessing that she truly believed he would never come back. He stood there, frozen. A cold thought crossed his mind. Should he kill her? What if she became an obstacle? What if she ruined everything? Should he end it here, before things went any further? His fist clenched, energy tightening as he prepared to strike. Night Hound. The saintess called out from behind him. Before he could react, the door burst open. Sinclair was still standing in front of him, her zinc circle blazing brightly. A man stormed inside, locked eyes with our boy, pointed straight at him, and demanded to know what the Night Hound was doing there. Both the saintess and our boy turned toward the intruders. And then Damien rushed in right behind them, his expression tense as he asked what the hell was going on. Voices immediately rose around him. Sir Damien, why are you here? Damien stepped forward, and the moment his eyes landed on the severed head lying on the floor, his breath caught. He recognized it instantly. Bartholomew. So it was true. The Night Hound really had done it. Our boy met his gaze without flinching. Damien straightened and raised his voice, shouting that this was an assassination. He pointed directly at the Night Hound and declared that he had taken the saintess hostage and murdered the patriarch. Turning sharply, he ordered the guards to rescue the saintess at once and capture the Night Hound. As our boy shifted to move, Sinclair stepped in front of him again, blocking his path. He told her calmly that he wasn't going anywhere. He asked her to decide what to believe based only on what she had seen and heard with her own eyes. Then he activated his sword. Red energy burst outward, flooding the space. He brought the blade down, releasing a massive wave of white energy that detonated through the safe. Smoke and debris exploded in all directions, swallowing everything. Shouts rang out instantly. People yelled that he had disappeared, ordering everyone to seal the exits and not let him escape. Sinclair remained standing where she was, hands clenched so tightly they trembled. Only now did the weight of it hit her. She was in real danger. Damien approached her and asked if she was all right after everything that had happened. The head butler reported that the other students had already returned to the academy. Damien paused, thinking it over. The Night Hound had never specified which students would visit, but he dismissed the thought. It didn't matter now. He told Sinclair that the area would soon collapse or be sealed off, and that guards were waiting outside the safe to escort her back. She turned away without a word. Damien watched her back and wondered if she was traumatized. It would make sense. She had just witnessed the patriarch's death with her own eyes. He couldn't help but think about it. The man who ruled over the family, who stood at the very top of the world looking down on everyone else, had died like this. Then Damien's expression hardened. The thing that had been inside that vault, it wasn't human anymore. He stared at the ruined safe, flames and smoke rising from twisted metal. The Night Hound had destroyed a vault reinforced with mithril and orichalcum, materials designed to withstand the strongest impacts in existence. He remembered something the Night Hound once told him, that he was a demon with absolute power. If Bartholomew truly possessed a demon's power, then enough. A voice cut in from behind him. Sinclair spoke, her tone sharp as she accused Damien of being the one who brought the Night Hound and the Saintess into the safe to assassinate the patriarch. Damien reacted instantly. He drew his sword and slashed through the air, shouting at her, demanding to know what nonsense she was spouting. Then he froze. Something about her face struck him. A name surfaced in his mind. Juliet. His grip tightened as he stared at Sinclair. She looked like her, but she wasn't Juliet. She was his brother's only daughter. Sinclair Jew Bourgeois. Sinclair immediately turned toward Damien, her gaze sharp as a blade, and called him out without hesitation. It had been him all along. He was the one who brought the Night Hound and the Saintess into the safe. Damien didn't answer right away. He simply stared back at her, unreadable. Then, slowly, he lowered his sword and spoke calmly, claiming it was all just a misunderstanding. He explained that the imperial capital was in chaos, struck hard by inflation as counterfeit notes and fake gold flooded the markets. That was the only reason he had come to see his brothers, to discuss this urgent crisis. He told her not to misunderstand his intentions. Inside his mind, Damien acknowledged that her instincts were frighteningly sharp. Still, he told himself that instincts were nothing more than speculation without proof. He needed to be careful. He couldn't give her even the smallest reason to doubt him further. As soon as that thought settled, he turned away. When she said, "Fine," she stepped closer to her father's lifeless body and said that none of this truly mattered right now. Her thoughts drifted back to the boy's question from earlier, when he had asked what she would say to her father once she met him again. The memory pierced her heart. She said there had only ever been one thing she wanted to ask him. Her eyes trembled, filling with pain, as she admitted she would never get her answer now. She wanted to know why he had abandoned her. The moment those words left her mouth, Damien spoke again, asking if that was all. He said Juliet had asked him the exact same question when he had thrown her out into society with nothing but the identity of a commoner. Sinclair froze. "Juliet," she repeated, her eyes widening in shock. Damien clenched his teeth and continued. He said her father, and the entire family, had never abandoned her. He spoke of the Barogius family creed, ease non videre, existing without revealing oneself. It was their tradition. The next leader had to prove themselves alone in the imperial capital, without relying on their parents. Damien said she should have known this long ago. He genuinely didn't understand why Bartholomew had never explained it to her. Sinclair's eyes widened once more. No words came out. In her mind, she whispered, "Father," and a terrible doubt crept into her chest. What if the one who had cast her away wasn't truly her father, but the demon? The father she remembered had been a demon. But that couldn't be right. Demons didn't exist. And if everything she had seen or heard back then was nothing more than hallucinations, then what was real? She couldn't tell anymore. The only person who might know the truth was the Night Hound. She remembered his words, telling her to decide what she believed based on what she herself had seen and heard. That memory pushed her forward. She said she needed to see him again. Moving closer to her father's body, she whispered a quiet goodbye. Then she straightened herself and declared that from this moment on, she would take over the family. The scene shifted. Outside, voices rang out as orders were shouted in every direction, telling the guards to search every corner. The culprit couldn't have left the territory yet. They couldn't let him escape. Above them all, hidden on the roof, the Night Hound and the Saintess remained perfectly still. The boy murmured that the longer they waited, the tighter the net would become. The Saintess hesitated before speaking, her voice low. She wondered if leaving Sinclair behind had truly been the right choice. The Night Hound told her not to worry about Sinclair's safety. It was extremely unlikely she would be treated as an accomplice just for being present at the scene. Damien had already insisted that he alone was responsible. On top of that, someone had begun spreading the rumor that the Night Hound had taken the Saintess hostage and assassinated the Patriarch. Even so, the Night Hound said Sinclair was smart. She wouldn't talk, and even if she tried to tell others what really happened inside the safe, no one would believe her. They would only think she had lost her mind. The Saintess fell silent, her surprise written clearly on her face. The Night Hound added that the only living person who still connected Quo and the Barogius family's patriarch was still out there. She reacted with a small, confused hum. Her thoughts drifted to the past, and she quietly asked herself why Cardinal Humbert had appeared to visit her. The Night Hound's gaze sharpened as he asked if she was afraid of him. She didn't answer right away. She simply looked down and said it felt pathetic. She had overcome her fear of a demon, and even awakened, yet she was still afraid of her father. The Night Hound told her it wasn't pathetic at all. Tears welled up in her eyes. She began to cry and asked if he would listen to her story. She said he was the first person she had ever told this to, because it wasn't something others could understand. She admitted he had probably already figured it out, but Humbert wasn't her biological father. When she was young, he noticed her natural divine power and took her in as his adopted daughter. He belonged to one of the most influential families in the imperial capital, a man second only to the Pope, revered by countless people. She said that in front of such a perfect and powerful man, she always had to be obedient, like a beautiful doll that never complained or rebelled. And whenever she tried to slip out of his control, he would. She couldn't finish the sentence. Her tears only fell harder. Still, she said it was all right now. She had met the Night Hound, and because of that, she finally found the courage to break free from Humbert's grasp. The Night Hound looked at her quietly, thinking that despite growing up in completely different worlds, her life wasn't all that different from what he had seen in the Bloodhound before his regression. Back then, he too had lived with no purpose of his own, existing only to follow orders. She was living that same chain life, realizing that he understood what he had to do. He needed to face Humbert himself, and end their twisted relationship once and for all. The scene shifted. Humbert was running through the area, a wound split open on his head as blood streamed down his face. He glared wildly, yelling and crying at the same time, panic overtaking him as he repeated over and over that he didn't know, that he truly didn't know. The Night Hound thought calmly about the situation. With the cult leaders dead, all the crimes tied to the Old Testament faction and the Borges family were coming to light. And if the royal family decided to dig any deeper, Humbert would inevitably be forced to shoulder all the blame. The Night Hound had once warned him that if he were ever arrested, everything would be exposed. But now, that threat hardly mattered. Humbert didn't feel human anymore. He felt like a genuine demon. The scene abruptly cut to the moment Humbert collapsed to the ground, sobbing and begging for mercy. A man stood over him, fist clenched, telling him that if he ever truly needed help, he should use the gift he had been given. Bartholomew had handed him an unknown object and spared his life. Humbert clutched that mysterious gift tightly, rolling it in his palm as he muttered that it was a gift from a demon. At that moment, a snake slithered through the bushes. An arrow flew out of nowhere and pierced straight through Humbert's hand, tearing it clean off. Blood sprayed everywhere. He screamed in agony, crying out for his hand. A figure stepped forward, her voice light as she said, "Oh my." She had only meant to steal what he was holding, but ended up cutting off the hand instead. She repeated it again and again, insisting that the item was hers. Humbert screamed for her not to touch it. The woman revealed herself as Miss Ouroboros. She calmly listed his sins, as if reading from a shopping list. First, he took bribes. Then, he used children as tools. And now, he had sided with a demon. She reminded him that he was supposed to be a clergyman. She sighed, saying the entire situation was a complete disaster. But then she smiled and added that it wasn't all bad, because she enjoyed collecting villains like him. Humbert stared at her in terror and asked what she meant. At that instant, a rope dropped from above and wrapped tightly around his neck. It constricted immediately, dragging him upward. He screamed and sobbed as she calmly told him not to worry, that she would teach him as well. She welcomed him back to the old era. Hearing that, he panicked. The old era. She clarified it was the age of burning stakes, a time when the truly strong ruled. The imperial capital descended into absolute chaos. People were stunned by the assassination of Bartholomew the Conglomerate, the deaths of the Borgia family's leaders, and the sudden disappearance of both the Divine Quo and Cardinal Humbert of the Verdi family. To make matters worse, the Night Hound was officially declared the mastermind behind it all. According to the investigation, the Night Hound had interfered during the very first feast between Bartholomew and the students. The report claimed that the only reason all the students survived that incident was because Bartholomew had sacrificed himself, standing as a heroic shield until the very end. Unfortunately, most of the students who had been rescued couldn't remember a single thing about what had happened that day. Damien, now acting as the temporary patriarch of the Borgia family, stepped forward and addressed the public. He assured everyone that the incident would be resolved swiftly, that once an heir was officially chosen, everything would settle down. And just like that, the case was declared closed. Meanwhile, despite the assassination of the Bartholomew family's patriarch and the disappearance of Chio Verdi, the academy wasted no time. Classes that had been suspended were abruptly resumed, final exams were pushed forward, and preparations for parent visitations began immediately. Students and teachers alike barely had time to catch their breath. The scene shifted back to the academy grounds. A student stepped into the courtyard, glanced around at the crowded hall and the people gathering near the entrance, and muttered that this must be the school's arboretum. He wondered aloud why Headmaster Winston had approved such a massive construction project right after everyone returned. If anything, it made the campus feel even more hectic than usual. Another student chimed in, saying the place smelled far more floral than before, only for the guy beside him to pinch his nose and complain that all he could smell was manure. A younger boy eagerly explained that the academy was undergoing large-scale beautification for the upcoming student events and parent visitations. He pointed out that the stack boxes were mana stones meant for the drill hall, since the magic walls had malfunctioned during the last midterms. They were also preparing for the final ranking battles. It did feel excessive, he admitted, but with so many powerful families coming, the school probably wanted everything to look perfect. A long-haired man nearby scoffed quietly, muttering that it was all just for show. Someone suddenly asked if anyone had spoken to Sinclair recently. They had heard he'd moved dorms to Bianca. The student in question sighed and explained, for what felt like the 100th time, that they hadn't fought. She had simply stopped replying to him a few days ago and started looking exhausted all the time, so he thought it would be better to give her some space and temporarily change rooms. The younger boy, Ben, added that she hadn't been attending lessons lately either. He barely ever saw her leave her dorm except to train, and he wondered if something serious had actually happened. At that moment, the saintess herself appeared, President Dolores stepping into view and greeting them warmly. They asked how she was doing and why she was dressed that way. She explained that all competitions and events were managed by the student council, and as part of its leadership, she had to wear this outfit. The students laughed and said it suited her. A smaller student hesitated before stepping forward and gently telling her that she must still be shaken after everything that had happened, urging her not to push herself too hard. The saintess let out a light laugh and said she was fine. After all, her eyes had been covered by some kind of blindfold during the entire incident, so she hadn't fully seen what was going on anyway. Another boy suddenly got fired up, loudly declaring that the Night Hound had dared to take the president hostage, and that if he ever crossed paths with him again, he'd personally catch him. One of the others immediately teased him, reminding everyone how badly he had been shaking during the festival. The group burst into laughter. The Saintess then asked where the others were. A girl answered that they hadn't seen Sinclair in quite some time. She kept avoiding them, even though they were worried about her. The Saintess lowered her head slightly and said she understood. She said she needed to check on Sinclair soon. During the last incident, Sinclair had looked completely lost. Anyone would have been shaken after seeing a demon and a corpse right in front of them. She quietly admitted that she herself had run away alone back then as well. The younger boy mentioned that Vicar had returned to the dorm and was spending time alone in his room. Someone accidentally blurted out the wrong detail and hurriedly covered their mouth. Another student laughed it off, saying Vicar hadn't gone to rest at all, but to train. The scene abruptly shifted. Blood was splattered across the ground. A man wearing glasses stood frozen in place, staring ahead as sweat streamed down his face. Then everything jumped again, this time to the gym. Several guys were inside, flexing and showing off their muscles as they worked out. Our boy was there too, calmly lifting dumbbells while his thoughts drifted to Decarvia. Ever since he had burned through all his mana protecting the Saintess, Decarvia had fallen into a deep sleep and still hadn't woken up. During the battle with the 6 corpses, Decarvia had been invaluable. The Saintess might have realized his identity after seeing Decarvia hanging around his neck, but thanks to Decarvia's mind control abilities, he had been able to tamper with her memories just enough to leave her confused. He reflected on how poorly he had managed his mana. Burning through it recklessly was the reason he had become exhausted so quickly when fighting Belial. He reminded himself that he needed to be more careful from now on. As he lifted, he could feel eyes on him. Everyone in the gym kept glancing his way. He continued thinking that unlike his previous life, he was now trying to eliminate all 10 corpses and delay the collapse of the world itself. But history kept shifting with every step he took, making it harder to rely on future knowledge from the past. He had already reached the super mastery stage, surpassed the 7th technique, and even opened the door to the 8th. Raising his hand, he felt the lingering effects of the Saintess's buff, incomplete as it was. At the same time, the remaining elite corpses were beginning to sense the danger. They would gather even more power to stop him from interfering any further. A dull pain throbbed in his head. He reached for a drink, only to realize the container was empty. Someone asked if he wanted water. A girl stepped closer and handed him a bottle, softly calling him Vicar. And then, once again, the scene shifted. The two of them sat side by side on the rooftop, lightly clinking their drinks before taking a sip. She teased him, saying he had worked out like a beast, and yet wasn't even sweating. Then she frowned at his can and asked why he was drinking soda. She offered him another beer, but he shook his head and said he avoided alcohol after training because it interfered with muscle growth. She waved it off with a careless laugh and said whatever. After that, she told him that whenever she felt down, she always came up here to stare at the milky sky. He replied that she had told him that before. A small smile curved her lips, clearly pleased that he remembered. He watched her in silence and wondered if, in his previous life, she had also pretended everything was fine. Many soldiers broke down mentally after fighting demons, and he suspected Sinclair was going through something similar now. Studying her face, he finally said she didn't look very well. She blinked and asked if she really looked that bad, then hesitated and wondered if it was because of what happened with the Borgia family. He asked what she meant, and she immediately denied it, insisting she didn't remember anything at all. He started to question why she was acting this way, but before he could finish, her face crumpled and tears suddenly began to fall. She panicked, confused by her own reaction, forcing out a laugh, as if to brush it off. She kept saying she was fine, that she was really fine, yet the tears refused to stop. Over and over, she asked why she couldn't stop crying. He grabbed her arms, steadying her, and asked what had happened, what had made her like this. Inside, guilt surged as he blamed himself for leaving her alone back then. At last, she spoke through her sobs and said it was because of her father. He leaned closer and asked what had happened. Clutching his hands tightly, she finally said the truth she had been holding in all this time. The night hound killed her dad. Vikir froze at her words, his hand still gripping her wrist as he asked who the night hound had killed. Tears spilled down Sinclair's face as she finally said the name she had been holding back. Bartholomew, the patriarch of the bourgeois family. She looked straight into his eyes, her voice breaking as she delivered the truth she could no longer endure alone. The night hound killed her father. The moonlit rooftop fell into a crushing silence. Vikir slowly lowered his gaze, his thoughts colliding as the meaning of her confession settled in. He had never imagined this. The kind, familiar student he had known was the only daughter of the man he himself had assassinated. Suddenly, every strange moment aligned. Sinclair's hesitation when her family was mentioned, her guarded reactions, the sense of familiarity he had felt when he saw Damon's daughter, Juliet, cousins, and most of all, her violent hostility toward him in the vault. It had never been simple shock. It was hatred. Hatred born from watching the man who murdered her father stand before her. As the realization tore through him, Sinclair wiped her tears away. She apologized for deceiving him, admitting she had sworn never to reveal her identity to anyone. But with him, Hiding the pain had become impossible. Then, in a low, steady voice, she dropped another truth. She was leaving the academy. Vakir listened, unmoving. She explained that her entire life had followed one clear path. Excellence at the academy. Becoming the top student. Winning every competition. Taking the seat of student council president. She had given her youth to those ambitions. But now they fell hollow. Meaningless. Something else had taken their place. Something far more important. Something that had reshaped how she saw the world. The night air swallowed her words as she looked at him again, her eyes burning with quiet resolve. Before she left the academy, there was one last thing she wanted. Turning fully toward him, she confessed that the most valuable thing in her life now was him. She wanted a relationship with him. The sudden honesty robbed Vakir of speech. He turned away, unable to face her, insisting he was not the person she believed him to be. But Sinclair stepped closer, her voice firm as she told him he was wrong. Smiling through her tears, she said that to her. He was more admirable than anyone she had ever known. She spoke of the freshman welcome party, when he had helped a trembling Piggy without hesitation. Of her shock when she realized the quiet boy in class was the same Vakir who faced every challenge head-on. She remembered him diving into a filthy sewer without a second thought, enduring brutal punishment without betraying his principles. And above all, she remembered her deepest despair when he shattered the gate and returned, and she had collapsed in his arms, crying with relief. Her smile faded as she returned to the present. There was one more truth she had to share. That night, when the Night Hound killed her father, Dolores had been there, working with him. Her eyes glowed with a painful purple as she spoke of the betrayal. Dolores was the upperclassman she trusted most. Seeing her beside her father's murderer had shattered everything, leaving her utterly alone. Her gaze clung to Vakir, desperate yet sincere. He was the only one she could still trust. She reminded him of his newspaper columns condemning the Night Hound, convinced he understood the criminal's true nature. Leaning closer, she told him he was all she had left, the only one who could understand her pain. When she finished, Vakir finally spoke her name. He rose slowly, his voice heavy as he acknowledged her grief and her feelings. Turning his back to her, he gave his answer. He could not accept her confession. Not now. Accepting her feelings out of pity would be cruel, dishonorable, and worse than that. He carried a truth he could not escape. No matter the reason, no matter that the man he killed was the demon Belial, he was still the Night Hound. Still the man who murdered her father. The rejection struck Sinclair like a blade. Her lip trembled as a tear slid down her cheek. She asked if he meant he could not accept her feelings right now. Clinging to a fragile hope, she asked if he might accept them when the time was right. Vakir hesitated, conflict twisting his expression. He knew he needed to give a clear answer, and, in her hope, he began to speak. But before the words could leave his mouth, Sinclair reached for him. She stepped forward and closed the distance, wrapping her arms around him in a desperate, trembling embrace. Before he could speak, she pressed her face into his shoulder and whispered a final plea, asking him not to answer, just to hold her once. Vakir's eyes widened in surprise as her weight leaned into him. He stayed silent, neither returning the embrace nor pushing her away, allowing her quiet sobs to sink into the stillness of the night. As Sinclair cried against him, Vakir's thoughts drifted to his previous life. Right now, she seemed fragile, almost naive. Yet he remembered the age of destruction, when the bourgeois family became a hidden pillar of support for humanity's resistance against the demons. That support had to come from her. From Sinclair, standing as the head of her family in silence. Awe and sorrow tightened his chest as he wondered what trials this delicate girl had endured to become the unnamed hero of his memories. Guilt washed over him, followed by a crushing sense of indebtedness. His fist clenched, then slowly relaxed. Whatever his intentions, he knew his actions might not help her at all. For now, the only thing he could offer was his presence. At last, he wrapped his arms around her, holding her beneath the vast, star-filled sky. Elsewhere, inside the director's office of Colosio Academy, Director Winston calmly reported on the progress of the campus greening initiative and the upgrades to the magical infrastructure. He explained that the number of trees and flower beds had more than doubled. For the upcoming final exams and parent-teacher meetings, the stadium's magic stones had been replaced with newer models. Deputy Headmaster Vinci Morg frowned, voicing concern over the untested durability of the new stones. Winston smiled gently, remarking that Vinci was, as always, deeply attentive to student safety. Vinci brushed it off, claiming he was merely a timid man worried about keeping his position. Winston disagreed, saying he knew that wasn't true. Sliding a small, ornate box across the desk, he added that he had worked hard to meet Vinci's expectations. Vinci opened the box, his eyes widening in surprise. Inside lay a green bracelet set with a softly glowing purple gem. Winston explained it was a special key capable of bypassing the Academy's new magical barriers, suggesting students wear them to avoid security issues. Vinci examined the artifact, noting its magical structure, and asked whether it could be mass-produced. Winston confirmed that student versions were already completed and that more could be made for professors if resources permitted. Though it didn't fully resolve his concerns about durability, Vinci admitted it was a useful precaution and accepted the plan, placing the bracelet back into the box. The mood shifted as Winston's expression grew serious. He said there was another matter to discuss, one not included in the official report. The tension in the room thickened as he revealed it concerned Professor Sada's dismissal. Vinci stiffened, asking why the issue was being raised again, believing it had already been settled. Winston explained that a formal complaint had been filed against a Capitol Guard officer for dereliction of duty. The accusation ignited Vinci's anger. He slammed his hands on the desk, ranting that the officer endlessly filed reports while avoiding real work like searches and arrests, even losing critical security information. This, he declared, was more than negligence. It disgraced both the guard and the academy, and he demanded severe punishment. Winston raised a hand, calmly stopping him. He agreed that punishment was necessary. But when Vinci suggested firing the officer outright, Winston turned toward the window. His voice hardened as he stated that while discipline was required, he alone would decide the outcome. Furious at being overruled, Vinci shouted that it was absurd. Winston cut him off without turning around, firmly ending the meeting and instructing him to leave for the day. Vinci stormed out, his mind racing as he marched down the corridor. His suspicions solidified. Director Winston was hiding something, and his refusal to allow Vinci control over the matter was a clear warning to stay away. His determined stride halted when a group of men appeared ahead of him. One asked if he had found what he was looking for. A man wearing a brown jacket with a fur collar handed Vinci a folder, telling him to read the documents inside. Vinci opened it to a historical report. It detailed a bloody incident from 35 years ago, shortly after the Empire's unification. A massive coup, led by the heads of 47 noble families. His expression darkened as he read about the massacre and the invasion of the imperial palace. The rebellion failed. 46 of the family heads were executed, while the survivors were imprisoned in the high-security prison known as VAG. Vinci looked up and asked why this particular record mattered. The man answered with a chilling conclusion. He believed both Director Winston and Professor Sod were connected to the incident of the 47 families, the most horrific event in the Empire's history. A week later, Venetia, the capital of the great Empire Rock, buzzes with energy as Coliseum Academy hosts its parent-student joint lesson. And because it's one of the most prestigious academies in the world, it pulls in the Empire's 7 great families along with nobles from every district, turning the city into a tide of visitors and anticipation. Everywhere, students and guests glow with excitement. Yet their focus never drifts from the main attraction, the grand final ranking match that will decide the final exam standings. From the first-year Ice Corps, Tudor and Bianca are there. From the first-year Fire Corps, Grinnell and Sinclair stand among the crowd. And from the third-year Fire Corps, one participant remains shady and unknown while the other is Dolores, and all of them watch the ranking match without a word. Even in the crowd, Sinclair stands out, while a boy watches her quietly from a distance, his mind returning to her apology for being clingy and to the request she'd said she wanted to make one last time. She had reminded him of something he once said, that maybe, someday, after he achieved every goal he'd set and gained even a little freedom, he might accept her confession. And the moment she said it, our hero was caught off guard, his eyes widening because he'd never truly considered a future that existed beyond the reach of his ambitions. To him, those goals stretched endlessly ahead, so far away they felt like a distant world. Still, after a brief pause to think, he had admitted that if the day ever came when he accomplished everything he'd set out to do, then she might be right, and he might finally have some freedom. And at that, she turned away and said that was enough for her, because even if he rejected her feelings, she would still wait since she was the one who liked him, and she decided she would keep waiting even if he told her not to. Our hero had called out to her, and she stopped, lowering her head and saying nothing, while he told her not to throw away everything she'd worked so hard for, because all of it was meaningful and valuable. She stayed quiet for a moment longer, then turned back toward him with tears gathering in her eyes as she agreed, and thanked him. Now, standing before the ranking board, our hero finds himself replaying that conversation as he watches the rankings in silence. And in that quiet he realizes what she wants. She wants to face him in a ranking match before she leaves the academy. And he understands this is the road she has chosen, just as he recognizes that his own time at the academy is drawing to a close. And in the memories passed down among the heroes of Kulo's academy, there's a dark incident known as the Kulo's tragedy, an event from before the time of the fall that remains one of that era's greatest disasters, caused by a demon. And after that day the world was forced to understand again that a demon brings destruction on an enormous scale. Our hero believes only about 6 months remain before that catastrophe draws near, and before it arrives, he must complete everything he still needs to do here, and ready himself for the coming fall. Once his preparations are finished, he intends to leave the academy behind and head for his next destination, Nouvelle Vague, the world's harshest prison, a place infamous for endless hardship and brutal trials. And as that decision settles in, the hero realizes there's somewhere he must go, so he turns and quietly walks away, leaving the other students standing there like motionless spectators. The scene shifts to the garrison, where a blue sphere envelops the arena as a protective barrier, and inside it the commentators work to soothe the parents while announcing that the final match for each year is about to begin. The opening bout is set, first year ice core, Tudor versus Bianca. Out among the spectators, a man roars toward Bianca, demanding victory at any cost as he reminds her that her father's honor and the family name rest on this battle, and he even warns her not to come back if she loses. This man is Cervantes, a spearman from a noble family. Not far from him, another man listens without a word until he lets out an arrogant laugh, complaining that the racket is unbearable, loud enough to make his eardrums feel like they might burst, and he asks a servant who that rude family is and what their standing might be. This is Roderick, the patriarch of the Bandadas family. Down in the arena, Tudor offers an apology in advance, then declares he will defeat Bianca because his father is watching, and Bianca answers that her own father is watching too, so she won't hold back either. Tudor bristles at that, irritated as he questions whether she truly believes she's been going easy on him despite ranking lower during the midterms, but Bianca insists she really did hold back, calls him an idiot, and explains that if his score had been lower he would have complained endlessly, and she had no desire to listen to it. Tudor flares up in fury, denying his ever whined, and he warns her she won't regret this later, only for Bianca to snap right back and tell him the exact same thing. Both of them blaze with fighting spirit as the tension inside the arena climbs higher and higher. From a distance, Grinnell watches and feels only disappointment, thinking that students of the 7 great families ought to show more dignity instead of humiliating themselves like this. And she turns towards Sinclair to declare that before the fire core match even begins, she'll seize the summa cum laude position for herself. She refuses to let Sinclair take that honor, or the role of interim student council president, and she expects no objections. Sinclair says nothing. Grinnell assumes that her confident words and her calculated, deliberate attitude should make her resolve unmistakable, that it should force Sinclair to acknowledge her as a rival worth taking seriously, and she expects that pushing this hard will at least earn a flicker of interest. Yet instead, Sinclair calmly calls her childish, a blunt response that jolts Grinnell, and when Sinclair repeats the judgment without the slightest hesitation, Grinnell begins to tremble with anger, forcing herself to stay composed as the match draws near. Meanwhile, Dolores looks completely panicked, sitting there with her fingers crossed as if she's silently begging the universe to somehow fix this mess, and she remains alone on the bench, the feeling of loneliness sinking deeper and deeper in. Dolores can't stop her thoughts from spiraling, turning the same worries over and over as she wonders what she's even supposed to say to Sinclair, and then her mind drags her back to that day, the moment she shoved Sinclair and told her to get away, only for Sinclair to snap back with the exact same force, telling Dolores to get away from her too. And ever since then, Dolores has tried again and again to talk to her, but every single time Sinclair has avoided her, leaving Dolores trapped inside her own head, stressing over how she could possibly explain herself now. While she's still sitting there drowning in that overthinking, our boy suddenly shows up, and the instant Dolores sees him she thinks of Vikir and gets oddly excited, a tiny spark of hope flickering to life inside her, until another thought strikes right after. Sinclair seems really close to Vikir, so maybe, if Dolores can ask Vikir for a favor, she might finally get a chance to speak to Sinclair. She knows it feels a little underhanded, but she's convinced she has no other choice left. She springs to her feet and rushes to call out Vikir's name, not even managing to finish saying it properly before Pomerian abruptly appears, and at the very same time a small child comes sprinting toward our boy, shouting Daddy Vikir at the top of her lungs, charging straight into him and wrapping her arms around him in a tight, fearless hug. Our boy looks down at her, and the child laughs, saying she missed him, calling him Daddy again. The students nearby freeze in disbelief, then all start reacting at once. Did she seriously just call a student Daddy? Oh my gosh. He looks younger than my daughter. And someone points out that their faces look alike, because they really do resemble each other, while another person tells someone to wait for the professor as the crowd boils with shock and chatter. The scene cuts in closer on our boy as he looks down at the child, and someone recognizes him and says, "Isn't that Vikir, the first year?" And right then, out of nowhere, a white energy surges into existence like a rolling blast of air spreading around them, leaving every student stunned. Someone blurts that is only a first year, basically a child himself, and then, half horrified, they add, a child giving birth to another child. Oh my. Meanwhile, Dolores is still standing there, but now she looks completely crushed, the earlier excitement evaporating as she slowly sinks down until she ends up sitting on the ground, bracing herself with her knees, and when the little kid calls our boy Daddy again, Dolores hears it clearly, the words slamming into her so hard she goes still, frozen in place, trying to understand what she's seeing. Begins with our boy planted firmly on the ground, carrying a kid on his back, and he pauses to think that this side feels kind of quiet, with no people around at all, which honestly comes as a relief, until the child suddenly gets wildly excited and blurts out that the run was so fun, that running fast is amazing, and she keeps begging him to do it again, calling him uncle. Now as she pleads for another round like she's just gotten off a roller coaster and wants right back on. Our boy quickly lifts the kid off his back and sets her down on the ground, And the child blinks in surprise as he immediately tells Pomerian that if she keeps joking like that in a crowded place, she's going to shove her uncle into a really awkward, tight situation. Pomerian looks up at him and asks if uncle is mad, saying she only wanted to do it again, and then she apologizes right away. He gently lays his hand over Hayes and tells her it's fine, explaining that he just has something important going on so he can't mess around right now. And he reassures her that he isn't angry, before asking why she's wandering around alone when he clearly remembers hearing she was supposed to come with Osiris. So where is he? Pomerian says Big Uncle went to get the entrant bracelet, and while she was waiting she played hide-and-seek with the Burrow uncles, but she really wanted to see Uncle Vickers as fast as possible, so she secretly snuck him by herself. And our boy is instantly shocked as he remembers Pomerian saying earlier that she wanted to go, and it all clicks at once. This sounds like she's just put Hugo in a terrible position, because if he finds out they lost Pomerian inside this enormous academy, it's going to explode into the worst kind of disaster. He asks her if they seriously lost her during hide-and-seek, and then, deciding there's no time to waste, he tells her they're going to find Big Uncle together, and she happily agrees with an eager yes. But as they start walking, our boy suddenly stops dead, and when she notices and asks what's wrong, he narrows his eyes and stays ahead, thinking that someone managed to sneak up on him without him noticing. Right then, a voice behind him says she's thirsty, and our boy snaps his neck around as the old woman repeats that she said she's thirsty, and he watches her with a careful glare because something about her feels familiar, until recognition hits. This woman is tied to the Lunar Church's Pope and is the matriarch of the Quo Vadis family, someone who has lived for more than 200 years, reaching all the way back to the Warring States era before the Empire was united and surviving into the present day. Among the very few traditionalist saints still alive, she is the oldest, not merely important but practically a living legend. Never call you in Quo Vadis. Staring at her, our boy's thoughts race. Why is she here right now? When before he regressed he'd only known her through history books because at this exact point in time she was supposed to already be dead, with the records claiming an insider poisoned her after her powers weakened. Yet now, right in front of him, history is plainly different. So he starts wondering whether this shift in history is somehow the ripple effect of what he's done since regressing. Because if she's truly still alive, then the Pope's influence could become an enormous advantage for mankind's future. But before he can fully sort through that thought, he jerks back to the present as she waves a pot right in front of his face, loudly demanding water and barking, "Give me water, boy." And our boy can only stand there, stunned and silent, while his mind flashes to what the saintess once said, that the current Pope isn't in her right mind. So he honestly never expected her to be any real help at all. And then that earlier, strange sensation returns to him, making him wonder what it actually was. She keeps shaking the pot with impatient insistence as he stays, trying to read her, until the little girl suddenly darts forward and asks the old woman why she's hitting her uncle. And right after that Dolores rushes in, breathless from running, calling out to him and addressing him as Vicar Pup. Our boy turns to her and says, "President Dolores," and she answers that this is where he was, then immediately asks where Sir Peter is and why he's alone, while the old woman, Lun, casually says she has no idea where he went, and once again demands water, repeating that she's thirsty. Dolores looks taken aback and asks if she's really that thirsty, and our boy quickly tells Lun that if she wants water there's a well right over there and she can drink from it. But instead of simply going to the well, Lun glances down at the pot in her hand and tells him to give it to her using that. Our boy frowns in confusion and points out the obverse, that the pot has a huge hole in it, so big even kids can see it, and he explains that if she tries to carry water in something like that, it'll all leak out. Yet Lun just answers yes, and without a flicker of hesitation she hurls the pot straight into the well, letting it drop down inside as water begins filling it from within. And then she says that now it won't leak, because everything is best in its natural form. And as soon as she finishes that line, she lifts her hand toward our boy. Still calm, Lun goes on, saying that if a floor has holes or cracks, maybe you should leave it the way it is, because you can't truly fix everything by forcefully stuffing every gap. And while the pot remains submerged in the well water, she adds that if you surround something with something bigger, that's another way to deal with it. And Dolores looks shocked as Lun suddenly places her hand on Dolores' face and tells her not to try to forcefully fill things up, because the best anyone can do is let everything unfold naturally, exactly the way it's meant to. Our boy just stands there, totally baffled, thinking none of this is practical at all because you can't even drink water with a pot like that. And Lun meets his look and calmly agrees, saying yes, he's right. Then our boy quietly calls out, "Baby madam," and at once the small puppet that usually stays hidden inside his collar pops out. He gives it a simple order, "Web it," and baby madam instantly spins webbing that seals the big hole in the pot completely, after which our boy lowers the pot into the well again, fills it properly this time, and lifts it back up, telling Lun that if she's thirsty, the water is right in front of her and this is the only tool they have to use, and pointing out that even if the pot had a hole, you should still do everything you can to gather the water instead of just giving up. Dolores stares at him in surprise and calls him Vicky. The little kid watches in wide-eyed amazement and asks what kind of magic that was, and even Lun studies him with a faintly surprised expression. Just then someone calls out to him as Pop, and a man walks up to Dolores saying this is where she was, telling her she scared the life out of him. Dolores turns and says, "Sir Peter," explaining she was worried because the saintess suddenly disappeared, but thankfully she was with him. Lun speaks again, saying that what he did is also a valid method, adding that refusing to give up no matter the challenge and always finding a way forward is the path he walks and the kind of life he will live, and then she tells him to go. The man answers immediately, and as they get ready to leave, Lun pauses, says thank you, and tells him that because of him she can now leave in peace, and after that they walk away through the massive buildings. Our boy and Dolores stay where they are, both still a little stunned, and Dolores apologizes as she explains that the Pope hasn't quite been herself lately, telling him not to take her words too seriously as she lets out a light laugh. Our boy suddenly says that now he's thirsty, takes a drink of water, and Dolores casually mentions she heard something earlier, asking if it's true that is her daddy. So the moment he hears it he spits out his water and starts coughing hard, and Dolores quickly asks if it's okay. After coughing for a moment, he firmly explains that she isn't his daughter at all, that she's actually the youngest sister of an acquaintance, and that Dolores only misunderstood their relationship because of the kid's little joke earlier. And Dolores immediately says she knew it, that she figured it had to be the case, laughing that she only asked to double-check, and even looking a bit surprised at herself for overthinking it. Our boy feels a quiet wave of relief, thinking he's glad she isn't his daughter, but then he catches something in Dolores' expression and abruptly wonders why she's glaring at him like that. He looks straight at Dolores and asks if that's the reason she came looking for him, and she hurriedly shakes her head, saying no, that isn't it at all, explaining that what she really wanted was to ask him for a favor, only to cut herself off mid-sentence. Because at that exact moment, a loud announcement rolls through the area, proclaiming that the winner of the second year has been decided, then declaring that the ambitious third years are up next, that the decisive final ranking match for the summa cum laude spot is approaching, and ordering all participants to head to the arena immediately. The instant Dolores hears it, she looks shocked and blurts that it's already time, then apologizes to Vicar and says they'll talk later because she has to go to her match right now, and our boy answers casually that he was on his way there too, so they might as well go together, which she agrees to without hesitation. So the two of them walk side by side through the academy, the air around them tight with tension as they move forward, while elsewhere nearby two girls stand and scan the area, clearly searching for someone as they quietly wonder where he is. Opens with a sudden shift to a huge match arena, the entire ground wrapped in a glowing blue protective barrier that's plainly meant to prevent damage from the brutal magic clashes, and at the center stands a third year from the G-Corps named Galliat, facing Dolores Lunquo Vardis, also a third year of the G-Corps. Galliat shouts Dolores' name and declares that he, Galliat, a mage who uses perfect fourth-circle magic and has been officially acknowledged by the professors, would never lose to someone like her who relies on divine power, his confidence soaring as soon as the words leave him, and right after that bold claim he begins casting, energy gathering around him as he prepares his spell, but almost instantly something goes wrong. He loses his balance, staggers in the middle of the cast, and as he falls, and his magic collapses, the announcer's voice booms across the arena, declaring that after an intense battle, the winner of the third-year Ice Core match has been decided. Dolores stands there with tears pooling in her eyes as the atmosphere turns heavy for a beat, and then the announcer continues, naming the victor. Dolores raises her hand in a formal gesture, standing tall despite the emotion threatening to spill over, as the voice clearly states that the winner is Dolores Lunquo Vardis. The announcements keep rolling, saying the final event, the closing ceremony, will begin shortly, and asking all students and guests to take their seats, and soon after a professor steps onto the stage, introducing himself as Vincent Newmorg, the vice principal, and saying he will be hosting the closing ceremony for all the students of COL Academy. He begins speaking in what he calls love and respect. As the students listen, quiet mutters ripple through them, and they sarcastically echo his love and respect back under their breath as if they don't believe a word of it. One student comments that love and respect coming from Professor Vinci sounds fake because he hates students, while another whispers that maybe he's about to scold them again, just like he always does during lectures. Professor Vinci continues anyway, openly acknowledging that he knows the students don't like him and probably find him annoying. But he explains that his strict, blunt way of dealing with them was meant to prepare them for the day they leave this academy, this safe haven, and step into the harsh reality of the Empire, because he wanted them to have the wisdom and strength to push through hardships and adversity. And he admits he treated them harshly and bluntly on purpose. Then his tone softens, and he says that after meeting a certain student, he began to realize many things, drifting into a memory from the past as he recalls urgently demanding that the gate be opened because his student hadn't come out yet. And through that experience, he came to understand that what a student truly needs can only come from another student. He says he wants to thank that particular student sincerely, from the bottom of his heart, even though he won't reveal the name. At last, he offers heartfelt wishes to everyone there, saying that if a strong headwind ever pushes them back, he hopes it becomes a tailwind that carries them forward, that he hopes the sun always shines warmly on them, and even when it rains, he hopes a rainbow appears above them, and he also hopes that the sad days they'll face in the future will become the very days that strengthen and shape them even more than the days filled with happiness. The headmaster carries on with even more warmth, saying that more than anything he hopes their lives will be filled with love, peace, hope, an accomplishment, sincerely praying that all of it becomes reality for every single one of them, and telling the students they've all done well this past year as he thanks them from the bottom of his heart. The entire ground erupts into loud cheers, students clapping and shouting, and then, almost without warning, many of them start crying, with one student admitting they never knew Professor Vinci could say something so warm and heartfelt, another joking that maybe someone else wrote the speech for him, and a third trying to act tough as they insist that warriors don't cry. Dolores quietly remarks that the professor must have had a lot on his mind, while a girl standing near her weeps openly and admits she feels really touched, and another girl in glasses turns to Dolores and asks if she might be the student the professor meant, since she interacted with him more than anyone when he was struggling. Dolores shakes her head and says she doesn't think it was her, and the girl answers that she's honestly curious who it was, wondering who could possibly have opened the eyes of someone as stubborn as Professor Vinci. Our boy remains silent through it all, standing there without saying a word. After Professor Vinci finishes and returns to his seat, another professor compliments him, saying it was a touching speech and well done, but then everyone's attention shifts back to the stage as someone else steps forward, introducing himself as Headmaster Winston. He jokes that after such a great speech from the vice principal it's hard to follow, laughs lightly, and says he probably should have prepared something better. Then he shares something personal, explaining that over the past several months he left the academy to rest because his health declined due to a chronic illness called mana overload, and during that time he found a sense of tranquility, because losing his health made him realize how precious the present truly is. He says tomorrow is never guaranteed, not even today, not even the next minute or second, and that none of them know when death might arrive, so because of that they must do their best in every single moment, since death is fair to everyone. And to the students about to begin their vacations he urges them not to forget that life and time are precious, that they should live with no regrets, because death could come tomorrow, or even in the very next moment. But before he can finish the thought, something horrific happens. A sudden attack slams into him as purplish energy blasts straight through his chest, and his eyes fly wide in shock as he locks up, unable to speak, while the three students who were joking earlier, the girl beside Dolores herself, and her companion all stare, frozen in disbelief, and our boy is just as stunned as he watches the headmaster. Blood pours from Winston's mouth. Someone grabs him and throws him hard to the ground, and the purple energy hangs in the air for a beat before unleashing a heavy blast down onto him. And Winston collapses completely, lifeless on the floor, as panic detonates across the arena and students scream and sob while fear rips through the crowd. Through the chaos, someone drops into the arena with a sharp click of heels, swords clatter onto the floor, and a figure stands there with calm confidence, saying she finally got it. It's a girl with a mask covering her eyes, holding a sword close to her face as she mentions the key winner's sword like she's confirming something. Professor Vinci steps forward and tells her that as far as she goes, Miss Ouroboros, and she plants herself firmly in front of him as everyone around them raises their swords, ready to protect the others and stop her from harming anyone else. The vice principal's gaze flicks to the headmaster's body, and he thinks that even with an ambush, for an outstanding sword master to be defeated in an instant is unbelievable, and then his eyes widen even further as he realizes something worse still. He immediately suspects she disguised herself as a school official to slip into the arena, and inside his head he curses the academy's security for failing this completely. Vinci bellows at her that her ambush might have worked, but she shouldn't even dream of walking out of here alive, reminding her that while this is a school, it's still an institution that reveres the pinnacle of martial arts, and in strength and organization they are basically an army, so there's no way she can handle all of them alone. Miss Ouroboros suddenly bursts into laughter and asks if she ever said she was alone, and the principal jolts, shocked, trying to grasp what she means. Then a sudden bombardment of blue energy appears out of nowhere, and everyone's attention snaps toward the source as Ouroboros stands there staring into it, laughing again and saying she loves that sound, her hair flickering as if it's responding to the power, and with deliberate calm she removes the mask from her eyes. The principal can only stare in disbelief as she asks him, wearing a twisted smile, whether he agrees, and then she shifts her gaze toward our boy with an almost cringeworthy grin before turning back to Professor Vinci, clearly savoring the chaos erupting around her. Begins with Professor Vinci staring at the unfolding scene in shock and blurting out in disbelief, while Ouroboros looks straight at him and grins in a nearly mocking way, like she's greeting him personally. In the next moment, more of her people gather around her, and a massive, beast-like figure steps forward and kneels, calling her his queen as he proudly reports that he destroyed the mana wall exactly as she ordered, promising that even more followers will arrive soon. And then, in a disturbingly devoted tone, he begs her to punish him more, to hit him with her stick, even to step on him. Professor Vinci is visibly rattled as he demands to know who these people are, and Ouroboros smirks and tells him they're wanted criminals, personally trained by her for this day, casually asking if he likes them. Vince's thoughts race as he repeats that phrase, wanted criminals, and then something clicks in his memory and he realizes this can't be coincidence, so he shouts as the understanding hits that this was planned from the start, while one of her followers eagerly asks for another order, calling her queen again. Ouroboros grins at Vinci and orders them all to disperse and send everyone off immediately. And at that moment a blast of white energy erupts and the arena plunges into chaos as the fight officially begins. Professor Vinci grits his teeth, anger flashing across his face as he watches what she's unleashed, and one by one students start collapsing to the ground while destruction spreads in every direction as Ouroboros's followers tear through the area. The protective barrier activates, glowing with energy as people scramble behind it for safety, and the purple energy keeps pulsing violently around them. Ouroboros remains calm while others huddle behind the barrier, and when the principal demands to know why she's doing this, she tilts her head, grinning as she sarcastically praises him for surviving the explosions. She remarks that he's clearly not some run-of-the-mill academy professor, then adds that he's always behaved like a lunatic anyway, so she can't help wondering if he's finally crossed the line into real madness. Professor Vinci snaps back immediately, demanding to know if this whole thing is because of the incident of the 47, the disaster that dragged her family into ruin, at which Ouroboros lowers her whip just a little and fixes him with a sharp stare, asking if he truly knows about that. She admits his intelligence network is impressive, and with a taunting edge, she calls him an old man. Vinci pushes harder, asking if she's genuinely doing all of this just to provoke her family. Then he shouts that the incident of the 47 was nothing but a coup carried out by fools blinded by power. Ouroboros echoes his words back to him slowly, a coup led by fools blinded by power, saying she's sure that's exactly how he sees it, but insisting that it's nowhere close to the truth. Vinci looks thrown off and asks what she's talking about, so she starts laying it out. 35 years ago, not long after the Empire was unified, something unprecedented happened, an event that came to be called the Incident of the 47 Families because it involved 47 powerful families. On that day, they slaughtered countless people and surged toward the palace, and when it was over, 4 to 6 of those families were executed on the spot, while the only survivor was the pillar of the Saad family, her grandfather, Novwage, who was arrested, instead of executed. As she continues, she lifts her hand, saying the official explanation was that they tried to usurp the throne, yet in her view their real motive was obvious. The imperial family grew afraid, terrified that other families might rise as well, so they hid the real truth from the public. Then, without warning, she seizes someone nearby and declares that this is an era where only the strong survive. In the middle of the uproar, Ouroboros is suddenly shown gripping Headmaster Winston by the hair, and with a cold expression she states plainly that what she wants is a revival of the Warring States period. Professor Vinci just stares at her and repeats it like he can't believe what he heard, asking about the Warring States period, and she explains that once the Empire was unified, peace arrived, and in that peaceful age, strength stopped being the absolute law. Justice and structured power took the place of raw might. Weak people were allowed to reach high positions if they worked hard enough, and some could even overtake those who were naturally strong. And the 4 to 7 families couldn't accept that reality, because to her, peace turned humans into livestock. Those who lost their strength became easy prey to be plundered, and in her eyes they were trash hiding behind human skin. Professor Vinci shouts that she's insane, accusing her of killing Winston for beliefs that twisted, and he reminds her that during the incident of the 4 to 7, Winston stepped forward to protect others even though he could have been condemned just for being associated with them. He even went as far as sponsoring her path so she could become a professor, reaching out to a girl who lost her entire family in a single day, and Vinci demands to know if this is really how she chooses to repay that compassion. Ouroboros shrieks for him to shut up, then lays out the truth. Winston was the one who arrested her grandfather. The minor congestion Winston suffered wasn't some random ailment, but the result of injuries he took while fighting him. And on top of that, because Winston was the public face of the school, she says he had to die. She keeps going, saying Vinci once claimed the Academy worshipped the pinnacle of martial arts. But she calls that pure nonsense, because in her eyes the Academy is nothing more than a pathetic institution that hides true martial arts. It pacifies martial artists by handing them government posts and dangling promises of success, then turns those tame fighters into tools. And she insists the entire system as it stands is rotten at its foundation. Strength should stand as the symbol of power. Weakness should be eradicated, and to cleanse this trash-filled world they need a natural disaster as mighty as a typhoon, a disaster she's more than willing to become. With her whip clenched tight, she warns Vinci not to even think about winning, swearing she'll force him to accept her vision. And then she breaks into hysterics, yelling and crying at once, repeating over and over that she will become the natural disaster. Then a red light slams down into the battlefield, and everything around them starts to crack and shatter. Her eyes fly wide as the screams of her followers reach her ears. And there, planted in the middle of the chaos, stands a young man gripping a blood-stained sword, his eyes glowing red as he stays straight ahead. Ouroboros shouts in shock as she realizes the men around her have already been cut down, and she spits a curse, demanding to know where they even came from, while her remaining followers turn toward the boy with sneers, saying it doesn't matter because only one of them can truly fight anyway, and claiming he'll die the moment he surrenders. The boy doesn't flinch or shift, staying perfectly steady as their focus locks fully onto him, and someone nearby recognizes him at once, saying he's the young lord of the Baskerville family, the Sword Bird, and that it's unbelievable to reach such a level at such a young age. Another voice agrees, saying this is exactly what you'd expect from someone of the Iron Blood Sword family, and they add that they can't allow their junior to surpass them because it's a matter of their children's safety. And as one of them lifts a crossbow, he says he wholeheartedly agrees, the group laughing with easy confidence. Osiris stands his ground and orders the others to take Pomerian to the safe zone, and they answer together, calling him brother and agreeing at once. As they escort Pomerian away, the boy steps forward and declares that he will kill anyone who stands in his way. Golden energy coats his sword as he glazes ahead, and he calls out the Baskerville 6 technique. Then, in a heartbeat, a brutal surge of red energy detonates outward, and everything it touches is carved apart, bodies and debris dropping across the ground. Meanwhile, Professor Vinci shouts that they aren't fighting this battle alone, because all the strong families across the empire are standing with them, and he demands to know if she still can't grasp that the power to take is far weaker than the power to protect. Ouroboros answers with a mocking laugh, slowly repeating the phrase, power to protect, then claims she can simply destroy whatever it is they're trying so hard to protect, finishing with a sarcastic question, so, is she wrong? As her followers continue laying waste to everything around them, a small child cries out for her mother, and the mother whips around in panic toward her child, only for one of the giant, beast-like followers to lumber up and remark that they are still alive. The creature asks what they think they're going to do now, saying its queen ordered it to kill every weak person. The little girl is swallowed by terror, trembling as she thinks desperately that this can't be real, and then she breaks down completely, crying uncontrollably, shaking her head, and pleading in fear. As the giant beast turns toward the little girl, poised to strike, someone suddenly appears out of nowhere and drives a knife into the creature's back. The beast locks up in shock, then roars as it twists around, and it's Galliette, swinging his nail swords with precise movements, holding the massive monster at bay. Right after that, someone calls out to Tudor, and he staggers forward, panting, admitting he just killed one of the beasts, while Bianca nearby snaps at him to get a grip, scolding him for almost letting someone else die, calling his name, Bianca, trying to keep him focused. At the same time, another voice cuts in, warning everyone to wait, and the group turns their heads and finally sees the bigger picture, as a little boy observes nervously that they're in serious trouble because they are completely surrounded. Giant beasts ring the area on all sides, and the little kid goes rigid, tears running down her face as she begs for help, crying out for someone, anyone, to save her. Bianca immediately steps in front of her to shield her, telling her not to worry and reassuring her that they are strong, that they will protect both her and her mother no matter what. And as they plant themselves before the beast with swords ready, they promise she has nothing to fear. The lead beast's glowing blue eyes swivel toward them as it snarls the order to kill, and the group tightens up, hands clamped around their weapons as the beast lifts its massive hand. In answer, the surrounding beasts shift into position from all 4 sides, and the group notices the floor is scattered with dangerous spikes, panic threatening to rise. Then, suddenly, someone in white shoes strides confidently into the chaos, scoffing at the attacking beasts and calling them stupidly weak while criticizing them for almost killing her. And right after that another beast appears, a girl whose hair seems to float in the air, as she issues a command to Saya, ordering the beast to absorb all the souls of the fallen and place them into 3 containers for the departed. Saya obediently replies okay, and starts carrying out her instructions. The girl's attention snaps to something that doesn't add up, because only 4 souls have been absorbed even though 5 people have died, and she calls out to Saya on the spot, accusing it of stealing 1 soul for itself. Saya denies it, but she answers with a hard threat. If it doesn't cooperate properly, she'll kill it. Meanwhile, the students trapped in the chaos stare around in shock, gratitude washing over them, until one of them finally manages to speak and thanks the mysterious girl for saving their lives. She replies evenly that she hasn't even introduced herself yet, and with hair flickering like flames, she reaches out her hand and introduces herself as Camus Mogg, a first-year transfer student from the Fire Corps. That only stuns them more, a transfer student, right at the end of the school term, and Camus immediately gestures to the girl beside her, introducing her as well, saying this is Roz Mogg, also a first-year transferee, while the students whisper among themselves, trying to process what they're hearing, one of them even blurting out whether they've really just been saved. Camus lifts her voice again, hinting that the students might already know about something, or someone, and a boy asks where she means, as the rest trade confused looks, still reeling from the sudden rescue. Meanwhile, elsewhere in the chaos, our boy is locked in a brutal fight with an Ouroboros follower, and when he lands a finishing blow, the follower cries out in shock, shouting "My queen," clinging to that loyalty even as they go down. And though the battlefield is still a mess, the group's determination and skill are beginning to push the tide in their favor. Our boy holds his ground, gripping the enemy tight, his stance unshakable, and then, all at once, something catches his ear, his eyes snap toward it, and he freezes, stunned by what he's noticing. The scene cuts to Ouroboros facing Professor Vinci, and she taunts him, asking why he doesn't just give up and come over to her side, saying she's willing to consider their shared history before things go south. Vinci glares back and refuses, insisting she should just kill him if that's what she wants. Ouroboros lets out a sharp, almost cruel laugh, mocking him with a "really," before declaring, "Then die," and her followers pivot toward Vinci and surge in with terrifying speed, several rushing him at once to strike him down, only for a glowing red light to rip horizontally across the battlefield at the last second, as Nighthound appears and swiftly cuts down Ouroboros's followers. Professor Vinci can only stare, shocked, still trying to process the sudden intervention, while Ouroboros simply smiles and turns her gaze toward Nighthound. The figure raises a finger and calmly points them in a direction, telling them to run that way because there's an escape route. And Vinci, still disbelieving, demands to know why he's helping them, pointing out that he should be on Ouroboros's side, only for Nighthound to answer in an icy voice that if anyone remains within his sight, he'll kill them all. The fleeing students panic as they realize he's a criminal just like Ouroboros, but with no other option they run anyway. And as they escape, Vince's thoughts spin faster and faster, because he notices something about the bracelet on Nighthound's wrist and can't shake the suspicion it sparks. Meanwhile, Nighthound stands directly before Ouroboros, and she greets him with open excitement, saying she's been waiting to finally meet the infamous Nighthound, then asking whether he's developed an interest in the old era, the valiant steers period, where power decides everything and only the strongest live. Her gaze slides over the injured students and she laughs, claiming she can sense the predator inside him, that he carries the same scent she does. Nighthound doesn't budge, saying flatly that he has no interest in joining her or her low-class delusions. And for a moment Ouroboros is thrown by his refusal, only for Nighthound to add that because she's committed such trashy acts, she's going to have to pay the price. In the blink of an eye Ouroboros launches herself at him, violent energy flaring around her, and she comes down with a crushing strike. But smoke and dust swallow the impact and then she slams to the ground anyway, blood spilling from her mouth, while Nighthound stands there and sizes it up, noting that the reason he could sense her so sharply is because he caught the faint trace of a demon. He glazes down at her and notices her eyes, and she grits her teeth, laughing through blood and bruises as she says is the only one who can excite her, lying on the dusty, shattered ground like someone teetering on the edge of insanity. Our boy raises his sword and grips it tight, his thoughts snapping to Headmaster Winston's sword, the key weapon, when a screen appears showing the Divine Immortal's ring, described as a special ring with barrier and pocket mod abilities. Glowing circles bloom around him as he realizes he has access to this artifact far sooner than he ever expected, thinking he planned to obtain the ring and leave the school in 6 months. Yet now, with the chaos exploding around him, he already has it, and the whole situation feels unprecedented even with everything Miss Ouroboros has caused, because something about all of this feels wrong. Nighthound lowers into a slight crouch, his gaze locked on Winston's body sprawled on the ground, his eyes burning with a menacing red that mirrors the moment's intensity, and Winston's own eyes flare red in response, the tension between them sparking as if the entire battlefield is holding its breath. Within the shattered fragments of his memories, the boy appears crying quietly, remembering how his parents had an enviable amount of wealth and were devoted followers of Leon, and how one day a great family came to their village. Seeing the villagers starving, they couldn't bear to do nothing, so they opened the gates of their estate and their storerooms and shared food and wealth freely, believing they were obeying God's commandment. But their generosity turned against them. A mob flooded in, their desperate hunger hardening into ruthless violence as they stomped through, looted, and smashed everything they could reach, taking everything from him. And amid that chaos the boy collapsed and fainted, barely surviving the massacre, only to wake to a scene that felt like pure hell, as the voice in his head told him to deny 3 things: God, humans, and even himself. And this became his first denial, because he could no longer trust God, not with scars and his heart cut that deep. Time moved on, and he learned to live by building walls around himself, sealing his heart off from the world as a way to guard against everything outside. Yet little by little that frozen place inside him began to soften because a beautiful girl still walked up to him anyway, refusing to be pushed back by his coldness, fearlessly breaking through each barrier he raised. And in the time he spent with her he started to feel faith and human love again, letting warmth seep back into places he thought would never thaw. Then an unprecedented revolt spread across the empire, called the 47 Cop DT, and in the brutal process of hunting down and capturing the rebels, he was gravely wounded, barely able to keep himself upright, but he still survived, held together by the kindness of the woman who became his wife as she nursed him, cared for him, and guided him through recovery. And as the years passed he eventually rose all the way to become the headmaster of the academy. To ease the lingering damage of his chronic illness, he and his wife planned a journey during the upcoming sabbatical year, but violent storms tore into them and their ship teetered on the edge of sinking. Even after they threw cargo overboard to lighten the load, the vessel kept dropping toward the depths, and he was too sick and too injured to help, so in the swirling panic every gaze and the chaos drifted toward him. In that desperate instant he looked at his wife and understood the plea in her eyes, the silent begging for him to pretend he didn't know her. Yet before he could even respond someone seized her, her hair flickering like fire, and he couldn't fight back or resist anything as he was hurled overboard, slammed into the dark crushing water below, and while the cold swallowed him whole and dragged him into the abyss, he heard that haunting voice again, echoing deep inside his soul. Deny God, deny humans, deny yourself. And he says that becomes his second denial. He thinks he has died, But when he opens his eyes again, is lying on a sandbank with every injury completely healed, and he tells himself he can't just abandon life. Because even if God deserted him and his wife betrayed him, there's still someone out there. Maybe she's the one waiting. Or maybe he was the one waiting for her. A child, the descendant of a war criminal who led the coup. And yet she's the one he personally stepped forward to save, shielding her from execution and taking her in as his own. With no children of his own, he raises her as if she were truly his, teaching her according to God's guidance and according to his late wife's belief that humans are capable of kindness. But somewhere along the way something twists wrong, and he wonders if the fault lies in himself, in believing God's level exists, in believing humans can truly be kind. When the voice returns, whispering again, deny God, deny humans, deny yourself, telling him this is the third time. And then the scene snaps back to the present, where our boy stands as Headmaster Winston's heart begins to regain its strength. And the moment he realizes this is the third instance, Winston's eyes blaze like hellfire and he feels the crushing weight of denying himself. And Winston rises with energy rolling off him while Hound stands in front and glares up at him. And through it all he catches the scent of a demon. The stench is foul and sickly, so unmistakable it instantly reminds me of Sadie's left eye. And I can't help wondering if this is an Elite corpse. There's something else blended into it too. A trace that feels almost like Camus when she's born to Saya, the aid corpse. And that only sharpens a dread. Because Winston's soul has fused with a demon and yet I still can't pinpoint exactly what demonic presence is inside him. I keep my eyes on Winston, watching him closely because something about him feels wrong. And then Dolores appears, calling out to me, Hound or not, Van. And I whip around to face her as she asks how I got here so fast, wondering if it was because of the explosions. Her gaze slides to Winston and she says she saw Professor Sade pierce inside his heart, and in that moment I understand his return after contracting with a demon, while Dolores reels, shocked as she asks if that's even possible, thinking Winston's soul might still be coexisting with the demon within him. Suddenly Winston raises a hand, and Ouroboros' corpse lifts into the air, eyes glaring as she's forced upward. And as it happens she cries and screams, but Winston roars over her, demanding to know why she would do this to him. When he raised her with love, protected her like his own, so why would she betray him? Ouroboros snaps back in anger, throwing his own life at him, reminding him of the contempt and mistreatment she endured since childhood, the insults and the discrimination, insisting she would have been better off dying with her family, and telling him to stop talking about faith, human affection, and peace, because hearing it from someone like him, a trash fused with a demon, makes her sick. Winston glazes down at her with fury burning through him and drops her to the ground, and she asks him, almost spitting it out, if that's what being human is. When Winston shifts and something enormous begins to take shape behind him, Dolores and Hound lock up in shock as a giant form fully materializes, then plants its feet with a thunderous slam that sends a blast of energy rippling across the battlefield. The creature's horse-like face radiating sheer force as it announces that anyone who denies 3 times God, humans, and oneself becomes this type. A screen flashes into view, showing the 5th Elite corpse, Mjuja, with a risk rating of S, and the air tightens instantly, the energy around them practically vibrating under the weight of what has just appeared, as Dolores and Hound stare on, finally grasping the true scale of what they are up against. A violent storm sweeps across a desolate expanse where the land appears pale and smoky, as though the earth itself has been burned down to white ash, the air hanging thick and oppressive while the entire landscape feels empty, cold, and devoid of life. Through that dust-choked wasteland, a solitary figure continues walking forward without pause, advancing one steady step after another. That figure is Dolores, her entire body wrapped and concealed, her face hidden beneath a mask as her thoughts remain fixed on Prophet Luna. And even while enduring persecution, she continues moving toward the execution grounds with unwavering resolve, calm and determined despite everything awaiting her. Behind her, several disciples run after her in desperation, weeping as they grab onto her and cling tightly, unwilling to let her go. Seeing their anguish, Prophet Luna finally slows and turns to them, speaking with a voice that carries both weight and quiet steadiness. She tells them that it has already been written. The shepherd will be struck down by the sword, and when that moment comes the flock of sheep will scatter, and in the end every one of them will abandon her. Among them, a young disciple, one who will later rise to become the future pope, steps forward with fierce emotion and declares that even if the rest of them abandon her, he never will. Dolores hears his vow but remains composed, telling him to listen carefully because before the first rooster crows at dawn, he will deny her 3 times. Words spoken as the prophecy of Prophet Luna. As that moment passes, her mind drifts back to an earlier time when she lay gravely wounded after being captured by hunters, and from our hero's perspective it once appeared that she had been tragically executed during that event. Even after countless arrows pierced through her body, her figure still refuses to collapse, remaining upright despite the wounds. Nearby, one of the executioners notices the young disciple behaving suspiciously and approaches him, asking whether he knows that sinner. The young disciple instantly denies it, claiming he has no idea what they are talking about. Just then, a servant girl passing by points him out and says that he used to follow that sinner everywhere, begging her to teach him and even offering to run errands for her. Hearing this accusation, the young disciple denies it once more, swearing that he does not know who she is. Not long afterward, several armed executioners gather around him and begin pressing him harder, with one of them pointing out that his accent clearly reveals where he is from. Overwhelmed by the mounting pressure, the young disciple drops down and sinks to his knees, trembling where he sits. Then he begins loudly cursing and swearing again that he does not know her, denying her for the third time. And at that exact moment, the first rooster cries out. The demon who destroyed the academy and triggered the Colosseo tragedy before the appointed time turns out to be none other than Amjujas, the demon king among the 10 elite corpses and the 5th corpse in their ranks. A screen appears, presenting detailed information about Amjujas, including his S+ risk rating, his enormous size, and a list of other terrifying statistics. Amjujas speaks while sensing the dense scent of demon blood lingering in the air. He then addresses the one standing before him directly, asking whether he is the night hound responsible for killing his comrades. He remarks that encountering him here is unexpected, while our protagonist stands firm in silence, carefully analyzing the situation before him. Our protagonist suddenly realizes that the scent clinging to Winston is identical to the aura of the 5th corpse, and the moment that realization strikes him, a memory surfaces. Before his regression, Amjujas was supposed to descend 6 months later, not now. Without wasting even a heartbeat, he activates his blades and declares that this is no time for questions, instantly locking onto Amjujas while thinking that the contract must be stopped before the 5th corpse's ability has the chance to fully activate. His gaze sharpens with intense focus as he concentrates, convinced that he can perceive it the same way he once perceived the connections involving Camus and Saya. Within that moment of clarity, he pinpoints the precise spot where Vincent's soul and Amjuja's soul are linked together. Acting immediately, he unleashes his Baskerville power alongside his technique, striking the connection at the very instant Amjujas begins to speak, starting to say that if he were his former self. But our protagonist refuses to give him the chance to finish and moves from his position at once. Amjujas retaliates with an attack, remarking that in the past our protagonist would already have been killed. A thick blue streak of energy erupts from him and tears toward the night hound, ripping across the ground with overwhelming force and leaving destruction in its wake. The impact forces our protagonist backward, his eyes widening in shock as he feels the sheer magnitude of the power behind the attack. While he ends up sitting on the ground from the force, Amjujas stands tall and speaks again, reminding him that the situation is different now. His eyes glow a burning red as he declares that our protagonist's power will no longer work against him. At that moment, the massive corpse lunges forward and attacks with brutal ferocity. Our protagonist narrows his eyes and fixes his stare on the corpse, activating the red circular lights that appear around him as though reacting to something within him. Just then, Decoravius suddenly appears and announces their arrival, casually asking whether they have come too late. Our protagonist responds that the timing could not be better. Amjujas immediately cuts in, addressing Decoravia as the 7th corpse while questioning where the power of their allied god has gone, openly mocking them for choosing to side with humans. Decoravia answers with calm composure, remarking that Amjujas remains just as sarcastic as ever. Then Decoravia studies him more closely, their tone turning serious as they ask why they can sense the energy of the Marquis of disharmony emanating from him. The question visibly irritates Amjujas, and he grinds his teeth in anger. Meanwhile, the scene shifts back to Dolores, who turns her head and calls out for Servan. As she speaks, she reflects on how she has been separated from him. Her eyes widen with sudden urgency as she realizes that she must act and do whatever lies within her power. At that very moment, Sir Winston suddenly appears in front of her. The sight shocks her and throws her slightly into panic as she addresses him as Headmaster Winston. She tells him that this is not the professor she once knew and admits that she cannot understand what kind of promise or words the demon used to convince him. She insists that demons are evil and stand as the complete opposite of justice, warning that their only desire is humanity's destruction. With desperation in her voice, she begs him that if even a fragment of humanity still remains within him, he should break the contract before the world itself is reduced to a barren wasteland. Sir Winston responds calmly, telling her that because it is her, he believes she can return. Then he adds that his own world had already become nothing more than a gray wasteland long before he ever encountered the demon. Dolores tries to argue once more, yet Winston calmly continues speaking, explaining that the demon is the only being who truly understands him and shows him what he can do and what he should do. He rejects her claim that demons are evil while humans are good, stating that such distinctions hold no meaning for him, because the opposite of justice is not evil but merely another form of justice, and the justice he seeks is the downfall of humanity. As these words leave his mouth, one of his eyes slowly turns red, the change deepening the oppressive presence around him. He then addresses her directly as Dolores Lin, the descendant of the one who denied God 3 times yet survived, reminding her that her bloodline serves the prophet who was executed by humans. With a sharp tone, he asks why she still chooses to protect humanity when she, more than anyone, should understand how cruel humans can be. Hearing this, Dolores' eyes widen in shock. She answers that humans still possess the ability to choose the right path, and that this very belief is where their true strength lies. Winston immediately challenges her conviction, asking what value such blind faith truly has. Then he brings up a woman who shattered his heart and unleashed chaos, asking Dolores whether she also believes that woman is someone who chose the right path. Dolores falters, her eyes widening as the words leave her shaken and struggling to find a response. Before she can say anything, Winston continues speaking and introduces yet another example. At that exact moment, Dolores' father suddenly falls from the sky. His body crashes into the ground with overwhelming force, the impact creating a violent explosion as the earth trembles. Winston calmly asks whether she still believes that someone like this can walk the right path. As the man slowly raises his head from the ground, Dolores' voice trembles uncontrollably, and the words barely escape her lips when she finally recognizes him. In stunned disbelief, she whispers a single word: "Father." At that moment, Decoravia steps forward and places himself directly in Amjuja's path, calmly asking how he has been while both sensing and releasing the energy of the Marquis of Discord. Hearing those words, our protagonist reacts immediately, surprise evident as he asks whether it is truly the Marquis of Discord. Decoravia confirms it without hesitation, explaining that the presence belongs to the leader of the 9 demon lords, the first corpse, Andres, and that he can clearly sense his power. On the other side, Amjujas responds with visible anger, declaring that not only did Decoravia abandon their plans, but he also hunted their kind one after another, forcing the remaining demon kings, including himself, to swallow their pride and dignity and bow before Andres just to beg for a portion of his power. He continues, saying that even though they received only a small fragment of that strength, it was enough to make them far more powerful, and now the time has come for them to hunt Decoravia in return. In the next instant, the battlefield erupts, as Decoravia, our protagonist, the Night Hound, and Amjujas all launch their attacks simultaneously, colliding in a violent clash. Heavy blows are exchanged as ambushes and counterattacks occur without pause, turning the battlefield into utter chaos. Then suddenly Amjujas breaks through and lands a devastating strike on our boy, smashing his chest with such force that the impact shakes his entire body. After that, Amjujas lifts both arms high, and from his body a surge of blue energy spreads outward, flooding the battlefield as its power radiates in every direction. In the next instant, he rushes forward at terrifying speed, charging straight toward our protagonist before unleashing a brutal attack. Even against such overwhelming force, our protagonist refuses to slow down, continuing to run forward while waiting patiently for the precise moment to counter. As he moves, his eyes suddenly widen, glowing red. Then, just as he advances, a violent explosion erupts directly in front of him, forcing him to halt his momentum immediately. At that exact moment, Amjujas appears behind him and mocks him coldly, remarking that he is far too slow. Turning toward him, Amjujas calls him out by name as the Night Hound. Suddenly, another burst of explosions detonates like a miracle, giving our protagonist the opportunity to kick off the ground and escape from that dangerous position. Amjujas scans the area in frustration after missing him and shouts that there is a limit to how long he can keep this up. Afterward, he clamps his mouth shut and glares fiercely, declaring that his body has now been strengthened to the point where it could crush even a sober master. Meanwhile, our protagonist collapses to the ground due to the severity of his injuries, and as he lies there, Amjujas remarks with admiration about how extraordinary Andres' power truly is. Right then, Decoravia appears once more, sarcastically offering his congratulations while asking why our protagonist did not make use of him, pointing out that his barrier could have blocked attacks too fast for him to react to. Our protagonist answers calmly that he is reserving that ability for the moment when it is truly necessary, and that from here onward he will deal with the situation himself. Decoravia immediately grows irritated and calls him a fool. Our protagonist narrows his eyes and admits to himself that even keeping pace with this level of power and strength is barely possible for him, and this terrifying force is supposedly only a small fraction of the whole. Suddenly, Amjujas appears again and questions how he is still standing. Looking at him closely, he admits that the Night Hound is surprisingly persistent, even comparing him to a cockroach. Our protagonist responds sharply, telling him that he is becoming complacent and intoxicated by his own power. Amjujas reacts with mild surprise and asks what he means. Our protagonist explains that if Winston dies or cancels the contract, then Amjujas will disappear along with it, and he questions why Amjujas chose to descend separately from Winston. He continues by suggesting that perhaps Amjujas' arrogance is exactly what prevents him from fully utilizing his power. Mjuja smirks in response and remarks that our protagonist seems to know quite a lot, implying that Decoravia must be deeply loyal to his master. He then answers the question directly, explaining that he never trusted Winston as a person, but he did trust the overwhelming rage Winston carries toward the world. Because of that hatred, he gave him the trigger. He explains that Winston, who desires the destruction of the world, holds the key needed to activate both the Tree of Falling and his own power. As those words leave his mouth, Mjuja's body begins to transform. Our protagonist is stunned as the realization hits him that Winston himself holds the trigger. Before he can even finish the thought forming in his mind, Mjuja interrupts again, declaring that he wants to witness with his own eyes the spectacle of humans creating chaos for other humans. He adds that missing such a spectacle would be a waste, especially when the chaos centers around Dolores herself. The scene then shifts to Dolores, who stands frozen while staring at her father in complete shock. In a trembling voice, she softly calls out to him, unable to believe the sight before her. At that moment, someone suddenly reaches out toward Leon, and he notices the approaching hand. He slowly turns toward Sir Winston, his body trembling as pain overwhelms him, and with a fearful voice he says he will obey, begging Winston not to strike him. Desperation fills his words as he continues pleading, asking to be spared. Dolores gasps in shock and calls out again, recognizing him. Her father begins confessing everything, openly admitting that he is responsible for it all. The moment she hears those words, tears gather in Dolores' eyes. He continues speaking, explaining that he acquired money and sold indulgences to criminals, cultists, and heretics in order to bring down the Neo Testament faction. He admits that he impersonated the Pope and manipulated public opinion within Quo Vadis. His voice grows louder as he keeps shouting, confessing that he remained silent even when he knew children were disappearing from the indulgential orphanage. He declares that every bit of it is his responsibility. Dolores remains frozen in place, too shocked to say anything as the weight of the truth overwhelms her. So Winston then asks whether she heard everything he just said. Dolores still does not answer, continuing without pause. So Winston asks how many people suffered because of her father's ambition to seize control of Quo Vadis. Looking straight at her, he states that the sacrifices have not ended. He goes on to explain that just like the criminals modified by Sati, her father will soon explode as well. Because of the immense amount of mana contained within him, Winston calmly explains that the destruction will not be limited to the stadium. The entire surrounding region will be wiped out. Placing a hand over his heart, Winston declares that this is the justice he intends to carry out. He asks Dolores whether she can still forgive her father after everything he has done, and whether she truly believes that he can still be redeemed. Dolores remains motionless with her head lowered, unable to respond at first. Then suddenly she raises her head and firmly says no. The answer catches Sir Winston off guard, and he looks at her with clear surprise, as though expecting a different response. But Dolores continues speaking, saying that even so, he can still change. Winston's eyes widen at her words. As she speaks, golden energy begins to flow from her hands. She admits that she cannot fully understand the pain Winston has experienced in the past. Yet even in a situation this hopeless, she still believes that people can choose the right path. Closing her eyes, she stands upright and urges him to hurry. The golden energy surrounding her grows brighter and stronger as she tells him to leave that place immediately. Then blue light begins to swirl around them, and memories suddenly flood into Winston's mind. He reacts with confusion, questioning what these memories are. Meanwhile, Dolores continues pouring golden energy into her father. Her emotions surge violently as anger and heartbreak collide inside her, tears streaming down her face while she keeps channeling her power into him. Her father screams in unbearable agony, crying out that he feels like he is about to explode and cannot endure the pain any longer. But Dolores shouts back immediately, telling him to endure it and refuse to give up. She urges him to fight, just this once, not only for himself but also for the people around him. Inside his body, the energy continues swelling uncontrollably, and his breathing becomes strained as the pressure builds. The blue light intensifies further until it becomes unbearable, striking directly into him. He screams in agony, unable to withstand the force, while Dolores begins to panic. At the same time, the Night Hound stands nearby watching the situation with sharp focus, while Mjujas also observes the unfolding scene. The blue energy surges even stronger, its brilliance swallowing everything until the battlefield is completely blinded by the light. Then suddenly, within that blinding glow, a figure appears. The figure stands there holding a staff. Dolores immediately turns her head toward the presence, staring in shock. It is the old woman, the Pope. The moment the woman steps between Leon and Dolores, the sudden appearance catches Dolores completely off guard, and she immediately calls out, "Your Holiness," as everything seems to freeze for a brief second. Her mind races in disbelief as she wonders how the Pope could possibly have arrived here at all, even worrying that perhaps a dementia has flared up again. Yet despite that confusion, she urgently tells her to leave, insisting that she cannot remain here and must escape immediately. At the same time, Dolores continues casting magic onto her father, although deep down she already understands that it may be too late. Then, without any hesitation, the old woman gently places her hand on Leun's body. The instant her hand touches him, the golden energy enveloping him begins to fade. Dolores watches the entire scene in stunned disbelief, her eyes locked on what is happening as even the violent explosions abruptly stop. Her expression collapses, and she cries out loudly, calling Your Holiness, while the old woman keeps her hand resting on him. As the dust slowly settles, a voice quietly speaks the name Nabokov, while she continues standing there calmly. In a soft voice she replies, Lunman. Then, standing upright, she calls out to Dolores and tells her to hurry. She gently reminds her that someone is waiting for her and asks whether there is not someone she needs to go to. Hearing those words, Dolores calls out again to Her Holiness, her voice filled with confusion and emotion. The old woman calmly tells her not to force herself to deny what her heart is telling her, explaining that it is better to simply accept everything as it comes. At those words, Dolores' expression brightens and her eyes shine with sudden realization. Without wasting even a moment, Dolores disappears from the spot and begins running, telling Her Holiness that she will leave everything in her hands. At the same time, the old woman slowly turns her attention towards Sir Winston. As she approaches him, Sir Winston stands tall and composed, while his servant nearby burns with anger, his red glowing eyes tense. The old woman begins speaking calmly, stating that from this moment onward she will take over. Standing face to face with her, Sir Winston looks directly at the woman and questions who she is, addressing her as Nabokov while demanding to know what all of this means. He continues speaking, saying that even if she is the Pope, she remains a descendant of the one who denied God 3 times, and he questions what difference it would make if she stands before him instead of Dolores. So Winston adds that if she intends to persuade him half-heartedly, then she should not even bother trying. The old woman listens and calmly agrees, stating that everything he has said is correct. Her response surprises Sir Winston, and he immediately asks what she means by that. The old woman then explains that those who carry the name Quo Vadis are indeed descendants of the apostle who denied God 3 times. However, despite that disgrace, they are still able to wield divine power and serve God because of the story tied to their lineage. She explains that this story is unknown to ordinary people and has only ever been passed down within the Quo Vadis family itself. Then she begins recounting the tale of the apostle who betrayed the prophet 3 times. Unable to endure the guilt of persecuting Leun and betraying her, the man cut himself off from the world entirely. Deep within a remote mountain valley, he spent his days carving stone while thinking of nothing but Leun. No one knows how much time passes, but eventually one day he hears a call from the resurrected Leun. She asks him whether he loves her, and he answers that he does. Then she asks him again if he truly loves her. Overcome with emotion and crying uncontrollably, the man answers yes once more. After hearing his final reply, the prophet Leun smiles gently and begins walking away. The apostle quickly follows her and asks where she is going. Turning slightly back toward him, she tells him that she is going back once again to save those who persecuted her. The moment he hears those words, the apostle collapses into tears. The old woman explains that after hearing Leun's answer, the apostle feels deep shame for thinking only about her safety. From that very story, the name of their family, Quo Vadis, is born. Meanwhile, Dolores is running as her thoughts race, and at last she begins to understand everything. Memories surface of the old woman telling her this very story, and she realizes what Her Holiness truly meant. Her pace quickens as her emotions surge inside her. She compares her heart to a cracked bowl that keeps leaking no matter how much it is filled. But she realizes that if she embraces something greater and holds onto it, the unstable feeling she carries toward the Night Hound can finally be released. With that realization, she decides to let those feelings go. The scene then shifts back to the Night Hound, where Amjujas continues attacking relentlessly while the Night Hound struggles to fight back simply to survive. Despite all his efforts, the creature repeatedly overwhelms him, pushing our protagonist closer to collapse. After some time, Amjujas stops and glares straight at him. Then suddenly, Dolores appears. Golden energy spreads out before her as she directs it toward the great being known as Sir Van. Raising her hand, she declares that this power comes from something deeper, and as she says it, even more golden energy begins pouring out from her. As she continues releasing that power, she declares that this is simply the path her heart has chosen. Then she raises her voice and shouts, calling out to Sir Van. Our protagonist turns his head toward her, and she tells him firmly that from now on they will fight together. Moments later, blue thunderlight begins spreading toward Sir Winston. He suddenly shouts for everyone to run, apologizing as he says that his head feels like it is about to split apart. Crying out in agony, he demands to know what they have done to him. At that moment, The old woman reaches out and gently places her hand on his head, asking him a quiet but profound question. She asks whether, within the memories he sees as nothing but nightmares, there truly existed nothing except the ugliness of humanity. She continues, explaining that within those memories now clouded by demons, there must also have been love. As her words settle, so Winston begins recalling fragments of his past. In his mind he hears voices shouting at him to run while soldiers attack. A woman hurriedly grabs a child and urges him to escape. At that moment, so Winston stretches out his hand toward someone. But suddenly that person is crushed by the attackers and collapses. Later, while they hide, a woman tries to comfort a frightened child, telling him to remain hidden and not move while she goes to search for his father. As they hold hands, Sir Winston cries out and begs her not to leave because it is too dangerous. His mother, tears filling her eyes, turns and looks at him. With a knife tucked inside her bag, she speaks quietly, saying she does not fully understand how such a situation came to be. She admits that he has gone through pain far beyond what anyone should endure. But she reminds him that the world is not entirely like this. She tells him that the world is actually far more beautiful and lovely than he believes. Even if her words cannot comfort him, she still apologizes on behalf of everyone. From the bottom of her heart, she says she is sorry. Then the memory shifts again. So Winston collapses onto the ground as his mother cries out in agony. His father dies, and she desperately tries to hold on to him, sobbing uncontrollably. The young Sir Winston coughs while crying. Still weeping, his mother apologizes again, saying she should not have pretended not to notice his suffering just so she could survive alone. She regrets leaving him to endure everything by himself when she was the only person he could rely on. Again and again, she continues apologizing. As she slowly stands, he answers her gently, telling her that it is all right. He says that she came to save him, and that alone is enough. She asks once more for his forgiveness and tells him that she loves him. But the moment those words leave her lips, she suddenly disappears, and the words deny it echo through the air. The scene returns to the present as Sir Winston says that he remembers everything now. He recalls the people who sacrificed themselves for him without hesitation. He remembers their love. The old woman then softly tells him that the time has come for him to forgive them. With tears forming in his eyes, Sir Winston asks whether he too can be forgiven. The old woman answers him gently, assuring him that of course he can be forgiven. But in the very next moment, her body suddenly becomes soaked in blood. At the same time, the scene reveals Sir Winston standing there with a hole torn through his body. The woman who had been sitting before him begins to speak, yet before any words can fully leave her lips, the moment freezes in place. The scene resumes where our protagonist is locked in the middle of his battle with Mdujas. Mdujas launches a brutal assault, releasing a violent wave of purple light straight toward him, while our boy struggles up from the ground and counters by striking back at the cops. Mduja's eyes ignite with a red glow, and a chilling bluish energy spreads outward toward our protagonist. Suddenly, the diamond-shaped mark at the center of his eyes begins shining intensely. From within that glowing diamond, a sharp nail-like spike suddenly emerges, and with that weapon formed, he turns his attention directly toward our hero. Blood stains our protagonist's mouth as he grits his teeth, refusing to retreat. In the next instant, the enormous corpse leaps into the air and flips over him. Clutching the sharp nail, the massive figure swings down with terrifying force. Our protagonist immediately dashes away to escape while the purplish energy behind the strike tears apart everything in its path. Right afterward, a tremendous explosion of red and blue energy erupts, and from the blast golden light spreads outward across the entire area. The Night Hound's fury ignites as he activates his blades and turns back toward the corpse, and both of them unleash their power at full strength, their energies colliding violently against one another. As the intensity of the battle rises, they continue trading blow after blow without pause, their power clashing evenly while the soldiers standing in formation nearby watch the fight in stunned disbelief. One of them suddenly reacts in shock and calls out to his liege. At the same moment, a small child cries loudly for her Uncle Vicky. The scene shifts as a man steps forward in confusion, speaking about an unknown monster and the sudden appearance of the Night Hound, questioning what exactly is happening. Another person grits his teeth while mentioning Vicky alongside an elite corpse. The scene returns to the battlefield, which has now been heavily devastated by the overwhelming energy both sides continue releasing. A white-haired girl stares at the Night Hound in shock, then suddenly collapses and falls to the ground. Weakly, she recognizes him as the Night Hound. Meanwhile, Mdujas coldly tells him to struggle harder. The Night Hound remains standing tall, yet thick smoke surrounds his body, almost enclosing him within it. As he stays low to the ground, the other members watching from above the wall observe everything closely. Quietly, the Night Hound thinks to himself that he cannot use the Andromalius barrier here, realizing that this battle will not be easy since he must remain aware of everything happening around him. He grits his teeth as a screen appears before him displaying the Divine Immortal's ring. Clenching his jaw, our protagonist declares that from this point forward he can only depend on the 8th technique of Baskerville. And with that decision made, he steadies himself and prepares for what comes next. He shouts as memories of defeating other elite core flash through his mind. And with that determination surging back, he releases his energy once again. At the same time, Mjuges also pushes his power higher, and another violent explosion erupts between them as their forces collide. Our protagonist steadies himself while thinking that all he needs to do now is endure until the enemy begins to weaken. Meanwhile, Mjuges steps closer and asks whether he is starting to lose focus. While speaking, he carefully studies our protagonist, continuing to gather more and more energy. Then something completely unexpected happens. Mjuges suddenly begins falling from the sky. Panic spreads across his face as his eyes widen in disbelief, unable to comprehend what is happening to him. Golden energy suddenly pours into his mouth, and in shock he clamps his jaw shut, trying to resist whatever force is pushing into him. But a moment later he throws his mouth open and screams in panic and disbelief, shouting that this cannot be happening. The scene shifts to the old woman and Sir Winston, where she gently rests her hand on him while softly calling his name. Back on the battlefield, Mjuges roars in fury, demanding to know how someone dared to betray him as his power begins fluctuating violently. He tries to launch another attack, turning once more toward our protagonist. But at that exact moment, our protagonist calls out for Decoravia. As Decoravia steps forward toward him, he suddenly halts. Then, surrounded by a radiant golden glow, Decoravia positions himself firmly in front of Mjuges, completely blocking his path. Mjuges freezes in shock. Under the overwhelming pressure of Decoravia's presence, Mjuges is forced backward and crashes down. The massive corpse screams in rage, calling him a traitor and shouting for him to stay out of it. He continues screaming while writhing in pain. At the same time, Dolores is also struggling, crying out in pain while stretching her hand forward. The corpse's red eyes ignite again as he releases energy toward our protagonist. But suddenly, from our protagonist's purple eyes, sharp streaks of energy burst outward. This is the 8th technique, Heaven-Defining Fang. However, after a short while the strain becomes too much, and our protagonist begins screaming in agony as the technique overwhelms him. Then, in the next instant, a massive eruption of purple energy explodes outward, obliterating everything around them. Across the barren land, Mjuges crashes down onto the ground while smoke spreads across the battlefield. Moments later, he lies there motionless as blood begins spreading from his body. Our protagonist remains standing nearby, staring in shock and slight panic while thinking to himself that he actually managed to stop it. He realizes that the trigger of the Tree of Falling has been halted. Now only one thing remains. Winston. Right then Dolores appears and calls out to him, saying that they did it. Our protagonist shouts that if Winston breaks his contract with the demon, everything will finally be over. He adds that he is relieved Winston was the one holding the trigger. The scene then shifts to Winston and the old woman sitting across from each other. Meanwhile, from a distance, our protagonist watches them closely. Suddenly, Sir Winston clutches his body in shock as blood begins pouring out. He cries out loudly, screaming in disbelief before collapsing onto the ground and dying. After some time passes, Mjuges suddenly appears standing behind our protagonist. Our boy is stunned and confused by what just happened, while Mjuges begins laughing. Mjuges suddenly returns and begins mocking them, saying he finds it amusing how naive they all are. He explains that they truly believed he would foolishly place his trust in a human, then reveals that he himself had possessed the trigger required to activate the Tree of Falling from the very beginning. Someone tries to question him, asking why he would go that far. But before the question can even be finished, Mjuges cuts in and answers casually that it was simply more entertaining that way. Watching them struggle while clinging to hope, only to witness their despair afterward, is what he finds enjoyable. He even remarks that the expression on our protagonist's face right now is not bad either. Enraged, our protagonist charges straight at him, shouting in fury as he launches his attack. But at that very moment, massive tree branches suddenly begin spreading across the battlefield from the other side. Our protagonist freezes in shock as the branches wrap tightly around his body. They drag him down and slam him violently onto the ground right in front of Mjuges. The enormous tree rises behind them, its countless branches stretching endlessly outward and capturing everything in the surrounding area. Mjuges declares that humans are at their most beautiful only when they reveal their most hideous side. He traps countless people within the branches, saying that this is their true nature. Then he announces that he will prepare a stage for them all, telling them to betray one another, tear each other apart, and become sacrifices for the moment of the fall. Dolores is also seized by the spreading branches. She turns her head toward our protagonist and calls out desperately to Sovan. Our protagonist looks back at her, his face filled with guilt and shame. Tears fall from his eyes as he apologizes. Dolores begins crying as well. Pinned down beneath the crushing weight of the branches, our protagonist finally admits that he has failed. The scene opens in a place where tall buildings stand in complete silence, the entire area strangely empty. Around them, thick bushes and tall trees stretch upward, their branches spreading in every direction and giving the place an eerie, abandoned atmosphere. Then suddenly, crimson trees appear. Their branches glow with a deep red light as they spread wildly through the surroundings. The scene abruptly shifts to a large hall filled with chaos, where people cry out and shout in panic, calling for their children, begging for their sons and daughters to be returned, and desperately asking what they are supposed to do. One professor stands there shouting and crying, demanding that whatever took his child should spit them back out, completely losing control in frustration. As he studies the situation more closely, his thoughts begin racing, and he realizes with growing dread that it feels as though the students being taken and devoured have been planned from the very beginning. Suddenly, a girl steps forward and calmly states that what they are witnessing is the Tree of Falling. The professor is stunned and immediately asks what the Tree of Falling even is. Another professor looks at the girl and questions her identity, calling her the daughter of Morong and asking whether she knows something about this. A teacher speaks up desperately, saying that 4 of his youngest siblings have been taken, and he begs her to help if she knows anything. Another person cries out that their son has also been taken, while someone else panics and shouts that they must save their daughter, demanding to know what this thing actually is. The girl answers with quiet composure, explaining that rushing will not solve anything, and to prevent the situation from spiraling further into confusion, she asks everyone to slow down and clearly state what they want to say. At that moment, the principal steps forward and announces that his students have been taken, pleading with her to cooperate if she knows anything that could help them recover the children. She briefly thinks to herself that he resembles Professor Snake, even though the two are cousins, then admits that while she does not know everything, she can at least explain what she does know. According to her, the Tree of Falling is a demonic tree that has remained rooted for a very long time within Elie Rouge Itli Noir Mountain, a presence that appears in the ancient legends of a tribe of sorcerers. The records describe how the tree spreads its roots upward toward the surface while continuing to grow beneath the ground, expanding until it eventually reaches its completed form, exactly as its ominous name suggests. Those same accounts also claim that the tree contains a warped and unknown space so immense that it defies imagination, a realm said to rival even the Empire's magic tower located in the southeast. Suddenly, a man with golden eyes cuts her off, shouting that she should forget all of that and simply explain how they can get the children out of the tree. The girl answers that if she actually knew the method, they would not still be standing there talking, because she would have already gone and rescued them. She then explains that the only way to escape the tree is by breaking out from the inside. The man stays in disbelief and demands to know how such a thing could possibly be done. At that moment, the professor speaks up, saying he is relieved that she managed to stay safe, but asking why the tree did not take her along with the others. She replies that every academy student she saw had strange veins growing from their wrists. Her own bracelet had already been drained, which is why she was instead given a guest bracelet. From that observation, she concludes that the bracelets issued to the students are most likely the true cause behind everything that has happened. Upon hearing this, the professor collapses to the ground, overcome with guilt as he blames himself entirely. He laments that if he had only asked one more question or shown a little more caution, none of this tragedy would have fallen upon the students. Nearby, a small child begins to cry, calling out for his uncles and saying that no one has come back. The father suddenly rushes out of the place in panic, no longer able to endure the situation. The girl quietly thinks that if it is the person she knows, then everything will be all right, so she decides to wait and hope he returns soon, believing that when he does they will finally reunite. And she thinks of Vicky. Then Amjuja's voice echoes through the air, remarking that things are far more entertaining this way, mocking them as simple creatures and saying that watching them cling to hope before sinking into despair is amusing, urging them to betray one another, tear each other apart, and become sacrifices for the time of the fall. Suddenly Dolores turns and calls out to our protagonist. Our boy looks back at her with wide, shaken eyes. Meanwhile, Decoravia speaks up, asking the contractor whether he is still conscious. The contractor answers while standing in front of our protagonist. Our protagonist, sitting on the ground, looks around in confusion and asks where they are. Decoravia explains that it appears they were dragged down into this place, describing it as the underground expansion of Babel Tower, more precisely the first subterranean floor of the Tree of Falling located within the Norbicus territory. Hearing this explanation, our protagonist realizes that he failed to stop it. At that moment, a voice suddenly greets them with a casual hello. Startled, our protagonist quickly asks who is there. A strange figure then appears, revealing yellow teeth as he speaks in a calm, almost reassuring tone, telling them not to be afraid. The figure introduces himself as the tower's fairy guide and claims that he was the very first being to ever reach the bottom. Right then, a screen suddenly appears in front of them, announcing that the tower's rules have now been applied. Our protagonist reacts with confusion, saying that he can hear a voice inside his head. Another screen immediately appears, displaying a message that Level 1 Barrier VQ has been integrated into the leveling system and that the authority of the status window has now been unlocked. Our protagonist stays at the screen as it lists his level, title, status, strength, and various other statistics. The system explains that inside the tower, the strength someone possesses in the real world is reduced to 1/100th of its original value, meaning that 1% of that strength corresponds to level 1. It further states that as he raises his level, his statistics will steadily increase, and once he eventually escapes the tower, those improvements will permanently convert into real-world strength. Decoravia comments that although he has seen the Tree of Falling before, this is the first time he has encountered such a structured and organized system, wondering if it could be the result of Amjuge's power reaching the stage of its final awakening. Our protagonist says nothing, silently realizing that everything here matches perfectly with what had been described in the memories of the great heroes. He recalls that before his regression, Amjuge's activated the Tree of Falling within Coliseum, an event that led countless young heroes toward tragic ends. He explains that the tower's system deceives people into believing they can grow stronger far more quickly inside it than they ever could in the real world. Standing before the screen that now displays an error message, he understands that escaping the Tree of Falling was never truly meant to be possible from the very start. This place is a space that contains multiple worlds within each level, a realm where logic and the natural laws of reality simply do not apply. In this awakened state, those trapped inside are forced to battle monsters that far exceed their level while enduring challenges that should be impossible to overcome. If they die or fail to keep up, the life energy within their bodies is absorbed by the demon who created the tower. True to its name, they become sacrifices for the time of the fall. He remembers using the Baskerville 8th technique, Heaven-Defying Fang, and realizes that even after giving everything he had in an attempt to stop it, he still failed. Now he stands there as a monster slowly approaches him from behind. The fairy guide calmly explains that to clear the first floor, he must eliminate every Norbicus rat. He also warns that even monsters ranked at the lowest level can become deadly once they start moving in groups. Our protagonist says nothing as he watches in silence while the rats begin charging straight toward him. Decoravia tells him that he would help if he could, but the tower's influence prevents him from properly using his power, which means our protagonist will have to handle everything alone. Our protagonist remains silent, and Decoravia adds that he probably already understands that much. Inside his mind, our protagonist admits that although he is stronger now than he was before his regression, he has only just barely reached the 8-star level. Even with the same blessing, his current strength can hardly be compared to that of the 5th Corps, who itself only possesses a small fraction of the 1st Corps' power. The system screen repeats its message, stating once again that leveling up will increase his stats and that, eventually, those gains will allow him to escape the tower. Our protagonist slowly tightens his grip around his sword. A red glow ignites in his eyes as he raises his arm and declares that he will use this system. He decides that he will exploit this cursed system in order to grow stronger and break free. He refuses to accept becoming a sacrifice for the time of the fall. Instead, he proclaims that the Tree of Falling will serve as his stepping stone. Like a relentless bloodhound that never halts until it rips its prey apart, he embraces the identity tied to the Baskerville bloodline. He declares that the time has come for him to return as Viku Baskerville, driven by revenge. The fairy guide is left stunned, realizing that the stage was cleared so quickly, and he announces that the first floor has been completed in the fastest time. Without warning, our protagonist suddenly throws a punch straight toward the fairy guide, catching him completely off guard. In response, the fairy guide instinctively bites down on his hand, shocked by the sudden attack. Our protagonist stands upright and calmly states that since he cleared the floor in record time, he deserves a reward. A violent force surges backward, forming something that resembles the Babel Tower as it burrows deep beneath the earth, linked to an intertwined passage that leads toward another world. And at the very center of this phenomenon stands the cursed giant known as the Tree of Falling. Those who are swallowed by the abyss of the Tree of Falling do not merely wander along its branches. It is a place where reality itself becomes distorted, when numerous dimensions overlap one upon another, and anyone consumed by it is trapped within a labyrinth where they wander endlessly without escape. There is no interference from the outside here, and the only way forward is to fight and kill from within. Suddenly, enormous explosions erupt, radiating with a faint purple glow. The massive tree remains unmoved, standing tall while thick. Smoky fog spreads around it like a suffocating aura. The professor and the others watching from outside come to a terrifying realization, understanding that no one from beyond this place can interfere with the closed world within. Only the ones trapped inside possess the ability to break through and escape. True to its ominous name, the system of the tree extends downward, reaching into the deepest depths of the abyss. The scene then shifts to our protagonist, who now stands within a strange landscape covered in water. Nearby, the fairy guide slightly lifts his head, his posture relaxed as he gazes toward him. The fairy guide then begins pouring a glowing blue liquid into our protagonist's open hand, steadily letting the luminous substance gather within his palm as it slowly pools there. After finishing, the fairy guide explains that this liquid is the reward. A system screen immediately appears, displaying several types of candy. Red candy increases strength by 1, green candy increases ability by 1, and blue candy increases stamina by 1. Our protagonist stays at the candies in surprise, quickly realizing that these must be the rewards given for clearing floors, exactly like what had been described in the Manhwa. He understands that eating them will raise his physical statistics regardless of whether he levels up. The concept reminds him of a game someone once described to him back in the capital, where characters grow stronger through levels and stat increases that function in a similar system. However, he quickly steadies his thoughts and reminds himself that this is not a game, but reality. He recalls Amjuja stating that the true nature of humans lies in their ugliness. With the immense power Amjuja possesses, he could have easily wiped out humanity entirely. Yet instead he chooses to imprison them within this twisted system. By doing so, he draws out the weakest and most grotesque sides of humanity, feeding on that ugliness to grow even stronger. The words echo again in his mind, Amjuja's declaring that they should betray one another, tear each other apart, and become sacrifices for the time of the fall. Our protagonist realizes that the reason he hid both his strength and his identity all this time was so he could stop disasters like this before the 10 Elite Corps ever became aware of them. But now everything has already collapsed. He asked the fairy guide whether the other academy students might also be somewhere inside this place. The fairy guide replies that he cannot say for certain. He explains that people who enter the Tree of Falling might encounter each other as they climb through the floors, or they might never meet another person at all. Until the moment they escape, nothing is guaranteed. Our protagonist senses that the fairy guide is telling the truth. He understands that if even one person manages to break free, then eventually everyone else will escape as well, whether they emerge alive or dead. That leaves only two choices: wait for someone else to succeed, or become that one person himself. As he thinks about it, he realizes that although the idea sounds simple, accomplishing it is far from easy, because this entire system was created by Demon. Before his regression, the reason the students were able to escape this seemingly impossible place, and the reason he remembers all of this now, was because of the future Iron Blood Empress. She was a genius who exceeded every expectation and played a crucial role, something even Amjujas failed to foresee, through the contribution of Camus. But at this moment, she is not here. His thoughts drift to the others: Tudor, Sanchio, Bianca, Dolores, and Sinclair. They are destined to become the great heroes of the future, and they are also the friends he once failed to protect. Suddenly, a warning appears on the screen announcing that the designated area will soon collapse. Seeing this, our protagonist steels his resolve, deciding that if he is going to take responsibility for his failure, then he must act. His eyes ignite with a red glow as he firmly declares that he will be the one. The system screen keeps flashing urgent warnings that the area is about to collapse as the remaining time rapidly runs out. Meanwhile, the fairy guide casually chews on something as if the situation does not concern him at all. As something nearby begins to crack apart, Decoravia warns that the entire place is on the verge of collapsing. The fairy guide replies that he was not the one who gave that item. Another screen suddenly appears, displaying a return scroll that allows its user to travel back to the tutorial zone on the first basement floor. The warning messages continue to flash repeatedly, urging immediate action as the area approaches total collapse. The fairy guide calmly remarks that it was nice meeting him and says that he hopes our protagonist manages to escape. Our protagonist looks surprised when he hears those words. The fairy guide then straightens his posture as the system activates. A new message appears, announcing that he has left the tutorial zone of basement floor 1 and has obtained a new title, Civil Rat Hunter, a title that grants additional damage against rat-type monsters. The scene then shifts to a completely new location where massive trees stand among the ruins of broken buildings on basement floor 2, a place that somehow feels strangely familiar. Our protagonist slowly looks around and remarks that the place seems familiar. With his companions beside him, he soon realizes the truth. This is the ruined Coliseum. Decoravia explains that Amjujas devours fragments of the world and uses them as nourishment for the Tree of Falling. Those consumed parts of the world are then incorporated into the structure of the tower. It appears that Amjujas has swallowed a portion of Coliseum, although the place now looks slightly different from how it once did. Our protagonist glances back at the system screen as it announces that all 108 students who successfully cleared the tutorial will be transported to the central plaza. Decoravia tells him that he should go find his friends. Our protagonist immediately understands that if this is the case, then the destroyed academy must have been brought here as well. Inside the plaza, Chaos spreads as students panic, shouting that they are trapped and desperately asking how they are supposed to escape. Some complain about how difficult it was to kill the rats, openly admitting that they are terrified. Decoravia coldly suggests that his friends might not even be here, because they could have already died and had their bodies absorbed by the tree. Our protagonist immediately cuts him off, shouting at him to stop. Nearby, several students are arguing fiercely among themselves, with some refusing to share the resources they managed to find. One student insists that they discovered the items first and refuses to give them up. Another argues that they should work together in case monsters appear again. But the first student mocks them harshly, calling them weak and useless, declaring that they should kneel before nobles like him. His companion quickly pulls him away, saying they should have gone to gather the others instead of lingering behind. Our protagonist overhears this entire exchange and is left shocked by what he hears. Suddenly, a large fish of tears open out of nowhere. A voice echoes across the plaza, greeting all 108 participants and remarking on how energetic they appear. The voice then introduces itself as the fairy guide responsible for basement floor 2. It asks them how they found the tutorial. The students remain silent, standing there without responding. One student confidently breaks the silence, saying that the tutorial was nothing and demanding that they move forward quickly, proudly declaring that he will grow stronger, become a hero, and return to his family. Another student steps forward and challenges the fairy guide, telling it to hurry up and begin. The fairy guide responds that it likes his spirit and agrees to start. It calmly announces that the mission for the second floor is very simple. At that moment, the boy suddenly turns his head. Without warning, massive monsters appear behind him, their mouths blazing with fire as they prepare to attack. The fairy guide then gives a single instruction in a calm voice. Survive. The arrogant noble who had proudly claimed he would conquer the dungeon is now bruised and sobbing, his voice shaking in terror as every one of his ambitions falls apart. A gigantic, demonic hound engulfed in flames crushes the noble's skull between its jaws, ending his life in a violent burst of blood while his screams echo through the plaza. Panic spreads across the courtyard as a swarm of horrifying beasts pours out from a shadowy portal. The surviving students immediately run for their lives, shouting at everyone to escape. Amid the stampede, Grenouille races forward desperately, horrified by the massacre happening behind him. Looking back in disbelief, his expression turns deathly pale as he finally understands the tower's brutal trial. A system window materializes, formally identifying the blood-covered creatures as hellhounds. The notification explains that there be plus rank monsters destined to bring certain disasters. It further states that the sulfuric hellfire blazing from their eyes and mouths will never die out until their victims are entirely devoured. Floating above the destruction, the hideous floor guide Bargist happily announces the cruel conditions of the trial. Survive for 108 minutes against 108 hellhounds. Bargist sarcastically remarks that with more than 100 participants present, they should manage to last quite some time. Beneath him, the hellhounds continue hunting the terrified students through the courtyard stairs. Grenouille rushes through a dim hallway, understanding that resistance is hopeless because the tower's curse has weakened their physical abilities to only a small fraction of their true power. Noticing an unlocked doorway leading into a pitch-black room, Grenouille decides that hiding silently inside offers his greatest chance of survival. He quickly slips into the room and violently drags the heavy door closed behind him. Yet his short-lived relief disappears the moment he feels something pushing back against the door. Two terrified students shove against the entrance, pleading for Grenouille to allow them inside while insisting they are his friends. Covered in sweat and filled with hesitation, Grenouille tightly holds the door. Struggling between protecting himself and saving his classmates, he convinces himself that surviving together may be safer than hiding alone. The pair force the door wide open, throwing Grenouille onto the floor as they rush into the hiding place and warn him to remain silent. Grenouille lands hard on his back, stunned and furious, as he demands to know what they think they are doing. The door suddenly slams shut again, leaving Grenouille trapped outside in the hallway. From the other side, one of the students coldly reminds him that Grenouille never viewed them as friends and only treated them like expendable servants to manipulate. Smirking cruelly, the betraying classmates announce that now it is their chance to use him instead, commanding him to act as bait for the monsters. Terrified, Grenouille bangs against the door and insists their betrayal is insane. They emotionlessly reply that they will reopen it only once the hallway becomes silent again. Crawling backward in fear, Grenouille stares down the corridor as a blazing hellhound notices him lurking within the darkness. The hellhound lets out a deafening roar and raises its claws, its enormous jaws spread wide while sulfuric flames drip from its mouth as it prepares to attack. Helpless and forsaken, Grenouille remains frozen on the ground, staring as the monster approaches him. Consumed by hopelessness, tears pour endlessly from his eyes. He shuts his eyes tightly while trembling uncontrollably, preparing himself for the unbearable pain of being eaten alive. After several seconds pass, he cautiously opens his tear-soaked eyes, unable to understand why the deadly bite never arrived. Standing guard in front of him is Vikir, sword unsheathed and crimson eyes glowing through the darkness. Granui whispers his name in complete disbelief. Granui gazes in shock as Vikir towers above the severed corpse of the hellhound. Still seated on the floor, he shakily asks whether Vikir had also been dragged into the deadly trial. Granui cannot believe that Vikir managed to kill a hellhound entirely on his own, wondering how someone known as an archer could handle a blade with such terrifying mastery. Sweat runs down his face as he stares at the crimson aura blade stretching from Vikir's hand, while recognizing the dangerously familiar combat style. Vikir quietly calls out to his fellow student. Still completely rattled, Granui nervously answers while staring into a threatening crimson eye. Vikir emotionlessly tells Granui that he has an important task prepared for him. Granui swallows hard, visibly anxious and uneasy as he waits to hear Vikir's request. A short while later, Granui walks into the hallway, exposing the absurd duty he has been assigned. He is covered in crude, improvised armor, wearing a cooking pot as a helmet, carrying a pot lid like a shield, and gripping a ladle together with a spatula. Cursing internally, Granui feels embarrassed and enraged, questioning why he ever accepted such a humiliating arrangement. A brief flashback shows the conversation between them. Granui glares at Vikir in disbelief, demanding to know whether he truly expects him to become monster bait. Granui strongly rejects the proposal, insisting that Vikir saving his life does not mean he would accept something this reckless and deadly. Remaining completely calm, Vikir casually mentions the name Sinclair. Fully aware of Granui's hidden feelings, Vikir offers to help him get closer to her in exchange for cooperation. Granui immediately turns red, his confident mask crumbling as he excitedly asks whether Vikir truly means it. Vikir moves closer and quietly reveals that it was all a lie, causing Granui to realize he had been tricked from the start. Even after discovering the deception, Granui becomes flustered and stumbles backward, awkwardly insisting that noblemen like him could never fall for a commoner. Trying desperately to preserve his dignity, the blushing Granui reluctantly accepts the strategy, presenting it as a single favor because Vikir rescued him earlier. Back in the present, Granui clenches his teeth, realizing he must have completely lost his mind. Still, he decides to follow through with everything for the sake of Sinclair. Fully committing to the act, Granui smashes his ladle against both his helmet and shield, producing a thunderous metallic noise. He loudly taunts the monsters, proclaiming that the mighty Granui will defeat them himself. He provokes the beasts further, and the distraction succeeds immediately. Two enormous hellhounds crawl out from the darkness, their mouths overflowing with sulfuric flames. The instant Granui lays eyes on the monstrous creatures, every trace of his fake confidence collapses. His fearless challenge instantly becomes a miserable and tearful cry of panic. All of Granui's courage disappears when an entire group of flaming hellhounds comes charging directly toward him through the corridor. Granui whirls around and runs desperately for survival, shrieking in terror while the blazing monsters snap viciously behind him. Granui frantically throws himself onto the floor, narrowly sliding aside as the creatures leap toward him. Carried forward by their own speed, the entire pack of hellhounds rushes straight past Granui and continues deeper into the hallway without spotting him. The doors slam shut behind them, sealing the hounds inside. Vikir emerges with his crimson or blade unsheathed and explains that hellhounds only charge forward while chasing their targets. He calmly points out the monster's deadly flaw. They struggle to halt themselves or turn directions quickly. Wearing a chilling smile while his scarlet eyes glow brightly, Vikir raises his blade and comments that the situation reminds him of his younger days. He sarcastically greets the beasts as if welcoming old acquaintances. A horrifying slaughter begins. The painful cries of the hounds resound loudly, while heavy sprays of blood stain the tall glass windows lining the corridor. Sometime afterward, Granui finally steadies his breathing and nervously calls out Vikir's name. Holding his ladle tightly, Granui grows uneasy because of the complete silence. He fears the worst and assumes Vikir may have died fighting the monsters. He slowly pushes the door open slightly, grumbling that Vikir should at least have served properly as bait before getting himself killed. Granui's eyes instantly widened with overwhelming disbelief at the scene in front of him. Within the chandelier-illuminated hallway, Vikir stands completely unharmed though soaked in blood while carrying a large sack. Surrounding his feet lie the bodies of the entire Hellhound pack. Still clutching his cooking utensils, Granui demands to know whether Vikir really slaughtered every monster alone and asks if hidden traps were involved. Without even turning around, Vikir calmly questions what traps he means. Vikir extends a heavy bag overflowing with glowing stat-enhancing orbs collected from monsters. He casually comments that agility points are normally the most difficult to obtain. A system interface reveals Vikir's incredibly high natural stats, each hovering near 200 despite him remaining only level 1. Vikir feels dissatisfied, questioning why his concealed attributes still have not awakened despite everything he accomplished. Vikir determines that an even more difficult challenge is necessary to unlock them. Close by, Granui watches Vikir's disturbingly calm demeanor and wonders whether this merciless warrior is truly the silent archer he once knew. Far above them, the grotesque floor guide Bargus stares downward in stunned disbelief while trembling at the horrifying slaughter. Bargus descends through a purple dimensional rift. Shocked that they eliminated the entire Hellhound pack, it remarks that their power level is abnormal for this floor. Seeing that more than an hour remains on the timer, the furious Granui confronts the guide and angrily demands to know why the trial still continues while ordering it to send them upward immediately. Bargus' stunned expression slowly twists into a sinister grin. The guide admits underestimating their capabilities, but explains that the tower must rebalance itself to guarantee a proper challenge. Happily, the grotesque fairy snaps its claws together and triggers a sudden increase in the trial's deadly difficulty. A spinning vortex of dark power explodes open before Vikir and Granui. Bargus gleefully announces that they now get to meet a brand new little companion. From the portal steps out an enormous beast possessing 3 demonic heads and glowing eyes, identified as the legendary guardian Hound of Hell. The gigantic 3-headed creature unleashes a thunderous roar while Bargus enthusiastically reveals its true name, Cerberus. The system window explains the terrifying enemy. Cerberus is an A+ rank monster, standing 7 meters tall. It is the ultimate beast of the underworld, created only to rip apart any soul foolish enough to flee from hell. Thick drool splashes onto the stone ground as the gigantic beast prepares to attack. The towering 3-headed Cerberus stands above Vikir and Granui while radiating a sinister purple aura. The system identifies the 7-meter-tall guardian of hell as an A-rank monster infamous for shredding apart souls trying to escape the underworld. Meanwhile, Vikir remains calm while carrying his sack of rewards. Granui clutches his weapon in complete fear. Floating overhead, the grotesque floor guide Bargus ridicules the pair. It wonders if this impossible challenge finally restores balance after Vikir massacred the Hellhounds. Revealing a grin filled with razor-like fangs, Bargus happily declares this to be the floor's ultimate mission. Cerberus unleashes a thunderous roar, crackling with purple lightning, while the guide casually instructs the students to stay alive. Crushed beneath the monster's horrifying presence, Granui completely loses his will to fight. His weapon slips from his grasp as he collapses onto his knees in surrender. Tears pour from his eyes while he stares despairingly at the creature, crying that he no longer has the strength to continue fighting. Vikir suddenly raises his sack filled with stat-enhancing orbs and pours several magical candies directly into his mouth, leaving Granui utterly stunned. Crunching the hard orbs loudly between his teeth, Vikir throws the emptied sack away and strides forward to confront the monster. Even Bargus becomes startled by the complete absence of fear. It feels unnatural for a cursed boy with weakened physical abilities to face an elite monster so confidently. After swallowing the orbs, Vikir casually remarks that the magical candies still taste revolting. He recalls how many people in the past failed to eat them because of the terrible flavor. Yet his entire body now radiates an intense crimson aura as the enormous stat increase takes effect. Recognizing the limitations placed on his weakened body, Vikir states that he requires this power boost to battle the monster. He summons his crimson aura weapon, the Beelzebub sword. A system interface reveals his newly updated status. Although he still remains level 1 with the Sewer Rat Hunter title, his strength, agility, and endurance have increased dramatically, fully preparing him for the boss battle. Vikir immediately attacks, swinging his crimson aura blade in a blazing arc. The fierce slash collides against the Cerberus dark hide, causing sparks to explode throughout the courtyard. Completely unfazed, the 3-headed beast suddenly lunges ahead with astonishing speed to bite at him. Vikir raises his blade to block the jaws and steadies himself against a crushing strike from the creature's massive paw. Observing from the side, Granui remains frozen in complete amazement. Even Bargist hovers, speechless in disbelief, as the level 1 student battles equally against an elite beast from the underworld. Cerberus lifts one of its paws while gathering dark purple energy for a devastating claw attack. Vikir responds instantly and barely dodges aside as the razor-sharp claws rip through the space where he had been standing moments earlier. Taking advantage of the brief opening, Vikir drives a powerful kick directly into the beast's middle jaw. The blow snaps its head backward, enraging Cerberus as violent purple lightning crackles around its fangs. Vikir abruptly realizes that he completely underestimated the monster's recovery speed and overwhelming strength. Before Vikir can continue his assault, Cerberus retaliates and launches the swordsman backward through the shattered stone debris. As the dust clears away, Vikir is revealed standing wounded among the rubble. A large gash stretches across his chest and abdomen, drenching his ripped uniform with blood. He coughs harshly and spits out a mouthful of blood. While enduring the pain, Vikir glares toward the monster with unwavering determination. He understands that the suffocating pressure emitted by this creature is far beyond his expectations. Thinking back to his previous life, Vikir realizes a horrifying truth. He has battled Cerberus before. However, because this creature was summoned from the deepest abyss, its size and savagery exist on an entirely deadlier scale. Attempting to regain control of the battle, Vikir kicks up a cloud of dust to confuse the monster. Before the beast can respond, Vikir unleashes a rapid upward thrust. His crimson aura blade pierces directly through the creature's jaw and bursts out from the top of its skull. Taking the monster completely off guard, he twists the blade violently to maximize the damage. After yanking his weapon free, Vikir jumps backward to widen the distance while dark blood erupts from the beast's head. Despite suffering the brutal injury, Cerberus grinds its fangs together in a frenzy of purple lightning and rage. Vikir steels his resolve, determined that even with the tower's curse suppressing his body, he will never be defeated. With a deafening roar that shakes the battlefield, the gigantic hound lunges ahead at horrifying speed, ripping apart the ground beneath it. Determined not to retreat, Vikir rushes directly toward the beast, driving his glowing blade toward its wide, open jaws. Both forces crash together violently, unleashing an eruption of crimson and purple energy that obliterates the stone floor underneath them. Watching from afar without being able to help, the terrified Grenouille cries out Vikir's name while clouds of debris and dust consume the battlefield. For several tense seconds, the only thing visible within the smoke are the glowing eyes of Cerberus. Then the monster's expression suddenly turns lifeless as blood explodes from its neck and a massive creature collapses onto the ground. As the dust slowly disperses, Grenouille and Bargist remain speechless in disbelief. An enormous lake of blood spreads throughout the courtyard from the corpse of the fallen giant. Vikir remains standing triumphantly above Cerberus. He understands that a mere trial like this could never stop his advance. The system responds to his unbelievable accomplishment, declaring that level 1 warrior Vikir has become the first person to eliminate the B-rank Hellhound pack together with the A-rank Cerberus, awarding him extraordinary and legendary achievement rewards. Grenouille stays motionless in complete shock. He cannot comprehend how an allegedly weak archer managed to single-handedly destroy the guardian beast of hell. Fixing his gaze upon the dead Cerberus, Grenouille finally grasps the reality before him. Although he always suspected Vikir was strange, this overwhelming display of physical power proves his classmate concealed his true abilities the entire time. Hovering beside the corpse, Bargist stutters nervously in disbelief. It anxiously questions whether Vikir truly killed Cerberus, admitting it has never witnessed anyone accomplish such an impossible feat. Ignoring the guide's panic completely, Vikir coldly demands his compensation. When Bargist pretends confusion, Vikir reminds him that monsters of this level always leave behind valuable rewards. Staring directly at the fairy, Vikir warns the guide not to increase the difficulty of the trials without providing suitable compensation in return. Terrified by the murderous aura pouring from a mere level 1 human, Bargist hurriedly backs away. Realizing its own safety is threatened, the fairy immediately assures him that a reward has already been prepared. The guide quickly summons several metallic containers overflowing with glowing orbs. Bargist explains that these are exclusive rewards for the tower's early floors. Red candies raise strength, green candies enhance agility, and blue candies increase health. Grenouille's eyes sparkle at the sight of the enormous treasure. Excitedly, he points out that this reward alone could make them overwhelmingly powerful in an instant. However, Vikir searches through the pile carefully until he discovers exactly what he seeks. A lone black orb. The system identifies the object as a black candy, a rare item capable of permanently increasing the physical resistance attribute. Vikir understands that this is an exceptionally precious reward because physical resistance is considered one of the 3 ultra-rare stats. Without hesitating even briefly, he immediately consumes the black orb. A brilliant aura surrounds Vikir as his injuries rapidly heal. The system announces that physical resistance has officially awakened, granting him passive reduction against incoming damage. His status interface displays his level 1 rank, his former title, and a newly acquired Hell's Dog Breeder title. With physical resistance now unlocked, only 2 hidden attributes remain undiscovered. Vikir smiles in satisfaction. Unlocking such a rare attribute is incredibly fortunate because physical resistance is a natural talent that cannot easily be developed in the outside world. Now that it has awakened, it will continue growing together with his remaining attributes. His thoughts are interrupted when Granui nervously asks whether Vikir might share some candies since he helped lure the Hellhounds together. Before Vikir answers, Barghest enthusiastically introduces the services of Candy Shop. A luminous store interface suddenly appears. The fairy explains that the shop purchases and sells candies while promoting a special exchange rate where 300 regular candies can be traded for a golden candy. This orb instantly increases the user's level by 1. Barghest eagerly advertises the offer, emphasizing that gaining levels naturally strengthens every attribute simultaneously. Vikir studies the interface carefully and immediately recognizes the hidden trap behind the system. He realizes the tower intentionally showers participants with candies to tempt them into leveling rapidly. If restoring his original strength was his only objective, taking the levels would make perfect sense. However, Vikir recalls reading in the memoirs of former heroes that the tower strongly favors weaker challengers. Whenever an underdog completes an incredible accomplishment, the resulting rewards become vastly greater than if a powerful participant achieved the same feat. Thinking ahead toward the terrifying bosses waiting deeper inside, he finally understands the tower's twisted design. Since he remains strictly level 1, the system will always judge him as weak regardless of how overwhelming his actual combat power becomes. By staying at level 1 while continuing to slaughter high-ranked monsters, he will repeatedly obtain the highest class of rewards available. Concluding that leveling up would ruin his entire strategy, Vikir rejects the fairy's proposal and states that they can trade another time. Barghest reluctantly accepts the decision in a disappointed voice. Without warning, the destroyed courtyard begins shaking violently before splitting apart. The system announces the completion of the second-floor mission and records that only 69 participants survived. It then proclaims that every remaining challenger will be transported together into the same location for the upcoming trial. The ground collapses completely, sending Vikir, Granui, and the fairy plunging into a swirling portal that drags them deeper into the abyss tree. As they descend, Vikir's eyes shine brightly with determination. The system confirms their transfer and announces their arrival upon the 3rd floor, the 2nd region of the familiar land. Preparing him for the threats waiting ahead, the system finalizes his updated status. Alongside his physical abilities and newly awakened resistance, his Hell's Dog Breeder title is fully integrated. The title grants an enormous increase in damage against canine monsters, while also extending the duration of inflicted status effects, ensuring that Vikir's attacks become even more lethal from this point onward. Descending into the 2nd underground floor of the Abyss Tree's familiar land, the students arrive within a bleak and abandoned wasteland scattered with destroyed structures. Wandering helplessly through the ruined darkness, a wounded group of surviving students continues onward. Covered in blood and wrapped in bandages, their exhausted postures reveal the brutal toll of the deadly trials. The exhausting journey becomes too much for a short-haired girl who suddenly loses balance and collapses onto the rocky trail, startling the blonde classmate walking at her side. Dropping beside her, the blonde girl quickly checks on her fallen companion. The drained student can only weakly whisper that the nightmare has become impossible to endure. Trembling violently, she complains about unbearable pain in her legs along with hunger, thirst, and the freezing cold surrounding them. Attempting to encourage her, the blonde girl tells her to keep enduring, reassuring her that they will soon discover a secure place to rest. Supporting her injured friend back on her feet, she remarks that despite their terrible condition, at least they are no longer moments away from being slaughtered by monsters. She remembers the miracle that saved them, finding it suspicious how the attacking hellhounds had abruptly sprinted away in the opposite direction, accidentally sparing everyone's lives. Lost in thought, she fails to notice the student in front of her suddenly stopping in place. Crashing into the boy's back, she angrily shouts at him to keep moving. Yet he pays no attention to her at all, trembling uncontrollably while stuttering in complete horror. Frozen by fear, he stares toward a gigantic, nightmare-like plant towering above the ruined surroundings. Its enormous flower-shaped head surrounds a huge mouth packed with jagged teeth, while countless thick black vines twist violently around it. Framed by distorted roots, the frightened student wonders whether the grotesque thing is simply a withered flower, although the maw lined with sharp teeth makes it resemble the corpse of a terrifying monster. Despite its disturbing appearance, another cautious student observes that the thick roots are radiating an unexpectedly soothing warmth. Hearing this observation, the freezing students hurriedly gather closer. The blonde girl suggests using the soft heated roots as cushions while they recover their strength. Comforted by the spreading warmth, the exhausted survivors lean against the seemingly lifeless plant to shield themselves from the bitter cold. Without warning, Vakir arrives and immediately recognizes the hidden danger. He urgently commands everyone to move away from the vines, warning the confused students that the plant is an extremely dangerous monster and ordering them to keep their distance. Before anyone can react to Vakir's warning, a boy casually steps forward wearing a mocking grin. Treating the enormous plant as completely lifeless, he ridicules Vakir for causing pointless fear among the group. Laughing mockingly, the bully sneers that Vakir has only survived until now through pathetic cowardice, while harshly telling him to disappear. As Granui prepares to intervene, the gray-haired bully suddenly calls out his name, while a heavy hand grips tightly onto his shoulder. Granui glares with fury at the gray-haired student and his companion, the same classmates who previously sacrificed him as bait to save themselves. While the bully casually smiles in fake surprise at seeing him alive, Granui burns with overwhelming anger. Noticing Granui's clenched fists, the bullies sarcastically comment on his temper, claiming they suddenly view him differently now that he is finally showing some backbone. Grinding his teeth together, Granui listens as the arrogant pair dismisses their betrayal entirely, shamelessly insisting that he only survived because of them. Finally pushed beyond his limits, Granui explodes in rage, violently grabbing the gray-haired bully by the collar while screaming at him for making excuses after dragging him through absolute hell. Completely unfazed, the gray-haired bully calmly remarks that Granui still fails to understand the brutal reality of their new world. With a sudden movement, he throws Granui over his shoulder and violently smashes him onto the unforgiving stone ground. As Granui struggles desperately to breathe, the bullies tower over him. The gray-haired student coldly explains that while noble status and wealth may command respect outside the tower, only pure physical power has meaning within it. Twisting the knife deeper, the bully highlights Granui's hypocrisy by reminding him that he originally approached them only to use them as servants, warning him never to interfere with them again. He commands Granui to stay down and cool his temper. The treacherous classmates confidently walk away, leaving Granui sprawled helplessly across the dirt. Watching quietly from the darkness, the other survivors whisper among themselves, cruelly mocking Granui's sudden downfall, while agreeing that without his outside privileges, he fully deserves the humiliation. Later, while wandering alone through a ruined alley, Granui shakes with humiliation as he clutches his injured arm. He mutters a bitter vow, swearing that once he escapes this nightmare, he will use his family's influence to wipe out those bullies along with their entire bloodlines. Yet the bully's final remarks continue echoing through his thoughts, reminding him of his own selfish behavior during the Hellhound assault. Tightening his fist, Granui bitterly admits that his betrayers were not completely wrong about the kind of person he truly is. His dark train of thought suddenly breaks when an irresistible savory aroma drifts through the air. Breathing in deeply, his mouth instantly fills with saliva as he desperately wonders where such incredible food could exist within this lifeless wasteland. Tracing the delicious scent toward a ruined building, he notices warm light and tempting smells spilling out from a shattered entrance. Driven by unbearable hunger, Granui immediately rushes toward the source. Bursting through the doorway, he desperately begs the cook to share some food, only for his excited words to suddenly stop in his throat. Vakir sits calmly beside a blazing campfire while roasting thick meat skewers over the flames. Sometime later, Granui leans heavily against the stone wall while rubbing his swollen stomach in complete satisfaction. Confessing that he never expected roasted sewer rat to taste so amazing, he curiously asks how Vakir managed to bring cooking equipment into the tower, wondering whether he owns some kind of magical storage pouch. Vakir glances toward his classmate while keeping his expression completely unreadable. Remaining completely silent, Vakir conceals the truth about his unique artifact. Although the defensive barrier of his impenetrable sacred ring remains disabled, its spatial storage function still operates normally. Engraved with the ominous phrase that the realm of God ends here, the spatial distortion easily provides all of his supplies. Sweating uneasily, Granui wonders what kind of existence the silent archer truly is. He vividly recalls Vikir's impossible accomplishments, slaughtering 100 hellhounds alone and brutally overpowering an A-plus ranked Cerberus in direct close-quarters combat. Although he desperately wants to question Vikir about his terrifying hidden power, a deep instinct warns Granui that probing too far into those secrets would push him beyond the point of no return. Choosing a safer subject instead, Granui guiltily asks why Vikir is treating him with such kindness. He points out how he constantly mocked Vikir's commoner background back at the academy. Vikir answers that the reason should already be obvious. He explains that Granui has simply turned out to be a far better person than expected, and there is no hidden motive beyond that. Desperately trying to preserve his arrogant facade, he loudly blamed the smoke from the campfire and rudely ordered the commoner to fan it away. Quickly shifting the topic, he asks why Vikir warned the students about the seemingly lifeless giant flower. Vikir's expression immediately grows darker as he tells Granui that he will soon learn the answer himself. Meanwhile, near the gigantic plant, a lone student walks through the thick vines while carrying an armful of firewood. As he carefully navigates the tangled vines, the student accidentally cuts his arm, allowing a single drop of blood to drip directly onto the surface of the giant root. The instant the blood touches it, the supposedly lifeless root suddenly twitches violently and absorbs the crimson droplet. The plant's veins immediately begin throbbing with a sinister glowing red light. Completely unaware of the danger, the student keeps walking while the massive vines slither upward like enormous tentacles. Sensing movement behind him, he glances backward, his eyes widening with frozen terror after realizing the horrifying monstrosity is alive. Moments later, a horrifying screech echoes throughout the wasteland. Back beside their campfire, Granui flinches in shock. Meanwhile, Vikir simply looks over his shoulder and calmly remarks that the giant plant has finally awakened. The surviving students remain frozen in place. Their eyes tremble with fear as a sudden, violent quake rattles the shattered ruins surrounding them. The horrified student who mistakenly spills blood onto the monster's roots is abruptly lifted upside down into the air. Before he can even understand what is happening, his body is viciously crushed, thick rivers of blood pouring down his lifeless face. The true source of the nightmare finally emerges. The giant plant they believed was dead suddenly bursts open into a massive, horrifying creature with a maw full of jagged teeth. It snaps its jaws shut and swallows the bleeding student whole, while the others stare in complete disbelief. As the monster feasts on its victim, blood splattering across the ruined stones, the system announces a brutal brand new mission. They must endure the ruins for 69 days under a strict warning to stay far away from the monstrous S-rank plant now pursuing them. Looking up at the enormous creature, the students finally understand they are facing an impossible S-rank disaster. Without warning, a strange flower-shaped creature suddenly rises from the ground and greets the terrified survivors in an oddly cheerful voice. The creature exposes a disturbing pale green face with 4 glowing crimson eyes and a sharp, twisted grin. It happily introduces itself as the adorable guide fairy of the 3rd underground floor. The students can only stare at the new guide in horror, silently cursing their terrible luck that another warped fairy has appeared to oversee their suffering. The 4-eyed fairy excitedly explains the rules behind their newest nightmare. It describes the challenge as a simple survival mission, reminding them that all they need to do is stay alive for 69 days. However, the fairy suddenly pauses before correcting itself, mentioning that since one student was just devoured, the numbers have changed. The fairy stretches its grin wider, revealing rows of sharp teeth as it gleefully announces they now only need to survive for 68 days. The system instantly updates to confirm the cruel reality, reducing the timer by 1 day because of the sacrifice while once again warning them to avoid the monster. A purple-haired student begins sweating anxiously while processing the fairy's explanation. A horrifying realization slowly hits him as he asks whether the survival period shortens whenever someone dies. His face stiffens with desperation as he demands another answer from the fairy, questioning whether the remaining days will continue decreasing as more survivors disappear. In response, the 4-eyed fairy suddenly jumps high into the sky before landing effortlessly on top of the giant plant monster. Standing proudly above the horrifying creature, the fairy cheerfully confirms his theory. It explains that this survival mission follows several specific conditions. First, just as they suspected, the required number of survival days decreases alongside the number of remaining participants. Raising one finger, it reveals the second horrifying condition. The giant monster must consume exactly one person every single day. It casually mentions that the creature is not selective and does not care whether the offering is alive or already dead. The purple-haired student shouts angrily in frustration and raves at the fairy dares to call this a simple mission when it is clearly a horrifying game of sacrifice. Desperate to stay alive, he quickly attempts to motivate the others. He points out that the monster seems firmly rooted to the ruined structure and likely cannot move at all. He urges everyone to ignore the twisted rules and escape immediately. Meanwhile, Granui quietly wonders why anyone would trust a traitor like him in the first place. The fairy's voice soon rings out with a terrifying warning, telling them not to even consider trying to escape. The fairy's expression twists into a dark, sinister grin as it explains the truth behind their misunderstanding. The monster is not trapped. It simply dislikes moving because physical activity makes it far hungrier. The purple-haired student immediately freezes in fear as the fairy hints that if the monster starts moving, one human per day will no longer be enough to satisfy its hunger. The fairy instantly abandons its terrifying expression and returns to a bright, cheerful smile, telling the students not to lose hope. With a quick wave of magic, tiny wrapped gift boxes suddenly appear in the survivors' hands. It explains these are special presents meant to assist them, mentioning the boxes may randomly contain stat-enhancing candies, food supplies, or weapons. The purple-haired student lowers his gaze toward the gift box resting in his hands, praying it contains some kind of powerful artifact. As he hurriedly loosens the ribbon, an enormous pair of saliva-covered jaws suddenly bursts open directly before his face. The four-eyed fairy merely smirks in amusement. A horrifying mimic monster explosively bursts out from the tiny box. Before the boy even gets the chance to scream, the creature's gigantic jaws snap over his head, gruesomely consuming him in a spray of blood while the nearby students stagger back in horror. His decapitated body drops to its knees while the fairy cheerfully completes its warning, casually reminding them to stay cautious of mimics. At once, the system revises the mission, reducing the survival requirement to 67 days to account for the newest death. The horrific scene completely destroys another student's composure. Tears pouring down his cheeks, he cries out that he despises the twisted mission, the deadly gift boxes, and the entire tower itself. He falls helplessly into the dirt beside the newly formed corpse, sobbing uncontrollably and pleading to escape. Total panic and disorder quickly spread among the survivors. One student furiously shouts that the insane rules are nothing more than a demonic trap created to force them into killing one another. Another student immediately argues against him, warning that refusing to obey the rules will simply cause the monster to slaughter them all instead. Amid the frantic arguing, a calm hand slowly rises into the air. A neatly dressed student with slick-back hair calmly steps forward, smoothly demanding everyone's attention to settle the chaos. This composed student, Arthu, the vice president of the third-year class, addresses the frightened survivors with a serious expression. He solemnly admits that their new reality will force them into making unimaginably cruel and painful decisions. Giving off a confident presence, Arthur encourages the terrified students to suppress their fear and focus only on the immediate issue. The panicked survivors stare at him with relief, thankful that a dependable senior has finally taken charge. Hidden beneath his comforting appearance, however, Arthur grins sinisterly to himself, delighted by how perfectly he has seized control over the chaotic atmosphere. Facing the enormous plant monster, Arthur calmly states that their first priority is selecting the required sacrifice for the next day. He casually asks the uneasy crowd whether anyone has suggestions regarding the standards they should use to pick the victim. Arthur's selfish and sinister intentions become obvious through his inner thoughts. He smirks while calculating that by organizing the students and controlling the fear, he can establish himself as an irreplaceable leader, ensuring his own name never appears on the sacrifice list. One student, desperate for some form of order, wipes the sweat from his forehead and proposes holding a vote to determine who will become the sacrifice. Another student quickly supports the suggestion, mentioning that democratic voting is exactly how conflicts are resolved back at the academy. However, Arthur explains that before any vote can work properly, they first need clear standards for choosing the prey, so the entire group will respect the outcome. A student with his hair tied into a ponytail aggressively steps forward, insisting that the weak should naturally be sacrificed according to the brutal laws of nature. His cruel proposal is immediately met with furious backlash from the crowd. A purple-haired girl wearing glasses sharply fires back, reminding him that they are civilized humans rather than savage beasts. Lightly tapping her temple with a cold expression, she instead proposes sacrificing the unintelligent students, arguing that foolish people will contribute nothing toward their survival. The ponytailed student becomes deeply offended and argues that even if he lacks intelligence, he still possesses wealth. He desperately promises huge rewards to anyone who protects him once they finally escape. The girl instantly crushes his argument, coldly pointing out that his money has absolutely no value within this nightmare. While the students continue arguing over who deserves to die, the four-eyed fairy watches from atop the plant monster, laughing sadistically at their civilized voting system while mockingly urging them to reach a unanimous choice. Eventually, a terrifying agreement is reached, and the crowd's attention slowly turns toward the injured short-haired girl. Kneeling helplessly beneath the spotlight of despair, she trembles in fear while asking why they have chosen her. Her friend immediately panics. She screams angrily at the crowd, demanding to know why her friend must die while violently trying to shove them away. Resting calmly atop a nearby rock, Arthur folds his hands together and pretends to look sympathetic. He tells the girls that making such a grim decision pains everyone deeply, but he smoothly excuses the cruelty by claiming it is simply the fair outcome of a democratic vote. Arthur's face gradually turns cold as shadows cover his eyes, exposing his calculating personality. He explains that they still have a long and brutal survival period ahead of them, bluntly stating that the short-haired girl's bleeding leg makes her entirely useless for the group's future. Leaning closer with a manipulative grin, Arthur offers an empty promise. He swears that after they escape, they will generously reward her family and honor her memory as a hero. As the surrounding students slowly begin chanting for her to accept her destiny, Arthur softly yet firmly pleads with her to become their sacrifice for the following day. The blonde girl struggles desperately against the two female students restraining her arms. She furiously screams at the crowd, accusing them of losing their sanity and demanding to know how such cruelty could ever be considered a fair vote. Tears stream heavily down her cheeks as she exposes their hypocrisy. She yells that they are only using majority rule as an excuse to murder an innocent classmate because every one of them is terrified of dying themselves. The short-haired girl's lips quiver violently as she completely breaks down. Pressing her hands together in desperate prayer, she sobs uncontrollably while begging the crowd to spare her life just this once. Dropping helplessly onto her knees in the dirt, she cries that her parents and younger siblings are still waiting for her back home. While her blonde friend continues struggling desperately, the injured girl sobs that she cannot die here because she desperately wants to survive. In a frantic effort to prove she is not useless, the short-haired girl forces her trembling body back on her feet. Her wounded leg shakes uncontrollably beneath her as she tells the silent crowd to watch carefully, insisting she is completely fine and capable of walking without becoming a burden. However, the strain on her body becomes unbearable. A fresh burst of blood sprays through her soaked bandages, and her face twists in unbearable agony as her leg finally collapses beneath her completely. Just before she crashes onto the stone ground, a figure suddenly rushes through the dust and catches her. Vikir tightly grabs her arm, supporting her collapsing body. The blonde girl gasps in disbelief while covering her mouth as Vikir commands the crowd to stop, holding the exhausted girl securely in his arms. Vikir glares toward the cowardly students with his glowing red eye and coldly announces that he will take her place as the monster sacrifice. Arthur stares down at Vikir, questioning whether he is truly volunteering himself as the sacrifice for the massive plant behind them. With his eyes shining a fierce crimson red, Vikir calmly confirms his decision. Nearby, a blue-haired student overhears the conversation and freezes in shock after finally recognizing Vikir's name. He remembers the unbelievable rumors about Vikir solving the killer ant incident, receiving a certificate from the Crown Prince, and destroying Professor Sadie's eye. The rumors also claim he ranked 8th in the University League and even shattered an indestructible artifact gate. Sweat drips down his face as he realizes the legendary figure from those stories is standing directly before them. Looking toward the first-year student, the boy suddenly recalls that Vikir was the only one who warned everyone about the deadly flower earlier. He wonders how Vikir understood the danger. As Vikir calmly walks past the crowd, the student watches with confusion, questioning why someone so powerful would willingly offer himself to die. Arthur maintains a smug and collected expression as he steps forward to block Vikir's path. Addressing him directly, he formally introduces himself as the vice president of the student council at Colosio Academy. Clasping his hands together in fake sympathy, he praises Vikir for making the difficult decision to take the injured girl's place. He mentions that her life is temporarily spared, but when Vikir fixes him with a cold glare, Arthur cruelly adds that she will only survive until the following day. Arthur insists the group has already agreed to decide sacrifices through a fair voting system. He explains that Vikir's decision will merely buy them time, since Vikir will become tomorrow's sacrifice while the injured girl will simply be offered the next day instead. Wearing a sinister smile, Arthur mockingly expresses gratitude toward Vikir for his sacrifice. Completely unfazed, Vikir stares back at him and immediately points out the flaw in his reasoning. He questions how a vote can ever be fair when its sole purpose is deciding who must die. He directly confronts Arthur by asking whether his own name is included within this supposedly equal system. Arthur visibly flinches, momentarily caught off guard by the blunt question. Quickly regaining his composure, Arthur argues that Vikir cannot fully understand the situation because he only arrived recently. He claims that since he stepped forward to calm the panic and organize the voting process, he is naturally exempt from becoming a sacrifice. Vikir immediately exposes Arthur's deception before the terrified survivors. He states that Arthur is demanding sacrifices while deliberately using a leadership position to protect himself from the beginning. He then questions how Arthur could possibly describe such a system as fair. The surrounding students begin whispering among themselves in realization. Some point out that Arthur's name never appears among the sacrifices, proving he never intends to risk his own survival. Irritated that the crowd is slowly turning against him, Arthur silently curses the students for speaking too much. He then impatiently demands that Vikir get to the point already. Arthur defends his actions by claiming his leadership is essential for keeping the group alive. He accuses Vikir of dividing the survivors through a meaningless sense of justice despite lacking an actual solution. He demands to hear Vikir's plan, and Vikir calmly replies that it is simple. Vikir boldly announces that he intends to kill the monster himself. Arthur completely loses his composure. Grabbing Vikir by the collar, he furiously demands to know how an ordinary student expects to defeat an S-rank monster. He warns that provoking the beast will trigger a rampage and shouts that the others will never support him. In response, Vikir calmly lifts his hand and strikes the stone wall beside them with a punch. The overwhelming impact unleashes a shockwave powerful enough to completely destroy the wall. The surrounding students stare at him in complete terror and disbelief after witnessing such impossible strength. The explosion sends Arthur crashing backward into the collapsing rubble, his face drained of color from fear. Vikir confidently declares that once tomorrow arrives, he will personally kill the Bloodwater Plant and Lily Monster. The surviving students eventually relocate to the abandoned ruins belonging to the Quo Vadis Old Testament faction church. Inside the decaying structure, the exhausted survivors rest quietly upon the stone staircase. The silence is abruptly shattered by horrifying noises of flesh being ripped apart and sliced coming from behind the massive wooden doors. The students clutch their ears tightly, and one of them cries that the horrible noise is making him feel sick enough to vomit. Fear and panic spread through the survivors. One boy grabs his head in terror, convinced that disturbing Vikir will get them killed, just like the destroyed wall. The girl next to him trembles as she agrees that remaining silent through the horrifying sounds is their only safe option. Grinowy wipes sweat from his face while remembering Vikir's strict command to guard the entrance and prevent anyone from entering while he prepares for the hunt. Although he follows the order, he feels deeply unsettled, unable to stop wondering what Vikir could possibly be doing inside to create such terrifying noises. The remaining students glare suspiciously toward Grenowy, questioning why he suddenly sided with Vikir, while the arrogant student with the ponytail breaks the silence by asking whether anyone truly trusts Vikir at all. He points out that Vikir already took all their random boxes and stat-enhancing candies, meaning he could easily abandon them and escape alone. The blue-haired student admits he shares the same doubts, but reminds them of their cruel reality. He asks the others what they could possibly do to stop Vikir if he truly decides to betray them. Remembering the image of Vikir standing over the defeated Arthur, the students' expressions twist with pure terror as they finally understand how powerless they truly are. They recall Vikir's fearless promise to defeat the S-rank monster entirely on his own. However, in return, he demanded an enormous price from all the survivors. Vikir ordered everyone to surrender their random gift boxes and every stat-boosting candy they owned, insisting that he required every single item available. The boy trembles while recalling the moment. He realizes Vikir possesses enough strength to slaughter them all, seize their items by force, and continue to the next floor by himself whenever he wishes. Staring toward the sealed doors, the blue-haired student suspects the tower's rules are amplifying Vikir's physical abilities. That realization convinces him Vikir has become 100 times stronger than he ever was in the outside world. He grimly concludes that Vikir is concealing a terrifying secret behind those massive doors. 12 hours later, Vikir finally steps into the ruined courtyard. His shoes lightly tap against the stone floor while dust slowly drifts through the air. The remaining students, including Arthur, cautiously observe him from behind the protection of the rubble. Peering over a collapsed wall, Grinnowi stares in complete disbelief at the empty ground before the ruined church. He realizes the enormous blood-water plant and lily monster has vanished without a trace. Vikir stands alone in the center of the clearing while the four-eyed flower fairy guide appears atop a high ledge nearby. The fairy addresses Vikir by name, revealing that guides from the upper floors already warned it about a crazy participant disrupting the tower's trials. Without warning, a violent tremor suddenly shakes the courtyard. The sudden quake causes the surrounding students to scream and run in panic. Moments later, the ground violently explodes. An enormous, horrifying mouth lined with razor-sharp teeth bursts upward from beneath the stone floor. Vikir remains perfectly calm while staring directly at the emerging monster. The earth continues cracking apart as violent dark energy and massive vines erupt into the air. The four-eyed fairy, now controlling the giant plant's true monstrous body, announces that Vikir's heroic journey will end right there. Vikir merely smirks, casually dismissing the fairy's threat. Witnessing his complete absence of fear, the fairy becomes visibly shocked. Jumping backward beneath the moonlight, Vikir unsheathes his glowing crimson blade and confidently declares that this battle is only beginning. Before the fight begins, he checks his status. He remains level 1, but gains the Hell Dog Slayer title. His strength, stamina, and agility increase dramatically while his resistance and reflexes stay fixed at 1. Only a single hidden trait remains sealed. The fight erupts immediately with rapid, heavy strikes. Violent energy blasts through the ruined city as Vikir clashes against the giant plant monster. The four-eyed flower fairy guide watches the battle in complete disbelief. From their hiding place, the surviving students stare toward the battle with stunned expressions. Vikir moves at unbelievable speed, effortlessly avoiding the enormous vines launched toward him. The students remain confused, unable to properly follow the overwhelming level of combat unfolding before them. The system identifies the creature as the S-rank blood-water plant and lily. It is a nightmare born from the deep abyss that drifts across lakes of blood. A single seed once nearly pushed humanity to extinction because of its terrifying danger. Remaining perfectly composed, Vikir slips past a deadly vine only inches from his face while carefully tracking every movement. The hidden students cannot believe he is still alive, wondering how he manages to avoid every single attack. Earlier inside the church, Vikir prepared a large sack soaked with blood, fully aware that what rested inside would be enough for this hunt. Pendant observes that Vikir's cold and calculated fighting style suits him perfectly. After finishing his preparations, Vikir begins inspecting the items he collected from the students. Vikir notices that most of the students' boxes were actually deadly mimics, while the safe ones only contained small stat-enhancing candies. The system identifies a tiny bone hoe and an oil paper pouch as D-rank artifacts. At first, he assumes the items are worthless. However, while examining the cheap loot more closely, his expression suddenly changes with surprise. He realizes one of the objects is an incredibly rare treasure he never expected to encounter. Resting in his palm is a glowing silver sphere. Vikir remembers hearing from heroes of the past that this object is an exceptionally rare hidden item. The system identifies it as a silver candy capable of permanently increasing the ultra-rare reflex stat by 1 point. Holding the candy in his hand, Vikir slowly forms a confident smile. He wonders whether he is exhausting all his luck too soon, but now he feels fully prepared to face the S-rank monster waiting outside. Grinnowi nervously watches from the rubble while quietly whispering Vikir's name. Within the clearing, Vikir flips backward through the air, flawlessly evading a thick cluster of vines with the agility of an acrobat. The giant plant continues attacking endlessly, attempting to crush him beneath sweeping tentacles, while Vikir rapidly retreats and slides across the ground to avoid a fatal bite from its enormous jaws. A fierce grin spreads across Vikir's face. Feeling the difference within his body, he finally understands why legendary heroes valued the rare reflex stat so highly. Even a single point completely transforms his combat abilities. As he pushes his senses to their absolute limit while evading the relentless attacks, he notices a massive improvement in the reactions of his body. The reflex stat allows his body to move instinctively without conscious thought. It now makes rapid automatic decisions, understanding precisely when to dodge before his mind even recognizes the danger. Experiencing this instinctive movement, Vikir grins widely. Possessing such natural battle instincts feels almost unfair during combat. From the shattered walls, the students observe the battle in amazement. They whisper nervously, unable to understand how Vikir avoids every attack. It almost appears as though he predicts the monster's movements before they even happen. Despite his incredible speed, One student warns Arthur that constantly dodging is only making the beast more furious. As the monster violently snaps its jaws shut, the students question how Vikir intends to defeat such a durable S-rank threat. Seeing an opening, Vikir suddenly leaps high above the creature. Descending through the air, he unleashes a barrage of powerful slashes using his crimson aura blade, targeting the monster's massive body. However, the strikes only create sparks against its hardened skin, leaving the creature completely unharmed. Realizing his attacks lack enough piercing strength, Vikir's expression immediately becomes serious. The monster instantly counterattacks, forcing Vikir to retreat while sliding across the shattered stone ground to evade the assault. The system displays his level alongside his newly earned titles. After reviewing his stats, Vikir realizes penetrating the monster's durable hide is impossible at his current level. Pendant de Cravia suddenly speaks, drawing attention to an important detail. The artifact explains that this monster differs greatly from the creatures Vikir battled during his previous life. The pendant further explains that the plant is not a pure-blooded being from hell, but rather a weaker hybrid variation. The pure species survives by feeding from lakes of blood deep within the underworld. Because of that, true purebreds are far larger and far more dangerous than this monster. Being trapped inside this dry environment has left the creature starving and desperately thirsty. DeCravia warns Vikir not to lower his guard. Even an S-rank monster weakened by starvation remains incredibly deadly. He finally understands the demon's true intention. They never placed an S-rank monster here to be defeated. It was designed as an impossible obstacle meant to drive humans into despair. DeCravia proposes another strategy. Since breaking through its armor is impossible, Vikir must instead target its single fatal weakness. That weakness lies within the soft flesh hidden inside its mouth, though the vulnerable area only appears whenever the creature opens its jaws to feed. DeCravia asks whether Vikir is daring enough to take advantage of such a tiny opening. A fearless grin spreads across Vikir's face. He confidently replies that this exact opportunity is the reason he gathered supplies inside the church earlier. The fairy guide grows furious at Vikir's composed attitude, unable to understand the reason behind his confident smile. It demands to know why a mere human behaves so arrogantly before an S-rank monster. Completely losing patience, the fairy commands the beast to devour Vikir immediately. The giant creature instantly launches its tentacles toward him. As the tentacles crash down around him, Vikir simply gazes upward with a calm smile, fully prepared to carry out his plan. The plant slams its tentacles into the ground, demolishing the stone floor while dust and shattered rocks explode into the air. Floating through the raining debris, Vikir remains perfectly composed. He activates his impenetrable sacred ring. The system confirms that the ring's storage pocket mode has been activated. Reaching into the storage space, Vikir retrieves the bloody sack he prepared earlier. With a powerful swing, he hurls it high into the air, directly toward the monster. The fairy guide stares blankly in confusion. Below them, the students watch in stunned disbelief, unable to understand why Vikir would throw a blood-covered bag at an S-rank monster. Driven mad by hunger and the scent of blood, the creature opens its enormous jaws wide to swallow both the sack and the bloody limbs hidden inside. After seeing the falling body parts, the students finally realize the horrifying sounds from inside the church yesterday came from Vikir butchering hellhounds to create bait. While the survivors tremble at Vikir's merciless planning, he stays completely focused. Amid the falling rubble, his glowing red eyes lock onto the true target that has finally appeared. Deep inside the monster's throat, beyond the rows of teeth and writhing vines, a gigantic, glowing purple eye becomes exposed. It is the creature's core and its fatal weak point. Realizing the trap too late, the fairy lets out a terrified shriek. It desperately orders the monster to shut its mouth and conceal the eye, but quickly understands it is already far too late. Leaping rapidly across the moving vines, Vikir launches himself directly toward the monster's open mouth. Gathering his crimson energy, he prepares the first Baskerville sword technique to strike the weak point. In a brilliant flash of red light, Vikir drives his aura-covered hand directly into the massive purple eye hidden deep within the creature's throat. However, as he forces his energy forward, he clenches his teeth after realizing his aura blade is still too short. He instantly analyzes the problem. The tower's restrictions are suppressing his power, leaving his aura far weaker than normal. Because of that limitation, his blade cannot penetrate deeply enough to reach the core buried within the giant eye. Refusing to waste the opportunity, Vikir immediately adapts. Using his ring storage once more, he summons two swords, the demonic Balmung and the Winterblade Owl. Although dual-wielding is not his preferred style, he has no other option. Vikir crosses the twin swords and covers them with his intense crimson aura. With deadly concentration, he unleashes the fourth Baskerville sword technique, the Tearing Tooth. A gigantic crimson explosion bursts outward from inside the monster's mouth. The overwhelming power of the dual sword attack completely destroys the monster's purple core into countless fragments. Dark blood erupts from the creature's mouth and pours across the courtyard like rain. Sheltering behind the rubble, the drenched students and the fairy guide stare in absolute disbelief at the impossible scene before them. As the storm of blood finally ends, Vikir stands triumphantly atop the corpse of the fallen beast. The system announces that Level 1 warrior Vikir has become the first participant to successfully hunt the S-rank monster. While the fairy guide cries out in disbelief, the system grants rare rewards for accomplishing the impossible feat. After unleashing his devastating attack, the pink and purple aura radiating from Vikir's blade leaves the watching students completely stunned. The arrogant, ponytailed student and the others stare with widened eyes, utterly speechless before his overwhelming strength. Overcome with relief at surviving, the blonde and short-haired girls break into tears of happiness. Nearby, Grinowy Lel clutches his chest while gasping for breath, completely shaken by the impossible accomplishment his classmate has achieved. As the monster's blood continues pouring from the sky, Vikir stands firmly with his sword still crackling with energy. The system announces that the Level 1 warrior Vikir has become the first person to hunt the S-rank Blood-Water Plan in Lily, promising him a special reward for accomplishing the impossible. The surviving students whisper among themselves in shock. From behind the ruined walls, they question how a Level 1 participant managed to defeat an S-rank monster despite the tower's 100-fold suppression on stats. They realize that Vikir's true strength outside the tower must be unimaginable. Pointing a trembling finger toward Vikir's glowing blade, one student suddenly notices a terrifying detail. The faint radiance around the weapon is an unmistakably liquid aura, the symbol of a high-ranking warrior. Sweating nervously, he concludes that Vikir must at least be a graduate. However, another student corrects him after seeing Vikir wielding twin swords. That student insists Vikir's strength proves he surpasses even a swordmaster, leaving the crowd frozen in disbelief. The students quietly whisper that a sword master should never be an ordinary academy student. Nearby, Arthur Gordon Pym's confident expression collapses into something darker as the frightened crowd questions Vikir's true identity. Overwhelmed and silenced by the enormity of his miscalculation, Arthur can only stare in stunned disbelief at the reality unfolding before him. Standing atop a large rock, the four-eyed flower fairy guide trembles furiously while cursing its terrible luck. The creature grabs its own face in despair, unable to understand how its flawless plans collapsed so badly. The trial on the third floor was created as a merciless challenge meant to shatter the students' spirits by forcing them to sacrifice each other. The fairy had counted on human selfishness, believing the students would betray one another in order to survive. The trial was meant to reveal the ugliest side of humanity. Instead, the fairy can only stare at Vikir, who completely destroyed its twisted game. As Vikir walks toward the base of the rock, the shaken guide looks down at him with fear and confusion, uncertain about who he truly is. Ignoring the enraged fairy entirely, Vikir examines his rewards. He lifts a small pouch while the system confirms it contains the seeds of the Blood-Water Plant and Lily, exactly the item he wanted. He realizes the D-rank artifacts he obtained earlier are actually useful in this situation. The system explains that the tiny hand hoe is ideal for digging up seeds, while the oil paper pouch serves as excellent moisture-resistant storage. Vikir's thoughts are suddenly interrupted when several students cautiously approach him, claiming they want to speak with him. Expecting trouble, Grinalisi immediately steps in front of them and warns the students not to crowd around Vikir while demanding to know their intentions. Vikir stays composed while Decorabia cynically predicts that the students will likely direct all their frustration toward him, selfishly asking why he failed to rescue them sooner. Instead, Vikir is unexpectedly caught off guard when the students sincerely thank him for saving everyone's lives. They confess that without him, they would have either been digested by the monster or ended up killing each other. Filled with admiration, they ask whether he is truly a swordmaster and say they hope to become as strong as him someday. Vikir quietly stares at the sincere faces of his classmates, while Decorabia comments in surprise that humans apparently possess a conscience after all. The moment is suddenly interrupted when the Flower Fairy Guide announces that 67 survivors remain, sarcastically remarking that they survived without contributing any effort. Vikir lifts his gaze toward the rock and addresses the four-eyed Flower Fairy Guide directly by her name, Venus. He bluntly informs her that she crossed the line, reminding her how she interfered during the battle by ordering the monster to shut its mouth and conceal its weak point in an attempt to guarantee his death. Nervous and shaken, Venus stammers helplessly while asking what a mere human could possibly do about it. Claiming she merely obeyed the rules, Venus gathers false confidence and warns Vikir that harming her will stop him from advancing to the next floor. Completely unfazed, Vikir fixes Venus with a murderous glare overflowing with bloodlust and orders her to hand over his reward immediately if she wishes to avoid a horrifying fate, causing the fairy to squeal in fear. Venus forces a nervous smile and announces a generous reward. With a flick of her hand, 3 enormous sacks suddenly appear, overflowing with hundreds of stat-enhancing candies. The students stare in stunned disbelief at the mountain of treasure. Shocked by the overwhelming reward, they notice glowing spheres hidden within the pile, which the system identifies as rare gold candies. A single gold candy can instantly raise the user's level by 1 or be exchanged for 300 ordinary candies. While the others watch with envy, Vikir stands before the massive haul and calculates the value of his 10 gold candies. He plans to trade them for stat candies, noting that such rewards are incredibly generous for a level 1 participant. However, his attention suddenly shifts toward his hand, barely believing his luck at obtaining one particular item so early in the game. Granui looks confused after noticing Vikir smiling, realizing it is not because of the valuable gold candies. He wonders aloud what could possibly make Vikir so satisfied. Vikir raises a strange pink insect into the air. The system identifies it as an S-rank artifact called the conversion bug, capable of transforming 100 candies of one color into a random different color. Vikir stares at the pink insect in surprise. From his previous life, he knows this S-rank artifact is considered the rarest and most valuable item ever mentioned by survivors of the tower. He remembers that during his past life, Camus Morgue acquired the conversion bug after defeating a gigantic skeletal monster on the lowest floor of the falling tree of falling. Camus desperately fed every candy she owned to the parasite while trying to increase her mana resistance, the final hidden stat she required. Her desperate gamble succeeded, allowing her to survive a violent internal mana rampage and endure what should have been a completely paralyzing backlash. Back in the present, Vikir gazes at the artifact in amazement after obtaining such a powerful item as early as the 3rd floor. Since his strategy depends on stockpiling candies, he cannot host the bug himself. Instead, he entrusts the parasite to the small blue spider resting on his collar, affectionately calling her baby madam. As the spider happily accepts the bug, Vikir explains that whenever she consumes a candy, the magical effects will be shared between them, allowing her to grow stronger alongside the parasite. Vikir activates his divine immortal ring, opening a dark portal to store away his candies. Granui watches in stunned disbelief, wondering whether all sword masters possess dimensional magic. Suddenly, Arthur steps forward and calls out to Vikir with a smile, remarking that he always suspected Vikir was concealing a secret. He approaches Vikir and questions him about the unique swordsmanship displayed during the battle against the boss monster. Wearing a sinister grin, Arthur identifies Vikir's combat style as the infamous Baskerville sword technique. The nearby students whisper in shock, noting that the Baskerville style is the closely guarded art of the Iron Blood Sword family, while wondering how an outsider could possibly learn it. Refusing to accept the implication, Granui grabs Arthur by the shoulder and shouts that such a claim is impossible and must surely be a misunderstanding. Granui pushes Arthur backward while desperately arguing against him. Ignoring the outburst, Arthur calmly begins recounting a memory from his childhood. He explains that when he was a young boy lost inside a dark forest, he once witnessed a group of hunters battling demonic beasts. He describes the hunters wielding a distinct crimson sword aura that formed beast-like fangs to tear through their prey, a technique exclusive to the Baskerville bloodline. Smiling arrogantly, Arthur adds that another obvious clue escaped his notice only because the name itself was so common. He reminds the students about the news that spread throughout the Empire years earlier from the Red Fong Mountains, announcing the return of a legendary Baskerville hero once believed dead. As Granui listens with growing confusion, Arthur smoothly connects the clues together, pointing out the suspicious coincidence of a student named Vikir possessing the exclusive Baskerville swordsmanship. With absolute confidence, Arthur directly confronts him, declaring that his true identity is the legendary hero Vikir van Baskerville, before challenging him to deny it.